This young man was a weak F-rank awakener. Therefore, the only job suitable for him was working as a mana stone digger. Han Eugene lost his parents at a young age, working hard to support his younger brother, but in the end, he was alienated by his own sibling. After awakening, his younger brother left home, ignoring all of Han Eugene's warnings about the danger. At that time, Han Eugene was drafted into the military. His beloved younger brother, an S-rank awakener, gathered hunters to form the Abyss Guild, becoming the most powerful force in the country. As for Han Eugene, he was left all alone. The young man only harbored resentment, always yearning to awaken himself. Han Eugene went to a broker who promised to help him awaken. After quitting his job, he signed a contract and had all his money taken away. They flattered him and promised to protect him, because he was the older brother of an S-rank hunter. Poor Han Eugene endured all kinds of humiliation and finally awakened. After that, he was hounded by the media and fell into a mountain of debt. Everyone blamed him for being useless, and his younger brother also turned his back on Han Eugene with the worst words possible. Clearly, the title he gained after awakening was that of a nurturer, because he had raised an S-rank hunter. Wasn't that title shameful enough? Nurturer, my ass, you're just in my way. Han Eugene's misfortune increased when he became paralyzed in both legs after an injury in a dungeon. His younger brother asked, "Healing support? You think I would give you that? This is for the best since you can't move or enter a dungeon ever again. Please just live quietly and stay out of my way." At this moment, Han Eugene thought that a talentless older brother like him could only have survived until now in those dark dungeons, a place where people die every day, precisely because of his skill of picking up benefits from others. With the title of Nurturer, the ability Han Eugene received upon awakening was a skill that affected his surroundings. For close ones like his own blood brother, whom he had single-handedly cared for and raised, and for strangers with whom he had made friends and opened his heart. As long as he spoke a keyword to them, they would be affected, sending them a bit of power to develop. That was the basic skill of the Nurturer. However, Han Eugene had just discovered that the Nurturer also possessed another skill, a skill that helped him survive every time he faced danger. The real reason he was still alive while his teammates died. Whenever Han Eugene was at a dead end, the Nurturer title activated. The skills and stats of the affected target user would be transferred to him at double the power. Through this, Han Eugene received the transfer of his boss's power. The final hidden skill allowed Han Eugene to use the target user's abilities and receive double the power. For example, if the user's speed was 100, he could run up to 200. If they had great strength, he fought with double the strength. This was a worrying skill because the activation condition was that the target user had to die. Therefore, Han Eugene was panicked because in a D-rank dungeon, what was so dangerous that it would cause his boss to die? Turning around, he saw an enormous supersized monster, a surprise that it had appeared in a D-rank dungeon. Before they died, they were even screaming and blaming him, saying it was all because of that damned F-rank dragging them down. That monster was the exclusive Dragon King Loctus, a top-tier species difficult to exterminate. No one had ever defeated it before. Why did this monster appear in a D-rank dungeon? Han Eugene was more panicked than ever at this moment. He activated his leg enhancement skill. The boss's skill was D-rank bone enhancement, and Han Eugene immediately doubled its effect. The young man ran at extreme speed towards a place the monster couldn't enter, intending to hide and find a way to escape. Han Eugene was severely injured, seemingly unable to run in time. He decided to enhance his arm and block instead, but he was smacked face first by it, sending him flying. Han Eugene was not strong enough to fight the three-headed monster in close combat, even with double the boss's skills. The memories of the boss before his death were transmitting into him. He felt helpless because his crippled legs couldn't run, thinking he would die like this. That moment, Han Eugene's younger brother appeared and told him to hide behind a rock. Han Eugene was worried because even though his brother was S-rank, fighting the three-headed monster one-on-one was still not a match. Despite what his older brother said, the younger brother activated the Willow Leaf skill. He leaped powerfully, attacking towards it at a terrifying speed. Then he finished it off with a flying sword, so fast. So this was how an S-rank fought. After being stabbed through, its body oozed a blue liquid. Younger brother warned Han Eugene that it was a deadly poison, which not even a Vena potion could cure. Han Eugene rushed over and activated a giant shield. After a finishing slash, his sword blade was rusted. Blood flowed. Han Eugene was dazed. Did that happen because he was trying to protect me? Was that the reason he couldn't fight comfortably? At this moment, his younger brother only blamed Han Eugene for why he was still in the dungeon. Is breaking your leg not enough to wake you up? Don't you see how weak you are? Now look at the outcome. How much longer do I have to clean up the mess you leave behind? I've told you so many times, stop causing trouble and live peacefully. Han Eugene was slightly disappointed. He wondered when they had gone so wrong. Han Eugene suddenly lost control of his emotions. You must be so tired of having a brother who never knows his place. Then why did you come here? There's a much simpler way. Eugene charged straight at the monster, stabbing into it to release the poison. He thought that if he died here, his younger brother wouldn't have to arrange a lavish funeral anymore. Han Eugene believed that when he died, even those in hell would be happy. Seeing his brother in danger, Han Eugene still rushed in without thinking. Blood flowed, and Han Eugene was severely injured. He was shocked to realize when he and his brother had gone wrong. Since their parents died, nothing could replace their sibling bond. The moment Han Eugene tried to call out, Big Brother made him freeze. Yu reminded Han Eugene to listen carefully. Loctus only sleeps once a year, you just need to hide for a few more hours. Use the chance to escape. Han Eugene wondered when his leg was broken, you didn't visit, and you cruelly pushed him away even when he begged. You abandoned him, told him not to cause trouble. So why are you smiling at him like that now? Han Eugene said nothing, only handed his brother a teleportation stone and told him to be happy. Take it and escape from here. You should be the one to use it, not me. Now we need to treat your wounds. But at this moment, doing anything was useless. Han Eugene didn't think he could use it. When the system activated the Nurturer title, Han Eugene realized his younger brother was gone. The supplementary skill of the Nurturer title, Final Repayment, was activated. The strength and skills of the Awakener Han Eugene transferred into his body doubled. At this moment, Han Eugene clearly felt the energy and the pain flowing through him. Han Eugene rose up and made the monster taste the greatest agony in the world. He slashed repeatedly, showing no signs of letting up. Along with the power, Han Eugene's memories flooded his body. The things Han Eugene had long wondered about were gradually revealed. To his younger brother, Han Eugene was a high-rank Awakener, so they were not allowed to be involved with each other. Han Eugene was forced to stay away from his brother, even farther than before, because if the villains knew his brother was Han Eugene's weakness, they would come to harm him. Therefore, Han Eugene thought that even if he had to sever their brotherly bond, he must protect his brother. Han Eugene had once been powerless to protect his brother, flying into a rage every time he was hurt. Those times he wanted to cut ties were when he suffered the most. The only thing he wished for was that his brother would not enter the dungeon anymore. Knowing the whole truth, Han Eugene smiled foolishly like an idiot. Why did you do that? I knew nothing, I only knew how to get in your way. The system announced that the final repayment time had ended. The time was up. Han Eugene would die from Loctus's poison gas. He had no more reason to live. The system called this a miracle. Han Eugene personally killed a dragon, earning the legendary title of Dragon Slayer. The rewards included 10 teleportation stones, 5 grade 1 essences, a great sword of the red line, and a wish stone. Knowing the stone could grant any wish, Han Eugene immediately wished for it to bring his younger brother back. But the system announced the stone could not revive the dead. It could make Han Eugene much stronger than he was. He could become the strongest hunter, a new hero, earning the pride he had once envied. All that glory was not what Han Eugene wanted at that moment. The young man decided to ask the stone to turn back time to before Han Eugene died. He wanted to live a peaceful life, uninvolved with dungeons, returning to before he became an Awakener. Han Eugene thought that even if he would regret it, he still wanted to do it. He was determined not to let this happen again, not even once. In an instant, he had turned back time, sitting on the sofa in the guild room of Han Eugene. Opening his phone, Han Eugene confirmed this was the day he went to the broker. He came here with a large sum of money, not knowing he was about to be cheated and dragged around. Han Eugene thought he could never become someone like his younger brother, but he had a faint realization that it would be soon. Just like the past, Han Eugene appeared, pushed the door open and yelled, "Big brother, how many times have I told you? Don't do things that make you come here." The moment he saw his younger brother, Han Eugene burst into tears because he had really come back. Seeing his brother suddenly hug him, Han Eugene was momentarily surprised. Han Eugene choked up and apologized to his brother. "Han Eugene, I'm sorry. It was all my fault. I was immature. I'm sorry for everything." Han Eugene thought his brother had just caused another incident. The brother still held him, not yet finished speaking. He said he had just thought of it on the way here. "You are 25, no, 20 years old. But you've been through so much alone, handling the guild and dungeons. As your older brother, I should have known what you've been through." He apologized and said he would not cause her any more trouble, and that she should not worry about him too much. Han Eugene was surprised that his brother seemed to have read all his hidden worries. After pouring out his heart, Han Eugene felt relieved, albeit a bit embarrassed for confessing so much to his younger brother. Han Eugene was glad to have prevented the worst, and that no one could ever separate the two brothers. Han Eugene decided to forget everything about hunters and awakened ones and live quietly. But as soon as he finished speaking, the system notified him that he had been registered as an awakened. The legendary titles, Dragon Slayer and Perfect Nurturer, were awarded, activating the skill, "My child is the best," and increasing Han Eugene's growth rate by 100%. Both brothers were extremely moved. Han Eugene could not imagine the two of them being so close and sitting together to eat like this. Before turning back time, they had argued and Han Eugene had left right after. It was good that they had now reconciled. Han Eugene was still curious about the status window, as he did not think he would awaken again. This time everything was completely different as he received a new title. Han Eugene thought it would disappear after he turned back time. If it was rank L, that was a legendary grade even higher than rank S. After checking, he stood frozen for 5 seconds when he received 4 more skills along with the Dragon Slayer title, all at rank L. This meant Han Eugene could resist all skills below rank L, and if facing Loctus, damage against Dragonkind would be doubled. At this moment, Han Eugene realized he had truly become the strongest after turning back time. However, he still wondered whether he was rank S or rank L. Han Eugene's current physical condition was no different from the past, so how could he use those skills? Han Eugene sat down helplessly. As expected, nothing had changed this time either. His dexterity and spirit stats rose to rank E, similar to his previous skills. The Nurturer title was upgraded to rank L and also came with 4 skills. The final Gratitude skill was rank L, but he would rather die than use it. These names were truly strange. The skill My Child is the best promoted to rank L, increasing the growth rate of 1 target in 3 days. Han Eugene would become strong twice as fast as other hunters. With the SS rank skill, My Child is the best. If Han Eugene praised the target in front of 5 people, the stats would increase by a percentage based on the number of people present. If he praised his younger brother in front of 50 people, he would become 1.5 times stronger, and in front of 100 people, the efficiency would reach 100%. Han Eugene thought turning himself into the strongest was merely a matter of time, and even all the hunters in the guild would develop into the strongest guild. If successful, the one behind it all would be Han Eugene. Thinking of that, he flared his nostrils wide, dreaming a power-filled dream. And Eugene stood dumbly, not understanding what was happening, while his older brother rolled around smashing tables and chairs. Eugene received the keyword I love you and guessed it had changed right after he awakened. If he went around saying this keyword, he would surely be arrested for harassment instead of making a splash. The young man was speechless and utterly hopeless, because the skill was amazing but no one could use it. The final skill named Promising Sprout allowed Han Eugene to identify people with awakening potential, and those affected would awaken with the best potential. While the young man was still thinking, his younger brother finished cooking the meal. Since when could the 2 brothers talk so comfortably like this? Han Eugene said the world now had an antidote, but before it did not. It seemed someone had poisoned Han Eugene's food in the past. Ever since he was a mischievous child, no one had paid any attention to Han Eugene. The guilds plotted with corporations to expand their power, but Han Eugene did not participate and declared he would establish his own guild. His younger brother said if he joined a mid-tier guild, things would go more smoothly. Hearing that, Han Eugene lunged forward, squeezed his younger brother's face, and jumped up asking why the kid had not told him anything. Saying this, Han Eugene's face turned sadder, because the relationship between the 2 brothers had troubled his younger brother all this time. Han Eugene had monitored and cut off contact with his brother so they could not find him. Avoiding his brother was just a precaution. Han Eugene blamed his younger brother for not telling him about that matter. Han Eugene did not want his brother to be hurt and thought his brother would have trouble understanding him. Han Eugene was very happy to have turned back time. It was the wisest decision of his life. Before finishing his meal, Han Eugene said he had to go to settle some matters. Before leaving, his younger brother told him to delete contact with that broker, because even if he called, they could no longer answer. Han Eugene broke into a cold sweat, deleted the information, and only hoped his little brother would not be furious. Yu said from now on, he would not be able to leave this place and could live there permanently. Han Eugene was displeased, as he had been moving around normally this morning, but was now grounded by his younger brother. Han Eugene argued that the situation was different, because his brother was by his side. It was no longer as safe as before. The reason he was safe was because his brother had cut ties, but now enemies would target him, and his life could be taken at any moment, so he could not go anywhere, and Eugene could not believe his ears. He jumped up furiously. Just then, the delivery staff arrived and asked him to sign the receipt. The young man was in deep shock and cursed his little brother as a damned madman, and Eugene showed a look of explanation, saying go home was useless. This was his new home. He said there was no problem, that he had repented and loved him very much, and he also said he would look back on everything his brother had done for him up to now. That was the same as allowing his brother to do whatever he wanted to him. And Eugene could not argue back. His face went blank because it was too overwhelming. Accept blame when right, argue when wrong. This move was unpredictable, and Eugene had no choice but to accept it, lying around the house in boredom. The young man concluded this was a side effect of turning back time, but lying around like this forever was not good. And Eugene decided to grab the necessary items and get out of here before his younger brother came back, otherwise he would be stuck forever. Unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped out the door, a tall, burly bodyguard was blocking his way, asking where he thought he was going. Eugene trembled as he greeted him, unable to do anything else. This was the A-rank hunter of the Spiral Abyss, Kim Sung-han, a cousin of Han Eugene with superior defensive skills. His younger brother had even arranged for an A-rank bodyguard to watch over him and prevent his older brother from going outside. Han Eugene felt his body crushed by the pressure from the high-rank hunter. He felt like a herbivore facing a carnivore. At that moment, the system activated its fear effect resistance. The pressure was nullified, and Han Eugene stopped trembling. His eyes looked at the bodyguard like a gentle calf. Han Eugene stood up to confront him. Don't you know the law? I have personal freedom. Imprisonment is a crime. I will call the police to arrest you if you don't let me go. Seeing him being stubborn, he lifted him up and threw him back into the room. Han Eugene was helpless because he could do nothing. Almost all his skills were useless. Suddenly, the promising sprout skill was activated, and he felt this might be useful. Looking at Kim Sung-han, his information appeared: A rank awakening ability, with the potential to rise to S rank in the future. This meant the Spiral Abyss would have 2 S rank members. After checking, he felt embarrassed because the system reported the target was not yet affected by the keyword, "My little one is the best." He could acquire an S rank skill, meaning Han Eugene could change the situation. The answer was influence. If he influenced him, Sung-han would obey and help him gain freedom. For Han Eugene to do that, he had to speak the keyword. Han Eugene stammered out, "I love you." The bodyguard's expression did not change, he just looked speechless. He flatly walked away, ignoring Han Eugene. While he was rolling around on the floor, his younger brother came back and asked if he rested comfortably, but he was exhausted. His younger brother picked him up. "Haven't you packed your things yet? Do you want to live here? I'll set aside a room for you." Han Eugene helplessly let his brother do as he pleased. His younger brother told him to hang in there, that he would let him out soon. But there were many enemies targeting their guild, and when they became stronger, no one would dare touch them. When the Spiral Abyss became the strongest guild in the country, only then could he go outside. Han Eugene cried because that was still far away. It meant he would not be allowed outside for many years. Seeing how pitiful he looked, his younger brother promised to make an exception and take him out a few times. But it was no different from walking a dog. Yu said he couldn't take him out often because the dungeon runs took several days and hunters below B rank couldn't stay by his side. Han Eugene suddenly had an idea. He was always searching for information about hunters and knew who would become high rank. Eugene thought that if he found them early, awakened and nurtured them, and forced them to sign contracts as bodyguards, he could create his own army. Han Eugene said confidently, "If I find an A-rank guardian, then please let me move around freely." His younger brother asked how he would find them, and he replied, "I have my own methods." His younger brother sensed something was wrong and asked, "Han Eugene, have you already awakened? Is this a super skill for finding people or their abilities? When did you awaken? Did you meet that broker group this morning or after meeting me? What kind of skill is it?" Han Eugene cried internally at being exposed, but did not want to tell the truth because he was afraid of being locked up for life if he mentioned a useless skill. He replied that he received a mediocre low-rank skill that only distinguished between the weak and strong and could only awaken 1 person per month. His younger brother judged that if it was only that, then Han Eugene was not a target. There would be a replacement for that skill, the Central Awakening Institute with equipment that had high predictive capabilities. When the institute was completed, everyone could awaken safely, there would be fewer imposters, and the number of people targeting Han Eugene's skill would decrease. He clung to that to deceive his younger brother, insisted the skill was useless, and then asked for a chance to find an A-rank person. And Eugene agreed, but first he had to pack his luggage and move into his younger brother's house. In reality, he had another plan, thinking he would bring back hunters from A rank to S rank and surprise his younger brother. He planned to hire them and decide his own fate. What if he happened to join a guild bigger than the Spiral Abyss? Next day, at the civil registration office of the Korean Hunter Association, Eugene arrived with Kim Sung-han. Everyone murmured in admiration when they saw the Spiral Abyss shield and wondered about the person walking beside him. Everyone looked at Han Eugene with envy for having an A-rank bodyguard escorting him. He must be someone formidable. From today onwards, he was registered under the title F-rank Awakener. So embarrassing, he didn't know where to hide his face. People gossiped. Isn't he an S rank? There's nothing noteworthy about him. What a disappointment. Ignoring the gossip, he went to get equipment. Han Eugene handed him the money, and opening the envelope he saw 1,000,000 won, which stunned him, thinking his younger brother had lost his mind. In the past, he was a reckless guy who raised his younger brother, a young man who had never seen such a large sum of money. Holding the money with confidence, he boldly entered the shopping district to buy high-grade equipment, but only wanted to find something simple, until he saw the dark earrings with magic power plus 29. Only then did he find them to his liking. The gloves boosted strength by 61 and power by 20. The belt increased dexterity by 16. After that, he figured his stats would be at C rank. Indeed, the power of money was different. With the leftover money, he bought a contract and a few potions of poison. As soon as he stepped outside, the bodyguard was already standing there, asking where he had gone, and Eugene was annoyed. "I went shopping in the building. At least let me do these things." Actually, there was one more place he wanted to go, the Ice Witch Yerim, who probably lived nearby, running a barbecue restaurant with her relatives in Zuidu. Even for an A-rank hunter, she was too outstanding. If it was that person, Han Eugene probably would not complain. Yerim awakened 3 years early at age 18, so she was only in high school now. Han Eugene needed to quickly find Yerim to regain his own freedom. When he went to the restaurant to ask about her identity, it seemed none of the staff knew. There were more barbecue places than he thought, and to find her he had to search all the shops here. While wandering around searching, he suddenly spotted Yerim arguing with a boss. After that she ran so fast he could not catch up, even though she was not yet awakened. With a B rank belt, Han Eugene was completely confident he could keep up. He ran like the wind, no one could see his steps or movements. He finally caught up with Yerim. Han Eugene expressed a wish to talk with her for a moment. Yerim thought the difficult uncle had sent him, so she adamantly did not want to go back. Till she almost got hit by a car, and Han Eugene timely rushed out to shield her. Only then did Yerim agree to talk with him. Han Eugene generously invited her to eat barbecue. The girl ate as if starving for a long time, eating so much even Han Eugene was taken aback. Luckily he brought the company card, so his worry lessened somewhat. While stuffing food in her mouth, Yerim answered why she did not eat at the uncle's shop. She said that place was boring, the old uncle should not come wasting money. Not knowing how old he was to be called old uncle all day, Yerim calmly asked Han Eugene about her doubts. She said she heard he was the big brother of the Labyrinth Depths Guild leader, so why come looking for her? He smiled warmly, replying that it was perhaps because he sensed good energy from her. Seeing he was talking nonsense, the girl looked bored and unwilling to engage, thinking she should not trust superstitions. With her mouth still full, she was about to leave, and Eugene had to make up a story that he actually knew her parents. When his parents passed away, her parents helped him a lot. Though it was a bit late, he still wanted to repay the favor. Yerim sighed wearily, said it was fine. Many people pretended to get clothes then stabbed her in the back, so he was nothing special. And Eugene continued to explain that when he came here, he recognized Yerim's innate talent and really wanted to help her. Yerim was still clueless, not understanding what Han Eugene was talking about. What he meant was the ability to awaken. Han Eugene introduced himself as someone who could awaken others. Park Yerim was not ordinary, she could awaken to at least B rank. With the Labyrinth Guild backing him, he could help Yerim become a hunter. Han Eugene immediately proposed making a contract with Yerim. At this the girl suddenly froze. Seeing this attitude, Han Eugene was somewhat certain she would take the bait. Han Eugene continued to show a bit more credibility. He brought out a unique contract made from dungeon byproducts, which amazed and astonished Yerim. All Yerim had to do was sign it. Terms were in agreement with Labyrinth. Always keep Han Eugene's skills secret and protect him for 1 year. After reading, Yerim only asked if he was not embarrassed to be protected by a high school brat like her. Han Eugene was at a loss for words, saying that if she awakened, Yerim would be many times stronger than him. What the girl cared about was whether she could be independent after awakening. That was obvious, because for awakened people, age made no difference. Without much thought, Yerim decided to agree and signed the contract immediately. However, even after succeeding, Han Eugene still wanted her to read all the terms carefully. He instructed Yerim to look closely and ensure every contract clause was reasonable for her age. She was not used to these things, so she still needed a guardian. Yerim suddenly looked annoyed, saying a guardian was useless. If that person exploited her, what good was a reasonable contract? Everyone just uses me anyway. Out of nowhere, her difficult uncle came over shouting loudly. Words like madwoman and slut were all uttered by this uneducated uncle toward his own niece. Han Eugene briefly noticed Yerim's clothes. Now he understood her meaning. She said it would be better if she had no guardian like him. Yerim cried out indignantly, he is a demon. He took all the inheritance from my parents, gave me not a single cent. Even when it stormed, he only gave me cheap umbrellas. Money was scarce, he would not even buy a new one when it broke. I had to walk around with a plastic bag on my head. The customers who heard found it brutal, no different from a cruel person abusing a child. The man felt humiliated, so he flew into a rage, about to lunge at Yerim to hit her. Han Eugene suddenly collapsed to the ground, writhing and crying out as if wronged, even though the man had done nothing yet. He acted so deeply, tears streaming like a professional actor, playing the victim, saying a gentleman uses words not fists. Why did Uncle hit people? I was only trying to protect this girl. You hit that weak high school girl, which is the same as hitting me, right? Falsely accused, the man grew even angrier, grabbing Han Eugene by the collar. The young man tripped him, sending him face first to the floor. On top of that, he hypocritically asked, "Oh my god, uncle must be careful." The soda spilled so the floor is slippery. Han Eugene again pretended to have slipped, making the uncle's face land straight into a bowl of sauce. Then he warned that the man should be ashamed for exploiting a young girl like her. He should be put on trial. If he dared to do anything to the girl again, do not blame him. Seeing this for the first time, Yerim was extremely excited, letting out an ooh, hearing the sound of him hitting the ground like a wrestling match. However, this sound came from outside, not from Han Eugene. A monster had crawled out from a dungeon gate. Kim Sung-han held a sausage but was still shocked, calling out Han Eugene's name to see if he was safe. Everyone fled in chaos. A dungeon break had occurred nearby. Sung-han said everyone should just step back. He would handle this. He activated his A-rank skill with a flick of his hand and unleashed it. And Eugene had no memory of this ever happening. Why did a monster suddenly appear? He began to suspect if a prison break was happening nearby recently. Sung-han charged forward to fight it. He discovered the monster had no main body and was phasing through walls. What the hell was going on? Yerim's shoelace suddenly tightened, causing her to trip and fall. Seeing this, the middle-aged man just abandoned her. Right at that moment, Han Eugene appeared. He blocked with his shield and pulled Yerim by the hand, running toward the evacuation zone. It was the first time Yerim felt genuine care, so she couldn't help but be moved. The shelter was an underground shopping mall. Han Eugene told her to go down there while he stayed behind. In his memories, he had seen this monster before. Though it was not strong when alone, it would become a huge nuisance if not dealt with in one go. Kim Sung-han was a hunter specializing in defense, so he had no area attack skills. From the current situation, it became even clearer he was not suited to fight that monster. Han Eugene decided to find a way to resolve it. Yerim tugged at his sleeve, begging to awaken so she could fight alongside him. But she had not signed a contract yet, so Han Eugene could not let her do that. It was not that simple. Awakening did not mean fighting proficiently. He wanted to awaken her in a safe environment, not like this. With no time left, he only said he would not let a little kid like her fight alone. The adults would do what they could. She should evacuate to a safe place, understood? Before stepping into life and death, Han Eugene thought he had been a hunter for over 5 years. Shouldn't he have found a way to escape even in this situation? When he saw him running over the hunter, Kim Sung-han became even more flustered. Sung-han, please use your skill. He thought it was useless because he could not shield the entire town. Han Eugene asserted that skill was good enough and that he had an idea. Han Eugene and Sung-han stood on the wall observing the situation. After Sung-han used the earthquake, Han Eugene began to move and leap far away. The shield was as solid as a wall. If they surrounded the monster, it would become a giant cage. Among the items Han Eugene had bought at the Hunter Association earlier, there was a grade of poison item for emergencies. If he detonated this inside the barrier and sealed it, he could wipe it out in one blow. A little careless, he looked into the rock crevice and found it empty. The monster had escaped. From the sewer pipe, it lashed out a chain, tightly wrapped around Han Eugene's leg, and flipped him over. Han Eugene was shocked because there were no sewers in the dungeon. Yerim came from somewhere holding an umbrella, ran over, and hit the monster, startling it into releasing Han Eugene. He scolded her for being a mere civilian, daring to risk her life like that. He also forgot he was only a Frank. The uncle and niece ran while blaming each other back and forth. Yerim's action actually had a reason. When Han Eugene saved her, she felt at ease because someone truly protected her. She was also angry for having to rely on others because she was not strong enough. That was the reason Yerim wanted to become stronger. Because she was young, she only knew to pray for someone to protect her. The power to protect herself and decide for herself. That was what Han Eugene said, and she never forgot it. He told her she had the power to do greater things than everyone else. At this moment, Yerim truly wanted to know how strong she was. A deafening explosion sounded. Sung-han panicked, not knowing what just happened. The system announced the skill Frozen Breath had activated, completing the registration of Yerim's awakening. Just like that, Yerim had awakened to S rank. She was astonished by her power and cheered, leaving Sung-han gaping. Behind her at that moment, there was another monster. Yerim accidentally tested her strength and immediately blocked the monster. This was truly S-rank power. Yerim was full of confidence. She offered to handle this part and asked to borrow a weapon from Sung-han. She swung a few basic moves, unleashing her power toward the monster. The skill of the 2-meter shoes was activating. Because she was too excited, Yerim accidentally buried Han Eugene as well. Only then did she come to her senses, apologizing to everyone for being a bit clumsy. In truth, only Han Eugene knew she was a frost witch hunter. But it turned out she was just a little girl with a radiant smile. He had not expected her to awaken like that. If only Yerim had an AoE skill, that would be great. Han Eugene suddenly appeared and declared he would handle everything in just one go. Han Eugene had already been able to incinerate the entire pile of monster remains, despite having made a mistake. When he met his younger brother again, Han Eugene acted normal and cheerfully greeted him. Seeing that, Han Eugene darkened his face, shook his head and said, "What else do you have to say? Do you know how worried I was coming here? This is why I always tell you to stay home. I should really lock you up and throw away the key." To calm his younger brother, Han Eugene introduced the achievement he found today, a freshly awakened S-rank named Park Yerim. Yerim shyly greeted, "It is an honor to meet you." Standing before Han Eugene, Yerim could hardly believe she was facing the guild master of the Abisu Guild. Han Eugene boasted that Yerim had agreed to sign a contract with him. "Are you still worried? I've got an S-rank bodyguard now. But what I am worried about is that she's underage and the guardian issue." Han Eugene quickly replied that he would act as Yerim's sponsor because her uncle was very cruel. Eugene could not believe his ears and had to ask again, "What are you saying? Not just support but sponsorship." Yerim thought support and sponsorship were the same thing. A simple supporter could not intervene in matters. If Yerim signed an unfair contract, they could not protect her. Conversely, a sponsor was the legal guardian of an underage hunter, basically acting as a father or mother figure. Yerim understood and immediately protested, "Mother and father? Like a parent? You do not need to go that far." But Han Eugene could not stand by when he saw that wretched uncle treating his niece so poorly. The decision was entirely Yerim's, but he showed disagreement. "I do not agree because of my brother's safety. I have seen many cases of high-rank awakened bullying their sponsors. An S-rank cannot follow an F-rank like you, big brother. What if this little girl hit him?" Yerim was originally a well-behaved middle school girl, so she felt a bit wronged when she heard that. Han Eugene thought that he himself should be Yerim's sponsor, which was more reasonable than his brother. But Yerim was not pleased, insisting that Han Eugene be her sponsor. They argued back and forth. One side said the schoolgirl would bully his brother. The other argued that the contract clearly stated she had to protect Han Eugene. Han Eugene watched from the sidelines with a headache. They were even fighting over who got to take him. The two S-rank hunters pulled so hard that Han Eugene's bones felt like they were about to separate. At this point, I have to use my big brother authority, Han Eugene said indignantly. Is this how I taught you? The matter of the sponsor is Yerim's right. Why are you interfering? You're the guild master. You should be happy I brought you an S rank. Hearing this, Han Eugene found it reasonable. Seeing his brother calm down slightly, Han Eugene took the chance to add, why stay home in this situation? Are you not planning to deal with it? Sung Han's car is waiting for you. Go do your job, guild master. Han Eugene had no choice but to leave, setting aside the matter. Han Eugene breathed a sigh of relief, finally escaping. Yerim was still upset, because the Abyss Guild Master was different from his image. Han Eugene immediately scolded her sternly, making her so scared her eyes turned blue, and she had to apologize. Sorry, I have trouble controlling my power. Is your shoulder okay? Han Eugene replied reluctantly. Okay, my foot. It just popped out. He did not forget to be carrying, picking up a shoe that had accidentally fallen off and handing it to Yerim. He wanted to help the girl while she could not control her power yet. Looking at the worn and crumpled shoe, Han Eugene could not help but feel distressed. That wretched uncle had let his niece wear such a tattered pair of shoes. Han Eugene wanted to buy Yerim a new pair of shoes. His goodwill had not even spread when a fly landed on Han Eugene's head. Yerim quickly slapped the fly to death, almost taking Han Eugene along with it. He wanted to keep himself busy. Previously, Yerim had asked why he understood what she went through. He too had a difficult time after his parents passed away. Yerim had also gone through a difficult period after losing her parents. He wished he had had a reliable support to lift up his two brothers at that time. Han Eugene confided that even if he was not reliable, he was still willing to do his best. Yerim, however, thought Han Eugene was very reliable. Even though he was an adult asking a middle school girl to protect him, she just hoped Han Eugene would take good care of her, because he was her only sponsor in the world. A shock occurred when Han Eugene got another chance to express himself. Maybe not as much as your parents, but Yerim, I love you. It was just a polite keyword, but the little girl understood it differently. Because of that, the system announced that S-rank Park Yerim was affected by the keyword. All was peaceful when that wretched uncle ran over, putting on a worried face. Where are you, child? I was so worried. Did you really awaken? I heard awakened people earn a lot of money. He kept asking over and over whether Yerim had truly awakened. When she said she was S-rank, he got excited and dreamed of a future full of money. Hearing Yerim announce she would move out and sign a contract with Han Eugene, he went crazy. He said she was only 15 and had no right to move out on her own. Han Eugene had to step in. According to the special law, a hunter can become self-sufficient from the age of 15. Why did you hit someone instead of using words? You used to hit the middle school girl like this before too, right? He also said he would collect evidence from the restaurant to sue him. He warned that if he approached Yerim again, he would expose everything. The old man lost his composure and intended to attack Han Eugene. Yerim could no longer stand by. She activated her power. Although a fake awakened could not harm civilians, Yerim was now completely different. She gave a dirty smile and stepped forward, saying, I do not know what you are talking about. Are you pushing this uncle away and falling down yourself? The old uncle at that moment felt like he was standing before a ferocious beast, not the gentle niece from before. Even Han Eugene, standing before this killing intent, had to activate his fear resistance. Yerim exploded, venting all her pent-up resentment. You know it, you are not worthy of my gratitude. What kind of guardian are you? I cannot even afford a decent umbrella. I just want you to pay for what you have done, Nadao said as he crumpled the piece of fabric. Though she felt wronged, she eventually decided to let it go, because at this moment she saw everything as trivial. A despicable bastard like you is not worth her concern. Before he left, Yerim warned him, just keep being a worthless person to me. If you do not stay in your place and still hinder me or provoke Uncle Han Eugene, I will not let it slide. After her defiant attitude, Yerim ran over to show off. I followed that uncle's example. Did I do well? Han Eugene suddenly realized he needed to set a good example for children. Back home, Han Eugene made his brother hand over the items he had bought yesterday. Han Eugene was shocked. What? You mean the items in the Hunter shopping mall? I thought I could spend all the money. The thing Han Eugene mentioned was the black poison bone. He was startled, wondering how his younger brother had found out. Eugene looked at the black poison for a while, then rushed over and hugged his brother tightly. It turned out he thought his brother bought it to commit suicide, afraid that if he was taken hostage by an enemy, he would use it to avoid being exploited. Han Eugene had not thought of that, but still enthusiastically expressed, You think too much about me, but do not use these things anymore, okay? No matter what happens, I will come to save you. Han Eugene did not have time to explain any further. He bought it to sneak off and clear a dungeon alone, but he could not say that he had S-rank poison resistance. The misunderstanding understanding grew deeper. Han Eugene asked if the matter with Yerim was settled. The day before, team leader Seok had visited the house. That despicable uncle tried to hold on to her, but he had taken millions from Yerim's inheritance for his own business. He signed a contract promising not to approach or contact Yerim again. In exchange, Han Eugene would not sue and even gave him extra money, so he would definitely not cause trouble. Han Eugene thought Yerim's inheritance was too large, but she did not want to be involved with them anymore, so she accepted. And Eugene said she was probably used to her stats by now. Yerim even trained all night. The room was designed for S rank, so Yerim could use it freely without worry. That said, the moment she arrived, he saw the room was completely wrecked. It was indeed impossible to predict. It was clearly said to be designed for S rank, yet it turned out like this. As soon as he walked in, he saw Yerim training vigorously. Nadao stomped hard, activating a skill that shook the earth and sky. Han Eugene was affected to the point of being unable to move. The young man's face turned pale and he fainted. When he woke up, looking at the girl in front of him, he could not recognize Yerim at all. She had cut her hair and completely changed her style. It turned out Abyss had changed Yerim's style because she would be going to the Hunter Association later. His aura was no different from an energy drink commercial model. Yerim had filled out the application to become a hunter and just checked her skills. Han Eugene was curious about the type of skill Yerim just used. First was the ice attribute skill called Frost Breath, which Han Eugene had seen before. She could also float up and move short distances with her shoes. Shadowless Brush was a pen skill with a wide area of effect, boosting stats and attribute skill effects. It absorbed enemy shadows, slowing them down and increasing pen power based on the number absorbed. She had become stronger by absorbing the surrounding power, which was why the training room was blown apart. However, there was still the ultimate skill, White Death, a skill that could extract information from death. Anyway, it was rather unlucky. Yerim also found it strange because she should have had an attack skill. Han Eugene told her to hide White Death from now on. When registering, she did not need to reveal all her skills. Hide a few more of your tricks. Just record the pen effect for Shadowless Brush and the flight effect for the shoes. Leaving it at this level is fine. At some point, Yerim had been looking at Han Eugene with eyes full of affection. He was like an expert. This kid kept getting excited about his brother, so the dandy Han Eugene felt a bit jealous. He's good because he took care of me. Please keep your distance. And so they argued back and forth, forcing Han Eugene to step in and mediate. ABCD was welcomed like a superstar everywhere they went. The swarm of reporters surrounded them when the S-Class rookie Yerim appeared. She was the 8th S-Class combat hunter in their country. According to the media, she had 3 starting skills. Han Eugene stood behind watching, immensely proud because Yerim was doing very well. Sung Han secretly studied the situation and said helplessly, "If it's gonna be like this, why don't you go with her? She's really upset." Han Eugene explained that he had unpleasant memories with crowds, but Yerim would not be sad for long. Han Eugene thought that after becoming famous and living a luxurious life, she would not even spare him a glance. However, everything had changed too much compared to the previous life. A cold, arrogant Yerim in the future no longer existed, replaced instead by a confident high school hunter who always wore a smile. Explosion a few days ago also never happened in the past, and Eugene wondered if it was okay for the future to change this much. After worrying for a while, he shook his head to regain his composure. Good things will be fine. Now that she was at the association, he decided to find more talents, even F or E ranks. After all, the young man knew it was hard to find another S-Class by chance. There was no way a high-rank hunter would be lurking around here. And Eugene suddenly ran off because he had discovered something. He originally turned back time to save his younger brother. If he could help Yerim and his brother become better. And furthermore, if a gem buried in obscurity appeared right before Han Eugene's eyes, then his skill might have been given to help that gem shine. The young man ran out, grabbing the hand of a stranger. He was the Awakener Jimayang Wu, current rank F, with an awakening potential rank also F. His optimal starting skill could awaken to SS rank. Han Eugene used his old trick to strike up a conversation, acting as if he had known Mayang Wu for a long time. He said it had been a while and introduced himself as Han Eugene. Seeing Mayang Wu's bewildered look, Han Eugene kept up his friendly demeanor. He reassured him that it was fine, saying it was hard to recognize someone after a long time. In reality, Han Eugene did not know Mayang Wu at all. Using his eye of perception to scan skills, he discovered an S-rank skill called Golden Furnace Master. Just by looking at the name, he could tell it was a skill for crafting equipment. An SS-rank craftsman could create items worth billions. An awakened with such a skill might not appear even in 5 years. For Han Eugene, meeting Mayang Wu today was like hitting a huge jackpot. Seeing Mayang Wu's difficult situation, Han Eugene figured out how to recruit him. He asked if Myung-woo was doing okay, then asked if he had awakened. Myung-woo replied that he had only awakened at F rank. They said if he registered as a hunter, he would receive 1,000,000 won. Han Eugene enthusiastically said what a coincidence he was also F rank and invited him to learn the basics together. But Myung-woo seemed unenthusiastic because he had only come to receive the allowance. The problem was that he would have to pay for the lessons, and learning was useless for an F rank. At that moment, he was truly destitute. Seizing on this weakness, Han Eugene lured Myung-woo to the guild, promising that the lessons would definitely be free. Before he could finish speaking, Sung-han grabbed him by the scruff. He reminded him that only members could guide new recruits. The moment he saw Sung-han, Myung-woo's limbs began to tremble. Even while dangling in the air, Han Eugene kept chattering when he saw Myung-woo looking at Sung-han with admiration. He said the Abyss Guild Master was actually his younger brother. After hearing that, Myung-woo felt as if Han Eugene was shining brilliantly. Han Eugene confidently replied that it was the effect of power. He persuaded him, saying he would put in a good word with the guild. He even lent him equipment. Seeing Myung-woo still hesitating, Han Eugene grabbed his hand enthusiastically and told him not to think about it anymore. Just accept it, because you are a good person, so I want to help. Is that okay? You deserve to be treated kindly. Hearing those words, Myung-woo was so moved that he burst into tears. By the way, Han Eugene bought him a coffee at an expensive shop to calm him down. Myung-woo still could not contain his emotions, sobbing and saying it had been a long time since someone had accompanied him and spoken such kind words. Since he was young, Myung-woo had been very dexterous and had received many rewards. But as he grew up, his parents said those things were useless. Everyone advised him to stop fooling around and study. From then on, everything went downhill. Myung-woo was a poor student, got low university scores, could not find a job, and was abandoned by his family. By the time he came to his senses, he was buried in debt. He became a failure with nowhere to go. Hearing this, Han Eugene deeply sympathized because he had also experienced that feeling. Even though the world had changed, nothing was different for Han Eugene. People were divided by rank. Only those with combat or healing skills were welcomed. If not, you were just an F rank in this society. Han Eugene wondered if that had happened to Myung-woo. He would never have been able to use his talent and would have lived his entire life in despair. Now it was fine. Han Eugene had managed to recognize it and was ready to heal that wound. He pulled himself together and told Myung-woo not to be discouraged. Even if no one saw your value, it was fine, because this world was already hard to live in. Be confident and love yourself, because I also love you very much, my dear friend. As soon as he finished speaking, the system notified him that the awakened Myung-woo had been affected by the keywords. Eugene thought everything was going smoothly, but unexpectedly, the personnel director of Abyss stepped in to stop him. He did not want a stranger to receive the authority to guide new recruits. Even though Han Eugene pleaded, he still said that the guidance for new recruits was a reference document and could not be handed over to some piece of trash with an unknown identity. Hearing this, Han Eugene flew into a rage. He snapped, how dare he call Myung-woo trash? Han Eugene still earnestly begged and insisted that Myung-woo was a person with potential. The personnel director acknowledged that Han Eugene had a good eye, having once recruited the outstanding Yerim, but that could have just been a coincidence. He said he did not understand what Han Eugene was doing. Just a few days ago, he had been scammed, and now he was trying to flatter the guild master for personal gain and demanding trust from everyone. Seeing Han Eugene humiliated for his sake, Myung-woo could not hold back and ran off sobbing loudly. Han Eugene was unwilling to give up and planned to ask his younger brother directly. Seeing this, Myung-woo just smiled and said it was enough that someone had said he had value. Thanks to Han Eugene, he had gained the will to live. Myung-woo promised he would not be discouraged anymore and would do his best. There was a place that promised to provide jobs for F ranks like him. As soon as he finished speaking, a car full of gangsters stopped and shouted, Myung-woo, have you become a hunter yet? Hurry up and pay your debt. Myung-woo cheerfully got into the car, promising to contact Han Eugene again if he earned some money. Han Eugene sensed something was wrong. He quickly opened the door before the gangsters could abuse Myung-woo. He asked them if they were loan sharks and where they were taking Myung-woo. They glared at him and asked what it had to do with him. Han Eugene quickly replied, I want to go with him. So he ended up sitting in the middle of a bunch of thugs. Han Eugene exclaimed that Myung-woo had borrowed money from some terrifying guys. It turned out the bank would not lend to Myung-woo. Myung-woo wondered why Han Eugene had come along when he had no debt. One of the thugs sitting next to him glared and asked Myung-woo if he knew this guy. Was he also an awakened? Han Eugene replied that he was F rank. He introduced himself as Myung-woo's childhood friend and that they had met again at the Hunter Association. Hearing about the F rank matter, he got curious and followed along. They laughed gleefully, thinking they were about to get another tasty prey. They suggested, friend, come with us to the Stone Pagoda Tower dungeon. You know, no guild accepts F ranks, right? But we are very happy that you are joining. Han Eugene was excited and surprised. They added that because he was a friend of Myung-woo, they would let him come along. Han Eugene agreed without hesitation. By the way, since he was already playing dumb, he might as well go all the way. He even added a few compliments that made them tremble with delight. He thought they were tough guys to get close to, but who knew knew they were handsome and good-natured. Han Eugene immediately recognized this as a mining contract. In the past, he had been a victim of this contract. They would push low-level, unarmed people, forcing them to mine while the real members went hunting. The contract was unfair, taking 70 to 80% of the protection fee. Even so, getting injured or dying from monsters was still very common. It seemed correct. In the future, Wu would die from being exploited in a place like this, unable to showcase his talent. On the way, they kept telling Han Eugene that he only needed to pick up a few valuable items to get rich. Since he was acting, he acted thoroughly. With an innocent, naive expression, Han Eugene showed enthusiasm for the easy, high-paying job. But inside, he was furious and silently cursed them as a bunch of swindlers. They finally arrived, stopping in front of a building named the Hope Miscellaneous Errand Service. Han Eugene kept complimenting them. The building was a bit old, but he said he could feel the hope. The office on the second floor must be very sunny. Before he could finish speaking, a guy from behind kicked Han Eugene straight in the back, making him choke on his saliva. They not only kicked him but also continuously beat Wu. Now that we are here, the thugs start showing their true colors. I regret that you have no debts and are still dragged into this, but blame yourself for walking right into the trap. You had a choice when you came, but there is no such thing when you leave. Wu was crying pitifully at this moment, continuously apologizing to Han Eugene. They began to force Han Eugene to sign a contract, offering to give him 20% of the earnings after deducting the fee. This was a contract for awakened individuals. They warned that if he violated it, the consequence would be a D-rank curse. Han Eugene softly said that he wanted to ask for one thing. He wanted to compare his contract with Wu's, because if the terms were the same, it would not be fair. He was not indebted like him. Hearing that, they burst in laughter, saying he was quite clever. Before making a decision, we should check carefully. Here is the contract, take a look. Holding the contract, Han Eugene was startled to see that Wu was exploited to receive only 10%. Basically, this was a slave contract, and Eugene calmly tore the paper in half. How dare someone exploit and treat my Wu like this? The gangsters were panicked. The system reported the D-rank curse was activated for breaking the contract. The D-rank curse was nullified thanks to multiple curse resistance skills. Han Eugene did not hold back and kicked the leader square in the face. Only then did they realize that Han Eugene did not seem to be a low rank. The remaining thugs also charged forward in a bloodthirsty rage. Han Eugene immediately picked up the phone and called Sung Han. Call lasted 25 minutes, and right on cue, Sung Han appeared. The moment Sung Han appeared, it was as if he swept everything away. In an instant, he sent each of them flying with his strikes. The thing was, the moment he got into the car, Han Eugene had immediately made the call. Sung Han was also very smart. Just by hearing it, he understood the situation. Furthermore, Han Eugene had accurately described the location, so it was very easy for Sung Han to find it. Anyone who stood in his way, that person was as good as dead. Seeing how strong Sung Han was, those thugs picked up a very sharp knife, planning to stab him from behind. However, these petty thugs were nothing. That knife only managed to cut Sung Han's shirt. Without saying much, Sung Han simply snapped his fingers. You should have used a weapon that can at least handle A rank. Only then did they realize that Sung Han was a member of the Abyss Guild. At that moment, Sung Han ordered them to kneel, and they had to obey. After confirming that Wu and Han Eugene were not injured, Sung Han asked what should be done with these thugs. Han Eugene was still hesitant, because of the saying that a blood debt must be repaid with blood. Han Eugene handed them an S-rank contract and forced them to sign it. Just by glancing at the terms, the leader was stunned. We have to pay 90% of the profits for 50 years? Are you even human? Han Eugene kicked him straight in the face in place of the accusations from the innocent victims. He angrily cursed them as scum, because they thought it was fine for low-rank people to die. They had exploited pitiful people like cheap commodities, because if they promised to guide them into the dungeon, many low-rank individuals would come. Once again, Han Eugene exploded with rage. I understand that rank is important, but they are still human beings. But you murderous dogs, now it is time for you to taste the same pain they felt. That will make you realize your crimes. But I do not want to do anything other than throw you into a high-rank dungeon. At this moment, the leader finally spoke up to apologize, begging Han Eugene to go easy on them. They claimed that a 50-year contract was a bit too much, so they begged him to have mercy. Once again, Han Eugene flashed a very bright smile. Good, since you have realized your mistake. So you will gladly accept your punishment, right? Finally, Han Eugene handed that group over to the Hunter Federation, then left with Wu. Sung Han immediately contacted Han Eugene about how to handle the gang's assets. All of their revenue would be used to compensate the victims. He would submit a separate report on this matter later. Wu was still too emotional over what Han Eugene had done for him, so he lost his composure and sobbed uncontrollably. After returning, Han Eugene immediately went to coax After a while of acting spoiled, he secured the dormitory room thanks to his status as Yerim's guardian. This room was specially reserved by Han Yujin for Myung-woo. It was originally just a cheap dorm room, but it sparkled like a luxury apartment, even having 4 rooms. Outsiders were not allowed to stay in this dormitory, but helpers were an exception. Han Yujin immediately thought of a way, having Myung-woo stay after the training by pretending to be his helper. To avoid misunderstandings, Han Yujin emphasized that it was only in name and Myung-woo would not have to do any work at all, because it might take Myung-woo quite a long time to recover. That guy was truly a crybaby. Hearing Han Yujin say that, he burst into tears again and rushed over. Myung-woo was so tired that the moment his head hit the pillow, he could sleep straight through until morning. His sleep, he even said, "Leave all the housework to me. Do you want to shower first? Or eat dinner first? Or let me..." Indeed, Han Yujin's enthusiasm had truly tamed Myung-woo. Witnessing this scene, Han Yujin felt relieved and went to his own place to get his things. He guessed that when his younger brother found out he had moved, a fight would definitely break out. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Sung-han standing imposingly outside. But today, he was here for something else, not to manage him. Sung-han reminded Han Yujin that he didn't need to do anything extra, just follow him. Sung-han took Han Yujin to a bar. As soon as he saw an employee, Sung-han stared intently and asked, "You know Min?" The employee nearly broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly said he would take them to a quiet place. The customers here all looked at them with suspicious eyes, thinking they must be there to collect debts. Finally, they stopped in front of a lavish dining table. Han Yujin wondered why the employee had brought him to a place frequented only by teenagers. Actually, this was a place suggested by Hunter Minui from the Abyss Guild. She was around Han Yujin's age and said it was a famous spot to hang out with friends. Sung-han, with a face as tense as if he were about to kill someone, said, "Please don't feel pressured, just relax." Han Yujin asked why Sung-han had brought him here. It was then that Sung-han confessed, "I wanted to apologize to you as soon as possible. Truth is, I've been untrustworthy for a long time. I've always been a stumbling block in the guild leader's way. But it seems I misjudged you. You are a good person, Han Yujin." Hearing this, Han Yujin felt extremely baffled. Sung-han was very grateful that he had done his utmost to come back and help him during the dungeon incident, also for gaining Yerim's trust when signing the contract and handling matters in the miniature garden that could become issues later, and also for saving his friend Myung-woo despite the danger. At this point, Sung-han truly saw Han Yujin as a trustworthy person. Han Yujin thought he couldn't miss the opportunity to strengthen his bond with Sung-han. If he used this chance and then used the keyword, it would be a very solid plan. He immediately adjusted his bewildered expression, showing the utmost friendliness. Tonight would be the time for him to influence Sung-han. Sung-han continued to praise, "I was also very impressed with how you handled today's situation. Had you been planning for those awakening drug traffickers for days?" Han Yujin put on a dangerous look. "Of course I had some things I wanted to investigate. The problem was that doing so was extremely dangerous." However, Han Yujin thought his younger brother wouldn't just stand by and watch, but they were caught faster than expected. Han Yujin had been worrying too much about him. Sung-han confided that he didn't have parents. His grandfather raised him. After growing up, he always visited his grandfather every holiday. Sung-han awakened when protecting his grandfather from a shock in a dungeon. Guild leader Han Yujin helped Sung-han a lot until he passed away. He was afraid Han Yujin would misunderstand. Sung-han emphasized, "The guild leader truly understands the importance of family. Please don't think badly of him, even if he sometimes worries a bit too much." After that, they drank a lot of alcohol. Han Yujin tried to seize the opportunity to ask about Sung-han's keyword while pretending to be drunk. Regardless, Han Yujin really did drink a lot. The time had come he had to act deeply, pretending to foam at the mouth. In his heart, he wondered why he wasn't getting drunk, probably due his poison resistance skill. Han Yujin wanted to turn off the poison resistance skill because he didn't want to reveal anything embarrassing while sober. The system notified that the poison resistance skill had been turned off. His face changed completely, turning bright red. Drunkenness hit him all at once, and he completely collapsed. When he woke up, he found himself lying peacefully in bed. In front of him was Sung-han staring at him intently. He reminded Han Yujin that basic education started today, so he needed to prepare. He was curious why Sung-han was already there early in the morning. The plan seemed to have worked, but why were they together in the morning? Sung-han continued with a dangerously probing question. "Do you remember what happened last night? I want to see how much you recall from being drunk." Thousands of thoughts raced through Han Yujin's mind. In the midst of his hesitation, Sung-han handed Han Yujin some seaweed juice to cure his hangover. He was even attentive enough to massage Han Yujin's feet. He even enthusiastically gave Han Yujin a chamber pot for convenience when going to the bathroom. The previous night, while drunk, Han Yujin confessed his love to Sung-han 30 times. Sung-han was not only not bothered but also found it very amusing. This reminded him of his grandfather in the past, who also said he loved him a lot every time he was drunk. When he woke up, Sung-han had been influenced by the keyword and changed so much. Han Eugene made him feel like he was beside his grandfather. Therefore, he tried his best to take care of Han Eugene attentively. He also promised not to say weird things in front of others and was always ready to come and take care of Han Eugene. Han Eugene suddenly realized this was the effect of total nurturing. The loving words had inadvertently reminded them of the person who raised them, like what Yerim and Myung-woo had done to Han Eugene. Only then did he understand why they treated him so well. They truly regarded Han Eugene as the person who raised them. For Han Eugene, this effect was even stronger because he had once nurtured them. Yerim woke up wanting to see Han Eugene, and seeing Myung-woo clinging to the uncle, she felt jealous. Han Eugene thought the nurturing skill, though not powerful, had the effect of making others obey unconditionally. He wondered why the system had given him something so dangerous. The system also had the ability to activate the poison resistance skill. A few days later, Myung-woo became a true homemaker, with his cooking skills improving day by day. During the meal, Han Eugene told Yerim that one day she would also be able to go down into the dungeon like Sung-han and get on TV. Yerim was very excited. She said she would definitely defeat the monsters in the dungeon, collect magic to become rich, and buy a large villa. Then the uncle could come live with her and abandon that Myung-woo guy. And Eugene only hoped the two of them could become closer and stop arguing. And Eugene felt helpless and decided to go out. When he opened the door, he saw Seok Simeon appear and announce that the new hunter training course would start today. There was a change of plans. They had to learn basic practical skills before studying theory. The condition to pass the practical test was very simple: defeat the monsters. After hearing this, Han Eugene, Yerim, and Myung-woo all fell silent. The most panicked person at this moment was actually Han Eugene, even though this was just a basic training exercise. Wasn't it just defeating each monster once? Simeon said this was just a practical class to get them used to facing monsters. Yerim was the only one excited, even planning to bring one home to grill. She should not be so optimistic as to charge straight at the monster like that. Someone thought letting newbies face this many monsters in a basic course was very dangerous, but Simeon was not worried about that at all. In fact, he was worried that the other two would have no monsters to fight because Yerim had handled them all. After quickly dispatching the horde of monsters, Yerim stacked them up into a Christmas tree. However, one monster survived and was charging towards Myung-woo. Myung-woo was very timid and could only run for his life. By the time the monster was about to catch up to him, Han Eugene had protected him from behind. These monsters were F-rank, named Rat Fangs, and only attacked in a straight line due to poor vision. To deal with them, one just needed to thrust straight forward to win. While Han Eugene dealt with the monsters, Simeon stood on the sidelines watching his every move. He wanted to see how that man would react in this situation. He was very professional when killing monsters, and his contract with Yerim was also suspiciously professional, as if hiding some secret. Myung-woo nervously looked at the monster, but Han Eugene confidently declared that even though it was only a franc, standing in front of this thing was nothing. It was as if he was already an experienced hunter. After hearing Myung-woo's words, he sobered up and realized that killing monsters at this moment was indeed very suspicious. Han Eugene was forced to pretend to be an inexperienced hunter so as not to hurt Myung-woo's pride. From a hero facing the monster, he did a 180-degree turn, timidly screaming, "Oh, I'm so scared." Hearing this, Yerim had to rush over to save him. Simeon was intently watching the developments when he felt utterly disappointed. He must be getting old. Everything ended that way after they got through the trial. Myung-woo and Han Eugene looked miserable, only Yerim was full of energy. She said, "I used my skills until I was satisfied. I want to do another round." Myung-woo dragged his battered body along, crying because clearly Han Eugene was the one bitten, yet he was the one who helped him. From this situation, it was evident that Myung-woo was really not suited for fighting. After the training session ended, Simeon gave some praise, but it was unclear if it was praise or an insult. "You all did a good job." Although Yerim was already so good she didn't need further training, I thought the other two were hopeless. Han Eugene, upon hearing this, was indignant and said he would go tell his younger brother to get back at him. He announced that from tomorrow, theory lessons would begin as scheduled, taught by Professor Hayan. She was young and beautiful yet already a professor, truly a peak performer. Han Eugene recognized her immediately as an expert in research on the portals. She was a young genius who had been to America and discovered the origin of the portal's formation. The name everyone called her, famous worldwide, was Dr. Outside. However, no one called her by that name anymore. Right after meeting, Hayan praised Han Eugene. "You have quite a bit of knowledge. I have heard information about you from team leader HG." Now Han Eugene realized that these two people shared the same surname. Hayan had personally strived to enter the abyss and was staying in the border world to conduct research. After being shaken hands with by a beautiful girl, Han Eugene felt his romantic luck had arrived. The young man's small heart fluttered for the first time. In another corner, Han Eugene and Sung Han were still inside the dungeon. Sung Han could not even sense any sign of life here. This terrifying dead monster was the fire god. It had died when it could do nothing against love. Beneath the mother's corpse was a young fire god cub. The moment the dungeon first appeared in the world was akin to when the 7 primitive humans discovered fire. He was both anxious and curious, focusing to observe. As the dungeon gradually sank into oblivion, successive explosions occurred, and monsters began to appear from the cracks. The dungeon explosion and dungeon shock occurred simultaneously when the dungeon detonated. However, many awakeners had appeared and began to fight despite the danger. Many new elements and technical methods were improved using magic stones as an energy source. Humanity quickly adapted to the change. Each city began to build hunter corporations to control the awakeners. The majority of hunters were linked to corporations and guilds when working. S-rank hunters were linked to national enterprises to form large guilds. That was what Haiyan taught the newcomers. After hearing all this, Han Eugene was a bit moved. He began to speak further about awakeners. Their levels were determined based on stats and skill rank. Eugene thought that although she taught very well and clearly, this syllabus was compiled 5 years ago, so it was somewhat no longer accurate. Skills only changed based on aptitude and environment. Seeing Han Eugene spacing out, Haiyan curiously asked if something was wrong. You have the exact same look as her major professor. You are showing that expression because you found something wrong, right? It seemed Haiyan had grasped the issue. Han Eugene then scratched his head and replied, "It is just my thought, but is it not a bit wrong to say skills only manifest in danger to protect someone? There are still many awakeners who manifest skills even without fighting. So, I think self-protection is not the main reason. Dungeons always explode anytime, anywhere, so they are often in danger. I am wondering if there are other factors affecting skill formation." Hearing this, Haiyan also fell into thought. The existence of devils, also called monsters, entities that only appeared in fairy tales, had become reality since the dungeon appeared. Most of them were targets of conquest expeditions. However, occasionally someone tamed them into mounts. Mounts were extremely valuable because high-level dungeons were very vast, and possessing them would grant an advantage. It might also have fire resistance, so it would be a waste to ignore it. Going home, Han Eugene talked about this with his younger brother and affirmed it would be perfect if it became a pet. The younger brother was briefly stunned but also hesitated and found his brother right. Han Eugene added, "Even if you plan to find another one, would it be able to withstand your fire-based skills?" A first high-level mount appeared with fire resistance. If tamed properly, it would bring unrivaled power and huge benefits to Han Eugene. What Han Eugene was pondering now was how to tame it. With a very confident expression, Han Eugene declared he would start with food. Feeding it well would surely earn points. Han Eugene began to think about the food he would prepare. They ate monster meat, but only if it was mixed with magic stones. So each meal required a C-rank magic stone, each costing up to $10. Sparkling magic stone bits spread over the processed monster meat, filled with love and money. In an instant, a high-grade monster meal was made. Even if fed only once a day, it cost $300 a month, $3.6 million a year. If fed 3 times, it would cost $10 million a year. Just thinking about it was exhausting. However, Han Eugene said he would pay for the food, so his brother should restrain himself. Han Eugene wondered if this adorable thing would understand the keyword "I love you." Even though the keyword was cheer up, Han Eugene still had to convey it to it for it to be effective, so each time he fed it, he would say "I love you." The first step was to make the beast like him. Plan was to play with it after feeding it to get acquainted. Han Eugene used a B-rank rope. The young man thought that with his part-time experience at a veterinary clinic, all pets would like him and he could play tug of war. And so a life-or-death tug-of-war broke out, and Eugene used his final tactic. While it was going crazy, he slipped on the collar. Suddenly, from a wild beast, it became extremely docile. The system notified that the perfect babysitter title was increasing the effect of the owner's collar. Target already liked you. The little beast just turned into an ultra-cute tamarind seed pet. And Eugene was also surprised because he had never seen it act so adorably. Han Eugene was worried for his brother that he would get bitten because, after all, it was a monster. He quickly pulled his hand away and got bitten flat on the face. And Eugene took the opportunity to teach his new pet that biting people was bad because biting people was wrong. Its eyes sparkled in response to the owner's request. Only then did Han Eugene feel at ease. "Well, it is fine, brother. Glad it is not violent towards you. Take good care of it. Even if it cannot be a mount, at least it will protect you." Han Eugene was thus extremely excited because tamed monsters were better than brainwashed people. Han Eugene was already imagining a scenario. If successful, he would tame a bunch of young monsters and keep them by his side. At that time, his title would be Monster Tamer. Just thinking about it made the young man shiver with excitement. However, Han Eugene seemed to have no intention of keeping it at his younger brother's place. He used the excuse that his brother's dorm was quite spacious. The young man man used this to live alone because if he stayed with his brother, he would surely be imprisoned again. Suddenly seeing his younger brother's face show extreme sadness, Han Eugene was also a bit bewildered. Han Eugene found it really difficult. The two brothers had finally reconciled. He knew his older brother had his own life, but he still wanted to live together like the old days. Eugene remembered the words Sung Han once said. He understood the importance of bloodline well, even though his brother thought his younger sibling worried too much. Please try to understand him. Han Eugene walked over, patted his younger brother on the head, and said he guessed it wasn't his fault. He didn't say he was moving out for good, but would stay at both places and come by here often. If he thought about it carefully, the fault lay with his skill and the state of this world. He would play with him a lot right after finishing the training course. Eugene realized he hadn't spent time with his younger brother in a while, so he invited him out for a drink one evening after completing the dungeon internship. If the world were still at peace, the two brothers would probably be sharing cans of beer while living under one roof. Now it was time to name this monster. Han Eugene would call it Peace, because he hoped the world would be full of love and peace. The next day, in front of the dungeon gate, Han Eugene and Yerim appeared. As soon as he saw him, he was startled and escaped. Han Eugene said he was really looking forward to today, and asked his older brother to take care of him. Han Eugene was so embarrassed at this moment that he could only lower his head. Today, Han Eugene came to personally help Hunter Yerim in her first dungeon confrontation. He wanted to guide the new S-rank Hunter through her first dungeon, as his duty as a senior and guild master. Yerim was smiling on the outside, but her heart was breaking, her face drenched in tears. Only then did Han Eugene understand how his sibling promoted his own image. The media reported on the perfect combination. The two possessed opposite fire and ice attributes, had Myung-woo crafting equipment, and Kim Sung-han with his S-rank self-defense skill. Truly a super quartet. Han Eugene was already looking forward to it just by looking. The equipment was rented for free, to be returned after clearing the dungeon. A big guild truly did not disappoint. All the items here were extremely good, and Eugene thought that in the future, Myung-woo would surely be able to craft things 10,000 times better. Han Eugene told Myung-woo not to be afraid, just pick the best item. The higher the item's quality, the longer it could withstand durability. Myung-woo wanted to take more recovery potions, but it wouldn't be free if he wasn't an official guild member, and Eugene told Yerim to take all of that under her name and give it to Myung-woo. While at it, pick out a few more weapons too. And Eugene told Yerim to focus on her skill, choose something suitable for her physique, and not pick something as grotesque as the one she was holding. Even while being interviewed by reporters, Han Eugene still paid attention to his older brother's every move, and saw it was exactly as team leader Seok said. Yu Aileen was far too experienced for a new hunter. The young man standing there thought about his older brother, a continuous smile on his lips. The media also managed to capture this moment. In front of them was the gate leading down to the Obsidian Dungeon, a D rank, a fairly safe low level. The gate would close 1 hour from the time of entry, and would not reopen until the boss was defeated or the hunters inside were eliminated. Han Eugene brought out a stone and said it could be used to escape in an emergency. This was a rare item, difficult to find in this country. Before he even finished speaking, he saw his older brother in a daze. Han Eugene remembered the feeling of being treated like a nuisance and just running in circles around the dungeon. It felt like only yesterday, but now it was different. He was no longer drowning in debt, and he was no longer being deducted points either. Han Eugene could never have dreamed, even in his wildest dreams, that he was entering a dungeon with his sibling and the people who cared about him. The dark past would be no more and would never happen again. As soon as he stepped into the dungeon, the first sight was truly amazing, like another world. Eugene demanded that everyone be serious. No matter how beautiful the scenery, they weren't here to play. Don't think it was like going on a nature trip. Behind that beauty was a bunch of terrifying monsters waiting right before their eyes. Han Eugene slashed with his sword, an extended beam of light blasting the mountain range apart. Yerim stood there naively, complaining about the impact on the environment, not knowing Han Eugene did it because he detected the monsters hiding. In fact, the first thing to do when entering a dungeon was to ensure safety. No one knew what the situation was like or if there were monsters hiding, so the strongest person always went first and cleared everything out. Only then did Yerim start to get impatient. This was exactly the consequence for those who slacked off on their studies. Currently, the promotion condition was when Yerim obtained an AoE skill. If she kept killing monsters, she would level up to level 10. That was the main objective of this practice session. However, no one knew what skill Yerim would receive. In truth, Han Eugene had been behind the scenes controlling everything and directly selected the optimal skill for Yerim. That skill was Blue Rain, the signature AoE skill of an ice mage. The system announced it would focus on developing the single skill Blue Rain for the target Park Yerim. To encourage her, Han Eugene prompted that he had a feeling she would get an AoE skill. Yerim got excited, really. Then I'll reach level 10 in a flash and help the old man level up. But things weren't that simple. Han Eugene said the experience points needed to level up between S rank and F rank were very different. Yerim needed 5 times that of an F rank, and later on, the higher the level, the more points were needed. Even if she alone monopolized the entire dungeon, she couldn't touch level 10. Eugene said that just to declare that he himself would help his older brother, he didn't need anyone else. Driven by jealousy and anger, Yerim flew into a rage and declared war on Han Eugene. Han Eugene calmly confronted her. "I'm not declaring war on you, I'm just helping you realize your own S-rank status." They argued so much that Han Eugene went crazy and punished both of them. "If the two of you keep arguing in front of me, then go somewhere else. Both of you always get out of here and scram." Only ManhwaCapped stood there in a daze, terrified, not daring to get involved in the conflict. Han Eugene began questioning both of them. First was his younger brother. "Answer me, why did you come here?" The younger brother stammered that he came to guide the practice. Next, Han Eugene asked Yerim. She also stammered in reply that she came to level up. Each person had their own goal yet fought like this. Han Eugene was angrier than ever. He ordered the two of them to focus on hunting those damn monsters down. Even an F rank would have to hunt tons of monsters just to reach level 10. Behave as you did during the interview earlier. If you two keep arguing like this, I won't bother looking at you anymore. After a frustrating lesson, the two kids finally reconciled, but it was clearly a surface level truce. This is the Scarlet Dungeon, so everyone must stay alert. Han Eugene hopes everyone will help ManhwaCapped reach level 10. As soon as he finished speaking, Yerim and Han Eugene charged into the monster horde, competing to help. For Han Eugene, this might be an ideal combination, hoping they would grow closer in the future. Elsewhere, a group of strangers was discussing Han Eugene. That guy, the one who returned from the past, had entered the dungeon. They were pinpointing his location and checking which dungeon Han Eugene was in. A loud explosion echoed through the mountains. Yerim laughed with pure delight. "I'll freeze them and hand them over to Uncle." After all, Han Eugene still is not skilled enough to pierce through ice blocks with that spear. Han Eugene advised Yerim to burn away the ice so he could spear them more easily. A pile of monsters stacked up on each other. They were still breathing, just waiting for Han Eugene to strike. ManhwaCapped still could not believe his eyes. Everything was frozen and burned, truly masterful. Han Eugene now had to protect the magic stones from the monster corpses. Those rich S-rank guys probably had no idea how valuable they were. Just as he was about to stab another one, Han Eugene suddenly remembered ManhwaCapped also needed to level up. He approached, spear in hand, trembling as he asked, "If I try hard to level up, will I get a good skill?" Han Eugene was very considerate and encouraged him. "What are you worried about? Of course you will." Only Han Eugene knew ManhwaCapped would receive an SS rank crafting skill upon reaching level 10. But now he discovered there was an additional condition. The skill SS rank Blacksmith Furnace Master had a collection condition of reaching level 10. Han Eugene's face was full of question marks. Before he could process it, ManhwaCapped cheered excitedly. "Oh, my experience points went up." And Eugene was bewildered. What the hell is this? A typo? Can even the system make errors? Or was it entered manually? ManhwaCapped reached level 10 but was dejected because he did not receive a skill. Han Eugene wondered who had written that information. Even in the future, no one had uncovered anything about the system. Many considered it a miracle from the gods, but could even the gods make typos? Yerim hovered in the air amused. "Blah blah blah, I've already thought of the ending." Han Eugene asked his brother, "How is everything? What level are you now?" Eileen stood beside a vigorously crying ManhwaCapped and replied, "ManhwaCapped performed excellently. He is almost at level 10. Just then, the system announced it had found something. Both ManhwaCapped and Han Eugene stopped, their faces twisting. Han Eugene widened his eyes. "Is something wrong?" "No, it's just that my status window is a bit strange." The system kept displaying strange apology messages. Han Eugene had no idea what he was being apologized for. Just then, Han Eugene and Yerim ran over and shouted, "Brother, be careful." The moment the massive flames exploded, Han Eugene managed to pull his brother out, while Yerim blocked with her weapon. Han Eugene stood frozen, his younger brother extremely worried. Yerim confirmed it was precisely a boss monster's attack. Everyone was stunned and confused. A boss monster? But a D-rank dungeon boss shouldn't be able to use an AoE attack like that. The original boss was a giant mountain goat, but that bird suddenly swooped in and took down the boss. Yerim was at a loss, unsure what to do next. The gate should have appeared when the boss was defeated. Han Eugene concluded that the bird had replaced it and become the new boss. That meant everyone had to defeat that monster to escape. Another attack exploded with even greater force. There was no time to delay. Despite his extensive experience, Han Eugene had never seen this monster and did not know its power. He handed an item to Jojin. "If things go wrong, use this." After speaking, Han Eugene fell silent, his face pale and filled with terror. He was afraid because everything was exactly like before. A super strong monster appeared, and his younger brother had sacrificed himself. At that moment, he had also given this to his brother. But this time Han Eugene refused to take it. No, you don't need it. That thing is much weaker than you are. It is a level 2 monster, an A-rank gold mine, fire element. This A-rank dungeon boss bird's weakness is its skull, as it is softer than its back and belly. It has 2 pairs of wings. Attack the head instead of the wings. Hearing such detailed words, Han Eugene was extremely puzzled. Han Eugene insisted, "What's wrong, doubting me? Let's talk after we kill it." Han Eugene truly anticipated victory this time, praying that everything would be different. Was determined not to let the past repeat itself. The boss diving down from the sky, Eileen began directing. Yerim used Frost Breath to create a barrier. Yerim immediately complied, activating Frost Breath, as ice power enveloped the sky. Next, Han Eugene told his younger brother to deal with the feathered head of that damned bird. Before leaving, Han Eugene instructed, "I leave matters here to you." Yerim replied, "Go ahead, don't worry about us." Han Eugene was still worried, telling his brother to hold onto this stone for safety. Han Eugene soared high to confront the boss amid the fire-filled sky. He shouted, "Aim for its head. You can do it, right?" Yerim questioned, "Will he be okay?" "It would be better if I went. I have a flying skill." Han Eugene had already calculated that Yerim would be burned to death. Only someone with fire resistance like him could handle it. Although Han Eugene did not have a flying skill, he had something similar. At that moment, the bird dove straight down. The moment it lost control of its speed, Yu dodged from his spot and it drove its beak into the ground. Now it was on the ground. Next was to strike the weak point to deal damage. The strike was slightly off, making Han Eugene extremely anxious. "Why did you slash at the wing? I told you that was useless. It has 2 pairs of wings, you know." Han Eugene was surprised, wondering why he was still on the ground. Bird flew up but kept spewing fire downward, the flames growing stronger. Han Eugene was worried because he should have just jumped up, slashed its head, and used the willow leaf skill instead of a flight skill. He suddenly realized Han Eugene hadn't acquired that skill yet, so it must be Sukuna. His brother still hoped his younger sibling would succeed. The boss suddenly changed targets, spinning 180 degrees to rush toward Han Eugene and Yerim. Everyone was stunned and worried. "Brother, uncle, what do we do? It's flying toward us." Yerim screamed, asking if his uncle could stop it with freezing breath. "What now?" In the panic, Myung-woo even trembled as he squeezed Han Eugene's neck tightly. At that moment, Han Eugene finally activated the willow leaf, a truly close call. Wait, so he could use it after all? But something was wrong as the willow leaf clung firmly to the boss's head. Han Eugene helplessly asked what the heck he was doing. He had to stand far away and continuously give commands to control Han Eugene. Not like that. "Step on it." Han Eugene's face was blank while he kept issuing orders. By stepping on that leaf, Han Eugene followed every instruction and stepped on the leaf. Only then did the young man learn there was this way to use it. Thanks to that, Han Eugene's speed grew faster and faster. The bird spewed fire at Han Eugene, but those flames were nothing to him. Yu threw the finishing weapon toward it and everything exploded. Heat made Yerim feel like she couldn't endure anymore. Han Eugene, even while lying there, encouraged Yerim, "Hang in there, without you be dead." The monster fell freely to the ground and was burned to ashes. Han Eugene also became bedraggled, clothes torn to shreds, face dirty, slowly landing. As soon as he landed, Han Eugene ran over to ask if he was okay, if he was injured anywhere. Han Eugene emotionally hugged his older brother and thanked him. "That was amazing, brother. How did you come up with such a great idea?" Han Eugene thought he was already used to using that skill, but actually he had never thought of it. Han Eugene always felt the lack of an important flight skill, and he gave him the solution. Yerim scratched her head awkwardly, saying, "Since brother caught the boss, I'll let this slide." Han Eugene was still excited, saying how could it be nothing? It was like receiving a brand new skill. Han Eugene's eyes sparkled as he looked at his younger brother, happy like a child receiving birthday and Christmas presents at the same time. After leaving this place, Han Eugene wanted to see his younger brother's other skills. Yerim also made a fuss demanding to see hers too. The moment they stepped out of the dungeon, everyone was stunned. "Are you okay, Guildmaster?" "We were worried because the dungeon level suddenly changed." Han Eugene explained it was because the A-rank boss flew over. Everyone was relieved to see Hunter Yerim safe and sound. Although his younger brother and Yerim both faced the staff and reporters, Han Eugene had slipped out back at some point, thinking it best to stay away. "I should return the equipment soon to avoid attention and leave quickly." Before he could finish speaking, Sunghan came running frantically from somewhere, repeatedly calling out to Han Eugene. He collapsed to the ground asking if he was okay, saying he should have come along. Han Eugene panicked and dodged, his face blank as he asked what was going on. Sunghan's enthusiasm made him uncomfortable. "Too much enthusiasm is crazy. Get on my back. Let's hurry home so you can rest." Han Eugene could only shake his head and wave his hands, saying, "I'm fine." Myung-woo witnessed this scene looking clearly upset. It was dark. Han Eugene returned home and shouted, "Your brother is home, Han Eugene. On the table there were many snacks and even wine, and Eugene thought the management office treated them generously because just seeing this stuff made him feel rich. He called out, but his younger brother didn't answer, so he guessed he was showering because he was covered in boss monster blood earlier. While waiting, Han Eugene went back to playing with Peace. He played so much that he spun around like a madman. In the end, even though he didn't go kill monsters, he looked as ragged as his younger brother. Playing with it was enough. I'm about to die, but I really thought I would die today. Today had many strange things, from the system's typos to receiving a message through the chat window. Not to mention higher-level monsters suddenly appearing in the dungeon, something very rare that happens only once in a few years. And Eugene began to worry, could all of them be related to the time rewind? Something had gone off track when time was rewound. So things that should have happened years from now are happening right now. That's why the system tried to tell him by any means. Eileen spoke indignantly, saying this wasn't her fault. If this could happen, it should have explained from the start. The system was already overbearing enough. Like from some skill, if it had explained properly, I wouldn't have chosen such keywords. Right at that moment, the status window changed again, and Eugene was perplexed, not knowing what was wrong with the status window. Behind the system, the operators were talking. The intervention time was too short. They couldn't do otherwise since they used force to open a tunnel from their side. It would be better to explain more specifically. I wrote it quickly, but he should be able to understand. I tried to act as intuitively as possible in a form recognizable in his world. The affected targets right now are Han Eugene and Yerim, and Eugene stared intently and thought it looked like roll call at a kindergarten. He wondered what the creator of the system was thinking. Aren't the affected targets supposed to show only S rank? He thought he was right because he didn't see Myung Woo and Sun Han. Moreover, there were 50 spots and even a good luck symbol. While he was pondering, Han Eugene finished showering and came out. His face darkened as he turned to look at his younger sibling, who was breaking out in cold sweat, and asked in shock, "Did it tell me to raise 50 S-rank facilities?" This was the second day of the magical beast taming skill exam, with the target being a newborn level 2 fire lion. Peace was now 51 cm long and weighed 5 to 6 kg, double its size in just 2 days. And Eugene excitedly exclaimed that it didn't look like a wild animal at all. Being so happy, he wanted to hug Peace. Before he could hug it, he almost tripped and fell because of the overly strong leap. He muttered that it was fine, as he had borrowed enough physical and strength equipment. His stamina increased by 94, and his strength by 45. The previous night, he had drunk alcohol and talked with his younger brother. His brother was surprised by his beast taming skill, and asked what it could do. And Eugene thought he should use this new skill as an excuse, since he couldn't say it was an influence. He told his brother he could raise tamed monsters with his power, and that this was an S-rank skill usable on high-level monsters. And Eugene was shocked to hear that an S-rank, really? An F-rank body but possessing a unique S-rank skill. And in this dangerous world, he said while tightening the rope, making Han Eugene shrink back in fear and ask if he was going to lock him up again. His younger brother said he should use it instead of hiding it, and could raise Peace for him to ride in dungeons, even raise other mounts. There were currently how many S-rank people needed high-level mounts? If Abyss Guild members all had high-level beasts, it would be like walking a long time in a dungeon, and suddenly having a horse to ride. With this skill, the motivation to clear dungeons would completely change. Fortunately, Peace had already been influenced. And if he had to influence 50 more S-rank people as the system required, then brainwashing monsters was better than brainwashing humans. Training with Pit was done, leaving Han Eugene dead tired. But Peace still looked at him with sparkling eyes, not tired at all, and even kept stepping on his head. Exhausted to the point of tears, he muttered that he wanted to earn more money, but not this way. When there were many mounts, the raiding efficiency of dungeons would increase, the frequency of dungeon outbreaks would decrease, and the world would become better. Especially in recent years, dungeons had increased a lot. He said his health would not allow him to play anymore. While he was lying around, Sim Young came from somewhere and clapped, praising him for continuing to train right after the practice session. Eugene did not understand, so he asked again, since he was allowed to use this place. The man replied that he was not there to kick him out, so don't worry. After just one day of using the skill, the newborn monster had grown significantly. Sim Young was impressed and had reconsidered his thoughts on Han Eugene, although Eileen still didn't understand why he kept acting that way. Sim Young bowed his head respectfully, even kneeling to tightly hug Han Eugene's legs, apologizing for having acted disrespectfully. He praised his analysis skill and new skill as truly amazing. He begged him to join the Abyss Guild to bring a fresh wind to the Hunter world. Han Eugene felt uncomfortable and yelled at him to let him go. He said he didn't have that kind of ability, begging him. Sim Young still stubbornly clung on, saying the guild needed his skill. And Eugene thought to himself, deep understanding my foot, he was just memorizing the answer sheets from the future. Moreover, he hated that man and didn't want any ties. He had been so anxious every time he came to Abyss just because of that man's gestures. Despite the refusal, Sim Young still stubbornly begged him to reconsider. He guaranteed he would give him everything from newborn beast transport to food, taming fees, and everything necessary. Eileen only then realized that the past events had not happened in this life, so Seok Sim-jung did not remember his terrible past. Instead, Han Eugene was currently his cash cow, so he could act imposing. His attitude changed, and he firmly said no need. After all, Han Eugene had said he would pay all the costs. Sim-young still stubbornly said he already had a dormitory room. No need to discuss, just sign the contract now. Han Eugene said he would join not as a hunter but as a regular employee, working as a freelance hunter. He wanted to raise mounts for other guilds to make money. Sim-young was worried about Abyss's future because of this money obsession. Han Eugene added he had forgotten an important issue. Abyss was not the strongest guild, so it couldn't sign an exclusive contract. He knew well how important the mount taming skill was. If utilized effectively, dungeon rating would increase significantly. He was certain he would become a golden egg among high-rank hunters. But if Abyss wanted exclusive ownership, how would other guilds react? There would be hundreds of people trying to harm what they didn't have. He was only F-rank. If that happened, he would be dead for sure. It would be better for him to be a freelance hunter, ensuring his safety while raising beasts for each guild, getting paid per job. After all, he was raising peace for them. Just join as an employee, support from behind, negotiate with other guilds, and add salary, insurance, and bonuses. Sim-young burst out laughing after hearing those conditions, praising Han Eugene for doing well. He asked if he could take this training video to go negotiate. He added that if Abyss became the strongest guild in the country, then he would sign a contract as a hunter, right? Although Aileen looked thoughtful, he had guessed Sim-young had turned on his recorder, so he exposed him. He did not deny it and admitted it was true. Just as he was about to leave, Han Eugene asked what was good about hiring him. He said they had already benefited from his skill. There was nothing left to exploit, and he would not be responsible if they regretted it. Sim-young laughed menacingly, saying how surprising, there was nothing left to exploit. He remarked Han Eugene lacked self-awareness. Every time he saw Han Eugene, he was surprised. People with unique skills often lacked awareness of their surroundings because they were blinded by their power. He had seen countless such cases. Han Eugene seemed arrogant but calmly predicted the situation, turning the negotiation to his advantage. He wondered if he had always been this talented, or if it was because his younger brother's brilliance had kept him from noticing. If he became an exclusive hunter, other guilds would meddle. Abyss was ready to face that. But if Han Eugene was a freelance hunter, all eyes would be on him, not Abyss. Pros and cons. He had yet to realize the weight because he didn't know what the high-rank hunter world was like. Or did he want to protect his younger brother? Either way, 3 major guilds and the entire world would take notice of Han Eugene. Sim-young had predicted that Han Eugene would soon discover just how valuable the cards he held were. From another perspective, Han Eugene was still naive when assembling the cage for Peace. It was quite a massive structure for such a pet. He asked Peace if it liked it, saying it would live here with him from now on. It ran around excitedly. Han Eugene worried whether this place would become cramped when it grew up. Just then, Yerim walked in, equally excited. She squealed and rushed to hug the adorable kitten, but was immediately bitten. Yerim screamed for help, and Myunggu also got chased off. Amidst the chaos, Han Eugene opened the door and walked in. He asked, "Do you have time?" Han Eugene stammered, saying he probably did not, because the guild masters were coming to see him. Han Eugene looked displeased. He said his brother could refuse, that he had no obligation to meet them. His brother explained that they were S-rank hunters, and low-rank hunters found it difficult to even speak to them. Yerim admitted he was right. "See, let me tell them to go back." But when Yerim was about to do so, Han Eugene pulled her back and asked irritably why she always acted that way toward a guild master. He said to think how other guilds would feel seeing a major guild master personally come to Abyss. They would think Abyss was incredible. Wasn't that a good reason to meet them? "It's fine if you show your face, but from now on, you're forbidden from saying that phrase in front of me." Seeing his brother upset, Han Eugene backed off. He was about to say, however, but was immediately banned from saying that too. Although Aileen grumbled while walking, saying that if they were about to negotiate, it was best to personally inspect the clients. As soon as he entered the room, he saw far too many guild masters already waiting there. Everyone's face looked serious, tense as a bowstring. Han Eugene broke into a sweat, his fear resistance skill immediately activating. One person stepped forward to introduce everyone to the hunter Han Eugene. The man stepped out, signaling that he wanted to hold Han Eugene's hand for a moment. The man said he was doing this to appraise the skill before negotiating. Although Aileen understood, he still offered his hand to that man. As soon as he reached out, the bespectacled man grabbed it, startling him. Han Eugene shouted, "How can you hold a man's hand like that?" Han Eugene reacted so violently because he did not expect them to bring a skill appraiser. He feared that man would discover his L-rank and S-rank skills, even the influence skill, rather than just taming. The appraiser patiently said it would only take a few seconds to give him his hand. Just as Aileen was stammering, unsure how to handle it, Peace leaped forward, agitated, and tried to bite the appraiser. Han Eugene had to stop it, telling it to go outside, that it was fine. He was not a bad person. The white-haired man with glasses was the chairman of the Hunter Association. He remarked that the beast had detected a skill being used on its master. Hansen Guild Master Park Min-ju assessed it was C-rank but did not expect it to have already reached this level. At that moment, Breaker Guild Master Moonyan A spoke spoke up, saying there was no need for proof. Watching how fiercely it protected its master was enough. I think we don't need to appraise the skill anymore. Am I wrong, Beast Tamer? Afterward, she carefully invited Han Eugene to sit, saying they could not keep a VIP guest standing like that. At first glance, one might have thought she was a burly man, but she was actually a woman. Han Eugene thought to himself that she was huge, truly a crazy build. Moonyun smiled warmly and said she did not expect the young Abyss Guild master to have a brother like him. Eileen looked at her smiling and wondered if the others' ranks were like her. If so, then Yerim would also be taller than him. Moonyun looked at Peace and asked if this fire lion cub with horns would become an A-rank dungeon boss when it grew up. She asked, how about it, young man? Since it's still small, why not just give it to us right now? Han Eugene immediately replied, we're not giving it away for free. We plan to trade it for a newborn beast from the highest tier mount that possesses ice resistance. Moon Hyun understood. So you brought a mount that Miss Yerim can use? Isn't that a bit greedy? MKC Guildmaster Sukwon Seokwon, the man with the tensest face, also joined in. He said Abyss had already swept the entire market clear of newborn beasts. How can you have the audacity to ask for even more exchanges? Han Eugene calmly replied, since you already have one in the dungeon, you can just go ahead and trade. This condition made him angrily slam the table. Are you joking with me? Do you mean that if I want a mount, I have to follow all your side's demands? Are you being arrogant because you're the brother? Don't think I don't know that your brother not being involved with the guild is just a lie. He is your brother, so naturally he has some connection to Abyss. Moonyun saw the atmosphere was too tense and wanted to end it. She said, you two have had enough. My dealings with Abyss are just casual. And Eugene also spoke up. Because I couldn't handle it alone, I asked for their help. Thanks to them, we have this meeting today. If I had wanted to partner with my younger brother from the start, I would have just raised this beast and given it to the Abyss Guild. Why bother with this meeting? This logic made Sukwon pause. Han Eugene added, the number of beasts I can raise is also limited. Look at the facts. If this succeeds, your side will possess a mount earlier than any guild in the world, just like Abyss. Isn't that worth negotiating over? We are honored to welcome our valued customers here. Luckily, that man Sukwon had calmed down somewhat. He was hot-tempered, so different from when he appeared on TV. And Eugene used to be his fan when he was a member of the Korean soccer team before awakening. Moonyun patted his shoulder and continuously praised Han Eugene for not only being strong, but also being good at negotiations. She said, having a younger brother as a guild master, a super strong rookie and a cute pet, I fall for you more each day. Does having you mean having all those things? Do you want to join Breaker? Han Eugene thought she was pretty but only feared his brother would get furious and burn this place down. He had to speak up to soothe his younger brother first. I already said I won't side with anyone. Besides, I'm not some display item with free gifts. Moon Hyuna heard that and asked again, you're not for sale? What about your brother then? Han Eugene said he wanted to wait until his younger brother became the strongest person in the country before considering it. This statement made all the guild masters freeze for 5 seconds. What? Are you serious? Han Eugene still didn't understand what he did wrong, replying very innocently. What's the matter? And Eugene's face flushed red. Did I say something wrong? Why are you all? They laughed endlessly, telling him he was too easygoing. One person said, I was wondering all day why that man was being so polite. Turns out it's because of him. That mad dog is still trying to act charming in front of his older brother. Hearing his younger brother being called a mad dog, Han Eugene jumped up. How dare you call Han Eugene a mad dog? Aren't you insulting him just because he's young? The association president laughed until tears came to his eyes but had to force himself to say, anyway, it's fine as long as he treats his older brother well. You have a good little brother. Wipe your tears before you speak, Mr. President. After laughing their they handed Han Eugene a contract. They said it was a joy to laugh with him. Now let's finalize the contract. Han Eugene still didn't understand their reaction, wondering what was wrong with Yuna. Perhaps he couldn't act politely because he became a guild master at such a young age. Moon Hyuna said most of us had already reached an agreement before the two of them arrived. Please read it carefully, and if you need anything, let us know. Han Eugene focused on the contract and agreed to the proposal above. The contract stated that the 5 great guilds would guarantee the safety of Han Eugene and his building. Moon Hyuna saw Han Eugene's confused expression and guessed that Seok Sim-jung hadn't told him anything. She explained that he needed a place to raise monsters, so Seok Sim built a building near this area under his name. Han Eugene was extremely moved by Seok Sim-jung's kindness. After the negotiation, the 5 major guilds would protect Han Eugene and his building. He prioritized their missions, and the construction of the taming facility would be funded by the 4 guilds, excluding Abyss. Ownership of the building remained with Han Eugene. Han Eugene listened intently, his lips pressed so tightly together that even the reader had to pause and ask him what was wrong with his mouth. Han Eugene blushed in embarrassment and said it was because he was so worried that his mouth muscles were acting up. Actually, he wanted to smile but did not dare to. The young man still could not believe he was about to own a huge building in the center of Seoul. He wanted to break the tense atmosphere, so he said he would bow to everyone, the honorable guests. The building under his name would be protected by the 5 major national guilds. He would bring Myung-woo there and set up more gear workshops. He should also persuade Hyan the snail to stay and research instead of going to America. The young man began to daydream about the scene of himself as a Hollywood superstar. A landlord at age 25 with the secret to changing his life from a construction worker into a millionaire. Haha, there was no secret, he just did his best to serve the honorable guests wholeheartedly, perhaps that was it. Though Eileen felt that just taking the rent money would be enough to retire. While he was still lost in his fantasy, the guild leaders left one by one. After they left, Han Eugene kept praising them, to the point of being distracted and not realizing the negotiation had ended. Han Eugene hesitantly expressed to his brother not to mind what others said about him. The two brothers maintained their image with each other in every little way. Seeing his younger brother was shy, Han Eugene laughed and said who cared. No guild leader lived without ruffling their feathers. The young man excitedly hugged and kissed, praising the sleeping Pisa for being so good. For Han Eugene, today was a success. He knew he could not ask for better terms. Suddenly he felt this world was extraordinarily beautiful. Peak was enjoying the lavish meal prepared by Myung-woo. He saw that Han Eugene truly deserved this treatment. It had been a long time since the boy had eaten so well. While eating, he asked Myung-woo if he had any luggage, but then said never mind. Nothing special, we just need to prepare to move out of here soon. There is about to be a new building constructed nearby and... Before he could finish his sentence, Myung-woo collapsed crying boo-hoo, so I was being kicked out. He sat there whining, saying he knew this would be the outcome. Even if he stayed, he would only be a useless E-rank. Han Eugene frantically comforted him, do not cry, I am also E-rank. Myung-woo still groaned, even though they were both E-rank, they were obviously different. You protected me from being afraid of those high-ranked hunters. You can even give advice to your S-rank little brother. Truly, you are very special. As for me, I cannot even get a level 10 skill. Han Eugene did not know how to explain because it was all thanks to his tricks. He had to keep comforting him, do not be like this, brother Myung-woo. He still groaned, just as I thought, I am not good at anything. I think I need to pack up and leave. Thank you for all the good things until now. Han Eugene helplessly asked him where he planned to go. There was no place. Myung-woo said even so, he could not let him waste time on someone like himself. Han Eugene yelled, because he knew Myung-woo would receive an SS rank skill if he forged 10,000 tools. It was an important part of helping him have a wonderful retirement life, but he would not believe it. Even so, Han Eugene could not reveal his own skill. I think I cannot force you to stay by my side. I feel very sorry for making you endure such a miserable life. Not at all, Han Eugene. Han Eugene put on a suave expression, and said after he found out some valuable information for you. But no matter what, I cannot force you to listen to something you do not want. Knowing Myung-woo was curious, Han Eugene continued to act deeply and said he intended to share it but truly should not. Myung-woo pleaded, please tell me. So do you want to hear it before you leave? And Eugene said he heard Miss Hyan had a training program that could awaken special skills. He thought using someone with authority as a scapegoat was the best way, then silently apologized to Hyan that he would repay her later. In the office, Hyan the snail tiredly thought, oh, so this is it, the process is done, wondering if the answer would appear. In front of her now were many knives. Eugene told Myung-woo this was a training opportunity, but he must not tell anyone who instructed him, especially Miss Hyan. Myung-woo agreed but wondered what the knives were for. Han Eugene replied they were necessary materials. You have the ability to enhance weapons, use it to sharpen them. Myung-woo picked up a knife, but was a bit nervous. He began placing the knife on the whetstone. After sharpening the weapon, the counter for 1 out of 10,000 began to appear. Han Eugene again used Hyan's name to tell him to just keep sharpening weapons, and he would obtain a mythical support skill for the rest of his life. Myung-woo was shocked. Han Eugene confirmed it was true. Although having to sharpen to 10,000 points was a bit tough, persisting for a year would be okay. Myung-woo thought only 10,000 points was too simple for him. Only 10,000? Doing it in 100 days would finish it. Han Eugene was startled. 100 days? You plan to eat and sharpen knives all day. For Myung-woo, the thing he lacked least was perseverance. Wait for me a moment, just a second. Even Eileen had to intervene at this point. Hey, put the knife down and then we can talk slowly. Myung-woo affirmed he would train hard to repay him. And Eugene happily thought, repay what for? You alone are enough for the #1 retirement fund. Now just switching to fund #2. Back at Hyan the snail's research lab, she excitedly exchanged with Han Eugene. Oh my, being able to trade so smoothly was really great. You know so much about dungeons, you must have researched them. Do you want to come to the research institute or cooperate to open a lab? Han Eugene looked bored, thinking it had been hours. Please spare me. Hyan continued to embellish, saying everything in the dungeon was unpredictable. No one wants to research things that are already known. Han Eugene replied that was just a hypothesis. He did not have enough data to prove it, because the country did not have enough dungeons to research. Hyan agreed, our country is too small, so the number of dungeons is insignificant. Oops, if anyone heard that, they would probably throw rocks and dent my head. Han Eugene laughed awkwardly and said it was fine, I understand you. If you research more dungeons, you could analyze the data set. Exactly, why do countries not let people from other countries come into research? Maybe I have to join a foreign research institute. And so Haiyan flew to America. 3 years later, her research team discovered the formation rules of the dungeons. America then earned enormous royalty income from it. Would have been great if the principle had been discovered right in South Korea. So Haiyan prepared one thing, which was muk. Muk is a Korean food made from grains or starch, such as buckwheat. Haiyan said she needed to prepare muk for Mark Gyeoli, the Dokubi's favorite dish on the last night of every month. Dokubi? They were hunters that appeared and then vanished. Had he ever heard of them? According to Haiyan, Dokubi were creatures that dressed very strangely. To this day, no one knew their exact names or genders. The only thing people knew about Dokubi was their ability to teleport instantly. That ability allowed them to move anywhere. They were famous for saving many people in dungeon explosions and natural disasters. However, that power also held hidden dangers. Sometimes it frightened people with unexpected attacks. Dokubi thought they knew all the secrets, but as long as everyone was safe, they would never be exposed. Dokubi's skills made them hard to capture, and what organization in the world didn't have secrets? In the end, Dokubi moved freely without any constraints. Haiyan thought Dokubi probably really loved all kinds of dungeons. She also searched online for ways to summon Dokubi. Now Haiyan was chewing buckwheat while thinking about what to ask before the meeting. Han Eugene explained, but that guy was not a real Dokubi. He thought asking Abyss for direct help would be better. Suddenly the room went dark, apparently from a power outage. Han Eugene turned on his phone light. As soon as he activated the flash, he saw Haiyan standing in front of him, mouth agape, sweating profusely and showing extreme fear. Han Eugene still did not understand what happened. Miss Haiyan, what is wrong with your face? What happened? And Eugene turned around, saw a ghost, and screamed loudly. Turning back and forth, he saw Haiyan had fainted, foaming at the mouth. Miss Haiyan, what in the world is going on? The skill Fear Resistance has been activated. Han Eugene thought to himself, stay calm. There were no ghosts in this day and age. Monsters existed. This was surely someone's prank. The culprit was probably Dokubi. Han Eugene immediately spoke up, knock it off, Dokubi. He finally showed himself. Alright, do not get worked up. I only came because she said she wanted to meet me. That was a bit over the line. I swear I did not think she would faint. Through Eugene's analysis I, the Dokubi was named Ionian, rank B, upgrade ability rank B, skills currently active. He could dominate him right now. Free hunter, belonging to no organization. He could go or do anything he pleased. This was truly very fascinating. With his help, Haiyan would not need to go to America. This was the opportunity. Han Eugene replied, I am not afraid of your tricks. So why do you not just knock me out? Dokubi saw Han Eugene's fearless expression and retorted, ah, you liar. I can see you shaking like a leaf. Han Eugene kept a straight face, saying it was just because he was startled. Hearing that, Dokubi jumped up with delight. See, you are scared! Chicken! Chicken! You coward! Ha ha ha! Han Eugene replied, I said I am not scared. Do you think I would fall for such a childish trick? Dokubi was famously fond of playing tricks and scaring people. Knowing this nature well, Han Eugene immediately set a condition. Then, do you want to make a bet? I bet you cannot scare me. Dokubi insisted Han Eugene had met his match. The moment she woke up, Haiyan panicked because she did not see Dokubi anywhere. Hearing Han Eugene announce that Dokubi had returned, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Han Eugene kept criticizing that Dokubi's fashion sense was truly a disaster. Green clothes with a red mask looked like the South Korean flag. Only after he left did things settle down like this. Haiyan expressed regret because she still had many things she wanted to ask. My national level research paper is at a dead end. I want to find a way to get past it. Seeing Haiyan stammering, Han Eugene offered that he could help with something. Haiyan shouted excitedly, oh, are you going to attend university? Han Eugene was alarmed to see her misunderstanding. He explained, no, I can only provide you with more information. She said data collection was the biggest problem. I have a way to obtain that information. In truth, earlier Dokubi and Han Eugene had made a bet. Dokubi asked Han Eugene what he wanted to bet. He replied, if I get scared, I will become your subordinate. But if not, you will become my subordinate for 3 years. Hearing the condition, Dokubi burst out laughing in contempt. Haha, a low-level thing like you wants me, a Dokubi to be your subordinate? Be your subordinate for 3 years. Even if you were a brother of the ABCD Guild Master, you would still have to be my subordinate for 20 years to be fair. From what he said, it seemed he was very well informed about Han Eugene. Taking the opportunity, Han Eugene quickly produced a contract and told him to sign it. Alright, I will write the contract. Dokubi was only then puzzled. Wait, signing a contract knowing you will lose, that is truly suspicious. Are you hiding some malicious ulterior motive? It seems you have no amazing skills, just a low level. So it must be because of an item, right? At this moment, Han Eugene confirmed that he truly did not know about his skill. The fear skill made him immune to all threats below the mythic level. Han Eugene was confident the moment Dakabi took the bait and agreed to the bet, he had already lost. But to add more drama, he still baited him a little more. To be honest, I do have an ulterior motive. Dakabi leaned in and asked, I knew it. So what? What is it? And Eugene took the chance to flatter him. Honestly speaking, it is because you are too cool. You are amazing, you have saved people hundreds of times and you also hold many secrets. Super cool. So what do I have to lose, right? If I win, I only get a small part. And if I lose, I still get to be a subordinate of a Dakabi. Hearing these words, Dakabi was so pleased his nostrils flared. That is right, I am perfect, extremely cool. You are humorous. I would have just scoffed if you had begged to be my subordinate. But you made a bet and presented a contract. I like you now. And Eugene continued to assert himself to stir up the bet. That said, I am confident I will not lose, you know. Dokebi replied immediately, alright, bet 3 times within 1 week, starting now. If you are threatened but not scared, I will become your #1 subordinate. That is how it was. Back to the present, Han Eugene could not let Haiyan know how he obtained the information. But he was certain he would provide enough data for the national-level research paper. Burying his head in books was not Han Eugene's strong suit. So he set a condition. If you discover the principle of dungeon formation from the data I give you, you just need to share the profits with me. Haiyan smiled softly, then replied seriously, he was really kind, but this research might not yield any results. Once again, Han Eugene firmly asserted, I am sure you can do it, you deserve it, Haiyan. The affirmation and tense expression made the researcher feel shy. Han Eugene pushed his hands against his head. I am not just saying that randomly. Wait, what is going on now? That is right, do it that way. Recently, a new A-rank dungeon was discovered in Incheon, Gyeonggi province. The environment of that dungeon would be humid or coastal. Haiyan was startled because she did not understand how Han Eugene knew that. He did not answer that question because he originally received the information from the future, only replying, if that is the truth, please seriously consider my offer. I made the offer because I am quite sure that you can do it, so do not worry about the research results anymore. Remember to tell your uncle to secure the management rights for that dungeon. After going out the door, the boy appeared very excited. It will be fine, right? I told her so much. It will be fine, right? All that was left now was to play with that dokebi for a week. The first scare was when Han Eugene was carrying Peace. The dokebi with a ghostly face started scaring him. Ehehe. Do you want blue pants or red pants? Han Eugene acted completely unfazed and even told Peace not to mind those outdatedly dressed ghosts. The dokebi stood frozen and speechless, and the first attempt failed. The next scare was when Jin carried things back and called Myungu. I am back, are you home, Myungu? I just picked up some more dull knives at this secondhand store. The dokebi reached out from somewhere to trip Han Eugene face first, then kept pulling his leg into the closet. After this fall, Han Eugene was extremely frustrated, so he jumped up and cursed him out. Hey, I said scare me, not kill me. The dokebi in his ghostly form even had to apologize. Sorry, I did not know you fell so easily. Han Eugene continued yelling, do not underestimate the weakness of an F rank. And so the dokebi's second attempt failed. There was only one more chance left for Han Eugene to win the bet. In the middle of the night, it was raining heavily and the wind was strong. Han Eugene was very thirsty, so he got up to open the refrigerator. Right at that moment, the dokebi disguised himself again in a ghostly form and started scaring him, but Han Eugene's face remained unfazed. Oh my god. Wow, you really used all 3 chances. I still did not. Before he could finish his sentence, the dokebi continued scaring him from right behind with glowing red eyes. Han Eugene said, wow, oh, a double attack. Actually, Han Eugene had a skill to nullify fear, otherwise he would have wet his pants by now. Just as the dokebi was not done with his game, Myung-woo, with a cold face holding a knife, looked towards Han Eugene and the dokebi. That scene terrified the dokebi to the extreme. This face was more disgusting than a ghost. Once again, Han Eugene, thanks to his fear-resistant skill, remained calm. Hey, Myung-woo. Myung-woo actually could not sleep, so he wanted to get up to sharpen a few more knives. Han Eugene's sly eyes turned to ask the dokebi, what scared you so much? After seeing the dokebi, Myung-woo was so shocked he fainted with foam at his mouth. The situation finally occurred, and as a result, the dokebi failed after 3 attempts. The dokebi at this point could only sob in despair, boo-hoo, I really lost. Afterwards, he was even scolded by his subordinates for hastily rushing into signing the contract. He kept rolling around and complaining like that, while Han Eugene had to help Myung-woo to bed because he had fainted. Han Eugene turned around in surprise, so you have subordinates too? I think it is because you did not examine things carefully. The dokebi continued throwing a tantrum, lying down flat. If I go back, they will roast me alive. I cannot go back. I will not go back. I want to live here. Han Eugene found it annoying and turned to yell, stop crying, how old are you? He grievance-fully said he was over 100 years old. Han Eugene did not believe him and thought he was joking. I am a dokebi, just acting. How could a real dokebi possibly exist? Dungeons and awakened ones still exist. You even have a younger brother who can spit fire. That is because of the system. Suddenly Han Eugene felt everything made sense. Are not dokebi and ghosts more believable than dungeons and awakened ones suddenly appearing? But is this guy not an awakened one? This name is a bit strange. strange for a human. Are you really not human? The Dakebi took off his mask and then fully revealed himself. Alright, a bet is a bet, so I will tell you, boss. Boss Kim, I am over 100 years old and at the same time only 3 years old or 3 years. That is 3 years since Dungeons and the system first appeared. It seems he was born along with the system. Originally, Dakebi were entities born from spirits dwelling in old objects. The power of the dungeon seeped in and awakened him, someone who had slept for over 100 years. Now Han Eugene completely felt everything made sense. If so, the Dakebi's teleportation skill made more sense. Because the power of the system is something that can connect one space with another, but it was also quite surprising, never expected a real Dakebi to exist. Han Eugene asked him, your name is Eon, so the first Jun is the surname and the second Jun is the wheel. Then you must be the old water wheel in Jun village, right? The Dakebi was very shocked because he did not know how Han Eugene knew. Amazing, are you also a Dakebi boss? Han Eugene sighed and turned away. No. Itsuka, anyway, I'm your training boss. I have a job for you, subordinate Dakebi. Seeing his face suddenly go blank, Han Eugene could not understand that expression. He had not even given any heavy orders yet, and he was already howling, what do you want me to do now? I am not doing those boring things. Is that the attitude of a subordinate? Eugene, though helpless, continued speaking, the mission is to investigate dungeons in other countries. I have written down what you need to investigate. Even though foreigners are usually banned from entering dungeons, with your teleportation and stealth skills, it is like taking candy from a baby, right? The Dakebi's face was still blank, of course. But why? And Eugene continued to flatter him to motivate him for the mission, of course to make you become a greater hero. If you collect data, we can find out the principle of dungeon formation, right? Afterwards, the negative effects caused by dungeon explosions will decrease, right? The Dakebi began to imagine the dream scenario of being admired by everyone, and thus he eagerly agreed. Then I guess I have no choice, I will go right away. Do I really have to go to another country? That was a mistake. Han Eugene looked surprised, maybe the Dakebi could not teleport there. According to the Dakebi, although he could teleport, he could not teleport there. So he could not yet teleport over ultra-long distances. Thinking about it, that skill really was not on the list. If so, then Han Eugene would have to help him until he leveled up. Suddenly Han Eugene called out in a sweet voice, hey Dakebi, I love you. Hearing this sentence, the Dakebi was startled out of his wits. What the fuck? What the hell are you suddenly saying? Han Eugene cheerfully explained, did you not know? Usually, Dakebi have a lot of affection. There are even many stories saying that Dakebi transformed into beauties to seduce others. I saw this information on the internet. A true Dakebi must be familiar with love. The Dakebi, after hearing this, believed it completely, really, truly. And Eugene, with sparkling eyes, continued, Riet, from now on let us greet each other like this. I love you, Onion. Now it is your turn. Dakebi tried to say more, but couldn't, so he ran away. Everything became too awkward. From now on he could only rely on you, his beloved subordinate. The next morning, while everything was peaceful, Hyan ran and screaming loudly. She danced in celebration. Brother Han Eugene is so right. Han Eugene looked utterly confused. That man also lifted him up. That's right, it's a jump dungeon. At first I had doubts. Who knew I'd hit the jackpot? Peace, seeing its owner like that, growled in anger. Han Eugene begged them to put him down while soothing. Calm down, Peace. According to the information, the Abyss Guild made a huge profit thanks to Han Eugene. Everywhere in the dungeon is valuable deer. Those are rare materials. From now on we won't worry about funds anymore. Zioxim Jung kept exclaiming in wonder, not knowing where a treasure like him came from. After hearing this, the young man felt no joy, only heaviness. On top of that, Hyan was so happy she went crazy. I accept Brother Han Eugene's proposal. I will do my best. We will place a tracker on your body to protect you at all times. Hearing that, Han Eugene's joy deflated. What the hell? Are you crazy? Don't say the words I'm about to say. Peace, bite him. Sim Young tried to explain but couldn't let a talent go alone. Han Eugene got agitated. Talent or not, I can't predict accurately. Miss Hyan will conduct research for me. Let the guild support her. I only know how to tame magic beasts. As soon as he finished, the young man ran away as fast as he could, running while feeling wronged. You think I believe that flattery? No way. I will live my life as Peace. It's just luck that I predicted correctly. From now on many things will change. I have to refuse to avoid becoming a liar. Hyan stood frozen, unable to understand that reaction. He truly is a real researcher, only caring about helping the research instead of taking credit. The older man also deluded himself. I know you care about the guild more than anyone. The misunderstanding grew deeper. Staying next to Peace was probably the most peaceful time. He took it to enter a competition. Today's mission was to escape the pet maze. Glass walls and distracting toys made even dogs and cats take 3 minutes to get out. Wonder how long the firehorn lion would take? It was amazing. Peace escaped, even before the host finished explaining. Truly a new record. As expected of a high-level magic beast, its intelligence is incomparable. Han Eugene hugged it. Good job, baby. The host shouted, "Let's give a round of applause for Peace and Hunter Han Eugene." Today, Han Eugene was on television because of a prior meeting. "You should join the game show." "Why so sudden? We need you to be known. Even if you try to hide it, information about you will spread soon. It's better if everyone recognizes you. The more attention you attract, the safer it is." Han Eugene agreed but didn't like it. Yerim stood behind as a bodyguard, constantly present before the victory. Although Eileen had no fond memories of television, he was afraid of being cursed again. Right now, he tried to force a happy expression. The host and the other players marveled at Peace's cuteness. "Ah, so cute. First time seeing such an adorable magic beast. This is the best moment on television, seeing this cuteness in person." After all the shouting, Han Eugene finally got to rest. He was thoroughly cuddling his child. "Indeed, I'm not the only one who finds Peace cute. Hiding this cuteness is a crime against humanity. Should I create a social media account, sell albums and merchandise? Peace will become a world star when it grows up, dear. I could even benefit from it as its manager and trainer." Closing his eyes and diving into his fantasy, Han Eugene shouted, "Anyone want an autograph? Line up." Right then, a head of long hair appeared. "Alright, I'll be the first." Opening his eyes, Han Eugene was completely shocked to see the Breaker Guild leader. She asked gently, "An autograph from Peace must be a paw print, right? Hey, brother of the Apocalypse, guild leader, don't you know you need at least 3 A-rank hunters to film a magic beast, so I used that as a reason to come see you." Looking closely at that aura, Han Eugene still felt overwhelmed. Everyone around was the same. "Wow, it's Moonion, the Breaker Guild leader." She reached out to pull Han Eugene up. He ignored it and stood up sharply on his own. Moonion looked puzzled. "Come on, stand up. Don't you want to hold my hand? Or should I give you a princess carry to get you up?" Han Eugene bluntly said he didn't need that. "People are watching. You'd better not do anything that could be easily misunderstood." Moonion was still stubborn. "Come on, who cares about them? You are the one raising my child." That statement stunned everyone around. Han Eugene endured bitterly, and she continued, "I really like you. Do you want to come to my guild?" He replied, "Why don't you fulfill your request first?" Moonion smiled awkwardly. "A fearless comeback, that's fantastic." Han Eugene regained his composure. "Why should I be afraid? My brother is also S-rank. We're all just people." Moonion patted Jojin's shoulder. "I like your choice of words, but you should still be careful." Right then, Yerim returned with drinks. As soon as she arrived, she saw a strange energy surrounding Han Eugene, and no one could enter. Yerim panicked and was about to run in. Moonion raised her finger to her lips. "Shh, lend it to me for 5 minutes. This is a barrier energy field. Vitz is getting angry." Han Eugene shouted, asking what she planned to do. Moonion was calm. "Soundproofing. A simple but effective skill. I'll have someone explain to little Yerim, don't worry." Han Eugene felt choked. Her ability to use the skill was excellent. Even an S-rank like Yerim couldn't react in time. Moonion crossed her arms. "Now we can talk in peace." Han Eugene scratched his head in confusion. "What secret are you going to reveal?" "More than a secret, it's a safety measure when talking behind your brother's back. I'm worried because you know too little about him." The moment his brother was mentioned, Han Eugene's face tensed like a bowstring. She changed her attitude. "See, I haven't said anything yet and you're already like this." Peace couldn't hold back and tried to attack Moonion. She gave a friendly, reassuring smile. "Calm down. I mean no harm. I don't plan to interfere in the matter between you two, but big brother, you really should learn a bit about your younger brother." I smiled throughout the negotiation process because I was surprised. "But you should know if you want to continue this work. Do you trust your younger brother? Do you think that kind-hearted younger brother really built his career solely on his own ability? A well-behaved child born into a poor family orphan. Such a thing doesn't even exist in fairy tales. It's too unrealistic." Han Eugene still tried to argue back. Before he could finish his sentence, Moon Haina interrupted. "Oh, I see, it's because he's an angel who fell from the sky. But you don't know that an angel wouldn't trample on others just to build their own guild. Should I tell you about your younger brother's life as a hunter? After awakening, I couldn't be an athlete anymore and was eventually promoted to guild master. But how could someone like me, an athlete my whole life, manage a guild? Suck1 and I only cooperated with corporations. We were just slightly more valuable than scarecrows. So the real guild masters among the 5 major guilds are Sung Hyunjin of Jupiter and Han Eugene of Abyss. High school students struggling to build a guild, ignoring all the big shots reaching out to him. I used to think he was someone who didn't know his place and would collapse soon. I even heard that people once tried to poison him to death. Funnily enough, I was naive back then and decided to stop that from happening. At that time, he was still a child without an ID, so I thought taking his life would be too cruel. When I saw the flames burning to ruin, I thought it was caused by monsters, but it wasn't. I kept hearing cries for help and discovered Han Eugene standing with someone begging, "I won't do it again. I will never come near you again, please spare me." But Han Eugene still didn't care. It was a massacre caused by only one side. At that moment, I approached but was attacked by Han Eugene. I regretted worrying about a child like that. Yu Hein Ah at that time was no different from a beast's offspring. The incident was covered up under the guise of a gas explosion. The helpers were dealt with in secret, one by one. In the end, Abyss seized power by making them kneel. After hearing this, Jojin was a bit stunned. Is that so? Moonhain insisted it was hard to believe, but that was truly how an S-rank awakener would be. I heard you two haven't lived together for a while now. Isn't he very different now compared to before he awakened? Think very carefully, older brother. At least the face I see from him is completely different from the younger brother you once knew. He is a monster just pretending to be a kind younger brother now. But you never know when he will show his true face to you. Getting too close will be very dangerous. Just then, Moon Hyun-ah received a phone call. It seems he has sniffed out what is happening here. What do you want to do? If you want to keep your distance, I can lend a hand. He thought he could turn Han Eugene around, but he exhaled and said, I know, so he had to go through this mess too. Saying that, he snatched the phone from Moon Hyun-ah's hand. Hearing his older brother's voice, Han Eugene repeatedly explained, Are you okay? Did that woman say anything strange to you? Han Eugene froze, speechless. A monster of a younger brother, those who wanted to climb to his position had to be stained with blood and trample on others. Han Eugene started to say, Riette, little sister, she has been saying nasty things about you. Even though Eileen knew that his younger brother had become a little strange. He knew full well how this world operated after 5 years of chaos. His own hands had been stained with blood. Not only that, what kind of older brother would he be if he let go of his younger brother after witnessing that scene? Han Eugene spoke frankly. I think I'm being underestimated too much. I will also speak ill of her behind her back. No, it seems like it's right in front of her face. About a year ago, specifically last April, Moon Hyun-ah's dark past from 4 years ago was discovered. On April 2nd at 5 o'clock at the Incheon branch convenience store, Gyeonggi province. Hearing this, she angrily snatched the phone from Han Eugene's hand and crushed it. How? No one was supposed to know about this, right? Where did you hear that from? Tell me. Han Eugene remained calm despite her shaking him back and forth, saying he just happened to know. Moon Hyun-ah went crazy, damn it. I wish I could kill him to shut him up. Han Eugene knew her weakness and provoked. You don't need a mount anymore. Feel free to kill me. This is the price you pay for speaking ill of my younger brother. Why don't we both keep quiet? If so, I'll accept taking a larger loss too. Moon Hyun-ah glared a warning. Damn it, watch yourself. Forget it. I misjudged your younger brother. Han Eugene knew well that something like this would be revealed sooner or later. Moon Hyun-ah was putting on an act again. Because you are more knave than him, I tried to test you. But it seems that even if other guild masters can get close, you don't have any problems. Only then did Eileen realize that they were all this troublesome. Right then the magic was lifted and Yerim saw her uncle again. Seeing the girl panicking, Han Eugene calmed her down. I'm fine. Moon Hyun-ah standing beside him patted his shoulder. We were just having adult talk. He smiled at everyone like that, but whispered into Han Eugene's ear, if you speak, I will kill you. Seeing the sinister face whispering to her uncle, Yerim went crazy and rushed in. You're doing it again. What are you going to do to my uncle? I will punish you if you touch him. The competition will resume in 5 minutes, so Jojin needs to drink some water. Watching Yerim wrestle with Moon Hyun-ah, Han Eugene wondered how they became so close. He didn't know when they got so friendly. Maybe because within the country, they were the 2 strongest S-rank women. After the contract ends, she won't run over to the Breaker Guild, right? Anyway, Breaker will disappear soon. In the end, Moon Hyun-ah couldn't stand this small country, and neither could Suck One. So in the next few years, MKC and Breaker will disband. And Eugene was still thinking about whether to recruit Moon Hyun-ah too. Hyun-ah's strong attack skills are a good match for Yerim. He would also influence more S-ranks, even though he didn't know what the system wanted. Surely Yerim would be happier to have a woman to guide her than an old uncle like him. But those were future fantasies. For now, Yerim was still very agitated with Moon Hyun-ah. It's not just your child. That uncle will also raise my child. Han Eugene also got agitated and warned, stay away from Moon Hyun-ah. She is no good. And so the show went on. The title Han Eugene, the father of a monster 25 years old, had also spread widely. Watching the broadcast again, Yerim looked very interested while Han Eugene awkwardly hid his face. That uncle is the father of that monster. Han Eugene was so helpless because his title as a beast tamer had vanished, replaced by the title of the monster's father, and it was deeply ingrained in the people's minds. This red bag contains many knives and materials. Han Eugene and Myungu were walking to the material maintenance room because they said they would lend him a workspace. I asked them because you can't just keep grinding in the kitchen forever. Myungu stammered, you're right, not to mention we also scared your friend, and I even fainted. Han Eugene had lied to the elves that they were his friends. And Eugene thought it would be good if Myungu became close with the staff of the material maintenance room. Who knows, maybe they could become colleagues in the future. Myungu heard this and was quite hopeful about it. He expressed that he didn't want to conquer the dungeon again. That really didn't suit him at all. Although his mouth agreed, in Han Eugene's mind he was thinking, so what if it doesn't suit him? Fate had already decreed he would become an SS rank blacksmith. He would go to places like this more than dungeons. Ahead was the material maintenance room. As soon as the door opened, the heat radiated out so intensely it burned the face. Inside, workers were bustling with countless machines. So this was the equipment maintenance room. They were all very serious. Even though Eileen heard that all the workers here were awakened individuals of E rank or higher, Mangwu was curious about the glowing stone beside him. Was it also a magic stone? Curious, he was about to touch it when a worker yelled, "You there, don't touch that without permission. You can't come in here without permission." Han Eugene smiled politely and announced, "Hello. The HR department must have contacted you about providing a workspace for my friend." Then the man recognized him and relaxed. "Oh, right, I heard you have a talent for sharpening knives." Seeing his polite attitude towards Myunggu made Han Eugene even more confused. With this kind of polite treatment, could Myunggu really become a blacksmith? As they walked, he asked if Myungwu knew how to use the machinery. Myungwu had actually been using them since he was young. Before them now was a special grinding machine. Myungwu grew curious again about the machine. "I saw it online, it can sharpen things with just one operation." The man looked annoyed and warned, "Don't touch it, it's mine. I've prepared a separate space for you." This dark, cramped room was Myungwu's new workspace. "You can use the normal grinding machine over there. You said you knew how to use it, so I'll take my leave now." Han Eugene immediately expressed his frustration. "Wait a moment. That's a bit rude leaving someone in this dark, cramped room." Myunggu stopped Han Eugene from saying more. The man's expression was also displeased, as were the other workers in this room. "Is that him? The guildmaster's brother's friend? I heard he's F rank. Our guild doesn't even recruit F rank. Damn nepotism. Aren't we busy enough as it is?" Myungwu patted Han Eugene on the shoulder and said, "It's fine. In their eyes, I'm just someone who got in through luck. Being allowed to use the equipment is a blessing for me. I'll work hard." The happier he was, the more guilty Han Eugene felt for bringing him here. Myunggu fiddled with his new workspace. "Let's see, it looks like I have to sit here." Han Eugene looked worried. "Will you be okay? You said you haven't used this in a long time." Myunggu still wanted to give it a try. The very first steps could already make it rotate. Flames burst out. Han Eugene was very impressed. "Great, still counted as grinding a weapon. This kind of normal equipment is more effective than all those machines outside." Myungwu decided to concentrate more and tied his hair up. The sparks flew out stronger each time, and Han Eugene was quite worried that Myunggu might get hurt. The skilled grinding strokes continued, and the result was truly surprising. A cold expression on his face. Did Myungwu have such expressions too? The old Myungwu was always so scared and broken. Han Eugene had never seen him so calm. Several hours passed and Han Eugene's phone rang. "Myunggu, I have to go. It's almost time for Pieces training session." Because he was so focused, Myungwu didn't even know Han Eugene was still there. "Oh, you're still here? Time flies. Sorry for taking up so much of your time. Do you need me to see you off?" Han Eugene smiled brightly and said he would see him at home later. Han Eugene really wanted to observe Myungwu a while longer. He wondered if this was how a lowly fish struggling to survive in murky waters would look when it returned to the vast ocean. Even someone as unperceptive as Han Eugene could see this was Myungwu's innate talent. He would probably be fine from now on. He thought everything would be smooth sailing. But the very next day, Myungwu was in pain all over and collapsed completely on the bed. He kept crying and complaining after just one day. "I really can't do anything right." Myungwu had to rest at home due to severe muscle damage. Myungwu didn't come to the workspace the next day either. The other blacksmiths wondered if he wasn't coming today. "That kid who borrowed our grinding machine. Hey, the perfect example of nepotism. He said he couldn't come because he was sick. Haha, just one day? Are you sure that brat isn't lying? He must be desperate, because he couldn't use his connections to get an easy position." Just as these guys were standing there laughing, the uncle with the white towel told them to come look at Myungwu's workstation. "Come over here and take a look. Do you think someone who likes an easy job could do this?" The girl still didn't understand what the uncle meant, but he affirmed it. 1,000. That kid sharpened 1,000 blades in just one day. About a week later, Myunggu's sharp knives were being churned out more and more, amidst the admiring gazes of everyone. He didn't even bring anything, just focused like that. The grinding progress Myungwu had achieved was currently at 5,600 out of 10,000. Even after a hard day of sharpening knives, Myungwu still showed off his cooking skills, and even more dazzling dishes were born. Even though Eileen could only gape, "Wow, what is all this food? It's even glowing." Did his knife skills help improve his cooking skills? Yerim got to enjoy it too, and was immersed in bliss. "What is this? Let's live together forever, brother Myungwu." Just one bite and Yerim had already changed her attitude that much. Yerim was munching away. "I have to eat more. Once I'm in the dungeon, I won't be able to eat such good food." Han Eugene then remembered that Yerim was going into the dungeon today. The girl sighed, expressing that she had been feeling very bored lately. Because she was young, they only let her into dungeons below B rank, but she needed to level up quickly to get new skills and become richer. Yerim looked dejected, wondering if rushing to raid multiple dungeons every day would help her progress. "If I just use all my skills at once, I could sweep through several dungeons in a day." Han Eugene felt it was a bad idea and advised her, "You shouldn't do that. Your physical strength depleting is easy to notice. But when your mana gets low, it's not easy to detect. Just imagine if you fainted while raiding a dungeon due to mana depletion." "Wait, Yerim, what is your mana at right now?" Currently, Yerim's mana is 102. Upon learning this number, the young man only gave a sincere smile. Han Eugene currently only has 2 mana plus 29 from equipment. Compared to Yerim, she was on a completely different level. Han Eugene bitterly thought that her stats were 51 times his. Even adding all his other stats, Yerim's mana was still 5 times greater. Feeling inferior, he heard Yerim and Myung-woo continue talking. Yerim asked if brother Myung-woo planned to raid dungeons anymore. He replied no. If he only worked as a chef, he could still make a mountain of money. Honestly, right now, he just needed to open a restaurant here. Hearing this, Myung-woo was quite interested and replied with a smile, "Let me think about it." Yerim continued to express that with this skill, he no longer needed to become a hunter. Even Eileen had an opinion, saying he had been pushing himself too hard lately. All day, he only focused on sharpening knives and cooking. Myung-woo said he was only doing it because he liked it. Even Eileen handed him a pair of gloves, saying at least he should use these. "I will lend them to you." Myung-woo stammered as if he didn't dare to accept them. "Aren't these gloves yours and super expensive? You said they were a rare grade item." Han Eugene replied that he hasn't been using them lately because they're too hot. He could borrow them until he finished sharpening all the knives. Myung-woo's eyes welled up so moved that he hugged Han Eugene tightly. Han Eugene said, "I will use them well. I will never take them off my hands." Times like this irritated Han Eugene. He said, "Get away, and also, when you go take a shower, you should smile." Myung-woo brought out a pile of unsharpened vegetables, seriously saying this amount is enough for the afternoon. It was really hot here, but it was understandable since this place used fire. From behind, another blacksmith handed Myung-woo a towel, telling him to use it. "This towel is made from magic stone so it can regulate our temperature." This place was too hot. This was the first kindness Myung-woo had received since he arrived. The process was becoming more and more sour. After several hours, his body was truly tired. Everyone outside had already gone home. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a glowing rock. Myung-woo eagerly approached. It was glowing on its own. So cool. Once again, he was caught by the owner just as he was about to touch it. The man yelled not to touch it even if he wanted to. "That is an S-rank magic stone. It would go for at least $1 million. Myung-woo was stunned. The boss added that a stone preserved to this size was very rare. They were keeping it because they weren't sure if they should refine it. Too bad, even the equipped teams of a big guild like Abyss didn't have anyone who could refine this thing. This wasn't something an F-rank could even dream of. I'm sure it was hard for you to deal with the taunts about getting the job through connections. But we always look at skill. If you weren't hired through the standard process, we wouldn't recognize it." Myung-woo scratched his head shyly, lowering his gaze. Right then, that man spoke again, "But occasionally there are people who deserve a chance, because they were buried in the dirt. I heard you even sharpened equipment for the staff yesterday. I came to check and found it looked like a brand new product. It seems you were very persistent for it. Keep proving you're not someone who just relies on connections. If you want to work here, do it that way." Myung-woo started moving quickly with joy. The lacking stats could be compensated with power equipment. He said, "I will work hard." Everything was going smoothly until that incident happened. While working enthusiastically, a person ran over urgently, asking if Hunter Myung-woo was here. "You are Hunter Myung-woo, right? Please come with us." Not understanding what was going on, that girl tapped Myung-woo on the shoulder, saying that Hunter Han Eugene had disappeared so they needed to investigate him. Myung-woo was struck dumb and froze instantly. What happened to brother Han Eugene? Myung-woo couldn't focus on anything else. His face went blank. Disappeared? Han Eugene said he was AB all day today. I also didn't see him being approached by anyone strange. That girl found it unreasonable. So then didn't he disappear on his own? Yerim ran over frantically asking what was wrong with the uncle. The guildmaster was on his way to raid a dungeon but received a call. Yerim immediately rushed back. Man with glasses brought Yerim back, saying, "Please go this way, the guild leader has returned." Myung-woo stammered with a worried face saying, "Wait, I also, if there is anything I can help with." The man with glasses bluntly and harshly replied, telling him to stay here, it would be safer. He said sorry, but he couldn't help. A few hours ago, Han Eugene was still lying peacefully relaxing on the sofa. The youth was proud because both Han Eugene and Yerim were doing very well. He had treated her to Haiyan Snail. Myung-woo only had the issue of time before awakening his skill. He just needed to lie down on the sofa with peace. While imagining a dreamy scene in his dream, Peace kept clawing and scratching, meaning it really wanted to go out. Han Eugene understood and indulged it, asking, "Are you feeling restless, right? Should we go downstairs and train?" As soon as he stepped out the door, he saw a muscular bodyguard standing watch. Han Eugene stammered asking, "Excuse me, I was planning to go downstairs." "Where are you planning to go?" Things were a bit troublesome for Han Eugene. After negotiations, the major guild sent bodyguards to follow him, both to watch over him and protect his identity. This bodyguard was a B-rank bodyguard from MKC. He was on the phone asking out the basement access, then turned to ask Han Eugene, "You are planning to go to the training room, right?" Han Eugene enthusiastically replied, "That's right, the second basement floor." As soon as they entered the elevator, Peace surprised Han Eugene by already knowing how to press the elevator button. Han Eugene was very happy and kept praising Peace, asking, "Oh my god, did you press the elevator button yourself? Look how smart our little friend is." Han Eugene was this excited, but when he turned around, he saw the bodyguard wasn't very enthusiastic. Even Aileen had to hold back, confused because the previous bodyguard really liked Peace. Tisk, not everyone liked him. The elevator door opened, revealing a group of staff carrying super huge luggage. Standing in the crowded elevator, Han Eugene was still curious and used his skill eye to determine their level. According to this level, they were definitely not from Abyss. Han Eugene asked outright, "Are you guys from another guild?" They replied they were from Briggs, a guild under Abyss. A suit of armor and a pile of bulky items were taken from the dungeon. They always borrowed Abyss's training room to check items. They said they had already been checked, so they weren't suspicious people. Seeing them friendly and cheerful, Han Eugene also engaged enthusiastically, laughing and saying, "You guys must work hard." Finally arriving at floor B2, they all turned to say goodbye to Han Eugene, saying, "We are off, have a good day." Han Eugene smiled and replied, "Yes, bye." In his heart, Han Eugene was cheerful, but in reality, he felt they were very suspicious. Moreover, they didn't compliment Peace on being cute, so the youth felt very aggrieved. But Han Eugene shook his head, thinking he was truly foolish. That could happen. There was no rule forcing everyone to praise Peace. Arriving at the training room, Peace excitedly jumped down. "Alright, you want to play tug of war first, don't you? Wait a moment, let me prepare a bit." As soon as he put on his gloves and turned around, he saw the group that had thrown red powder in Han Eugene's face earlier. "What's going on? What is this powder?" The system notified that the security fruit item was activated, poison resistance initiated, and the effect was cancelled. Sensing something wrong, Peace also turned to look. He coughed violently and then collapsed to the ground. Han Eugene panicked, not knowing what to do, and they pressed a cloth against his nose. These people were puzzled because Han Eugene was still conscious despite using intermediate sleeping powder. Perhaps he had taken the antidote from Abyss. At that moment, Han Eugene recognized the men from Bridge from earlier. Why were they here? How did they get in? Aileen quickly kicked the chest of the man in front, then twisted the arm of the one behind. What's going on? Wasn't his rank just FA level? Even though Aileen is giving her all, you just need to run to the door. The young man used maximum speed to dash out, and called for help to the guard. "Please help me." As soon as he mentioned strangers, that guard landed a punch straight to Han Eugene's face, causing him to collapse. Scolded the others, "Can't you people do your job properly? He only has items. His younger brother probably gave him some good ones. Let's strip the equipment first." And Eugene alone couldn't resist them. He was extremely panicked, not knowing what to do. They pinned him down and stripped his items one by one. The strengthened gloves were removed, strength decreased by 25, stat now 4. The thin belt was removed, agility decreased by 16, stat now 4. It seemed the MKC guys had betrayed them. Those cunning bastards sent spies instead of guards. By any means, Han Eugene swore he had to escape from here. They tied Han Eugene up tightly, then saw the earrings. Could these earrings be the antidote? They ripped off the earrings, blood spurting from Han Eugene's ears. The black fairy earrings were removed, mana decreased by 29. The situation was critical. Han Eugene had used many skills since earlier. If they took the earrings, his remaining mana would be truly pathetic, even less than 10%. And Eugene's strength was draining. He could no longer speak or resist. Seeing he was exhausted, they continued their actions, finally quieted down. "Put him and that monster in the luggage. When we leave and they've already checked, they probably won't do it again." Han Eugene gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it, I should have known from the start when they didn't show any love for Peace. After being unconscious for a while, they brought Han Eugene to a dark warehouse. The man with the ponytail threw a basin of cold water in his face to wake him. As soon as he opened his eyes, Han Eugene was confused again. He sat down, his face full of pretense. Finally awake. "You were snoring too loudly, so I helped you wash your face." Through his appraisal eyes, Han Eugene knew his name was Kim Uji. "I don't remember this name. Is he from the kidnapping guild? If he's B rank, he's probably the guild master or vice guild master." Kim Uji grabbed Han Eugene by the hair. "I feel sorry for this pathetic F rank, so I'll get straight to the point. About that fire-horned monster you're raising. You're holding the master contract, aren't you? Hand it over." He took a drag of his cigarette and told Han Eugene to give up hope of anyone coming to save him, then hand over the master contract. If Kim Uji wants the master contract, it means they haven't killed Peace yet. Remembering their words, it seemed Peace was also brought here. Han Eugene said through gritted teeth, "Seeing how relaxed you are, you must think you can handle the problem. You also know what the 5 major guilds and the association will do after finding out about this, right?" Kim Uji sneered. "I don't know yet. It's just a matter of time." And he pulled out his phone. "See, this is a text from your guard. He's still watching the training room. No one knows you've been kidnapped. Even if they find out, so what? Can they find this place?" There are tons of shipping containers. While they're searching aimlessly, we'll probably be on a boat to Japan. It seemed the Japanese were backing them. Kim Uji insisted there was no backing, it was just an auction house. If I hand you over, I'll get a decent sum of money, plus half of your auction value. Eugene finally understood. Because they couldn't make a move on him in this country, they planned to sell him abroad. So this was how they lured the guards and small guilds into cooperating. And Eugene hoped to be rescued in time. Once they know he's kidnapped, even if it means mobilizing customs, the guilds and the association will search. But if the ship gets to international waters, things get complicated, and Eugene had to buy time until then. He couldn't let them succeed. Kim Uji continued smoking nonchalantly. Why don't you just give up and hand over the master contract? Han Eugene let out a bitter laugh. He was surprised by Han Eugene's strange demeanor. He began to speak. Do you think I'm that stupid? Do you really think I'd hand over the master contract after you said all that? Kim Uji looked confused. What? Han Eugene added. You just admitted I'm a valuable asset. Now I know you can't touch me, so why should I be scared? Aren't you supposed to be smart? Smart my ass. You're nothing but a dumb fool who can't think things through. Pathetic, that ugly face with a brain full of nothing. Even if I hand over the master contract, with that stupid brain of yours, what the hell can you do with it? These taunts successfully provoked him. Furious, he knocked away his cigarette, lunged, and punched Han Eugene in the stomach. This punch seemed uncontrolled. He was going mad and issued a warning, saying things like that, you must have no idea of your position. Even though he was about to foam at the mouth and was as weak as a dried shrimp, Han Eugene still tried to keep his mouth full of strength. My position? Huh, of course I know. I'm smarter than the idiot standing in front of me. I also have better skills. A B-rank combat hunter like you is mediocre. Even a truckload of people can't compare to me. His anger multiplied, and Kim Uji gave Han Eugene another vicious kick. He stomped hard on Han Eugene's right foot and glared. That's right. You're so important we can't destroy you. It's just a shame I can only hurt you this much. Even though Eileen was trying to provoke him a bit more. Grab my neck higher or punch me in the stomach. I need you to make me critical enough to go to the hospital to buy time. Kim Uji smoothly dragged Eugene outside. Let me introduce you to a new friend. We're raising monsters too. As soon as he lifted his head, Han Eugene felt a monster's tentacle touch his shoulder, slicing his face and drawing blood. Kim Uji seemed amused by Han Eugene's terrified face, finally scared. It's a secret rank dungeon monster. It will inflict a curse on its prey with toxins on its tentacles. The pain it causes is quite horrific. Within 30 minutes, everyone surrenders and begs. Now let's see how a valuable commodity like you will plead and cry. I'll let you have fun for 30 minutes. Han Eugene broke out in a cold sweat. Things had spiraled completely out of control. In another development, Abyss was in turmoil due to internal strife. Yerim could not suppress her emotions either. As soon as she opened the door to Han Eugene's room, she grabbed him by the collar and demanded he apologize. He had said Abyss's security was very tight, that the old man would be safe, but look now. Yu stammered a reply, saying that this incident was indeed somewhat unusual. It was highly unlikely for direct subordinates of an S-rank hunter to betray, especially those who had raided S-rank dungeons together. Just as wild beasts follow the lead male to survive, they could not underestimate the leader. That was why my brother's guards were limited to the guild master's direct subordinates. Yerim still refused to let go, sulking, so why was the old man kidnapped? It seemed that guard was not the one originally assigned to the protection detail. Someone within MKC caused this change. MKC was funded by powerful awakeners, unlike AB, which was hunter-centered. Power in MKC was divided. A sponsor must have investigated my brother. It was also a sign that the CEO had lost control of the guild and was being restrained by the sponsors. I knew one day the two factions would clash, but I did not expect them to join hands with one of our subsidiary guilds. I also did not think they would use low-rank hunters. Han Eugene was just a compressed rank. I should have been more vigilant. Yerim asked tensely, so what did the MKC guild master say? Where is the old man now? Yuhi said sadly, that is what we have to keep searching for, and also the reason I called you here. Can use the white gaze? Yerim let go, saying no wonder she kept smelling blood. So you want me to read the memories of the guard in this room? That is right, find out where they could be hiding him. I have informed MKC that Abyss will handle that guard itself. I think this method will be more effective than going to demand an explanation. Eugene reminded Yerim to keep this matter secret. Elsewhere, Kim Uji was waiting and looking at his phone clock. Strange, wasn't this bastard supposed to send me a message as usual? Have we been discovered? Whatever. As long as I get the master code, even if the rest of the plan fails, I still win. Kim Uji opened the beast-holding cell door and asked Han Eugene with interest, are you having fun? Seeing Han Eugene lying limp on the ground, he smugly thought the curse had exhausted him, but no. Han Eugene opened his eyes, jumped up and shouted, come on, let us start Inky. While Kim Uji was dazed and confused, a tentacle gently wrapped around his neck. The monster he had raised lunged out to attack him back. What is this? What the hell is going on? Believable, Han Eugene casually petted Inky. Kim Uji was stunned, saying I thought you only raised newborn monsters. Han Eugene sneered in reply, you also know that one should not reveal all one's skills. Go on, Inky, bite him for me. Inky's tentacles tightened more and more. Kim Uji was still in shock. Damn it, this is completely different from what I heard. I never heard you you could do things like this. Han Eugene smiled brightly and replied, you did not know a compressed rank could do this, right? Actually, I can do many things. 30 minutes ago, when he first faced Inky, Han Eugene was very scared. So gross, what are those tentacles? Thanks to the curse resistance skill, I will be fine, but what if it attacks directly? Han Eugene stood up quickly, thanking heaven that he could still use his inventory. But could he use these 30 minutes to deal with a C rank monster? The monster looked straight at Han Eugene and then backed away. It backed away. Why? It seemed scared. I am just a compressed rank. The system announced the activation of the Dragon Slayer effect, natural enemy of the goddess. Doubles the effect of all skills when facing Crick. Is it because of the Dragon Slayer title? Since it is a title obtained after killing a dragon that used curses and toxins, it also affects other dragon species. The monster continued to back away. Even without attack skills, the effect increase still applied to influence skills. To calm it down, Han Eugene threw his knife away. Good, Becky. Do you want to eat a D-rank magic stone from underground? Thus, Han Eugene successfully tamed it. Back to the present, looking at Kim Uji's terrified face, he felt very satisfied. He could not go into details, but it was probably due to luck encountering the right situation. I have also made a new friend. Thanks a lot. And Eugene continued to order Becky to bite him. Even with his hand bound, Kim Uji still boasted that these tentacles were useless against him. Just as he broke free from the tentacle, Han Eugene also grabbed a knife and stabbed him from behind. Kim Uji grabbed Han Eugene's hand tightly and roared, "What the hell do you think you are doing?" Even though he was knocked down, Han Eugene was still excited. A single knife still worked on a B rank weakened by poison. Kim Uji could only curse Han Eugene as a fucking bastard. More Becky. Kim Uji confidently declared that no matter what it did, it was just a C-rank monster. One hand was enough to handle it, and then he swung his weapon, slashing the monster. Haha, you really think you can do anything with just that? No matter what low-level brats like you do, you cannot defeat a B rank. You will pay. Just as he was being arrogant, Kim Uji began to transform, his body shrouded in black darkness. What the hell is this? I am sure I killed it. That curse is even lower rank than me. Han Eugene was activating his last gratifying skill. Converts all skills and stats of Monster Becky with double effect. He activated Loxtus's natural enemy, doubling the effect of the last gratitude skill. Since the effect was already doubled, the damage was quite severe. Eugene thought he was just doing what Kim Uji had done to him, so this was self-defense. Eileen widened her eyes and asked him the last question, why he laid his hands on someone who just wanted to live in peace. He pressed his hand firmly against that man's face, asking him where he was keeping dear peace. Kim Uji was in too much pain to speak, only stammering like a beaten dog. Who the hell are you, you damn animal? I'll kill you, mark my words. He originally intended to let you go, but since you're being so loudmouthed now, I guess you won't talk. Then I have no reason to release you anymore. I've already activated the poison skill anyway. Sorry, I can't disclose my last gratitude skill to others. Why did he have to kidnap me? I never thought I would kill anyone in this life. I wanted to keep your body intact, but unfortunately, we have a girl who can read memories from the dead. Han Eugene held the bent metal bar looking it over. Brecky's power had truly reached its peak to the point of losing control entirely. And Eugene's phantom-like state was about to last 7 days. Han Eugene told himself he must hide it very carefully when he returned. By the way, he opened the break key system to see if there were any useful skills. As soon as he touched it, countless top-tier skills appeared before his eyes, stunning him speechless. The invisibility skill let him sneak away perfectly. The weakling intuition skill helped him avoid encountering high-level hunters. While he was engrossed in the pile of skills, Han Eugene's feet suddenly throbbed with excruciating pain. Forcing down the pain, he chose the lizard spirit skill. Han Eugene's entire body was covered in spiritual energy. He headed straight down the path to find peace. A group of crew members and kidnappers were gathered bragging when suddenly, their throats were constricted by countless invisible threads, threatening to suffocate them. Eileen calmly brought along an invisible surge of force. With her naked eye, she advanced straight to the room of the ringleader. Seeing that Han Eugene had escaped safely and came here, that man couldn't help but gape. Hearing Han Eugene ask about the Horned Firemaster, he smirked, bluntly throwing a piece of wood that missed, hitting the wall behind him. With his innate arrogance, he said loftily, "Low-level punk like you must have only escaped by luck. You should have run away. Why did you come here regardless?" Horned Firemaster? It's locked up tight. I even have the key right here, so what about it? The ringleader, Park Sang-gun with his blood feather dance skill, laughed boisterously, challenging Han Eugene to come get the key. Before he could finish his sentence, Han Eugene slapped him straight across the face, blood spraying from his mouth. Han Eugene, calm and cold, demanded Sang-gun confess quickly. Slapped to the ground, he hadn't even understood what happened. He was beaten by Han Eugene with several dozen more blows, leaving him breathless. The room became lively with the incessant sound of physical impact. Sang got beaten as his meal, his waist twisted, unable to speak. Yet he still remained stubborn. Han Eugene picked up his blood feather dagger, saying softly, having to crush him into a bloody pulp made Sang-gun's face turn pale. Being sternly threatened by Han Eugene, Sang-gun was scared shitless, promising to give Jojin the key. But before that, he proposed that Han Eugene sign a contract before handing it over. This contract ensured Han Eugene would not attack him after obtaining the key. Han Eugene did not hesitate, signing a straight line. The force surrounding Sangun was lifted and he breathed a sigh of relief, but just as Han Eugene was about to leave, Sangun turned his face faster than flipping a rice pancake. He lunged with wide eyes, grabbing Han Eugene by the collar, laughing loudly, saying he was so easy to fool. What are you going to do? You can't attack me anymore, right? This contract was created by an effective curse. If you attack me, you'll go blind. You should have thought it through. I guess I expected too much from a newbie like you entering the dungeon for the first time. Sangun was laughing boisterously when he suddenly stopped, seeing Han Eugene calmly tear the contract apart. It turned out the blindness curse had been nullified by Han Eugene's curse resistance. Han Eugene smirked, his entire body radiating murderous aura, his hand gently grasping Sangun's hand. And what had to come came. After a session of brutal punishment, Han Eugene stepped out refreshed from the messy room filled with Sangun's pitch-black sludge. Looking at the unconscious crew members lying on the floor, the kind-hearted Han Eugene decided to spare them since they were still alive. Before Han Eugene could even use a skill, he left the rest for Abyss to handle. Remembering Blackie, Han Eugene gently opened the door and walked in. The beast lay limp on the ground, looking utterly pitiful. Han Eugene feared that if he left it behind, it would surely be tortured and sold for materials. Instead, he decided to use magic to transform it into a useful diamond. Afterward, Han Eugene found peace in the dungeon. Worried that carrying peace out now would raise suspicion, Han Eugene simply slipped into the cell and fell asleep hugging Peace. A moment later, Abyss's people appeared, completely drenched. They saw Han Eugene and Peace sleeping soundly in each other's arms in the middle of the cabin. Just then, the system reported that an S-rank awakener was about to arrive. Han Eugene, along with Yerim and Sunghan, hurriedly ran to fling open the cell door. Everyone was panicked and worried, not knowing if Han Eugene was alright. Despite being overly cared for, he still felt a little flustered. He felt that he might have become someone important. As he was walking, Han Eugene suddenly collapsed into Han Eugene's arms, throwing everyone into another frenzy like ants on a hot pan. Han Eugene awkwardly said he was fine, but before he could finish speaking, he was princess carried by Han Eugene and walked straight off under everyone's suspicious gazes. Han Eugene was embarrassed, wanting to crawl into a hole, but also happy to have a younger brother who knew how to take care of him. Yerim tearfully saw the two brothers off to the car and said she would return after cleaning up the scene. In the car, Han Eugene was a little worried because Yerim had to use her power for that difficult mission. His former assistant interrupted, telling the driver to go to the hospital, startling Han Eugene. Despite Han Eugene's strong refusal, he stubbornly insisted on him getting a full health checkup. That can't happen. If it did, they would discover his stats had skyrocketed due to the final gratitude. Han Eugene was worried, but by acting spoiled, he managed to soften Han Eugene's heart and get the car to turn around. However, Han Eugene's keen nose still caught a reptilian smell on him, causing his heart to skip a beat. Using the lizard camouflage skill, Han Eugene lied, saying it was just the smell of the sea, which made Han Eugene stop asking. And so the long day ended. MKC was temporarily stripped of its security contract. This was an inevitable result. They also tightened security for guests and new bodyguards. Chairman personally verified identities. As for Han Eugene, he still had nightmares every night from the skill. Rocky's memories before it died still lingered within him. He woke with a start from the dream, and Eugene was terrified, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. This was something once so familiar, but he had now forgotten it. It hadn't been long since he turned back time. He had just gone to the kitchen to get a drink of water to calm himself. Han Eugene suddenly remembered the time he spent rotting at home for a whole week, only drinking alcohol. Suddenly, someone barged in and took him to the hospital. He guessed it was one of Han Eugene's people. Oh well, it's fine now. That's in the past. An S-rank is hard to kill like that, but what about Myung-woo? Eugene thought to himself. As he passed Myung-woo's room, he stumbled because he wasn't there. It turned out Myung-woo was busy forging knives in the basement. He had forged up to knife 9,980, but still powerless. He was in despair, thinking he couldn't do anything when his friend was kidnapped and in danger. Abyss's earlier words stabbed straight into his heart. They said he had no abilities to participate and help. They also saw no connection between him and Han Eugene, despite being longtime friends. Not only could he do nothing, but he himself also felt useless. Myung-woo was in despair, bowing his head and sobbing. The next morning, Han Eugene called out for Han Eugene. It meant Myung-woo had run away from home again. Not only that, but before leaving, he had even cooked beef rib soup and left it behind. This sent Han Eugene into a chaotic panic, because that meant Myung-woo wouldn't be coming back. He was extremely anxious, afraid something bad would happen to him. At that moment, Myung-woo was walking through the city with a backpack, even though he had no idea where to go. His mood was utterly depressed, thinking about how he was a friend of Han Eugene, but he couldn't help at all when he was kidnapped. As he was walking, he suddenly noticed his shoelace was untied. Myung-woo gently bent down to tie it, but the contents of the backpack on his back suddenly spilled all over the road. It was truly misfortune worthy of Myung-woo. While Myung-woo was so down he could cry, two kids suddenly found his EBS Guild access card. Myung-woo's cart had fallen on the ground, and they shouted loudly, causing a commotion on the street corner. Kids looked at him with admiration, grinning and asking non-stop questions. It drew a crowd of onlookers like ants. Faced with such excessive attention, Myung-woo could only tearfully claim he was just the manager of the Abyss Guild dormitory. The kids instantly changed their attitude, fast as an X flipping their face. Knowing he was only an E-rank hunter, they bluntly declared, "You're so useless," which shattered Myung-woo's heart. The children rubbed salt into his wound with their malicious words. He himself felt inferior, unable to improve despite sharpening his blade 10,000 times. Myung-woo imagined being abandoned by Han Eugene's group and burst into tears in the street, stunning the kids into silence. Seeing how pitiful he was, the kids dragged him home to help him find a good skill. And the help Myung-woo received from the kids was being water tortured, pushed from the second floor in terror until he almost fainted. "Isn't this just violence? Myung-woo, even children are bullying you. What the hell am I doing?" Myung-woo was dragged back and forth like a toy, his spirit broken as he thought to himself. Lost in thought, he didn't realize he had already been pulled out onto the street. Upon hearing their demand to cross an 8-lane road, Myung-woo was terrified and vehemently objected. "We told you we're just trying to help, uncle. Skill will appear when your life is in danger. Surely a good combat skill will come out if we keep doing this," the girl declared firmly. Myung-woo pondered, finding it unconvincing yet somewhat logical. Looking at the two resilient kids, he curiously asked if they did this every day. Upon hearing them confirm it was indeed the case, Myung-woo was startled and advised them to stop and study hard. "What's the point of studying? Doing this won't let you survive anyway. Everyone says that. They say being a combat hunter is best," the boy replied, surprising Myung-woo. The focus shifted from studying to being a hunter. Nothing really changed, Myung-woo thought. Suddenly, an explosion erupted behind him along with countless blinding flashes of light. A dungeon break had occurred, and the authorities called for immediate civilian evacuation. Contrary to Myung-woo's fear, the kids were thrilled, thinking they might awaken. Myung-woo hurriedly chased after the kids, afraid they might be in danger. The entire street was in chaos, people scattering to find shelter. In the distance, a giant spider spirit with powerful firepower, along with a swarm of roosting spiders preparing to break out. Dungeon break was incredibly fierce. The whole city was submerged in a sea of fire and spider webs. Giant spider monsters poured out en masse, attacking the city wildly. The cause was a gate forming in an abandoned shopping mall, triggering a dungeon break because it wasn't detected in time. Journalists accidentally captured footage of Myung-woo and the kids running for their lives. Behind them, the spider spirit group was chasing with all their might. Myung-woo and the two kids ran while crying silently. Turning back to see those spiders attacking others, he became even more terrified. Myung-woo ran like never before, regretting following the two kids. As he and the boy screamed relentlessly, the older girl was quite brave, trying to calm them both down. Just as the ferocious giant spider lunged right in front of them, the girl quickly dashed to block in front of Myung-woo and the boy, her face deathly pale, barely able to breathe. The girl blinked, raising her S-rank claws to attack the monster, but as expected, the spider merely flicked its pincer, sending the girl flying far away. She trembled, struggling to stand up amidst the scattered debris. Her face ashen, she stared tremblingly at her palm, unaware of the spider ambushing behind her. Before it could land its attack, Myung-woo had already rushed over and scooped the girl up. Struggling to run up to the rooftop, he carried the girl. It was heavy and exhausting to the point of breathlessness, but he dared not complain. Suddenly, the girl spoke softly, asking Myung-woo to leave her behind. "Just leave me, I'm done for. I just awakened, I'm only E-rank," the girl cried, tears streaming down her face. The monster caught up at the foot of the stairs, everyone on the verge of fainting. They hurriedly ran forward. The girl saw Myung-woo burdened by carrying her added weight, so she, "Stop screaming, leave me behind. I only have low-level skills, my life is over. I don't know anything about fighting anyway. I am not worth you risking your life for me. Please leave me behind and go," she sobbed. Myung-woo immediately set her down, but not to run away alone. Quickly pulled a sharp knife from his pocket, pointing it at the monster. "I will hold it off, you two go on ahead. Kids like you two should not say things like your lives are over or you should be left behind. Isn't there still so much you two can do? Even if not, your lives still hold great value. So get up, find a rescuer, and come back here. On the way, support each other well, now go." Myung-woo said, choked up. Though unwilling, the two kids had to obey, hurriedly pulling each other to find an escape route, promising to return soon. Myung-woo tried to calm the children, but he himself was scared to tears. His whole body trembled, he was so panicked he could barely stand, knowing he was no match for the monster. But remembering the girl's words from earlier, Myung-woo recklessly charged in. No matter how hard he tried, he could not do anything. The result was being knocked out of the building by the monster in an instant. "Ah, see, it's over. Just as I thought I couldn't do anything. Thanks for everything, Han Eugene. I see my life flashing before my eyes." Myung-woo, while falling, dreamily thought of Han Eugene in his final moments. Seeing Han Eugene appear beside him, Myung-woo thought it was an illusion. But it was not. Han Eugene had actually appeared, rushing in like a god. He timely grabbed Myung-woo's hand tightly before he hit the ground. Myung-woo, saved, was extremely extremely moved, tears welling up, unable to speak. Myung-woo truly remembered nothing, because his memory was cut off right at the part where Han Eugene saved him. When he saw Han Eugene fighting fiercely against the monster using an element, long tentacles grew from Han Eugen's back. Myung-woo at that time was panicked, staying dazed. He did not understand what that skill was, too shocked to stammer out a word. Eileen, to avoid trouble, swung her hand and hit Myung-woo's neck, knocking him unconscious. And so Myung-woo's memory was cut off right there. He jolted awake. Myung-woo broke out in a sweat, discovering he was in the dormitory. On the TV, the news that the two kids had been safely rescued made Myung-woo sigh with relief. Feeling this was not a dream, Myung-woo was still confused about how he got home safely. Just then, Han Eugene came out of the kitchen holding a pot of porridge, making Myung-woo dazed, unable to tell if it was real or a vision. You saved me, right? And you had something like tentacles on your back. Myung-woo's questions were all brushed aside by Han Eugene. Han Eugene made the excuse that the hunters from the Urbis Guild were the ones who actually saved him and brought Myung-woo home. Before Myung-woo could understand, Han Eugene grabbed him by the collar and cursed him out for daring to run away from home. Seeing Han Eugene so worried, he cursed him out profusely like a mother scolding her son. Myung-woo was extremely moved, his tears soaking his shirt. The heavy, oppressive feeling in his heart finally dissipated completely. Han Eugene, even after sharpening 10,000 knives and still getting a useless skill, will you still be my friend? Myung-woo asked again to confirm. At his foolish question, Jojin turned purple with anger, realizing the reason Myung-woo ran away from home was just worry over this, and really wanted to beat him up. Even without a skill, you are doing fine now. I heard you got recruited by the equipment maintenance department a few days ago. Anyway, I want to make this request. I think I cannot eat food cooked by anyone other than you. Even if you become successful, do not abandon me. Or at least come by often and cook for me, okay? I promise I won't be picky. I will also pay you, but it's best you keep living with me. Hearing every heartfelt word from Han Eugene, Myung-woo was so happy he cried, promising to always be by his side. He was no longer worried. Recalling that day, Myung-woo awakened in a cramped, dirty apartment. That was also the day he did something foolish after the awakening night. His life had not changed at all, because he only had useless low-level skills. He also did not have much hope, feeling he had never been the main character. Life with no one by his side, nothing in his hands, he could only sigh and not know what else to do. Just as he was about to leave this world out of despair, Han Eugene suddenly appeared. At first, Myung-woo was very doubtful, wondering if he deserved all this. He was both scared and grateful. Realizing he could never become someone like Han Eugene or Yerim, even sharpening knives day and night, Myung-woo could not imagine himself possessing any really cool skill. But the moment that little girl demanded to set her down, Myung-woo realized he had been wrong. At that time, he understood that Han Eugene had never looked down on him from the start. Han Eugene did not force Myung-woo to pursue something unsuitable for him. He only made Myung-woo believe he could do what he liked. Thanks to that, Myung-woo could pour all his effort into his own strengths. All along, Jojin had been cheering for Myung-woo. That was why Myung-woo was no longer afraid. He felt he could see the path ahead. That path was become strong in his own way. After forging the 10,000th knife, Myung-woo choked up as he received the SS rank skill, Master of the Golden Forge. Alamana had finally found its true owner. This news sent shockwaves through the hunter world. To whom did that top-tier S-rank weapon belong? It was none other than our girl Yerim. With the item Myung-woo made, the daughter of the mercantile family, Erin decided to test it on the stream before her. With a single swing of her hand, countless ice energies surged and transformed like a storm. Power was so strong it froze an entire area, a clear S-rank ice attribute effect. This was the 16th domestic S-rank weapon, made by a human, not from a dungeon. After inspection, the Korean Hunter Association confirmed the creator was Hunter Myung-woo. The MC at the press conference introducing the S-rank product spoke cheerfully after playing Yerim's test video. Facing a barrage of questions, Myung-woo, in his neat red suit, his hair tidy, calmly explained, making Han Eugene and Sung-han upstairs happy as well. Myung-woo was now very reliable, looking much healthier than the first time they met. Sung-han listened as Han Eugene told him about Myung-woo after he crafted the item. Seeing his stats rise to rank X, he gaped in astonishment. The ability to increase stats as massively as Myung-woo was truly a special case. Han Eugene recalled that a few hours ago, right after Myung-woo received the skill, he immediately began crafting the S-rank weapon. Not only that, but he also gave Jojin a space pouch containing S-rank materials. S-rank materials appeared at the same time, making Han Eugene's eyes pop out. How could one skill grant so many things? My L-rank skill only had one line of explanation. Even the keywords were like blank paper. You hateful system, why are you so discriminatory? Han Eugene felt wronged and rolled over to cry. Seeing that, Myung-woo led Jojin into the Golden Forge for a tour. With a wave of his hand, a brilliantly shining golden door appeared before Han Eugene's eyes. Han Eugene was a little scared but still let Myung-woo take his hand and lead him in. He thought Myung-woo was like a main character in a movie. Stepping inside, the vast scenery and the two fire elementals left Han Eugene speechless with shock. Myung-woo said these two fire elementals helped him craft weapons. Preparations left by the previous owner of this place helped Myung-woo learn the basics of crafting. Han Eugene did not expect that there were hunters here with crafting skills before Myung-woo. Myung-woo took out the card left by the previous person and read it to Jojin, welcoming the successor. Perhaps the blessing of hot coals and molten metal had come to him. Occasionally, traces of civilization were found in dungeons. Those remnants resembled this world, but the houses and arenas were different, leading people to believe there was another civilization from another world. Myung-woo did not know if the Forge Master was from that place, and he believed the previous owner had left everything for the successor to learn the crafting skill. Myung-woo said as he held out the vibrant bouquet of flowers in front of Han Eugene, declared he would always follow Han Eugene no matter which path he chose. Everything was unfolding exactly as Han Eugene had planned. Both Hyan and Myung-woo had sided with Jojin, but instead of accepting it gladly, Han Eugene appeared tense. He hesitantly scratched his head and said there was no need to do that. You don't need to worry about me. There is something I have been hiding from you for a long time. We actually don't know anything about each other. You have misunderstood me. Clearly, we only met in front of the Hunter Association not long ago. Suddenly, you find yourself in so much trouble because of being deceived by a stranger. So stop worrying about me and do what you want, Han Eugene said hesitantly. Han Eugene truly did not want Myung-woo to leave, but seeing him develop made him happy as well. So instead of holding him back, Han Eugene thought it was better to let him go. Han Eugene, you said this skill is very strong, even having a greater impact than a guild. Then there is no need to think or calculate any further. Just let me give it to you, because leaving it here will cause it to burn to ashes. I am only doing what I want, as you said. I will not worry about you anymore. I will only do what I intend to do. Myung-woo handed the bouquet to Han Eugene and replied softly. Going back to the press conference, that item called Family Merchant Firm was given to Yerim by Myung-woo. Because Myung-woo had received a lot of help from the EBS Guild, he decided to gift his first S-rank weapon to this place. Du Eileen watched that scene with a pang in her heart, as if she herself had just torn apart a bag of money in her hand. But anyway, thanks to Myung-woo's glory, Han Eugene attracted less attention, and life became easier. Myung-woo truly made it. I no longer need to worry about him being alone. Now Myung-woo is welcomed wherever he goes. He is the only crafting equipment hunter in the world. Every guild and hunter will seek him out. So why would he stay here? He should go to a better place. We can be friends, but not childhood friends. We only recently got to know each other. Eileen calmly sipped her water and said to Sung Han. Yerim on stage not only thanked Myung-woo, but also mentioned Han Eugene, causing Han Eugene to choke in surprise on his water. Myung-woo also immediately chimed in, thanking the Abyss Guild and Han Eugene for his contributions. The crowd buzzed and turned their gazes toward Han Eugene, making him wish he could sink into the ground from embarrassment. He had not realized how much he meant to them. They did not want to be apart from him. They saw him as someone they had to protect no matter what. A family member more important than anyone else, Sung Han thought with a smile. As for Myung-woo and Yerim, bringing up Han Eugene in public was a warning. Anyone who touched him would be finished. The next few days were rather quiet. Not only was security tightened, but Han Eugene also had no reason to go outside. Myung-woo spent all day buried in the forge. Bored, Han Eugene decided to take peace for a short stroll outside. Then he immediately ran into Hunter Sojang at the elevator door. Seeing that Han Eugene was heading to the training room, she happily offered to go with him. Sojang was an A-rank hunter recruited from England by the president of the Jupiter Guild. Hyun-jae personally invited her over because of her outstanding talent, even though she was only 19 years old. More importantly, Han Eugene knew that a love scandal would erupt between her and him later on. In other words, Sojang would become Han Eugene's sister-in-law. Since he already knew everything in advance, Han Eugene cheerfully entered the elevator with Sojang. Sojang gently struck up a conversation, saying that learning Han Eugene was safe after the kidnapping incident put her at ease, because he was her only hope. Actually, I have an SS rank skill called Dragon Riding, which lets me tame monsters. Sojang revealed this to Han Eugene's astonished face. Dragons are the hardest species to tame. Possessing a high-tier mount like a dragon is nearly impossible for an A-rank hunter. If Sojang could master such a mount, she would conquer dungeons more easily than anyone else. It's really frustrating. I have it but can't use it. That's why I'm putting all my hopes on your skill. Dragon eggs occasionally appear in the dungeon managed by Jupiter. If they manage to breed them, I'll eventually have a dragon. I'm so excited. I wonder how cute my newborn dragon will be. Sojang's excitement made Han Eugene happy as well. He thought to himself that his younger brother's girlfriend was truly adorable beyond words. Then he heard Sojang say that Han Eugene would be the one to raise her baby dragon. Han Eugene felt like fainting sideways and upside down, all because of the rumors started by his sister Hyun-A. He led Peace into the training room, but it stubbornly refused to train at all, making Han Eugene quite worried. Sojang witnessed the scene of Han Eugene and Peace arguing fiercely, looking both amusing and ridiculous. Teacher Han Eugene was furious because he couldn't take a walk with this monster. Sojang then got the idea to call and ask the guild master for his opinion to go up to the rooftop garden. On the rooftop of the Jupiter Guild, Mark Han Eugene strongly objected. The guild master on the other end quickly agreed to call a car to pick up Han Eugene. He is always being picked up and dropped off. We need to prepare thoroughly for this special guest, right? Jupiter Guild master said with a smirk. Even though Aileen had just stepped onto the rooftop, she was stunned by its vastness and lush greenery. So Jiang cheerfully walked beside her, saying he had blocked all entrances and exits so Han Eugene could use it comfortably. Seeing Peace seemed shy and unfamiliar with this place. Han Eugene quickly comforted him to just relax because So Jiang was a good person and this place was very safe. So Jiang chuckled, walked over and gave a smacking kiss on Han Eugene's face, making him want to find a hole to crawl into. You can't do that, sister-in-law, because she's a foreigner so she finds this kind of thing normal. What if it disrupts the future of Abyss? And Eugene panicked, covering his face, his heart full of sorrow. After hearing So Jiang's advice, Peace gradually regained his confidence. Full of spirit, he danced vigorously around the flowers, making Han Eugene embarrassed for him. Peace's force had crushed all the surrounding flowers. So Jiang didn't mind because Peach was too adorable. She hoped that later he and her little dragon could play together. Teacher Han Eugene wondered what kind of dragon So Jiang's little dragon was. So Jiang described it as a level 3 flying dragon, with black pointed wings and dark hard skin on the outside. It had pointed tips on its wings and ears, and its entire majestic body looked very cute. Han Eugene didn't see where it was cute, finding So Jiang's taste a bit unusual. So Jiang happily invited Han Eugene to come often from now on, to walk and get a change of scenery. Eugene smiled, realizing it was fine since he hadn't taken a walk like this in a long time. Before returning to the past, Han Eugene had no free time at all. Now he can't comfortably go outside, so coming here is good. Peace waddled over, his mouth holding a hydrangea branch to give to Han Eugene, looking extremely adorable. Even as Eileen played happily, she prayed in her heart that Guild Master Jupiter wouldn't appear, but unexpectedly that person did come. Guild Master Jupiter Hyunjae appeared suddenly like a ghost. In his hand he held a bunch of purple flowers mismatched with his luxurious outfit. Hyunjae owned the nation's top guild. His influence extended beyond Korea. When he left a few years ago, Hyunjae's identity was still unknown. He always ranked first on the hunter leaderboard, affirming he was the strongest person in the world. Yet that man was now pouring tea in front of Han Eugene. This shocked Han Eugene to the core. Not only was he considerate in inviting him to eat cake, Hyunjae also brought a dragon wing bone as a gift for Peace, making him happily wag his tail. Han Eugene was a little flustered seeing how capable Hyunjae was. He even made sweets better than Mangwu, making him eat non-stop. After inquiring about the kidnapping incident a few days ago, Hyunjae suggested Han Eugene help him raise his pet. You have monster taming skills, you are an S-class hunter nanny, and you are protected by the world's only gene hunter. Now no one can compare to you. Because of MKC's stupid decision, other guilds are going crazy from having few chances to talk to you. Whatever person or thing you ask for, they will surely comply. So don't be humble, no matter how selfish you are, everyone is ready to oblige. Do you want to try? And Eugene was dazed for a few seconds, not knowing how to reply. Did he want him to act like someone with power and abuse his position? This guy's method was really dirty. He thought bitterly, hearing Han Eugene make an excuse that he was just a weak S-class and afraid of affecting his own safety. Hyunjae then said they were discussing using a second high-level monster to protect Han Eugene. Haven't you heard what your younger brother said? MKC will pay compensation for the kidnapping incident. Just consider them being dealt with by everyone because of that matter. Even without saying it, I know your younger brother will protect you closely. Hyunjae revealed while chewing a cake. Han Eugene was stunned, remembering that his younger brother indeed hadn't told him anything. And Eugene just shrugged whenever he asked about the kidnapping. If time hadn't rewound and he only had the taming skill, he would probably be kept locked up and know nothing. He really couldn't understand Han Eugene's actions lately. Currently, he had enough power to create a guild on par with the top guilds. He had built an organization from the last negotiation. If he continued to increase his forces, he could even own a monster squad. Hyunjae said, I think raising too many would be illegal. Han Eugene replied awkwardly, might be a problem now, but laws only exist when there is a state and society. Currently we manage dungeons and maintain order, but the number and difficulty of dungeons continue to increase. I think within 5 years, everything will change drastically, and we will crave more forces. Whether it's a mount or something else, in that situation, you will be unlike anyone else. You are the one who can raise reliable S-class and A-class monsters. Han Eugene knew this but deliberately hid it. I think you two should talk properly, Hyunjae said with a smirk. Eugene felt that the man's words sounded helpful but actually contained contempt, as if testing his patience. Yerim then began to reveal 2 previous incidents to Han Eugene. He allowed him to use the White Skull to read the memories of the Brief's guild members. After reviewing Han Eugene's memories, Yerim suspected that he seemed to be hiding something. Just as Han Eugene was about to head back, Jupiter said they would dispatch bodyguards stronger than A rank, but Hyunjae ended up driving him home himself. Not only dropping him off, Hyunjae even bought flowers and gifts. This made Han Eugene so embarrassed he wanted to sink into the ground. The gloomy expression. Han Eugene turned to express his gratitude but said that if this continued, Hyunjae would gain nothing from it. Suddenly, Hyunjae became agitated, forcefully lunging forward to fasten his seatbelt. The sudden action almost made Han Eugene's heart leap out of his chest. Consider it as me not helping with the kidnapping incident. After all, that was MKC's fault. Thanks to that, I got to visit your guild. Besides, we discovered MKC was rotten from the inside out. They need to be eliminated soon, Hyunjae said with a smile as he drove, which caught Han Eugene off guard. So MKC would collapse sooner than expected. This seemed to be the first guild to fall before his time reversal. Countless chaotic thoughts swirled in Han Eugene's head. Glancing at Hyunjae beside him, Han Eugene suddenly realized he knew very little about man. The man's past before awakening was also a mystery. Due to his pale skin, many rumors claimed he was a foreigner or mixed race. Information about his birthplace, parents, or siblings was all unclear. He wondered if he should try the promised skill to see the status window of the world's top player. He probably wouldn't care. I just need to glance at it when the status window appears. And Eugene calculated silently, his heart pounding with nervousness. He planned to take the chance to look, but unexpectedly, at that very moment, he was grabbed by the neck and pushed forward by Hyunjae. Eugene's face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out. He felt that if that man squeezed any harder, he would surely die. Even though Aileen wondered how he knew when Han Eugene himself hadn't activated the skill yet. I thought you were my bodyguard. Never expected you to imitate MKC, Han Eugene said cautiously. Only then did Hyunjae let go of Han Eugene's neck, just saying he did nothing, which stirred something in Han Eugene's heart. This was indeed quite tedious with this sensitive name. The car screeched to a halt at the guild entrance, and Eugene scrambled with all his speed. He bolted away like a true marathon runner. Waiting at the door, Hyunjae was met with two glowering faces. They were Sung Han, who looked like he had lost his grain ration, and that department head Simeon. Teacher Hyunjae hugged the forgotten Bukwit and approached gently. Simeon went on alert mode, seeing an S-rank hunter who rarely visited. Guilds of S-rank hunters were different due to past events. Han Eugene was puzzled, clutching peace tightly in his arms, sweating as he wondered if Hyunjae was deliberately provoking everyone for entertainment. No need to be so grumpy. I promised her Han Eugene's sake, and I also want to give Han Eugene this along with the bouquet. Hyunjae gently clipped a flower onto Simeon's chest, then pulled out a very expensive skill item that boosted mana and equipped a B-rank barrier skill. I hope you will look after Han Eugene and keep it safe. I think you lost your earrings, because I haven't seen you wearing them since the kidnapping. Hyunjae's words stunned Han Eugene with their meticulous observation. The gift is a bit large, so it needs many things to take effect. Hyunjae flashed a bright smile, leaning on his hands and speaking gently. Back home, as soon as he placed Hyunjae's gift on the table, Han Eugene immediately tested the barrier skill on Peace. Seeing it couldn't get near him, Han Eugene was satisfied to find the skill actually worked. Peace's body smelled a bit. Han Eugene realized it had been running around too much today and put it in the bathtub. As he scrubbed soap all over Peace, Han Eugene confided that today had been very fun. Not only did he regain energy, but he also obtained mana equipment, making this harvest quite good. He did not want to return to Jupiter at all. Han Eugene recalled the beating from Simeon for daring to go there with sadness. He also warned that if Han Eugene and Hyunjae crossed paths, the consequences would be unpredictable. Han Eugene had been captured once when visiting another guild, which left him greatly astonished. The task of having to influence 50 of these dangerous individuals made him want to grab the system and deal with it. While he was lost in thought, mischievous Vix jumped out of the basin, splashing water everywhere. Aileen panicked and grabbed for it, but was startled to realize what she held in her hand. It was just a doll identical to the one that had been startled. It turned out that a Dakebi had suddenly appeared by the window and caused the commotion. Dakebi cheerfully showed off the doll he brought back from Japan. Its appearance imitated the fire lion, with horns exactly like Ju Aileen's. Not only that, but the Dakebi also bought many other popular items. This gave Han Eugene a headache. He received the investigation report from the Dakebi. Eugene was surprised to see that the information was all filled in, investigated more thoroughly than expected. But the data inside the dungeon was left blank because, inexplicably each time, both the Dakebi and the dungeon were pushed outside. Could it be because he possessed the power of the dungeon? Meaning he couldn't possess the power of the dungeon while inside another dungeon? Wait, if Ionian was considered a dungeon then? Han Eugene suddenly thought and then rushed over to hug the Dakebi tightly, making the Dakebi choke, while the Dakebi was struggling wildly. Han Eugene whispered for the Dakebi to hold him for a moment and then teleport. The Dakebi did not understand why but reluctantly obeyed his master's request. In a flash, the Dakebi held Han Eugene and teleported outside. Outside the city, from a dizzying height, Han Eugene realized the feeling was exactly the same as when stepping through a dungeon gate. After being assisted by the Dakebi and teleporting a few more times, he gradually understood what that feeling was. It turned out to be like the time he entered the dungeon last time. Yet the status window is changing. The system had sent a message while he was inside the dungeon. If he borrowed the Dakebi's teleportation power, he could communicate fully with the system. Aileen thought cheerfully and then asked the Dakebi to do it a few more times. But the Dakebi was already tired from having to carry Han Eugene around like a wrestler. He was thrown hard to the ground in exhaustion. Han Eugene was sore all over, but luckily the barrier skill supported him. As predicted, the system had sent him a message. Han Eugene was startled to see that the system had switched to using a message window. Communication status instead of speaking directly as it inside the dungeon. Thinking back, the messages inside the dungeon had gone silent, meaning it could not find him until he entered the dungeon, so it could not do anything in this world. If that was the case, he thought the only option was to go back inside the dungeon. His decision made, Han Eugene cheerfully bid the Dakebi Dakebi goodbye before leaving. Eugene's worn-out expression reminded the Dakebi of his former owner. The former owner was hunchbacked and weak. In the end, even the Dakebi was affected. The next day, he received a message confirming the opportunity to enter the exclusive F-rank dungeon. Even though he was covered from head to toe like a broken ninja, he prepared for the upcoming dungeon entry mission. This was a unique opportunity because Han Eugene still had the stealth skill, and Eugene skulked around like a ninja, looking as shady as a spy hiding behind a potted plant to observe. After activating the stealth skill, Han Eugene faced the first barrier: how to slip into the elevator without being detected. Fortunately, the elevator doors happened to open for a janitor pushing in food. Seizing the opportunity, he successfully sneaked in. This time he had a clear goal. The skill effect was quadrupled, making it hard even for an A-rank hunter to detect. Moreover, stealth was a rare monster skill that only a Dakebi could have. Thanks to the stealth skill, no one would suspect that someone had come and gone. Han Eugene stood upright in the elevator, pondering with amusement. But the second calamity came to Han Eugene, which was the body scanner. Eugene mustered all his strength and darted through while someone was standing for scanning. His force created a deafening sound and a distinct gust of air. After successfully escaping two calamities, Han Eugene finally broke safely. Running tirelessly, Han Eugene arrived breathlessly at the entrance of the F-rank dungeon. Eileen glanced around sideways, then frantically opened the door, intending to contact the system to go home early. He firmly gripped the equipment in his hand, the potions and portal stones his younger brother had given him. Han Eugene steeled his determination. He silently vowed to finish this task and then rest. The scenery transformed into a dense forest, like the Amazon. He was bewildered, not knowing where to go. A horde of spirit monkeys suddenly roared and charged from behind, looking terrifying. Thanks to his skill effects, Han Eugene dodged and cleanly annihilated all the beasts with magic, leaving none alive. The beasts were smashed to pieces, their corpses piling up around his feet as he casually walked through without exerting any effort. He perceived the presence of the system. Han Eugene opened his eyes wide and unleashed a strong poison trap, but aside from a pile of scattered mana particles, he saw nothing unusual. At this rate, he would clear the dungeon entirely. F-rank magic stones weren't worth that much. Han Eugene thought in annoyance, when suddenly a flash of light made him jolt. The system appeared with a line of text saying it wasn't his fault, and he was slightly puzzled. He wondered what that meant. The system also mentioned a wish stone along with an apology for lying. The fact that the dead couldn't be revived left Han Eugene stunned. Han Eugene grumpily held his head and cursed the system, feeling this was not normal. He shouted, demanding the system explain clearly. Look closely, even if there are high-rank monsters like last time, I can handle them beautifully. Just say it. Han Eugene held the magic stone, raising his voice. But no one responded, the atmosphere falling into a terrifying silence. Suddenly, the system dumped a flood of information. Do not be angry. We know you are upset. We want to speak, but we need a sacrifice for a direct conversation. Prepare well next time. The more we intervene, the easier it is to be detected. Prepare properly. 1 week. And Eugene was dazed as he read all the notifications, guessing the system wanted him to return after a week. His grateful feeling would be lost, and he would be back to F-rank. He had to find another way. What did intervene, danger, and being discovered mean? So was there something else besides the system? What did the monster appearing after the message mean? Intervening more made it more dangerous. While lost in thought, the light in front of him suddenly cracked and then shattered. Mana particles flew out wildly, carrying countless fragments scattering through the air, and Eugene tensed his body to avoid being blown away. He vaguely guessed that something much larger was appearing. Faint blue lights kept blurring, flickering in and out of view, and he couldn't figure out what it was. A surging wave of power rolled forth, the terrifying light blinding Han Eugene. He felt it was even stronger than the cheetah grass. After a moment, when the mana particles settled down, Han Eugene was frightened to see a round, white, oddly shaped mocha lump remaining on the ground. The mocha lump stirred slightly, flailing its tiny limbs as it toddled over to him. Its fluffy, adorable fur made Han Eugene want to melt, but he paused and stayed alert. Using the flawed system, he discovered this beast was only F-rank. The system was so buggy yet only showed a regular monster. Han Eugene felt slightly disappointed, unsure if he should deal with it. He saw the beast opening its mouth, about to eat the poison stone on the ground. Han Eugene hurriedly rushed out from the bushes and stopped it just in time. Holding the soft ball of fluff in his hands made him feel like his heart was melting. With a gentle gaze, he intended to find a mana crystal for it to eat. A spirit monkey behind him tried to slash over, but was instantly dealt with by his skill. And Eugene was startled but paid little attention to the measly monsters. Holding the ball of fluff in his arms, he dashed straight through the forest teeming with waiting monsters. A short while later, after being battered around, he had defeated the boss. Mana crystals that dropped during the fight were all swallowed one by the mocha lump. Seeing it about to chew the supersized mana crystal, Han Eugene anxiously crushed it into smaller pieces. the system suddenly appeared, praising him for his achievement of single-handedly clearing the F-rank dungeon. He broke out in a cold sweat when he realized he had been awarded the title of S-rank Prodigy Rookie, even though he had just cleared an F-rank dungeon. And there was even a double reward event, which was truly satisfying. Although Eileen was quite annoyed that this low-level dungeon yielded so little, and his gratitude was almost over, he quickly pulled himself together, telling himself he would go elsewhere and continue to earn more rewards. While Han Eugene was not paying attention, the beast beside him swallowed the entire giant crystal, making him stare wide-eyed, unsure if it was a bird or a pig. Han Eugene finally returned home safely. That was only his own thinking, because Peace had gone wild upon seeing him bring the little beast home. What was he supposed to do now? Peace was too angry. How could he forget that cats and birds should not be kept together? It was about to become Peace's meal. He really should not have brought it home, but he could not just abandon the baby bird either. Han Eugene wept silently, clutching the beast tightly in his hands. All around was the scene of Peace tearing the house apart in anger. He was sitting dejectedly curled up outside the door. Suddenly Han Eugene appeared out of nowhere, making his blood pressure spike on the spot. Yuhi looked at the little beast in Jojin's hand with a gaze of existential doubt. Then hearing Han Eugene say it was a monster, he was shocked out of his mind. Although Eileen quickly defended himself, saying he only adopted it because he felt sorry for it. With tearful eyes, he begged Han Eugene to help him calm Peace down. Han Eugene saw his brother's pitiful expression and found it hard to refuse. Stepping inside the house, he directly faced Peace's lingering wrath. Han Eugene tremblingly held the beast and introduced it to Peace, but everything became chaotic. Ignoring Han Eugene's nagging about the earlier kidnapping incident, Han Eugene and the two beasts were causing a ruckus like a chaotic market, making him want to blow a fuse. After using all his strength to throw the pizza slice elsewhere to preserve Peace, Han Eugene's face darkened. He brushed off his hands, feeling it was quiet enough now to talk with Eileen. He did not expect this action to make Han Eugene furious. Han Eugene scolded him harshly for daring to throw Peace away, even attempting to get physical, making him step back. Do you know what Hunter Kang So Jang said? She said she would treat her mount like a life partner and take care of it like her child. And the guildmaster of the Jupiter Guild bought a gift for Peace. Just look at yourself. Even though you are its owner, you dared to throw it away. I have no interest in it anymore either. Han Eugene unleashed a torrent of lecturing that made him stare in disbelief. Teacher Han Eugene only saw Peace as equipment. Han Eugene aggressively questioned Han Eugene about what he had ever done for Peace, which froze him stiff. Han Eugene sadly and frantically apologized, but he still did not accept it, because he knew his younger brother had always been like this since childhood. He did not care about others, and he even used to break large tree branches by the roadside. Under Han Eugene's coercion, Han Eugene could only reluctantly hold Peace in his arms, even though he did not want to at all. See, look how peaceful it is now. Hold it more often and get along well, Han Eugene said with satisfaction. Han Eugene and Peace hugged for 1 second, then separated like the wind, yet he was satisfied with that peace. Seeing Peace wear a tearful face like a drenched cat, afraid of being neglected, Han Eugene Benchapis shook hands to make peace with Peace. Watching it lick Chirpy all over, Han Eugene hoped they would not fight in the future. Han Eugene sat watching his brother play with the beasts, feeling a bit like a third wheel, waiting for Han Eugene to softly suggest entering the dungeon together next week, taking the opportunity to bring Pistol along so the two of them could get closer. Han Eugene knew right away that his brother was covering up a lie with a foolish excuse, but he did not dare to expose it. He could only silently express his agreement. After that, Han Eugene entered the dungeon 2 more times. An E-rank cave dungeon and a D-rank lake dungeon. Every time he entered the dungeon, the system would tease him, but as for the rewards, they were all useless skills. He had absolutely no attack skills whatsoever. After talking himself hoarse, the system finally gave him something useful, which was an S-rank skill that made him undetectable. It was not too astonishing, nor was it useless. If only he could use it to double the skills for Han Eugene or Yerim, but it could only be done through direct contact. If he was caught during battle, he would be dead for sure, Han Eugene thought while hugging his pillow. As for Chirpy, Han Eugene did not know what was wrong with it, but it had too many strange traits. Not only was the hunter's taming skill ineffective, but he also could not check its development status. Although Eileen guessed it might be affected by his keyword, so he needed to wait and observe further. Han Eugene then used cute photos of Peace and Chirpy to set up a social media page. The adorableness of the two little ones caused his follower count to soar. Suddenly at that moment, Dakabi appeared as suddenly as a ghost. Not only that, he even fed Chirpy the super rare A-grade mana crystal, shocking Han Eugene. Seeing Han Eugene scold Chirpy for only eating and not working, Dakabi felt a pang of nostalgia for its former owner, having been influenced before Joji could realize it, and things progressed step by step. The next day, Han Eugene folded clothes while watching the news about the Beast Taming District project to be built next to the Abyss Guild. Han Eugene was certain there would be a lot of work coming up. He had already recruited Mangwu and Haiyan, The baby beasts were also about to be transferred over. His head hurt from all the random thoughts, so Han Eugene lay down in frustration. He told himself to handle things one at a time, but he had to go meet the system in a few days, which was a hassle. Eileen would let the system's deception slide since it ultimately caused no harm, but Han Eugene not only knew things before the regression, but more importantly, the system always blamed others whenever a problem arose. Seeing how it started talking, he wondered if something had happened during the regression. He decided he would ask about it very clearly the next time he entered the dungeon. Han Eugene yelled in frustration for a while, then lay still on the sofa, closing his eyes to think. He felt he should have been more vigilant back then, before falling into a disastrous end with Han Eugene. Han Eugene recalled that day also unfolding in such a warm atmosphere. Mangwu cooked a whole table of enticing food, and Han Eugene wanted to help, but his cooking skills stopped at fried eggs. The group quickly sat down at the dining table with all the dishes laid out. Yahello took a bite, finding it a bit hard to swallow, but still forced a compliment to make Mangwu happy. Yu was straightforward and spared no one's feelings. Cham said he would only eat the eggs Han Eugene made, making the atmosphere awkward. It's fine, friendship can't be forced. Once we leave Abyss, we won't see him again. Mangwu spoke up to ease the tension. Seeing Han Eugene's curiosity, he nodded to confirm that Mangwu had agreed to come along, making Han Eugene a bit jealous. Oh, are you sad about losing a talent? Good, we need to be close. Open up to Mangwu and compliment him. Han Eugene glanced at his pitch-black face, amused. Han Eugene saw Han Eugene and Mangwu happily getting close. They kept laughing and talking at the table, making him so jealous his face turned red. After the meal, Han Eugene and Yahello washed the mountain of dishes together. Han Eugene sighed to Yahello about not understanding why his younger brother was always cold to everyone. Even if Han Eugene was uncomfortable with Mangwu, his brother should be happy that no one was bothering him anymore. Or maybe he was jealous of getting more attention. Han Eugene wondered in confusion. Yahello guessed it was probably because Han Eugene was living independently now, feeling a sense of distance. In short, there were many reasons. Could it be because after you were kidnapped, the security at the guild entrance was tightened? But since it was broken for a full 4 days, it annoyed Han Eugene. Yahello suddenly recalled. Han Eugene was so shocked he spat water on the floor, feeling like he had been knocked out in his heart. Even though it wasn't his fault, he still felt guilty. That day, after texting Han Eugene to ask about entering the dungeon, Han Eugene bought flowers and brought them to Han Eugene himself. Contrary to expectations, he only received a cold, indifferent face in return, leaving him utterly disappointed. Sitting in the car with Han Eugene, the tense atmosphere made it extremely hard for him to breathe. The few hours in the car felt like years due to the stifling silence, but eventually they both arrived at the dungeon. Liz was aimlessly wandering when it was suddenly attacked by a troop of illusion monkeys. It immediately activated its counterattack mode. After a round of shouting, it soloed the entire group of monkeys, creating quite an impressive sight. It's only natural, most monsters of different species see each other as enemies, so they fight. That makes things easier for us. Han Eugene coldly dropped a few words and turned away, leaving Han Eugene feeling awkward for not finding any topic to continue the conversation. He hastily ran after Han Eugene. Han Eugene had been grabbed by the neck by a charging monkey, while Han Eugene struggled to handle the monkey on his own. Han Eugene remained calm, gathering his power, and just focused on observing the beast. It irritated Han Eugene for being interrupted. Knowing his younger brother was annoyed, Han Eugene did not hesitate to ask loudly what was wrong and to speak directly. You couldn't even be direct from the start, Han Eugene said in a low voice while continuously cutting down the monkeys. And what about you? You wouldn't even open your mouth. I've heard all about you going around causing trouble everywhere. You didn't tell me anything important. Instead, you just kept your mouth shut. Before Han Eugene could finish his sentence, a force strike from Han Eugene shot past him and his face turned pale. An ugly monkey suddenly dropped down to Han Eugene's feet to protect him and enhance his influence. But his foundation was too big now. I knew interfering in his affairs was excessive and beyond my power, but I still did it because very irritating. Hearing that, Han Eugene grew angry, swung his staff at his brother, believing that family must care for each other as much as possible. He meant that his brother did not need to protect him like that. With this foundation, no guild master could touch him. Han Eugene gently blocked his brother's sword strike, creating a thunderous explosion. That was not the issue. Brother, can you not be satisfied with what you have? Do not go anywhere, do not do anything. I will do everything you need. I will not ask you anything, so you should do the same. At least, do not enter the dungeon anymore. These words made Han Eugene deeply moved, guessing that his brother had a reason he could not speak of. Suddenly, Han Eugene's body gradually vanished like sea foam before his brother's astonished. It seemed this moment was probably not suitable anymore. Han Eugene saw no trace of his brother before him, extremely bewildered. Meanwhile, Han Eugene was being dragged by the system through an endless, inescapable void, only able to scream miserably. In a mystical blue light, the system appeared and greeted Han Eugene. Very happy to see the cutie. You logged in correctly, you must have many questions, right? Han Eugene, being called cutie, was about to say his name but was immediately blocked by the system, not allowed to speak the name. If the information overloaded, the connection between us would break. The name was crucial information, so we had to hide it from them. And Eugene was not allowed to know who they were. He broke out in a sweat, silently guessing if it was Voldemort or not. He heard the system apologize for the whetstone incident. Although Eileen was scratching his head and ears, the outcome was not bad because it was useful for him and others. The more important thing was that my brother was waiting, so let us get straight to the point. How could you know the events that happened before the time reversal? Was there a problem with that? Han Eugene asked curiously. Hearing this, the system immediately brought Han Eugene into a dreamy virtual space and replied, that was right. Starting now, important things would happen. Simply put, time only rewound on your side. Imagine each tree represents a world. For example, if that tree is your world, then when the wish stone was activated, it would become like this. Only your world reverted to 5 years ago. For outsiders like us, it remained the same. Both the number and difficulty of dungeons also stayed the same. So that was why dungeons increased in difficulty and number faster now. We tried to slow that process down, but they were also expanding their influence. Therefore, there is one task you need to perform, cutie. That is to use the keyword on 50s rank awakeners to influence them. If you do that, you will be able to protect your world, cutie. The system brought out countless skills for Han Eugene to admire, also mentioning it had tried to create something suitable for his world. That was why the system looked like a game window, but it would disappear overnight. It was just like tutorials for rookies. Currently, it was quite convenient, but later it would limit humanity, like trapping them in cramped boxes. Although there were people around who had broken prejudices and escaped that box of knowledge, nothing was permanent, not even stats or skills. Humans always change, the system blurted out a long speech. Hearing this, Han Eugene suddenly became agitated and gripped the system tightly in his hand. He gritted his teeth and ordered it to change the training keyword for him. If you give me a mission, do not use that damned keyword. Impact 50 people. Are you telling me to confess love to 50 people? Scolded fiercely by Han Eugene, the weak system could only argue that using it on magic beasts instead of humans was also fine. Also, it was not us who set the keyword. We only checked the skill and added the name and description. If you people described it properly, we would not have used such a keyword. You gave my friend Manhwa both the materials, the elements, and detailed forging process instructions. Han Eugene cursed back in frustration. It was because that skill had already recorded information from a previous world. You know there are other worlds existing, right? The Golden Forge was created there and transferred to the cutie's world. There were very rare cases where some things were transferred to another world. The reason was that the previous owner of that skill had sacrificed their own power for the future of others. They only recorded according to available information, like classifying a new animal. Even if not accurate, we did not have the authority to change the keyword. Moreover, this was the first time a perfect nanny was created, so we did not have enough information, having to add guesses ourselves. The nanny title alone was already rare. You can only possess it if there is a natural-born S-ranker who sees you as a nanny. Seeing Han Eugene's surprise about natural-born S-rank, the system had to rack its brain to explain, you have already seen a promising seedling skill before, right? Most S-rank awakeners have stats from A to S. Depending on the environment, they can awaken to A or S rank. But very few people were born with only S rank stats, so rare that only those who far surpass their race could have it. Despite being outstanding, they found it difficult to integrate with their race. Ordinary people, even parents, felt uncomfortable being near them. That was why the nanny title was extremely rare. Furthermore, a nanny's life was quite short. Sometimes they would become targets in the natural-born S-ranker's habitat, or because of the power gap, love would turn into hate. He hopes his darling will safely gather 50 S ranks. Take it slowly and carefully over 5 years, okay? After that, we will take care of it. It seems we have reached the limit. We will bring you back in about 30 minutes. After speaking, the system gradually faded away around Han Eugene. Countless streams of aura rushed in to surround him. Although Han Eugene still had many unanswered questions. In a flash, the system swept Han Eugene back to the old world. Han Eugene sprang up with a start. He worried that his sudden disappearance would cause him to go into shock, but surrounding him was not a familiar place, but countless smoking artifacts covering the sky. A giant monster suddenly lunged forward, trying to pounce on him from behind. Luckily, Han Eugene managed to dodge the claws, sweat pouring out as he guessed this one was no pushover. Within seconds, he realized this monster was not unfamiliar. It was his very own Peace. He was bewildered, not understanding why Peace had turned into such a ferocious beast. Suddenly, Han Eugene was grabbed by a solid arm and hoisted onto a shoulder. It turned out to be Yahello, and Eugene was startled, so he was a bit panicked. He stammered, unable to put into words the things that had just happened. The entire lush forest had been burned to ruin by Han Eugene himself. Han Eugene struggled and demanded to be put down so he'd explain. But both Han Eugene and Peace were cold towards him. Han Eugene roared angrily, "Shut up, big brother, or I will help you shut up. You really want to drive me crazy? I thought I just had to wait a bit because you said you would handle everything." Yahello said this and could no longer bear it, her hands and feet bulging with blue veins. He furiously threw Han Eugene to the ground, leaving his whole body sore. With a swoosh, Han Eugene, as if possessed, pointed his sword straight at his face, his whole body seething with murderous aura. He declared he would execute him right here. She said she would tell everyone that he had been killed by a monster. Some people might not believe that she couldn't protect him in this low-level dungeon, but it would be fine as long as she brought his limbs back as proof. It might hurt, but she would protect him. Wait a moment, I will use a divine medicine to heal you right away. And Eugene remembered what the system once said, that the good intentions of an S rank could be seen as violence. Witnessing this firsthand now, his brain felt like it was freezing. Just as Han Eugene's blade came down, he managed to use a shield to block and dodge. While running, Han Eugene thought that if his younger brother had actually struck, he would have been a dead man. Two brothers were directly fighting each other, a mutual slaughter of affection. Both believed the fault lay with the other. Under Han Eugene's relentless attack, he called Peace for support but could not stop his fury. Peace bit Han Eugene's arm until it bled, making him extremely furious. He immediately struck it down. Seeing Peace lying unconscious on the ground with foam around its mouth, Han Eugene ran over in fear but was pinned down under his younger brother's body. Just as the sharp sword pressed against his hand, ready to push down, and Eugene spoke tremblingly. I used to really like making up with you. But is everything you told me true? Is your monster taming skill really at level 10? If you knew how much effort it took, you probably wouldn't have chosen it. Why do you always go into the dungeon even today? When you disappeared, I couldn't do anything. Nor did I know what was happening. How am I supposed to bear all those things? Seeing Han Eugene sobbing, Han Eugene was also quite embarrassed. Just as Han Eugene was about to lower his sword to take his blood, the system appeared just in time to rush in and act as a mediator. Han Eugene was stunned by the glaring light, and Eugene explained awkwardly, "It is exactly as you think. From the very start when I met Peace, I planned to raise it. The skill I got was actually S rank. I also sneaked into the dungeon, which is how I got Peace. It was all thanks to the system's help. Right now, I am secretly assisting the person who created the system. I was actually planning to tell you about this. I wasn't hiding it because I didn't trust you. You are the one I trust the most." Han Eugene's heartfelt words deeply moved Eugene. After giving Peace the recovery elixir, Han Eugene continued the conversation. He knew she was worried about the security of the guild entrance, but it was not because there was a problem with it. Rather, it was because he had used a concealment technique. He also had skills for poison resistance, curse resistance, fear resistance, and skill sharing. Li Wuhan grew more and more bewildered by Han Eugene's skills as he listened. But thanks to those heartfelt words, the two brothers came to understand each other's hearts. Han Eugene, overcome with emotion, bowed his head slightly and apologized softly. The two embraced each other, full of deep and affectionate emotion. As they were embracing warmly, Peace suddenly reverted to its original form, startling Han Eugene. Han Eugene explained that it only grew large when necessary, and normally he could not command it to be big. Diane gaped as she hugged Peace tightly. After saying that, she puffed out her cheeks and ordered Han Eugene to apologize to Peace for hitting it earlier. Observing them from the other side of the screen was an entire secret system corporation. They watched silently and saw that Han Eugene would become an excellent guardian in the future if he was raised well. Mangwu, unfortunately, no longer had enough time to wait for development, so the system planned to send Mangwu to the next world if he failed. As for Han Eugene, they also wanted to bring him along, but feared he would refuse. For now, they would just let time handle the immediate matters. While waiting to decorate the room for Han Eugene, they planned to have some fun first. After Han Eugene returned, everything went quite smoothly. Han Eugene gradually grew closer. Peace also developed very rapidly. The Dakebi collected some comprehensive and high-quality materials, which made Hyan extremely pleased. It was truly helpful as I myself could only obtain materials in a limited way. My uncle said he would build a research center, but if there was any connection with some guild, my research would be used for profit. Hyan said that was exactly why she made her offer to her. I will build you a research center right next to the monster breeding ground. Anyone can use the research results from it. The more hunters from around the world visit, the easier it becomes to gather dungeon information. I will also hire assistants. What do you think? Faced with Han Eugene's thoughtful proposal, Hyan was moved, her eyes welling up, wondering why he was so good to her. You should know that research for world peace deserves more respect. Han Eugene spoke nobly. Hyan was touched and softly asked Han Eugene if she could bring her dungeon research group to come work here. Zhu Alien stared intently at the photo in Hyan's hand, guessing they were the group that would discover dungeon rules in the future. He immediately agreed. The two reached an agreement and happily shook hands. Han Eugene's investment was extremely important if, as the system said, the red dungeon was increasing faster. Then, even if Han Eugene became a landowner, the buildings would soon collapse. So Han Eugene needed to help Hyan speed up the research and invest instead of just waiting for the buildings to be finished. I will use the remaining money to buy stocks in a hair loss treatment company, even if it all disappears later. The most important thing is to gather the S ranks, Han Eugene thought. That afternoon, while supervising the construction, Yerim returned with her friends after a satisfying trip. A group of girls, after inquiring about Han Eugene's situation, immediately whined and begged Han Eugene to lend them the beast monsters, putting him in a difficult spot. Never mind, Han Eugene agreed for his dear customers. others. Despite Han Eugene being jealous to the extreme, Han Eugene, surrounded by these strong girls, had no choice but to close his eyes and surrender. His whole body went limp as if boneless, letting them gradually come and go. Thinking about having to take charge of 50 more S ranks, Han Eugene wanted to resign on the spot. Chattu called out to Han Eugene, handing him a translation item in case foreigners came to the center. Even if I am worried, from now on I will not interfere too deeply in your affairs. Whenever you need help, tell me. Do not push yourself alone. You are the most important person to me, remember that. Han Eugene said gently. Duelin was deeply moved by her younger brother's passionate feelings for her. She told herself to try harder so that the world would not come to an end, creating a better world for everyone. Hidden in the corner of a truck, a small iron cage with eyes as bright as headlights was growling and trembling softly. The workers were urgently transferring the herd of beasts to Han Eugene, but during transport, one chimera beast suddenly broke out of its cage and rushed outside. Its fierce momentum sent the workers tumbling, unable to catch up. This powerful beast was a manticore, a legendary monster with the body of a lion and the head of an eagle. Thanks to the dungeon, this legendary monster could exist in the real world. Han Eugene's people watched in awe as the monster whizzed through the sky, their eyes admiring its terrifying power. The monster recognized the owner's badge on Han Eugene and suddenly spread its wings, changing direction to charge at him. This scared him pale. Han Eugene, in the role of a babysitter, quickly hugged Han Eugene towards him. His other hand brutally slammed down on the monster's head with a heavy blow, knocking it unconscious on the spot. But while the monster was shocked by 1, Han Eugene was shocked by 10, being squeezed so tightly he could barely breathe. Hiram saw it lying flat on the ground. She was about to bring the divine medicine to it when it suddenly jumped up, flapped its wings, and flew away. The whole group unleashed all their skills to catch it, but it was useless because it flew too fast. The scene was chaotic like a broken market because of this mischievous bird. In the end, So Jang had to use a magic cloth from the Hellfire dungeon to catch it. It truly exhausted everyone to no end. So Jang held the beast in his arms, worried whether he could tame creatures like this in the future. Ever since the dungeon opened, humans and dangerous creatures had been constantly dealing with each other. The idea of them suppressing their instincts to become friends with humans seemed like a pipe dream. Han Eugene suggested getting rid of that bird, but Han Eugene stubbornly refused. Even though it attacked him, it seemed to have no malicious intent, because for now this was the first time it had met a high-rank hunter. It did not know how to control its strength against low-rank hunters. Han Eugene defended it while checking its skills through the system. Han Eugene then asked So Jang to release the beast a little. Han Eugene planned to teach it how to get along. As soon as it was released, the beast lunged and scratched Han Eugene. It scratched until Han Eugene bled, screaming through the house. Its claws dug deep into his skin, unbearable for Han Eugene. Suppressing the pain, Han Eugene sprayed healing potion while raising his hand to call it over again. After many sprays of potion and skeptical looks, and everyone's doubts towards Han Eugene, finally Han Eugene got the beast to gently cling to his hand. The beast's expression at this moment was extremely gentle and adorable. Anyone could carry it as long as they covered its eyes. Aileen said just covering its eyes and putting it somewhere else would be fine, since the reason the griffin was hyperactive was the dark unicorn in the stable. Seeing the adorable unicorns, everyone rushed over to happily admire them. The griffin had been stimulated earlier because it saw the unicorns, which were its favorite prey. Thanks to the warmth and soothing words of Han Eugene, the unicorn's fear lessened and they tremblingly looked up at him with moved eyes. An S-rank hunter like Han Eugene achieving what no one had done before was truly a miracle. Han Eugene named the two unicorns Creamy and Sooty, rustic but cute names. An dark basement full of dirt and rocks, a tall, dark, and smelly man was dealing with an unlucky person. The unlucky man cried out in pain, saying he knew nothing about the contract matter. The burly man showed no mercy and took down the opponent in an instant. He held a photo of Han Eugene amidst the dripping blood. The burly man growled, deciding to meet Han Eugene directly to ask about the mysterious contract. The beasts adapted quickly, but because Yerim got angry, the unicorns had to change their names a bit, and especially the griffin. It always caused trouble on the dining table, making Han Eugene scramble to clean up. Fortunately, thanks to Pitch, the griffin learned to behave better. Ever since the new beasts arrived at home, Peace had been actively applying pressure, making every other beast cower. When these beasts fell asleep, Han Eugene finally had some peace. Dragging his weary old body out of the room, Han Eugene collapsed gloomily onto the bed. A few beasts already made the house like a marketplace. He did not know how much 50 more would tear him apart. While lying there thinking about what needed to be done next, the system suddenly announced the detection of a cursed venom dragon, jolting Han Eugene awake. Han Eugene curiously opened his phone to check. Suddenly, a surging wave of aura crashed upon him. A figure appeared and knocked the phone out of Han Eugene's hand, startling him so much he was speechless. Oh my, How did you find me? Looks like you are hiding some special power, huh? She spoke French, which Han Eugene did not understand at all. He was terrified by the sudden appearance of this muscular woman. Through the system, Han Eugene saw she was an S rank from birth, like him and Hunjia, but he had never met her. In front of Han Eugene's bewildered face, she finished and then lunged forward, pressing his face down onto the pillow. Speaking with a lisp, her eyes darted back and forth as if reading something. Any information about me? Pressed close by her, Han Eugene thought an intruder who broke security so easily could finish him off in an instant if he acted rashly. If we have something to discuss, let us meet in the morning, Riette, Han Eugene said softly. Only then did she let go of Han Eugene's pale face, chuckling that those guilds had been clinging to him nonstop back then. And your younger brother, loitering around here spying all day long too. So I planned to sneak in, ask what I needed to ask, and then leave. But you don't seem like an ordinary low level, Riette said, pointing straight at Han Eugene's face, startling him. Pressure from Riette felt like a death omen looming over Han Eugene. Seeing that Han Eugene had no particular reaction, Riette roughly tore open Han Eugene's shirt, terrifying him. Searching Han Eugene and finding no antidote or curse resistance item, Riette murmured, guessing he had hidden the curse or poison resistance skill. You are the one who tore the contract, right? I was executing a business contract involving many curse skills. Although illegal and unrecognized, they are very useful. Do you understand? That contract would blind anyone who destroyed it. I do not know if you tore it and reflected the curse, Riette said. Although Eileen knew early on what that curse was, she'd not dare to say a word, only pretending to be a useless F rank who knew nothing. Knowing Han Eugene was lying, Riette violently forced him to tear the contract apart amid his desperate screams. Luckily, thanks to the curse resistance from the Benzugin system, his eyes remained clear. Oh my god, what kind of lunatic is this? What if I hadn't had that curse resistance? Who is she after all? And what does she want? Perhaps she does not want me to revise the contract. Han Eugene broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding as he thought. Riette burst out laughing, saying she did not want to harm Han Eugene, only want to test if the curse skill granted by the system had a bug. Hearing Riette tell how she had once entered an abandoned dungeon, after the raid, vanished completely along with a few squares like a computer glitch. Han Eugene immediately guessed it was due to the system. That dungeon was supposed to appear only 5 years later. I also would not know from the future which S-rank hunter possessed a poison or curse. So that means because I went back in time, this person has skills that would not have existed in the future. The reward for killing a boss monster with poison and curse. That boss is the cursed poison dragon Dio Vancesis. Han Eugene realized in shock. The title of Dio Vancesis' twin is only obtained after you defeat Dio Vancesis and its twin. My younger brother is an S-rank hunter, so we both share the power of the dragon, Riette said. Han Eugene now understood why he had received a warning about the cursed poison dragon earlier. Half human, half dragon, absorbing dragon power and transforming into a dragon. The terrifying consequence of going back in time, affecting not just Riette but her brother as well. Seeing Han Eugene knowledgeable, Riette showed interest. She stepped forward, forcing Han Eugene flat onto the bed. Her gaze devoured him. Riette seemed to smell the scent of her natural enemy, Loctus, on Han Eugene, licked her lips with interest, then pressed herself on top of him. This position made the straight man Han Eugene extremely tense. Just as Riette was about to devour Han Eugene, Aileen, maintaining her composure like jade, reminded Riette that she had not taken off her shoes, killing her mood due to the interruption. Before leaving, Riette pleaded with Nejujin to help her raise a pet, making Han Eugene grimace, inwardly cursing his troublesome brother A. Riette's proposal looked less like a request and more like a command, because her knife was already pressed against Han Eugene's neck as a threat. It was coercion, not a favor. Eileen forced a smile, finding this proposal far from fair. A naturally born S-rank with an SS title, it would be a waste to let her go. The best thing was to take care of her. If anything happened, Riette would still be the one at a loss. Han Eugene had no choice but to agree to Riette's demand. Next morning, as soon as Sung Han entered the room, he found Han Eugene sprawled on the floor after a horrifying night. After agreeing with Riette, Han Eugene began secretly contacting her via messages. Looking at the shocking messages Riette sent, Han Eugene got goosebumps, his face turning ashen. Luckily, everything was fine, or else Han Eugene would have been done for. He felt even luckier that when Riette arrived, he had been alone. Myung-woo was in a jealous rage, and Han Eugene could not handle an S-rank while protecting him. Han Eugene sat in a daze, furious at himself for not using the influence skill. The skill's effect would double against the cursed poison dragon. At that time, just saying I love you once would have worked. No way, she is too unpredictable. I cannot act rashly. Han Eugene shook his head and sat pondering. Lost in thought, Han Eugene did not notice that Sung Han had already cleaned the house spotless. Having Sung Han by his side to comfort him, Eugene forgot all his worries and became cheerful again. That's right, let's help those around me become the best first. The Riette matter can wait, Han Eugene told himself. The system displayed a notification congratulating Han Eugene for helping Sung Han acquire S-rank stats, making him overjoyed. Han Eugene happily told him about this, even though he found the requirements troublesome. Complete one of the following conditions. Defeat an A-rank dungeon boss with a single blow. Hunt an S-rank monster alone. Hunt an SS-rank monster with fewer than 10 people. After much deliberation, Han Eugene found the first condition the most feasible. Yu Aileen's eyes lit up, telling Han Eugene that she had devised a plan to turn Sunghan into an S rank. First, equip Sunghan with a high defense item. Then Yerim will enhance that power with the invisible sun. And if Han Eugene also activates the defense doubling skill, it would indeed be very formidable. Han Eugene abruptly interrupted upon hearing that he had to participate in this battle. He also knew well that a B-grade shield was useless. This time entering the dungeon was to fight, and the sharing skill only worked when he touched someone else. That meant he had to stick close to that person throughout the fight, and with his F-grade stats, he could not withstand the consequences. Moreover, that shield was also useless while he was touching him. Eileen, standing nearby, did not object or cry as usual, but instead eagerly took out the item crafted by Myung-woo. It was a nameless ring capable of nullifying all damage for 10 minutes. She handed the ring to her beloved dear to admire. Han Eugene confidently reassured his younger brother, promising to turn Sung-han into a top-tier S-grade defense hunter. Afterwards, Han Eugene spent quite some time convincing Myung-woo and Sung-han, but finally that day arrived. The whole team entered the dungeon. Besides the old members like the Kai family, Han Eugene also invited another S-grade hunter just in case of emergencies. As everyone prepared to enter, a final person unexpectedly appeared. It was Hyun-jae with the appearance of a handsome CEO, his hair neatly slicked back, leaving Han Eugene stunned. In the A-grade dungeon, the city of H Golem swarming with golems and undead legions, this was truly a terrifying place. Sung-han proposed a strategy to separate the golems to deal with them because they were slow but extremely tough. But this strategy seemed difficult to implement as the girls in the group had already charged in bloodthirstily. Fire and water combined in one blast cleared the monsters, leaving only a few fragments behind. This was a dungeon that took an A-grade hunter team a whole week to clear, but the girls sent them to heaven in just a few moves. Sung-han was a bit worried about the monsters, while Han Eugene was quite excited since it was his first time seeing this site. A dungeon raiding team with 4 S-grade hunters. Not even in the future would there be a team with so many S-grades. Han Eugene never expected to witness this rare event firsthand. Yerim, Hyun-ae, and Han Eugene continuously unleashed power, copious amounts of magical energy surging forth. For this S-grade hunter team, clearing the dungeon was easy as turning their hand. But having so many S-grade hunters enter the dungeon together went against the regulations. They should have split into smaller groups to prevent the dungeon from exploding. Look at how Yerim, Hyun-ae, and Yoo-hyun fought without any coordination whatsoever. This team was indeed strong, but each fought for themselves. Yerim had just activated a storming ice attack. It was immediately melted by the wave of force from Han Eugene. Hyun-a's hot wind suddenly blew in, turning the scene into chaos like a broken market. Was this a team that did not know how to cooperate with each other? Han Eugene broke into a sweat, guessing that perhaps each person was too strong, leading to this sight. But he was certain the strongest one was that blonde-haired guy Hyun-jae, who still stood still like a statue. Having come to such a dangerous place, Hyun-jae still dressed impeccably as if going to a wedding, all his gear being top tier. It was because of that item that his younger brother would suffer later. If he did not have it in the ranking battle a few years later, Han Eugene would be the victor instead of him. Han Eugene growled angrily, glancing at Hyun-jae with eyes sharp as knives. But by Hyun-jae, Han Eugene flinched and let out a laugh, saying he was just feeling grateful that the Guildmaster of Jupiter had traveled all this way. Han Eugene scratched his head, his heart full of regret, wishing this was not Jae's dungeon. Seeing Han Eugene's intent to drive him away, Hyun-jae flashed a professional smile and asked why he would not accept the beast, nearly making Han Eugene freeze up. What are you doing, Hyun-jae? Are you here to play or what? Are you planning to slack off? Are you old now and have no strength left? Hyun-jae's voice rang up from below, cutting through the tension. Seeing that he had to do everything himself, Hyun-jae let out a soft sigh, then raised his hand and shot out a sharp stream of energy. An explosion rang out right where Hyun-a was standing. Han Eugene nearly fainted at the sight. His face pale, he questioned Hyun-jae why he deliberately attacked a colleague. Being stared down by Hyun-jae's icy gaze made Han Eugene get goosebumps when he heard the word colleague. Hyuna crawled out from the smoke, her body battered. Her face was blacker than the bottom of a pot, and she growled ferociously. Blood boiling, she gathered all her strength, activated wind blades, and charged straight at Hyun-jae. Though Eileen and Sung-han were pale with fear, Hyun-jae remained strangely calm. Hyun-a overexerted her power to the point of losing control, sliding straight towards Han Eugene, making the situation perilous. Han Eugene and Sung-han frantically raised their shields to block the fierce attack. Sweat poured out like a shower. The sword blade slammed hard into the ground and rocks beneath their feet, creating waves of violent shock. Earth rocks and smoke flew everywhere, blindingly thick. Hyun-a had nearly fallen into the deep abyss. Han Eugene and Sung-han were so scared they hugged each other, trembling. Hyun-jae clapped her hands joyfully, which infuriated Hyun-ae because if she had just stayed still, nothing would have happened. Moonyeon, why can't you be more careful? Didn't you see my brother was right there? How could you act so recklessly? You shouldn't have fallen for that provocation. That hot temper made your attacks useless. Even a child could have dodged them. Han Eugene's fiery words struck a nerve in Han eyes. Both of them, hot-tempered, lunged into a brawl, leaving Du Ding standing by helplessly. You can't interfere. S ranks should fight alone, not in a group. Even though the dungeon isn't collapsing anymore, S ranks are still banned from entering together. They're all in here now. This is the best chance to settle the conflict, Hyun-jae said with a sneer. Han Eugene's mouth dropped open in shock. He had come up with an excuse for Yerim and Songhan, but now another guild master had barged into the dungeon on his own. Now Han Eugene understood why S ranks weren't allowed to fight each other. Yerim was happily singing after taking down the giant monster. She planned to sell all the magic stones to pay for the ice spear and buy new equipment. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rang out, startling her awake. It turned out that on the other side, Han Eugene and Hyun-A were charging at each other amid Han Eugene's cries to stop. Was visibly depleted of energy. She poured all her strength into a terrifyingly powerful blow, shaking even Han Eugene and Sunghan standing nearby. In the thick dust, Han Eugene inhaled and coughed violently in discomfort. That action successfully drew Yuan's worried attention. Forgetting he was in the middle of a fight, Han Eugene flew straight toward his brother with a look of deep concern. From then on, Han Eugene came up with a way to end the chaos. A bit cowardly but seemingly effective. Han Eugene immediately flopped to the ground, crying and acting like a spoiled baby, making his brother panic. He heard Hyuna awkwardly voice her apology. Han Eugene immediately flew into a rage, scolding both of them harshly for causing trouble. Very quickly, Han Eugene turned into an impartial trainer. In the end, he told Hyuna, Han Eugene, and Hyunjia to each go their own way, and only then did things settle down. The system then unlocked a new SS rank skill for Han Eugene, the fearsome chicken warden. The name was a bit ridiculous, but Han Eugene accepted it since it gave him an SS rank skill. It was late at night. Sunghan came over and handed Han Eugene a cup of hot water. He thought that, given the others' fighting speed, they would be out of here soon. The place where Han Eugene stopped seemed to be the remnants of a ruined city. According to the system, it was a vestige left from another world that had collapsed. We can't stop the number of dungeons from increasing, but there are always those who want to amplify their influence. Can we stop them, or will we fall to a similar fate, with just these 50 uncontrollable S ranks? Han Eugene thought to himself. Yerim returned, and knowing the whole group had fought without letting her join, she was extremely frustrated. Yerim panted heavily, full of determination. She told herself she would sell all the magic stones to buy equipment for everyone. Hina burst out laughing at Yerim's dirt-smeared face, then looked at her own singed hair. For commercial purposes, I have to keep this hair. The sponsors are all a bunch of annoying bastards. They told me I must maintain virtue as a female S-rank hunter. Hyuna tossed her hair with pride. Yerim, standing nearby, rolled her eyes mockingly, making Hyuna annoyed enough to clap back. After a round of arguing, Hyuna sighed, looking at Hyunjae drinking tea in the distance, wishing that Breaker could one day be independent. You can't live your whole life in chains. They only think about money. That's why they caused that car ambush. Moreover, those who don't know about high-level dungeons will never understand us. Those cocoon freaks aren't the same species as us. Hyunjae sneered. Han Eugene pondered blankly, realizing that after witnessing those people fight, he understood Hyunjae's words. Power far beyond ordinary people, the ability to control other creatures, staying in a dungeon for days or even months. Hyuna praised Han Eugene's attitude, which was completely different from when he was in front of Han Eugene. Han Eugene suddenly felt a pang in his heart as he looked at his younger brother. He guessed that his brother was holding himself back because he was only an E rank. Han Eugene's guilty gaze was caught by his brother. Everyone thought he was tired and urged him to go rest. The others would continue raiding through the night. You're not gonna fight anymore, right? Han Eugene spoke slowly, making everyone jump. Hit right where it hurt. The whole group was flustered, sweating profusely. After the warning, Han Eugene crawled into his sleeping bag and lay sprawled on the ground. With just 4 people, it was already a headache. What would happen with 50? Could he trust the system? For now, he had no choice but to believe. If he slowly completed each small task, he was sure he could gather the 50 S ranks and save the world. Han Eugene looked up at the sky, then gradually drifted off to sleep. Things were not simple when the next day arrived. The whole group had to face a giant monster, pitch black and stinking. In the rain, Han Eugene saw the Abyss Guild holding a celebration ceremony. On the stage hung a large banner congratulating Hunter Sunghan on reaching S rank, decorated with flowers and red rose wreaths above. Sunghan struck a pose like a weightlifting champion. Director Simeon hosted the event, happily announcing that Abyss had gained its 3rd S rank hunter. Applause rang out like firecrackers. Behind Sunghan, Han Eugene shyly held a large bouquet like a groom, speaking congratulatory words full of hope. Before he finished his sentence, the bouquet was knocked away. The cold girl uttered 2 words, "No need." The male lead was stunned, only able to mumble. Sunghan was furious like a demon, raising his thumb downwards, threatening to leave Abyss. He said S rank was useless, causing Han Eugene a second shock, stammering to call him brother Sunghan. Sunghan pushed the male lead aside, telling Han Eugene to go ahead. The one mentioned drew his sword while saying it would probably not be fun. Han Eugene stared wide-eyed at his younger brother, then shouted loudly, It was pure chaos. The hunters outside rushed in with weapons like madmen. Yerim gleefully floated with her spear, shouting she wanted to fight. The male lead screamed in vain. The battle between the S-rank hunters began. They tore into each other. Han Eugene helplessly yelled for everyone to run. The building was about to collapse. He opened his eyes in fear, his face drenched in sweat as if having a nightmare, shouting to stop. Sung Han beside him asked with concern what was wrong. The male lead stammered in fear, calling him brother Sung Han. Peace was still lying on his back with his tongue out, deep in a beautiful dream like a true demon. Han Eugene was not fully awake, poking his head out of the sleeping bag like a caterpillar, shouting not to go fight. Sung Han saw his boss was heavily haunted, awkwardly comforting him to calm down. Sung Han smiled gently and asked why he suddenly said that. Clearly he would continue to contribute to Abyss. Peace licked his master's face to comfort him. Han Eugene felt deeply embarrassed, scratched his head saying it was just a dream. Everyone fought and collapsed the building. Suddenly behind him, a golden pillar of light flashed with a rumbling sound. The male lead asked if it was thunder, but the sky was not raining. Sung Han sitting nearby knew where the noise came from, quietly sweating as he questioned back. Han Eugene did not notice his muscular friend's confused expression. He raised his hand to observe the source of the noise, suddenly realizing something was wrong. He asked if it was really thunder. Wait, where was the arena platform? Did it collapse? Sung Han silently recited, evading the topic. Before he could finish speaking, the noise sounded again, this time 10 times louder. Sung Han felt it was over, while Han Eugene in the sleeping bag instantly turned to stone. Male lead's scream rang out again. This time he saw everything clearly. Hyunjae and Moon A were fiercely dueling, each standing on a large pillar. The rubble below was the product of this light battle. Drops of blood fell at his feet, signaling Moon Hyun-A was injured. The blonde man opposite concluded there was no more time. Realizing Han Eugene was awake, Hyunjae continued his actions. Hyun also looked worriedly toward the shout. She poured a bottle of flame-colored water onto the wound, smiling as she asked why he delayed so long. Was it because of Han Eugene? Hyunjae smiled silently, the mystery increasing his allure. Hyun-A said he had a rare skill but was only E rank. That was when Hyun-Jae spoke up, telling Oko not to discriminate by rank. Hyun-Jae smiled and continued, I think this will be very fun. Watching Hyuna finish the bottle, he rambled on. The strange thing was he felt no fear. She threw the empty bottle, forcing herself to endure his badmouthing the male lead as extremely rude. The bottle had just hit the ground when he finished saying the 3 words, not just that. At this point Hyuna lost patience. She thrust her spear straight at his nagging mouth. A golden chain silently appeared, locking onto the spear's tip. The spear stopped before reaching Hyun-Jae. He was not afraid, only smiling challengingly, saying try to catch him. His long hair fluttered, his face full of menace. She said, don't touch him, he is not a toy. She swung her spear to knock away the golden chain, as if suddenly realizing something unexpected. Hyun-Jae teased, asking if he was her type. He did not expect that. Hyun-A was struck at a sore spot, shouting that was enough nonsense. They clashed again, thunder and lightning exploding across the sky. She furiously warned, just wait until I get a magic beast. The chains were like silk, cutting without end. Watching the angry girl slash wildly, Hyun-Jae merely smiled like observing an angry hen. His guild would soon be destroyed. While they clashed, Peace's cute hairy leg landed nearby. Han Eugene rode on Peace's back, anxiously saying he did not understand what was going on. Were these two crushing on each other or something, shooting sparks like that? Sung Han said to fall back, let him go talk. Suddenly Sung Han stopped halfway. The pressure from the battle was terrifying, rooting him to the spot, helplessly exclaiming. He thought to himself, so this was the power of S-rank hunters, this terrifying. Sung Han felt embarrassed, thinking he could not get close, let alone talk. At that moment, the male lead's voice rang out. How could this be? Both heard the familiar voice, immediately stopped, and simultaneously looked toward one point. The male lead shouted, asking if the rumor that they used the dungeon as a training ground was true. Sung Han standing beside him did not understand anything. Hyun-A immediately descended, changing the subject to ask if Han Eugene was awake. Han Eugene angrily pounded his chest and stomped his feet, screaming that he told them not to fight. Why did they not listen? He raised his hand to hit Hyun-A, scolding her to look. She fought until her clothes were scorched. She awkwardly said it was not. Han Eugene did not listen to explanations, continuing to clamor that they were children. What if they got hurt? Hyuna whispered to Hyun-Jae that he was really strange. She thought it felt like he did not know fear. The male lead declared that as guild leader, one must behave properly. The red dungeon was an unpredictable place. He had just finished speaking when immediately came true. The ground suddenly shook violently. Male lead asked what was that, then opened the system. The system displayed a notification to move aside. Han Eugene did not understand what was happening, wondering what it was this time. Suddenly he felt dizzy, holding his head as if about to fall. Sung Han quickly caught him, worriedly asking what was wrong. He covered his mouth and said, "I told you the red dungeon was unpredictable. Everyone get back, the faster the better." At that moment, everyone also felt shaking like an earthquake. They were all confused, not knowing what the hell was happening. Looking at the remaining ancient trees after the battle also falling, they shouted asking what was going on. Sung Han and Peace created a golden barrier wall to block the debris. Sung Han shouted loudly, "It was very dangerous, fall back." Han Eugene activated fear resistance, then wondered, asking where Han Eugene was. Park Yerim and Han Eugene had also just arrived. She told everyone to get out quickly. Hyun panicked and asked what was wrong. Was it an earthquake? Park Yerim nervously replied it was not an earthquake. From above, she saw the ground beneath them crack into a circle, a warning that something was coming up. She shouted for everyone to run before it was too late. The group immediately sprinted for their lives. Hyun still did not understand what was happening, repeatedly asking why. A giant toad slowly rose from the rubble right where they had just been standing. Anna screamed, "What the hell was this?" The toad was sprawled on the ground, its eyes half closed as if drugged. The red-haired girl wondered if this was a monster. She had never seen one before. Han Eugene, who had just landed, also asked if it was too big, and was it sure it was a monster. Han Eugene was terrified, drenched in sweat, and answered yes, it was. Continued, the giant toad named 1-3 and High Mountain, an SS rank monster. Information from the system panel, current rank SS, potential from S to SS. Yuna shouted, "SS rank, how was it appearing in an A rank dungeon?" Amid the tense atmosphere, Sung Han-jae calmly looked at Han Eugene. He muttered that he must have noticed it earlier. Watching the male lead ride Peace to join the group, along with his companions observing the toad, he became more certain of his suspicion. What was he hiding this time? Elsewhere, Blue Vochi was causing a ruckus. It had a towel wrapped tightly over its head, screaming loudly, feathers flying everywhere. The nanny downstairs looked at the hyperactive bird, only able to yell no. Chirpy from outside the bathroom chirped once. The tired girl picked up the towel, complaining that taking care of monsters was too much. The little white fluff ball, not seeing the person it was looking for, panicked and chirp before running outside. Understanding its intent, she opened the door to Han Eugene's room, telling him he was not there. The little white fluff ball was terrified, its fur standing on end, wailing miserably. The nanny went back to take care of Blue. She comforted Chirpy that he would be back tomorrow, then panicked and ran into the bathroom upon seeing Blue causing trouble. Poor little Chirpy, tears welling up in its eyes, chirp hopelessly, called out tiredly, then lowered its head. Where was Papa? Had he abandoned it? Its little face was flushed red with anger. It screamed at the top of its lungs, "Where was Papa?" Behind it, a small, hazy window suddenly appeared, like computer screen. Poor Chirpy was still calling out, not noticing the icon appearing on the screen. The circular icon with orange patterns was this rank skill, Space Dominator. It projected an image of Han Eugene riding Peace with a worried expression. The little fluff ball was crying while being amazed by the mystical scene. The mystical space extended towards Chirpy, about to teleport it to the male lead. Right then, Blue used its 1,000-pound body to crush the little fluff ball. Squish, Chirpy chirped, roughly meaning what was that? The nanny crawled in and saw Chirpy lying unconscious and panicked. The perpetrator was lying on its back, chirping with delight. The aura of the Space Dominator skill quietly vanished as well. Back in the dungeon, the toad stretched and let out a warning growl. Han Eugene's group looked at the colossal creature with dismay. Hyuna wondered how an A-rank dungeon had something like this. Peace was also drenched in sweat. Hyuna looked at its legs and asked if they could defeat it. It looked slow, as if to prove it heard the insult. Toad unleashed a combo attack, sending rocks and earth flying everywhere. It was impossible to count how many strikes in the blink of an eye. Then it decided to stop talking and start doing, charging straight towards them. This was no joke anymore. Wherever the toad stepped, the ground shattered. The entire group ran for their lives. Yerim shouted impossible. It had just set foot down, but its power was terrifying. She decided to run, yelling to use the dungeon stone to escape. And Eugene, who was riding the monster mount Peace, objected. No, they could not leave it be. What if the dungeon exploded and it overflowed outside? He remembered before the regression. A few years later, this event happened in a small town in China. Passing through had caused terrible damage. The male lead calculated the dungeon was in the city center. If it exploded, it would destroy the entire district. Han Eugene gripped his sword seriously. Let's try. As long as you have breath, there is a chance. He worried about the weakest person, telling Han Eugene to turn back. Yerim followed, also telling Sung Han to protect the uncle. One being worried about spoke up, saying wait, but they had already flown away. Yerim used her inner energy to raise her spear high, determined to fight the SS rank monster. From the spear, sparkling light emanated. She used an SS rank buff skill, Invisible Sun, buffing stats and fire attribute. Yerim planted her weapon into the ground, creating a blue ice path, signaling for Han Eugene to lead the way. Yuhi understood, running like the wind on the ice path. He focused purple flames in his hand. He threw the flames towards the toad. Fire blazed around it, promising to turn it into roasted frog. Sung Han watched the flames with pride. SS rank black fire would be effective. Han Eugene hinted, aim for the nape, that was the weak point. The main character was confident because he had regressed. He knew how to kill this monster. His teammates also coordinated their skills very well. On the other side, Han Eugene focused his internal energy and swung his sword. He followed his brother's instructions, aiming for the toad's nape, planning to carve a perfect cross. But variables always occurred. Yu Li knew his plan was perfect, except for one thing. This happened 5 years later. Li Wu Hyun was still too green at this time. The moment his sword touched the monster's thick hide, it was deflected. Currently, their equipment and experience were lacking. Han Eugene exclaimed in surprise. Moon Hyuna rushed over from a distance, telling him to get out of the way, saying that a fatal blow to the nape was her specialty. She gritted her teeth, standing on the bava's head, then drove the spear straight into its nape to show it the strength of a big sister. But the spear blade only penetrated less than 2 centimeters into the toad's skin. Hyun screamed a curse because it was too hard. Han Eugene knew something even more terrifying. The wound Hyun inflicted on the bava was emitting thick smoke. Han Eugene knew this bava wasn't just big and tough, but it regenerated in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the wound closed up. The red-haired girl was surprised, saying this was the pride of an S-rank hunter. Hyun angrily cursed, saying if the spear were SS rank, she would have thrust it through already. Success or failure depended on the spear. She told Hyun Jae, who was standing nearby, to step forward and use the SSD rank chain. The blonde young man calmly said that if she couldn't pierce through, he threw the golden chain binding the bava into a tight roll. Afterward, he summoned a series of lightning strikes down upon it. He wondered if it would be effective. The bava looked up at the audacious person who dared to bind it. Commentator Sunghan excitedly said it was the first time the monster had reacted, and Eugene shielded his eyes from the light, thinking to himself that this monster was troublesome, even Hyun Jae's attack. Bava opened its orange eyes with black pupils wide, growling in annoyance as it was tightly bound by Hyun Jae's chains. Then, ignoring the chains, it launched straight into the sky like an airplane. Just that alone was enough to send the surrounding earth and stones flying everywhere. Its massive shadow covered them, and the group of hunters screamed in terror simultaneously, shouting that this attack was truly horrific. After an earth-shattering explosion, the bava airplane had landed right where they had just been standing. Beneath its feet, the remaining building pillars were instantly crushed into dust. Bava's tremendous weight also cracked the ground wide open. The scene of devastating ruin was like the wrath of a god. The group of hunters had managed to run elsewhere. Hyun Jae looked up at the bava, concluding that blindly attacking like this wouldn't work. Yoon, with her hair disheveled, wondered if they couldn't defeat it in a single blow. He observed the bava towering before them, saying that it had already fully regenerated. Hyun felt helpless, wiping her sweat and asking. Han Eugene asked his brother to go out first, because it was dangerous. Eileen refused, telling the other to listen to him speak. He seriously analyzed that if everyone combined their strength, they could kill it. They knew the weak point was the nape. The main character said that normal skills couldn't pierce its skin. Everyone needed to combine their power. Han Eugene assigned Yerim the task of going up first and freezing its neck. The little girl asked in surprise, asking if he meant her. He then turned and told his younger brother that Han Eugene would burn it immediately after. The younger brother silently nodded. Yerim guessed it was like pouring boiling water into a cold glass. Han Eugene asked his brother if he was using the temperature difference to weaken it. The main character was happy to be working with smart people, confirming it was the most effective method. Hyun Jae wondered how he knew that information. Han Eugene was annoyed by the scrutiny, replying that he should just consider him capable. He jumped down from peace, continuing to assign tasks to Hyun Ah. The doubtful girl interrupted, asking if it would work, remembering its recovery speed. He continued, saying everyone saw how fast it regenerated. If they weren't fast, it would recover before they could attack, and they had never coordinated before. Hyun wondered if it would go berserk like before. It would be a big deal, unless they practiced. And Eugene asked back what if he said the plan would work. They looked at the small young man before them. He appeared even smaller against the giant bava. They didn't believe him, asking again what he had said. And Eugene, with a determined face, analyzed that as Hyun said, they needed to attack at the right time. They had to connect to understand each other. He said while checking the system that without perfect teamwork, it couldn't be done. And Eugene affirmed he would help everyone work together seamlessly. He would use a skill, inwardly regretting it wasn't an attack skill, but it was still useful. The sunlight shone on Han Eugene, making him look like a true warrior. The skill window slowly appeared. The skill he mentioned was what he had received yesterday, a round gold emblem with a mother hen and 3 chicks, one wearing a bow tie. Han Eugene explained to his brother that it was the special command skill he got yesterday. It would help with group operations. And Eugene approached his brother, curiously asking if he got a new skill yesterday. The main character, while scrolling through the system panel, replied that he was right, thinking he had met certain conditions. Han Eugene looked at the skill description and got a headache, but at least it was better than last time, less useless. System recorded, SS rank, the Dreadful Hen Warden's technique, allows control of awakeners. The skill helps connect multiple people to work in harmony. Han Eugene noticed this, the tone suddenly changed when it explained. A series of blue potion bottles fell down. He knew it affected mentality and mana. The main character picked up a potion, telling his younger brother Han Eugene to stand next to Yerim. He explained that resisting the effect would harm the user, so he warned them to be careful. He said he would use the skill immediately, telling them not to resist. Then he summoned a small book with the dreadful hen warden emblem. 4 chicks looked out from the book, their expressions very simple. The system announced the skill was activating, and the space around the 3 people turned blue. Han Eugene extended his hand toward his younger brother and Park Yerim. A large white pattern appeared beneath his feet, while smaller patterns appeared beneath the other 2. Their eyes immediately turned golden as if hypnotized. Han Eugene's eyes all turned a similar color. A series of images of him and his younger brother appeared in the main character's mind. Mr. Huang Hot suddenly realized what this was. There was a feeling of them merging into one, their hands moving in parallel. Han Eugene sensed it and knew many more things. Images of the 3 people overlapped in his mind. He knew their movements before they even made them, as if their bodies were his own. On the other side, Han Eugene was about to open his mouth to speak. The main character knew it beforehand. Both said in unison that they didn't feel anything. Han Eugene saw his brother say the exact same thing as him, turned to look at him with an incredulous expression. Han Eugene asked back, saying he must have thought so. Han Eugene Voki wondered what just happened, but the main character did not answer, flipped open his skill book, and said he would try connecting the 2 of them. Han Eugene and Park Yerim immediately sensed something happening. The 2 of them looked at each other in astonishment. He spoke, and the girl exclaimed that this was really cool. Moon Haina stood watching without understanding anything. She asked the main character what was happening. Yerim replied that it felt like he was inside her. She knew how he would move and how he allocated his strength. The hot-tempered girl spoke while grabbing her spear and flying to attack Han Eugene. He immediately flew up to dodge the strike. Han Eugene covered his eyes to avoid the dust. Hyun-ah exclaimed in surprise at the spear and the sword tip. She shouted, asking if that was real when she saw the 2 tips just barely touching. Hyun-ah excitedly said to use it on her too. Hurry up. And Eugene said, wait, I need more potions, then took out a medicine vial and drank it all. He told her she would break Bava's hide after him. If she sat on Piece's back, she would avoid the fire. She excitedly asked again if that was true. Hyun-ah danced around like she was hyperactive, shouting excitedly because she had already bought a saddle and fire-resistant gear. Piece looked at her in annoyance. The main character quickly coaxed it, just this once. He told Hyun-ah to take care of Piece while she prepared the saddle, then reached into his pocket saying he had something to give. She curiously asked what it was. The third explanation was that the negative effects decreased when the skill recipient had already been influenced by a keyword. Han Eugene squinted, mimicking Jen's style, said, this is my heart for you, Miss Moon Hyun-ah. The effect activated immediately. The 2 were close, so it was a joke. The result was a complete failure. She vomited a river of 7-colored honey, looking disgusted. The main character, flustered, explained it was in place of thanks. She had welcomed him warmly. She acted like she understood, laughed once and replied, haha, what? She wiped her nose awkwardly, confessed it is fine. I like it. You scolding me reminds me of a senior. The system announced Hyun-ah had been affected by a keyword. Han Eugene thought dejectedly. He did not expect it to work. Truly being single meant one did not need strength. Mr. Four smiled, turning to the remaining person. Said, then the last one is. Hyun-jae spoke up, saying it was his turn. The main character, Han, inwardly thought he was the most pressuring person. Fourth explanation, the higher ranking the opponent, the more pressure they placed on the skill user. Han Eugene tried to suppress his nausea, said, dear guild leader of Jupiter Guild, the one I love like you, Miss Hyun-a. That bastard calmly replied to call me by name. The main character corrected himself. Yes, dear brother Hyun-jae. He inwardly sighed that the keyword still had no effect. As expected, said, I will use the skill. Please accept it. Hyun-jae remained silent. The surrounding space gradually turned blue due to the skill's effect. Hyun-jae's eyes shifted golden, flashing a terrifying, threatening gleam. Han Eugene felt his inner energy counteracting. The system notified that the opponent had rejected the skill. He let out a grunt. A feeling of nausea rose in his throat. Hyun-jae pretended to be kind and exclaimed, oh no. The main character's face turned pale green as he tried to suppress his discomfort and said, I told you not to refuse it. That man replied nonchalantly, I only refused a little. Han Eugene saw his feigned innocent expression and cursed the damn bastard inwardly. Han Eugene ran over worriedly and asked, are you okay? The main character, already angry, replied sarcastically, yeah, it would be nice if someone cooperated. Hyun-jae flashed a bright smile. Hawk handed him a robe and said, wear this, it will help. The main character thought to himself that he was even planning to steal the robe and run away. And Eugene felt like his head was about to explode. The image of the group and the bava flashing through his mind filled him with fear. 4 S ranks and peace makes 5. Tough indeed. Are these instructors drinking acid? I mean pulling the strings like puppeteers? He thought he at least needed to cover his eyes, then immediately shut them tightly. Main character urged, hurry up. I don't think I can maintain this state for long. Han Eugene calculated, we've dealt with the SS rank monster, but the goal is to turn Sunghan into the SS rank. That was why Sunghan stood on the cliff, holding a bow and arrow, staring straight down at the massive bava below. He focused intensely, ready to draw the bow. Because the target was S-rank, Sunghan had to go first. The arrow was knocked, and he looked as serious as an Olympic athlete. He infused his spiritual power and fired the arrow, carrying a tempestuous force as it shot straight toward the target. The result was just as Sukarna predicted, merely for show. Naturally, it could not pierce the Bava's thick hide. Sunghan wept bitterly inside his heart. Park Yerim floated nearby and teased, "That surely won't do anything," she said excitedly. "Well, the first move has been made, so now it's my turn." Yerim raised her spear and shouted, "Manicorn stat." The system announced that the Night of Invisibility was activating. She held the spear above her head and added, "The shape of a giant white snowflake gradually appeared. An icy breath enveloped the space, a sign that the ice breath was activating." Park Yerim screamed, "Ultimate unique skill, absolute cold." The spear became thicker and sharper. Feeling she had enough spiritual power, she swung her weapon and shouted, "Take this, blizzard!" A beam of light from the spear shot straight at the Bava, creating a massive ice mountain. Ice mountains appeared one after another, freezing the space below. Park Yerim said excitedly, "All right." As she observed the product she had just created, she said, "It's all frozen, handle the rest." Then she used her 2-meter shoes to teleport instantly. In the distance, Han Eugene rushed over like a massive flame. He channeled spiritual power into his hand, black fire blazing fiercely around him. Han Eugene struck directly at the spot his brother had mentioned. The black fire engulfed the ice mountain Park Yerim had created. The Bava's skin, alternately frozen and seared by fire, gradually melted away. Park Yerim gasped, "It melted in an instant. Amazing, just how hot must it be?" Eugene felt tremendous pressure and exclaimed, "Being this far away is already hard to breathe." Hyun rode on Peace's back, her hair flowing in the wind, feeling extremely excited. She said, "It's fine, a little burn is nothing, I'm quite strong. You told me to destroy it when the skin is all softened, right?" She grinned, showing her teeth. "Isn't now the perfect time?" And Eugene used his younger brother's consciousness to observe the flames and realize she was right. This was the best moment. In Han Eugene's golden eyes, the flames appeared clearly, and he affirmed that just a little more was needed. Below, the black fire swirled into a vortex. Han Eugene calculated for when the flames subsided, but before the awakening membrane recovered, he held his head, forcing himself to calculate the leg power of Peace. Speed. Remaining flame from Han Eugene, and the moment Hyun Jae would charge in, he was exhausted and coughed up a mouthful of blood. A familiar hand grabbed the main character's hand. Hyun Jae stood beside him, supporting him, and Han Eugene asked in surprise what was going on. Hyun Jae said they needed to move soon. He thought he knew when to go in, so focus on Moonhoon. He explained he needed to make up for not listening earlier. The main character wiped his bloody nose and replied generously, Fine, a good student." He told the other to hold on tight because the sharing skill only worked when touching. Hyun Jae smiled and recovered his weapon, an SS rank chain. On the other side, Moonhoon and Peace were ready on time. Supported, Han Eugene felt relief throughout his body and began his calculations. Attack speed, distance, remaining burning time of the fire. Considering all those factors, the main character gave the order right then. Moonhoon Ah's team charged straight at the Bava at maximum speed. Initially, when the dungeon first erupted, the monsters flooded into the world, causing heavy losses, but most were low-level monsters. As time passed, the dungeon's difficulty began to increase. The S-rank hunters who were hunting alone would soon have to cooperate with each other. That was when the system control skill appeared, namely the terrifying warden. The image of a giant hand emerged, controlling the group of hunters like puppets. In psychological principle, if controlled by someone of equal rank, people would want to resist. But if it was a weak one, it was no problem, like a hamster controlling a human. That skill made the first cooperation between the S-ranks go smoothly. Scene shifts to in front of Hyun and Peace. The two were blazing with fighting spirit. She yelled to move forward, then both of them rushed forth like a storm. Hyun raised her spear high and said this was the moment. Then she stabbed the spear tip straight into a spot on the monster's thick hide. As soon as the spear tip touched, it emitted a bright surge of spiritual power. The Bava's thick hide was peeled apart by the spiritual power, sending pieces flying everywhere. Baek Yurim excitedly shouted that it had pierced through. It was amazing. Hyun had a few burns on her body, a faint smell of burnt hair, her face full of excitement. From the deeply embedded spear tip, a stream of blue liquid erupted. It shot up high, forcing Hyun and Peace to dodge to avoid being stained blue. Bava opened its bright red mouth in pain, hissing out strange cries. Hyun Jae, hovering high up while holding Han Eugene, watched the blue liquid gush out like a waterfall. The main character replied that he would use this bracelet and to do their best. He closed his eyes to activate the bracelet, calculating with Yerim's buff skill. Hyun Jae activated his lightning force, streaks of golden lightning appearing. Han Eugene knew his skill proficiency had doubled. The chain was covered in lightning light, its size larger, the veteran F-rank skill activated. Hyun Jae controlled hundreds of lightning chains, launching them at the target like meteors. He felt his power doubled like using a cheat. Millions of chains gathered into a colossal pillar of lightning, striking directly into the hole on the Bava's nape. Miserable roar of pain echoed. Han Eugene closed his eyes tightly, also feeling that source of power, and let out a cry. Hyunja's usually expressionless face suddenly showed a clear look of surprise. Then he broke into a smile, the kind that said he had found it. On the other side, the poor toad had suddenly become a lightning rod. The moment the lightning ceased, its neck was nearly severed. It roared in agony. The bava's eyes had turned a milky white. Then it made a loud noise, collapsed straight down, and officially kicked the bucket. Yerim was insanely excited, asking if we had done it, if it went to get lunch. The consequence of not losing weight was that when the monster fell, the ground sank violently. Triggered a series of fissures, the cracks spreading all the way to their feet. Hyuna exclaimed in panic that the rocks and debris had shattered. Sunghan charged forward to block in front like a deity, telling everyone to fall back. Yerim called out in surprise to brother Sunghan. His face turned serious, a golden light appeared, and the system announced that growth conditions were met. Facing the storm of falling earth and stone, Sunghan erected a massive golden barrier enveloping the space, preventing debris from injuring his teammates. The system announced that Sunghan's stats and skill had increased. Yerim screamed that it was too amazing. Looking at the towering barrier, Han Eugene shouted like a hardcore fan. He praised Sunghan as the best and felt dizzy. The main character asked if everyone was okay, but then his nose started spraying blood, and he gradually lost consciousness from overexertion. Before fainting, he instructed everyone not to fight and that he needed to close his eyes and rest. Han Eugene collapsed. Hyunjae quickly grabbed his arm to pull him back from falling. The teamwork session ended. The hole-ridden bava lay motionless. The land for 10 kilometers around lay in ruins. Moon Haina's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed, she sang praises and threw her shame to the dogs. She lay sprawled on Piece's red fur, Piece's face showing annoyance. She self-hypnotized, saying, "You want to live with Yurg's sister here." Yerim looked at the guild leader, the feeling of excitement still lingering. She asked if we had done it. He high-fived. Hyangfan said these very hands took down an SS-rank monster. Then the bickering pair felt something was off. They gripped their weapons, turning their faces in opposite directions due to a strange feeling about their teammate. Sunghan ran towards the person who needed the most protection and called out to Han Eugene. A worried expression appeared on his face. Han Eugene had been unconscious since Sunghan erected the barrier, lying on the ground in his arms. Sunghan looked at his hands, feeling intense joy at his doubled power. His mouth stretched into an evil smile, delighted to have found the way. Elsewhere, the female newcomer was extremely agitated, insisting that man was targeting Han Eugene. She presented evidence of space being twisted, a monster that should have appeared in 5 years bursting out immediately. The long-haired girl asked the green-haired boy who was adjusting the system if the recovery was done. He replied to wait a little longer. The assistant asked in confusion if the bad guys had found them yet. The boy reassured that they probably hadn't. He explained the target location was inside Han Eugene's world, and that group was currently in that world. The long-haired girl said someone had used a teleportation skill within that world to find him. The assistant asked who that was. She deduced that the person using that skill must be at least SSS or A rank. The screen showed the bava collapsed. She forgot her train of thought and cheered because they had defeated it so quickly. Green-haired boy pointed at the screen, suggesting giving them a big reward. The long-haired girl asked where and saw something. She gasped at the tense atmosphere. On the screen stood Sunghan, looking down at Hyunjae kneeling while supporting the unconscious Han Eugene. Back in this world, Hyunjae looked at the unconscious Han Eugene and wondered where that man came from. Hyunjae associated the image of the male lead with those beasts. He calculated that if this person only had beast-taming magic, then just waiting for the contract result would be enough. But he was definitely hiding something bigger, acting as if he already knew everything in this dungeon. And the control skill appeared at a strangely perfect timing. He looked at his hand where surging power flowed. Moreover, the sharing ability could double the attack power. Hyunjae's heart suddenly stirred with desire, wondering if he could go back to the time before knowing this power. Looking at the seemingly harmless boy before him, he had a cruel thought. Why was he human? If he were an item, then driven by some unknown magical force, Hyunjae hoisted the unconscious Han Eugene onto his shoulder. Yeo Han flew over to ask, and Sunghan immediately called the guild master. Yu Hyu told Hyunjae it was him who gave it to me. That punk who wanted a beating replied, "Why don't you let me handle it?" He activated the chains, and they immediately surrounded the two, forming a defensive barrier. With one hand supporting the male lead on his shoulder and the other in his pocket, Hyunjae, with a domineering bride-snatching demeanor, provocatively looked at Han Eugene and said, "I'll take good care of him." A cruel glint appeared in his eyes as he firmly asserted, "Leave this to me." Just as he was carrying Han Eugene and preparing to run, Hyunjae once again said to Yeo Han, "Just leave it to me, I'll take good care of him." And Eugene's face was full of fury. Moon Haine behind him thought that bastard gone crazy. Park Yerim also arrived, angrily ordering, "What nonsense are you talking? Mister is tired, hand Mister over here." Peace gritted its teeth, growling as it prepared to lunge in and bite, while Sunghan quietly and slowly drew his bow. Han Eugene suppressed the urge to rush over and attack, calmly saying, "Give him back to me." Hyunjae glanced at them, murderous intent rising in his mind. He looked at the group demanding the item on his shoulder, wondering if he should kill him. Damage doubling skill was still activated. "If I kill them all here, it's enough experience for the SS rank monster, it'll be easy for me." Just as he was lost in his perfect calculations, a spear slammed hard into the ground, pulling him back to reality. Yoon-ah, hot-tempered, raised her spear tip, pointing it at him as she declared enough. She was blazing with killing intent. "The people from Abyss are still afraid of hurting Han Eugene, but I'm different. If you dare make a move, I'll act immediately." Park Yerim, afraid she would act rashly, called out, "Sister." Their eyes clashed. Two S-rank masters, the outcome unknown. She advised the madman about to commit a kidnapping. "We're done here, cooperate and listen to each other." Hyunjae noticed that the male lead's bracelet was shattered. After a moment he chose to compromise, carrying the unconscious Han Eugene and handing him over to Moon Han. Feigning regret, he said, "There seems to be no other choice. No one is on my side." He said, "I have cooperated already, just waiting for that." Han Eugene launched an attack. Hyunjae calmly manipulated the iron chain to block the sword, declaring, "Handing him back now." Looking at the enraged young man, he warned, "You attacked me because you have no fire resistance equipment. Now I understand why your brother is the way he is." Hyunjae exclaimed. Then, both auras tensed, they drew their swords and charged at each other. The distance gradually closed, ready to clash without missing a beat. Suddenly, a stream of blue ice appeared before Han Eugene's eyes. Yerim used blue ice to separate the two, ordering them to stop. Yerim pointed her spear at them. "We need to get the uncle out of here." Moon Hyune threw the fire resistance jacket back at Hyunjae, scolding, "Act your age, don't nitpick someone as young as your brother." The blonde young man snatched the jacket, and she said to Han Eugene, "As for you, catch your brother, or I will throw him to the ground." Han Eugene took off his jacket while warning, "Stay away from my brother." Hyunjae replied flippantly, "That will be difficult, because I like him a lot." Han Eugene's expression changed upon hearing this, preparing to attack. Moon Han shouted angrily, "Damn it, I said stop." Han Eugene draped the jacket over his brother. Sung Han advised, "Do not blame him, guild leader." Moon Han analyzed, "Think positively, as long as he likes your brother, Han Eugene is safe." On the other side, Park Yerim was lecturing while Hyunjae pretended not to listen, his eyes fixed on them. Sung Han continued, "Big brother is also stronger than he looks." Han Eugene seemed to be having a nightmare. Brother Yan Jiang said not to argue. The teleportation gate appeared. They rejoiced. "Here it is, let us get out of here." The dungeon raid was activated and concluded. A few days later, everyone was talking about it. News of an SS rank monster appearing in an A rank dungeon. Fearing disruption, their personal information was not disclosed. On the big screen, a cool image of Sung Han appeared. News of his promotion to S rank spread across the world. For those who were in the dungeon that day, an apartment, locks of red hair fell, signaling a new beginning. The secretary entered to report to the guild leader about tomorrow's photo shoot. Seeing Moon Hyuna holding a hair clipper with patchy hair, she yelled, "Look, the guild leader's hair." Moon Hyuna said nonchalantly, "I just trimmed a bit. Burnt hair is hard to recover." The secretary worried, "Those old geezers will go crazy." She put on her jacket and walked out the door to the secretary's admiration. Hyuna replied, "Never mind. Anyway, I have returned halfway. Tell them to be satisfied." She flashed a confident smile. "This matter is not worth complicating. Everyone wants a change." The appearance of mounts and blacksmiths, the teamwork experience of S-rank hunters who had never collaborated before. Jupiter Guild building stood tall under the sun, faintly visible behind a ring of green leaves. The beginning of a change to the old system. Hyunjae seemed to be on the phone. "Yeah, the plan has changed." That man's face showed clear cunning. He ordered the person on the other end of the line to have everyone prepare to return to Korea. The twins were staying at the Vankao site. Gears had begun to turn, and as the changes took place, at a large hospital in the city, the strange cry of the yapia bird echoed everywhere. A tiny beak tapped gently on Han Eugene's ear, accompanied by a sharp pecking sound. He slowly opened his eyes. Chirpy, losing patience, kept calling Pia and kicked the main character's face repeatedly. He sat up with a headache and asked it what was wrong. "Chirpy, are you hungry?" It replied, "Pai Pai," while a call for uncle sounded. In front of the main character were Sung Han, Yerim, and Yumi Ungu crying with joy. They shouted in unison, "Uncle has woken up." Han Eugene let out a surprised yell. He asked, "What's this? Why is everyone gathered here?" "Back in the dungeon I was too sleepy, so." The main character felt embarrassed, scratched his head and asked, "Did I sleep that long?" His friend Sung Han replied, "You slept for a full 2 days." Sung Han explained, "The doctor said your body was fine," but then was instantly silenced by Myungu's threatening glare. He broke out in a cold sweat and shut up tight. Myungu demanded, "How overworked did he have to be to sleep that long?" Myungu revealed his true form as a nanny demon, placing his hand on the main character's shoulder while twisting it, asking, "There are 4 S-rank hunters and you still couldn't take care of him." Chirpy, standing on the main character's head, also angrily cried "Pai." The other two were terrified of the man and the bird. Lee Nai said, "We are sorry." In their hearts they thought, how did he turn into as such a scary person in the blink of an eye. Yerim said, Chirpy kept crying so we brought him here. Should I take him back so Uncle can rest? Han Eugene gently held the little ball of fluff in his palm and replied, it's okay. He rubbed and squeezed it all over, asking Chirpy, you missed me a lot, right? As if suddenly remembering something important, the main character activated the system. Blinking, he thought, oh right, what's up with Sunghan's rank? In the notice board of people needing influence, 2 new photos were added, one of Sunghan, one of Peace. Eugene happily thought, oh, it succeeded, he has ranked up to S. He also saw the familiar photo next to Sunghan's. The main character immediately sat up, exclaiming, what the hell, Vix is also an F rank too. Manhwa saw that and worriedly called out to Han Eugene. The main character didn't understand what was happening, thinking what's going on. While he was sleeping, did he develop so comprehensively? He told everyone, I'm gonna go visit Biz. Myung-woo informed him that they would be staying until tomorrow. Sung-han explained Biz went on raid with the guild master. Han Eugene found it strange and asked back, with Han Eugene. He suddenly remembered, right, she said she would conquer an S-rank dungeon soon. But why didn't you go along, Mr. Sunghan? The man just mentioned looked somewhat flustered at Yerim. She also showed an evasive attitude, replying it was just the 2 of them going together. Han Eugene was stunned and asked back what. Yerim looked reluctant and recounted that right before entering the dungeon. Kimin Iuye looked at Peace happily and said, wow, this is my first time going into a dungeon with Peace. Peace immediately exerted its power, transforming into a giant monster with its entire body ablaze. The staff members, like fans, shouted together, oh my god, Peace. And Eugene heard the screams and walked over, wondering what was going on. 2 staff members said, Peace looks so cool. Then they asked him, is it always this big? At this moment, Han Eugene took a close look at his spirit beast. He said, you've grown strong, haven't you? The very cool-looking spirit beast looked at him and let out a growl in response. Han Eugene fell into deep thought, as if contemplating something. He drew his sword and unleashed a wave of dark hellfire to separate the people from the Abyss Guild. They shouted in fear, what the hell is that? Sung-han, unsure what was wrong with him, yelled out, Guildmaster, what's going on? Han Eugene stood blocking the dungeon entrance. He ordered everyone to get out. This time only he and Peace would enter the dungeon. And Eugene squeezed his eyes shut and strained himself to break free from the dream. Park Yerim, who was beside him, asked worriedly if he had calmed down now. Following behind her was Sung-han. As for Yumi Ungu, he had already sold himself out to the capitalists. He silently wept over the nightmare of going to work. Han Eugene forced a reply. How could I possibly be calm? There was nothing else he could do now. The gate had already closed. He thought back to the rage he felt 10 minutes ago and grew even more disheartened. Han Eugene, snapping like a mad dog, gritted his teeth and roared, where is that crazy bastard? Yu Myungu handled the upper body, while Park Yerim and Sung-han clung tightly to Han Eugene's legs to keep him from biting anyone. Uncle, calm down. After barely 3 seconds of calm, Han Eugene thrashed around as if possessed. Park Yerim patted his chest and softly told him to calm down, take deep breaths. Hey phew. Kim Song-ha recognized this familiar movement. It was the breathing technique for pregnant women about to give birth. Park Yerim pressed down on his head, trying to help him regain his breath. Han Eugene was drenched in sweat, thinking to himself that an S-rank dungeon would take 10 days to clear. If it were just the 2 of them, they definitely wouldn't even get any sleep. Accompanied by strange breathing sounds, he-hoo. Sung-han actively spoke up to reassure him. It'll be fine. That dungeon doesn't seem to have anything dangerous. Besides, he also had the return stone. Park Yerim chimed in beside him. That's right, uncle. Don't worry too much. She quickly changed the subject to keep him from losing his temper. Ah, that's right. What reward did you get, uncle? Hearing this, Han Eugene was startled and suddenly remembered. Oh, with this setup, Yerim had all the leverage to seize the opportunity. Koflake gently pointed to the sparkling garnet accessories, the reward for defeating E3. I received an SS rank equipment, these armlets. These are the earrings of the Moonstrider Merfolk Queen. Park Yerim proudly explained their function. They increase mana and concentration. More notably, they allow the user to move freely underwater, and the proficiency of ice and water skills increases by 30%. Han Eugene jumped up, eyes wide in admiration. That's truly amazing. Then no one can rival you when you're in the water, Park Yerim said proudly. Plan to use them to raid an underwater dungeon. If that's the case, I'll pay off my debt quickly, like I've already paid half of this one off. After that, she grinned widely, the smile of a poor person finally getting out of debt. But in the blink of an eye, Park Yerim returned to her meek and dejected look, accepting reality. If I buy new equipment, I'll just become a debtor again. But my heart still really needs ice-resistant items right now. Seeing her cute expression, Han Eugene let out a chuckle. Oh kid, you'll have to keep working for a long time. This made Yerim inwardly scream in frustration, because her attributes and skills completely clashed with the guildmaster's, so she couldn't borrow his items. On the other hand, Han Eugene could clearly feel Yerim's slow but steady growth. After awakening, Yerim became an S-rank hunter unlike other S-ranks who worked independently. Yerim was growing stronger thanks to the care of the seniors and the Abyss Guild. Han Eugene tilted his head back, smiling proudly like a fool, and truly it was foolish, he thought to himself, wanting to see just how far she would develop. Seeing this, Park Yerim whispered, "I've made you lose face, haven't I?" Sunghan quickly interjected, "As for me, I received the Gate Stone. I'm grateful to have become an S-rank." Park Yerim asked curiously, "So what'd you get, uncle?" "I'm so curious." Han Eugene, while opening his system screen, calmly said, wait a moment." He pointed and then asked if this was at SS rank. Seeing this, Park Yerim exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, uncle also got an SS rank reward." Suddenly, an incredibly strong blue energy burst from the system screen, leaving the three of them staring wide-eyed in stunned silence. Han Eugene was utterly astonished by the item before him. This was an ancient water source from a nameless SS-grade Demon King. Aunt Yerim curiously asked what it was. Han Eugene held the strange item in his hand and replied, "It seemed to be a water source from the ancient times of some Demon King." Sunghan naively asked if it was for watering plants. Park Yeri looked at the bizarre scaled snake and sneered. A Demon King having such a hobby would be quite surprising. She quickly placed the water source on Han Eugene's head and asked if she was using it correctly. Han Eugene frowned and said, "Probably not. It was likely material, not equipment." Touching the item on his head, he thought to himself that the system deliberately gave it to him, and the next time he entered the dungeon, he would definitely ask. Suddenly, Han Eugene realized the painful truth. The dungeon, the S-rank dungeon. Only those two kids were inside. Thinking this, he erupted in rage and roared, "Ah, that bastard Hanayu Hyun." Park Yeri tiredly coaxed him, "Uncle, not again, calm down." The chuckling laughter of the older sisters rang out. A moment later, when Han Eugene had calmed down and sat contemplating on the bed, sunlight filtered through the treetops into the room. Sunghan poked his head in and asked if he wasn't sleeping. Han Eugene was browsing the system. Hearing the call, he stopped. "Ah, brother Sunghan." Seeing Han Eugene busy, Sunghan reminded him that he had just woken up. Han Eugene was startled, thinking he only intended to use a skill to check. Sunghan complained again like a father, "I'm worried about you. This is the beginning of dementia." Han Eugene loudly argued, "No, it's just that I can't sleep. I have to watch TV." Watching the news on TV, Han Eugene exclaimed in surprise. The anchor reported that EBS Guild Hunter Sunghan was about to be promoted to Vice Guild Master this month. Hearing this, Han Eugene stared at him wide-eyed. "You're going to become Vice Guild Master?" Sunghan scratched his head shyly and replied, "Probably so." Park Yerim was also S-rank, but because she was still in school. Han Eugene looked at the man in front of him with sparkling eyes, grabbed his hand admiringly and said he was the most suitable, truly worth looking forward to. Sunghan smiled proudly, "Thanks." Han Eugene then urged to throw a party because he was thirsty for beer. Hearing this, Sunghan, though shy, still flexed a little. "It's fine, many people have already congratulated me. The Han Sin Guild also sent me a flower basket." Han Eugene asked in surprise Han Sin. While looking at Sunghan's shy expression, he thought to himself, everyone knew Park Minju from the Han Aileen Guild paid a lot of attention to brothers Sunghan. Sunghan continued in a low voice, "Probably because I have a connection with them. A long time ago I also belonged to Han Aileen." Han Eugene asked in shock, "Really?" Sunghan explained the whole story. "You know the Han Sin Guild belongs to the Han Sin Corporation, right? Hunter Park Mingyu and I used to be colleagues." He continued, "After awakening, I received an invitation from the company. They told me to marry the chairman's daughter. But then, Park Minju awakened to S-rank," Sunghan added. "So he met that young lady in my place, eventually got engaged and was promoted to guild master." Han Eugene was stunned, frozen like a statue. Sunghan said in a low voice that their relationship had been somewhat tense since then. Han Eugene's mind was in a mess. This feels like a movie. In his head, scenes of Sunghan and Park Minju being intimate appeared. That young lady was just a damnly supporting female character used as a shield. Dozen cliché plots made Han Eugene unable to look away, munching on popcorn and drinking Coke to watch the drama. Then he jumped up excitedly and asked. He was probably afraid of losing his position as the fiancé. Sunghan replied awkwardly, "At that time I was only a rank." Recalling when he received the invitation, Sunghan continued, "The congratulatory note told me to stay in the abyss for a very long time." Hearing this, Han Eugene was emotionally trembling, clinging to the hospital bed, thinking to himself that he was right. Suddenly Sunghan added, "Well, it's fine, the abyss has become more stable now." At that moment, Han Eugene quickly withdrew from the OTP fanfic he had just finished drawing. Sunghan recounted the matter in a low voice, saying Park Minju telling me to stay here meant he did not view our guild with 3S ranks as a threat. He did not like stealing the spotlight, so he would not try to make the Han Guild stronger than others. And Eugene was surprised to think this person valued the guild more than his own feelings. Sunghan smiled and added, "Others say I threw away a rare opportunity, but I am content with the present." He affirmed that I did not want to be the guild leader, and that I was more suited for a supporting role than leading. After that, Sunghan passionately declared he would do his utmost to help the guild leader. Han Eugene, moved to tears, softly called out, "Sunghan." Scenes from the battle suddenly flooded Han Eugene's mind. how he had taken care of everyone in the dungeon. He was also very good at teamwork, Han Eugene thought cheerfully. Ah, the future of Abyss is so bright. Then he smiled brightly and said I was very glad to have him by side Sung Han. At this moment Un, leisurely sitting by the window, could not help but chime in. That is right, that is how it should be. He is a veteran after all. His sudden appearance made Han Eugene jump, his heart dropping to his ankles. Huh, Doc Gabi. Yun cheerfully said you are awake, Master Kim. Then he brought out a red pouch and said I came to visit that day. Ah, can I eat this? It is fruit I bought. Seeing Doc Gabi seemed strange, Sung Han asked in confusion if it was dangerous. Han Eugene immediately explained. Ah, it is fine, he is like a friend to me. Saying that, he cheerfully turned back to converse. It must have been hard for you to get here, I love you. Han Eugene handed Doc Gabi a can of water and told him to drink. At the same time, he thought to himself, I have influenced him already. I wonder how his teleportation skills are now. Yun cheerfully munched on his food. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification, incomplete species. You require an item similar to the basic element of each specific species. Doc Gabi remained calm, staring intently at Master Kim. Ah, I made them confused. Han Eugene was slightly startled when he saw the information about Yun. Migrating corpse and incomplete species, the basic element of each species. Perhaps Yun's basic element is water. Suddenly, he remembered the useless SS rank item he had received the other day, an old item similar to water. That is right, it is that reward. Han Eugene looked at Doc Gabi and wondered, did the system give me this to use on him? After that, Han Eugene immediately offered, Yun, do you need it? He explained that it was a dungeon reward. Doc Gabi took the item and scoffed. The water source of the Demon King. It really is the Demon King's, it is old, even older than me. Han Eugene asked in surprise, oh, you know about it. Yun then replied, the Demon King must be a very terrifying thing. With a large forest, a huge and powerful body too. Hearing this, Han Eugene could only answer vaguely, probably so. After thinking for a moment, Yun stated firmly, then I will become the Demon King. Han Eugene asked in surprise, huh? What did you say? Why are you suddenly changing your species? Suddenly, a stream of water emitted an extremely powerful purple energy. Witnessing the scene, Han Eugene and Sung Han exclaimed in shock. Kim Sung Han, while raising a hand to shield himself, asked in bewilderment, Han Eugene, what? Next second, that dark energy grabbed hold of Sung Han's body. Han Eugene shouted loudly, Sung Han, Yun, what are you doing? At that moment, a long, twisted horn suddenly grew out. Next came the ferocious wings of a dragon kind. Yun roared with a terrifying posture. The Demon King is truly terrifying. I will become the Demon King. At this moment, fangs grew sharp, hair grew long but messy, and eyes blazed with raging, fiery energy. Han Eugene was bewildered, Yun's form. At the same time, the system displayed information about Doc Gabi, level 1 Demon King Yun, with both current stats and potential rated SS. Han Eugene's eyes widened in shock, never expecting he would actually become a Demon King. He had only heard about this happening in Vietnam. Who knew there would be such a speedy deal? Doc Gabi firmly held the water at the center of its chest and let out a satisfied roar. Han Eugene asked in confusion, am I the Demon King? Then called for System A. He thought he was only helping the main character, not expecting this to happen. Yun's aura power was truly formidable. At least Bava was easier to handle. His entire body emitted a powerful black smoke, squeezing Han Kim to the point of breathlessness. He grimaced and called out Han Eugene's name. Seeing this, Yun's aura was very amused. He opened his mouth wide and laughed threateningly. Haha, you're scared, aren't you? And Eugene worried if this bastard went crazy, this place would turn into rubble, and even S-ranked Mr. Sung Han could not handle him. Suddenly, Han Eugene froze, his eyes wide as if realizing something. He suddenly thought, wait, why am I still unscathed? Wasn't the earring only supposed to create a B-rank defense barrier? Thinking so, Han Eugene looked toward the villain who was showing off. Yun's aura had enough power to destroy the entire city, but could not touch him or the surrounding area. Han Eugene still did not know what was protecting him. On his hand at this moment was only Chirpy beside him. It had fainted at some point, which further confirmed it was not Chirpy's power. Could it be? Tanjuji quickly opened the system to check Yun's aura and discovered a secret. The influence was still in effect. That bastard, even though he had become a Demon King, still considered himself his grandmother. Having grasped this leverage, Han Eugene immediately got into character. He shouted loudly, are you saying I'm scared? You little brat? Seeing Yun's aura react, Han Eugene continued to scold. Oh my god, you're causing chaos at the hospital. As he cursed, he casually picked up Peace's toy fishing rod, and Eugene used it like a whip to smack Yun's aura on the buttocks, making him jump in pain. He hit and scolded, come here right now. The doctor will get angry. Aura was scared, shrinking back. He stammered, wait, Grandma. No, Master. Weren't you scared when you saw me turn into that thing? And Eugene continued his deep act, sternly shouting, what's there to be scared of? It's just a normal form. In his head, he thought of a counter strategy. This guy likes to scare people, saying the opposite will work. He did it immediately, telling Aura that when he was still a goblin, both Myung-woo and Hyan fainted. Hearing that, he seemed to retain some of his spirit. Yun-Yun's Aura suspiciously glanced at Han Eugene and asked, "You say you're not scared of me, but what about the others?" Hearing that, Han Eugene quickly signaled Mr. Sung-han not to show fear. The two understood each other tacitly. Mr. Sung-han immediately did a 180-degree turn, got into character to act, and spoke loudly. "That's right, the goblin was much scarier. I was just startled earlier because I saw Han Eugene in danger." Han Eugene below chimed in, "There, see?" Finally, Aura was manipulated, asking obediently, "Really?" He looked at his own body and murmured, "Is it really like that?" Seeing him not causing trouble, Han Eugene thought to himself, "Alright, it's working." To make it more convincing, Han Eugene and Sung-han took turns playing piggyback. "The goblin was scarier, right, Mr. Sung-han?" He echoed, sweating as he replied. "That's right, so scary. If people saw you, they'd all faint, trembling like leaves." At this moment, Chirpy woke up and also flapped its wings to join in. The whole group pretended to be terrified for a long time, yelling, "So scary, I'm gonna die. Please spare me, I'm gonna die." Yun-Yun's simple-minded Aura was finally fooled. He even chuckled with delight. "Nice, nice, then I won't turn into a demon king anymore." He hopped around like a foolish child. The black energy disappeared. Han Kim was released, silently wondering if everything had returned to normal. But inside, a new phenomenon appeared, and Han Eugene was so shocked he could not close his mouth. Instead of returning to normal, this was around Yun-Yun's Aura emitted a fresh blue power. His fangs and wings gradually dissolved, and he said, "Instead of being a demon king, I will," he shouted loudly. Goblin Great King Aeon. A terrifying new source of power appeared. In an instant, the mask he had worn for hundreds of years cracked and shattered, revealing a delicate face with flowing, glossy platinum hair. No need for plastic surgery, just a few small transformations, and the harem gained another beautiful man. Melancholic eyes peeked from under his hair, with long elf-like ears. Yun-Yun's Aura joyfully announced, "The Goblin Great King has arrived." And Eugene watched this scene and said with interest, "Looks like he's evolved, huh?" Sung-han lying nearby was still bewildered, asking if everything was normal yet. Yun-Yun's Aura admired his own charming body, saying it still possessed the Demon King's power. "The power is now stronger, everything is stable. I have decided to become the Goblin Great King." Aura happily showed off. "I also have a new skill, want to see it?" But before he could show it, a voice from outside the door called, "The doctor, patient, what's going on? Are you okay?" Han Eugene begged, "Please say something to them, Mr. Sung-han." Mr. Sung-han worriedly blocked the door and asked if he was okay since only two people were here. And Eugene confidently replied, "It's fine, no need to worry because the goblin does not harm people." Having said that, he reluctantly turned his head back, even though he had destroyed this entire area. "Let's see this new skill." Looking at the person in front who looked exactly like him, Han Eugene was so shocked his eyes almost popped out. Yun-Yun's Aura cheerfully said, "Look, I am you." He explained that it was the transformation technique Goblin Mask, but he could not copy skills or stats. And Eugene breathed a sigh of relief, glad he could not copy those things. He looked at the glowing gate behind and asked, "By the way, what is that?" "A long-distance teleportation gate," Yunun enthusiastically explained. "Master, how did you know?" "This is the Goblin Gate. Every 10 days I will go to a very faraway place, so this gate can take me anywhere I want." And Eugene went crazy, jumping up and down. Seeing his strange behavior, Yun-Yun's Aura awkwardly asked, "What is it?" Eugene sobbed with joy, a wicked plan forming in his heart. This long-distance teleportation skill was too powerful. He had been worried about the Demon King destroying the hospital all this time. He imagined a beautiful future, money flowing into his pocket, and Eugene told himself, "Lucky. With this skill, investigating the dungeon will be a piece of cake." He put on a thoroughly wicked smile and suggested to Yun-Yun, "So, shall we go investigate the dungeon now?" But surprisingly, Yun-Yun's Aura firmly refused, "I'm busy right now." He placed his hand on his chest, a seductive look on his face, and said, "Now that I am the Great King, I need to recruit subordinates. I have to go scout some abandoned buildings." Hearing that, Han Eugene's eyes widened in surprise. "Subordinates? You can create goblins now?" Yun-Yun's Aura opened the door smugly. "Yes, I am the Great King. My mission is that." He intended to brush off and leave. "I'm going to find my subordinates." Han Eugene stopped him. "Wait a moment." He regretfully thought, if he left, where would the dungeon's rules be? He then suggested, "How about investigating the dungeon while looking for your subordinates?" To China and Japan, densely populated, easy to find. Aon's Aura casually promised, "Don't forget to investigate the dungeon." He nodded. Ion stepped through the gate with a bright smile and instructed, "When I find enough subordinates, I will return." He disappeared. Han Eugene forced a smile and waved, sighing in relief. Solved a little bit. He suddenly startled. How many is enough? Just thinking about it gave him a headache. He scratched his head in regret. What if he formed an entire village of goblins? The regret only lasted a few months. At the guild, Sog Simeon received a call from the chairman. "Sir, may I ask for what reason?" The chairman reported, "Today, Hunter Han Eugene was discharged from the hospital. The training facility has been completed." Sim Young was shocked, a rare look of confusion on his face. "What?" Ending the call, Sim Jung angrily tossed his phone onto the table, fuming and shouting loudly. "Urgent, how did this happen to Han Eugene while the guildmaster is away?" Heian was startled and asked, "What happened?" Simyoung said worriedly, "The association is about to send a representative." Heian calmly replied, "So what? Sending civil servants is safer, isn't it?" Simyoung broke into a cold sweat. "No, Guildmaster Jupiter and Breaker are truly dangerous, but this is a completely different threat." Fast building suddenly became gloomy. He looked down at the information sheet, struggling to continue. "The head of the Awakener Management Department, that person is..." The next morning sunlight shone down on a large hospital. Dr. Yerim, with a dark face, hesitantly asked, "What happened last night?" She stepped forward and shouted, "How could a place built so meticulously end up like this?" Han Eugene laughed it off. "What is there? Look at me, still fine." Yerim approached to observe closely, suspicious. "Not fine. You didn't sleep last night, right? Your dark circles go down to your nose." Han Eugene rolled his eyes, thinking he had to constantly check on his younger brother. He suddenly remembered and panicked. "Why are you here today? Don't you have school?" Yerim was startled. She scratched her neck bluntly. "The teacher told me to come." Han Eugene imagined the scene of Yerim yelling at the teacher. The teacher trembling, he said softly, "I can guess what happened." Han Eugene reminded, "Even as a hunter, you must follow the rules. You are still a minor." Yerim excitedly said, "A juvenile delinquent." He helplessly said, "Are you proud of that?" Han Eugene walked while nagging, "You have to attend school regularly." Yerim behind him smiled brightly and skipped along. Actually, that was not a laughing matter. Awakened individuals easily cross the boundaries of the law, especially high-rank hunters, let alone S-rank. They are not bound by social regulations or physical limitations. Overseas, guilds with many high-rank hunters were even more powerful than the government. They could bypass the government, holding the nation in the palm of their hands. This country operated thanks to his existence. Han Eugene turned back. "Drop me off at school. I'll ask someone to give me a ride." Yerim asked, "Who?" And Eugene looked outside. The association sent someone to introduce the newly renovated training facility. A red car slowly came to a stop, the nation's Solus rank. Strong hands turned the steering wheel, a civil servant who refused to quit even after awakening, amidst invitations from major guilds. Feet in designer shoes stepped out, a former officer who once arrested rogue S-rank hunters. Yerim was curious. "Ah, the section chief that Nuna Hine always mentions?" Suddenly a powerful voice rang out, "Hunter Han Eugene." A tall, handsome, and refined man held up his employee ID to introduce himself. "I am Taiwan, the section chief for Awakened Management." The two of them looked at him, eyes wide and mouths agape, both thinking, a giant? Taiwan deepened his voice. "Please wait outside." He was about 3 heads taller than Han Eugene, who looked up and said, "I'll go get the car, wait here." Han Eugene thought, I knew S ranks were bigger than normal, but this huge was unimaginable. The two were speechless as they watched Taiwan try to squeeze his body into a compact car. He told himself it was like dealing with a giant boulder. Seeing him strain to drive, Han Eugene was baffled. Why go through such trouble? The suffering of a civil servant, he wondered. He is an S-rank hunter. Why is he driving like... Suddenly, from a distance, a car turned on its headlights and sped straight towards them. Black car kept accelerating, charging fast. With a loud crash, the red and black cars slammed into each other. Parts of the red car flew off, startling Yerim and Han Eugene into hurriedly backing away. He gaped, "We just met and he's already spending money on a funeral?" In just a moment, Taigun slowly stepped out from the wreckage, and Eugene breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, an S-rank is different. He wondered, who the hell is that bold? Hands wearing a luxury watch opened the car door and stated bluntly, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." A flashy blonde man stepped out, smiling brightly. "Every time I see you stuff that massive body into a car, I can't help but step on the gas." Hagen glanced coldly. "Hunter Sung Huinji?" Yerim pointed at Huinji, surprised. "That lunatic." Han Eugene covered her mouth and warned Yerim silence. "Evacuate the people in the hospital first." He paled, thinking, right, if it's Sung Huinji, that's very possible. After all, Sung Taiwan, who is special investigative authority over hunters, is also a thorn in the side of every major guild. At this moment, Taiwan and Huinji faced each other, the atmosphere becoming tense. Han Eugene thought he would dare to provoke so blatantly. Huinji held the car keys in front of Taigun, challenging, "Just send the repair bill to the guild, or do you want to take this car right now?" He continued to poke the keys into Taigun. Han Eugene told himself surely Song Taigun would not let this slide. Taiwan let out a breath, calmly speaking, "If I accept anything of value exceeding the limit, it will be considered bribery. Please wait for me to call the insurance company." After speaking, he turned and walked away, leaving Yerim and Han Eugene utterly astonished. Han Eugene asked in confusion. Wait, no fight? He is an S-rank hunter. Yerim nodded and replied, right, if it were Sister Hein A or the Guildmaster, the hospital would have exploded long ago. At this time, Tegan was cleaning up the pile of broken items that had scattered from the car. His entire body radiated a bright aura. Truly a model student. Han Eugene shouted in surprise. He is cleaning up that scrap metal. He and Yerim witnessed the scene, both showing expressions of admiration. They thought silently, completely different. An S-rank police officer, he is completely different from the rest of the S-ranks. Taiwan then turned to another direction, picked up his phone and said, I want to report a traffic accident. Han Eugene stood far away in admiration, looking at that calm demeanor. This surely wasn't the first time he had encountered this. His expression changed, and he turned to look at Sung Hein Dai, telling himself, especially because of Sung Hein Dai. As if sensing the gaze, Hein Ji turned around, flashing a friendly smile. His face lit up, making Han Eugene blush. Hein Di approached, asking with concern, are you alright? I heard about your situation. Han Eugene hesitated and replied, yeah. He held out the gift bag, saying softly, I heard sweets help relieve stress. Suddenly, a hand snatched the gift bag forcefully. Yerim munched on the box of chocolates that had just been handed over, then asked, how dare you show your face here? What kind of visit is this at this hour? He smiled and replied, kids aren't allowed to visit the sick. Han Eugene saw the two laughing and joking happily, thinking in confusion, what is this? What happened while I was asleep? He forced a smile and asked, anyway, why did you come today, Brother Hein? He cheerfully replied, I came to pick up father. The newborn spiny-winged dragon has awakened. Han Eugene was surprised. You mean So Jang's mount? Hein Chi enthusiastically suggested. Hunter Kang So Jang is already at the training facility. Do you want to come with me? We can take a look around. Han Eugene hesitated and asked back, huh? With you, Brother Hein? At the same time, Ta Wan from afar suddenly spoke sternly, Hunter Sung Hein, I am the one responsible for taking them to the training facility. Huin Chi said in a mocking tone, with that car? Tegan glanced at the badly damaged car behind him, falling into silent thought without answering. He put on an innocent look and continued, how disappointing. Are you planning to take Han Eugene in that scrap metal? Mass-produced shoddy goods are a problem too. Han Eugene protested indignantly, isn't it because of you? Huin Ji said in a low voice, I never expected you to be so unconcerned about the safety of someone holding such an important skill. Civil servants are supposed to protect the weak, right? Tegan lowered his head, remaining silent. Suddenly, he turned to Han Eugene, bowed 90 degrees, and said softly, I was too careless, please forgive me. Han Eugene replied flusteredly, hey, why are you apologizing? He thought to himself, go away, stop bullying the civil servant. Han Eugene spoke gently, I will ask Abyss to bring a car. You must be busy too, Brother Sung Hoin Ji. If we add Hunter Kang So Jang, there won't be enough room. Hoin Jai adjusted his collar, putting on a charming demeanor and said, how sad to be rejected after coming this far. Yerim saw this and shouted in panic, what are you doing? That's so weird. Hoin Di flashed a suave smile. I thought we had grown closer. I treat you with all my heart, you know? Han Eugene stood frozen, thinking, is that so? Seems about right. Yerim shouted loudly from behind, don't succumb to temptation, uncle. Han Eugene changed his attitude, jumping up happily and saying, let's go. All of us can go together, right? Hoinji smiled and replied, I would be delighted. Yerim muttered in exasperation, that uncle is something else. She glanced at Tagan, who had been standing still behind her all this while, thinking, wow, look at his expression. Right now, Tagan's face was darkened, and he was glaring ahead with fury. Yerim thought doubtfully, still angry at Uncle Si-sung. On this side, Han Eugene was still grumbling at Hunji, you are banned from fighting from now on. The new buildings will collapse. At this moment, Yerim realized something. She looked at Tagan behind, secretly guessing, he isn't looking at Uncle Si-sung. Instead, he is looking at our uncle? That guy, does he have some other motive? After the group including Han Eugene arrived at the training facility, Han-jae began to chatter endlessly. This is a newly completed breeding center. Stepping inside, Taewon began to introduce it. This is a center shaped like a dome building. Suddenly, Han-jae cut in. This is a dome-shaped center. The upper floor can be used as dormitories. As Han Eugene and Park Yerim marveled at the pristine whiteness, Song Ta-won was about to continue when Hyun-ja interrupted. The building next door was already there. They connected it to this building. Song Ta-won did not give up and still introduced. The windows are all made of special glass for safety. But Hyun-jae cut in with a bright smile. The windows are all made of special glass for safety. By now, Han Eugene was tired of hearing it and thought worriedly, is it okay to let him keep cutting in like this? While walking, the group suddenly saw Kang Sung rushing over carrying a basket of snacks, waving and calling out with a bright smile, Brother Han Eugene. Kang So-jang happily said, you came, I have been waiting for you. And Eugene also smiled back, Miss So-jang, you are early. Kang So-jang excitedly said, right, I was so excited I couldn't even step on the gas on the road. At this moment Kang So-jang finally got a good look and saw Song Taegun. Then her eyes widened in shock as she stepped back hurriedly saying, "Oh, Chief Song, I did not exceed the speed limit, please believe me." Song Taegun said calmly, "I am not here to arrest you." Han Eugene looked at the serious Song Taegun beside him and thought to himself, I guess So-jang gets into trouble with him often. After exchanging greetings, Kang So-jang set down the snack basket. Inside, a tiny black dragon sleeping soundly was revealed. Han Eugene immediately asked, "Is this it? The female spiny-winged dragon?" Kang So-jang quickly interjected, "Its name is Gomet. I thought it would be better if I named her." Auntie Yerim also praised, "Good job, sis." Taewon also looked at the dragon Gomet curiously, and seeing its small size, he wondered, "I heard it is a mount-type monster, but it's quite small." Kang Sang looked at Gomet with doting eyes. "She is a lot bigger now." Seeing the baby dragon wake up and yawn widely, she excitedly said, "Ah, she's awake! Look at her eyes, beautiful, aren't they?" And Eugene looked at the dragon Gomet for a long time, and information immediately appeared. Character: female spiny-winged dragon, infant stage, current stats are D, but potential stats range from A to S. Has skills like acid breath, high-speed flight, spined armor, and poisonous scales, all acquired after maturing. Han Eugene approached, holding out a collar and smiling, "Nice to meet you, Gomet." Instantly the system notified. Perfect nanny title is increasing the owner's collar effect. The dragon Gomet quickly reacted, flying over to perch on Han Eugene's head with a cuddly demeanor. The system recorded that the target has developed feelings of affection for the nanny. Kang So-jang excitedly said, "Look, she just flew." Everyone seemed to go crazy over Gomet's cuteness, especially Kang So-jang, who kept shouting excitedly, "So adorable. She likes you so quickly." Song Taewon, standing on this side, suddenly sensed something unusual and immediately turned around to look. Taewon's gaze immediately landed on the blue griffin that was speeding toward them. Taewon saw it charging at Han Eugene and shouted in alarm, "Danger." But Han Eugene was extremely calm, happily looking at the bird Master Blue and saying, "How fortunate, you are here too." Blue exclaimed enthusiastically, "Kiao." Han Eugene pointed at the baby dragon comet on his head, smiling as he told Blue to greet it. "This is your new little sister. Remember to get along well." As soon as he finished speaking, the bird Master Blue puffed out its chest, flexing a mass of rippling muscles, scaring the baby dragon comet so badly its soul nearly fled. It quickly flew away to get far from the muscular bird master uncle named Blue. Seeing this, Han Eugene and Kang So-jang also nearly had their souls flee in fright, calling out Comet's name in panic. Kang So-jang cried out, "My Comet!" Han Eugene tried to calm her. "It is fine, it is just a form of teleportation." Song Taewon stood by watching the chaotic scene, feeling a bit helpless, not knowing what to do. Yoonja was still enthusiastically explaining about the double-layered wall that had just been destroyed. Han Eugene, already flustered and being bothered, immediately shouted angrily, "Is this the time to explain the features of Center A?" He pointed at Kang So-jang and Park Yi-rim. He told the two, "When I distract those guys, please capture them." Kang So-jang asked in confusion, "Distract them? How?" And Eugene pulled out a hand rattle and said, "I always carry one, just in case of situations like this." Then he jumped out, shaking the rattle with his right hand while waving his left hand wildly. Instantly, he attracted the attention of Blue and the Dragon Comet. Kang So-jang and Park Yerim looked at him with admiring eyes. So professional." Yerim leaped up and grabbed hold of the bird master Blue. "I caught this guy, uncle." And Eugene rushed over with a cage, telling her to put it inside. On the other side, Kang So-jang had also caught Comet, saying happily, "Got it." Song Taewon stood to the side, watching the noisy, lively group in front of him, thinking, "Brother Han Eugene, once again. Blue, this kid." He clenched his hand to suppress his anger, telling himself something must be wrong here. After a struggle, everything was finally under control. Kang So-jang, looking worn out, walked over to Han Eugene and said, "Then please take care of Comet." She stepped forward to shake his hand, telling him to let her know anything he needed, that she would come every day if she was not busy clearing dungeons. Han Eugene smiled and replied, "All right, do not worry." After saying that, Kang So-jang went to Comet, hugged it, and whispered her instructions. "You must eat well and live happily, my baby." Then she turned and ran off, enthusiastically waving her hand, saying she was going to decorations for its home. Han Eugene was moved and exclaimed, "She is so kind." Thinking of this, Han Eugene teared up and silently prayed, "If only you were even a tenth as kind to Peace as she is." "Yun, I wonder what you guys are doing in the dungeon." Looking at the pets sleeping soundly, Han Eugene thought, "Ah, right, speaking of which, I also need to get rid of these distractions." Then he looked at Park Yerim and Hyun Jae and said, "You guys should probably head back too, right?" Yerim jumped over, pointing at the other two. "That is right, you two should go." But Han Eugene scolded her, "You two, You need to go to school. Yerim whined loudly. Ugh, why? And Eugene turned to Hein Jae. You are also busy, brother Hein Jae. Section Chief Song has already told me everything. Hyun Jae smiled brightly, clasped his hands, and looked at him pleadingly. I do not consider spending time with you a waste at all. Yerim seized the chance to jump in. Me too, uncle. Han Eugene looked at the two of them speechlessly, thinking, this pair. Suddenly Yerim pointed at Song Taiwan. Then tell Section Chief Song to go first. If he goes, I will go too. Yerim gripped Han Eugene's hand tightly, baring her teeth in a threat. He just keeps staring at you. It is so annoying. Han Eugene broke out in a sweat and replied, ah ha ha, is that so? But in his heart, Han Eugene thought, I knew it all along, I am not that stupid. Seeing Song Ta-won's awkward expression, Han Eugene figured there must be another reason for him being here. Why just come to be a guide? I am certain about his purpose. This matter involves my younger brother, because he only came after Han Eugene left. Imagining himself and Ta-won sitting opposite each other having a serious talk, Han Eugene wondered, like a parent-teacher meeting? I do not know why Hein Jae is here, but Han Eugene smiled while pushing Yerim's back. Are you worried about that? He is a public official, he is not going to kidnap me, alright? Song Taiwan spoke sternly. That is correct, unless you do something illegal. I would not do that. Han Eugene thought to himself, I have killed people, threatened and assaulted others, but he does not need to know that. At that moment, Han Eugene turned to Sung Hein Jae. Alright then, our beloved guild master of Jupiter. I heard you went to a lot of trouble for me, so leaving now would also be for my sake, right? Under Hein Jae's piercing gaze fixed on him, Han Eugene felt annoyed. Why are you like that? I am a precious individual who can raise your child, you know. Finally, Hyun Jae turned away and said, I suppose I have no other choice. I hope you do not have any bad intentions in mind. Yerim pointed her finger and instructed, remember to call me if anything happens, promise. Han Eugene waved goodbye to the two, breathing a sigh of relief inside. I got rid of those distractions. Han Eugene turned to Song Taiwan. Do you want some coffee now? Taiwan was startled. Ah yes, I would like a cup. While brewing the coffee, Han Eugene said, there is a resting room here. It is almost ready. Please make yourself comfortable. Taiwan sat down. Thank you. Han Eugene made up his mind. I am ready. What is my Yuyun up to this time? He started a conversation with Song Taiwan. You must have a lot of work dealing with those S ranks, right? It must be harder since it is your job after all. Taiwan replied, it is okay, there have been fewer dungeon breaks lately. Matter is the most difficult when there are people like them involved. In the past, high-rank hunters being difficult when dealing with dungeon breaks was quite common. Having two S-rank hunters in the same area was impossible to handle. Han Eugene pretended to be absent-minded and asked, I see. So Han Eugene also. Does he have anything to say about those things? I have heard a lot, so I am quite confident I will not be shocked. Suddenly, Ta Wan spoke up. Your younger brother once blew off my arm. The words made Han Eugene freeze in shock, the coffee in his hand splashing everywhere. Seeing Han Eugene bend over in silence, Song Taiwan stood up worriedly and asked, are you alright? Do you need any help? Han Eugene could only cry inwardly at his rebellious younger brother. No, I am so embarrassed. That kid of mine. Taiwan said calmly, do not worry, the arm could be reattached thanks to recovery potions. And your brother even picked up my arm for me. Han Eugene felt like fainting again, utterly shocked. He is even worse than a monster. Taiwan stood up. That is right, that is why I was worried. When I heard you intended to enter the dungeon with people like that. Han Eugene casually poured more coffee and replied, haha, I understand. Taiwan continued, the temperament of S-rank hunters is unmanageable. Even if you have special skills, you are still an F-rank, an easy target for them. Han Eugene turned around with a laugh. Yeah, that is true. That is why my younger brother often scolds me. But as soon as he turned, he saw Taiwan standing firmly right in front of him. Gaze was stern. The reason I came here today is to assess you. Han Eugene was astonished. Hi. Song Taiwan placed his hand on his shoulder. Please answer me, do not hide anything. Did you suffer any physical or mental harm from them? Nothing happened there at all. And Eugene widened his eyes, holding the coffee pack in his mouth as he thought, then gave a silly smile in reply. He was too worried. Han Eugene cheerfully confirmed, holding out the coffee cup. It was quite a hassle to stop those guys from fighting, but it didn't cause any mental damage. Suddenly, the coffee cup fell to the ground and shattered. As for Han Eugene, who was being restrained by Taewan's chain around his neck, he cried out in fear, Manager. Taewan squinted, his gaze sharp. I knew it. I've been watching since the hospital, the problem is with you. Han Eugene was stunned. What is he saying? Wasn't he here to see his younger brother? No, why would he suddenly put a chain on my neck? Feeling the pressure from Taiwan's grip around his neck tighten, Han Eugene was bewildered. Why is he choking me? Should I resist? Can I even do it? There's no reason for this at all. Seeing Han Eugene only looking surprised, Taiwan frowned and said, even now, Just then the sound of objects clattering to the floor rang out. Kang So-jang, who had gone to get some toys, saw this scene and froze, letting everything fall from her hands. Taewon turned around and said, "Hunter Kang So-jang." Without a word, Kang So-jang immediately summoned her weapon and charged at Taewon. "What are you doing?" At this moment, Han Eugene was released. He rubbed his neck while worrying about Kang So-jang. "No, she can't do it. She's only an A-rank hunter. How can she fight Song Taewon?" Kang So-jang's blade rushed fiercely towards Song Taewon but was halted by a force. Taewon merely raised his hand lightly and grabbed the blade. Suddenly, Song Taewon let go of the blade. He turned to Han Eugene sincerely. "Forgive me." Both Han Eugene and Kang So-jang were surprised. Song Taewon took out a recovery potion and handed it to Han Eugene. "Use this to heal your neck." Eugene replied frankly, "Ah, okay." Then he reached out to take the potion. Seeing this, Kang So-jang smashed the potion. "How dare you?" She pointed her weapon at Taewon, indignant. "You're ridiculous. You just choked him, and now you're offering medicine?" Eugene looked at the shattered potion, lamenting regretfully. "Poor potion." Kang So-jang turned to him and shouted, "You should be careful too. Who knows what's in that bottle?" Only then did Han Eugene hastily reply, "Right, that's right." Song Taewon calmly said, "Hunter Kang So-jang is correct." Kang So-jang asked back in surprise, "What?" Song Taewon continued slowly, "He should be careful. I've been watching him since he was at the hospital. He was always beside high-rank hunters and monsters without any harm. I understand him being close to Hunter Park Yerim, because those two are close. But what about the high-rank monsters and the Jupiter Guild Master?" Han Eugene asked. "So? Is having a good relationship with them bad?" Taewon explained, "That is not the issue. I have seen countless hunters, but you are the only low-rank hunter comfortable being near them. Just one dangerous dog would make most people tremble with fear, especially when that dog is off-leash and slowly approaching them. How would a normal person face a monster stronger than them? You have seen the Jupiter Guild Master's power in the dungeon, but there was no fear in you even when I had you on a chain." Han Eugene touched his neck, thinking, "I have fear resistance." Suddenly Han Eugene was startled. "Wait. Did I receive a notification that fear resistance was activated earlier?" Fear resistance is a skill that activates when sensing excessive fear. Did it activate? It not only did not activate when he threatened me, it also did not activate when I stood before an SS-rank Demon King. This is... Taewon's deep voice sounded again. "That is completely different from courage. It means your warning system is not working. You cannot tell when something is dangerous." Do you realize the severity of this? Suddenly the staff in Kang So-jang's hand pointed directly at Song Taewon's throat. She asked, "Is that why you choked him? Why do not you leave?" Song Taewon said, "Hunter Kang So-jang." Kang So-jang maintained an antagonistic attitude, asserting, "We will file a formal complaint under the guild's name." Taewon answered bluntly, "I am trying to protect Han Eugene from the guild itself." At this point, Han Eugene had to step forward, grabbing Kang So-jang's staff, his voice conciliatory. "You two will destroy the building with all this tension. After hearing what you said, I admit you are right." Kang So-jang was astonished. "Eugene," and Eugene smiled at Song Taewon. "I should be more careful, thank you." Kang So-jang was annoyed. "Again, why are you thanking him?" Even Song Taewon was surprised by Han Eugene's action. He took out a pen and notebook to write, exclaiming, "You really are a strange one." After writing, Song Taewon tore out the page and placed it on the table. "This is my business card," he advised sincerely. "Call me when you need help, though I hope you do not have to use it." That evening, Han Eugene returned home and finished showering. At this moment, Han Eugene looked into the mirror, touched his neck, and breathed a sigh of relief as the hickeys had disappeared. He recalled the scene of Kang So-jang trying to pull his clothes open to take a photo, intending to gather evidence for a lawsuit, while he frantically covered himself up. Thinking of that Taegun bastard, Han Eugene sighed in dismay. He really was an eccentric man, daring to collar an unknown citizen, even provoking him to cut his own hand. Han Eugene suddenly sighed and uttered a grim statement. "Either way, that man will die soon. In a few years, Changpeng Song will die in a dungeon attack. Afterwards, the Jupiter Guild will also leave Korea without a word." Thus, many rumors circulated that Hyunjae had killed him. The Abyss Guild developed too well, causing people to suspect Han Eugene, but he naturally had nothing suspicious about him. In his heart, Han Eugene always saw himself as saintly as an angel. His young master would never do evil. If he did, it would surely be for a just cause. I don't know what the truth is, but because that man specialized in dealing with many guilds, after his death, those kinds of rumors spread like wildfire. This was also the reason Hyunjae stubbornly refused to listen to him. Eugene held the business card Song Taewon had left behind, his mind filled with vague thoughts. But then, his attitude just now seemed more worried about me than threatening. It was just that his way of expressing it was a bit too intense. Suddenly Han Eugene came to his senses, shaking his head and telling himself, "No, he was just about to strangle me. What the hell was I thinking? I must be love-struck." Yumi Ungu returned to the apartment and, seeing the pile of messy belongings on the floor, spoke up to ask, "Han Eugene, is all this stuff yours?" Han Eugene smiled and confirmed, Unexpectedly, Yumi pulled out a rope, tightly bundled the belongings together, then laughed and said, "Hey, it is a special rope. I will keep it safely stored until we have time to move into the new building." Han Eugene exclaimed in amazement. "Wow, another cool item." Han Eugene asked, "You have already moved into the tallest building, right?" Yumi replied, "Yeah, it is beautiful, so spacious I almost get lost." Han Eugene took out the spatial card and handed it to Yumi, telling her to come over if she felt lonely. Yumi eyes lit up and she excitedly asked, "Really?" Han Eugene smiled, "Of course. But can you help me make a psychological enhancement device when you are free?" Yumi nodded, "Easy. But what for?" Han Eugene suddenly fell silent, lost in thought. If psychological state were heightened, the side effects of fear resistance would diminish. Seeing Han Eugene deep in thought, Yumi probed, "You have run into some trouble again, haven't you?" As soon as she finished speaking, Park Yerim burst through the wall in a panic. "Uncle!" Yerim shouted angrily, "I know everything. This is why I said I would stay there." Yumi turned to Yerim, "I knew something was up." Han Eugene stammered in fear, well, after hearing the story, Yumi was horrified. "What? Is he insane? He just let the S-rank leave and nearly killed you." Han Eugene covered his face and defended him. "He was just worried." Yerim snapped angrily, "Do you strangle people when you are worried?" Yumi sighed, "Please be more careful." Park Yerim added worriedly, "I feel really terrible that this happened." Yerim gripped Han Eugene's hand tightly. "I promised to protect you, but I could not do anything when you were kidnapped, and the same today." Han Eugene called softly, "Yerim." Her eyes reddened, and she said emotionally, "Now the guild leader is not here either. No matter what, I will protect you, I really will." Han Eugene sighed, ruffled Yerim's hair, "Thank you, I will be more careful." He thought to himself, "I think I really must be love-struck. Everyone is concerned about me, I should also take better care of myself." But then, suddenly Park Yerim was covered in wounds, blood flowing everywhere. Han Eugene quickly embraced her, calling her name in panic. "Yerim, hang in there." Han Eugene's heart was filled with fear. Just as he had decided to take care of himself, disaster struck again. Eugene reflected everything was fine until that morning. In the lush garden, Yerim happily ran with a beast, squealing with delight. Watching the pets enjoy themselves freely, Park Yerim said with pleasure, "They seem to really like the new home, plus there is a rooftop garden. They have been full of energy all morning." "Ah, uncle." Before she could finish, Park Yerim caught sight of a tired figure lying sprawled on the chair. Holding 2 cups of coffee, Park Yerim quickly asked, "What is wrong with you? Do you stay up all night again?" Han Eugene replied wearily, "Ugh, they have too much energy, and I just found out Kumtal is a nocturnal species. Kumtal's active hours are from midnight to 8 in the morning, the true night owl." And Eugene groaned, "This is truly a beast raising hell. That tail grabber also causes all sorts of trouble." He could only helplessly acknowledge the harsh truth, but letting them play keeps them healthy. But it did not fly far because it wanted to stay close to him, smart creature. Rulong looked calmly towards Han Eugene. Another little beast brought a flower branch to comfort him. Han Eugene happily accepted it. "For me? Thank you." Park Yerim could not understand the positive mindset amidst the negativity and complained, "The garden is destroyed, and you are still praising them. You are completely bewitched." Blue behind them laughed gleefully. Annoyed, Yerim launched an attack, shattering the large tree into pieces. And Eugene, startled, exclaimed, "Oh." Yerim grabbed Blue by the neck and threatened him, "Are you going to keep causing trouble? Uncle is tired, and the garden is brand new." Blue panicked and cried, "Q." Han Eugene intervened to mediate, "It is fine. This is normal for them, kid. Do not impose human expectations on them." Hearing this, the bird gently landed on his shoulder. Han Eugene smiled and praised, "You want to give me flowers too, good boy." Han Eugene used Blue's wing to gently rub Park Yerim's head, playing with a falsetto voice. "Thank you for taking care of me." Yerim groaned in annoyance. Then, Yerim also smiled and brushed the feathers off her head. "They must be very happy to have you taking care of them." Yerim suggested, "Leave them to me today and get some rest." Han Eugene tiredly drank some water. "I wish I could, but today is the first day I am opening the shop." And Eugene thought to himself, "That is right. Now I have my own building. Time to get serious." He believed foreigners would come to entrust their S-rank beasts. If he influenced them step by step, he could easily achieve 50 magic items and hunters. He opened his phone to arrange his work. Today's first guest is... Message from Riet appeared, "Hello darling, my younger brother arrives in Korea tomorrow." Han Eugene recalled, the twin brother of dear Vanchesis. That sister of his was always a bit twisted. Before, Han Eugene and Riet had conducted a transaction. In exchange for taking care of Riet's beast, he had requested an introduction to her brother. At that time, Han Eugene had probed, "Is your brother also an S-rank?" Riet confirmed without hesitation, That is right, he is very precious." Watching the perverted woman licking her weapon, Han Eugene thought to himself, thanks to Zotas's celestial skill, the effect would double, and if he used the keyword, he could easily add an S-rank in one move. Riet happily said, "We are raising her little brother. Just like you, I am perfecting him bit by bit." Hearing that, Han Eugene could not help but feel angry. He imagined Riet's brother also licking a weapon open with a perverted expression and immediately felt extreme tension. Is that okay? Is her brother not just as dangerous as I am? Looking towards Yerim, Han Eugene felt a little relieved. But this time I have an S-rank bodyguard. At this moment she said softly, they must have arrived, they are coming up. Yerim immediately transformed into a cool bodyguard sister wearing sunglasses, saying, come closer to me, do not go meet others alone anymore. Han Eugene obediently said, yes. He thought to himself, no matter how terrifying they were, the system was now displaying a notification that Loctus's celestial skill was being activated. If you encounter an enemy at Vanchisis, all skill effects will be doubled. Suddenly, a handsome platinum-haired boy gently raised his hand in greeting. Nice to meet you, Hunter Han Eugene. I am her younger brother, Noah Luya. Standing before that dazzling male lead aura, Han Eugene and Park Yerim both widened their eyes in shock and Angel. Noah said politely, thank you for the invitation. First, I apologize for my sister's rude behavior. Noah tactfully continued. I do not know the details, but I am sure she acted aggressively. Seeing this demeanor, Han Eugene judged him to be completely different from his sister. As he thought this, Noah proactively said, we do not look alike, right? The title changed our appearance. Han Eugene laughed awkwardly, ahaha, not alike at all. He thought to himself, not just appearance, but personality too. Who would have thought that perverted woman's brother would have such a lovely demeanor? Park Yerim asked curiously, uncle, how did you meet him? He is a foreigner. Han Eugene explained, I am friends with his sister on social media. Hearing this, Park Yerim activated her guardian mode, social media. You cannot just meet acquaintances from social media. Being scolded, Han Eugene was flustered. I never thought I would hear this from a high school student. Noah immediately clarified, I am not a suspicious person. I am also active in a guild in France. Yerim was surprised, are you the guild master? But you look so young. Noah introduced himself, I am 19 years old this year. Yerim's eyes widened, my master is 23. And Eugene was also surprised, he is a guild master at that age. He is just like me. Then he excitedly said, you two should become friends. Seeing this strange OTP mentality, Yerim was suspicious. Yeah, is that okay? Noah humbly replied, it is a very small guild, it cannot compare to Abyss. He calmly introduced himself. The guild is called Evil, specializing in support skills. When I received the title, we only had healing and support skills, no attack skills, so it was hard to expand. Han Eugene asked curiously, do you not run it together with your sister? Noah affirmed, no, it is just me. My sister is too useless. He looked sad, she only contacts me when she needs something. She usually does not care about my schedule and asks for help again and again. Hearing this, Han Eugene finally realized, I understand. He imagined the image of Riette dragging Noah away aggressively to support himself. Han Eugene thought their relationship was like this. A younger brother who likes to be a slave to his sister. Looking at the obedient boy in front of him, he could not hold back his joy. Did I not hit the jackpot? An S-rank hunter who is polite and useful. At this moment, Noah remained humble. I am lacking in many ways, so my sister has helped me a lot. On the contrary, Han Eugene liked him even more. His personality was also great when he was influenced. He will see me as similar to Riette, so he will listen to me, right? Beautiful vision appeared in his mind. If they became close, Han Eugene would have a new friend. I wonder if I could influence Riette as well? It will definitely be effective. After thinking, Han Eugene spoke up, Korea must be tough. I am sure your sister made you come here. I can help you arrange accommodation. Noah smiled brightly and replied, no, I happened to come to Korea because I had other business. Yerim opened her phone and asked further, are you planning to stay long? Do you want to know some good places to eat? Han Eugene enthusiastically said, just ask us if you need anything. Noah said shyly, thank you for your concern, you are all too kind. At this moment, Han Eugene raised his hand with a magnanimous gesture and thought to himself, now I just need to be natural. He spoke generously. It is nothing, no problem at all, because Noah, I love you as my client. At this moment, the system displayed a notification that Loctus's celestial skill was being activated, doubling the skill effect. Noah was affected by the keywords and a brilliant blue energy emanated from him. Noah's image appeared on the system panel, and Eugene was overjoyed. Success. I have gained a person on the first business day. What a great start. I wish every day was like today. Before Han Eugene could daydream, Park Yerim said irritably, Uncle A, you say you like people too easily. You said the same to Sister Hyun and the guild master. Han Eugene softly explained, it is just work. Then, he happily turned to ask for backup. People say that is a common greeting in the West, right, Mr. Noah? Suddenly, Noah's expression became extremely strange, and he remained gloomy without saying a word. Han Eugene called out in confusion, Mr. Noah? At this moment, he mumbled a few words under his breath. Seeing the situation was not good, Yerim proactively stepped forward. Han Eugene still asked innocently, sorry, I did not hear you clearly. Is something the matter? If this makes you uncomfortable. Before Han Eugene could retract his words, Noah erupted in rage, crushing the edge of the table. Yerim swiftly grabbed Han Eugene by the collar and pulled him away. Before he could get his bearings, Noah furiously unleashed a powerful attack, shattering the stone table in an instant. Under the terrifying pressure, Han Eugene rolled across the ground several times. After steadying himself, he asked in shock, "What was that? What happened so suddenly?" Before he could finish speaking, Han Eugene saw Noah's strange appearance, with dark energy enveloping his body, surrounded by thick smoke and dust. Looking towards his teammate, Han Eugene shouted worriedly, "Yerim, are you okay?" Then he turned to question Mr. Noah, "What is the meaning of this?" At this moment, Noah flexed his hands, revealing sharp claws. In an instant, his previous polite demeanor vanished, replaced by a ferocious appearance with bulging veins like a demon. Han Eugene asked in confusion, "Mr. Noah, what is going on?" Noah turned back, his eyes filled with murderous intent, staring intently at Han Eugene. Then he rushed forward with terrifying speed. Han Eugene was astonished. "Ah, did I not successfully influence him? What the hell keeps happening with all my clients?" At that moment, an earth-shattering explosion occurred, and the top floor of the building was engulfed in a sea of dark energy. Suddenly, Noah's body froze. He turned his head to look behind him and found that Park Yerim had activated her skill. A layer of ice stuck tightly to Noah's feet, making him seem caught in a second skill, unable to move. Yerim shouted in anger, "You damn madman." She agilely lunged forward, launching a powerful attack towards Noah, but he easily dodged and counterattacked. In an instant, Noah tore through Park Yerim's arm, blood splattering. She let out a pained hiss. Han Eugene called out worriedly, "Yerim!" Yerim immediately said, "Stay right there." Seeing Yerim fight the demon, Han Eugene thought worriedly, "No way. The level gap is still too big. Besides, she could not use the ice mark at full power because he was here." Suddenly, Noah's attack made Park Yerim stagger. She could only shout. He screamed in pain, "You!" In the blink of an eye, she collapsed at Noah's feet. Han Eugene was extremely shocked. Seeing Park Yerim's arm had turned purple, he realized the poison was from her previous wound. Seizing the opportunity, Noah raised his claws and rushed swiftly toward her. Aunt Yerim was wounded. She could only sit and wait for death. Han Eugene worried if this continued, Yerim would... Without hesitation, Han Eugene immediately shouted loudly, "No, stop. Please stop, Noah." The words made Noah flinch slightly. After that, he leaped back and stopped attacking Park Yerim. Han Eugene was surprised. "What is this? Did my influence actually work?" However, Noah's demeanor was a bit strange. He was panting, his whole body trembling. Han Eugene wondered what is wrong with him. Without thinking much, he flipped through the system pages. The important thing was to seize this opportunity. Now, a golden chick emblem appeared. Facing the ferocious Noah, Han Eugene told himself, "I need to hold him back until help arrives. Dodging attacks would be easier if I use sensory sharing." At this moment, Han Eugene sensed an attack from the left. He immediately leaped to the opposite side to evade. Although he was not hit, the immense pressure knocked him back and caused pain. Noah's claws raked across Han Eugene's chest, spraying blood like rain. Han Eugene cursed inwardly, "Dodge this. If he were still lucid, I would be dead by now." He squeezed his eyes shut and calmed himself. "Come on, Han Eugene. You have to focus if you want to live." Concentrating on Noah's senses, Han Eugene's image gradually appeared in his mind. Noah gritted his teeth, trying to steady his breath, when a voice echoed, "Kill." That thought slowly took over Noah's spirit. "Kill. He's weaker than me. I can kill him right now." Seeing Noah struggling with himself, Han Eugene was confused. What the hell is that? The humanity in Noah's eyes was fading. He clutched his face and howled. Through his skill, Han Eugene understood. This is from Noah's perspective. Is he mistaking me for someone else? The figure of a woman slumped on the ground, his guardian Riette. Discovering this truth, Han Eugene could not help but be astonished. Is that who he wants to kill? Now Noah was like a demon, ferociously raising his claws to charge. A powerful hand blocked the attack, creating an orange-yellow barrier. Kim Song-han loudly ordered him to fall back, his appearance saving Han Eugene. Song-han asked worriedly, "Mr. Han Eugene, are you okay?" Recognizing his comrade, a glimmer of hope flashed in Han Eugene's eyes. "Brother Song-han?" Song-han continued, updating the situation that the association members and the Jupiter Guild were on their way. Hearing this, Noah's expression suddenly changed. At this moment, Hyun-jae landed mightily with terrifying force. He stomped hard on Noah's face. Then Hyun-jae said in a low voice, "Too bad the young master didn't pick up. He could have seen quite a show." Seeing the situation was stable, Han Eugene hurriedly ran toward Yerim and called out loudly, "Miss Jundae." "Oh God, don't come near me, the antidote won't work." Han Eugene calmly said, "Come here, kid, I have poison resistance." Hyun-jae turned his head slightly to look at the two treating her, flashing an amused smile. "Poison resistance. At least S rank, I'd say. You truly have many tricks up your sleeve. Well, never mind." At the same time, Noah's hands turned blue, as chains pierced through, spraying blood. Hyun-jae calmly tightened his grip on Noah, then said in a low voice, "This is a bit messy for you. Imagine, causing trouble right after setting foot in Korea." Hyun-jae looked at the low life under his foot and said, "I should dispose of him right here." Han Eugene shouted, "Brother Hyun-jae!" and Eugene and Sunghan quickly approached. Please wait, Brother Hein Jae. Eugene stepped forward to save Noah. I am very grateful, but please do not harm my guest. Sunghan's face turned pale with worry. That's dangerous, Mr. Hen Eugene. Hyun-jae was completely unconcerned, stepping on Noah and smiling. I don't think that's something you should say in this state, Han Eugene said awkwardly. Ah, I might have used a potion. Hyun-jae jeered. You are protecting a guest while your new building is in this state. Huh. You are hopeless, Mr. Han Eugene. And Eugene did not deny it. Ah, that's true too. After releasing Noah, Hyun-jae spoke. I want to know what happened. Han Eugene immediately called Riet. I will check right now. The phone rang for a while. Eventually, Riet answered with a strange tone. Hello, darling. Hearing her voice, Noah was startled and terrified. Riet asked further, is something needed from me? You met my little brother, right? Cute, isn't he? Han Eugene replied. Yeah, he's here, but there's a problem. He attacked me. Riet looked confused. Huh, he's not the kind of person to do that. Noah was now nervously sweating cold. Riet raised her voice. Can you hear me, little brother? Is what he said true? Noah trembled. Yes, sister. Riet was disappointed. I thought I told you to behave well. Noah stammered. I'm sorry. Han Eugene realized the problem. I knew it. Extreme fear through sensory sharing, that obedient little brother of yours. He's only obedient because he's scared. Noah was now hugging his body, shivering continuously. Through the system, Han Eugene saw Noah's stats and realized something was wrong. He was S rank, even though his awakened ability was only A rank. Han Eugene thought this went against the normal rules. Sunghan also went from R rank to S rank, but that was because his ability was in the A to S range. With Noah, it was different. Somehow he had forced his body to surpass the A rank limit and reach S rank. This growth broke the system's limit just 3 years after the dungeon opened. He remembered Noah once saying in confusion, I still have many shortcomings. Please take care of me. Han Eugene pondered what those two had said. Riet once proudly declared, Fleck, I have perfected him to the point of flawlessness. Connecting the clues, looking at the trembling boy before him, Han Eugene thought about Noah's reaction. He had tried to kill the moment he judged that the opponent he thought was his sister was at a disadvantage. Just thinking about how there was a perverted older sister controlling her obedient younger brother, Han Eugene could not suppress his suspicion and anger. Riet, what exactly did you do to him? A small fragment of memory suddenly surfaced in Noah Luya's mind. He understood that not all nurturers had good intentions. The deranged Riet held the bloody half-head of the monster in her hand, standing atop the corpses of the fallen monsters below, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha, so you're saying I can just keep fighting monsters like this forever? That's right, I knew this world would come eventually, starting from now. Riet, her face splattered with monster blood, glanced down. What are you doing, little brother? Noah, who was healing the nearby civilians, was also stunned by his sister's madness. Riet slowly walked towards Noah. Are you okay? You've awakened too, right? Noah trembled and replied, yes. The nearby civilians, seeing Riet, also backed away in fear. Riet stroked Noah's cheek and asked, you are S rank, right? Noah hesitated and turned his face away. No, I'm A rank. I don't have combat skills. I can only heal. Before Noah could finish, a terrifying smile appeared on Riet's face. She suddenly slammed Noah's head hard into the ground, causing him to only let out pained groans. Riet complained, why do you always disappoint me? How do you plan to survive as just an A rank? She pointed at the civilians who had already fled in fear. Look, those people scurried away even after I helped them. People really should learn to defend themselves. Riet lifted Noah's face, gently kissed near his eye, and whispered, it's okay, it's okay. Why are you crying, my dear little brother? My weak, fragile, delicate little brother. You have nothing to worry about. I will definitely make you useful. Even now, Noah knelt on the ground, beginning to panic at the sound of Riet's voice coming from the other end of the line. Are you listening, my weak little brother? Why can't you do anything right? Noah, out of habit, trembled and stammered. I'm sorry. Jupiter Guild Master Hein Jae, standing nearby, spoke into Han Eugene's phone. I see she met you while you were still in South Korea. Yet still cooed. Oh, hello, is that someone? An extremely dangerous person is with my darling. Darling, that person is bad. Han Eugene didn't bother to care, he just said, more importantly, Miss Riet, it seems your younger brother has a lot of negative emotions directed at you. Seeing Noah trembling, hugging himself, and kneeling on the ground, Han Eugene thought it was his fault. He should have realized that not all caretakers were good people. Riet replied arrogantly, no way, I raised him to be really strong. Is this what you call raising? Right, I raised him instead of throwing him away when he was a weak kid. Han Eugene said helplessly, he should have been R rank when he awakened. Riet was displeased. Then that's not good enough. He's my little brother. Han Eugene's eyes dimmed. He didn't know what else to say about these feelings. Riet recounted the wrong things she had done as a point of pride. It took a lot of effort to help him reach S rank. because he was too weak to do anything. Surrounding Noah, one could only see anxiety, fear, and the undeniable traces of abuse. When her voice echoed in his ears, terrifying illusions still clung to Noah. Today, he had made another mistake with her. This week one really can't stand on his own, can he? Form your own guild, my foot. When will you ever be truly useful, my weak little brother? Perhaps by now you would be living on the streets if it weren't for me. Anyone else would have abandoned you. I do all this because I love you so. Han Eugene didn't want to listen anymore. He comforted himself. Calm down. I can use this situation. He said into the phone, Hunter Riette, I have a few things to say to you about this. Riette still teased playfully. Oh, why do you sound so angry? Yuzi said seriously. Your younger brother harmed an awakened person in South Korea. So I will request the association to keep him here for a while. Riette teased, come on, can't you let it slide just this once? And Eugene still looked at Noah on the ground. Because he also had a younger brother, he felt a stronger connection to this sibling relationship. I might be able to understand something, not just about Noah but also about Riette. He continued, and Riette, I can ban you from entering the country if I report you for illegal contracts. Riette questioned, what? Are you really going to report me? Han Eugene was full of thoughts. I have to be very careful with the card I intend to play, he said. We can talk about the monster-related matters later. Riette interrupted. Wait, I introduced my younger brother like you asked, didn't I? And Eugene was sure of one thing. And don't forget, she is the one who almost killed me. Riette still didn't bother to be serious. What is it, darling? Are you angry about my little brother's mistake? My little brother can't do anything right. Wait, let me. Han Eugene silently chanted a prayer, telling himself to be cautious. But his body disobeyed his mind, and he yelled in frustration, you say something's wrong. What's wrong is that you're deceiving your own brother and shifting the blame onto him. He had only provoked him more. Why are you yelling, darling? Han Eugene let out a long string of curses. Are you insane? How can you say those words while still pretending to love him? Can't you see he's dying of fear? Riette didn't realize her fault. I can't see my brother from here. You know what discipline is. Spare the rod, spoil the child. Han Eugene interrupted. You call this sparing the rod? How can you bully a completely normal, innocent child? He shouted into the phone. How did you torture him to make him this afraid? If he really awakened at age 19, then you are truly insane. If your little brother can't protect himself, then you should protect him. How could you do this to your own brother just because you think he's not good enough? And you still call yourself his sister. Don't even think about coming to South Korea before you reflect on yourself. Don't you dare show your face here unless you're planning to bow your head and apologize to your brother. Riette only managed to say wait before Han Eugene hung up with a snap, not letting her say another word. After that outburst, the space fell silent. Everyone stood looking at each other, saying nothing, looking extremely strange. Han Eugene's face turned pale, thinking 1 minute of glory and a lifetime of eating dust. He was dead for sure. His phone showed a pile of missed calls. Wiping off cold sweat, he told himself to forget it. The indicator was off. She wouldn't kill him while he was still raising monsters for her. Noah stared blankly at Han Eugene in front of him, unable to believe his eyes. A flicker of admiration rose in his heart when he saw his sister could not refute a single word he said. Right after, Noah was escorted to the association. Han Eugene thought no way a person could change overnight, but even so, that kid was beyond help. Department head handcuffed Noah, announcing he would be taken to a special cell for hunters. Since he caused no harm, after serving time, he would be put under house supervision. Han Eugene replied softly to the department head. If he wanted, he could deport the kid immediately, but to please wait until the issue was resolved. Instead, banning him from entering Riette to challenge them and ensure my safety sounded more promising. Han Eugene smiled and said to Noah, it's okay now, your sister won't be able to come here and see you anymore. Let's discuss things after everything is settled. Noah was grateful, his eyes shining at Han Eugene like a hero. Han Eugene thought to himself he had bought enough time. Now let's try to solve everything with words. He would have to stay on guard for a long time. After that, a healer from the Jupiter Guild healed the remaining injuries on me. He kindly pointed the way. While treating Yaram, Han Eugene sat watching with envy, thinking he could also take Noah in as a healer if things worked out. Yaram recovered and hopped around behind him. The healer approached Han Eugene, telling him to show his wounds. He refused, saying he had just drunk a potion. Before he could refuse, Yaram rushed over and tore his thin shirt, then scolded that he should heal all wounds, no matter how small. Yaram said he really should be careful and treat himself better. Han Eugene covered his chest and replied, right, thanks kid. Yaram continued angrily. He shouldn't be going around saying loving words to everyone like that. Han Eugene laughed helplessly, admitting he was re-evaluating himself. He reflected this was not the time to recruit a healer. He had said too many keywords without any fear. He wondered if this was the effect of his fear resistance ability. He had all said keywords to Hyunjae. If he had to face the consequences, he must be crazy. In his imagination, Hyunjae wearing baby clothes and calling him mama almost made Han Eugene spit blood from shock. He decided not to deal with S-rank hunters anymore. After the treatment, the healer wondered what the hell just happened. Han Eugene turned to Yerim, thanked him, saying things would have been much worse without him. Yerim slumped into a chair, saying there was still a long way to go. He still hadn't protected him. The antidote should have recovered him to a rank, but it didn't seem to work. Han Eugene guessed. It seemed Noah's poison skill was at S rank, so the antidote wasn't strong enough. Yerim thought, so what's his poison resistance rank? Don't hide it from me. Han Eugene panicked, knowing he was caught. He leaned close to Yerim's ear and whispered, L rank, don't tell anyone. Yerim was bewildered and calculated, eyes wide. ASSSSB. Does that rank even exist? Yuzin suddenly realized, how did that Jupiter guy know about his poison resistance rank? At that time, guild leader Hyunjae said poison resistance must be S rank. Could he also know about Noah's poison skill? It seemed he also knew Riet. He wondered if he knew Noah. He was dropped off at the Hunter Punishment Center. A cell door opened. Guild leader Sung Hyunjae walked in laughing. He said, it hasn't been long since we made you useful. Why have you caused so much trouble? You need to learn to keep your promises. Noah lowered his head, tears falling. He whispered, the master has come. Hyunjae did not beat around the bush. He directly asked Noah why he did it. As soon as you flew here, you caused trouble. You're making things hard for yourself. You must remember your promise to repay the favor. Hearing this, Noah gritted his teeth. He clenched his fists, shouting in anger and resentment, repay the favor? You mean repay you for teaching me how to become stronger? After helping my sister achieve the same thing? You had to tell her about the dungeon, the one we had to cooperate to break through. Hyunjae sighed. I said help you become strong, not stronger than Riet. Noah's emotions peaked. Dragon scales began to appear on his face. He asked, why did you do it? A loud noise echoed in the small room. Hyunjae lost patience. He threw the table straight at Noah. The impact was so strong it dented the wall. The table shattered. His voice was terrifying, coldly asking, that's not important. I asked you twice already. Hyunjae's eyes shone bright. He asked for the last time, why did you attack Han Eugene? After that, guild leader Hyunjae coldly put on his coat and left the cell. Noah confessed that he had a strange feeling the first time he saw Han Eugene. A cursed poison dragon like me and my sister, but his rank was higher. That's why he seemed like my sister to me, even though he was very weak. Hyunjae rubbed his chin. A cursed poison dragon, huh? Does Han Eugene have a related title? I wondered how he had such high poison resistance. But how could an F-rank attribute person have a title higher than a 6-line SSS ruin script? It seemed he had no attack skills. Lost in thought, Hyunjae happened to run into Department Head Song Taiwan, who seemed to be waiting for him. Department Head Taiwan said coldly, I knew you were involved in this case. Hyunjae immediately denied it, claiming he knew nothing and had only come to visit as someone who helped resolve the case. The section chief immediately warned him not to put the hunter Han Eugene in a dangerous situation. Hyunjae deflected the issue, arguing that was precisely why he had ended the situation and brought a healer along, even though the reality was far from his prediction. He covered his mouth with a delighted laugh, insisting that even Riet would not know how to handle it. The section chief remained suspicious of an F rank as if he were a commoner. He deliberately pushed that guy into unnecessary danger and exploited him. Seeing he could not sway the cold man, Hyunjae placed a hand on Taiwan's shoulder, his voice dripping with murderous threat. You really care about him a lot. I should learn from you. After that, Hyunjae left, but not before throwing out a parting remark about whether he should try strangling that man. Hyunjae thought to himself, exploit. Using that word to describe this was really inaccurate. A message arrived on Hyunjae's phone, reporting that the guildmaster of the Abyss Guild had appeared. Hyunjae sneered. Things were about to get more interesting. Did Han Eugene really think he was getting caught up in this mess? No, the one truly caught was. In front of the dungeon warehouse, reporters and cameramen gathered in a crowd. Even though it was dark, the lights still brightly shining. A reporter holding a mic broadcast live from in front of the building, saying he had left the dungeon in under a week despite it being expected to take 10 days. Whether this was a new record or he had failed and used an escape stone to get out. The people around whispered, he is S rank. I think it will be fine. Just worried about major injuries. We are not sure about the situation inside. A car approached and parked in front of the group of reporters. The hunter might still be excited after an intense fight and could attack, so we cannot approach the security cameras yet. Eileen and Kim Sung-han stepped out of the car, both quickly running into the abandoned building. The reporters were startled. They are going in now. Hunter Sung-han and the brother of the Abyss Guild Master. Huh, isn't that brother an F rank? Then that is very dangerous. And Eugene did not care, stubbornly charging inside. Sung-han hurriedly warned, be careful, you must stand in front of me. Even a high-rank hunter who just cleared a dungeon. Ahead of him were Han, and Peace just stepping out from the gate, flames still blazing around them. Sung-han's eyes widened. He succeeded. Han Eugene urgently called out loudly, Han Eugene, hey. Han Eugene said calmly, hello brother, you came to pick me up. Han Eugene got annoyed, jumping up, pick me up my ass, hey. He rushed over to hold Han Eugene's face and asked repeatedly, hey, what happened to your potions? How could you two just barge in like that? He wants to work in peace cause it has grown up now. Hey, even if it has grown up, it is still a child. Sung-han thought to himself while standing aside, it seems he is still stable. He flinched, looking at Han Eugene, his hair lifted along with the oppressive aura of a terrifying power surrounding him. Mr. Seohan stepped back in fear. No, approaching him now is very dangerous. I know because I went to the dungeon with him. Then how can these two just keep acting like Han Eugene, even though it was only F rank? The way he held up Peace's foreleg to inspect it made Sunghan wonder what kind of strength he had. Jupiter Guild Master Hanja thought the same. He looked up at the crescent moon in the sky. That is right. To compare it, it is like a cat licking a tiger's fur. That is why people are drawn to him, those who lie outside social norms. The warehouse door opened, and the press reporters outside immediately started taking photos nonstop. He is out, Hunter Han Eugene. Everyone was overjoyed, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Han Eugene. He is still fine. Guildmaster, we believe in you. What he received was jealousy or fear. The reporters rushed over so aggressively, but only looked from a distance. Is it okay to get close to him? Did he succeed? Must report to the association immediately. A robe was draped over Han Eugene's shoulders, Alien said to the press. Let's deal with it tomorrow. Han Eugene held Peace in his arms and shielded him in front of Han Eugene. He had worked so hard he had not slept. For someone like that to meet a person who treated him like a normal person and worried about him. Scene shift to a dark cell. Noah sat curled up in a corner, his head resting on his knees. Noah said regretfully to himself, I have ruined it. This is not what I wanted to do. A terrifying feeling suddenly rushed over. The voice of his sister Reef sounded in Noah's ear. See, what did I say? You cannot do anything right even if you are SD rank. If you had done it right, I would not be locked up here or have to be angry about anything. It is all your fault. It is all because of you. Noah gritted his teeth, his eyes wide opened a few times. Then Noah shattered the tiny handcuffs on his own wrists. He stood up, breathing heavily. That is right, I cannot just stay like this. I have to fix the mistake somehow. On the drive back, the news report on the radio announced that the Abyss Guild had raided an S-rank dungeon in a short time, greatly influencing public opinion on dungeon management. Avoiding high-rank dungeons will also, Han Eugene did not hear a single word because he was sound asleep, his mouth hanging open on the car seat. Sleeping with his mouth wide open, leaning on Han Eugene's shoulder, Sung Han was driving and turned to say, he has not slept for several nights, maybe because of the new monster, but he was very worried about you. You, Aileen, slept so soundly she drooled all over Han Eugene's clothes. It was a bit strange, the whole world knew you were an S-rank hunter, yet he still worried himself sick over you like a mother. Is it because you two are a family? And Eugene was silent for a long time. Then he said, he is really strange. You think so too. He hugs me like I am his child, but this kid is much stronger than him. Before the awakening, since we were young, as soon as others started whispering, he would always, maybe that is why strange things always happen to him, would pay attention to that affection and care. Han Eugene in most people's minds is always as small as a hamster holding a brush bigger than its body. Standing among 7 beasts 100 times larger, without knowing fear is still better than him being passive and doing nothing. The more people like him, the more his safety is guaranteed. During the time away from him in the dungeon, Han Eugene and Peace stood on top of a pile of monster corpses. He looked at Peace beside him. My brother's safety is the top priority for both of us. So let us cooperate together. That will help us both become strong quickly. The time we are apart because of the dungeon will decrease. Han Eugene gently closed his eyes, resting his head on his brother's head. Everything will be fine. Then Han Eugene suddenly opened his eyes and asked Sung Han, nothing happened while I was gone, right? Sung Han was driving when he was startled. His face darkened. Because truly too many things had happened. We'll report the details to you when we get home. Suddenly, the phone on the seat beside him lit up, and Eugene picked it up to look. A message had just arrived. It was a photo. When he opened it, he was stunned to see an image of himself injured in the battle with Noah. His neck had handprints, and his chest had scratches that were bleeding. A loud shattering noise woke Han Eugene. He groggily opened his eyes. It turned out he had fallen asleep at some point. Han Eugene turned and saw that he himself had crushed the phone in his hand at some point. Yu Alien sat up straight, wiped his mouth, and said sorry, he must have been drooling. His clothes got torn again. Last time it was Yerim. This time it was his younger brother Han Eugene. Yu Alien covered himself and yelled, why did you ruin my clothes? Han Eugene yelled back, what about your wounds? Why is your chest covered in blood? What happened? These two siblings never let anyone rest. Yu Alien was a bit scared but still treated it as normal. You already know. It's fine, I'm okay now. Han Eugene didn't believe him. He grabbed his brother's torn shirt and scolded, what do you mean? He almost killed you. Yu Alien calmed his younger brother down, saying it was just an accident. He got caught up in the fight between those two sisters. Han Eugene asked worriedly, did they say anything strange? Who were they? Something like a cult Confucian. Han Eugene was confused, since when was Confucianism vampirism a cult. That was Noah, he is the guildmaster of the evil guild. The guildmaster of the Jupiter guild took care of it and called a healer. Hearing this, Han Eugene gripped the car seat so hard it broke. He asked, "And you say that's nothing?" Han Eugene gnashed his teeth bitterly. "I haven't been gone for a week and you're already injured. And you left Sunghan Park Yi Jim and the others at the room for emergencies. And what's the point of going into the dungeon?" Yu Eileen saw his younger brother was so worried he broke the car seat, so he reached out and patted his head. "Yeah, so only the two of you are going into the dungeon? Don't worry, you have Yizim and Sunghan to protect me, right?" Sunghan quickly replied, "That's right." He patted Han Eugene's head like when he was a child. "Everything is fine now, Noah has been caught." Han Eugene asked, "He's not dead yet?" He's fine." Han Eugene immediately became gloomy, guessing that the Jupiter Guild Master let him live. There must be a connection. Is that conclusion reasonable? Han Eugene leaned close to Yu Eileen's face and continued asking, "I will check for myself. What are the marks on your neck?" Yu Eileen was helpless, so you already know about this too. After driving from the dungeon for a while, the two brothers arrived at their new home. Han Eugene had to hug peace against his body to cover his chest. "That's the story. The neck was hurt because he wanted to teach me a lesson." "Yeah, I understand." Yu Eileen, hearing Han Eugene's calm response, was still worried. "I heard the kid even cut the department head's hand. This time, didn't he plan to kill you?" He gently asked, "Don't get angry." And Eugene looked away. "Alright, I understand." "What, really?" Han Eugene became serious. He was right. I was weak and didn't listen. He probably thought scaring me a bit would teach me a lesson. I understand. Because there are many people eyeing me. If he could make me more cautious, then he would have to pay for that strange thinking. Han Eugene sighed. He never expected that. He thought to himself, there are many people stalking me. Just having a few people around probably won't solve the problem. By the way, the topic of Confucianism seems to have nothing to do with hunters or any guild. In his imagination, those things about Confucianism seemed quite outdated and scary. Han Eugene opened the house door and invited him in. About that cult you mentioned earlier." Before he finished speaking, the phone in Han Eugene's pocket rang. He picked it up. "Yes, department head. What's the matter?" The voice on the other end asked, "Have you returned home?" "Huh? Yes, I just got back." At this moment, Han Eugene was quietly staring intently at something outside the window. The department head's voice continued, "Don't come outside. Noah Luhia has disappeared." Both brothers saw Noah Luhia standing outside the house panting heavily. "We've also notified the Abyss Guild. Until we find him," Noah said tremblingly, "Brother Han Eugene." Han Eugene dropped the pen to the floor, turning it into a large beast form. Hello Noah. "I thought you were under arrest." Han Eugene interjected calmly. "Did you think they could stop a high-level awakener from escaping?" Han Eugene broke out in a sweat. "So why are you here?" Noah Luhia suddenly knelt down before the two brothers. With tears in his eyes, Noah said, "To apologize." Han Eugene was extremely surprised. You escaped from custody just to apologize?" Noah lowered his head. "I know it's absurd to suddenly appear after what I did, but I will do anything to atone. Please accept my apology and take in my sister's monster." Han Eugene's face darkened as he was about to step forward. "It was you, wasn't it?" Yu Eileen raised his hand to stop his younger brother. "Hey, stay here." Yu Eileen calmed him down. "Noah, I'm not angry. You can stand up, I'll talk to Riet." Noah looked up joyfully. "Really?" Han Eugene instructed. "Now you should go back and come tomorrow to apologize to Han Eugene." Noah only then clearly saw the situation. Han Eugene was shirtless and tattered, while Han Eugene looked very scary. He asked, "This is my younger brother." Noah asked naively, "Your younger brother is being bullied by his own younger brother." Han Eugene wanted to hit him, while Yu Eileen quickly corrected him. Li Wu Han loomed as he stepped before Noah. "I am the guild master of the Abyss Guild, Han Li Wu Hyun. I have heard about what happened." Noah's face turned pale, sweat pouring down. "A person like that is your younger brother? You're not scared of him?" Han Eugene looked embarrassed. Noah, trembling, covered his mouth with his hand, saying that if only one of the two brothers were an S-rank hunter, your fate would be the same as mine. "Oh, but is he even human?" "No." Yu Eileen pointed at Han Eugene and scolded, "See, you're scaring him." Han Eugene didn't think so. "He's not quite right. Step back." He gently placed his hand on his brother and pushed him lightly. "Because you are too weak." Seeing that scene, a flash of horrifying memory lit up in Noah's mind. Riet had also acted like that. "Noah, you are too weak, but it's not to protect your younger brother, it's to punish him." Noah was terrified, his heart pounding. Then he shouted and lunged at Han Eugene. "Take your hands off brother Han Eugene." Han Eugene was stunned. "What are you?" Before he could finish, Han Eugene had quickly pushed his brother aside. The battle between the two erupted, and he wondered what would become of this newly built house. Yu Eileen sat huddled in a corner, helplessly watching the fight taking place in her own home, and Eugene had pinned Noah to the ground, his hand locking the opponent's clawed hand. There was something off about him. Leaving him like this was dangerous. Han Eugene quickly stopped him. "Wait, let me explain." Han Eugene looked at Noah, who was growling uncontrollably under his hold. A cold voice rang out. "I still need an answer for what you did as the guild leader." He raised Noah's arm. "Is this the arm that wounded Hunter Park Yi Jim? If so, then..." Suddenly Noah's tail shot out from behind to attack Han Eugene. He quickly broke free from the hold. Han Eugene shouted after him in concern. One of Han Eugene's arms began to turn purple, emitting a terrifying sizzling sound as it corroded from the poison. But Han Eugene remained calm. I didn't know he had a tail. Noah, in his half-human, half-beast state, gritted his teeth and glared at Han Eugene. Eileen panicked. Hey, there's poison. Han Eugene was unconcerned. Really? It's fine. I just need to cut it off before the poison spreads. With that, he chopped off his poisoned arm, nearly scaring Eileen into fainting on the spot. His face pale, he said helplessly into the phone, "Are you listening? The quarantine room is done." The other end replied, "Yes, I'm on my way. If you're not fast, Noah might." While Han Eugene was treating his wound, Noah transformed into a monstrous form. Wings sprouted from his back, and his eyes became sharper. Noah Luhia had turned into a large dragon. It roared inside Han Eugene's glass house. The transformation is complete. Noah flew up to the ceiling, snarling down at Han Eugene. I've never seen this form before. He can even fly. Physically, he's at a disadvantage. Han Eugene smiled unshaken. He's a monster now. Can you kill him? He activated the jade leaf, and a forest of green leaves blocked Noah's vision. It squeezed its eyes shut, shaking off the layer of leaves. Han Eugene flew up from below, swinging his sword. There's no room for flying around here. The blade slashed into Noah's body, spilling poison instead of blood. Poison again? It doesn't affect me anymore. I just need to remove it. Within minutes, Han Eugene had pinned Noah down. He coldly raised his sword, aiming at his opponent's throat. This is for my brother. Pay with your life. Noah's eyes flew open in terror. He trembled, reverting to his half-human, half-beast form and said weakly, "No way. I also..." Noah suddenly activated a healing hand. "I'm S rank now too." He roared, throwing Eileen off him. "I can't lose like this." As he struggled to get up and fight, Noah questioned himself inwardly. I finally became S rank. I gave it my all. But things weren't looking good as Han Eugene tightened the rope around Noah's neck, yanking him back. In an instant, memories resurfaced, and Riette's voice echoed in his ear. "Then my sister will..." What did I say? "You're just a weakling." A massive explosion occurred right inside Han Eugene's house. He would have to stay outside for a while. Han Eugene sheathed his sword, having taken a while to subdue him without using a skill. There's another way. And Eugene Senang held a spellbook at the ready. "Enough. If you don't stop, I'll send all your judgments about Noah to him. It would be unfair to Noah if he knew what you were about to do." Han Eugene was silent for a moment, then said, "I guess you used that skill to do the same thing. Aren't you protecting him too much? He was the one who attacked first." Han Eugene said helplessly, "You've had enough. My place is about to be completely destroyed." Then Han Eugene went to stand before Noah. "Are you awake now, Noah?" The other one remained wary. "Don't get too close to him." Waiting. Noah reverted to his human form, eyes teary as he stared blankly at the ceiling. "Don't misunderstand. Han Eugene and I are very close." Noah shot up to a sitting position, his clothes completely gone. Eileen had to jump in front of him to block the R-rated scene. Noah collapsed, sitting on the ground, muttering like a lost soul. Why am I like this? You saved me even though I was just an F rank. I thought that when I became S rank, I would escape fate, and my sister would acknowledge me. Even with a guild and a title, I still end up destroying everything. Before and even now, every time I think of my sister, I get so scared I can't think of anything else. I'm sorry, it's all because I'm too weak." Han Eugene heard this and became angry. "What are you talking about?" Steam practically rising from his head, he explained to the injured Noah. "Who said it was your fault? It's not because you're weak. The problem is Riette." Noah looked around the house in a daze. "But I did all of this." You made a few mistakes." Eileen sent Han Eugene to bring him something to wear. His sister was reluctant but obeyed. Eugene tossed a round towel over Noah. "Listen, Noah, I don't know much about you two, but I can tell you that Riette is treating you wrong." Everyone could clearly see it was mistreatment, so it was only natural that he was afraid of his sister. How could he not be afraid when she used her strength to bully him? Eileen shrank back slightly, saying that Riette was also very scary, so no one dared to stop how she treated him. That was how it was. Noah still did not understand. He thought it was because he was weak that his sister treated him badly. He turned his face away and said, "If only I were a little stronger." Han Eugene interrupted. "No, that was not the issue. Whether weak or not, you did not deserve to be treated like that. Besides, you were not weak at all. You had always tried your best. You had built an entire guild and earned a title. You always worked hard to beat Riot. You did very well. You were strong enough. Earlier, you even fought to protect me, right? The weak could never do that." Noah heard such warm words for the first time. He could not hold back his tears and began to sob. "No one had ever said these things to me." Han Eugene felt immense pity. No one ever? Had no one ever spoken kindly to him before? Not even words of praise? Anyone could see how terrible their relationship was. He consoled Noah, saying he must have suffered a lot, but from now on, try to stay away from Riette. Noah asked weakly, "Here?" He wiped his tears with grievance and pleaded, "Could I stay here until I am no longer afraid of my sister?" And Eugene, who feared nothing and had a generous heart, agreed immediately. That is fine." The two little ones behind him stared with wide eyes. Two of them shared the same thought. They had willingly brought a bundle of trouble into the house. "We should have killed him earlier, grr grr." A moment later, Department Head Song arrived to take Noah away. Noah stood to the side with a grievance, his eyes glistening. Department Head Song said, "Then we will settle everything tomorrow." Department Head Song had already ordered his subordinates. It seemed he had evacuated the people nearby and contacted the neighboring buildings. "Tell them to come back." Eileen was extremely grateful, truly a professional civil servant as expected. Hyun was not as pleased as his older brother. He gave Department Head Song the first gift after he left the dungeon, a knife flying straight toward him. He almost sent Taiwan to heaven. And Eugene was a bit angry because Department Head Song had exposed his younger sibling that time. But everything was fine. After that, it was decided that Noah would stay here for a while and work as a security guard. A free S-class security guard to compensate for the damage. Of course, the agreement with EA Jim was also taken into account. Aram had forgiven Noah more than people thought. She sat on the weight machine eating ice cream and said, "I do not mind. It was an interesting match anyway." She stood up excitedly and challenged, "Let us fight again next time. I will freeze your poison." "Yeah, anytime." "Good grief, is this how class are made?" Noah left happily. "I will handle the remaining paperwork. See you later." Watching Noah from a distance working happily, "Please sign here." Aunt Yerim turned to ask Eugene, "I am fine, but are you really okay? Being attacked by a madman the moment you met him, are you feeling anything? His sister is probably an S-class madman too. Are you a rabbit, not knowing what fear is?" Hearing this, Eugene could only smile helplessly. "Haha." Yerim worriedly shined a flashlight into Eugene's eyes. "Have you been controlled by a skill or something?" Eugene was startled. "Is that really something I did?" He scratched his head and said, "It is because I felt sorry for him. He is still very young. Helping others is a good thing, right?" Hearing this, Yerim thumped her chest. "You really have a problem." She pointed at Eugene's face and asked, "Do you know how strong S-class are? Everyone is afraid to stand next to them. I also hid my skills at school so that my friends would not be afraid. But you are not afraid at all. Instead, you feel sorry for him like a hamster worrying about a wild beast." "A what?" Yerim sighed and sat down on the chair. "You are strange sometimes." Eugene replied flatly, "I am not strange. He's about the same age as me, so he is not a stranger." Yerim smiled, "That is still strange. What is your sibling relationship like? You talk as if you raised him." Eileen answered in surprise, "That is right. I have raised him since preschool. He even gave me carnations on Parents' Day." I never expected Eugene to know how to fold paper carnations either. In Korea, there is a custom of giving carnations on Parents' Day. Yerim was astonished. "Huh? Really?" She became more curious. "You still had a family back then, were they not good?" Eugene looked up and recalled, "No, they were very good. They often went out to eat and did many things together. They died on a self-guided trip, so they left you and your younger brother at home." Yerim listened and turned away. "That is also a bit strange." Eugene thought, "Is that so? I am not sure. Did they not have other good sides too?" A flash of past memories surfaced. The Animal World program on the TV was playing. The sound introducing various animals came out. Eugene at this time was a child lying flat on the ground, surrounded by scattered toys and crayons. A cuckoo bird would lay its eggs in another bird's nest. Those eggs looked very similar on the outside. However, when they hatched, they were different chicks. The young cuckoo would push the other eggs out. The mother bird would raise it even though it was much bigger than her. Eileen seemed uninterested in the TV. He was busily drawing a colorful family picture, which included his parents, Eileen, and his younger brother, Eugene. Suddenly, a voice from the next room caught Eugene's attention. "Yes, it is very scary." He stood up and approached the door. His parents were arguing behind the slightly open door. His mother held her head. "He is a child but does not cry or laugh." His father said, "The hospital said there is nothing wrong." I know that. It is very strange. That child is different from Eugene. It is insane. I feel like it is not my child." Hearing this, Eugene did not react. He quietly picked up his beloved stuffed frog and left the living room while his mother's voice still echoed in his ears. "I try to think that child will one day." Eileen walked over and opened the door to Eugene's room. He looked at his little younger brother lying peacefully in the crib. Eugene was too short. He stood on the lower rail of the crib and peered inside. How strange. Why did father and mother say those things? Eugene lay in the crib without any movement, just silently staring at the ceiling. Eileen dropped his stuffed frog into the crib for his younger brother. Eugene is very cute and well-behaved. Just by looking, one could understand why the two brothers loved each other so much. Later, when they grew up, the parents seemed to care about only one person and ignore the other. They would only ask Eugene, "Do you want to go to dinner with your parents?" But he was a good older brother, always asking back, "What about Eugene? Eugene, do you want to go camping with your parents?" He also raised his hand. At this time he was just learning to suck his thumb, looking extremely cute. Then he asked, "What about Han Eugene?" After many such times, the parents would argue worriedly outside the siblings' room. Why is Han Eugene not affected by him? He is very good to his younger brother. But the mother held her head and knelt on the ground. She was in great crisis. "There is something wrong, honey." Han Eugene's mother screamed, "It no longer matters. I gave birth to him." Others knew about this. "They would think we are crazy," the father said, looking towards the bedroom door. He knew it, but he was also afraid of it. The shattered photos on the floor showed that this couple had probably grown to loathe and fear Han Eugene to the extreme. The photos that weren't torn apart had Han Eugene's face either scribbled over with ink or smashed to pieces. Why was he just a child? How could Han Eugene have done this? The father walked up to the door and looked in, startled with fear. What he saw sitting in Han Eugene's lap was not an adorable child, but a terrifying, dancing dark shadow. Han Eugene wasn't scared at all. "Huh, what's going on, Dad? Maybe it's not our second son. It's strange, but also, that Christmas." The couple left the two brothers at home with a lavish spread of food carefully wrapped in plastic on the table. They also left cash for a house deposit. Under the twinkling city lights, crowds of people bustled by, and a giant Christmas tree stood decorated in the middle of the street. The two brothers, Han Eugene, dressed warmly and went out to play. He said cheerfully, "A trip on Christmas Day. Our parents are so good to us. We can have a birthday party for you, just the two of us." Your birthday being on Christmas Day is so sparkling, isn't it? He wondered if there was any place selling birthday cakes on Christmas Day. The warm grip of his brother's hand made Han Eugene slowly look down at his own hand. "If I hadn't held that hand, my brother could have lived a happy, normal life." He looked down at his brother, who was laughing and talking below. "I know that, but that evening at the home of Guildmaster Jupiter Heinjay," he called someone. "I heard Noah caused some trouble. Yeah, it's like we trained a dog and it finally ran away. That's why my flight was earlier than expected." Why would he do that? I don't know, but it seems related to Han Eugene. On the other end of the line was Evelyn Miller. "Ah, that monster trainer. I didn't hope to tame him since he's half monster." "Interesting." Evelyn hesitated. "You don't seem very surprised, sir." Hyun-jae smiled. "This is interesting. I'm more intrigued when things don't go as expected. I want to file a complaint with the new owner of that dog we lived with." At this moment, So Jang was extremely happy, unable to stop herself from singing and laughing. "Here it is, I finally have it. It's a tower for dragons, not a tower for cats." There were about 259,347 sources of dragon supplies and toys at the same time. So Jang skipped along, delighted to have found the item she wanted. Having a dragon is better than buying 10,000 coins worth of health tonics. As soon as So Jang finished speaking, she glanced in another direction and discovered something. On the rooftop of an apartment building, some young man, whether he wanted an early reincarnation or something, he didn't hesitate and jumped straight off the building, making So Jang scream in horror along with countless surprised passersby. Seeing the person free-falling, she panicked immensely, muttering repeatedly, "Someone's falling, should I save them?" Suddenly, a wing appeared from that person. A pinkish-purplish frame like something from Sailor Moon appeared, along with the scene of that man jumping off the building beginning to transform. Instead of a battle outfit like Sailor Moon, this young man transformed into a dazzling, brilliant golden dragon. So Jang's expression was exactly like mine. Her eyes went wide in utter shock. So Jang was so astonished she fell flat on her bottom, her breath gradually losing control, becoming extremely rapid. So Jang covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes sparkling brightly as if she had struck gold. Another dragon? Is it a dragon human? And as we see, the possibility of Hunter So Jang becoming Han Eugene's sister-in-law is almost none. At this moment in the blue sky, Noah, that dragon, was soaring through the air with Blue. Blue spoke to the other dragon. "How do you feel, Noah?" That dragon immediately replied, "Great. It feels quite easy because Blue has 4 legs and a pair of wings like me. Flying around helps me sense things much more easily." And Eugene was currently in another place below, observing the situation. Through the link perspective shift, he could keep track of and partially control the other's movements. This link also created a side effect. It made Han Eugene feel uncomfortable and strange when he had to try sensing feelings from non-existent body parts. But feeling the wind and the exhilaration of soaring through the sky found him incredibly fascinating, mixed with a slight feeling of nausea. Up above, Blue was happily playing a game of swooping back and forth with 360-degree spins, which was precisely the cause of his nausea. Han Eugene yelled, "I told you not to do dangerous tricks when flying." Noah noticed his dad's voice was off and immediately looked towards him. Noah immediately landed, shifted into human form, and ran over to Han Eugene, asking worriedly, "Are you okay?" He was so dizzy, he nearly knelt down but still tried to act tough, replying, "I'm fine." "What kind of nonsense is this?" Blue flew over and landed on Noah's shoulder, eyes sparkling as he looked at him. Noah sighed reluctantly. "Blue, let's start slowly from the simple things." Han Eugene cut in. "Noah, first, could you put some clothes on?" "Yes." And as you can see, Noah had begun training to get used to the dragon form. Although it was a pity it was still difficult, Han Eugene was right. As for Noah here, as we have seen, instead of looking at the effects, his skills were what stood out the most. As for healing skills, those were just basic skills. Most healers have low physical attack points, but since Noah is S rank, there's no need to worry about him getting hurt, and a silent damage skill. With this skill, he takes 1 point of damage, but his opponent takes 10. Hearing about that skill, Noah scratched his head nervously. This only activates on matching body parts, but this time the injury was on the wings. Han Eugene thought silently, it's a good thing he attacked its wing. If he had attacked somewhere else. But putting all that aside, the more important thing was, Noah extended his hand, and a green energy source gathered around his palm. Noah's face turned serious. Alright, here we go. Immediately, Han Eugene's body was enveloped by the energy source, and the system's voice hummed in his ear, setting power stats, activating stat borrowing. Han Eugene raised his fist, full of determination. Alright, let's try it. With a shout, he used all his strength to punch the ground. The punch caused an earthquake. The result caused the ground to quickly crack into pieces, and Eugene's eyes sparkled, and he exclaimed joyfully, "That's amazing." Noah beside him echoed, clapping in admiration. Although this skill only allowed borrowing or gifting half of the stats once a day for 30 minutes, it was still more useful than many other items. Han Eugene turned to Noah, admiringly saying he was incredibly strong even as a healer. Noah smiled helplessly, replying that he was still in S rank after all. After Han Eugene tested the skill, an idea struck him that if combined with the natural enemy Zoltar's skill, the effect would be 4 times greater. Without stopping his thoughts, he continued to immerse himself in deeper ideas. If Noah activated poison and he rode on him in dragon form, the monsters would not dare to approach, allowing him to freely enter and exit high-level dungeons. Han Eugene beamed brightly, holding Noah's shoulder with one hand while the other gave a thumbs-up praise. "You are the best." Noah was moved, his eyes welling up as he replied that this was the first time anyone had praised him. Han Eugene thought to himself that Noah seemed to have become more comfortable with life here. As for Blue, thanks to his skill during training with Noah, it had grown quite a bit. Although Blue had matured more, its mischievous personality remained unchanged. In the middle of Peace, it suddenly swooped down, intending to provoke Peace. Peace looked small and cute, but when entering combat mode, it was extremely terrifying. His gaze turned cold, quickly looking at Blue. Immediately, Peace struck a blow straight to Blue's head, stunning him. Eugene saw the scene of Peace disciplining Blue with a single leg and quickly intervened to stop it. He advised loudly, "Calm down, Peace. Harmony is precious, just this once." It seemed Peace did not like him being too easy to rest. Han Eugene hugged it and coaxed, it is fine, that is work." The beautiful and productive days continued. From somewhere and somehow, Hyun Jae suddenly appeared with a basket of Earl Grey tea in hand. He smiled, saying it was a gift to celebrate Blue's growth. Han Eugene looked over with annoyed eyes. Hyun Jae kept his usual tone, smiling, "Such a cold look, my friend. This gift is from Sojang. Take it." And Eugene took the tea basket, awkwardly asking why he went to all that trouble. Could have used a delivery service. Hyun Jae calmly replied he came not only for the gift, but also had other matters. Han Eugene asked outright, puzzled, then why did he come? Hyun Jae replied that cold attitude hurt him. As an investor, he just wanted to take the derivator away. At the same time, a roar echoed from the sky. Noah spread his wide wings and landed beside the two, the strong wind force sweeping the tea basket from Han Eugene's hand. Noah circled behind him, his gaze sharp, saying each word, "I am not evading debt. A promise made I will keep." Han Eugene looked back in surprise, whispering Noah's name. The dragon approached Hyun Jae, telling him not to drag Han Eugene into this. Hyun Jae maintained his smile, answering calmly, "You should have said this before you ran away. You two seem close, or did he hire you as a pet?" That remark enraged Noah. The hostility in his eyes deepened, and he roared, "I am a human." Seeing Noah was about to lose control, Han Eugene feared he would cause trouble, so he shouted loudly, "Stop, Noah!" In Noah's stunned moment, he stepped forward and declared, "I will take responsibility for him because I invited him here." Noah hesitated, but he'd not let him finish. He turned to comfort him, "I was the one who decided to hire you, so doing this is also for myself. Trust me." Noah's eyes glistened as he looked at Han Eugene with tears welling. He then turned away, thinking he could not let Noah return to human form because Peace was not there to shield him. Han Eugene turned to Hyun Jae. "I do not know what's between you two, but I want Noah to stay here. Then let us discuss the debt, dear investor." The golden pupils of Hyun Jae suddenly turned sharp, and Eugene made a proposal. "What do you need to replace Noah?" Earlier, a broadcaster editor reported that the guild affected by the incident had been disbanded. Witnesses said a golden dragon appeared, and the cause was concluded as a dungeon explosion. Hyun Jae grasped the situation, quietly speaking into the phone, "All right, well done." After hanging up, he thought joyfully that his investment capital was finally yielding returns. Hyun Jae believed Noah's poison skill was very good, but the most useful thing was his transformation skill. Noah was always like a lone dragon shining in the darkness, carrying a powerful aura. Hyun Jae calculated, there had never been a hunter who transformed into a monster. After eliminating the target, he only needed to disguise it as a dungeon explosion. Thinking this, he smiled contentedly. S ranks were troublesome, but hunters below S rank or politicians were all easy prey. Hyunja's expression changed, secretly planning to use Noah to eliminate the person behind Henshin and the Breaker Guild, gradually weakening them, then seizing Han Eugene's skill. Back to the present, Hyunjae held a cold can of Coke. Han Eugene's voice rang out, "Is that okay?" Hyunjae did not answer, only smiled. Stroking Noah with one hand, Han Eugene took the initiative to speak. "Last time I saw you drinking Earl Grey tea, I brought a whole bunch here. Take your pick." Outwardly friendly, inwardly Han Eugene cursed. "Even know you just ruined my plan, huh?" After a moment, Hyunjae said calmly, "I invested quite a bit in Noah. Cannot go into details, but it involves finding him a title." Looking at the cans on the table, he continued slowly, "I thought he would be useful in a support class, so I was going to help him establish his own guild, to break away from Riet." Hyunjae tilted his head, his gaze as if wanting to see through the other, "But he came to spend the night at your place." Han Eugene quickly turned his face away. Hyunjae added, "The evil guild was just dissolved with a single phone call." Han Eugene was startled. "What, a single phone call?" Noah beside him replied with sparkling eyes, "Yes, because I decided to stay here." Han Eugene worried, "Is that really okay?" Hyunjae continued, "I want you to think that guild has nothing to do with my interests, but you noticed anyway." Han Eugene found his smug demeanor extremely irritating. At this moment, Noah firmly asserted, "I am still an S-rank hunter. I can pay off the debt myself." Han Eugene was surprised, softly calling his name. Even Noah proactively offered to participate in dungeon raids. Hyunjae raised his hand to refuse, implying, "Sorry, Jupiter Guild does not lack hunters." He calmly added, "You hold no appeal to me. You have no guild, and now your transformation skill is no longer a secret." Hearing this, Noah felt a pang of sorrow. Hyunjae said while crossing his arms, but after a pause he asked again, "You are still useful to Han Eugene, right?" Hearing that, Han Eugene immediately became wary. Contrary to expectations, Hyunjae replied with a sly smile. Hyunjae said if he had an antidote, he could act freely. Han Eugene immediately interrupted, "No, as a person, not an antidote." Hyunjae remained amiable. If he went with him, he could enter the high-level dungeon without a flying beast. But Han Eugene coldly replied, "What would I go into the dungeon for?" Han Eugene thought to himself with a headache. This guy saw through all his plans. He had no choice but to ask directly, "So what do you want?" "We just signed the monster training contract, so he does not need ordinary hunters anymore." Hyunjae flashed a triumphant smile as if he had achieved his goal. He raised his hand and signaled 3 times. Hyunjae said calmly, "Whenever I need it, help me 3 times." Han Eugene did not want to fall into a trap, so he stood up and summoned an item, saying it was too vague, write a more detailed contract. Hyunjae immediately interrupted, "Not necessary." Han Eugene asked warily, "What if when you need me, I only come to cause trouble?" Hyunjae rested his chin on his hand and replied frankly, "Then I would be very sad." This nonsensical attitude only made Han Eugene more confused. Hyunjae said with narrowed eyes, "I trusted you so much." Holding the unsigned contract, Han Eugene thought to himself that he must be crazy transferring an S-rank hunter based on a verbal promise. Looking at the other party's calm demeanor, Han Eugene was extremely baffled. Was he that confident? This made him anxious. He could not even affect him for some reason. The feeling was unpleasant, but there was nothing he could do. Thinking so, Han Eugene put away the contract and said, "Fine, let it be." Noah beside him could not help but be surprised. "Big brother Han Eugene." Han Eugene extended his hand towards the other party and affirmed, "I will refuse requests that are beyond my ability or that affect others." Hyunjae readily agreed, "Don't worry, I have no intention of harming anyone." So the two shook hands as a testament to their agreement. Though without a contract, it was founded on trust. Suddenly, Hyunjae asked, "The last shared skill had double the attack power. You can only use it when you have a damage nullification item, right?" Han Eugene was puzzled but still answered. Han Eugene said, "Yeah, I guess so, even though I no longer have that bracelet." Hyunjae smiled brightly and then asked, "If Yumi Ungu makes another item, please let me know." Noah behind them saw that expression and immediately understood the problem. He thought sadly, "No, big brother Han Eugene has been used. It's all my fault." Han Eugene had already anticipated it. "I know what he wants is my skill." He silently cursed Hyunjae inwardly for being a coward and not daring to curse him out loud. "Haha, wake up you fool. I will never help you." As if getting that item was so easy. A few days later, Yumi Ungu, looking haggard, used his last bit of strength to hand an item to Han Eugene. He said softly, "Take it. It's similar to the last bracelet." The thing in Yumi Ungu's hand was an orb of malt, classification unclear, single use. Han Eugene saw Myung Woo's condition and was extremely worried. "How much have you been working to end up like this?" Yumi Ungu talked while half asleep. "I'll show you when it's done." After looking around, Han Eugene said cheerfully, "This place is quite convenient. We can use it when activating the dungeon." Yumi Ungu looked distractedly at him and said, "I don't want strangers in here." Han Eugene quickly supported him and coaxed softly, "I know, you letting her in is for my sake." "Thank you, Myung Woo, but what is more important is that thing." Han Eugene then opened his hand to reveal an egg with strange patterns. It was the SSS rank item him the red egg, a reward Han Eugene and peace received in this rank dungeon. Han Eugene thought to himself. Before the time reversal, egg-type items were very rare. No one knew their function because they didn't react to the environment, not even breaking. But if it were Mangwu and Hisma, they might know how to use it. Han Eugene impatiently pushed his younger brother towards Mangwu, thinking with annoyance, I set up this meeting for you two to get to know each other, you two troublemakers. With the setup just made, he suddenly turned around. That is... By the door, a powerful flame suddenly appeared, burning fiercely right before Han Eugene's eyes. Han Eugene gasped in shock. Huh? Fire Spirit lightly said, a young flame is here. Then, it gently touched the red egg in Han Eugene's hand. In an instant, the SSS rank item developed many cracks and began to transform. Han Eugene exclaimed in surprise, the egg. Powerful wave of energy engulfed the entire space. Then the egg hatched into a small creature. Han Eugene ran over in surprise to examine it. A lizard hatched from this egg? Han Eugene calmly said, it seems so. At this moment, the red lizard innocently looked around. Then it launched an attack right into Han Eugene's eye, causing him to fall back with fresh blood splattering everywhere. Han Eugene beside him could only stare in shock. The small lizard quickly crawled into Han Eugene's eye. Han Eugene panicked and jumped up, your eye. Han Eugene calmly held the lizard in his hand and replied, it's fine, it came out. Watching the lizard leap onto his brother's hand, Han Eugene said softly, it only crawled in for a split second. It seems it likes to crawl into eyes. Han Eugene was still extremely bewildered. What does that mean? What is this thing? Through the system, Han Eugene saw the lizard's information, fire spirit. Current level, contractor is Han Eugene. He exclaimed in surprise, it's also a fire spirit? Yumi Ungu finally spoke up and asked, it awakened thanks to Hishma's power. And Eugene thought to himself, I guess that was why egg-type items never hatched before, because that world back then didn't have these primordial spirits. He watched his younger brother pet the lizard on his shoulder. Han Eugene thought this was another change occurring under the effect of the time reversal. At this moment, Han Eugene was fascinated by the lizard, a fire spirit. Seeing him emitting an energy aura, the red lizard immediately opened its mouth and bit it. Han Eugene realized it was completely resistant to fire. He looked puzzled, could fire be its food? Han Eugene said casually, then you can easily feed it, it should be fun to raise. Besides, this is an SS rank egg, what if it can become as strong as Hismo? Yumi Ungu was startled and said, don't say that. At that moment, Hismo suddenly sniffled, feeling sad because someone praised another as better than him. Yumi Ungu quickly coaxed, hey, no Hismo, you are the strongest. How could that tiny little thing be as strong as you? And Eugene saw this scene and inwardly judged that Myungwoo had paid too high a price. Holding the item in his hand, he continued to sink into thought. Anyway, bringing Han Eugene here was the right decision. I also got another damage nullification item. Han Eugene suddenly recalled the conversation with Hyun Jae. He had said that not too long ago. Seeing Han Eugene lost in thought, Han Eugene immediately asked, what's wrong, big brother? Han Eugene quickly replied, it's nothing. After that, he told his younger brother to thank Myung Goody. Han Eugene's heart was still in turmoil. He thought it would be a long time before he talked about this with him. If he wanted to enter the dungeon, he would go with his own group. That was what I used to think, but then the next day everything changed. An incredibly cute picnic mat and a basket of delicious food appeared on the grass. Hyun-jae lightly closed his eyes, enjoying the cool breeze blowing past. After that, he cheerfully said he had prepared lunch for the whole group, and Eugene again acted disgruntled, but in the end he met him once more. He realized everything started with small changes. Beautiful Hyun-ah appeared with a very strange appearance. She gave a bright smile and called her pet. Lam, big sister, brought food for the monsters. Lam, seeing Moon Hyun-ah, got excited and cried out. Hen Eugene was surprised and asked about her hair. Hyun-ah proudly showed off her freshly cut hair, styled to look super cool. She said she just had it done and got scolded by some old men. After a while of chatting, Moon Hyun-ah softly said that these little monsters were now a rare species in the world. At the same time, Lam was chowing down on the feast Hyun-ah brought, sitting on a chair next to Han Eugene. He proactively said everyone was trying to buy one to bring along during training. She had to buy a new one too. Han Eugene took care of the scrawny, skinny monsters. He tiredly said even if she said that, he wouldn't be able to buy a new one in the coming time. Hyun-ah put her hand on his shoulder and asked about the promise to let her ride Lam when it grew up. Then she hooked her arm around Han Eugene's neck, making him almost fall. Hyun-ah looked delighted, saying whenever she needed to, she would give it her all. A normal hug could kill an A rank. Startled, Han Eugene shouted loudly. While having his cheeks squeezed, he suddenly remembered something. You just became an A-rank dungeon hunter, right? He wanted to know what she got. Hearing this, Hyun-ah replied, oh, wanna see? I really have some good stuff. At this moment, Han Eugene thought to himself that he already knew exactly what it was. It was the Prayer Torpedo, a one-time item capable of combining an ice-type skill into equipment. Hyun-ah had sold it at the auction because her skill was of the wind type. Han Eugene made a plan. Now that Yerim was around, if he bought it and gave it to her, that would be great. However, Moon Hyun-ah instead brought out an item he didn't expect. A potion that looked like a flask from some dads. She happily showed it off. Ta-da, here it is. Han Eugene was so surprised his eyes widened. Hyun-ah didn't notice his expression and continued speaking smugly. It's very rare. This stuff is better than potion. It's like a second life, the best in the country. Then she rubbed her cheek against the item and struck a pose like a cat. He asked her if she didn't have anything else like a skill combination item. Hyun-ah's firm statement crushed his plan. No, I only got an extra pair of S-rank gloves. Han Eugene couldn't believe it. What? The rewards are different. But we were in the same dungeon. The rewards have never changed before. Seeing Han Eugene's strange expression, Moon Hyun-ah asked, "What's wrong, big brother? Why are you spacing out? Don't tell me you..." Then she wiggled her fingers in a super cool way and continued, "You've fallen for me." And Eugene shouted angrily, "Ah, what is this? Stop it." The other person laughed freely. Tee-hee. He thought to himself, "Oh well, I know from now on the future will change many things, even her current hairstyle." At this moment, Park Yerim cheerfully waved to greet her sister. Noah, shyly following behind, also spoke a greeting. Han Eugene continued thinking, even Yerim and Noah, everyone is changing positively. Seeing Lamb's belly was full and round like a drum, with two giant bones lying nearby, Yerim was startled and asked what was wrong with Lamb's stomach. On one side, Moon Hyun-ah, as soon as she saw Noah, had her eyes on him, calling him the legendary dragon boy. Han Eugene quickly raised his hand to protect his younger brother, reminding her of her desire to ride a dragon and telling her not to even think about it. He thought that the dungeon rewards changing wasn't strange at all. A few days later, Han Eugene lay reading the Hunter News, ranking the S-rank dungeon rewards, muttering, "White Shield in America, Lullaby Book in the Philippines, and Wind Bow in India." Now Han Eugene finally realized with annoyance, what, the remaining dungeons all had the same rewards. Then, he put down his phone and closed his eyes to enjoy the gentle breeze. Han Eugene thought positively. It was also very possible that only one dungeon was special this time. Suddenly, Han Eugene said angrily, which dungeon to enter. He was flustered and only managed to say, huh. He silently cursed his older brother, such a nuisance. On the highway, Han Eugene proactively spoke up to ask what he wanted to ask about the system. Han Eugene held peace in his arms and gave a vague answer about Chirpy and some other things. He thought to himself that he couldn't say he had returned to the past, and that everything was now different. Earlier, Han Eugene had realized that skills had no effect on Chirpy, and it couldn't develop like Best 25. Occasionally, it was a bit strange. One day, he lounged comfortably on his bed and fell into a deep sleep. Suddenly, Han Eugene heard the sound of the next news bulletin. The announcer said in a serious voice. The next news is Han Eugene vaguely asks, what TV? He rubbed his eyes a couple of times and said, is it you meowing? No one answered, only the sound of the news broadcast rang out. The Jupiter Guild had brought an S-rank foreign hunter. Evelyn Miller was a freelance hunter specializing in long-range attacks. Han Eugene wandered out to the living room and saw his pet sitting proudly watching the news broadcast. He was surprised and called out, blink. Han Eugene was so happy he jumped up and down like a madman. Did you turn on the TV? How did you get on the sofa? I saw you use the thingy. Are you a genius? Chirpy only let out one sound. Chip. Han Eugene, eyes sparkling, approached. My little genius, I'm so proud of you. Do you want to eat some mana chunks? However, Chirpy coldly turned away Chip. That reaction surprised Han Eugene a bit. He lowered his voice and asked, Chirpy, is that you? The pet only answered curtly, Chip. Telling that story to his younger brother, Han Eugene immediately got confused. Then she became dumb again and ran straight to the mana stone. What was wrong with her? Did she have multiple personalities or something? Han Eugene calmly said it was possible. Then he calmly continued, out there were also some monsters that developed intelligence as they grew up. They often had two separate personalities. Maybe Chirpy was the same. Hearing this, Han Eugene was stunned. Ugh, I don't know what I'm feeling right now. Han Eugene calmly continued, I just asked. I can't completely raise her because she's at F rank and can't wear any equipment. At this moment, Peace suddenly jumped up. Seeing the strange reaction, Han Eugene immediately asked, huh, what's wrong? Peace moved close to the red lizard on Han Eugene's body. Han Eugene looked surprised. The fire dragon is coming along too. Peace, beside him, hesitantly reached out to make friends with the new companion. The introverted red lizard quickly hid into Han Eugene's sleeve. That action startled Peace. Han Eugene curiously asked if it was also A rank, how could it follow? Han Eugene calmly replied it was attached to his younger brother so it wouldn't get hurt. As long as it's inside his skin, it's safe immediately. At this moment, the red lizard had already melded into the surface layer of his skin. Seeing his older brother's wide eyes, Han Eugene asked what was wrong. Han Eugene softly replied, nothing, it's just... Han Eugene realized the kid had also changed a lot. In his older brother's mind, the mature Han Eugene said he didn't need to worry, he just needed to stand very close to him in the dungeon. Hearing this, Han Eugene chuckled. Haha, alright, you really are reliable. He turned to enjoy the cool breeze by the car window and smiled contentedly. Yeah, everything is changing for the better. At this moment, Peace suddenly lunged at Han Eugene, startling him. Despite the chaos, there was a bit of peace and warmth in Han Eugene's heart. He had made up with his younger brother and both were entering the dungeon together. He had never dreamed of this in his past life. At the same time, peace blocked Han Eugene's view, preventing him from driving, and Han Eugene quickly lifted it up and laughed. It didn't matter if other things changed, at least his younger brother was fine. He thought about the time the two brothers were apart and the memories he did not want to recall. Han Eugene gently ruffled his younger brother's hair and happily thought that now they'd become things that would never happen. That was good enough. What other problems were there? A moment later, the two brothers' destination was a cold, snowy mountain region where only the wind howled in gusts. Han Eugene looked around and then asked in bewilderment why there was snow falling like this. This place should be a desert dungeon, right? Han Eugene also found it strange. He did not see monsters here. What was going on? Han Eugene innocently wrapped scarves around Peace and Zhong Niang, not knowing if this matter was related to the system. After thinking for a while, Han Eugene hurriedly turned away and said they should get out of here, brother. Are you still reluctant, Han Eugene? But if we wait a little longer, the system will... Suddenly, Han Eugene asked in a serious tone if the system was truly trustworthy. Are you sure it is not a trap? Maybe it was something created by those who want to kill you. Seeing his younger brother overthinking, Han Eugene had to chuckle and reply, well, no one could change a dungeon this much. Seeing his younger brother's expression turn a bit off, Han Eugene called his name worriedly. He wondered in his heart, why was the kid so worried, even though there were many people who wanted to capture him? Before Han Eugene had once flown into a rage at his younger brother, he knew this was a cult. Thinking that, Han Eugene took the initiative to ask if his brother was hiding something. He continued, voicing his speculation that an ordinary hunter could not interfere with a dungeon. The person you are wary of is not a guild or a hunter, right? Han Eugene was stunned at the root, so he only stammered without forming words about that matter. Han Eugene took the initiative to probe whether this matter was related to the cult or something he had mentioned before, but his younger brother remained silent and did not answer. After that, Han Eugene turned his face away and said, you cannot tell me, right? Han Eugene naively asked back, oh, why? Han Eugene said honestly that he had signed a contract, and at that moment a bullet rapidly flew in from somewhere. After that, it pierced straight into Han Eugene's arm, causing fresh blood to spray like rain. Han Eugene called his brother's name worriedly. Han Eugene calmly said to quickly take out the marble brother. Quickly take out the marble brother. Han Eugene's monster was immediately summoned. He was utterly shocked by this sudden turn of events. Did it pierce straight through an S-rank's arm? Even higher-ranked monsters did not have the ability to do this. Suddenly, a piece of wood poked its head up, then the figure of a toy soldier gradually revealed itself. Han Eugene asked in surprise. A toy is not a monster, right? Han Eugene was extremely confused. What was this, that thing? Through the system, he saw the information, Toy Knight number 6, S-rank, contractor. Han Eugene exclaimed in astonishment, S-rank. He was shocked and wondered what number 6 meant. That meant there were still 5 more, or more. At the same time, a squad of toy soldiers wearing snow hats stood up. In an instant, the two brothers were surrounded by them. Han Eugene cursed inwardly, what the hell is this? The damn system. Han Eugene stepped forward forcefully with peace and told his brother to run. He would handle this place. Hearing this, Han Eugene yelled loudly, are you crazy? How are you planning to deal with this whole group of monsters alone? Ah, here they come. That moment, the group of toy knights rushed forward swiftly, weapons in hand. A voice rang out, causing the soldiers to flawlessly halt their second strike. Stand down. The two Han Eugene brothers could only gape in astonishment at the scene before them. Pandora's box suddenly appeared within the encirclement, and the command rang out, all of you return. In an instant, the group of S-rank toy knights was completely sucked into the box. The box flashed with an extremely powerful energy current. It had finished calling the 500 brothers back to their places. Movement stirred inside the box. After that, a ball cheerfully popped out and teased, must be scary, right, my dear friend? Han Eugene's eyes widened in surprise. A transporter ball. Han Eugene immediately activated the defensive switch, raising his arm to protect his older brother. The transporter ball hurriedly explained and apologized. I didn't know they would attack your younger brother. It called Han Eugene my dear friend. He pointed at the ball and asked, oh, so it was you from before the system, right? The transporter ball cheerfully winked and said, call me newcomer. Suddenly, Han Eugene flew into a rage, slammed the ball to the ground several times, and then shouted loudly, you bastard, you gouged a hole in my brother's hand. The transporter ball, nearly losing its balance, hurriedly protested. But it was partly your brother's fault too. Hearing that, Han Eugene irritably asked, what did my brother do? Turned around and saw his younger brother and pet had been locked inside an ice cage. Han Eugene worriedly called out, yo what's going on? The two people, wrong, the one person and one beast inside were also extremely frustrated. At this moment, the transporter ball quietly said, I have blocked them for a while, because they are not allowed to hear us talk. After that, it continued, this place is specially for you, my dear friend. I will not allow it to be burned down like last time. Han Eugene paused, looking at the cold snowy mountain, where only the east wind blew in gusts. Then he made a sign. That was around the time those kidnappers took me. Hearing that, the transporter ball lowered its voice and said, sorry for attacking your younger brother, because your younger brother is related to things we're not allowed to mention. Inside the ice cage, Han Eugene looked at the scene of his brother communicating and thought he looked like a lunatic. After hearing the ball say that, Han Eugene asked back in shock, Yoin? He hurriedly pressed for answers. He also talked about the past. Are they people related to some cult? The transporter ball replied flusteredly, well, I can't say. Han Eugene asked frantically and worriedly, are they dangerous? My younger brother won't be in any danger, right? So then the transporter ball hurriedly calmed him down. Don't worry, they won't do anything to you and your younger brother. Then it calmly added, using power directly is against the rules. Hearing this vague assurance, Han Eugene angrily squeezed the orange, wrong, squeezed the ball, but they can break the rules. The transporter ball flusteredly replied about that. At this moment, a sudden tremor sliced through the conversation and caught Han Eugene's attention. The transporter ball seized the opportunity and said, see, talking about them is very dangerous. No more prying, okay? Han Eugene worriedly thought to himself, what the hell? Why? After that, he realized that they were tailing him and Yun Hyun. Were they not just ordinary opponents, but also opponents of the system? We fight against them. Even a ball like this is unimaginably strong. Why are they related to my younger brother? Seeing Han Eugene's expression was not good, the transporter ball spoke up. Don't worry, everything will be fine as long as we stay together. He affirmed that the safety of his beloved came first, and hearing that, Han Eugene was also somewhat moved. At this moment, the shadow added, since there wasn't much time left, did he have any questions? Han Eugene told himself he needed to focus. He quickly recounted, I adopted a chirp-type creature named Chirpy. Its status window seemed broken, and it was a bit strange. The shadow opened the system and murmured, Chirpy, let's see. Then it asked in puzzlement, I cannot see it. Are you sure it is within the control range? Han Eugene replied in surprise, impossible, the keyword works fine. Shadow shrugged helplessly, strange, let me have a look at it next time. Han Eugene looked bewildered. You will investigate it for me. The shadow replied confidently, indeed, I will delete it for you. Hearing that, Han Eugene could not help but throw the ball away and shouted, delete my foot, just let it live in peace. The shadow rolled up to him and asked, what is the matter? Trouble must be dealt with. Han Eugene annoyingly held his head, cursing the useless system. He wondered, could he trust it? The more he heard, the more worried he became. It attacked his younger brother and kept talking about killing Chirpy. The shadow still said nonchalantly, I guess the chirp-type monster would not be that troublesome. Han Eugene darkened his face. This reminded him of a scary story from his childhood. Story of a god with purpose but devoid of emotion. That god granted humanity wishes in a twisted way, his gaunt hands seizing the entire mortal world. Han Eugene reflected, they tricked me with the wish stone. If they hadn't tricked me with that wish then he suddenly flinched, no, impossible. Then Han Eugene took the initiative to speak. He calmly said, the reward from the S-rank dungeon changed my life. He thought to himself, at least the outcome was still good. Unlike in the story, things seemed like they would be better. He asked the shadow, did that just happen or was it because I regressed? The shadow thought for a moment and replied, is it that one-time use reward? Then it was already changed because it had been used. And Eugene was surprised. This time I came back. In theory, it hasn't been used yet. The shadow quickly answered, no. Then it seems your beloved does not know. It smiled knowingly. Then the shadow explained, you regressing does not mean the things that happened did not happen. Eugene, hearing this, understood nothing. The shadow leisurely explained, it is like overwriting data. The world 5 years after you regressed did not disappear. It was simply overwritten with new data. Most things are the same, so we were able to merge them together. It continued, since you are a false regressor, you in the present already know the future 5 years ahead. As for everyone else, the current information overwrites the information from the future. They are not aware that they have been merged with the original future. Perhaps sensitive people might feel a sense of familiarity. Essentially, everyone already possesses that predetermined future, like items that have already been used or people who have died. Those things were removed before time reversed. When time rewound, that information was erased from the world. You cannot merge the dead with the living. Han Eugene knelt on the snow as if seeking guidance. He spoke then. Han Eugene asked in shock, the events in the future will be removed and erased. The shadow affirmed, yes, they will disappear. Hearing this, Han Eugene's mind was in turmoil. Then my little brother. His lips moved a few times, but he could not form words. His younger brother had died that day. Yun Hyun, 25 years old, who had endured everything alone for 8 long years and sacrificed himself to protect him. Will he go through that again? Will he fall in that dungeon I left him behind in, and be removed from this world? Not noticing Han Eugene's strange expression, the shadow added carelessly, that reward you mentioned was used and no longer exists after the regression, so it will never appear again. At this moment, Han Eugene staggered toward the ice cage and said, "Let me out." The shadow asked in surprise, "What?" And Eugene looked extremely annoyed. "Why did you all?" Then he shouted in frustration, "You all separated us brothers without a word. Let my brother out now. Do not leave him alone in such a place." Though a bit puzzled, the shadow agreed. "Very well, time is almost up anyway." After the ice cage dissolved, Han Eugene hurriedly asked, "Are you done?" Peace beside him only let out a sound, "Oof." At the same time, the shadow also quickly flew away, not forgetting to say goodbye. "You can come back here if you knock on the door 3 times. Han Eugene said gloomily, "Sorry." He leaned on Yeohyun's shoulder and said, "You seem to have a cold." Han Eugene saw his brother's expression and was a bit surprised. "Huh, I am S rank, so this happens." Han Eugene reached out to touch his younger brother's face. Han Eugene called out worriedly, "Brother." Han Eugene buried his head in his brother's shoulder and said, "I am sorry, I am so sorry." Han Eugene thought of words that could not be spoken aloud. "I should not have regressed so early. That time I should have begged to bring you back with the wish stone." The image of Han Eugene collapsing flooded his mind, his younger brother who sacrificed himself to save him. He wondered, was his future no longer bright because of me? What if he is still trapped somewhere? A blue light covered the oddly shaped apartment buildings like a large pan. Slippers and shoes were scattered haphazardly on the doorstep, a gaunt body curled up on the floor. The room was incredibly cold. Han Eugene choked out, "My little brother is dead." Han Eugene lay dazed on the ground, staring into the void. The back of a tall man slowly faded from memory. He recalled nostalgically, "I had a deceased younger brother who struggled alone to protect his older brother for 8 years and finally died in solitude." Peace stepped forward gently, its face somewhat pained. He continued in sorrow, his voice choked, "I once thought everything in my past life was meaningless." Peace called out worriedly, "Wimber." Eugene still lay on the cold floor. Vix kept nudging his face as if trying to wipe away the wounds of his heart. Han Eugene forced himself to sit up, grabbing one of Peace's legs. His face was smeared with Peace's drool, and he whispered, "Peace, are you worried about me?" "I'm fine." Han Eugene hugged Peace close, his gaze turning resolute. He murmured, "I can't fall down this time." He quietly stood up and walked around the rickety house, holding Peace while constantly encouraging himself. "Although it was a huge shock, I need to think about the present." He added, "The suspicious people connected to my younger brother are still alive and well. The power of that group could even catch the attention of the system developers." Peace obediently clung to Han Eugene's shoulder. He glanced at his phone, recalling how Yeohyun had intentionally ignored him. On the way back, Yeohyun also avoided answering. The phone was connected. He stared at it, then said softly, "I only received a part of Han Eugene's memories from the final sensation." He and Peace sat by the large window, looking at the glittering city lights. He told himself, "Besides me, I'm the only one who knows about these people." The voice on the other end answered, cutting off his thoughts, "You never call me first." Han Eugene didn't beat around the bush. He got straight to the point, his voice low, "I want to ask you something." His face showed worry. He continued, "Do you know of any religious order similar to Confucianism?" Hyun-jae on the other end chuckled softly, his eyes still fixed on the tablet in front of him. He said with a laugh, "If I answer this question and drag you into it, the young master will be very angry." Han Eugene's eyes sharpened, his face darkened, and he replied fiercely, "The man was highly suspicious even before my regression. I know he knows about this. If you don't answer, the one who'll be angry is me. Which is more beneficial?" Hyun-jae didn't hesitate and replied immediately, still maintaining a calm expression, "Of course, if you get angry, that would be more dangerous." Hyun-jae spoke slowly, "I can't say everything, but I can show you. Prepare your bracelet and strengthen your attack skills." Han Eugene silently watched the city, one hand petting Peace's head. He replied, "And after everything is prepared?" Hyun-jae seemed to ponder as he replied, his voice dropping, "Then we'll have to go to a high-level dungeon to start casting the net." Early in the morning, Han Eugene asked doubtfully, "Are you planning to go to an A-rank dungeon?" Eugene scratched his head and then calmly explained, "Since the last dungeon, I've become quite interested in ruins. Hyun-jae knows a good dungeon with a fortress wall." Han Eugene turned to look at him, suggesting, "Then let me come along too." Manjujin waved his hand. His brother said with a smile, "No need. This time it's just like going on a picnic." The message from last night was clear in Han Eugene's mind. If he wants to follow, remember to refuse. Don't be too strong like Han Eugene. Otherwise, they won't bite. Han Eugene broke out in a cold sweat. He said to himself, "I don't know what he meant by bait, but..." Han Eugene clumsily laid out the plan to reassure Han Eugene, but instead, No would be coming along. With the scent on him, "You'll be fine. He has defensive skills and the guy's stone, along with the system's support." Han Yi-hu looked at his older brother worriedly. He said softly, "What if this is a trap?" And Eugene continued to ramble. Why would they bother setting a trap for a low rank they could kill with a snap of their fingers? Besides, this dungeon doesn't belong to Jupiter, it's from Sudamco. Han Eugene was stunned. Sudam? Han Eugene waved his hand, his face covered in sweat. He continued explaining, "That's right, they wouldn't dig a trap in another guild's dungeon." Han Eugene put a hand on his chin, nodding, That's true, if it's from Sudam then." A massive building stood tall, the blue hues of the system enveloping the place. "Sudam," a deep voice sounded, "the only remaining S-rank hunters in the country that I haven't met yet. The guild of Yun Kyungsu. I'm also quite curious because he never came to see me like the other S-ranks. A man stood with his arms crossed, his face filled with a fierce aura. Yoon Kyung-soo of the Sudam Guild. Han Eugene, along with Hyun Jae and Noah Luhaya, arrived to greet him. Han Eugene extended his hand politely. A pleasure. I've always wanted to meet you. Yoon Kyung-soo quickly stepped back and waved his hand, speaking loudly. No, I might accidentally hurt you. Yoon Kyung-soo pointed to the side, saying proudly, we're just lending out the dungeon. I don't care whether you enter or not. Yoon Kyung-soo spat on the ground, speaking loudly, tell your younger brother that I didn't even touch you. Don't let him keep jumping around anymore. Han Eugene carried his backpack and left. Hearing that, he involuntarily turned his head. Han Eugene blurted out, the Sudam Guild master must not be pleased with the Deep Sea Guild. Hyun Jae replied, it's more accurate to say he hates them. Han Eugene wondered, then why are we entering their dungeon? Hyun Jae remembered, smiling lightly, that's exactly the reason why we're entering their dungeon. Hyun Jae added, it's highly likely they'll take the chance to attack, maybe even have a support force to secure their victory. Hearing this, Han Eugene grew worried, looking at Hyun Jae with a fearful expression. Hyun Jae said excitedly, the goal is to lure that support team out. Han Eugene's face drained of blood, sweat pouring like rain. He thought, we are fully aware that we will be attacked. This could be dangerous, better stay vigilant. Hyun Jae turned back and handed a basket to Han Eugene. Take it. Han Eugene took the basket in his hand, not understanding what was going on. Han Eugene exclaimed, a picnic basket. Hyun Jae replied happily, there are even sandwiches in it. I promise I'll do a good job as a guide. Don't you think this will be very interesting? Hyun Jae showed off his godly side profile, directing his gaze towards Han Eugene. Hanzo Eileen thought to himself, well, I'm sure I'll be safe with him, no matter who attacks. The Mexico Hunters Association. A new world, sunlight filtering through every tree branch. Countless people crowded in protest, chanting in unison, inciting high-rank hunters to emigrate. Which side is the association on? Banners and slogans lined the streets, the crowd shouting endlessly, there are only 2 S-rank hunters in the capital, are you even listening? Outside was noisy, but inside the airport, it was chillingly quiet. One group of security guards looked outside, while another group was examining Andres, who was wearing traditional Mexican clothing. She was shouting loudly right in the lobby, with suitcases piled behind her. Please file a complaint with the Korean Hunters Union. The guard was speechless, exclaiming, that's... Riet argued with the receptionist, an entry and exit ban because of a few illegal signings. Isn't that a bit too much? The receptionist looked at her and explained, I have no authority to handle that matter. As you can see, we are in a difficult situation. Briette lost her patience and shouted, that's why I told you to sneak my documents in while everything was chaotic. She put her hands on her hips, showing reluctance, her voice sharp. It's not even a disaster causing a dungeon break. Are you going to keep acting like this? The guard who heard this immediately turned around, picked up a tablet, and hurriedly replied, I'll contact my superiors if you wait a moment. A flash of light appeared right behind the guard. Explosion, like a flash of lightning, struck the guard directly. His body was shattered into nearly 100 pieces. Riette saw this scene without a change in expression. As the flash dissipated, the scene gradually became clear. Scattered pieces of metal were stained with the guard's blood. On the ground, there was only a pool of blood with an arm lying haphazardly. Riette's face was splattered with red bloodstains. She exclaimed, what happened? The surrounding guards were also unavoidably terrified, their faces pale, mouths wide open. A screeching sound came from outside. The protesters were sitting on a bus, their faces wrapped in cloth, some holding guns, some holding shields. The loudest one, holding a megaphone, started rambling, punishing the association for its sins. The dungeon break is God's will, do not resist. The guards panicked, exchanging words. What the hell? Is it those terrorists again? One quickly answered, are they crazy? Are they targeting the association now? Riette put her hands on her hips, calmly watching the scene before her, unfazed. One guard frantically sat down and screamed, hey, call the police. Riette grabbed the hem of the Mexican robe, saying regretfully, this is a souvenir. What a waste. She threw the robe onto the face of the screaming guard. She said nonchalantly, you work here too, right? Watch closely. Taking off the robe, she revealed a large pair of assets matching her strength. A glow began to appear on her hands. She shouted loudly, I'll deal with them for you, but you have to let me into Korea. The guard just sat in the corner, praying. A terrorist was resisting the authorities when he heard a voice calling, get out of the way. Juliet landed right where he had been standing. The ground shook, her muscular body lunged forward, both hands holding 2 sharp sickles. That man was startled. He cried out in panic, what the hell? Why are you interfering? She lowered her head to look at him. Dodge properly. When I attack, I don't distinguish between friend and foe. Saying this, her eyes turned eerie, and she grinned from ear to ear. The system announced the activation of the eternal farewell. She leaped up and slashed repeatedly, her sickles sweeping across the entire sky. One man could only gasp out, What the hell are you talking about? Only the sounds of thudding remains. They had all been decapitated by her. She stood still, closing her eyes to revel in the ecstasy as blood stained her body. One dying man still managed to leave a comment. She's insane, a true monster. Riette waved her hand, sneering loudly. Whew, all dealt with. Now I've done my good deed. A chilling voice cut in, calling her name. Riette was terrified this time, her face turning ashen. That voice spoke again. Riette, I will give you one more chance. She instinctively turned her head at the call. The head that had just rolled on the ground suddenly emitted a sound from hell. Covenant. She stomped the head flat with her foot, muttering as she did so. You were quiet for a while. Why are you showing up here again? I thought I warned you not to come near me or my brother. The zombies rose up, shambling towards Riette. Her mouths twitched incessantly. One of them said, I will give you one more chance. So remain, and complete the covenant contract with. Then they all chorused, Riette, the covenant. Riette. This time, Riette carefully looked around, probing. She turned her head and shouted, Shut up! I'll tear your mouth apart. The gloomy voice from hell sounded again. The firstborn of the cursed poison dragon Vickers. As she spoke, she felt something binding her body tightly. What? My legs are automatically locking? She crouched down, right in front of the reanimated zombies. The guard who had detonated the bomb earlier was now just a ruined corpse. He pointed at Riette, laughing. Listen up, bloodline of the curse and poison. He rambled, kill Hyun-jae of the Jupiter Guild and bring brother Han Eugene here. Riette, with her immense pride, felt gravely insulted. Her face changed, and she roared, How dare you order me around? She unleashed a lethal blow, shattering the zombies' bodies into 100 pieces. After dealing with this bunch, she lowered her head to the ground. All strength is gone. Damn it, my head hurts so much. Damn it, even if I wanted to leave now, I can't. In the mist, a person slowly approached. A deep male voice said loudly, I can help. Riette, holding her head, slowly turned around. Man's face gradually became clear. MKC Guild Master, Suck 1. He smirked at Riette, speaking with a self-satisfied tone. I have a private plane nearby. The talking corpse told me so. Inside Sudam's A-level dungeon, this truly was a place with a magnificent scenery. Beyond the endless mountains and rivers, there stood an exceptionally grand and splendid castle. Following Noah Luya's sedative, all the monsters had fallen asleep. He was now flying in the sky, observing his surroundings and muttering, We have eliminated all the monsters in this area. But is it really okay to leave those two alone? Han Eugene said they have personal matters to discuss. While I wasn't here, how serious and dangerous was the conversation they had? Thinking this, he couldn't help but cry silently in his heart. Hyun-jae smiled and introduced. The box in front of us has an area of 9.3 square kilometers and a depth of 25 meters. The creatures inside are, even with a sandwich stuffed in his mouth, Han Eugene interrupted. You measured all that? Hyun-jae calmly replied. Actually, I was just rambling. Upon hearing this, he mocked. You said you'd become a tour guide, but you seem more like a con man. If there was a service here, I would have called customer support to have you fired. Hyun-jae smiled brightly and continued. Yes, you have just connected to Jupiter's customer service. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but feel disgusted, thinking, is this really the kind of conversation I'm supposed to have with the strongest person in the world? After this thought, Han Eugene suddenly wondered, if we just hang around here, will Sudam actually come? He then replied, we'll know soon enough, because the gate will close soon. The precious F-rank brother of the Abyss Guild Master is right here. Isn't that the perfect opportunity for revenge? Chewing noisily, he thought suspiciously, this bastard is using me as bait. After this thought, he suddenly sat down, took something from the basket, and asked curiously, what grudge do they hold against the Abyss Guild? What happened between them and Han Eugene? Hyun-jae answered, that's a story from the past. When the young master first awakened, Yoon Kyung-soo underestimated him and paid a heavy price. Saying this, he suddenly recalled the scene from that day. Then he chuckled and said, seeing an S-rank get hospitalized was truly amusing. While chewing on a piece of bread, Han Eugene remarked, that was just the consequence of his own actions. He quickly added, that kind of reaction is entertaining too. After that, whenever they met, the young master acted as if he would kill Yoon Kyung-soo. So basically, Sudam was humiliated. That's mainly why Sudam couldn't develop any further. A subdued dog can hardly keep its mouth shut. That must be why the young master agreed to send you here. But Hyun-jae suddenly took out a pocket watch, looked at it, and continued, however, wouldn't it be a different story if they were helping Sudam? Eugene's heart itched upon hearing this. Then he thought to himself, so that's why he was willing to use me as bait. Is this okay? He said he would explain about the cult, but it seems he has a deeper connection with them than Han Eugene does. There's no guarantee he isn't cooperating with them. Hyun-jae suddenly closed his eyes and sighed. They want to eliminate me too. And Eugene was very surprised upon hearing this and asked, hey, I thought you were on our side. He replied with some thoughtfulness, it's rather hard to say. I do have a contract with them. I plan to leave after a few years after gathering information from them, but they found out. Their attitude towards me has completely changed. That was also around the time the young master and I made peace. Am I that easy to read? Eugene scratched his face and thought, it must be because of the regression. A few years from now, Hyun-jae would truly betray them, even though he had turned back time this time. They were still outsiders and would remember everything, which was why they turned their backs on him. Hyun-jae turned around and smiled as he spoke. After all, both of them were tempting bait. hate. He narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you think I am on their side?" He replied awkwardly, "I was just thinking about it." He said in confusion, "Yet you still belong. You are really—" Before he could finish, Noah Luhia suddenly shouted, "Han Eugene, someone is coming. They are the hunters from Sudam that you saw before going in there." And the guild master of MKC, Han Eugene asked back in surprise. 2S ranks. Hyunjae continued, "They have arrived. It is certainly not for a sightseeing trip. Fewer than I expected, 2S rank organic rubber mats and some other decorations." The man in the suit asked with a grimace, "What rubber?" The green-haired man grinned slyly, "Come down here, Hyunjae. Are you two trying to run?" Hyunjae replied contemptuously, "I was eager to see who it was, only to find out it's just MKC, disappointed at being underestimated so much." The green-haired man laughed loudly, "Haha, you've always been such a bastard, haven't you?" He suddenly took out a blue orb, laughing triumphantly. "But you will change your mind when you see this." The power radiating from the orb created a magic circle covering the entire vast area. The system suddenly displayed a notification that lightning skills had been disabled. Seeing the chains in front of him, Han Eugene shouted, "Huh? Chains?" Hyunjae picked up a chain to examine it and said, "A ceiling dug. I did not know they had this. I guess I have to unleash myself a bit." The green-haired man raised the orb and cackled, "Kuhaha, this is great." The man in the suit sneered and praised, "He has a wonderful dulga." And Eugene pointed at himself worriedly and asked, "Will you be okay? Do you need me to share a skill?" Hyunjae shook his head with a confident smile, "I can handle myself." Suddenly remembering, he asked, "Do you want to try that sensory sharing skill from last time? I will show you something truworthy of my title as your guide, just for you." "Teacher Hyunjae is coming." The man in the hat shouted loudly, "He is here, hurry up." The whole group suddenly shouted in unison, "Ugh, this pressure." The green-haired man quickly reassured them, "Do not be afraid, just do it like we practiced, and it will be fine." Whole group chimed in unison, "Yes." Guildmaster raised the shield first. One of them stood the spear upright. The system announced dome shield activated. He spoke, "All right, everyone, activate Buffy." Han Eugene exclaimed in astonishment, "Everyone is activating buffs." Noah Luya said with his mouth agape, "I have seen this before. Maximum buffs for S-rank hunters." As soon as the group activated, the system continuously announced the application of buff skills. Attack power increased by 15%. Overlap effect, attack power increased by 30%. Overlap effect, attack increased by 45%. Agility increased by 15, then overlap to increase by 55. Overlap effect, stamina increased by 45%. Stats increased so much that the S-rank man in the suit could hardly bear it. His eyes shone brightly like headlights, his smile losing all humanity. He lightly stamped his foot on the ground, the earth shattered, and dust enveloped the entire area. Seeing this, Hyunjae immediately jumped up to dodge, and he looked at him with a sly grin and asked, "It has been 10 years since we last fought, hasn't it?" He replied with a faint smile, "I remember I beat you pretty badly back then." As he attacked, he shouted, "Let us see if history repeats itself this time." Hyunjae swiftly dodged the blow, and seeing this, he attacked again. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out, sending dirt and dust flying everywhere. Eugene covered his face and marveled, "Even from here, I can feel the shockwaves." Noah Luya quickly suggested, "Climb on top of me, Han Eugene." The green-haired man chortled with delight, "Haha, you will die in just one blow." Look at Hyunjae running away, he cannot even fight back. While flying in the sky observing, Noah Luya asked worriedly, "Is he okay? I do not think he will lose, but—" And Eugene quickly reassured him, "No need to worry, Noah. Right now, he is just playing around with him." Having said that, he continued to observe and thought to himself, "What the hell am I seeing right now? Through Hyunjae's eyes I can see, no I can feel. From the fists, the way the enemy moves, their position and direction of attack. Everything is clear, from the opponent's struggling punches to the contemptuous smile of that someone." The man in the suit gritted his teeth in frustration and thought, "Damn it, I cannot hit him, he is like a scared mouse." Han Eugene's eyes widened in shock. He cannot beat this prediction of movements and attack skill. Foreseeing the battle, no wonder he is so overwhelmingly dominant. He possesses an extremely powerful reading skill. Hyunjae was certain he could not handle it, especially against a close-range hunter. At the same time, Han Eugene rode the wind, watching the fight with amazement. That skill is the reason he is the strongest, and I can share it. Han Eugene's heart swelled with ambition. If he could obtain that skill, he could have an S-rank corps that coordinated seamlessly thanks to his ability to foresee the flow of battle, and mounts no dungeon could match. Eugene clutched his chest. His eyes were full of desire. "I want it. I want to take it from him no matter what. How could a skill like that be in the hands of a damn bastard like him?" Seeing Hyunjae busy dodging Sukwon's attacks, the eager young team leader gave the order. "What are you ranged team members waiting for? Move forward." The archer hesitated. Those two are too close together. We cannot aim properly." Sukwon kept throwing powerful punches at Hyunjae, but they all missed. He clicked his tongue in frustration. "Tish, you. How long are you going to keep running away like a rat, huh?" He swung down at Hyunjae's head, but he ducked to avoid it. "If you insist," Hyunjae said with an amused smile. He reached out his hand. Silver chains coiled around his arm, then shot down sharply into the ground. Team leader still did not realize what was happening. He reassured his members, "I will charge in, you cover me." Beneath his feet, the ground was cut around the people standing. Cracking sounds rang out. TK, the team leader's eyes shot wide open. All the team members behind him were caught by the chains, flung into the air, their internal organs damaged, blood spewing from their mouths. Seeing that, the team leader was terrified. He stammered, all the support team members. Hyun-jae on this side wore a faint smile, holding a chain in his hand. He said, the joke is over. Sukwon's system announced bad news, the skill has been erased. Attack power is decreasing. Seeing Hyun-jae approaching with an overwhelmingly confident aura, Sukwon blurted out in panic, his face losing its previous ferocity, replaced by clear fear. The skill has been erased, power is decreasing. Sukwon's system announcement rang out again, like a timer counting down. Sukwon used both hands to block the blow helplessly, his heart horrified by the overwhelming force of Hyun-jae's serious attack. Impossible this. But both are S rank. How could the power gap be so large? Hyun-jae could not accept the reality. A large explosion occurred, chains flying around the blast. After a moment, Hyun-jae put his hands in his coat pockets and looked down at his feet. Sukwon was battered, face down on the ground unconscious, a long trail of blood appearing where his face lay. Hyun-jae said in a taunting tone, if that is all you have, I am disappointed. You are stronger than that, are you not? Hyun-jae turned to look at the group behind him. The team leader met Hyun-jae's eyes as if he felt he was standing before a monster. He hissed in fear. He turned to leave. Before running off, he stubbornly spat out a harsh word. You freak bastard. This is not over. Sung Hyunji opened her eyes wide, filled with a deadly glare, looking at him. Han Eugene, riding high above and observing below, suddenly heard a call. Hyun-jae, behind you. A person with a toned physique shot through the air above Han Eugene. He kicked at Noah, with such force that it sent Noah falling. Han Eugene was thrown off, immediately grabbed by the throat by him. Noah cried out in pain, King, who is that? The system announced a benefit. All skill effects will be doubled when fighting enemies. Advances. Hanzoji recognized the person hoisting him up. Ruriet, he stammered. Prite glanced at him, her amber eyes full of anger. The team leader looked like he had struck gold. He was no longer afraid. He cheered in delight. Haha, I was wondering when you would arrive. Hyun-jae saw his sister arrive and exclaimed in shock. This is unexpected. Sweat dripped down Han Eugene's face. He asked in panic, why are you here? What about the entry ban? Are you on their team? Riet said in a harsh voice, I have something I need to settle. Her voice was cold as she stated her mission. I need to kill the guild master of Jupiter Guild Hyun-jae and take Han Eugene with me. Han Eugene heard Riet speak with such a terrifying tone and struggled even more. What? Take me? Where? No cried out to stop her. Quiet, Riet said coldly. That person will tell you when you get there. Who? Han Eugene asked. Riet harshly and brutally dragged him along, saying you do not need to know. Han Eugene asked in a low voice, hey, how do you know my name? Riet remained cold and did not reply, only looking into his eyes, her eyes showing no emotion. Han Eugene cried out in frustration, something is wrong, she is too calm. No, her eyes are not focusing on anything. What is wrong with you, Riet? This is not like you at all. Why would you work with those weaklings? The team leader asked in surprise. Weaklings? Riet said calmly, I agree. The team leader was even more stunned. What? She said firmly, but you need to come with me, as the one who shares blood with the cursed venom dragon. Han Eugene's mind raced. She is acting unlike her usual self. Could she be brainwashed? Or is this some mental skill? Just listen and do, Riet said indifferently. Heavy footsteps rumbled closer. Riet glanced over. Noah was charging in, two massive jaws full of teeth. Riet blocked with her bare hand. Noah bit down on her hand. Riet lost focus. She released her grip on Han Eugene's collar. He exclaimed in surprise, hey, Noah said, run now, brother Han Eugene. Hanzo Aileen cursed inwardly, run my ass, I am S rank. Han Eugene suddenly rushed forward and hugged Riet tightly. She looked down at her abdomen in confusion and asked Han Eugene, what are you doing? Han Eugene's eyes were glistening with tears, his voice trembling as he said, calm down, Riet, do not be like this, we are all good friends. Riet was so shocked she froze solid, while Noah stared at Han Eugene in utter disappointment. The young team watched Han Eugene's idiotic solution and felt a chill. The words too cringe echoed in everyone's head. Han Eugene still stubbornly shouted out super cheesy lines. Do you not remember our warm friendship and memories? Look at that blue sky. Does it not make your heart flutter? Riet felt a chill run down her spine. She threw Noah off and said impatiently, enough with the fooling around. Riet reached out to grab Han Eugene's head. Han Eugene kept praying inwardly, anything. Curse resistance, skill, or double effect. Either one, just dispel the skill controlling her. The light flickered where the two of them stood. Han Eugene squeezed his eyes shut in prayer. A hand squeezed his cheek. He opened his eyes in surprise. Rainer's husky-like smile looked at him under the blue sky. Her voice soft as she said, thanks, honey, thanks to you. My mind is clearer now. Han Eugene asked blankly, Riet, you are back? Riet's cheeks flushed, her eyes sparkling as she spoke warmly. That's right, it's all thanks to that little darling. Han Eugene's eyes sparkled with joy. He threw himself into Riet's arms and cheered, glad you're back. Riet lifted him up and spun him around. Noah watched this strange scene in silence, thinking, that actually works. Squad leader in the distance jumped up. What are you doing? Do as I command now. Riet looked at him with disgust. Shut up, I won't take orders from you anymore. Han Eugene asked to be sure. You're not on their side anymore, right? Riet pinched his cheek. Of course. But then her voice suddenly turned serious. My attention had already been caught by this humorous situation. Riet bent down and licked Noah's face. Noah shivered and cried out, "Hey, you know what, darling?" Riet's hand resting on Eugene's shoulder began to transform. Sharp claws grew out, fingers became sinewy, skin darkened. At age 5, something began to move under the skin on Riet's back. Her clothes tore open, spines grew out, skin thickened and hardened. Riet growled, "My dream is to become an evil dragon from a comic book I read, and kidnap the princess." By now, Riet had completely transformed into a black dragon. Her face extremely bloodthirsty looked at Han Eugene in her palm. Noah flew around his sister, astonished by her new form. And Eugene was stunned. "I thought you two were twin dragons. Why do you look like this?" Riet roared loudly, the wind around her rising like a storm. A speech bubble appeared. HL the ultimate champion roars. Han Eugene was full of question marks. Why is there a narrator here? The group of youths was blown away by Riet's wind, mouths agape in shock. Hyun Jae stood firm, shielding his face, saying regretfully, "I should have brought popcorn." Han Eugene in Riet's hand suffered the worst. Blood flowed from his ears. His body immediately activated its fear resistance function. Riet jumped up and flew away, excitedly telling Han Eugene, "Darling, say please save me, Prince." Riet's wings flapped, creating strong winds that blew away everyone below. She flew straight towards the castle. Riet latched her claws onto the castle spire, dust and debris flying everywhere. She shouted loudly, "I will take the princess. If you want her back, come to the top of this tower." The squad leader was overwhelmed by what he had just witnessed. He held his head and cried out, "What the hell is this?" Noah called out helplessly. Brother Han Eugene. Hyunjae remained calm and smiled happily. Riet's wild laughter echoed across the sky. Han Eugene looked exhausted, his heart already cold. He just lay there resigned to his fate. The squad leader hurriedly carried Suck One away. Hyunjae calculated what might happen to Han Eugene. Since ancient times, the evil dragon has always signified the end of an adventure story. Along with the appearance of dungeons, there were countless real evil dragons like fire dragons, water dragons, and poison origin dragons. Riet spoke with passion. "That's why I wanted to recreate those adventure stories when I became a dragon." The fairy tale of the evil dragon and the princess in the tower made her cheer with delight. Han Eugene lay limp in her hand, his face pale, and he weakly went along, "It must be a lot of fun, huh?" Inside the tower, Han Eugene sat on the bed with a gloomy face complaining, "How did things turn out like this?" Riet ran around the room cheerfully. "Darling, do you think the tower is cozy?" Han Eugene turned and immediately covered his eyes, screaming, "Wait, how did you suddenly turn human again? Put on some clothes." Riet was puzzled. "What clothes? I'm already wearing them." Han Eugene wondered, "It's true you are dressed, but you just turned into a dragon." Riet winked slyly. "I just used a curse skill. Can you tell your little brother the story later?" Riet plopped down on the bed, sighing with relief. The feeling of playing the evil dragon who kidnaps the princess is just great. Han Eugene protested inside, but his voice was weak. "Congratulations on achieving your dream." Riet turned to look at Han Eugene with a very intense gaze. "What should I do after kidnapping you? Eat you?" Han Eugene weakly pushed her face away. No, we have to wait for someone to come and rescue me." Once Riet calmed down, Han Eugene asked, "While we're waiting, tell me how you got here. Did you also sign a contract with the other world?" Riet's eyes went wide. "Contract? No." Han Eugene didn't believe it. "What? You said earlier you had to follow orders." She rested her chin and thought, "I wondered about that too. I'm sure I refused to sign that contract." She recalled, "Right after I awakened, some annoying guys came offering me items and dungeon information, but I told them to get lost." Riet stated bluntly, "The offer was boring. I would accept if it was a one-on-one fight, with the loser becoming the winner's slave." And Eugene stammered, "That sounds just like you." Riet continued, "I kept refusing, so they threatened my little brother." And Eugene was surprised to hear that. He finally lowered his head and asked, "They took him hostage because he's weak?" Riet said calmly, "Yeah, that's right. Every time they started trouble, I beat them to a pulp, then they shut up." Her voice lowered as she said that they had returned recently. "They called me the firstborn of the poison origin dragon Vickers and commanded me. After that, I somehow began to obey." Han Eugene commented that it must be because of her title. "Can he control the poison origin dragon?" Riet replied that he probably could. "He might even be the poison origin dragon. I felt a familiarity from a high-level poison origin dragon, similar to the one from you." And Eugene pondered after hearing that. That explains why Riet was able to break free from the command's control. If that was a curse from the poison origin dragon to control Riet, then my curse resistance effect was doubled. Even if it was just a coincidence, it had worked. Han Eugene was lost in thought, not noticing Riet's arm reaching out. She pushed him back onto the bed. Caught off guard by the sudden touch, Han Eugene stopped thinking and saw Riet straddling him. "Huh?" He froze. Riet said gently, thanks to you, I came back to my senses. I knew you were special. She brought her face close to Han Eugene's and pinched his cheek. Han Eugene panicked, are you serious? But can you please not lie on top of me? Riet replied nonchalantly, why not? Let's continue where we left off last time. Han Eugene covered his chest and stammered, why, no, turn back into a dragon and stand by the tower, or do something like a proper dragon. Hearing that, Riet grew more amused, and she asked with a sly expression, oh, you prefer my dragon form. You have a wild taste. Han Eugene yelled, that's not what I meant. And Eugene's desperate voice echoed through the room, Chumi, someone save me. A hand gripped the doorframe. The prince has come to save you, princess. A teasing voice rang out. Riet turned to the window and saw Hyun-jae smiling gently, with the little dragon Noah beside him. Riet said in disappointment, how boring. Is it already time for the prince to show up? Noah turned away, covering his face in embarrassment. Isa, brother Han Eugene. Hyun-jae shrugged and asked, oh, so this isn't a fairy tale but a disguised adult story. Han Eugene said in humiliation, please save me. Hyun-jae retracted the chain and deliberately spoke, in a gentle tone, very well, as you wish, princess. And Eugene lay on the bed in exhaustion, I'm not a princess. Riet looked at Hyun-jae's hand in surprise, that glowing chain again. She looked at Hyun-jae with great interest. I guess that means you can use your skills now, right? Hyun-jae said lightly, I took care of the small fries over there already. Let's end this with a bang. Hyun-jae used his hand to push Han Eugene back down onto the bed, then stepped off it. Just as it should be, right? Since the prince is here anyway. Riet summoned the dagger from Han Eugene's shoulder, and he looked over in surprise. Riet flew towards Hyun-jae, shouting loudly, how about a spectacular fight and then we end this? Han Eugene clutched his head in panic. Are you two fighting again? Hyun-jae also got into a fighting stance, slamming his hand against the dome of the ceiling. Han Eugene panicked. Both of you are insane. If you fight here, the tower exploded, sending bricks and stones flying along with Han Eugene. He screamed in panic. Noah immediately flew over to catch him, asking with concern, brother Han Eugene, are you okay? Han Eugene exclaimed joyfully, Noah. The arena slowly crumbled into pieces with explosions everywhere. He said their power is just universally invincible, we can't stop them. They're just toying with each other, no one will die. Noah sighed in relief. Things would have been worse if sister hadn't woken up then. Han Eugene also sighed in relief. Thank goodness. All thanks to the opponent being a poison origin dragon. Han Eugene suddenly realized something. His brain began to run through deductions. Was it really a coincidence? He had met too many poison origin dragons for it to be a coincidence. The first time could be a coincidence, but the cult was also related to a poison origin dragon. The vicar's title shouldn't have existed, and Loxtus suddenly appeared in the dungeon before I regressed. Han Eugene kept thinking and climbed up near Noah's head. Noah called out, brother Han Eugene. Han Eugene tightly covered his mouth in shock. Noah, wait. Is it possible that... Terrifying hypothesis formed in Han Eugene's mind. He urgently asked Noah, the dungeon you entered to get the vicar's title. Can you tell me the details? His heart said to itself, not everything is just a coincidence, right? In the evening, Riet stood by the rubble of the castle, tiredly drinking a sip of water. She exclaimed refreshingly, that felt so good. It's been a while since I had a proper fight, even though I didn't land any decent hits. She wiped her mouth and said, I wonder if the poison worked. Come out now, prince. Hyun-jae was sitting on top, clutching his left arm. He looked at his arm trembling in pain, pieces of skin corroded away. He thought to himself, the antidote has its limits too. He looked down at Riet, pondering, even with foresight of the battle situation, I couldn't avoid this poison. If other ranks joined forces with Riet, I would truly be in danger. He lowered his head and guessed, I think he is trying to take me down with that skill. However, Hyun-jae suddenly had an idea. Looking down at his feet, he saw a pair of dragon wings and was cut off from his thoughts. What the... Han Eugene jumped down from above towards him. Hyun, catch me. Riet heard that and turned around. Huh, sweetheart. And Hyun-jae immediately rushed over. He caught Han Eugene, thinking to himself about the miracle of turning the tables. The unexpected factor was Han Eugene's existence. Hyun-jae didn't understand why Han Eugene jumped down, so he asked, what are you thinking? Han Eugene said nothing and placed his hand on his shoulder. A blue light appeared, wrapping around his hand. The wounds on his arm corroded by the poison immediately healed. Hyun-jae looked at his hands in astonishment. The entire poison just... Riet walked over and yelled, hey, that's completely cheating. Han Eugene said in a low voice, that's enough. Between poison and freeing Riet from her dependence, this S-rank hunter had ruined the long-standing plan. Han Eugene straightened his clothes firmly. I have something I want to ask you. What do you know about... He said seriously, the information about the dungeon where Noah got his title, was it provided by that cult? Hyun-jae mocked sarcastically. Is this the time for solving mysteries after the fairy tale is over? Han Eugene raised his voice slightly. Just listen to me first. He began to analyze. The person in the cult is trying to make Riet submit to him instead of you. But when Riette wouldn't listen, he dragged her brother into it and used a dungeon with a poison origin dragon title to manipulate the two of them. They planned to get the information about the dungeon to you. In other words, they used you to destroy you. Han Eugene asked Hyun Jae, is that right? Did you know things would turn out like this back then? Hyun Jae shook his head, I'm not a prophet. Hanzo Eileen thought tensely if they used Hyun Jae as a pawn, then they were very meticulous in creating the dungeon. Initially, it was just a normal dungeon with a tiger-like boss inside, but Vickers suddenly appeared, tore that monster apart, and made himself the new boss, carrying a dragon's curse, and a normal dungeon that already had a boss. Hanzo Eileen gritted her teeth in fury when she realized it was a D-rank dungeon. Loxtus should not have appeared in such a dungeon, and Han Eugene came to save him as if he knew everything in advance. Han Eugene anxiously grabbed Hyun Jae's collar, demanding, Brother Hyun Jae, please tell me. Han Eugene's face was full of dissatisfaction. Tell me everything you know about those bastards. Hatred rose in his heart. The dungeon where my brother died. Was it because of them? Golden Noah stood on the cliff looking down at Han Eugene, thinking to himself, I wonder why he suddenly jumped off my back. Suddenly a pitch-black arm draped around Noah's neck, making him jump. He looked up in horror and saw a large figure. Pryatt Atta let out an amused chuckle. Long time no see, Noah. She shamelessly and delightfully teased him. What are you afraid of? If it's about that stuff from before, don't worry. I forgive you. Noah struggled in discomfort. You're the one who needs forgiveness. Let me go. I have to get to Brother Han Eugene. Riette pressed closer, whispering softly to Noah, you can't go near them right now, because they're having an important conversation. Riette's voice kept echoing in Noah's ears. Down below, Han Eugene tightly gripped Hyun's collar and shouted, tell me, Brother Hyun Jae. Han Eugene cried out miserably, tell me everything you know about those bastards. If you can't speak because of the contract, I'll nullify it for you. Suddenly, Hyun Jae's cold voice rang out, nullify the contract, so you have curse resistance ability too. The words made Han Eugene flinch. Han Eugene let go of Hyun Jae's collar, stammering as he cut in. You already knew? Hyun Jae lightly brushed off his lapel with his hand and replied coldly, I didn't think Riette would come back without a reason. I guess that skill must be at least SSS rank or even LV rank. Eugene stared darkly at the other, marveling inwardly, he's too smart. Then Han Eugene calmed himself. But I need to find them, even if I have to tell him about my skill. Thinking so, he decisively spoke the secret. It's a LV rank skill. I'll use it to nullify the contract. But Hyun Jae suddenly cut him off. Great, but that's still not enough. Han Eugene cried out in surprise. What? Instantly, Hyun Jae conjured a small flame in his hand. That spark gradually spread, expanded into the air, and then blazed up. A cursed card appeared behind the flame. On the card, a strange seal mark was etched. Hyun Jae said coldly, this contract is also LV rank, so a resistance skill of the same rank cannot nullify it. My right hand and eye are now at risk. As soon as he finished, a dark aura from the card swirled into a circle, reaching toward Hyun Jae's right eye. Han Eugene stared at him, full of doubt. Why did you agree to such a contract? Up on the cliff, Riette and Noah were leisurely sitting in one spot, wide-eyed as they eavesdropped on the argument below. She stroked her chin in surprise. It's even stronger than my contracts. Then she thought to herself, I'll take notes. Their tricks are quite useful. Saying I don't know them would be a bit of a stretch. Besides, I'll still be safe as long as I keep my mouth shut. Han Eugene thought helplessly, could those bastards have given you this kind of contract too? He stubbornly asserted, my skill will have double effectiveness against the lone dragon's curse. Hyun Jae took the bait, his voice lowering. You're quite impressive, but are you sure it works? I don't want to be a guinea, a pig. Han Eugene puffed his chest out confidently. I'll take responsibility. Then he reached out hand, pointing at the card and said loudly, I'll take responsibility. I'll do everything to compensate you if anything goes wrong. So tell me, or do you plan to live your whole life under their control? That was all he said. Before he could finish his sentence, Hyun Jae's large hand clamped down on Han Eugene's neck, making it hard for him to breathe. Golden Noah, seeing this from the cliff, called out in panic, Brother Eugene, and was about to spread his wings to fly down but was blocked by Riette. Han Eugene struggled painfully, writhing and letting out a soft groan. Ugh. Hyun Jae looked as if possessed, his eyes darkening as he squeezed tighter, his voice cold. I really like you, Han Eugene, but not enough to give up a part of my body. As he spoke, Hyun Jae's eyes flashed. At that moment, Han Eugene's system sounded a warning, detecting a powerful threat, activating fear resistance. Han Eugene trembled, forcing out each word. Is that so? He reached out and grabbed the other man's lapel tightly. It's just a hand and an eye, not your whole life, right? You must be extremely curious about me to take such a risk. You know my worth, even better than I do myself. And Eugene let out a soft, amused laugh. You said you signed the contract because you didn't want to live an ignorant, uninformed life. So take a risk for me. At that moment, Han Eugene's expression suddenly changed. He tightened his grip on the wrist that was choking him, grinning sinisterly. Brother Hyun Jae, I'm still hiding a lot of things behind your back. Having said that, Han Eugene leaned in, issuing a challenge. There's still a lot of interesting things waiting for you, so use me and tell me who killed my brother. That low voice kept echoing in his ears and Han Jae's eyes wavered slightly. He let out a cold laugh, then loosened his hand that was choking Han Eugene. He replied, I hope you're not lying. He stared at Han Jae in slight daze, not expecting him to trust so easily. Having said that, Han Jae caught the card in midair, tilted his head to look at Han Eugene and spoke, haven't bet in a long time, so I'm quite anxious. Han Eugene clutched his chest, panting heavily. You agreed? Then now. Before he could finish, Hyunja cut him off, holding the card in front of his face. But don't forget, even if you succeed in destroying this, I've already risked my hand and eye for you. Han Yunji seriously observed the magic card in his hand. Hyunja looked at him, smiled faintly, and said, I look forward to seeing how you'll repay this debt. Han Eugene replied confidently in a firm tone, I won't forget. After that, Hyunjae slowly sat down on the ground, leaving Han Eugene to do whatever he wanted. He focused his magic on the card, feeling a bit anxious. But it's a bit annoying that he's the one taking the risk. Thinking that, he announced, then now I'll get involved, so go ahead. Noah on the cliff was a bit worried. Will he be okay? Riet beside him was extremely eager. Will his hand disappear if he fails? I can't wait. At that moment, Hyunjae suddenly spoke. How should I explain this? He raised his eyes to stare at Han Eugene and asked, what would you do if you had parents who wanted this world to end? He was stunned, not understanding the meaning, and unconsciously blurted out, what? However, Hyunjae remained calm, chanting while continuing. And if they had a child, that child want to see that wish come true. Han Eugene was shocked as he gently placed his hand on his shoulder. Why are you suddenly talking about those things? But Hyunjae replied coldly, that is their purpose, and the way I can explain them. His voice rang out steadily, but they cannot directly affect this world. That is why they forced us to sign the contract and used the dungeon and items as bait. They built subordinates, expanded their influence to push the world toward destruction. Han Eugene was shocked, unable to believe his ears, and blurted out in disbelief. What? He asked why everyone still signed the contract that led to death. Hyunjae shook his head and smiled faintly. The world is decaying. Things will end if too many dungeons and monsters grow stronger. He was confused, his eyes staring blankly into the air, remembering the system had once said the same thing. Hyunjae's cold voice rang out. They promised to help us escape this dying world if we cooperate. The contract reacted violently and Eugene braced himself to hold the card, asking back if they would help him escape from here. Hyunjae calmly nodded like a lifeline. They only asked us to follow their orders in exchange for salvation, gather subordinates, push the world to destruction, and eliminate the key that could ruin the plan. Hyunjae spoke while looking at the light surrounding him, trying to endure the pain. The card in Han Eugene's hand suddenly flew up, emitting a gloomy life force. Hyunjae lowered his face, speaking evenly, that is the goal of the one called the filial son. The light on the card exploded, creating a terrible shockwave. Han Eugene resisted the pull, and the system sounded a notification. Bodhi corruption curse activated due to contract violation, activating curse resistance. All skill effects doubled when facing the master of the venom curse, the Dragon King. Han Eugene and Hyunjae instinctively looked up at the sky. Where the massive light shone, he was astonished to realize the curse came from the master of the venom curse, the Dragon King. Hyunjae silently checked his limbs and replied, I am fine. He casually continued, it seems we have won the bet. Han Eugene gripped his shoulder tightly, stared at the sky, and gritted his teeth. It is you, so you really do exist. The master of those damned reptiles killed my younger brother. The hatred in him surged tenfold. His face darkened, and he asked Sung Han, did those hidden ones or whoever made you sign the contract take my brother as a subordinate? He calmly twisted his wrist and replied, I do not consider him their subordinate. The relationship between them ended long ago. Hyunjae's cold voice rang out steadily. I was curious why he did not interfere much, but it seems it was because of you. Every word the other spoke fell into his ears without missing a beat, because a low-rank older brother like him could not leave his younger sibling, leaving Han Eugene stunned. Hyunjae calmly continued, a person with ordinary endurance like you could not handle the shock of leaving this world. On the cliff, Noah and Riet listened intently. Hyunjae ignored the man beside him whose face had darkened, speaking casually. That must be why they only approached S-rank people. Your younger brother probably cut ties after learning the truth. His words pierced like a knife into the heart. Han Yihu clenched his fist, blaming himself. I too once wondered why he chose that path. Recalling the past with a heavy heart, Han Eugene realized his brother did not want to notice him, so he deliberately kept his distance. At first he did not want to pressure you, then later he thought you would not understand. Han Yihu painfully realized it was not because his brother was young and immature. Remembering Hyunjae's earlier appearance, because of the L-rank contract my right eye and hand are in danger, plus Riyad's words yesterday, even though I kept refusing, they still used my older brother against me. Eugene understood that Yohyun knew he could not take you along, but he also knew that even after cutting contact, you could fall into danger without being able to speak of the contract. How pitiful. As an older brother, he did not care, and now it is all too late. Suddenly, From the ground, a sharp-clawed hand burst forth and grabbed Han Eugene's leg tightly, surprising him and Hyun-jae. The claws dug deep into Han Eugene's calf without letting go, and he groaned softly in pain. The sky darkened, the spot where Han Eugene stood exploded with a strong shockwave, space shattered, and Hyun-jae was thrown far away. He quickly stabilized, jumped to the cliff where Noah was, and exclaimed in shock at the scene below. "What the hell?" Riet beside him was equally stunned, shouting, "What the hell is that?" Then, from the ground, a monster's arm emerged, followed by a foot full of sinewy tendons. The entire body of a massive, naked super monster appeared before Han Eugene. He trembled, stammering, Is this because the contract was destroyed?" The monster had a gigantic body, sharp teeth like an iron fence, looking like a mutated lizard, radiating dark energy all over. Its fierce glare swept over Han Eugene, who was struggling to crawl on the ground. He was panicked and turned pale. The system, recognizing the urgent situation, sounded a notification of a powerful threat detected. Noah above shouted in terror. Han Eugene instantly. Riet charged down, not forgetting to remind Noah, "You stay there." She held her weapon, struck down hard at the monster's head, and yelled, "Take your hands off him, you stinking lizard." Before she could finish her sentence, the monster dodged, surprising her. "Since when did it? I am not even faster than it." A tail swipe from it caused Riet to lose her balance, and she was kicked far away. She stared wide-eyed at the monster, muttering, "I barely stopped it even with chains. How terrifying are its speed and strength." At this moment, Noah flew down from above, landing near Han Eugene and shouting, "Han Eugene, your leg." Han Eugene struggled to yell, "Stay away from me, Noah." His face was dotted with sweat. He painfully propped himself up on his hands, blaming himself bitterly. Even a born S-rank cannot defeat this thing. At that moment, his eyes flickered and slowly turned blue. The system initiated a scan, compiling a character report. Ancient lineage rank 2. Belonging to the Venom Curse creature lineage. Rank of awakened stat type may possess SS. Related information, SS lineage scales. Ruined city SS. Han Eugene asked in bewilderment. Ancient lineage, SS rank, Venom Curse creature. Riet held her wound, speaking in pain. It was really troublesome. Hyun-jae pondered. He couldn't find a way out of this situation. Suddenly, a thought flashed in his mind. Sung-hyun stared intently at the monster. And Eugene lay helplessly on the ground, mockingly thinking to himself, was this thing also brought by that god's master back then? He furiously punched the ground, wondering if it was watching him. And Eugene swore in rage he would do his best to kill this scoundrel. Just wait and see. A strange blue light suddenly radiated from his body. He gritted his teeth and shouted. Everyone received this skill. At the same time, the system announced the activation of Chicken Warden. The blue light stretched out and covered Noah's body, causing it to shudder involuntarily. Same happened to Dong Hyun-jae and Riet. She looked in surprise at her body being enveloped by the blue wave and exclaimed, "Wow, what is this?" Hyun-jae calmly shook his head. This skill is still not enough. Han Eugene lay on the ground silently calculating. It was also SS rank, but it wasn't like Bava. Even though he used battlefield insight, he still couldn't keep up with its speed. Suddenly sensing movement, Hyun-jae quickly glanced over. He saw Han Eugene crawling closer, tightly grabbing the monster's leg. At this moment, in his mind, he was devising a strategy to take down the ancient bloodline, and he would place the skill on it. Han Eugene's will at that moment was stronger than ever. Streams of cunning thoughts flowed continuously in his mind, faster than battlefield insight. If he could let these three people see where it would look and what it would do, along with all its senses, he was confident in the plan he had laid out. But in an instant, the system announced the target refused the skill, shocking him so much he fell back. Han Eugene gritted his teeth. Then take a look at this. Right at that moment, the system announced the activation of Chicken Warden again. The skill's effect was doubled when used on Vickers, but once again the target refused. He decided not to give up, to see who would last longer, and activated the system again. The target refused the skill, activating Chicken Warden. The system kept announcing like that continuously. It caused the monster to become a bit disoriented. At this moment, the skill's effect was doubled when used on Vickers, and Eugene shouted loudly, "Everyone, take action." Noah, Riet, and Hyun-jae immediately understood. All three charged forward simultaneously following Han Eugene's earth-shaking shout, "Destroy it." Riet laughed joyfully. She could see it, she could sense it. Instantly, every movement of the ancient bloodline was slowed down and captured in everyone's sight. She quickly dodged the monster's tail swipe, thinking to herself, with this thing, she could stop it, and immediately delivered a super strong punch to its body. Riet glared angrily at the beast. "Even if we don't have a chance to win, but we can stop it." Saying that, the two sides engaged in a very fierce battle. The ancient bloodline grabbed Riet's arm and tore at it. Not satisfied, it raised a clawed hand, intending to grab her head. As if falling into a trap, she cheered with delight. My purpose for charging in wasn't to seize victory. Instantly, Hyun-jae grabbed hold of the chain extending from above. The monster's entire body went stiff. From the start, Riet was only baiting it so Hyun-jae could wrap the chain around its body. After securing the ancient bloodline in one spot so it couldn't move, Hyun-jae immediately leaped high into the air and came down, striking a golden lightning bolt directly on its head. Noah stood to the side, mouth agape, silently marveling it worked, but the scene before him made Noah freeze. The ancient bloodline, burned by Hyun-jae, lay flattened on the ground, but in reality it was still alive. The ancient bloodline stirred slightly, its sharp gaze sweeping over the three people. Hyun-jae calmly held the chain tightly and lunged towards it. Riet also charged forward from behind. She growled. She knew this was enough. A single slash right into the monster's body. Blood splattered from the wound. A part of the monster's hand was severed. Riet laughed gleefully. But our goal is to reclaim the crystal core from that person. All three stared solemnly at their opponent. Now that we have achieved our goal, the real battle finally begins. The ancient dragon ferociously lunged forward, its bright eyes staring fixedly at its opponent. Riet's determined gaze met it head-on, already in a challenging stance. Where do you think you're charging to? Riet was triumphant, a confident smile appearing as she poured all her power into the strike. From her hand, a dazzling burst of energy exploded, radiant and powerful, heading straight towards the dragon. Riet warned, focus on me here, now you won't be able to use that arm. But as soon as she finished speaking, her entire face lit up with disbelief. Dragon's arm, thought to be severely damaged, was now even stronger. A huge, sinewy arm bulged, the hand with sharp claws exuding ferocity. Riet exclaimed in shock, what has it already fully regenerated? The situation tense, Riet felt the pressure from the dragon's power, silently stepping back a step, her watchful eyes never leaving it. The ancient dragon stood upright, the scales around its neck blazed with eerie purple light, forming an energy that radiated outwards. Its ferocious eyes didn't leave Riet. The dragon opened its mouth wide, a massive ball of power gradually forming inside, energy flowing turbulently. Immediately, the dragon exhaled a thick mist. The entire surrounding space was enveloped by its power. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Riet could only mentally shout, poison bone. She struggled, grimacing from the surging pain inside her body. She silently thought, even with poison resistance, it's hard to fight against this. She wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Riet quickly activated her healing hand. Suddenly, Noah appeared from behind Riet, reminding her, dodge the fatal blows, I'll support you. This made her turn her head in surprise to look. She raised her head arrogantly. But I still haven't forgiven you. It's just that the situation is too urgent, so I'm only helping now. You tie it down until Han Eugene is safe. Riet turned her head and smiled in reply, alright, you've grown up quite a bit too. Watching the battle before him, Hyun-jae held Han Eugene, who was so much pain he seemed close to death. Unbelievable, as if fated, we have more time now. Helping Han Eugene sit down, he asked with concern, are you okay? Any other wounds? He took a breath, supporting his body to answer, I'm only injured on the leg. I used damage nullification stones to avoid all attacks. Only got hit by the first one. Looking at the two sharp objects sticking into his leg, Han Eugene said, it probably won't stop bleeding, need to treat it immediately. He tore open his pant leg, revealing a bloody, gaping wound, his face pale with fear. Help me pull this thing out. Hyun-jae looked at the wound and asked with a serious expression, what about the painkillers? He replied, they are useless because of the antidote. Besides, while using the poison bone, I cannot deactivate it. Hyun-jae saw him gritting his teeth in pain and warned worriedly, that wound is deep. With the pain tolerance of D rank, before the man could even finish his sentence, Han Eugene, his face drenched in sweat, spoke up, that is why I need you to pull it out. Pull it out quickly, just one bout of pain. If I pass out, remember to wake me up. There is no time. 1, 2, Before the third count could be uttered, he grabbed his leg firmly and pulled out the sharp object. A sharp pain shot through and Han Eugene could not hold back, grimacing and letting out a loud scream. Hyun-jae remained focused and continued to pull out the second one. Amidst his piercing screams, the final sharp object was completely removed. Done with the task, he sat panting heavily while the man disinfected the wound. It is done. You should rest. I will take him to hide. He shouted in anger, rest my ass. We have to fight that bastard first. Suppressing the pain, he held out his hand, revealing 2 sparkling stones. These are damage nullification stones. Each one lasts for 10 minutes. I have used some, so about 17 minutes remain for these 2. You should be able to finish it in 10 minutes. No more. Hearing him speak, Hyun-jae thought to himself, he must have awakened not long ago. Looking at Han Eugene, he could not help but be impressed, yet the experience the man possessed resembled that of a seasoned veteran in the dungeon for many years. Seeing him distracted, he reminded loudly, are you listening to me? I said I am going to apply the double damage skill to you. He smiled faintly, evaluating in his mind. This F rank is hiding something. He was becoming more and more curious. Returning to the battle, Noah and the ancient dragon were facing off against each other. Hyun-jae carried Han Eugene as he flew over, calling out, Noah, lend me some mana stats. Noah heard the call and turned back in surprise. Yunjin, are you alright? Noah was still haunted by fear, speaking weakly. I was afraid something bad would happen. He smiled, gently stroking Noah's face to comfort him. I am fine now. You did well. Now let us deal with that bastard and get out of here together. F rank warrior 1+1 share. Share the effect of the double attack damage skill with a teammate in physical combat. contact. Taking out the damage nullification stone, his eyes full of determination. Besides that skill, you can also consider me a shield. He smiled in agreement. All right. Placing his hand on his shoulder, he continued explaining, even if we touch at a different spot, the double damage effect still works. Saying this, he dusted his hand on his shoulder. As long as I am not standing too far away, you can touch wherever you like. So instead of holding me tight like last time, just relax. Watching the action, he asked thoughtfully, do you know how to dance? Hanihunjin turned with confusion. What? While Riet was fighting the dragon, the voices of those two echoed in his ears. For teamwork, nothing is better than dancing together. Yeah, is that so? I am not so sure. While he activated borrowing stats, the man spoke up. My life is not leisurely enough for me to have time to learn dancing. He answered softly, I see, do not worry. You can learn now. On the other side, Riet kept dodging the dragon's attacks. Suddenly, the dragon stood still, turning its body. Immediately, it was grabbed by his chains, binding golden energy radiating all around. Riet excitedly let out a whoop. What is this? What a strong force. He thought lightly. Impressive. Next to him, the man widened his eyes. Wait, that bastard is not dead yet. Dragon suddenly fell silent for a moment, then let out a very loud roar. Han Eugene jumped in fright, exclaiming in terror, it is still alive. We are done for. Sun Hyon smiled with narrowed eyes, hugging him. Do not worry. Here, relax, dance with me. Saying so, he took his hand. He did not understand what was happening, cursing softly. What the hell, what is this? He pulled him to dodge the dragon's claws. Then, holding him, he danced joyfully, successfully evading the waves of attacks. In the midst of the panic, he could only exclaim in shock, what in the world is going on? From the outside, Riet, looking amused and curious, called out, what is going on, baby? Looks like fun. Seeing this, he darkened his face and thought, damn it, I did not want you to use the skill this way. He suddenly shouted, electricity. Immediately, he pulled him to dodge, took out a sharp object, and seized the opportunity to stab it into the dragon's back. If I use it in the air, it will take too much energy because electricity disperses. So instead, I had to use it like this. Riet seemed to have understood something, calling out loudly, I understand. She immediately drew her sword and charged straight at the dragon, thrusting it hard into its back. She quickly retreated. Her action made Noah widen his eyes in astonishment. An attack like that would not. I see. Doing that is to concentrate the electricity. Time seemed to freeze. Riet's eyes sharp. She inserted her mouth and shouted loudly, burn the sword too. Meanwhile, the other two continued dancing, moving in sync with each other amidst the battle. The dragon, locked in the chains, immediately exploded, creating a blinding light that enveloped the space, shattering everything around it. The aftershock temporarily ceased, and Hyun-jae supported him as they landed as gently as possible. Han Eugene looked at the heavily wounded dragon before him, silently asking, is it over? The thunder seems weaker than before. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he froze at the sight before him. The black dragon's body gradually caught fire, and above it hovered a sword resembling a cross. The dragon had no strength left, and Han Eugene denied himself. No, that is not it. The dragon coughed up blood. Han Eugene understood. The thunderbolts from before were all concentrated in one place, all of them focused on it, meaning it was now suffering immense pain. The A-rank thunder was destroying it thoroughly from head to toe. Every part was being struck. It let out a pained roar, piercing the sky. That cry seemed to be all its remaining strength, creating no small shockwave, affecting everything within its range. Han Eugene instinctively raised his arm to shield his face, speaking with difficulty. The shockwave is so strong I cannot even feel the pain. Due to that prolonged loud scream, the dragon slowly fell down. In the hollow created by the dragon itself, it could not resist its fate and collapsed like a lifeless mass of flesh. Riet was still wary, not daring to come close. She pinched her nose to avoid the foul smell, then asked, is it dead? She was still busy commenting on the move just now, completely unaware that the monster's toes were still twitching. Suddenly, the dragon launched a direct attack at Riet. She dodged swiftly. Noah Luhia stood right behind Riet in his dragon form. He caught her word-eyedly and called her name. Everyone thought it was exhausted, but she exclaimed in surprise, damn, is it still standing? The dragon seemed to rise from the dead. It propped itself up with its arms, trying to stand firm, blood streaming from its mouth as it let out a deep roar. Hyun-jae held the chain ready, remarking its instinct is truly strong. Han Eugene knew deep down that it was not its own will. He understood that behind those desperate fighting actions was a greater force manipulating it. It was forced to obey its master's commands, or rather a curse. The chain lashed down on the dragon again, and it let out a miserable roar. The dragon vomited blood again, the amount increasing, showing that the pain was becoming more intense. It did not stop. The chain continued to strike the dragon until it stopped breathing. All four witnesses were speechless. The dragon laboriously crawled out of the hollow to escape, every centimeter of movement stained with blood. Han Eugene asked himself in fear, why'd I get involved in this mess? Until it could bear no more, the dragon stopped, its mouth uttering incomprehensible, bloody words. Han Eugene knelt down and said, I wonder if it understands me. Ainjie asked worriedly, is it safe to go close? He calmly replied, yeah, it can't get back up anymore. Approaching the motionless corpse, Han Eugene placed his hand on it and began using a technique. He believed that if he focused his training skills, he would find a clue about its master. With that hope, his power gradually exerted a strong effect on the dragon's body. An inexplicable stream of deep purple energy suddenly appeared from its neck. That stream of spiritual power expanded rapidly, seeped through the gaps in Han Eugene's fingers, and enveloped him before he even realized it in his surprise. In a flash, the stream of energy grabbed him and pulled him into another space. Only then did Han Eugene panic, his eyes wide as he managed to shout, "What?" For a moment, a silent and lonely darkness surrounded him, leaving him floating alone. Gradually, a light appeared. Han Eugene looked closer, and twisted entities emerged around him. Standing up, he found himself without killing intent, but the scenery had changed. Han Eugene was bewildered. What is this? Noah, Riet, Hyunjae Hyung, I'm still fine, what is happening? He took a stumbling step and stepped on an entity. This time, he screamed in shock. Dragon. Are these all poison-cursed dragons? Are they all here? As far as the eye could see, there were piles of dragon bones everywhere, bound by a pitch-black network. There was movement behind him. Han Eugene turned around. Where am I? Perched on a mountain of dragon bones, an arrogant monster spoke. This is my consciousness. More precisely, it is the consciousness we have layered upon each other. I am very glad you came here on your own. Not letting Han Eugene speak, the monster fell silent, its 4 eyes, red as blood, fixed directly on him. It accused, but you ruined my plans once again. You have caused considerable damage. It continued, Vickers's level has dropped because of you, albeit temporarily. Han Eugene recalled, rank 2 ancient dragon, the Vex and poison species Vickers. He realized Vickers was the dragon that had just been killed. The answer was right before his eyes. In disbelief, he spoke as he began to move. The one who brought it here is... Without hesitation, Han Eugene charged straight at the one perched high above, asking, are you the master of the poison curse dragon? He hurried like one who'd been buried in darkness for too long, finally finding the light of truth. You sent it to the dungeon to kill my younger brother, didn't you? In response, the master of the poison-cursed dragon raised his hand slightly. Suddenly, a giant claw from the left appeared just as Han Eugene was charging forward, asking, you... That foot pressed him down, preventing him from speaking further. A large dragon held him tight with one foot, and no matter how he struggled, he could not escape. The master of the poison-cursed dragon calmly said, the death of Han Eugene. He flew down closer, forcing him to look up, a very difficult position. He lifted Han Eugene's face, stroked it a little, and continued, was also something I did not foresee. Then suddenly he switched hands, squeezing his face harder and pulling it close to his own. The master of the poison-cursed dragon glared with blood-red eyes and said through gritted teeth, the one who must die is you, Han Eugene. Hearing this, Han Eugene was choked up, panicking for a long time before he could force out a single word. Why? As if waiting for that, the other side burst out. That dungeon was created from the beginning solely to kill you. As long as you live, Han Eugene will not be able to participate in the plan to end the world. Upon saying this, he let him go. Han Eugene immediately retorted, what the hell are you talking about? Ending the world is not something that he... Not wanting to hear the small human shout, he cut him off immediately. Han Eugene chose death so that you could live. He fell silent instantly. The master of the poison-cursed dragon spoke each word, like rubbing salt into a wound. If it weren't for you, Han Eugene could have escaped this world safely. He could have accepted my contract and become stronger. No, even if he didn't accept it, he still had the right to freely choose. Han Eugene's face was as fragile as a belief about to shatter. The master of the poison-cursed dragon continued to grind him down, and I cannot be held back by someone as weak as you. He pointed at him, you are the obstacle in Han Eugene's path. Han Eugene did not deserve to die like that. You changed his life, yet you survived. Han Eugene could not refute a single word he said. He hung his head, cold sweat pouring out endlessly. He began to recall the words he had once heard from a group of people. Isn't the Abyss Guild leader just a burden to his younger brother? I heard he's just S-rank but drags his brother's name through the mud everywhere. No wonder his brother disowned him. Back then, a few men had stopped him and shouted in his face, if you truly care about your younger brother, cut all ties with the Abyss Guild. They pulled him away from his beloved younger brother, even as he tried to break free, and screamed helplessly. They still cursed, how many times have I told you not to make your brother clean up your messes? Stop causing trouble. How many times do I have to tell you? When it was just the 2 brothers, when it was just his brother's cold corpse, the words still echoed in Han Eugene's ears. Stop holding your brother back. Back in reality, lying under the giant dragon's claw, Han Eugene coldly admitted, that's right. He clenched his fist, pulled himself out of the claws and continued, you are right, I should not have survived. Struggling to push himself forward, he grabbed the foot of the poison origin dragon's master, nearly collapsing to his knees. Lifting his head, Han Eugene's eyes blazed with determination as he said, I am taking revenge on the one who killed my brother. The poison origin dragon's master scoffed, someone of E rank like you, what can you do? Han Eugene taunted. Your plan was destroyed by an F rank twice already. The dragon grew angry, pressing him down into the ground with its foot. The dragon flung him high into the air, then slammed him with its tail. Han Eugene roared out a challenge. The more he spoke, the more violently the dragon tortured him. When the blood began to flow, he mocked his foe for being foolish. Lying amidst a pile of dragon bones, Han Eugene spat blood but still smiled, because he knew well, he did not intend to kill him, or else he would already be dead. The master ordered the dragon to stop. Wiping away the blood, Han Eugene said, "You gave Hyun-jae everything yet still got rejected, and you failed to convince Riet." Han Eugene understood clearly he wanted something from him. As the dragon clamped its jaws around his leg, Han Eugene kept needling him. Why not change your name to King of Fools? Hanging upside down, he heard the poison origin dragon ask how he dared to defy orders and stop Riet. He grabbed his head, forcing him to look up, and demanded how he managed to destroy Loctus. Still gripping his hair, he asked if those degenerate brats had helped him. And Eugene asked back. He replied that they were the ones who created and maintained this system. Eugene sneered. You call them degenerate because they wanted to stop the apocalypse. He knew he had met them. The master asked what he had received from them, why they would care about an E rank. Han Eugene deduced he did not know about his title and skills. He would not kill him until he found out. In that case, he decided quickly, sneering, you listen better than I thought. He taunted, flipping him the middle finger. You think I will answer? Too stupid. He told himself he needed to stall for time, but before he could form a plan, the dragon bit into his arm. He thought that man could not kill him, but this action was practically no different from killing him. Eugene stared at him in alarm, and received only a calm, contemptuous smile in return. The dragon chewed on his arm. He screamed in agony, frantically crying for his arm. The master of the poison origin dragon looked down with disdain at the screaming human. He said with disgust, look closely. Your arm is not lost. Han Eugene stopped his frenzy and looked down at his arm. It was perfectly intact in its original place. Before he could catch his breath, another dragon lunged forward and bit into his side. Screams echoed once more beneath the claws of the bloodthirsty dragons. The master explained, you are inside my mind, not in reality. The blood from his arm rose up on its own, forming another ferocious dragon. He gave a sinister grin. He said, I can make you suffer endless pain without allowing you to die. The dragon slithered forward to tear him apart. He threatened outright. He said if he did not answer, he would tear him apart. Han Eugene understood that every scar was a curse. He tried to use the disguise orb, but he said items could not be used here. More and more dragons rushed in to rip him to shreds. He spoke leisurely about the immunity orb. Under the pressure and pain, he urged Han Eugene to be smart and answer. Stubbornly, Han Eugene looked up and laughed loudly. No, go figure it out yourself, you bastard. The master merely smiled at that answer. Immediately after, the dragons lunged in to tear Han Eugene apart. Blood flowed like a waterfall. He could only curse. Damn it, why did my younger brother get tangled up with someone like this? Above, Hyun-jae, Riet, and Noah were gathered around Han Eugene's still body lying on the ground. Noah called softly, Han Eugene, wake up. Hyun-jae said calmly, he passed out last time too. Noah asked what he had done, saying he heard about the incident in the Bava catacombs, forcing Han Eugene to get lost. Riet crossed her arms, stating that was exactly the problem. She gave a cruel smile. I want him too because he has many useful abilities. Hyun-jae replied with equal cunning, flies are attracted to candy, but Noah cut in, telling them both to stop. This was not the time to fight. He reminded them the dungeon was not yet cleared. That was the task to do first. Riet praised him for being mature. Noah asked the guild master of Jupiter what was wrong. Hyun-jae hesitated. Why is he always like this? He looked at the face sinking into a dream of Han Eugene. Noah did not understand. Riet said rudely, after the contract gets destroyed, he just goes to sleep. Hyun-jae muttered to himself, he looks older, maybe about 5 years older. In a different space, Han Eugene was engaged in a terrible struggle, his memories being torn to pieces. He understood that the buried memories were being dug up bit by bit. A moment flashed forth with the sound of people arguing. What? The representative? A startled scream rang out. Brother. Han Eugene questioned his younger brother. What are you saying? Why do you want to go down to the dungeon? Han Eugene asked. He was not fully awake yet. The painful memories he had tried to bury deep resurfaced. On that birthday, a few people whispered, today is his birthday. Why didn't his S-rank brother come? They must not be close. He has never received any well wishes. Eileen rushed in at that moment, shouting, I've said it many times. I don't talk to my brother anymore. I'm sick of him myself. Another memory fragment appeared in the cold, dark dungeon. He touched the image of his brother through a television screen. The place broadcast news about the Christmas and the chairman's birthday. Yesterday, the Abyss Guild held a grand party. From behind, a song rang out. Happy birthday, you stinky older brother. Not fully awake, Han Eugene still felt a discomfort in his heart. Damn it, why are these all painful memories? Suddenly, an image of the two brothers embracing appeared, or rather, Han Eugene hugging a blood-soaked Han Eugene. The dragon curse lord muttered, found it. He lifted a crystal form from many stones and said, I understand now, so the user wished to turn back time. Having grasped the answer, he contentedly decided to wake him up. Han Eugene began to move even though a dragon horn had pierced his body. He struggled to open his eyes, thinking, this stench of blood disgusts me. How long has it been? The Dragon Curse Lord rambled. I guessed you had curse resistance when you brought down Loctas. He ordered the dragon to bite into his ribs, saying, did you do this to yourself? The excruciating pain struck again, and Han Eugene screamed. As drops of blood fell, he lamented. Extracting memories is truly difficult, because you have curse resistance. It should have been easy if you were just an ordinary F-rank hunter. With that, the dragon released him and the wounds disappeared. His whole body healed. He opened his eyes wide, calculating inwardly, at this rate, it's only a matter of time. Each part that was being eroded gradually recovered. Han Eugene worried. He will see all my memories and kill me. In pain and humiliation, he questioned himself. What are you doing? Why aren't you fighting back? Before you is the one who killed your brother. Then Han Eugene gradually fell into despair. He blamed himself. Why am I so weak? That's why Han Eugene said nothing. He recalled that time when the other person asked, what can you do for your brother? So you've come to return the money you borrowed from me. Sim Young stated bluntly. You probably thought this would salvage your honor. He lowered his head, too weak to utter a word. That man struck straight at his heart. But I'm sure you know why your brother ran away from home right after awakening. To see someone bearing the title of brother who dares nuffed his head. Sim Young sneered. To an S-rank hunter and AB guild master, you are just an unreliable older brother. The Dragon Curse Lord was annoyed, again with irrelevant memories, endless amounts of them. Losing patience, he said, don't you think speaking up would be easier for both of us? And Eugene paid no attention. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, thinking. But that was the reason. He began to recall the things he had dared to do, dared to try. He told himself, this time I tried to change. Recalling the moment the two brothers laughed together, Han Eugene affirmed, I want to become a true brother that I couldn't be in my past life. He straightened up and demanded, do you have a hobby of asking questions you already know the answers to? Knowing asking repeatedly was futile, the Dragon Curse Lord flung him away, saying, fine then. He was furious, thinking inwardly as he opened a series of completely unrelated memories. The Dragon Curse Lord was surprised. What is this? Memories of playing soccer in the military. Han Eugene sneered, idiot. Why can't you block my skill like you blocked the item? He grinned mockingly while panting, his mind still desperately seeking an escape. The Dragon Curse Lord sneered, that would be nice. But skills are also considered a part of the senses. He immediately pointed, sending a dragon charging to pierce through his stomach, saying, I thought the skills of an F-rank hunter were just child's play. Watching Han Eugene go limp in the blood, he continued, in theory anything can happen in the subconscious, but you humans aren't that creative. The dragon tore at his body. The Dragon Curse Lord gloated. Humans have never flown. How would they know how to use wings? How could an ordinary person run as fast as the wind? He stepped on his chest and taunted. And an F-rank like you, what can you do besides crawling on the ground? Han Eugene could only let out broken, meaningless screams in extreme agony. Dragon Curse Lord mentioned, your having high-grade curse resistance is certainly a surprise. But Han Eugene let out a chuckle, interrupting his arrogant train of thought. He provoked him strongly. Is everything a surprise to you? Or are you just that stupid? Getting stabbed in the back, you say you didn't expect it. Getting bored, you also say you didn't expect it. Enraged, the Dragon Curse Lord coiled his tail and lashed out, sending Han Eugene flying far away. He ordered the dragons to clamp down on separate parts of his body, bringing him closer and said arrogantly, still able to talk so glibly impressive. Though weak, Han Eugene continued his jabs, about on the same level as you. If you had intervened after the gate closed, then be careful. My brother would not have followed me inside. You deliberately sent the dragons away. He paused. The two stared at each other, the air growing thick. The Dragon Curse Lord smirked, then laughed heartily, surprising him. He lifted his chin and commented, you truly are foolish. Do you really think the gate was open then? Han Eugene was shocked. What? He continued. Han Eugene borrowed my power to enter the sealed dungeon. The Dragon Curse Lord enunciated each word, and at that moment, Han Eugene saved you with a heart that felt shattered. He triumphantly savored his pain, saying with interest, your attitude has finally changed. Let's talk more about your brother. The Dragon Curse Lord proudly continued. At that time, Han Eugene was attacking a hidden dungeon when he suddenly appeared from behind. Han Eugene realized the danger and asked coldly, why are you here? Han Eugene answered decisively, I think I said I was no longer interested in your proposal. He chuckled, replying confidently, don't be so cold. I came to tell you important news. You will regret it if you don't listen. This made Han Eugene worried. He softened, patiently listening to what he had to say. Hagen Ron said there seemed to be an error in the dungeon his brother had entered. His words were not wrong. A fierce black energy was rising outside the dungeon. It looked very toxic. Everyone quickly backed away. Someone lamented, another bugged dungeon. The group outside clearly showed panic. Everyone had a bad feeling. One person spoke up. This seemed to be the first time the gap between the hunter level and the dungeon level was this large. Were there going to be casualties again? A knowledgeable person replied, if only they had a gate stone. Low-level hunters did not have gate stones. Suddenly this person looked up wide-eyed. Hey, look over there. At this moment, Han Eugene had already believed Dagenron's words and hurried back to the dungeon his brother had entered. The people below were stunned with their mouths agape. That was the guildmaster of Abyss. Han Eugene anxiously asked the guild member about the situation. He immediately received an urgent message. It was quite dangerous. It was supposed to be D rank, but the mana saturation was very bad. I think it is at least an S rank monster. Hearing this, he lost his composure and was about to draw his sword and charge in, but was stopped because the gate was already closed. But he did not listen to them, manically swinging his sword at the dungeon gate, hoping it would open so he could enter and save his brother. The other person helplessly said, "You cannot open it that way. You have to wait for the members inside to die." Han Eugene gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes determined but helpless. How could Han Eugene accept sitting outside waiting for his brother to die? He called out in his heart when suddenly a powerful voice rang out. "Do you want me to let someone in?" A strong black energy appeared, instantly creating a gate beside him. Eugene wondered in shock what this was. He said in a sinister voice, "I can bring one person in with my power," and then showed him Han Eugene in danger. Han Eugene did not hesitate and jumped in, anxiously calling for his brother. But that cunning man closed the gate. Ron extended a disgusting arm. He set a condition, but the price for it is a contract. Seeing him stand frozen, he proudly continued, "I let you into the dungeon. In return, you must become my servant." Han Eugene agreed without saying much. Ron remarked. He did not even hesitate. Truly simple. Turning to the present, Ron excitedly recounted the scheme from back then. Han Eugene thought it was just a few dungeon errors, but everything was within my calculations, including Jodas. He delightedly continued, "I made it difficult enough that Han Eugene could not save anyone, but not to the point of threatening his life. Once someone dies in that situation, Han Eugene would blame himself for being useless. Because he's an S-rank hunter, he would crave power even more and be easier to control. But who would want an S-rank to die so easily? He even sacrificed himself to save his brother." Ron's words were like a knife stabbing into Han Eugene's heart, each word changing his expression. "It was all a trap because of me. He knew he was being controlled, but to save me he—" Ron did not stop. He sneered and said, "How disgraceful. He ended up in my hands, but just a useless corpse." This sentence seemed to push Han Eugene to his limit. He roared and asked, "What do you mean? A corpse?" Han Eugene demanded. "Has Han Eugene disappeared from this world?" Ron curled his lips into a smile. "I interfered with the corpse based on the contract. It was easy to take his body after he cut off ties with the world." Hearing this, Han Eugene still had a sliver of hope, his eyes wide and body trembling as he exclaimed, "Do you have his body?" Han Eugene once thought he had lost him forever. Even though it was painful, he knew his younger brother was dead and would never return. So he decided to focus on the present. Today, Han Eugene said again that he had his body. His gaze was empty, staring into the void. The image of Han Eugene appeared before him. He firmly believed he could bring him back. Ron emphasized once more, "I have Han Eugene's body." This only made Han Eugene more certain, his eyes fixed on him. Seeing his rigid demeanor, he gave a faint smile and then vaguely continued, "Basically, someone took his body, but Han Eugene's ears could no longer hear anything. He tried to call out to his younger brother. Han Eugene could no longer hold back. He burst into tears. His younger brother, even dead, could not return. His emotions were cut short as the bastard Ron spoke. "Seems quite effective. If you answer my question, I will tell you more." Facing his exaggerated smugness, Han Eugene decisively replied, "I do not want to hear you speak of that matter." As soon as he finished speaking, a blinding source of light emanated from Han Eugene's body. Ron had a bad premonition and exclaimed in shock. Countless large and small flames suddenly appeared around him, burning everything that held him captive. Han Eugene also escaped. Ron retreated in horror, bewildered and gritting his teeth as he spoke. A golden power source spread throughout the area, dispelling the darkness. Han Eugene's cold voice rang out. "You said skills also count in this consciousness realm, right?" His face darkened, his voice tinged with menace. "I am not that creative, but if it is a skill experienced before." Han Eugene's gaze was heavy with killing intent. Everywhere he looked there was only hatred. He glared at him, raised his arm radiating murderous aura, and said coldly, "This is not the first time I have experienced these things." As soon as he finished speaking, he gently swung his hand. The power quickly attacked. The demonic beasts of Ron, unable to withstand it, all exploded, and Eugene charged forward, attacking everything, venting all the rage he felt for his younger brother. Ron watched from a high place. Not yet knowing his fate, he still boasted loudly, "You cunning fool." He said in a confident tone, "That is still just a human skill." After saying that, he sent a large group of minions to charge in, surrounding him in the middle. But right at that moment, a strange thing happened. A pair of wings suddenly grew from Han Eugene's back. He quickly flew up high, escaping the attacks, while they suffered heavy casualties and crashed into each other, dying. Using the wings effectively, he thought to himself that he had experienced this many times along with the feeling of the Nodor moving. He looked more handsome with wings like an angel. Looking at his hands, Han Eugene lamented that anger had clouded his mind. Now using it was much easier. Han Eugene, looking incredibly cool, hovered in midair, continuously unleashing earth-shattering power to attack the demonic beasts. He told himself to trust his feelings. His eyes widened as he looked at the status window. The veteran tier level doubled attack. The natural enemy of Loctus doubled it again. Only then did the Dragon General start to feel fear, but it was too late. What kind of power was this? At this moment his feet were freezing over. Realizing this, he was extremely shocked and could no longer escape. So Han Eugene had used these moves and Yerim's skill, Breath of Frost on a day without shadows. His arms suddenly transformed, and sharp claws also appeared. And Eugene charged straight at the Dragon General, making him howl in annoyance. What the hell are you doing? The Dragon General did not just stand still and take it. He used all his strength to counterattack, swinging sharp slashes. Han Eugene was hit. A cut opened right across his stomach, blood splattering everywhere. The Dragon General was smug, sneering. That idiot with the F-rank body. You won't be able to. Before he could finish speaking, he was stunned, discovering that Han Eugene was using something that looked terrifying. At the sight of his wound, power was being absorbed into his body. That was the skill of the younger brother he had left behind. Han Eugene, looking incredibly cool, pulled a spear from the wound, a dark blood fire burning the darkness along with the blood, splattering everywhere. The Dragon General was furious at being countered by some vet tier kid. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it! Han Eugene, holding the dark blood fire spear, charged straight at the target like a moth to a flame. He yelled loudly with a contemptuous tone. You're nothing. The final reward doubles once more. At this moment from above, Han Eugene slashed down, creating a terrifying force. The immense power created a violent explosion, the surrounding earth and rocks shattering into fine pieces. The Dragon General was heavily injured. Han Eugene's slash left a long gash on his forehead. He was in pain but unconquered in his heart. What? Today, Han Eugene won. He brutally stomped the Dragon General under his foot. Please like and subscribe to the Gianmigo channel to not miss exciting videos. He lay helpless beneath, murmuring, impossible. How could you? Han Eugene pointed the dark blood fire spear down at him, speaking coldly. Thank you for teaching me. It's my turn to read your memories. Han Eugene, I will bring you back no matter what it takes. To find traces of his younger brother, Han Eugene tried to search through the Dragon General's memories. His memories were being disturbed by memories accumulated over decades. The first image to appear was not what he was looking for, but the Dragon General's childhood. A scene of desolation and death surrounded by fire. It burned everything, along with a man in black running away from a group of pursuers. Those are the keepers, using poison and curses. Kill them. We need to wipe out the ancient Dragon General species. His race was cornered, forced to live in seclusion in the wilderness, from which his psychotic personality was formed. Growing up, once he controlled his power, he killed all those who wanted to exterminate his race. Even though they were wiped out, the magic stones and knowledge remained. From his arm, more demons were spawned. At this moment, he was calming his kin. Don't be afraid. All the young and unhatched eggs will be wrapped in my curse. Those born under my hand will be tainted. All of them will tremble in fear at the sound of my name. Han Eugene impatiently watched those insane memories of the Dragon General. He quickly urged him to wake up. Not these useless memories today. He was startled awake from his stupor. Yeah, what? And Eugene fixed his gaze on him, holding the spear and poking the Dragon General's body lightly. Wake up, buddy. He stomped hard on his body again, threatening, show me some more useful memories. The Dragon General screamed in continuous waves of pain. My heart of solitude, Han Eugene taunted. Hard to pick the memory you want, right here. When his real name was unearthed from the mouth of the veteran tier hunter, he roared in anger. You dare speak my name? He used all his strength to get up, summoning the Dragon General's soldiers to attack. But this move did not trouble him. He simply stepped back to dodge, standing in a safe position, still not forgetting to mock him. Using the same boring move over and over? Don't you have any other abilities besides sending your lackeys to bite? Truly a pitiful master. Flying high up, Han Eugene swung his spear, channeling the source of ice power. Thousands of sharp ice spears shot straight towards his remaining living lackeys. After dealing with them, Han Eugene didn't forget to taunt. Your lackeys are all dead. Having said that, he held the spear and leaped high up, smashing straight down onto the Dragon General Overlord. He was powerless to dodge. He began to look at him and speak. And now you will be defeated by a vet tier hunter. The Dragon General writhed under Han Eugene's foot. He said proudly, for someone like you, a vet tier like me is enough to take you down. He picked up another segment of memory to look through. Another useless memory. Losing patience, he bent down, grabbed one of his horns, his face darkening with a threat. If you don't want your memories to be scrambled countless times, you better tell me where the person who took my brother is. Remaining Dragon General was still stubborn, stammering in fear. Didn't you say you didn't want to hear those words coming from my mouth? Without another word, Han Eugene materialized a hand full of claws. Instead, just give me that memory. He quickly struck down, and again was taken to another memory segment. These memories, where there were huge dolphins, they could fly freely in the sky. Han Eugene dumbly asked himself. From another world? He looked down below, unable to help but exclaim. The dragon general at this moment was already injured, and a city being violently destroyed by a giant octopus. The weak innocent people continuously fled beneath its feet, yet there were still superheroes who stood up to resist. He quickly realized they were using very familiar techniques. It was the exact same system, the lost fragments. This was a memory of the effort to protect the world. They fought against the monsters and the system, but in the end they all failed. Countless worlds met the same end, with no place succeeding. A series of questions appeared. Han Eugene was extremely curious about what he was seeing. Suddenly, he discovered that all the perished worlds were being devoured by something. He saw a giant tree emitting a white light, seemingly being sucked into it. He widened his eyes, wondering what this tree was. That man said to think about the memory of Han Eugene. Then what was this thing? Suddenly, Han Eugene noticed something else. It was a white feathered bird flying in the sky. Right above his head, a bird. What was it? Its feathers began to fall. Suddenly, an image of Han Eugene lying down appeared. His expression was as if he were sleeping eerily peaceful. Hanzo Aileen called out the name in surprise, Han Eugene. He tried to reach out but could not touch. That person was completely unresponsive. At the climax, the memory suddenly vanished. Returning to reality, Han Eugene glared angrily at Dak Quine Long. What was that white bird earlier? Show me again, did that bird take my younger brother? He lost control, using his dragonized hand to continuously strike that man's face. Han Eugene really went crazy. Answer me, where is that tree? Dak Quine Long, his head bloodied from the beating, laughed maniacally. I see. You have seen the star-counting bird and the true snow tree, so I must kill you. He did not understand what that man was planning. You have already stepped 1 foot through the gates of hell. You are still planning to... Han Eugene did not finish speaking before the space behind him cracked open. Finally, everything shattered into pieces in his shock. Dak Quine Long grinned triumphantly. This is my subconscious, so this physical body is not real. What? Then your real body is... Before he could finish asking, that man's body melted into a disgusting liquid. Han Eugene turned his head, seeing that the space had completely shattered. He also saw a gigantic eye staring intently at him. Han Eugene's eyes were filled with fear at that dangerous thing. Another massive, muscular dragon appeared. Han Eugene was like a grain of sand in the desert. He exclaimed, "Is this your true form?" Before his horrified expression, Dak Quine Long said, "I praise you for pushing me to this point, but I did not expect this." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his giant foot and stomped down from above. Single stomp created immense power. A violent storm of wind formed. He roared, "I will kill you." Fortunately, Han Eugene agilely escaped. He gasped for breath, thinking worriedly, his power is on a different level. I cannot win. His foot stomped down again. Han Eugene stood frozen in shock, unable to move. Suddenly, a beam of light shone along with the sound of the system. Cheating, it stunned Han Eugene. Next, a pink orb appeared, blocking Dak Quine Long's attack. He gaped in astonishment. "You are..." The orb blocked in front of Han Eugene. Its face was also unhappy, and it spoke a reproachful complaint. "Your true form's power here is cheating. I will connect you with Brother Thigh Tick." As soon as the pink orb finished speaking, a torrential rain poured down, washing away all sins in this place. Han Eugene tilted his face up to catch the stinging raindrops. He could not believe it. Rain of all things? From within the rain, a half-human, half-fish person appeared. Han Eugene wondered, was that Thigh Tick back then? Dak Quine Long exclaimed with interest, "A caged lost fragment is appearing?" The lost fragment Thigh Tick smiled faintly, her voice cold as she replied, "You know well that your actions are cheating and will be punished." Seeing Thigh Tick, Dak Quine Long immediately became furious, baring his sharp fangs as he questioned, "How did you escape, mermaid queen?" The lost fragment Thigh Tick said nothing. He called her by that beautiful name. She only looked at him with deep eyes. And Eugene sat dazed, still not able to accept this person's appearance. Was this a happening within her consciousness? Even if Thigh Tick appeared, it could not stop Dak Quine Long's intent to kill Han Eugene. He raised his giant hand, wanting to grab him again. He looked at Thigh Tick smugly, taunting, "So are you trying to stop me?" She did not sit idly by. Thigh Tick extended her weapon to block his vicious hand. Thigh Tick reminded Dak Quine Long, "We cannot interfere in the real world." Then she used her weapon to create terrible waves of water. Thigh Tick swung the water waves towards him. That thing quickly suppressed him, causing him to cry out in fear. His entire body was surrounded by a ring of powerful water waves. Dak Quine Long roared in agony, letting out miserable screams. Han Eugene was bewildered. He did not understand what had just happened. The orb explained that an outsider invading this world was a calamity. His power had been weakened due to the limitations of the territory. He used the system's authority to limit his power to fit the territory. The body of the sovereign dragon transformed violently. He screamed in agony. The orb explained that in this world, everyone must obey the system. The accumulated power caused the sovereign dragon's body to secrete a disgusting black liquid. The orb reminded him that from now on, he must handle things himself. From that black liquid, small sovereign dragons crawled out, astonishing Han Eugene. But those small ones were no match for him. One punch took them all down. After finishing them off, Badass Bro stood in the rain. Han Eugene tightened his grip on the spear, sneered slightly, and told the orb he was glad he could act. Who wouldn't want him to suffer more? The Sovereign King did not yield. He roared, "How dare a human defy a great existence like me?" As he spoke, he wildly swung his claws toward him. After a period of malfunction, the system finished its corrections, announced completion, and allowed the door to open. The power of the Sovereign Dragon was still terrifying. He continuously swung his massive hand at Han Eugene. The Sovereign Dragon glared maniacally and said arrogantly, "Even weakened, I am still stronger than you." Unfazed, Han Eugene replied, "That is good. Take this." The two sides collided like bolts of lightning. The immense force clashed, creating a terrifying explosion, making it hard to tell who won. The Sovereign Dragon continuously charged into attack, but fortunately he managed to dodge. He thought of a plan while counterattacking, but seemed to be at a disadvantage due to the difference in combat experience. Seeing this, he sneered in provocation, "You think you can defeat me with just those petty skills?" The Sovereign Dragon kept insulting him. "What can you do with that frail body of yours?" As soon as he finished, he ordered several more underlings to attack him. Han Eugene gradually fell into a difficult position, growing tired. The Sovereign Dragon said with amusement, "Humans are just low-class beings." One Sovereign Dragon opened its huge mouth to swallow him whole. Indeed, Han Eugene was swallowed by one of his underlings. The Sovereign Dragon smugly thought he had killed him. "You will not be able to resist when I devour you." He rejoiced too soon when he saw that creature's belly bulge. Smoke billowed from the mouth of that Sovereign Dragon. Its belly was frozen by Han Eugene, seemingly about to burst. With a crack, its belly exploded. Han Eugene was still alive, flying out coolly, his body unscathed. With ice in one hand and fire in the other, he looked at the Sovereign Dragon and mocked, "Just petty skills, huh?" He continued to taunt him. "You rely too much on your pets." As he finished, Han Eugene shot up high, creating a vortex of fire and ice to attack directly. But he was not easily defeated. He opened his mouth and fired a powerful beam of light. Looking down on him, "I know you are eager to die by my hand." He said he would burn him. Then a poisonous light ray pierced through his own underlings, killing them instantly and unexpectedly. But with the protagonist's halo, it had no effect on Han Eugene. He declared strongly, "This thing is useless." The light beam was just a distraction. He grabbed Han Eugene with his massive hand, catching him off guard. He squeezed hard, the sound of bones breaking and pain cries rang out. His blood flowed, soaking his hand. The Sovereign Dragon laughed arrogantly, "You endure well, but without skills. What do you have left?" Saying that, he opened his disgusting mouth wide to catch the drops of Han Eugene's blood. He savored the blood like a delicacy and asked why he did not accept his fate of defeat. He did not know that he had dug his own grave. Even while being crushed, Han Eugene managed to speak. "I was going to say the same. Why don't you accept defeat? Haven't you learned anything?" As soon as he finished, the drops of his blood turned into black fire, falling straight into his eyes and face. The flame raged. He screamed in pain, "My eyes!" Han Eugene waved his bloody hand at him. Badass Bro continued, "Haven't you learned? My blood can burn you." The fire grew more and more intense. He could not open his eyes. Enraged, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "You stupid insect." He opened his mouth and roared. The small Sovereign Dragons took turns attacking Han Eugene. He yelled, "I will show you what it means to wish you were dead." In an instant, Han Eugene was covered and torn apart by the swarm of Sovereign Dragons. He watched him be buried under the crowd of underlings and laughed with satisfaction. "Even if you regenerate, this pain will remain forever." Speaking this far, he suddenly fell silent because of the scene before him. His whole body froze as he stared ahead when a loud explosion occurred. Beyond imagination, Han Eugene charged out holding his spear like a valiant warrior. The spear in his hand swept clean all of his underlings. They were sliced into pieces. The dark sky plunged into chaos. The Sovereign Dragon looked at him wildly, his voice fearful as he asked, "You still have strength left?" Han Eugene glared with hatred. "As long as I can stand, I will fight." As he finished, he struck down from above, unafraid of the brutal beast. Two sides clashed fiercely, but the Sovereign King seemed to have the advantage. He asked in disbelief, "How is this possible? How can you do this? Weren't you supposed to be suffering the pain of being torn apart right now?" At this moment, Han Eugene's body was covered in painful wounds, but thanks to his strong will, he managed to endure every second. He shouted at the one who always looked down on others, "Someone like you, who always controls and wants to kill my younger brother, will never understand." Hatred fueled his strength even more as he put all his power into the spear, thrusting it straight down into the chest of the Plague Dragon like a lightning bolt. The strike created a terrifying explosion, engulfing everything in a blazing sea of fire, blinding all who saw it. At the same time, a painful scream came from the Plague Dragon. With determination and hatred to finish off the one who killed his brother, Han Eugene kept stabbing into his chest. He did not know how much time had passed, nor what had become of him. He just kept screaming and stabbing like a madman, venting all the rage in his heart. Explosions of varying sizes rang out repeatedly, with no end in sight. It contained a whole dark sky. After a moment, the smoke and dust slowly cleared, revealing the Plague Dragon's massive body standing motionless, his chest torn open, exposing the bone. The Plague Dragon was severely wounded, his outer skin charred, his body deformed, losing all his former arrogance arrogance. Under the heavy rain, he breathed out steam weakly and uttered his final words. So you are the key to preventing the world's destruction. As soon as he finished, his colossal body collapsed to the ground with a loud crash, shattering into pieces. The small Han Eugene stood beside him, also exhausted with no strength left in his body. He struggled to support his heavy body with his hands and feet to keep from falling. Zujin was panting heavily, apparently having expended a great deal of energy as well. At this moment, a blinding light emanated from the plague dragon's body, as if something was forming after his death. His body gradually dissipated, finally leaving behind a strange, dreamily purple item. Eugene dragged himself slowly closer, picked up the item, and looked at it while his body was soaked. He spoke up and asked, "I have many things I want to ask." Han Eugene looked up at the massive water orb, his heart filled with conflicting emotions as he spoke weakly. "Do you know about the star-counting bird? It took my younger brother away." In response, a warm voice slowly rang out. "There is a prophetic creature called the star-counting bird. Additionally, it is also known as the silent snowbird. In this world, it only loves a single frostfall true tree. It often flies around that tree, whispering songs and stories that we cannot hear." The water orb asked back doubtfully, "It took your deceased younger brother." Under the rain, Han Eugene replied dejectedly, "I saw this in Dauma's memory, so I must find the bird to bring my brother back." The water orb was utterly confused and continued to ask, "Why would it do that?" The system ball beside him said, "But that white bird has been extinct for a long time." Despite that, Han Eugene still held on to hope. "At least tell me how to find that legendary tree." But the water orb coldly replied, "I cannot do that." This answer made Han Eugene unable to control himself, and he shouted, "My younger brother is still there." He lost his composure and yelled at the water orb, "I cannot leave him alone there, no matter how far it is." The water orb remained indifferent and explained, "It is not a matter of distance." She said calmly, "That tree is the origin of your world, kid. That is not a place your mortal body can find." Tears streamed down Han Eugene's face as he asked again, "The origin?" The water orb explained, "That place is the center of the universe, encompassing this world, and also the starting point. That place has created countless worlds and even the gods. This origin has many forms, but it continuously creates new worlds while countless others disintegrate. This frostfall true tree is the origin of number 5, and also the starting point of the universe you live in. It is both constantly devouring countless worlds and continuously creating new ones. Old worlds either flee or get devoured, and it is now time for your world to be devoured. The appearance of the dungeons and the special abilities are side effects of that phenomenon. We are the ones who once tried to stop that, so we were imprisoned. There are also those foolish believers, the ones who help this origin devour the worlds. However, that white bird has never taken any side. It is unclear why it took your brother, but it knows the future, so there must be a reason." The water orb promised, "We will do our best to find it. In the meantime, gather the required 50 S-rank players." Han Eugene asked doubtfully, "Will that really prevent the world's destruction?" He nervously wanted to tell what he saw in the plague dragon's memory, but the water orb interrupted. "We can do that, kid." She further explained, "If you keep killing monsters, there will come a time when the origin gets tired and falls into a sleeping state. Each time that happens, we gain about 100 years. That is what is called escaping." And Eugene helplessly retorted, "But that does not truly stop the destruction." The system ball replied, "Even we do not know how. Occasionally attacking the origin will make it spit out some worlds and then hibernate." The water orb continued, "That can only happen when transcendent beings like us appear. But do not forget, that is also why we were imprisoned." And Eugene finally realized, so that is why they are called the Lost Ones. They resisted their own origin and were driven away. So if I have power equal to theirs, I can reach the origin's place. The system ball reminded him, "Kid, what do you think? Just find 50 S ranks and everyone can live out their lives in safety." He stood still for 5 seconds, apparently still unsatisfied with what he had heard. He scratched his face embarrassed and asked, "I understand, but can we really only do this? Dioma once told me I am the key to preventing annihilation." The system ball also did not know. Maybe it is because we will continue to help people. Those foolish believers will keep looking for Dioma's successor. Next time, it will not be just a few cursed dragons. So we cannot rely on luck like this time forever. That is why you must gather 50 S-rank players, especially pay attention to natural S-ranks, so they do not sign contracts with those foolish believers. The system seriously advised, but you must act in secret, do not mention them. The more you mention them, the stronger they become. And Eugene widened his eyes, the question of whether 50 S-ranks were truly enough resurfacing in his mind. The system spoke again, "Also kid, you need to remember this." The system's voice grew fainter, "Even if you find your dead younger brother." A voice from outside reality kept calling his name, Han Eugene. Noah's joyful voice rang out, "Han Eugene, are you okay?" Yoon Jae beside him reminded, "You woke up early, we're still in the dungeon." And Eugene slowly opened his eyes, his gaze still hazy. He had returned to his real world. He struggled to sit up, irritably holding his head and cursing. Noah, not understanding, asked, "What's wrong?" He remembered in that other world the system had spoken to him before disappearing. "It's just that even if you find that dead younger brother, you can't bring him back. back. The system explained because that person was an existence that had been cut off from this world. Just like Dioma, who had abandoned a part of himself to enter your brother's world. Because he was weaker, he would gradually lose parts of himself until he completely disappeared. These words pierced Han Eugene's heart like 10,000 knives, plunging him into despair. He spoke in agony, "I just wanted to bring my dead brother back. That wasn't such a big wish, but I still couldn't do it." Han Eugene tried to calm down. He looked at the dull orange twilight sky and wondered, "What time is it?" Noah quickly said, "It hasn't even been a day. We finished attacking the dungeon. Only normal monsters were left, so it was quite easy." Han Eugene stood up and praised, "All right, well done." He raised his hand, scanning it with a glance. Han Eugene was extremely surprised that his real body was completely unharmed. The magic items of Dioma and Vickers were in his bag. In his mind were also the memories he had extracted from that man's mind. Han Eugene clenched his arm. He was sure that man would be able to help with something. "I will definitely find a way to bring my brother back, no matter what I have to do, just like when I defeated Dioma before." Seeing him standing in a daze, Noah looked over worriedly, "Hey, Han Eugene." Then he couldn't help but ask, "Are you hurt? You look so pale." Han Eugene replied calmly, "It's nothing, I'm fine. Let's go." Noah stammered, about to speak again, but Han Eugene lowered his head sadly. "It's fine, I'm not injured at all." Before he could finish speaking, a pair of strong hands clamped his mouth shut and poured a refreshing liquid into it. Seeing this roughness, Noah's face darkened. "What are you doing to Han Eugene?" But the fragrant scent of orange juice along with a wave of vitamin C babies spread through Han Eugene's body. The flavor brought him an ecstatic, refreshing pleasure with no escape. He asked in surprise, "What is that?" Hyun-jae explained, "This is a new orange potion, what do you think?" He praised wholeheartedly, "It's really delicious, it's okay." Hyun-jae said thoughtfully, "Sometimes people get hurt in places you can't see. I won't let you get hurt, whether it's body or mind." Wiping his mouth with his arm, Han Eugene replied with slight displeasure, "Is it because I owe you? Because of that?" Hyun-jae smirked slyly and retorted, "No, because you are a perfect gift the gods gave me. Your feet must be cold, right? Wrap them up so you don't get cold." He was speechless, "You pervert." Noah helplessly reminded, "Han Eugene is a human, you know." Han Eugene reluctantly snatched the scarf from his hand and said, "Yeah, I just want to use his skills too. If it weren't for that personality of his, well, we're just using each other, it's fine." He urged irritably, "Your gift is getting tired, let's go." Standing on the rock ledge, Noah pointed for him to look down. "But what about Riette?" He also looked. Then he saw Riette laboriously dragging behind her a group of people tied up tightly like rolled rice cakes. They looked quite pitiful. Han Eugene asked in astonishment, "What the hell is she yelling about? Are those the Sudam guys?" He gaped in shock and demanded, "They're still alive? I thought you killed them all." Hyun-jae acted as if it were nothing and replied, "Well, they're souvenirs. After all, they have to be alive to be torn apart." Riette licked her lips and laughed gleefully, "Haha, my spoils of war," Hyun-jae calmly suggested. "What do you think? There are 2 leftover S-rank rubber mattresses left. Consider them a tour bonus gift." And Eugene glared at him, pretending to be a tour guide again. Then he smiled in agreement. "Well, keeping one as a souvenir is fine. After all, the best part of a tour is still shopping." Riette below waved happily at everyone. He sighed, "How troublesome, 2 S-ranks going to kill people. This aftermath will be hard to handle. I was the one who attacked first, so I'm in big trouble. Depending on the situation, both guilds might survive." But the bastard below, even tied up, roared in provocation, "Damn it, just you wait." He continued defiantly, "I will definitely take revenge, at least on you S-rank bastard. Even if I lose everything, I will drag him down as a cushion. I will take his heel and then pull out his fingernails." Before he could finish cursing, a majestic foot stomped straight onto his face. Riette whipped him away, sending him flying hundreds of meters. She shouted loudly, still playing the soft squeeze game, "You worthless scum." The remaining ones trembled in fear and dared not rush anymore. Having dealt with that, Han Eugene sighed, "So yeah, a bunch of messy stuff to sort out. I need to calm down and do my best." In his mind, he made a plan. First, get a new pair of pants. Then go home and deal with Han Eugene's contract and all that jazz. Everyone quickly stepped out through the dungeon gate. Once outside, everyone was very excited. Han Eugene breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, everyone did well. Noah stepped outside, returning to normal. He looked at his body with joy. "My body is fine." Han Eugene looked around happily. Summer really is different. He didn't finish speaking before stopping. "Yeah," he exclaimed in shock. "What is this?" When we entered the dungeon, we were clearly in the middle of a building. Han Eugene was certain, "I'm sure of it." Hyun-jae speculated, "Looks like we've been discovered. How could no one here notice?" At the other end, a man and Peace were waiting. Behind them, a fierce aura blazed, and flames around them danced and burned. A person's face gradually revealed itself, and it was Han Eugene. He glared at his older brother. "Brother, you finally arrived." Han Eugene sat there fuming. His attitude made everyone's face turn pale. Seeing the situation was bad, Han Eugene stammered a reply. "Well, Han Eugene." Ewan, standing to the side, also dared not speak, his eyes closed as if seeing nothing. Han Eugene looked at the rubble, then at Han Eugene, who sat there like a grim god of death with his furious flaming flaming sword. He asked in a trembling voice, "Did you do this? Hey, explain." Before he could finish, his younger brother Han Eugene slowly stood up and asked, "Are you hurt?" The question seemed caring, but Han Eugene felt pressured. He stammered a reply, "No, I'm fine." Han Eugene looked down and saw his younger brother angrily questioning him. "Why are you wrapping something around your legs? Isn't that the Jupiter Guildmaster's clothes?" He trembled, thinking how did he recognize it. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Han Eugene gave a forced laugh and explained his pants were stained with random things, but his younger brother didn't believe it. Glancing to signal the contracted spirit beast to step forward and investigate. Just as expected, that bright red lizard worked very efficiently. It shot over and burned the cloth away, leaving Han Eugene speechless. After it was burned clean, Peace used its large body to shield him from being completely exposed, preserving his virginity. Han Eugene coldly said it was covered in blood, then helplessly praised his brother for being no different from Sherlock Holmes. The two continued arguing back and forth. After all, he wasn't injured anywhere else. Just as he wanted his brother to believe him, the two S-ranks walked in. Before he could finish his sentence, the group from Sudam who had just been caught came out of the dungeon. Following behind was Riette. She cheerfully crawled out with an excited expression and said, "Woo, everything is done. Whoa, what's going on here? Did a dungeon explode nearby?" When he saw an S-rank like Riette crawl out, Han Eugene lamented that there were 302s, and also a high-rank hunter gimmick. He lightly glanced at Riette to make her lower her voice, then awkwardly said, "No, but I think my brother is about to explode." Han Eugene tiredly glanced at Hyun-jae and asked, "What happened?" Hyun-jae dramatically narrated that he had saved the princess from the dragon. They had danced but were not allowed to kiss. Han Eugene warily jumped up and shouted, "No way, he's making it up. Listen to me, what nonsense are you spouting?" Han Eugene irritably pressed his face close to Hyun-jae and asked, "What the hell are you saying? What princess?" Han Eugene, standing beside, continuously shouted reminders to explain properly. The situation was tense, then Riette added fuel to the fire, her face still beaming as she pointed at herself and said, "I am the dragon. I brought the princess to the tower." Just as she said the fun part, the lights suddenly went out. Taiwan, who had been silent until now, suddenly clamped a handcuff on her. Riette was stunned. "Hey, what did I do?" Taiwan coldly replied, "You're under arrest, Hunter Riette." He began listing her crimes of illegally transacting a contract once and illegally entering this country. Hearing that, Riette angrily gritted her teeth and said, "I just came out and you already want to pick a fight with me." She lost her composure, grabbed Taiwan's shirt and threatened, "You must really want the outside world to be as chaotic as inside the dungeon, don't you?" Over here, Han Eugene pressed close to Hyun-jae, the atmosphere tense as if they were about to lunge at each other. He lightly drew his sword, staring intently, and asked, "You knew there would be an ambush and still brought my brother along?" Han Eugene, standing in the middle, was frozen stiff like a statue, having no idea how to resolve this mess. Noah then spoke worriedly about needing to provide first aid to the people in the area. He sighed in exasperation. Then he turned to his aggressive younger brother and calmed him down. "Calm down. Let's just go home." His brother tightly gripped his weapon but answered back, "No, you go home first. I have something to say to Guildmaster Jupiter." When his younger brother turned around, he was extremely surprised. Han Eugene instead put on a pitiful look, pulling on his younger brother's sleeve. "I'm too scared. I don't dare go home alone." He started using his talent for making up stories, continuing his performance. "I am a victim. I'm so tired. I was captured by a dragon and then had to fight it." He also deeply pleaded, "Take me home. I love you the most, okay?" Han Eugene loved his brother the most and softened, finally reaching out his hand and saying, "Fine, let's go home now." Han Eugene still glared fiercely at Hyun-jae before leaving. "This isn't over." Hyun-jae turned back and reminded Riette, "You come along too." She was still grumpily shouting, "Hey, why should I?" Han Eugene patiently explained she would be banned from this country forever if she remained troublesome. "If I get hurt because you caused trouble, the monster training center won't be able to operate. You want me to raise them, right? Just follow them and come back, rest assured leaving your darlings with me." The girl thought it over with a pensive face, and finally reluctantly agreed. She said, "All right, I'm only doing this because you said so." Taiwan was also surprised she didn't resist. He muttered, "Hunter Riette is cooperating." Then Noah eloquently spoke up, "I learned this before, a 4-character idiom from Asians." He was very amused by Han Eugene's method, using gentleness to overcome hardness. Being an F rank, he easily resolved issues related to S ranks. Han Eugene was indeed very impressive. After returning home, the two brothers were noisy. Han Eugene impatiently said, "I will erase the memory with you. Relax your body. I already tested on Hyun-jae, so don't worry." His younger brother obediently listened. "All right." A wave of red power enveloped the two brothers. Han Eugene spoke up to ask, "I'm just asking tentatively, but what did you trade for it?" Han Eugene answered without hesitation, "My eyes." Hearing that, Han Eugene angrily smacked his younger brother a few times for acting impulsively. "Idiot, why did you do that?" But Yuhi still worried for his older brother and advised, "Calm down, brother. You'll hurt your hand." Han Eugene was ready and carefully announced, "I'm doing it now." Han Eugene covered his younger brother's eyes with one hand, preparing to erase the contract. He still muttered his brother knew it was blind kindness. Han Eugene used his power to break the contract. A moment later, Han Eugene opened his eyes, staggering as he looked around at everything. Then he blinked a few times. Everything was normal, proving the contract had been dissolved. Han Eugene anxiously pinched his younger brother's cheek and asked, "Can you see?" Han Eugene answered, "Yes, I can see now." After everything was done, Han Eugene lay flat on the sofa and let out a relieved sigh. He scolded, "Don't do such crazy things anymore. What if I didn't know? What would have happened to you?" Han Eugene curiously asked how he had managed his curse resistance. Han Eugene didn't hide it. Taking out an item and explaining its effect was double effectiveness against the Tyrant Dragon. He boasted he got the item from defeating the Tyrant Dragon, and also the Demon Stone from the guy you made the contract with. I gave him a beating already. Hearing this, Han Eugene was startled and pressed. "What, how? Wait, you met him after. What did you do in there?" Han Eugene worriedly checked his older brother's body and asked rapidly, "Did he hurt your leg, that bastard Hyun Jae? Can't even protect you properly. Are you okay? Are you sure it's just a leg injury? Tell me the truth." Han Eugene panicked and blamed himself. "Damn it, I tried to hide things from him." Seeing his younger brother's concern, his heart grew heavy. "Have you been worrying about me like this all this time? You couldn't tell me and you endured it alone, even telling me not to enter the dungeon. 3 years and then another 8 years, just you alone." Eugene reached out and ruffled his younger brother's head. Not much happened. The system took care of everything. Han Eugene still worriedly asked again if he was sure, but before he could finish, Han Eugene calmed him down. "Ah, they also showed me how to save the world. If we clear all the dungeons in the next few years, we will be safe for 100 years. Han Eugene doubted 100 years later, leaning back into the chair. He answered, "It won't be easy, but if we hold out for 5 years, things will get better. In 100 years, we brothers will have turned to grass anyway." Han Eugene still didn't believe it, but that man said there was no other way. He smiled brightly and said it sounded unreal, but he's dead, so forget him. To ease his younger brother's worries and stop him from doing crazy things, he added that everything would be fine. The system also said it would help us. We have a Mount Myunggu's item forging skill. Haeun's research results coming soon. After that, just rest up. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Eugene looked at his brother with loving eyes. "Do you want to do anything? Should we go somewhere?" Eugene gently replied, "I don't know either. Do you have a place you want to go?" Tuzin slowly thought, "A place I want to go." He was dazedly thinking about that giant tree, but was startled by his younger brother's call. Brother. Han Eugene reluctantly replied, "Ah, yes, anywhere is fine. I haven't been anywhere else since I went on that school trip. You are pitiful in the same way." Han Eugene felt happy being by his older brother's side. His older brother looked at him with gentle eyes. "Anywhere is fine as long as you are there." Han Eugene felt that everything was truly peaceful and happy, just like his dream. Han Eugene's eyes suddenly drooped. He had lied. At this rate, the world would not exist. The destruction of worlds in Dioma's memories could not be resisted even by 50 S-rank hunter. For some reason, the system had deceived him, even though they were helping him. That alone was enough for him to not trust them. Han Eugene looked at his beloved younger brother whom he wanted to protect. Fortunately, he had the ability to help hunters grow stronger, along with information from the drama. Suddenly, Han Eugene amused himself by teasing his pet. That was right, he should name his spirit. He was a precious boy. In the future, he would be very strong, so he should treat him well. And Eugene said wearily, yes, the food in the Guardian room had probably reached tens of billions by now. Han Eugene also got a headache after hearing that, the ratio. He had knowledge about spirits that the world did not know yet, and also, at that moment in the bathroom, Han Eugene had prepared some items taken from the battle with Dioma. The top was engraved with spells. It seemed he was preparing some kind of formation. He slowly took off his shirt and muttered. This knowledge would help him find and protect his younger brother in dangerous situations. He spoke while placing the spear tip against his chest. The blood began to flow. Han Eugene was certain he would use this knowledge as a stepping stone to find the answer. The room suddenly became mystical with talismans fluttering around. Han Eugene nervously calculated the appropriate spot to strike. The closer to the heart he struck, the greater the effect. He took a deep breath to regain his composure, both hands gripping the spear tip tightly against his chest. Finally, he pressed the spear tip into his chest, so the blood dripped onto the prepared talismans. The formation activated immediately, and the stone from the battle with the exclusive dragon also reacted. He thought of the knowledge from carving art. It was a method to combine 2 magic stones to create a new dragon. He had enough skill to execute it. The stone in Han Eugene's hand reacted more and more strongly. Purple stone slowly burrowed into the wound on his chest, moving deeper inside. Han Eugene endured unbearable pain. He gritted his teeth tightly to withstand it, sweat beginning to pour out. The pain finally passed. The system notified the activation of Dragon Slayer, the ability to receive the magic stone of the exclusive dragon and control it. Next was Vickers' magic stone, placed upon the remaining one and guiding mana to circulate around it. As the terrifying ability was activating, the 2 items began to merge into each other, and Eugene tried to absorb both things into his body. The ability to link the 2 magic stones after a period of endurance was finally completed. Han Eugene broke out in a cold sweat, worriedly wondering if the grafting part was done, but not knowing if the reproduction would be successful. powerful. He stopped thinking about it, put his clothes back on, and drank some kind of liquid to restore his vitality. At that moment, peace broke through the wall and rushed in. Its eyes were teary, worried for Han Eugene. He covered the wound and turned back to comfort it. "Oh, that? Did you smell the blood? I am fine." The cut on Han Eugene's chest had healed, and the babysitter skill was perfect for strengthening the 2 stones inside his body. Because the magic stones were taken from transcendent level monsters, if the birth was successful, it would be very powerful. His gaze suddenly turned pensive, unsatisfied with that thing, even though this was not the method he wanted to use. Final gratitude. When the affected target dies, all skills and stats are transferred to the user with a double effect. The skill duration was 7 days. It could not be used twice on the same person. The effect of final gratitude would be doubled, and because it was the exclusive dragon, it would be doubled again. This was the only method he had left to protect his younger brother in this life, and to find the brother he had lost. Han Eugene held peace in his arms, his eyes looking out the window. Carrying many thoughts, he hoped this thing would be useful. The scandal of the Sudam Guild in the dungeon had been covered up, and excluding the contract incidents of Sung Haiji and Yu Hyo, the only remaining topics for discussion were the attacks on us by the Sudam and MKC guilds. They concluded that MCK temporarily hired Riet before she discovered the plot and left the guild. Afterwards, they lightly punished her by helping conquer the Korean dungeon. Han Eugene was summoned to the association for causing the explosion of the O-rank dungeon facility. Yun Ki-ung-soo and the high-rank hunters were imprisoned in the isolated block. And MKC, Han Eugene exclaimed in surprise. "What?" Han Eugene was astonished, asking suspiciously, "You are not going to punish MKKA?" Song Taiwan across from him explained that Suk-won had disappeared before receiving the prison sentence. They were investigating if another organization was involved. Han Eugene angrily slammed his hand on the table. How could this happen? Taiwan sighed and continued that the higher-ups were satisfied with this matter. They wanted to cover up everything related to MKC, letting Sudam take all the responsibility. They said if the balance between the major guilds was broken, the association would have to bear too much. Hearing that, Han Eugene frowned, feeling resentful. He questioned loudly, "So all of you decided to pretend nothing happened? Is maintaining the balance of power more important than justice?" Song Tae-hyun helplessly replied that he was very ashamed. Han Eugene sat down in the chair with a headache, rubbing his forehead and cursing. The damn association was useless. They were just doing political ploys. Taiwan weakly agreed, saying he concurred, and Eugene crossed his arms over his chest, deeply thinking the obstacle was always the association. Once the chaos caused by the fake dungeon subsided, the responsible employees were pushed out for the benefit of the unqualified person. He thought the head of the association was an unawakened person who had never entered a dungeon. All he did was speak nonsense, extort money, and fight for power. Taiwan bowed, closing his eyes sincerely, and said, "I sincerely apologize once again." Han Eugene softened his voice and replied that he did not need to feel guilty. Han Eugene clearly and slowly stated that the one making the decision was the association. He had no choice but to comply. Song Taiwan stammered, "That is true, but..." Han Eugene picked up the teacup to drink, looked up at Song Tigwin across from him, and frankly admitted he could not understand this person. He thought to himself, 1,000 questions flooding his mind. Why would he only follow orders, even though he was so strong and knew his superiors were wrong? Other S-rank hunters became leaders or went freelance, but that man became the pillar of a rotten organization. Interrupting his thoughts, Han Eugene coldly said, "It would be better if he were the association president." Taiwan looked at him without answering, and the atmosphere suddenly became strangely tense. Song Tae-gun asked back, "What do you mean?" Han Eugene chuckled. If he were the president, he wouldn't have to follow wrong orders, because as an S-rank hunter, he could use that power to... He didn't finish his sentence before stopping in shock. Song Tae-gun's eyes were full of murderous intent. His whole person radiated annoyance. His face darkened, and even without saying a word, he was terrifying. Knowing he had misspoken, Han Eugene hurriedly tried to clarify, but Taiwan intertwined his fingers and coldly replied, "That power shouldn't belong to me." Taiwan's entire body stiffened. He remained silent and then found an excuse to change the subject. Switching to compensation, Han Eugene was startled looking at the documents. Looking at the talented man before him, Han Eugene felt regret. Did he only want to be a loyal civil servant, without any care for power? He worriedly thought if the association continued to obstruct hunters, the world would perish. After a moment, he risked asking, "Chief Song, you linked to the cult?" Han Eugene suddenly stopped because of a notification on his phone. He quickly opened it and saw an urgent message from the Ministry of Administration and Safety. Detention Center at 2012 fire. Explosion. Exposure. Evacuation advised. After reading it, Han Eugene panicked. The detention center was where Yun Kyung-soo was held. Song Tae-gun said in a low voice, "I think I have to go now." Uncle Yerim rushed in frantically, shouting, "Uncle, it's about the detention center." Han Eugene turned back. "Yeah, Yerim, we just saw it too." Song Tae-hun calmly speculated, the prisoner might escape, you have to protect Hunter Han Eugene. Yerim stammered awkwardly, the thing is, today, the head said he would go there for some business. Hearing this, the two broke out in cold sweat, their faces turning pale, seemingly guessing the situation. Zujin panicked, so that explosion was a disaster, I have to come along. Yerim ran after him, wait for me. If there was an explosion, the situation was already very bad, they had to get there as fast as possible. Just as he was worrying, he saw Sojang sitting on a large motorcycle, holding a romantic bouquet, looking very cool. Sojang, with her sparkling blue eyes, asked gently, are you guys done? I came to pick up Hunter Noah. Han Eugene said Noah's business was finished yesterday, which made her jump up in disappointment. Uncle Yerim stepped over to help her up, saying it was good timing, give us a ride. But Sojang only thought about the baby dragon, crying out, my plan to catch the dragon. Yerim wisely negotiated, I'll let you see Noah if you give us a ride. Hearing that, Sojang snapped out of it, cheerfully put a helmet on Han Eugene, saying she would volunteer to escort the two, even to the 9 hells. She's really boy crazy, Yerim spoke up, we'll follow closely behind. She quickly pulled Song Taewon along, who was shocked by the lady's audacity. Revving the engine, he sped off with a gleeful face like a thief, not forgetting to tell Han Eugene, hold on tight, let's go. Watching her zoom onto the road as if flying, Han Eugene sat behind, fearing for his life, panicked and asked, are you sure about this? She confidently replied, don't worry, been fined a lot, but never had an accident. Hearing that, he broke out in a cold sweat, even more, extremely anxious. At this moment, at the Special High-Level Awakener Detention Center. This was where they held high-level hunters who committed serious crimes like murdering ordinary people. Inhumane measures were used to prevent them from escaping, with walls layered multiple times from dungeon materials. Along with strict guarding, this was the most secure building, capable of fully containing an awakener. At least it used to be. Right now, a loud explosion rang out from inside. The most solid wall was blown open with a large hole, and Yoon Kyung-soo lay flattened on the ground, his mouth agape in fear. The person before him was Han Eugene, the man who always wanted to send him to meet his ancestors. He said sarcastically, oh my, has the detention center been destroyed? His eyes were bloodshot with killing intent. He asked if he caused the explosion to escape, then said he had no choice but to capture him. A perfect excuse to strike. Yoon Kyung-soo trembled, his eyes bulging, and he roared, you destroyed this place yourself. What the hell are you talking about? You madman, do you even know what this is? It seals my inventory. I cannot take anything out. He raised his shackled hand, but a sword flashed past, too fast for the naked eye. The shackle was cleanly cut in two, and Han Eugene sneered with a cunning smile. It seems you even broke the inventory seal yourself. What a blatant and public blame-shifting act. Yoon Kyung-soo was utterly panicked. This is real now. The circumstances are too plausible. Without wasting words, Han Yae-woo Han began to act, already having an excuse ready. Consider it necessary to kill you, because you are a threat to this country. Yoon Kyung-soo barely managed to pull out a weapon to block Han Eugene's sword strike. He narrowly escaped death, lying beneath the sword, gritting his teeth in anger and asking, why are you doing this to me? I have already been suffering in here, I have done nothing yet. Why do you suddenly want to kill me? Han Eugene glared at him, his hand tightening on his sword, and replied coldly, Riet told me what you said. What were you planning to do with my brother's finger? He was flustered, not knowing when. Before he could finish speaking, Han Eugene cut him off. You should regret not dying in that dungeon that day. As he spoke, the sword tip carried terrifying power and stabbed straight down at his face. Piercing screams rang out continuously. A horrifying, huge explosion was created, smoke and dust blanketing an entire area of the sky. The strong shockwave spread throughout the solitary confinement center. Other prisoners panicked. What? An earthquake. The battle was fierce, the weapons of both sides clashing with a clanging noise. Young Kyung-soo was sent flying far away, he said in annoyance. Did you really come all the way here just to kill me, you bastard? Cornered, he used all his strength to find a way to survive. Yoon Kyung-soo charged forward powerfully. Alright then, I will play with you to the end and see what happens. He used all his power, roaring, you will regret this. Facing his violent reaction, Han Eugene stood still. Yoon Kyung-soo leaped high and slashed down, even saying, because you broke the inventory seal for me. But for an S-class hunter like Han Eugene, he easily blocked the opponent's attack with a gentle sword. Han Eugene's eyes were bloodshot, his voice ice-cold. Regret? Those things do not matter to me. Whether you have inventory access or not, you... As he spoke, Han Eugene's spirit beast shot out, standing before Yoon Kyung-soo. It suddenly created a massive flame that frightened him. He continued coldly, you still are not capable enough to fight me. At this moment, his entire body was engulfed in a sea of fire, screaming in agony. Yoon Kyung-soo fell to the ground, clutching his face, and Eugene stepped directly on him, coldly saying, time to die now. He lay on the ground, exhausted with no strength left to resist. Abandoning all shame, he yelled, wait, stop. Even though he said there was no reason to kill, Han Eugene still coldly swung his sword, showing no mercy. Just as the blade was about to strike, Yoon Kyung-soo cried out in despair, I haven't touched a single hair of your family. If your brother hadn't insulted me first, I wouldn't wouldn't have done anything to him. Why do you suddenly want to kill me? It's always me. What did I do wrong? Han Eugene looked at him with blazing eyes, casually searching for a reason. Ah, you patted my head and told me to call you brother. That's enough reason to kill you. Yun Kyung-soo was terrified, his face turning pale, and he blurted out in collapse, "What the hell is this psychotic thinking?" Eugene's cold blade was about to slash down on his neck. Yun Kyung-soo used his last bit of strength to shout, "Hey, do something! What about Suk-won?" It was too late. The sword arc had already cut across his neck. But Han Eugene was not happy at all. He looked at something in surprise. A pink smoke suddenly appeared, enveloping Yun Kyung-soo's entire body. In an instant, it blocked his vision, and he had to shield himself with his hand with difficulty. Meanwhile, Han Eugene and So Jang were still speeding along on a large displacement motorcycle, with her laughing wildly in excitement. He, having dinner with Appa Noah and Appa Noah's number 2. Meanwhile, Han Eugene, sitting behind her, was silently sobbing. At a red light, So Jang excitedly called Park Yerim. "Oh, red light, aerial support?" Yerim did not refuse. "Alright, leave it to me." Saying that, Yerim quickly lifted all 3 of them into the air, clinging tightly to a building. Han Eugene asked, "I'm not too heavy, am I?" "Right, Yerim?" She cheerfully replied, "I can do it cause it's just for a red light." Yerim glanced at Taiwan and added, "Section Chief Song is as light as a feather." Taiwan said awkwardly, "You don't have to say that." Han Eugene asked worriedly, "Is everything okay?" Yerim replied curtly, "There's an emergency." "Ah, I see them." From above, they saw a blazing fire below. Han Eugene speculated, "Looks like things have already turned bad." Kang So Jang's eyes widened as she discovered, "Look, we have to keep them from getting closer." Seeing the tense situation in the crowd below, she asked, "Can we go this way? If not, we'll have to take a very long detour." So Jang enthusiastically charged down, "I'll block the road, keep everyone safe, and then come back." Yerim agreed. "Alright." So Jang announced coolly, "Everyone, attention." Suddenly, without any warning, she drew her weapon and smashed it hard into the ground. She destroyed the entire road, not forgetting to warn, "Watch out for falling rocks." The sword embedded in the ground created a tremendous source of power. An explosion rang out, and So Jang said to everyone with a bright smile, "It is very dangerous from here on. Please do not go any further." Yerim, from above, cheered, "Alright, perfect block." Han Eugene doubted, "Is this okay?" Meanwhile, Taiwan, feeling uncomfortable, raised his hand and said, "Dropping me off here is fine." Because the prison cell was destroyed, the group of criminals took the chance to escape. So Jang panicked, "A prisoner is escaping." But Yerim still asked worriedly, "Chief Song, are you planning to jump down from here?" Without a second word, Taiwan jumped down from the height, saying, "I'll finish dealing with this and come back to the group." He activated his awakened power, his body weight increasing. Taiwan fell like a meteorite into the middle of the criminals, causing them to scream in terror. "What is this?" An explosion blasted them away. Before they could react, a huge net fell from somewhere, catching them all. With just a few simple moves, Taiwan completed the task, catching them like fish, letting them struggle without escape. The mass increased 1,000 times, pressing down from above. He quickly called for reinforcements. "This is the awakened management team. Bring the escaped prisoners here." "Yes, understood." The pile of criminals asked in agony, "How is he so heavy?" Park Yerim also noticed Taiwan, wondering, "A skill? Earlier he was light as a feather." Han Eugene exclaimed, "Yerim, over there." The 2 looked down below. "I see them." Han Eugene and Guildmaster Sudam? 2 landed on the ground. Park Yerim called out, "Guildmaster, the situation now." But Han Eugene stopped her. "Don't get close." He looked at the person in front, twisting his neck, feeling a close danger. "Something is very strange. I cut his throat, but he escaped into a strange smoke. No matter how many times I kill him." Yun Kyung-soo's body staggered. A strange voice rang out, "What a pity. Now it's too late to use him." "Ah, he wasn't strong from the start anyway. Why do we make a contract with him?" Park Yerim boldly guessed. "What is that? Is he a zombie?" But Han Eugene shook his head. "No, that's probably..." Han Eugene's face was serious. He felt uneasy and found it hard to believe he met them now. His neck was severed, and the eerie voice sounded again. "Hello, I just came to greet you. I am the successor of Dioma." "What made him rush here?" Han Eugene silently asked. "A new madman? I didn't think I'd meet him this soon." That man seemed displeased with his appearance, speaking up. "Let me introduce myself. I am... Wait, I look terrible right now. Let me change my appearance a bit." Before the 3 staring humans, he twisted his body, emitting a strange blue light. What he transformed and made Park Yerim so astonished she couldn't close her mouth. Her gaze shifted from surprise to delight, her eyes widening. But what Yerim saw was an incredibly cute pink rabbit, wiggling its hips seductively, making her eyes sparkle with joy. A limited edition plush bear, a secret hip-shaking variant. It sold out in just 2 seconds. Look at how fast it shakes its hips. Amazing. What Han Eugene saw was different. A bear rabbit. "What are you talking about? That's a house that looks very safe and cozy." It made him stare in fascination. That illusion rabbit laughed and said to him, "Ha, Han Eugene, from now on you'll only stay at home." The mysterious person spoke up, "I changed my appearance to become what you most want to see." Yerim was preoccupied with taking pictures, but couldn't capture it, while Han Eugene was tense. His eyes widened in pain. What he saw was an image of Han Eugene from the previous world. Seeing him dazed, the mysterious person asked smugly, "What do you think? Like it? Or is it a bit too much?" This guy even curled his lips and said, "Ah, big brother." Han Eugene's entire body went stiff. He was attacking his psychology. His whole body trembling. He yelled, "How dare you?" Han Eugene, standing beside him, noticed his brother's strange expression and worriedly asked if he was okay. Han Eugene tried to calm himself down and then stopped his younger brother. "No, don't calm down. It is just a psychological attack using illusions. I won't be fooled." Seeing that Han Eugene did not react, he then turned into a cute little bear wearing a Santa Claus outfit, complete with two very humorous reindeer antlers. With that incredibly cute appearance, even Han Eugene's heart softened, cursing this troublesome thing with his mouth, but his legs rushed forward. Han Eugene excitedly said that was the photo from the talent school competition that he did not get to take. "Let his brother hug you." Yerim and Han Eugene hurriedly hugged back. The teacher could not attack them with that illusion, so this guy had to return to his true form. Once again, a pinkish-white smoke appeared, forming a swirling vortex in the air. From within the smoke, a girl with long, lustrous white hair gradually emerged. She began to speak, "Let me introduce myself again." Her eyes were tightly shut and then slowly opened, her gaze deeply sorrowful. She said to call her Haiji, the successor of Dioma, the master of the Tik-Yi race. Seeing Haiji's beautiful appearance, Park Yerim curiously asked why her tears kept falling. She smiled brightly and replied, "Sorry, I cannot reveal that information." Her body moved, her flimsy clothes fluttering in the air. She did not mind approaching Han Eugene, saying, "Anyway, you are the ones the master of the Tik-Yi wants." She pressed her face close to Han Eugene's. "Especially this one has a well-trained body. The soul looks very delicious. How did he break free from the contract?" Han Eugene worriedly stood in front of his younger brother, shouting harshly into her face, "Get lost if you came to say those nonsense words to my younger brother. Why do you keep causing trouble for my younger brother? Do you know what happened to the one who came before?" Haiji's expression did not change. She curled her lips into a radiant smile. She hovered like a beautiful jellyfish, "Right? He just died, didn't he? I have not heard any news about him. I came here because there is a human here that I am still in contact with." Her face suddenly transformed into Yun Kyung-soo's disgusted face. Then she disappointedly said, "This guy died just as I arrived." Han Eugene's face darkened, feeling a sense of foreboding for his younger brother. Haiji extended her fish scale-like fingers, wondering what this matter was about anyway. She boldly pointed her finger directly at Han Eugene's chest. "It seems he left behind his skill." Haiji's words seemed to reveal a secret, making Han Eugene break out in a sweat. She asked curiously how he learned that skill. The successor of Dioma spoke, while staring intently at him. Sensing danger, Han Eugene quickly stepped forward. Meanwhile, Park Yerim pulled Han Eugene back. She still insisted on learning the secret. "Did the guy who helped you? But you are too ordinary, your profession is too low." Han Eugene turned around and asked his brother what it was saying. Only Han Eugene knew these things, but he remained silent. Haiji continued to question who killed him and how. Han Eugene coldly replied, "Why should I tell you?" Feeling somewhat relieved inside. She does not know about the regression. Good. But Haiji pondered, then said, "So you won't answer?" And Eugene lamented meeting a nosy busybody too early. While he was still thinking, she said, "Fine, I will return today. I do not like fighting without information." Han Eugene looked at her with suspicion. Is she really leaving? This is good for us. But suddenly she curled her lips into a sly smile and continued, "However, I will give you a small gift." Haiji excitedly waved her hand, creating a dungeon gate. She coldly introduced it. "This is a dungeon gate about to explode." Done, she waved goodbye. "A valuable gift I exchange with the owner of this body. Good luck, and send my regards to the lost one." Haiji said and disappeared. Within the dungeon gate, something was rumbling. Everyone below stood frozen, looking up, their faces darkening. Something was coming. With a boom, the water inside the illusory dungeon poured out like a waterfall. The water current was extremely strong, creating whirlpools. Everyone's mouths hung open in shock. The vortex exploded. Yarim jumped high into the air. Her face darkened, she roared, "Water!" Han Eugene had already managed to grab Han Eugene under his arm and run. Park Yerim worriedly called out to the president. No matter how fast he ran, he could not escape the speed of the water. It was chasing them. In an instant, the two brothers disappeared. The water engulfed everything. Han Yerim panicked and cried out, "Uncle." She darted into the water current like a moth to a flame. Thanks to her rank attributes, Yerim could move freely in the water. Very quickly, she saw the two Han Eugene brothers. They were being sucked into the dungeon by the current. Both were having difficulty breathing. Seeing the critical situation, Park Yerim accelerated, diving down. The two were already close to the gate. Just as Park Yerim's hand reached out and grabbed someone's hem, it was already too late. All three of them were sucked into that dungeon. So Jang ran over flustered to call them, while Han Eugene, Yerim, and Song Taegun stood dazed, not understanding what was happening. Two people standing above looking down could only watch helplessly as the raging water submerged the prison. The entire area was exploding with dungeons. He had never seen anything like it before. But besides that, there were also survivors who surfaced from the water and were rescued. Luckily, the water was not poisonous, Chief. The danger was not over yet. The place they were standing on was also starting to flood. Kang Sang Rang shouted in panic, "Strange, the water level keeps rising. No idea what will happen like this." She looked at the swirling current. "If we resolve the dungeon, will this stop? Should we go in there?" Song Xianhun firmly opposed. No, it would be very dangerous for everyone to go in there. He calmly analyzed that if the dungeon exploded again, monsters would surely spill out. If the dungeon was flooded, hunters with underwater skills would be more suitable. Hunter Riet's skills would weaken in water, and Hunter Hyun Ah's wind skills too. Kang Sojang suddenly remembered someone and quickly took out his phone. She urgently stated that there was only one person suitable. He will call for assistance immediately. A water-type Pokemon is the best choice when underwater. Yerim and Han Eugene followed Yuelin into the vast sea of water, catching his head. The three landed in a murky area of water, unable to reach the bottom. "Uncle brother, are you okay?" Even in dire straits, Han Eugene's competitive nature remained. He coldly asked Yerim why she followed. Yerim replied, "So should I just stand by and watch you get swept away? You cannot even use fire here." Han Eugene did not like losing but hated being defeated. He told Yerim that water had nothing to do with him, and in close combat it was not much different. Yerim was not one to back down from Han Eugene's cheeky mouth. Han Eugene had already swallowed a lot of water, and hearing the two of them argue gave him a headache, so he told them both not to fight. "Oh, where are we? Did we go through the gate?" "Yes, she thinks they are inside the dungeon but has not seen any monsters yet." Yerim looked around and asked about the bunny from earlier. "Ah no, did that zombie create this?" Han Eugene was also shocked. "A power strong enough to pull us into the dungeon?" He lowered his head in frustration. Yerim got dragged into this too, even though she had nothing to do with it. That Dioma successor looks stronger than Dioma himself. Do we have to fight guys like that? From beneath the water's surface, blue water droplets began to form a ball and then floated into the air. Han Eugene recounted, "She said this dungeon was just a test for us." As they were talking, all three were drawn to the shimmering round bubbles in the dungeon. "What is this? Bubbles?" Yerim raised her spear and stepped back cautiously. "We do not know what is inside them." Yerim hit a water bubble in front of her. She looked puzzled. "Is this the day we ate ice cream together?" And Eugene was surprised. "What? We can see memories when we touch them." Yerim happily jumped up and kept touching the bubbles. "I think so. This is the first time we met." When Han Eugene got tired, he reminded her, "Yerim, we are in a dungeon. Do not get distracted." A water bubble hit him from behind. A memory appeared. He was calling Han Eugene's name. Eileen turned her head to look at her own memory, where he was holding Han Eugene's shoulder. "It's so cold. Why are you waiting here? Today is your birthday." Han Eugene muttered that it was indeed nostalgic. All three kept touching the beautiful memories. Yerim was the most excited. "Right, this is from Christmas. The tree was so beautiful, and the picnic day too." She happily floated through the dream like happy memory bubbles. "It is like I am living inside the memory. Instead of watching a video or a picture," Yerim hugged a water bubble in her hand. "I will watch one more." The temperature, humidity, and scent of that day, I could feel every emotion so vividly. An unpleasant scene vaguely emerged from the memory bubble. A small Yerim stood alone and forlorn along with voices speaking. "Oh my, how did she pass away so early? Now Yerim is all alone. This is..." Yerim was very small back then, with a little bow in her hair, looking blankly at everything before her without fully understanding. "But that child inherits." "Yerim, do you want to live with Uncle from now on? You still need a guardian. I will take care of your house." On Han Eugene's side as well, unhappy memories came flooding back before his eyes. Next news report. Yesterday on Christmas, congratulations on the birthday of the End of the World Guild leader and the Christmas event. Han Eugene looked at himself in the memory, his head hung low beside the TV. "This is December 25th, Christmas, his younger brother's birthday." Han Eugene laughed coldly. So this is how things turned out. She is attacking us by making us look at memories. Han Eugene told himself to snap out of it. These were all his own memories, nothing new. Then he was startled. Han Eugene was standing below the bars, next to the window of the house on the lower floor, looking out to see someone's feet approaching. Han Eugene froze, burst open the door, and ran upstairs with all his might. "That is right, you came that very day." He remembered now. "You came here. If only he had known that day and made peace with you. If he had decided not to enter that dungeon, then you would not have had to die." Han Eugene grabbed his younger brother's shoulder in the memory, but he immediately shattered like cracked glass. His face turned pale and the person beside him spoke up. "I told you, you cannot bring him back even if you find him. Your younger brother will gradually disappear beyond the boundaries of the world." Han Eugene fell to his knees, breathing heavily as he looked at the fragments in his hands. Trembling, he tried to gather them. No, I do not want this. I wanted to redo everything, so I turned back time." This is not what I wanted, let me try again. If I really could go back, I would. Suddenly, a voice from outside intruded into Han Eugene's illusory memory. Uncle. It sounded like Yerim's voice. Wake up, uncle. Han Eugene broke free from the illusion and turned to see Yerim holding his hand. We are inside that dungeon. Han Eugene also asked worriedly, brother, are you okay? Yerim struggled against the water vortex, holding him tightly to escape the biting cold in the hall. She wiped the tears from her eyes. That damn zombie was digging through our memories again. Han Eugene shouted, asking if Yerim was okay. She must have seen something terrible too. Yerim replied that she did, but what could she do? It had already happened, she could not change it anymore. If she let those memories make her unable to do anything, she would only end up with more terrible memories. That would be even worse. Yerim shivered and tightened her grip on the spear in her hand. Everyone was her family now. It was different from before. Now she was strong enough to protect the people she cherished. She'd not want to lose anyone else because of her own powerlessness. And Eugene's competitive nature flared up. He could not help but mouth off. He claimed he was Huang's family. Good grief, did this guy have no sense of the mood? Eugene lowered his head and chuckled softly. It turned out he had been thinking she needed help. Since when had she grown up this much? He perked up. Thanks, he could rely on the two of them now. Where the hell did Jupiter Guild Master Han Jachan suddenly pop out from? Count him in two. Han Eugene flinched and jumped back 3 meters. Is this also a memory? Yerim frees him. Yerim asked in surprise why Uncle Jupiter was here. Yoon Jae said he was called when he found out everyone was here. Seemed like he really enjoyed that lake excursion last time. As he spoke, he shot dazzling golden lightning bolts at the ferocious water phantoms. As a tour guide, he was quite proud. Yerim opened her mouth in amazement. It was finished in one blow. And Eugene was not happy at all. He was playing the tour guide again. The two of them argued in front of the younger ones. I am rating him half a star. He seems not to have seen me bring dry clothes and towels. Then add half a star to make it a round one. Damn it, I overtipped. Yerim was confused. What were they talking about? Since when were they friends? And Eugene retorted immediately, friend my ass. Oh my god, and here I thought we were friends. A water ball hit Hyun-jae. Child memories, huh? I understand this type of dungeon now. And Eugene's insolence passed to his brother. You had a childhood too. I thought you emerged from the womb already grown up. Yerim thought to herself, so they were friends after all. Han Eugene looked around. Why do they keep appearing? Even when defeated, do they just infinitely respawn? Yerim agreed, maybe we should freeze this entire place. But I think this place is infinite. Are you sure? Sung Hee Uni brought out a pile of mana potions. I brought some along. Then it is settled. Before acting, Yerim had to taunt Han Eugene one final time. The Fire Element Guild Master can sit in the corner and suck his thumb. Eugene finally breathed a sigh of relief. He felt much lighter. That was right. Everyone worked together for now. Just face the immediate problem. And Eugene cheered up and encouraged everyone. Alright, let us move forward. Yerim, get inside that thing. Yerim confidently flew ahead. I will freeze this place. Everyone watch your feet. Yerim charged forward powerfully. Here I come. Sweep them all clean, not leaving a single scratch. She stepped on the layers of water and gradually froze all the monsters. Yoon-jae stepped forward. I will handle the ones in the air. Nice one, Uncle Jupiter. The combination of lightning and ice caused the memory water balls to shrink and fall to the ground with a patter. They shrank into marbles. How amazing. And Eugene created a barrier dome to avoid the marbles hitting his brother's head. Yu-Eelin looked at those marbles in his hand. He did not think they were dangerous. Needing to pick a fight. He had been hurt by those marbles before. But why did you come here? You should be resting at home. And Eugene got angry. It was because of you that I came here. How dare you destroy the containment center? Do you know how fast I had to run to get here? You also should not have killed Yun Kyung-soo. Yun Kyung turned his face away coldly. I had no other choice. He was trying to escape, so I had to stop him. Han Eugene was still suspicious. Really trying to escape? Yes, and this will help you feel less cold. Han Eugene summoned the gecko-like fire spirit to warm them up. Yu-Eelin looked at the gecko on his shoulder. He died in the dungeon. But it is so warm. Have you named it yet? And Eugene replied, no, your suggestions keep getting rejected. What kind of names have you suggested? Think about it. Yerim called out to the two brothers from a distance. Uncle, do not just stand there and get hit back. The two brothers quickly walked over there. It seemed this was the end point of the dungeon. I know this dungeon is divided into many areas, but this is... The ground there was also frozen. He was right. The ice mountain here also appeared over there. This is... Yes, I think so too, right? Is it not? Yerim confidently posed. Proof of my amazing skill, right? But all three of the others guessed it was a mirror. Yerim flopped down on the floor. I knew it, but we are not being reflected, so. And Eugene noticed one large leftover water ball on the other side of the mirror. That drop of water must have reflected our information. Kid, can you blast it? Yerim weakly blasted it. Okay, done. What is next? Suddenly the mirror moved violently. The illusions swirled together noisily above their heads. The mirror is the boss about to appear? Oh, is that not the Bava from before? From beneath the water, the terrifying giant dragon Bava emerged. Why is it here? We do not have enough people this time. From the mouth of the Bava suddenly gushed out some kind of liquid. There was something inside it. From its mouth crawled out a giant dragon. It was too big. Oh my god. While Yerim was utterly terrified, Han Eugene and Hyun Jae suddenly realized something. Wait, I have seen this thing before. It is like the strongest enemy in our memories. Han Eugene was startled. Wait, the strongest enemy in memories? From that dragon's mouth, blood gushed out along with a pair of pale hands emerging. It was a mermaid, and she even flipped her hair back. Yes, a mermaid. I have seen something too powerful. Hyunjae wondered whose memory that came from, probably from you, Eileen. Suddenly, Yerim noticed something. Ah, the earring she is wearing is exactly like the one I have. The mermaid swung her hand once. A gigantic wave like a tsunami hit Han Eugene's group. What is that? Everyone run fast. That current could change direction to chase them. Current is chasing us. Han Eugene summoned the fire spirit gecko. This move cannot be used twice. The fire spirit used fire to block the chasing current. You are evaporating it with fire. Impressive. And Eugene ordered, alright, keep doing that spicy crunchy snack. The fire spirit was enthusiastic, but when it heard that name, it extinguished its flame. The water came again, so you do not like that name, you are hard to please. Yerim interjected, give it a proper name. She stood alone against the wave. Han Eugene shouted, Yerim, can you do it? If I use the duplication skill, I do not think it will be effective. This is a different space now. Mermaid Queen continuously created new waves to attack them. Han Eugene and Yerim hugged each other. So are we going to die? Yerim even sobbed, thank you for everything, uncle. Thank you to the minister too, I do not hate you. At first I even thought you were handsome. Thank you, Uncle Jupiter. Han Eugene and Hyun Jae stood watching helplessly. What are you saying? Yerim smiled happily. Farewell, let us meet again in a world without dungeons. Amidst the touching moment, a space-set sphere appeared. What is that? Buying a protective barrier. This is... System appeared. Are you okay, sweetie? We opened the passage as soon as we saw interference. Yerim was dazed. What is that? A sphere. And Eugene held his head. Do something. And Harris created this dungeon and she calls it a sphere. Hyunjae was also curious, but Han Eugene said it does not harm him, so no need to care. The Rayan mermaid queen beside him continued speaking. We did not think we would find you so soon. I am glad you are okay, sweetie. She did not intend to kill you in this dungeon, but my appearance is the problem. This is a poor replica, but you still could not defeat it. And Eugene pursed his lips. A trial dungeon was already this dangerous. She is no simple opponent. He hesitated as he spoke to the two of them. Then help us. The queen replied, you know we cannot interfere. Han Eugene stood up. I am not asking you to fight. How about a reward? A reward. Consider it a reward after defeating the lizard lord. You forgot to give it to me. I was the one who finished him off, but I only received magic stones. The system was flustered as if everything was off script. The queen asked, I assume you have an idea. Han Eugene lowered his eyes. Give me a skill to resolve this situation, O queen of the deep blue sea. You are the owner of Yerim's earrings, right? I need to strengthen her. When I first saw the earrings, I overlooked the similarity. Appearance, name, droplet, and skill. It does not matter if it is ice or water. Just consider it fate and lend this girl power. Though Yerim is young and weaker than other S ranks, she improves faster than I expected. I need support so the kid can protect herself. When someone deceives and controls me, I will take back as much as I can from them. Yerim, who was still immature, has developed faster than predicted. She is also not the type to sit still and let others protect her. I need to support the kid to be stronger. Han Eugene begged the queen, please lend her your skill. The queen replied, this request is a bit excessive. If I accept, I want something of equal value. Han Eugene pushed Yerim forward. Say hello, kid. This is the previous owner of the earrings you are wearing. Yerim quickly bowed. Hello. Yerim's eyes sparkled. Thank you for your help. Are you the queen of the deep blue sea? Are you really the owner of these earrings? I am trying to get used to them. They are truly wonderful. The queen was silent, then replied, yes, those are the earrings I once wore when I was young. Yerim's eyes widened. A gift from a celebrity. Are they a royal item? The queen was persuaded by Yerim's enthusiasm and softened her heart. All right, I will give you this. Consider it fate. The queen handed Yerim a sparkling stone lay in Yerim's hand. Item of the ruler of water, legendary grade. The mermaid queen had gathered the world's water power to create a one-time use item. Yerim's eyes widened in disbelief. Look at the item's grade. Han Eugene was relieved. That is good, thank you. The queen warned, do not be so quick to thank. This is not just a gift, but a negotiation. With this, I will be slightly less upset with you. Han Eugene deduced, a severance step. Why? No, because she said slightly, so I can squeeze more out of the remaining upset. The queen sighed tiredly. Do not look at me like that. I cannot grant you the skill in a stable manner. You can only use it once. But if used wisely, it will be of great help. It all depends on this child's effort and talent. And Eugene stood to the side flattering, asking if he could do 10 of them. The mermaid queen wanted to hit him. Meanwhile, Yerim was busily fitting the item, ruler of the water flow, into the hole on the spear. Yerim fitted the stone perfectly into the hole. Before she could get a grip, a jet of water from the spear shot out, sending Yerim flying into the air, slamming hard into the barrier. Yerim could not control the spear and screamed in panic. "Wah, what is this? What is happening? What am I doing?" And Eugene shouted from below to remind her. "Save me, Arima. Feel the flow of mana, follow the Mermaid Queen's skill and adjust it with your own skill. But my skill is ice, not water. That doesn't matter, focus your power in your palms. If the attributes match, you can learn and combine the skills. That is how I did it." In the torrent of warm water, Yerim could only catch a word here and there. She was still panicking. "Wow, how do you think I can do that?" Yerim flew from one side to the other. Even the Mermaid Queen cafe outside was watching. The water soaked the faces of the 3 people standing below. The system came to Han Eugene and said, "I think the skill level is too high." Han Eugene was not discouraged. "No, I can't let this opportunity slip away. If that girl can see how to use it." "Ah, that's right." Basically, they are all using the same type of power. Finding a quick solution, Han Eugene immediately activated the chick handler skill, transferring the Mermaid Queen's thoughts to Yerim. "Hey uncle, wait. If I transfer the senses of that knockoff Mermaid Queen over there." Han Eugene felt as if he was falling in a vast expanse of water. He could see no bottom nor shore, only floating. "What? No, I'm going to drown." Someone's call brought Han Eugene back to reality. He coughed up a belly full of seawater. "I'm fine." "What do you mean you're fine? What did you do?" Han Eugene wiped his mouth. "I guess the handler skill won't work then, if that's the case." Han Eugene grabbed the arm of Guildmaster Han Jae. "Hey you guide, please use your skill." Han Jae's eyes lit up. "You look like you'll faint if I refuse." "Come on, don't be like that, we're buddies. You said we were friends, friends help each other out." He pursed his lips indifferently. "I've never made a friend in my life, what a hard life." Han Eugene tried a different approach. "If I can't transfer senses directly, I'll take a roundabout way. I will use the handler skill to link Yerim and Hyunja, then transfer the movements and senses of the knockoff Mermaid Queen through the clairvoyant battlefield." Yerim, who was in chaos in the sky, suddenly received the sensations of the knockoff Mermaid Queen. She calmly saw through the knockoff Mermaid Queen before her. "I can see it bit by bit." Yerim then immediately broke free from the barrier and went before the knockoff Mermaid Queen. "Yerim, I'm fine, I understand now. It's like using a weapon to create a musical instrument and play music. Also like using a violin to play a piano piece. The sensations when controlling the new skill with my power. There is no difference or difficulty at all. Every drop of water in the air will obey me." She confidently flew up before the Crystal Mermaid Queen, flashing a victor's smile. "Water King, all the water in the universe worships me, so I can control them however I want." Yerim glided across the water surface like a figure skater. Every movement was perfectly smooth, leaving the Crystal Mermaid Queen staring blankly. Yerim swung the spear into the air, water converged at the tip. Growing larger and larger, she excitedly used her single attack, pointing it straight at the fake Mermaid Queen. Yerim had learned to control the power by copying the moves of the fake Mermaid Queen. She fought and gradually broke the massive glass wall enclosing the dungeon space. Defeating this fake Mermaid Queen, Yerim floated in the air, looking at what she had just accomplished. She happily turned around and called down, "Uncle, I did well." Yerim's heart skipped a beat. Uncle Eugene had fainted on a branch, and Han Eugene was supporting his head, trying to wake him. And Eugene was lost in a daze, as if sinking into a vast, deep sea. His body felt so heavy. How did the boss fight go? "It seems the gate has opened. Did the kid defeat it? I feel like I'm sinking." "No, it's worse than last time." Erai's call woke Han Eugene once again. "Uncle, wake up!" She shouted into the face of the dazed Han Eugene. "Why did you do that?" "Yeah, we took down the boss. Lots of crystals." The system appeared beside him and reminded him. "The price for giving away the skill is the crystal falling asleep." Han Eugene was stunned. "Ah, I see, sir." Yerim was still furious and yelled, "Tell me, you knew this when you gave away the skill, right?" Yerim made Han Eugene feel a strange emotion. Could a mythical skill nullify fear resistance? Even though Yerim stood before him, he felt as if he was being swallowed by a violent wave. Han Eugene stammered, wanting to explain how it worked for the kid to understand. Yerim scolded that he only did it for her, making him feel like a shrimp battered by a wave. He begged Han Eugene for help, telling him to stop the kid, but he turned his face away without a word. And Eugene went to Han Jae, who also gleefully turned away, saying he supported the kid. He immediately played the escape card, rushing towards the open dungeon gate, shouting for everyone to get out. Wave surged and swept Han Eugene back in front of Yerim. The kid sneered. Did he think he could just dodge the question like that? Quick learner. He helplessly suggested they sit down calmly. Yerim grabbed his collar and yelled how could he be calm when he was the one trembling. How dare he use a skill without knowing the consequences like this? Last time with Bava he didn't know, so that was acceptable. This time she could understand if he explained. Even if it took time, if it didn't work, use a mana stone. If it got worse, everyone would die. Did he think of her when he exhausted himself just to make it easier for her to use? Did he know how scared she was of losing him? Yerim burst into sobs, calling his name. She lowered her head, choked up, telling him to promise not to do it again, never like that. Han Eugene suddenly remembered that Kid had lost her entire family before. He placed a hand on Yerem's shoulder, apologizing for not having thought of it. He said he had lost too many people, wanted her to be stronger to protect herself. Her victorious image was beautiful. He promised not to do it again. He apologized for worrying her, but the skill was still active, so why not practice some more? Yerem scolded him for losing his mind. In a corner of the dungeon, a blue trimmed skirt sea-spawn stood covering her face, watching Han Eugene's group. She murmured that this was truly unexpected. Didn't think she'd meet the human queen again. Was he close enough to the fragmentist to know their true form? Her eyes lit up. This information was valuable. She would see them later. Anyway, everyone had escaped safely. The lake had turned into a gate and a detention center. Everything disappeared when we left the dungeon, leaving only a devastated corner of the city. Section Chief Song toiled away with overtime, calling in a report that there was a gate, but it was gone now. Thanks to that, we didn't need to explain what Han Eugene did. We said Hyun-jae and Yerem's ball and water crystal were system management. Hyun-jae had a scythe. Yerem excitedly said she knew the earth was round. Han Eugene pouted and asked what about her skill. Don't forget it. Yerem replied that she remembered everything in the dungeon today. She recalled every detail, but besides the cool moments, there were also a few minutes of embarrassment that made her want to crawl into a hole because of those sappy words. Yerem was so embarrassed she launched an attack at Han Eugene, cursing the ugly guild leader. Han Eugene suddenly became a man named Lao, shouting at why the kid was blowing up at him. He watched his two younger siblings play contentedly. That kid had mastered the skill. Hyun-jae handed him a towel, telling him to wipe himself, a professional smile appearing. He reminded him to remember his rank increase for the latter half. Han Eugene nodded. The guild was good. Han Eugene wiped his head while talking about other matters they needed to deal with. Suck 1. He heard the ball say so right before leaving. The ball said that the humans contracted with the Lizard Lord would continue the record with the Hare. The fewer people signed, the more restricted sea-spawn would be. They needed more contracts. Tomorrow we need Hyun-jae. He interrupted, saying it would take time. He was hiding. Even when found, it would be hard to do anything outside the dungeon. He was sure that man was reinforcing his defense because of his reckless little brother. Han Eugene jumped up asking what reckless meant. He said there was no other way. Oh well, just find him first. Hyun-jae watched Han Eugene's urgency, was silent for a moment, then asked why he was in such a hurry. He said he had been in hell for a few days already, wasn't injured, and had countless things to do. If they found him and dealt with the contract, the two younger siblings would still be fighting until Section Chief Song had to run out and stop them. Hyun-jae said loudly that he needed to collect the debt. He had to work 3 times as hard to not be at a loss if he overexerted and got injured. Han Eugene and Yerem, who were fighting, stopped upon hearing that. Both of them turned around and asked how much. They pressed Han Eugene, asking uncle how much he owed. What he did. He quickly explained it was nothing. The two dragged Han Eugene away to rest, telling him he was just a normal F rank. Hyun-jae stood at a distance waving his hand, thinking this bastard was targeting him. What was the plan? It couldn't be because he was worried about him. He already knew the world would end. Why was he so relaxed? He was the most suspicious person. And Eugene remembered in the dungeon. The system said the contract between Dioma and Six was destroyed. He asked the chain maliciously how was it. The system confirmed a natural S rank had destroyed the contract. Ah, it was Hyun-jae. Because he used skills like chains, they called him the chain block. The system continued worrying because Zhang Kui wasn't here, but now he was here. The system didn't rush to explain. She was one of us, helping end the contract between the chain and the Lizard Lord. Eugene was astonished hearing this and asked how, not knowing the details. She was sleeping. Afterwards, the chain got involved in his regression, so he didn't remember. In this conversation, you can stop speaking formally to me. The system had not even finished speaking before Han Eugene grabbed its face and stared at it. What? So Sung Hyun was playing around. The system broke into a sweat and answered, alright, you can call me anytime, sweetheart. So he was involved with both the Fallen One faction and the Ignorant Filial faction? What insane things had he even done before I regressed? After the Guildmaster of Jupiter, Hyun-jae said a few words that worried Han Eugene's two younger siblings. That was how I was forced to take a break. Inside the spacious house, only the dog Pai happily bounced on top of the robot vacuum cleaner that was roaming around the house, and Eugene was lying sprawled on the sofa by the window. Usually, Han Eugene and Park Yerem would tease each other, but whenever his safety was brought up, the two acted as if they were programmed with the same task. Until you go back to work, until I return from the dungeon, you are forbidden from taking a single step outside the house. Han Eugene recalled this with helplessness. He understood why those two were worried. He rested his chin on his hand and looked at the iPad, but what was there to do lying around all day? There were a trillion things he needed to research, from the beginning to the end of the universe. A primordial being that wanted to devour the entire world, the primordial snow-veiled tree, and also the snow bird possessing his younger brother's body. The star-counting bird, the silent snow bird. The fallen ones were managing the system and resisting the primordial, beings like their creators, to prevent the apocalypse. Conversely, the ignorant filial helped the primordial quickly destroy the world. Han Eugene sketched a diagram of the relationships on the tablet, with extremely dangerous names, along with notes to use the correct nicknames. The Fallen One faction included Newbie, Shu the Mermaid Queen, Mu Lu Lang, and now added Zhuang Kui, all unknowns. The Fallen One faction would face off against the Ignorant Filial faction, which included the wiped-out Chaos host Dioma and Dioma's successor Haizi, also a new unknown. Huelin drew a line from the Fallen One faction downwards. That was the group of contractors, consisting of a chain of hunters around him. Invalid contracts with the Fallen Ones included Han Jie and his younger brother Han Hu Han, besides the deceased Yun Kyung Su, and Suk One. And Eugene tapped the stylus on the screen. The person who made him think the most was Han Jie. The dog piece placed its front paw right on Han Jie's face on the iPad screen. Ah, you also think he is suspicious. But that was not Piece's meaning. It knocked the tablet away to another place. Clang. Alright, I get it. You are telling me to rest. Han Eugene lay face down so Piece could give him a neck and shoulder massage. So good, so comfortable, you are making me cry. Still, he could not get rid of the thoughts in his head. Han Jie, the man standing between the Ignorant Filial and Fallen One factions. This time was before my regression, so I could not ask him directly. Besides, he had already cut ties with Dioma. Could it be that he was taking the Fallen One's side? In his imagination, Ain Jie suddenly wanted to protect this world. Ah, that did not sound like something he would do. Maybe he was just bored, too tired of those lizards. I found that more plausible, but how could I find more clues? From a distance, the notification sound of the robot vacuum cleaner rang out. Error, please remove the obstacle. And Eugene sat up, then rushed over to see the situation. Broken again? I thought I had pulled out all of Pizza's fur. On the floor, the robot vacuum cleaner was frantically sucking up the hair of Mang Wu, who was lying sprawled on the ground. Please remove the obstacle. Han Eugene was so startled his heart almost dropped. Old man, Mang Wu, what is wrong? He snatched the robot away from his head. Oh no, he is going to die from overworking. Call 9911 immediately. Ah no, where is the healer? Mang Wu weakly answered, I am fine. It is just that I have very little mana left. Here, take this. I finally finished it. Mang Wu dropped something into Han Eugene's hand. Is it the sword you were arguing over? It looks like an ornament, right? A blue-green sword with a sparkling blue gem set in the middle. Mang Wu drank some mana and explained, that is only its basic form. Besides being indestructible, the sword has nothing special about it yet. But if you transform it to carry it, the sword immediately began to transform into a sparkling piece of jewelry on Han Eugene's hand. It was so Korean, so Japanese, and so Indian all at once. What is with this design? This design is just its form, so I could not do anything about it. It is the original prototype itself. Its name is Iani. A blue-green bird flew out from the sword, and its information appeared. Legendary grade, Dragon King, a sword born from the magic stone of Kijak Salat. Contractor Han Eugene. Han Eugene was stunned. Uni. It sounds like a person's name. Does that bird come with the equipment? Wait, hold on, legendary grade? Did he create a legendary grade piece of equipment? Mang Wu scratched his head and chuckled. Yes, I did not expect I could do it either. The effect is still damage nullification like before, but this time it is not a one-time use. If you give it a magic stone, it will reset its cooldown. The bird Unia perched on Han Eugene's head and chirped pip pip. After the cooldown resets, it will nullify legendary grade damage for 1 hour. I think it will last about 10 minutes, if you do not want to be restricted by level limitations. And Eugene's face went blank. Stats this monstrous are allowed? Then if I have this, I could fight the boss in the final dungeon. No. Even if the Mermaid Queen attacked, I would be invincible for 10 minutes. In his imagination, he could block in front of the Mermaid Queen so the other three could sleep soundly. But at Hyun-jae's place specifically, water would still leak into the house. Young Woo continued, it is a growth type, so it will gain other effects later. There is more? I had to restrict it so that only the contractor could use this item. That was the only way I could make it legendary grade. Han Eugene stammered in disbelief, so, a top-tier item like this is my exclusive equipment? I'm the only one who can use it. Han Eugene jumped up in joy. Hey, you should make one for yourself and the others too. Mang Wu humbly laughed. Ahaha, I cannot do it. Making just this one was already impossible for me. I was only able to craft this thanks to Hisma, a spirit possessing the Salat flame. Xalat, the marble you gave me was also... Mang Wu held out his hand for Iania to land on. That is right, it is Salat, the name of the master of the Golden Forge from long ago. After they died, they left behind a magic stone. I used it to forge this sword. The marbles I gave you were also shards that scattered while vying for the sword. I could create this item thanks to that material, and it was only by chance. Even if my skill level were higher, I could never forge something like this again. In the forge, the flames cherish the bird Iania. This bird looks like Salat when she was young. This is the symbol of Mang Wu's potential, which Han Eugene helped to unlock. And this is the greatest work that potential has produced, which is why it is named Yunie. I created it while praying for your safety. And Eugene exclaimed, what a precious item, why didn't you use it and gave it to me instead? Mang Wu shook his head. I did not create it to hear those words. I will not enter the dungeon. If something happens, I can just hide in the forge, but you are always the one rushing into danger. I do not have the strength to protect you through combat, but I can help in this way. So, take it. Do not tell me to keep it. You can speak to me as a friend. Hyujin smiled emotionally. Thank you. You are amazing. You are number one. Ha, I also think I am extraordinary to have created this thing. Hyujin leaned down and said to Yuni, nice to meet you. Can you make the design simpler? This mess of shiny wires is about to strangle me. That is its original form, but it is too ostentatious. Please make it simpler, he said. The bird also chirped pip pip. The whole house was extremely noisy. Chirpy looked up from the ground and saw Unhi had wings and knew how to fly. It cried out sadly chip chip pip pip. And Eugene was surprised. Wait, why is it crying like that? He picked it up. Is it because it is also a bird that cannot fly? Calm down, your wings are too small. Mangwu suddenly remembered he had something. Well then. A small piece of equipment was attached to Chirpy's back. This item will let it hover in the air so it can fly. And Eugene happily took out his phone to take a picture. You are the best. Chirpy gained new equipment. They also agreed on the design. From the tangled mess, only a small bracelet remained. That evening at the Hunter Association, the data board displayed the images of Yun Kyungsu and Suk-won Seok-won. What is going on? Yun Kyungsu is dead. Suk-won is missing. We have lost two S-rank hunters at the same time. The leaders were worried. This is a severe blow to national power. Everyone reacted quite intensely. Many rumors about the disappearance of the prison spread. A person who had been silent until now spoke up. I know everyone is worried. That is why we are here. He was the association president, Eileen Huck. Eileen Huck calmly proposed a solution. The way is very simple. We just need new S-rank hunters. People whispered, do you want to recruit S-rank hunters from abroad? The price will be very high. No, just like the Jupiter Guild recruited Evelyn. President Eileen Hyuk said coldly, I do not plan to recruit. We will train someone like that. We just need to advance the plan earlier. Thanks to that, Korea will have more high-rank hunters and become the country with the most S-rank hunters. Han Eugene circulated his inner energy and said, come up here. Once he had his target locked, Han Eugene delivered a decisive blow towards his opponent. Surprised old hag? Han Eugene's eyes widened. This must be. It was the moment two swords clashed. Hanzo Eileen laughed triumphantly. What are you thinking? You think you are very strong, right? Han Eugene said while charging forward. With this, I am not worried about you getting hurt. You just got knocked back too. But I am super fine, no problem. A large patch of the cloth on your back is torn. You think you do not have to worry about me anymore, right? Han Eugene was speechless. That does not stop you from being caught and easier to deal with since you cannot be hurt. Han Eugene snatched the bracelet from Han Eugene's hand and said above all, now you have no defenses left. Han Eugene had nothing more to say. Han Eugene looked at the bracelet with affectionate eyes. Its defensive power is truly remarkable. Flames shot out from Han Eugene's eyes, engulfing the bracelet. Bird inside the bracelet flew out, startling Han Eugene. Do not eat it. Hey, do not unhide. Han Eugene also said, it is our brothers, Eileen. The fire spirit finally had a name, although it took a while to find one it liked. Han Eugene said, alright Unnie, come here, you must have been scared. That lizard is truly wicked. Unnie agreed with a single cry, wicked lizard. The two were surprised it can talk. Hanzo Eileen replied, I heard it is near maturation, it probably learned to speak. Say papa. Unnie said again, wicked lizard. They had to give up. Han Eugene argued with the lizard, why do you not talk back to it? Han Eugene was proud. Raise it well. Who knows, when it grows up it might be able to say more. After all, Zirin is the first spirit in this world. It will certainly be a great help to everyone. Hanzo Aileen asked, have you contacted the Abyss Guild's equipment management team? Hanzo Aileen replied, yes, everyone was disappointed about that. And Eugene laughed it off, right? Who would not be disappointed, especially since it was Mangwu's research. Last night, Yumiyoungu said, I thought about that when I created Ani. I think it was my fault for getting too involved in the system's description. Hanzo Aileen was confused. Hey, Yumiyoungu explained, my level should not have allowed me to create Ania, but I did, which means someone can do more than what the system describes. It is similar with skills. For example, even if the description says you can only use basic fire, that means you can cook faster, evade commands, or light up a place. Han Eugene pondered the words just spoken, skill expansion. The principle was the same as when he mimicked Dayama's explosion skill, but it was feasible because he understood his system and memories. And Eugene broke out in a sweat, but he learned on his own. Truly smart. Yumi Ungu continued. So what if he applied that to creating equipment? Then the skills of all the blacksmiths in the production management team would be enough to create higher grade gear. All of them already possessed basic equipment handling skills. Yumi Ungu smiled innocently, saying that was if it were possible, and Eugene had just finished recollecting. He said if they succeeded, they would set up an equipment shop. The survival rate and hunter power would increase. It would be a technological revolution. Our Myungu is amazing, you should start with him. Take some gear, Han Eugene replied. He thinks taking it from him is still faster. Han Eugene thought Myungu, someone without combat talent, would bring a new era for hunters through equipment crafting. I will find more people with special skills so no one is forgotten. Prepare for the future. That was his thought, then the TV broadcasted. The Awakener Center will open next month. Hearken, those who have not awakened, pay attention. This summer, anyone can become a hunter. Now, awakening is safe under the management of the association. You could be the future S-rank hunter. He used to be idle, but his life changed to the Awakener Center. Say goodbye to the time without space inventory pouches. Let us create an era of all citizens awakened. Register today. And Eugene was stunned upon hearing the announcement that pre-registration was open. Please check the association's website. Han Eugene yelled, why is registration already open? Man greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, Hunter Han Eugene. I am Captain Sim Young. Nice to meet you here. Sim Young said he did not expect him to be interested in the Awakener Center. One moment, Mr. Chairman. The Awakener Center is a place for safe awakening, the Hunter Association president stated. It is not perfect yet, but it will be finished soon. Normally, it would take 6 months from now. The association president smiled and introduced, we are testing the system. Would you like to see it? The principle is quite simple. We use a psychological illusion maze device. The association president produced a blue cube. It creates a realistic illusion for the unawakened. We activate this. Suddenly, the cube split into smaller boxes, making the test subject scream in fright. In less than a second, the test subject was inside a forest. Wow, what is this? I thought I was really in the forest. Suddenly, a man ran over shouting loudly, danger, you need to get out of there right now. That is a faulty device. End the test. This is not an illusion, but a real dungeon. The test subject could not even compose himself before being attacked. Han Eugene was frozen for 5 seconds. A giant bear tore the man apart. The test subject realized, wait, this is not real, right? A moment of death flashed before his eyes. Not just one, but 3 at the same time. Test subject was terrified. Is it for real? Meanwhile, the doctor standing outside coldly ignored the screams. So, stop it. The blue cube merged back together. The test was a fail. No, a success. The Hunter Association president said, we showed them an illusion of being attacked by monsters. To awaken safely. Is this safe? Safe, my foot. Sim Young asked, is he alright? The association president replied calmly, clearly it does not harm the mind as long as it does not last longer than 30 minutes. The doctor added, the limit is 30 minutes per person, can be used for 30 people at a time. We plan to test 1,000 people a day, and then increase to 3,000. Eugene could not take his eyes off the test subject. The result was clear. Jimmy Ungu's character information was classified as awakenable state at DF rank. Listen to me, it failed. Searching for hidden jade failed. Han Eugene could see. He is F rank and received no newly awakened skills. The big problem was the Awakener Center was specialized for combat. They pushed everyone into dangerous situations without recognizing their individual potential, so the majority awakened combat skills to survive. That was forced awakening without considering personal strengths, like throwing a singer or a student into a boxing ring. This does not help find talents like Manhwa, but will bury everyone. Han Eugene said, you intend to do this to every citizen. Do you realize the consequences? That is not the only problem. I know how harmful this system is, because I have experienced it. Before the regression, a week after its opening, many people collapsed from the internal power. Staff yelled, take them away. We will be ruined if we fall back. Medicine is coming soon. Hold on a little longer. The staff turned to Han Eugene and shouted, hey newbie, what are you doing? Move quickly. What are you doing? Han Eugene watched the chaotic scene, merely standing there dumbfounded. In just 1 month, everything became chaotic. People lined up day and night to awaken. Within 2 days, the center had reached 3,000 people. Among them, only 1% received skills above E rank. Thousands of new hunters appeared in 1 month, and the consequences of that. And Eugene was arguing fiercely. We no longer have enough equipment and items, especially for low-rank hunters. Have you prepared for that? What would happen if someone entered the dungeon without any equipment? The Hunter Association president took a sip of coffee. His demeanor relaxed. He replied, no one would do that. And Eugene thought to himself that there were plenty of people out there. Seok Sim Jung was too optimistic. The new hunters had already trained for a week. Han Eugene was defeated, the change happening so fast he could not even recognize it. The president said, we can require them to have equipment in the safety guidelines. Han Eugene asked, how can everyone have equipment when the stock is still lacking? The president took a sip of coffee. The association is not responsible for individuals who break the rules. Han Eugene was flustered. The issue was not who was responsible. He said, we need to be more sensible. We should postpone opening the awakening room until we have enough equipment, or at least limit the number of people awakening. He thought the president understood. That man said, all right, Hunter Han Eugene. Han Eugene's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. The president smiled as if the harvest season had come, asking if he was afraid of being unemployed if there were more hunters. He told him not to be selfish. The world needed more hunters. hunters. I know you do not realize it because you have awakened, but this is a necessary outcome for us to become stronger. Han Eugene was choked with anger. Han Eugene was holding back from punching the president. I have worked hard here for 5 years. The president said goodbye and apologized. Seok Simjung whispered in Han Eugene's ear. This move actually had political reasons. The media was buzzing, so the government was trying to divert public opinion. If the number of people was limited, the approval rating would drop. Han Zoilin doubted, was the approval rating the issue here? Sim Young added, many hunters know the effectiveness of the illusion maze. When the media finds out, we cannot lie about the number of awakenings. Others will acquire this technique and establish their own centers. In reality, it is very difficult to stop these underhanded practices. Above all, we must plan for the future. The dungeon difficulty level is increasing. We need to increase the number of high-rank hunters to cope. We cannot do anything about the increasing number of low-rank hunters coming through the awakening center. Sim Young analyzed. It would be a bit chaotic at first, but things would settle down. Han Eugene's face darkened. Only a strong guild would have enough strength to clear the dungeon. Seok Simjung asked again, why is that? Han Eugene felt uneasy, a little chaos. For someone who had experienced it, where would all the low-rank hunters go? His eyes glowed with helplessness. The hunter bulletin board displayed the dungeon accident report. 51 dead, 125 injured, 68 missing. Safety is your friend. Every day was a battle. Many hunters sacrificed their lives. Half of the low-rank hunters, especially F-rank, had gone missing or run away. The other half were crippled and suffering, scattered everywhere. Suddenly, Han Eugene received a painful punch. The blonde man demanded, why are you the only one still fine? Everyone is crippled. Why are you still fine? Heard your brother protecting you. I heard you got equipment from him. All talk and no action. Han Eugene desperately corrected. I am not the one who caused that. They tricked me into taking the equipment right when I became E rank. The blonde man said, they approached you only because you are the brother of the famous Han Eugene. Han Eugene was powerless to be hit. Everyone blamed him, the one who always survived. They also blamed his younger brother, who was suspected of helping him. Han Eugene thought that was when everyone started calling him by insulting nicknames. That was also when he was hurt by others and his hands were stained with blood. The call Han Eugene finally snapped him awake. Seok Simjung asked worriedly, are you okay? You do not look very well. He asked, is there any reason for you to worry? Even if things do not go the way you want, you are not losing anything. Han Eugene did not take it lightly at all. He mumbled, oh, I do not know. The president returned, sorry to keep you waiting. That man introduced, this is the association's promotional team for a TV program. Seok Simjung was surprised. President, I thought we had rejected this offer. The president said, but I wanted to ask Hunter Han Eugene one more time. His words became unclear. Instead, Han Eugene saw something horrifying. He shot up from his seat. Seok Simjung called out, Han Eugene. Han Eugene was terrified. That bastard, he could never forget him. Memories of a gang ganging up on Han Eugene echoed back. Why are you so stubborn? Should I break your leg? There would be no evidence if recovery medicine was used. Just cooperate, right? You are his brother. I am sure he will give you items if you ask. Lee Dongwan was the one behind it. And Eugene remembered that man had kidnapped him 4 years ago, for a whole year, and he had dealt with him. Returning to reality, that man was in front of Han Eugene, introduced as Lee Dongwan from the propaganda team. Han Eugene calmed himself. Stay calm. He does not know me. That incident has not happened in this world. Why was he here and in the propaganda team? Lee Dongwan smiled and said, I hope you will join the show. Lee Dongwan said with his long eyelashes. The president said you are worried about low-rank hunters. I think you are the best candidate. Han Zoilin refused to understand. Lee Dongwan replied, our purpose is to illuminate every corner. So we are looking for as many low-rank hunters and unawakened people as possible. And Eugene was suspicious. Was he in the association wanting to find low-rank hunters and unawakened people? Lee Dongwan smiled. You are an E-rank hunter attracting media attention. The guests like this very much. The president interjected, just once increases viewership promotes the Awakening Center. Seok Simjung replied, do not pressure him, he is resting. Han Eugene said, alright. Seok Simjung was surprised. Han Eugene? Han Eugene said with a bright face, appearing on the show is nothing difficult. Simjung was surprised, what will you do? 2 association members were excited. Thank you, I will set the filming date right away. Seok Simjung had a headache. How am I supposed to tell the guild master? Lee Dongwan extended his hand. I look forward to working with you, Hunter Han Eugene. As they shook hands, Han Eugene thought. At that time, he thought that man and the others were devils who kidnapped and threatened E-ranks. But now, it turns out the association is even stronger than I thought. In front of the low-level dungeon exploration team, the whole team is discussing whether to rest. Let me sort out the items first. Han Eugene spoke up, handing the items for me to hold. He brought me into this dungeon, so I should at least lend a hand. This is a well-known team that often leads low-level hunters. The members are very friendly. You make me shy, Han Eugene, you have a good personality. The team has 2 C rank and 5 D rank members. The organization is quite stable. They also have a good image because no one knows about their side business. One person said, but you don't need to feel grateful. We brought you here for our own benefit too. Before he could understand what was happening, Han Eugene received a painful punch. Looking at Han Eugene slumped over, they said, don't make a fuss if monsters come. We won't protect you. Now hand over everything in your bag. Little brother must have given you a gate stone or something to protect yourself. The high-level hunters stared straight at Han Eugene. Why are you looking at us like that? Bringing an F-rank support into a D-rank dungeon? Do you think we did a good thing? Targeting unawakened people or low-value hunters was their side job. The scene shifts. Li Dongquang under the stage claps as the host introduces today's guest, the father of the beasts, Hunter Han Eugene, and the cute piece. Han Eugene thought to himself, he didn't expect that person in the group to be related to the Hunter Association. Spitz appeared coolly on stage. That was Spitz's ball throw along with Chirpy's debut performance. My kid is showing off their talent while the father's mind wanders. Honestly, I wonder if this really needs to be done. For revenge? No, he had already taken revenge. Back then he took the lives of all of them. He had to work very hard to do it. Remembering Seok Simjung's words, is there any reason for you to worry? You won't lose anything. As Simyoung said, he can't get involved with them like last time. Even if the Awakening Center opens, it's not related. But is that all there is to it? Chirpy missed the throw, but thanks to the power of friendship, little one used all its strength to fly up and slipped through the hole under everyone's astonished gazes. It went in, a goal that defies all laws of physics. Peter raised his finger, truly my son, while reading the inner monologue, if he just turned a blind eye and let it slide. And Eugene suddenly flinched at the excited person beside him. You guys are amazing. The kid did it. Peace. High five. Han Eugene immediately warned that if someone suddenly approached it like that. Before he finished speaking, Peace took down the target with a deadly high five. The entire studio went into chaos, shut down the cameras, call 911. No, bring out the potion. Bearing the blame, Han Eugene bowed his head to apologize. I'm sorry, I'm sure it didn't mean to. You're Park Hyun, right? Are you okay? Park Hyun cheerfully replied, ha, I'm fine. Potion has fully healed me. That part was cut, but the face is the most important in the job. Park Hyun replied, it's my fault for startling Peace. I'm the one who should apologize. Han Eugene was delighted, he is so kind. But in reality, Park Hyun was a crazy fan. Honestly, getting scratched like that was a blessing. If he weren't a celebrity, he would cherish this scratch. Becoming a hunter is my dream. I want to join the Abyss Guild even as a janitor. Han Eugene freaked out. A janitor? He seemed nice but a bit eccentric. Anyway, there are many people who dream of becoming hunters. Suddenly a blue light ring appeared. Han Eugene saw that this person's starting skills were truly optimal. Park Hyun hasn't awakened yet, but he can reach B rank. Cannot take eyes off friend A, frost cream on cake A, existence that makes everyone adore A. Han Eugene was surprised. He has 3 A rank skills? They all sound like skills related to appearance. He couldn't have gotten them at the Awakening Center. It's embarrassing, but if he used the keyword, I just want to know if you've had your wisdom teeth pulled. Park Hae-un replied, my teeth are straight so I didn't get them pulled. Han Eugene thought, there are too many people watching here. Only noticing now, Han Eugene silently admired brother Hyun is really handsome, even though he just debuted. But he already landed the lead role in a movie. If that movie were given to a museum, they would probably display it. He didn't think that guy needed any more skills. Eugene felt ashamed of himself. It felt like with that face, he could do anything he wanted. But why didn't he remember meeting him before? If he was that famous, he must have seen him somewhere. Suddenly someone said, hey is your wound okay? It was Lee Dongwan with his long mi-slay. Sorry, I'm the one who invited you. Park Hae-un warmly replied, brother Dongwan, I'm fine. I'm very glad you let me meet Peace. And Eugene was startled. What, are you too close? Park Hyun beamed like a flower. Today is our first time meeting. Lai Dongquan replied, there will be more chances to work together. We plan to fully support him. Han Eugene doubted life. That didn't sound like a good thing. To him, Hai-hun was just a money-making machine and very easy to control. Because of his dream to become a hunter, he might become prey for the Gosen team. If that was the reason Park Hae-un wasn't famous in the previous life. Thinking that, Han Eugene started a conversation. I have a stuffed toy made of pieces fur at home. Do you want it? Park Hae-un was overjoyed. Can I receive such a precious thing? And Eugene continued, I'm very happy you like Peace. If you give me your number, I'll contact you later. Han Eugene thought this was a chance to approach the Gosen group. That opportunity came very quickly. Han Eugene looked at the stuffed toy in front of him, found it, the stuffed piece that Yerem made. This is a piece, soft and squishy. But Han Eugene thought, whatever, I'll use this to contact him, then ask him to notify me if the association's advertising team reaches out. Han Eugene texted, did you get home safely? It's Han Eugene, I found the stuffed piece. Park Hae-un replied, it's so cute. Han Eugene thought to himself, oh, he replied fast. Park Hae-hun texted back, thank you so much for helping me awaken and giving me this stuffed toy. Zoe Lin was puzzled by Bei or On's question, and Dong Huang came to see me because you asked him to. He said you would let me experience a developing dungeon before it officially opened. Hanzo Aileen replied that she had never spoken of or heard of that dungeon, which startled Bei or On. Then she suddenly realized something. He asked where he was currently. The other end hurriedly said they had to hang up. Han Eugene texted asking if he could turn on location, but received no reply. The subscriber you called is temporarily unreachable. Hanzo Aileen was worried those bastards had really taken him away. They even used her identity. On the other side, Park Ha-eun's phone was taken. That man Lee Dong-wan advised saving battery since no one knew when they would get out. There is no service in the dungeon, so we will leave the phones here. Bei or On hesitantly called out Dong-hwan's name. Will it really take a long time? Can I tell the manager? The answer was no. He will try to stop you and think that if you become a hunter, you will quit being a celebrity. Do not worry, I am an association employee. I will not lead you into danger. Before Park Ha-eun was a glowing blue gate. Lee Dong-wan explained that when he walked in, he would awaken and become a hunter as he wished. Bei or On's eyes lit up with hope. Seeing the real gate, he said, I trust you. Over here, Han Eugene called out with all his might, but only heard the notification that the subscriber was temporarily unreachable. And Eugene told himself that if he had entered the dungeon, he also had to enter before it closed. He struggled internally. Should I call the police? But because he is a celebrity, things would get tense, and going to the association would be useless. Was there no way to find him without calling the police? Han Eugene hoped the phone number of an acquaintance from his past life was still active. They must still be running a detective agency. The other end picked up. A bored-sounding young man answered, Hamster Company speaking, how can I help you? Hammond, an information broker, a specialist in finding people. Han Eugene said he wanted to find someone, thinking to himself, these are all bad connections from a past life. I will use one to handle the other. Hammond fed the hamster some seeds, then picked up the pen and returned to the call. Name Park Ha-eun, nothing special. Alright, can you give me his phone number? When working, Hammond always activated the connection thread. That was his skill. The connection thread allowed him to calculate the subject's location through related numbers. He quickly became an information provider in the hunter world, and the reason Han Eugene knew him in a past life was quite complicated. After a moment, Hammond used a pen to point at a red dot on the screen, saying he would send the location after payment. There would be a 10% surcharge for bank transfer. Han Eugene was speechless upon hearing this, muttering robber as he transferred the money. After the transfer, Han Eugene smiled, complimented his skill was still impressive, and said goodbye to Hammond. Hammond panicked when Han Eugene called his name, jolted and shouted, hey, who are you? How do you know my name? But Hammond didn't hear the answer before Han Eugene hung up. After checking the location, Han Eugene put on his hat and prepared to leave. Near Wonyo Bridge, taking the bus would be fast. Han Eugene decided to activate a hidden item. This skill made the user hard to detect even with a thorough search. The skill was obtained when he went into a dungeon alone. He would use it to get there quickly. The dungeon Park Han entered, monsters surged out attack. The Gozan reconnaissance team immediately rushed in to defend and counterattack. Park Han had not awakened, so he could only crouch down, holding his head and screaming. Park Han watched the ghost team fight. Terrified, he jumped behind the scar-faced man, shouting that this dungeon was insane. The scar-faced man angrily kicked him to the ground, ordering him to sit still instead of provoking the monsters. He clenched his fist, looking at Park Han gasping on the floor, and asked if he wanted attention because he was a celebrity. Seeing this, Lee Dong-wan stood with hands on his hips and cut in. Do not be so rude, he has not awakened yet. You are scaring him. Seeing Lee Dong-wan sit down to defend him, Park Ha-eun smiled lightly and replied, no, I am fine. Park Ha-eun looked at Lee Dong-wan determinedly and said he would awaken later, so he wanted to learn first. Lee Dong-wan laughed and said Ha-eun was too dreamy. The scar-faced man sneered. Lee Dong-wan ruffled Park Ha-eun's hair, saying he was too naive. How would he survive without them? Park Ha-eun was shocked to hear this. The scar-faced man looked at his watch, which had hit 0 hour, announced it was time. Lee Dong-wan laughed and said, then let us start. Park Ha-eun dazedly asked time for what, then his collar was grabbed tightly by Lee Dong-wan. Lee Dong-wan laughed savagely and said it was time to close the gate, then swung his fist and punched Park Ha-eun straight in the face, causing blood to splatter. Gosen team's method was to bring victims into the dungeon and wait until the gate closed. Lee Dong-wan and the scar-faced man gleefully watched Park Ha-eun get punched away. Lee Dong-wan approached and asked if he could not run anymore. What did he plan to do? Park Ha-eun held his bloody face and tremblingly asked, why are you doing this? What did I do wrong? Another man stepped forward with a cold voice. No, you did nothing wrong. The newcomer was a mushroom-haired man in white. He looked down at Ha-eun and said it was just because he was useless. That man was the leader of the Gosen team, Kim Jong-aileen, a C rank. He smiled and said to Park Ha-eun that his name was Park Ha-eun, right? Saying that, he pinched Park Ha-eun's chin and pulled him close, mocking him. You are the richest and easiest target on the Awakening Center's registration list. Having said that, Kim Jong-aileen activated the control thread, the team leader's brainwashing skill. After activating it, he looked straight into Park Ha-eun's eyes and began to manipulate him, saying that they would do the same to the others. The reason you are here is that you trust people too much. Park Ha-eun trembled, muttering to himself, yes, Kim Jong-aileen continued the manipulation, saying that he looked handsome, had money but still wanted to awaken, he should be grateful for what he had. Those words, along with the rope, formed a net that tightly bound Park Hae-un, causing him to collapse and endlessly blame himself. Kim Yeonjin held Park Hae-un's face and said a dream was just a dream, his job was to become a celebrity. Park Hae-un subconsciously replied that he was right. Kim Yeonjin laughed again, asking if he was ungrateful for his advice. Park Hae-un stammered a yes. Seeing that the boy seemed swayed, he immediately stated his true purpose. Join a TV show, do an advertisement, or anything and give us 90% of the income. Tears streamed down Park Hae-un's face. He sobbed and grievance-fully said he still wanted to become a hunter. Kim Yeonjin did not let him finish. He grabbed Park Hae-un's head and drove a knee into his face, angrily saying how dare he resist him. Seeing Kim Yeonjin repeatedly smashing Park Hae-un's face, even Lee Dong-wan and the Gosen team were intimidated. Lee Dong-wan remarked that celebrities truly had nerves of steel. The scar-faced man said just writing the contract would be enough, but Lee Dong-wan interrupted, saying it would leave evidence this way was best. He reminded Kim Yeonjin not to hit his face anymore. Kim Yeonjin sighed, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and said this skill worked best when the opponent's spirit was broken. He wondered if he should continue and how long this punk could hold out. Looking at Park Hae-un with his face covered in blood and tears streaming down, the underlings started placing bets. One bet $1 million on 30 minutes, another bet $5 million on an hour. Suddenly a voice rang out, cutting through everything. Hey, why are you guys being so discriminatory? Hearing the voice, the entire Gosen strike team and Lee Dong-wan turned around. Seeing someone appear, they all cried out in astonishment. Eugene appeared, taking off his hood and cloak while coldly saying they were at least 5 hours late. Then, he cancelled his stealth skill. Kim Yeonjin roared in fury, while Park Hae-un cried out in both emotion and surprise, saying it was Hunter Han Eugene. Scar-faced man saw Han Eugene and turned to Lee Dong-wan, asking if he had brought the man here. Lee Dong-wan quickly denied it. He said, "Are you crazy? I don't want to be killed by his little sister." Watching Han Eugene walk in alone, the scar-faced man wondered if the Abyss Guild was here. Han Eugene looked at Park Hae-un, checked his physical condition, then worriedly asked if he was okay, if any bones were broken. Park Hae-un struggled to open his eyes and said he was fine. Park Hae-un looked around and curiously asked if the Abyss Guild had really come to rescue him. Han Eugene answered in surprise, no, he hadn't brought anyone. Hearing this, Park Hae-un was terrified, shouting that he had come alone. Han Eugene laughed naturally and said he thought the boy wouldn't want many witnesses. Scar-faced man took advantage of their conversation to rush in and smash an iron bar onto Han Eugene's head. The blow caused his head to knock against Park Hae-un's forehead. Park Hae-un cried out and then fainted. In contrast, Han Eugene was completely unharmed, even frowning as he turned to look at the scar-faced man, exclaiming that he had just arrived. Lee Dong-wan also panicked, saying he had checked Han Eugene's records. Kim Yeonjin was quicker, immediately drawing his weapon to defend himself. Said he must have a defensive item. It seemed he was truly alone. Right after, the entire Gosen team pointed their weapons at Han Eugene, surrounding him. Han Eugene still calmly laughed, saying he came to see if they would do the same as before. It turns out it was the same, though they didn't believe it, they had already met. Hearing that, the entire Gosen group were suspicious, wondering why. They saw him on TV. Han Eugene took off his red earring and said he had thought about letting them off. You guys kept harming others. After saying that, Han Eugene immediately turned around and created a protective barrier for Park Hae-un. Han Eugene continued, even the matter of Dongguan leaking others' personal information he could not overlook. Han Eugene looked them over once and asked why they wouldn't just surrender and start a new life. Hearing this, a red-haired thug in the Gosen group could no longer hold back. He roared, asking what the hell this guy was talking about. The red-haired thug rushed from behind for a sneak attack, locking Han Eugene's neck in a headlock, laughing loudly that they would get double the money. The red-haired thug flexed his muscles, trying to break Han Eugene's neck. He laughed cruelly, saying he could wear equipment, but an F to C rank stat was the limit. He ordered his cronies to strip him. Hearing that, the scar-faced man and several others from the Gosen group charged in, all of them gleefully thinking of the profit. Equipment from the Abyss Guild was sure to be valuable, they had to take the gear first. Suddenly, a flame erupted. The scar-faced man clutched his face in agony and collapsed. The rest of the group also panicked and cried out noisily. What was that? Fire? Did he conceal a weapon on his body? Looking at the phone screen before him, suddenly Hein Jae's voice rang out, saying we had lost 2 S-rank hunters. The woman wearing glasses sitting across from Hein Jae said it was not serious, unless it affected his dungeon response capabilities. She mentioned the newly awakened S-class hunter migration, and Hein Jae smiled in response. Confirmed Noah and Riet would stay in Korea for a while. Looking at the alluring woman with glasses, Sung Hein Jae said she had already arrived at Jupiter and emphasized that Miss Evelyn Miller was their obligation. Evelyn Miller sarcastically remarked that everyone wanted to use this matter to increase their influence. Even though the world had changed, these things remained the same. Yoon Jae swirled his wine glass, smiled enigmatically and replied that was true, but because the association had exceeded the limit, He said they should prepare to eliminate the rotten part of society before it was too late, and the bait was ready. Evelyn Miller heard this and immediately asked with curiosity, "Bait? You mean the hunter Han Eugene?" She doubted that an F-class could do it, even if he was skilled. Yoon-jae laughed, immediately cutting Evelyn off, telling her to just wait and see. She herself would find it interesting too. Evelyn recalled the previous incident, saying that Hunter Kang So-jang was very surprised by the dungeon case a few days ago, and she said that day he seemed very happy. The two of them appeared close. Evelyn pondered, then continued, "He was F-class. Going into a dungeon with him should have been afraid of getting close to him." Sung Han-jae replied that was precisely what was interesting. He was very special. Thinking of Han Eugene, Sung Hyun-jae broke into a bright smile, softly saying that rather than being brave, at that moment, in Hyun-jae's recollection, he was frantically stabbing the Gosen group with a knife repeatedly, a murderous look in his eyes. Seeing Han Eugene charge in with 2 knives in hand, smashing through many Gosen men, the remaining ones shouted in panic, "Ah, what is this?" Thought he only awakened recently. One man holding an iron rod rushed at Han Eugene, yelling loudly, "Stab him, do not let your guard down." He thrust the iron rod at Han Eugene's back, but the tip was blocked by a defensive barrier. He screamed in terror. What defensive equipment is this? Han Eugene had already swiftly turned around. He flipped his body, hooking his leg in a straight kick that sent that man falling backwards, a blade quickly cutting into his leg. The scarred man cursed loudly, "Smart punk." He poured all his strength into his right hand, slamming Han Eugene's head into the ground, speaking with gleeful satisfaction. He said even defensive equipment could not stop this blow. He shouted, "I will shackle your neck." But before he finished, a massive claw shot forward. Vision growled, pressing the scarred man hard into the ground, making him scream in agony. Eugene pushed himself up with his hands, saying, "Leave him be, peace, you need to conserve your strength for the dungeon." After saying this, Han Eugene charged back into the Gozen group, stating firmly, "I have to take revenge on these guys myself." Turning to the scene of Sung Han-jae, looking at the swirling wine in his glass, he sighed in wonder. He murmured, "Strange, from the collected information, he had no criminal record, just lived an ordinary life." But there were many times his eyes looked like someone who had killed countless people. Eugene had finished dealing with the Gozen group by now. He tiredly wiped his sweat, thinking he probably did not need to use the appreciation skill since he was in a different environment. At his feet lay the scattered bodies of Gozen soldiers. Han Eugene tilted his head back to look at the sky. He lamented that his past life was very difficult, unlike that time. Now he had decent stats thanks to good equipment. He also had Anya to nullify damage, had peace as well, and 5 years of experience. Han Eugene lowered head to think. Normally he would call the police, but he could not. Because the association was involved, the police could not interfere. But what if they investigated and found his connection to the association? He had to erase all evidence. And Eugene looked at Peace beside him, an indescribable feeling welling up inside. He thought to himself, no, he had to admit it. In the end, he still could not forget many things, all the hatred accumulated from that time. Han Eugene stroked Peace's head, pulling it into his arms. He saw Peace's fur was stained with blood because of him. He softly apologized for making it see this scene. Han Eugene fell into deep thought. If he cleared it, the dungeon would restart, the corpses would disappear, leaving no evidence. After a short while, Park Hae-un finally woke up, letting out a soft cry. Han Eugene heard the noise and asked. Awake, Park Hae-un looked at him, asking in panic, "Hunter Han Eugene, those people?" Suddenly Park Hae-un realized she was floating in the air, and also riding on the small Peace she had seen before. Her surprise mixed with excitement. Peace. Han Eugene averted his gaze, making up a story to tell Park Hae-un that the association had taken them away, that it had nothing to do with him. He said he stayed behind to upgrade Peace. The association said this was top secret, so she must not say anything, but Park Hae-un seemed not to care. Her whole body trembled with excitement, her voice incredulous. "I am riding Peace." Then, Park Hae-un turned to look at Han Eugene with sparkling eyes full of love and admiration, shouting, "Amazing, I will keep the secret. This is the most precious memory of my life." Seeing this, Han Eugene sighed, thinking she was really enthusiastic. After everything was done, Park Hae-un finally fell silent, looking into the distance thinking she had really seen it. Back then, thanks to Han Eugene's protection, Park Hae-un had safely recovered her strength. She blinked, looking at the scene before her. Park Hae-un had seen it clearly. Han Eugene alone charged in and took care of the entire Gozen group. There was no association at all. Closing her eyes, she thought to herself, he killed people. But then her cheeks flushed red, her eyes sparkling with gratitude and admiration. She thought he did it to protect her, the best hunter, a hero hiding his strength. The more she thought, the happier Park Hae-un became, her feelings for Han Eugene skyrocketing to the maximum. She giggled, "Don't worry, I will keep the secret. Can I call you Appa?" Han Eugene stammered in reply, "Okay." Afterwards, the two of them safely rode Peace out of the dungeon. Han Eugene had also deleted his number and messages from Park Hae-un's phone. He would have to get involved with her again, but that was for later. The evening after returning to his apartment, Han Eugene lay on the bed with Peace curled up asleep beside him. Looking at the icon on the system, Han Eugene thought, final appreciation. In his past life, it was called final compensation. Han Eugene remembered his past life, when the Gosen group took him down. They mocked him, haha, how funny, did you think flattering us would make us let you go? Suddenly, the system activated the effect of the Nurturer title, activating the skill final compensation. Han Eugene regained his strength and immediately impaled the man mocking him. Immediately after, the system announced the opponent's skills and stats were transferred to the player. The Gosan group saw Han Eugene's strength and aura change, panicking and shouting, impossible. What is going on? Why did an F-class suddenly become so strong? As for Han Eugene, he was now staring at them with a sharp, cold gaze and a fierce desire to seize their power. As he scrolled through his phone, Han Eugene muttered to himself that this was the only time he wanted to kill someone to steal their skill, but living long thanks to these skills was also true. He decided to forget that person to move on, thinking he would never have to bother with him again. Thinking that, Han Eugene instinctively dialed a number, sitting on the bed and waiting until he heard an answer. Hello, the voice on the other end rang out. Han Eugene was so emotional his eyes turned red and his cheeks flushed. Han Eugene felt lucky that he was still alive, along with those who had helped him escape from everything, those who had sacrificed themselves. Han Eugene remembered the previous life when he was comforted, words that would slowly fade away. Han Eugene, a voice he thought he would never hear again. The image of his comrade who sacrificed himself for him still reminded him in the end, Eugene, run. Han Eugene was awakened by that voice. Hello, who is this? Han Eugene was silent for a moment, then said softly, sorry, wrong number. Live happily. Hanging up, Han Eugene thought with a heavy heart, we are no longer acquainted. But back, everyone had to struggle and risk their lives in the dungeon. If the Awakening Center opened, people would become hunters and continue going in there. He remembers all of them. If he cannot forget, he cannot watch them rush into danger. The next day, at the Epis Association building, Eugene walked in, saw Han Eugene and Sim Young and said, sorry for coming early. Seeing that everyone had already arrived, Han Eugene called out in surprise. Brother. Han Eugene approached. I have something to discuss with you two about the Awakening Center. Sim Young quickly interrupted. Mr. Han Eugene, please don't be like that. I understand you are worried, but before Sim Young could finish, Han Eugene nodded. If you need a high-level awakener, I can find one faster than the Awakening Center. Sim Young was stunned. What? Han Eugene said calmly. There is a way to awaken abilities suited to each person, instead of forcing them to fight. Han Eugene stood up abruptly. Will you disclose it? Han Eugene placed his hand on his chest. I have a hidden skill. Please pass this request to the association. Cooperate with me to slow down the progress of the Awakening Center. Hidden skill is called Promising Sprout, S rank, which allows checking the expected awakening level of an unawakened person and promoting them using a suitable keyword. Han Eugene thought to himself that this was the beginning of the process of reforming the association. Han Eugene sat in the Awakening Center. Using the Promising Sprout skill, he looked at everyone and said, E rank, E rank, E rank, E rank, a few people are D rank. It was rare for Han Eugene to be surprised. Then he told Park Yerim, there are a few other ranks over there, he said fluently. Park Yerim looked over and replied, oh, that person is a recently famous online teacher. Han Eugene was surprised. Really? Lucky for him to have chosen the right person. Saying that, Han Eugene darkened his face as he watched the group making a ruckus, eating and drinking boisterously in front of him, and let out a breath. Anyway, why did you all drag everyone here? Park Yerim was a bodyguard but cared about eating and drinking more. While staring at a melting ice cream cone, drooling, she replied, because the more people, the safer you are. So Jang followed to repay the debt for the ride last time, busy shaking a milk bottle and teasing Noah Luya, who was suffering for it. Look, a dragon-shaped bottle, Noah. Noah hit on the cheek with the milk bottle, his head full of black lines, sighed. Haha, I see it, no need to put it so close. And there was also an outsider like Lady Moon Hyune. She looked at Han Eugene with a bright smile. Came to see you show off your skill. Where did you get this awakening observation skill from? Aren't you tired? Want some water? Haha. Hearing that, Han Eugene thought to himself, this skill shows me the awakening potential of an unawakened person and the most suitable initial skill for them. Never intended to tell anyone besides Han Eugene, but remembering the day before when he told Han Eugene and Seok Sim Jung had exclaimed in surprise. You can really see the awakening potential of others. Seok Sim Jung trembled, his face full of glasses, stammering. If there are no restrictions, then doesn't that mean you can find people with special skills like yourself or the hunter Yumiyoungu? Your skill is truly a godsend. Sim Young looked at Han Eugene curiously. Did you discover Park Yerim and Yeomang Woo thanks to that skill? Han Eugene smiled wryly. Half of it was by chance. I will propose cooperation with the association. Han Eugene glared angrily at his brother who wouldn't listen, clenching his fists. You said you would rest. What are you planning to do now? Han Eugene tried to avoid his brother's eyes. Forget about that. After that, Han Eugene began explaining how to group the people coming to the Awakening Center. The waiting time will be longer for the group coming to me, but they will know what their optimal skill is. As for those with high awakening potential, we will help them by adjusting the environment to suit them. Seok Sim-jung, after listening, rubbed his chin and thought. It could reduce the number of people going to the center while still prioritizing skill diversity. Watching Han Eugene being tied up and lectured by Han Eugene, Seok Sim worried. The workload will increase. Han Eugene, enduring the pain, yelled, "I only do the evaluation, others do the rest. 10 seconds per person, 1 hour a day. Perfectly reasonable, right?" Seok Sim sighed. It should be that way. In his heart, Han Eugene thought, since I started using the skill, over half of the people I've met are above E rank, but only 1% of them meet the hunter standard to go to the Awakening Center. Isn't that burying a lot of people's talent? If so, the more Han Eugene thought, the more excited he became. If I advertise it this way, most will choose the latter. Surely the number of people coming to the Awakening Center will gradually decrease. But that is just my thought. The chairman of the Hunters Association, Aileen Hayek, holding the commission letter on behalf of the Awakening Center, handed it to Han Eugene and asked with a bright smile, "What do you think? We are making you the representative. We are letting everyone drop by your place for a checkup first." "Ah, the paper fell, let me pick it up." Han Eugene darkened his face looking at the chairman, thinking he was trying to annoy him. The chairman picked up the paper and was about to continue, but Han Eugene raised his hand to refuse. "That is not the agreement. I cannot do that much. Because I'm F rank, my mana is limited." Before he could finish, the chairman patted Han Eugene's shoulder. "Don't be like that, I believe you can do it." Han Eugene was bewildered. Even the association chairman, Eileen Hyuk, did not listen to a single word, smiling with squinted eyes and rambling on. "Someone like you, a young man, should contribute to society. When I was your age, I worked hard until the sun came up." Han Eugene looked straight at the chairman and said firmly, "That is truly admirable, but I must decline." Despite having been so firm, here he was now sitting using his skill, sighing inwardly. "I didn't think things would change like this." Moon Hyena heard this, threw her head back and laughed heartily. "Those old men are really greedy. So what did you do? Brush it off and accept it?" Han Eugene pondered. "No, I have to find another way. Or open another Awakening Center." Moon Hyena smiled meaningfully, saying the association would not give up easily. Park Yerim asked in surprise, what did she mean by that? Moon Hyuna asked Han Eugene how many ranking people he had met recently. Han Eugene thought for a moment then answered. He said 7 B ranks with special skills, plus 1 O rank and 1 combat B rank. He had sent them to the association, and they awakened successfully. Moon Hyuna pointed at Han Eugene, saying such a mid to high rank team was formed in just a few days. That was a terrifying skill, and it did not cost much money. If used well, his guild becoming one of the top 5 guilds in the country was only a matter of time. She was sure the association was frantically trying to tie him down. Yerim slammed the table and stood up upon hearing that, saying they would never succeed, that they were here. Park Yerim howled excitedly, raising her hand and shouting, "Do not worry, they would protect him." Kang So-jang also shouted in agreement. "He also needed to nurture my rent." Han Eugene was startled but thanked them politely. Moon Hyuna asked suspiciously, really? If they could not approach him directly, they would watch the people around him. They had already done business with his younger brother. Han Eugene asked in panic, was something wrong with his brother? Yerim worriedly told Hyuna to let him rest. Moon Hyuna pulled out her phone and said why not, it was a family matter. Did he really know nothing? Did he not watch the news? Han Eugene scratched his head and said he only watched breaking news on TV. He did not like the comment section. Moon Hyuna held up her phone and said, "This news was explosive. Take a look." Han Eugene looked at the article on the phone and exclaimed in surprise. This is many articles about Han Yu, such as the cause of the A-rank dungeon fire being due to Guildmaster Ebi, another scandal. Guildmaster Abyss did not appear at the meeting after the S-rank raid. Guildmaster Abyss destroyed a cultivation facility near residential homes, forcing them to evacuate in the middle of the night. Moon Hyuna seriously said this was only news from the past few days. High-level hunters usually avoided problems if there was no civilian damage. Building a dangerous image only caused fear, but they had not hidden anything about his brother in the past few days. Yerim exclaimed in horror. So would they turn him into the bad guy if the boss did not cooperate? Noah also worriedly agreed. To put it bluntly, they were subtly telling him to come forward and solve the problems his brother caused. She has some experience. Hyun-ah continued, the existence of an S-rank was inherently worrying. They were provoking his brother to actually do something crazy. If he did that, it would be enough to drive the media crazy. Instead, because Han Eugene was surrounded by S-ranks and rarely appeared in public, they would use his younger brother to manipulate him. Park Yerim could not believe her ears. Hyun-ah explained she was sure he would not be manipulated, but the association chairman was a cunning snake. Hyun-ah's phone suddenly rang with an alert. A high-level hunter had gone on a rampage in a restricted area in Seoul. Hyun-ah asked in surprise, What, who went on a rampage? Han Eugene worriedly said the timing was too strange. Park Yerim pointed at the screen behind them and shouted, "Boss, boss." Over there it was the guild master. The TV showed a chaotic scene with a news headline saying Guildmaster Abyss intentionally destroyed association property. The area had been closed off. Yun sighed and said, "Speak of the devil. She should have warned him earlier." Han Eugene muttered, "It was not done by Yohan." Moon Haine asked in astonishment, "How could he be so sure?" Eugene's eyes sparkled as he said, "Was it not obvious?" Han Eugene shouted firmly, his precious little brother would never cause such small-scale damage. Everyone was speechless and yelled, "What kind of crazy reasoning was that?" Han Eugene turned to Noah and said, "He should go there immediately." Noah sighed like him this time. Noah hurriedly answered yes. Noah immediately transformed into a dragon. Han Eugene quickly climbed on, saying he was going ahead. Park Yerim could only watch their silhouette soar high into the sky, calling out, "Boss." Park Yerim sighed quietly and said she had an appointment now. Moon Hyune said she thought he needed rest more. Kang Sojang stared dazedly at Noah's dragon form and said dragons were the coolest. And Eugene thought while flying that he could volunteer to help the association. But why did they always want to force him? Were they using his brother to deal with him? He would show them the consequences. It began to drizzle. Han Eugene answered his phone and then spoke. "It must be the building they built as the Awakening Center." "Okay, leave the rest to you." Noah asked curiously, "Are you sure it is all right?" Han Eugene hung up determinedly and said no matter what happened, he would take responsibility. The scandals his brother caused were out of worry for him. If because of that his position was shaken, it would be no different from his previous life. He would no longer let himself hold his brother back. At the ruined building, a man setting a fire asked his partner if this was enough. The flames were not spreading because of the rain, a man smoking said irritably. "Still better than letting it spread to the Awakening Center." The orange-haired man chimed in. "The association only asked to destroy this building. If they went overboard, they would be held responsible." A dragon shadow fell. Han Eugene's voice rang out, "Wow, you only destroyed this much." Both of them landed. Han Eugene remarked he guessed it looked like a tragedy on the news because of the camera angle. The men burning the house and destroying the neighborhood saw him and panicked, shouting, "Han Eugene, why was he here?" They had blocked the entrance. Han Eugene asked back, "Did the association tell you to do this?" Noah returned to human form and quickly subdued the three troublemakers. Noah said cheerfully and excitedly, "I knocked them out. Better tie them up and drag them away." Han Eugene was startled by Noah's speed and stammered in response, "You are nimble." And Eugene pulled out his phone and struck a cool pose. He would take a picture for evidence. A bunch of reporters rushed over. "Look, is that Hunter Han Eugene?" Han Eugene and Noah turned around in surprise. Camera flashes blazed everywhere. A row of microphones was shoved towards them. "Did you come to persuade your brother? Please say a few words." Han Eugene pointed at the three people lying on the ground and hastily explained, "No, it was them." But the reporters would not let him finish. They pressed him asking if he attacked them, leaving Han Eugene stunned. Han Eugene could not speak a word. The reporters pressed further, asking if he was fleeing. "I heard the special prison break for high-rank awakeners who disappeared was also his doing." Han Eugene, caught off guard by the sudden questioning, hurriedly yelled, "Wait, wait, the dungeon appeared there." The reporters asked again, but was he not the one who burned down the Sudam dungeon building, and the Sudam chairman had been arrested? The unawakened community was worried because of the crimes of S-rank hunters. Does the Abyss Guild have any way to detain the chairman? If civilians get hurt instead of relying on the guild? Noah looked at the reporters, then at Han Eugene, who was frozen before the barrage of questions, and spoke up worriedly. "Mr. Han Eugene, these people..." Han Eugene replied, "Yeah, I know." In his heart, Han Eugene knew clearly they were not here to report, but this was a trap with a predetermined conclusion. Who else could be behind these reporters but the Hunter Association chairman, Eileen Hyo? On this side, Han Yu looked at the news on the screen and angrily said to Song Taiwan, "Now you people are even fabricating an incident, locking me here so I cannot do anything? I did not know the Hunter Association had degenerated this much. Do you see it or not?" Song Taiwan listened and remained silent. After a moment he spoke, "I only came to ask you for a personal favor. Please do not give the association more reason to act." And Eugene wondered, "What do you mean?" Song Taiwan immediately replied, "I know you did it on purpose to make them attack you. There are forces within the association wanting to take you over, and you plan to take them all down when they make a move, right? I will prevent the thing you are worried about from happening, and I will demand a control over the report on the destruction of the association headquarters. So I hope you will cooperate with me so the association stops targeting you." Han Eugene heard this and slammed his hand on the table, looking at Song Taiwan with a hostile gaze. "Do you mean you are going to cover up for the rotten elements in the association? Are you going to keep covering up so the bad things never come to light?" After saying this, Han Eugene stood up abruptly. Turning around to leave, he said, "This conversation is pointless. I am leaving." Song Taiwan hurriedly called after him, "Hunter Han Eugene." Han Eugene immediately cut him off. "I do not care if you want to be the association's attack dog. I just want to eliminate anything that threatens my brother. Song Taiwan asked in shock, is that why you killed Yun Ki Ung-soo? Han Eugene calmly replied, go settle it with Hyun Jae. If he was killed in the dungeon, I would not have had to do anything. Song Taiwan reached out saying wait, but Han Eugene did not give him a chance to touch him. Han Eugene burst forth with energy, causing Song Taiwan to step back. He only saw Han Eugene standing there with bloodshot eyes, his energy surging, and he growled, I thought it was a personal matter. Did the association send you to stall for time? And Eugene flashed a threatening demonic smile. If you want, I can burn everything to ashes and turn those fake news into reality. Song Taegan asked back, are you threatening me? Han Eugene's cold gaze did not change. He replied, actually, I am holding back a lot. Then Song Taiwan, there was a wavering. He thought to himself, help. It seemed he was standing before something very brutal compared to other S-rank hunters. Eugene was particularly ruthless. Song Taiwan thought, how could he make them let their guard down? These wild beast-like ones cannot be tied down either, so the association's leash was necessary. But if that leash is rotten, what should I do? Suddenly, the iPad screen on the table made a sound. The brother of the Abyss Guild chairman, Han Eugene, just appeared at the scene. Hearing this, both Song Taiwan and Han Eugene turned back in shock. Han Eugene grabbed the iPad. What, my brother? Thought he was resting, why is he here? Taiwan was more surprised by Han Eugene. Thinking to himself, his attitude changed in an instant. Not just the younger brother, whenever it involved Han Eugene, everyone's attitude shifted. Riet calmly accepted being captured, even Hyunjae treated him well. Aunt Yerim too, could it be because of the monster Han Yehujin raised? And he is also close to Moon Hyun. Taiwan secretly sighed. At least it did not blow up. He guessed that was why the association targeted Han Eugene. At least they could still reason with him using words. On Han Eugene's side, he did not think so. No looked at Han Eugene, who was still silent, and worriedly called, Mr. Han Eugene, are you okay? He only saw Han Eugene as if losing his reason. Dazedly replying, I was wrong, Han Eugene covered his face and said, knowing they were like this, from the start I should have chosen the simpler way. The reporters continued to press, Hunter Han Eugene, what do you have to say about the current situation? Han Eugene covered his face and shook his head replying, yes, very frightening. It seems the building has completely collapsed. Hearing this, the reporter asked back in shock, sir, what? Han Eugene continued speaking, of course not because of my younger brother, but because of the recently unexplored dungeon. The reporters panicked and looked at each other, asking, a dungeon, what do you mean? Han Eugene slowly taunted, you all probably have not seen it yet, a giant dragon. Right after those words, the reporters stared wide-eyed at the sky, then all screamed in panic. There, behind Han Eugene was the giant dragon Riet wreaking havoc on the building. Han Eugene calmly said, you poor bastards. If you want to write an article saying the Abyss Guild chairman caused the chaos, at least it has to be on this level. Seeing the giant dragon behind, the reporters were scared out of their wits. They ran for their lives while screaming, dungeon outbreak run. At least it must be an A-rank dungeon. Riet screamed out madly, I am here, my love. I helped you. From now on you must take care of my child, okay? Instantly news flooded everywhere. Dungeon outbreak, building destroyed. Han Yu watched the news and was touched, her eyes welling up with tears, while Taiwan beside her was speechless, shocked into losing his color. Giant dragon roared fiercely, the reverberating sound shaking the nearby buildings. Feeling it was not enough, it even lifted its leg, using sharp claws to smash the adjacent building. A horrific explosion roared, the house collapsing into rubble. The reporters who had been eagerly fabricating stories were now only concerned with fleeing for their lives. They ran screaming in chaos, stepping over each other. Contrary to that chaotic scene, Han Eugene was extremely excited. He squinted his eyes with a smile and called out to the reporters, see, the news about the Abyss Guild master going crazy is fake. Noah Luhia standing beside him could not be happy. He looked up worriedly at the giant dragon Han Eugene had summoned and asked him, are you sure this is okay? Han Eugene calmly explained, we already made sure there was no one left in the building. After that, Han Eugene ordered Riet to destroy the Awakening Center. Hearing the command, Riet flashed a vile smile, his eyes clearly showing delight. Riet replied in an obedient tone. Immediately, the entire Awakening Center building slowly turned into a pile of ruins. Seeing his wish come true, Han Eugene's face looked blissful as if on drugs, showing just how happy he was. Happiness makes people more beautiful. His skin was glowing, his eyes sparkling. Hanzu Eileen thought contentedly, he should have done this from the start. Watching Riet destroy the building like it was a fun game, he thought, this was the simplest way. Just destroy the Awakening Center and everything ends. He told himself, if those bastard association members had agreed to compromise, things wouldn't have come to this. A moment later, Taiwan walked through the rain, looking at the building that had been crushed. His emotionless expression made it hard to guess what he was thinking. Two association staff members ran over frantically to report, the dragon is gone, we are checking if there are any monsters left. But before they could finish, a tall figure holding an umbrella hurried past, cutting them off. Song Taewan, however, kept staring at that figure's back, paying no attention to the staff's words. And Eugene ran straight towards his brother who had just called him, opening the umbrella in his hand. Seeing his younger brother, Han Eugene happily called his name. Han Eugene held the umbrella over his drenched brother, worriedly asking why he was out in the rain. And Eugene cheerfully pointed to his creation, asking if there was any other place to take shelter from the rain. Noah stood in the rain behind him, completely rendered invisible in this conversation. And Eugene asked his younger brother why he had come, thinking he had the day off. Han Li Wu Han replied worriedly he saw his brother on the news and came. From a distance, Song Taewan continued to observe them. Han Eugene called his brother to go home, only then remembering Noah. He asked, "Are you coming too, Noah?" Noah awkwardly declined. Han Eugene kindly invited him, "Then ride with us." But Han Eugene hinted subtly that the car only had 2 seats, making Noah quickly refuse. Seeing the murderous look in Han Eugene's eyes, what idiot would dare to break the private space between those two? Han Eugene looked towards Song Taewan and nodded in greeting. Afterwards, the 3 of them laughed and joked happily. Han Eugene teased, "Then you can sit on my lap," causing Noah to awkwardly refuse again. Having witnessed the entire meeting, Song Taewan thought in surprise, "What the hell is this?" Watching the backs of the 3, he questioned himself. He thought they had put shackles on a forced level player. Then they played with him like a pet. Song Taewan stared in their direction, thinking about what he had seen. Pausing for a moment, he let out a sigh of admiration. It looks like a forced level player tamed a fierce beast to obey him. A luxurious black car cut through the rain, and Eugene drove while chatting with his brother. He just finished talking with the department head. Seems like he doesn't want to cooperate. And Eugene replied indifferently, "Not surprising. If he wanted to cooperate, he wouldn't have reacted like that." And Eugene suddenly turned to ask his younger brother. He heard from Hyun that the association has been bothering you a lot, right? And Eugene quickly advised that he would handle that matter, but was cut off before he could finish. Han Eugene replied, "No need. To be exact, he was the one who lured them into doing it." Hearing his younger brother's words, he exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" He immediately asked, on purpose, why. Han Eugene evaded. If he said it, his brother would interfere again. But Han Eugene stubbornly insisted on seeing it through, angrily saying, "Just tell him." Han Eugene thought for a few seconds. Then he calmly replied, "There's a group within the association planning to use you to negotiate with another country." Han Eugene's words hit like a bomb, freezing Han Eugene for 5 seconds. He repeated his younger brother's words, "Use him." The shocking information was too much for Han Eugene's nerve processing speed. He didn't understand anything. It took a while for Han Eugene's 2G brain to process it. He pointed at himself and asked again, "They want to sell him. Human trafficking?" Han Eugene nodded in confirmation. Han Eugene shouted, "What the hell is going on?" He thought they were just using him for personal gain. Han Eugene slowly explained, "It seems the association is divided." He looked into the distance, continuing, "Some want to listen to Moon. He can handle that. But if they hand him over to another country, that's a different matter." Han Eugene's face darkened. He asked worriedly, "How can the government association have human trafficking?" Then he refuted himself, "But anything's possible. There are even traitors who sell out the country." Han Eugene replied, "Right, that's high treason." He continued analyzing. If uncovered, they can cause great damage to the association. The Jupiter Guild Master has cooperated with him and revealed exactly what the association wants to do. Hearing the familiar title, Han Eugene's eyes widened as he asked again, "Sung Hyun what? Where did he get the information?" Han Eugene replied while driving, "He has foreign connections. That's why he caused those scandals." He explained further, he thought they would target him if they saw him as an easier target to act against. After hearing his younger brother's analysis, Han Eugene felt even more despondent. He rested his hand on the window, feeling things were getting more complicated. According to Han Eugene's guess, the association wanted him more because he had revealed his promising skills. He was about to continue but suddenly stopped. He remembered the news headlines, an A-rank dungeon explosion in Sudam caused by the Abyss team leader, another scandal. Han Eugene said as he opened his phone, "Your image has been ruined because of me." He couldn't let everyone hate you. Han Eugene replied calmly he didn't care. He still stubbornly stuck to his plan. Han Eugene's head was full of question marks just as the phone rang. The other end picked up and Han Eugene said gruffly, "Hello, department head. I confess that I just told Noah to beat up the hunter at the association." Han Eugene panicked. "What are you doing?" Hanzu Aileen hung up, flashing a mysterious smile, his eyes full of determination. He mouthed the words, "Result. Let's end this now. Don't drag it out. They tricked us first, so we have to retaliate." The next morning, the sky was clear blue, wind and clouds drifting everywhere. Warm sunlight shone down, truly a beautiful day to create a century-defining blaze. At a park, someone exclaimed, "Wow, even better in person." Han Eugene played happily with the griffin holding Peace in his arms, smiling warmly. Both animals chirped with delight. It turned out Han Eugene was having an outdoor interview. He sat between 2 reporters, facing the camera. The male reporter began introducing him, "The world's only monster, Tamer. It's truly impressive that you can connect with these adorable monsters." The female reporter asked for the secret to raising them. Han Eugene casually replied, "There's no secret, just give them love and care." While happily answering, he suddenly saw a familiar figure running towards him from afar. Brother Yu Hyun waved excitedly, calling out to him. The atmosphere suddenly became more brilliant, flowers blooming everywhere at his radiance. An unexpected figure appeared. Seeing Han Eugene, the female reporter shouted, "The ABS Guild Master." Han Eugene's eyes also sparkled, laughing loudly as he greeted his younger brother. Not only that, the two brothers, along with Peace, held hands forming a circle, dancing in poses that were highly concerning for their well-being. They were so happy that the surrounding atmosphere seemed to become magical, the fragrance of flowers spreading everywhere. The scenery was shimmering, everyone's face was radiant. They laughed loudly, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, yeah. Suddenly remembering what he was doing, Han Eugene reached his hand toward the camera and said to his younger brother, "But he is still recording, broadcasting live." Han Eugene was truly surprised. He let out a soft exclamation and then said, "Ah, really?" He thought his brother was done recording. The two reporters were also a bit flustered by the uninvited guest. The female reporter spoke up to greet him. "Happy to meet you here." The male reporter continued, "Great, you are completely different from the image we knew from the news." Hearing this, Han Eugene awkwardly scratched his head. "Haha, I just try to appear reliable in front of the media." A flush appeared on his cheeks, creating an unexpected charm. "Is this the real personality of a 20-year-old guild master?" The female reporter approached and remarked, "You two brothers seem very close." Han Eugene did not hide it and replied, "We are a family." He proudly patted his younger brother on the shoulder and continued, "I am very proud of him, always worrying about him." And Eugene pouted, speaking with a tone of sulky grievance. "So what, he is like a parent to him?" Then he put on a pitiful look, covered his mouth with his hand and whispered, "Everyone probably knows, sometimes my younger brother is a little harsh. It's just because he worries about me. Due to my job having meet many high-rank hunters." And now we sincerely introduce the rising actor Han Eugene in the role of the weak older brother. He worries for his brother in the face of public criticism, so he tries to suppress his own hurt feelings to explain. To make the role more authentic, he tries to squeeze out a crocodile tear and says pitifully, "I sincerely apologize for that. It feels like he is being hated all because of me." The two reporters seemed to believe him. The female reporter said awkwardly, "We did not know." Seeing his brother endure so much grievance, Han Eugene worriedly replied, "Do not say that." Next, Han Eugene tried to play his role authentically. He spoke as if reading lines. "It is all my fault, because I am just a fragile E rank." Han Ehyun, with tears welling up, grabbed his brother's hand. He comforted his brother, "Do not say that, even if you are fragile or weak, you are just a normal citizen that I love." Han Eugene was touched looking at his younger brother, truly a scene for the ages that would make the audience cry. Suddenly, from a distance, a mysterious man appeared, interrupting the deep brotherly affection. Perhaps the director told him to come and yell cut for this scene. Song Ta-wan held out his badge and said, "Sorry for interrupting." Someone recognized him and loudly asked, "Are you Captain Song Ta-wan from the Awakening management team?" Before the other person could finish asking, Song Ta-wan handcuffed Han Eugene. To his astonishment, Captain Song announced, "Hunter Han Eugene, I am arresting you for harming 3 high-rank hunters." Hearing the pronouncement, the man himself was extremely confused and asked back, "Me? Huh?" Han Eugene quickly rushed forward to protest. "Impossible, how can you accuse him like that?" Even Peace was shocked, its horn dropping, unable to speak, just letting out a meow. Wow. The group of reporters were also stunned by the event. Everyone was bewildered. Someone spoke up to ask, "Harming high-rank hunters. My brother is just an F rank." The female reporter hesitantly asked the captain, "Oh, what is going on?" Song Ta-wan did not care about the press. He just firmly held the chain and focused his gaze on the person before him. Someone, after grasping the situation, yelled loudly, "Hunter!" His guildmaster Han Eugene being arrested live on television. Hearing this, Han Eugene's eyes gradually became calm. He flashed a triumphant smile. It seemed everything was going according to his plan. After Han Eugene appeared in Han Eugene's interview, the crowd's reaction to the live broadcast was intense. The YouTube broadcast title was "Unexpected Charm. Is this the real personality of the 20-year-old guildmaster?" The comments section below was extremely lively. "Wow, I have never seen the guildmaster smile. I thought they were in a bad situation." Someone enjoyed it and praised, "Shoot, did they fake their age? How can they be so young?" Many were moved by the guildmaster's brotherly love. They do not argue to avoid being a burden to each other. "I am sorry, finally got to see." The rare smile of the guildmaster was captured in the interview of the world's only tamer. With just a few minutes of broadcast, today's media belonged to the two of them. Comments kept popping up, "They are handsome normally, but when they smile they are the best brother pair. I heard they protected each other growing up, so touching. Han Eugene, I am your #1 fan. Strong brotherly bond, so envious." Even the strong beast became cute. What more could you ask for? However, things did not stay good for more than 5 seconds and an unexpected event followed. Witnessing Captain Song Ta-wan handcuffing Han Eugene, Everyone was extremely shocked. What is happening here? An arrest. And Eugene at that time was still busy acting shocked. He looked at his hands now locked in handcuffs and asked bewilderedly, what is going on here? I harmed a high-rank hunter? Captain Song Ta-wan coldly said, come to the station to state your case. Holding the chain in one hand, he dragged Han Eugene away like a dog. Seeing his older brother so scared his whole body trembled, Han Eugene immediately stepped forward. Impossible. How could my brother do that? Brother, do not go, I will handle this. Looking at his younger brother who had grown up and knew how to protect his F-rank brother, Han Eugene was touched and called his name, Han Eugene. Then he shed a few crocodile tears for added drama. You are the guildmaster, I cannot drag you into this. I will be back soon. Having said that, Han Eugene's body staggered as he was dragged away by the captain. Han Eugene worriedly called after him, brother. At this moment, Yumiyungu hurriedly ran over. Do not be rough with him, our Han Eugene is only F-rank. No from behind also spoke up, brother Han Eugene. Yumiyungu had tears welling up in her eyes and then said worriedly, why did you have to handcuff him? He is very fragile. Matching her energy, Noah was not to be outdone a prison cell. He will suffocate in there, especially since it is summer. A person who has experienced it can tell you. Seeing everyone worried about him, Han Eugene was extremely touched everyone. At the same time, Blue also flew over and let out a cry. Through Doraemon's translation bread, wrong through Google's automatic translation, Blue's eyes went round as he asked, Dad, where are you going? Who is that person? Created. Han Eugene immediately collapsed to the ground, tears and snot streaming down his face. No, I cannot let the kids see me being arrested. Chris said firmly, Blue, come here. And Peace, acting like the eldest brother, reached out to pat Blue's head and said softly, Dad will go on a business trip to the US and buy lots of food for us. Blue asked naively, really? How many sleeps until Dad comes back? Peace pretended to sob and then continued, one day, if you study hard and are well behaved, then one day, Dad will surely. Right away, Blue happily replied, really? I promise I will be good. Dad, I will wait for you, come back soon. Han Eugene was now on his knees on the ground, reaching out a hand and calling after him, brother. Although not too sad, Han Eugene was willing to turn his back and leave with the captain to finish off the remaining business. And then the media world completely lost control. Passersby who saw the news could not help but be stunned, falling backward in shock. Fans of the two brothers sobbed endlessly. Social media was in an uproar with discussing comments. What is this? How can an F-rank harm an A-rank? What the fuck? Are you guys crazy? An F-rank is basically a commoner, right? How can you treat people like that? Oh my god, I am crying already. Someone angrily criticized such a disgrace to the country with behavior on live TV. All because of that damn organization? Let's protest at this rate. People who haven't awakened will also be treated unfairly. Originally, there was an unwritten law called 3B as follows. 3B describes people like Beauty, Beautiful, Peace, Beast, and a new B has recently been added. Facing the reporters and journalists, Park Yerim burst into loud sobs. Oh no, Uncle was arrested while I was still in the dungeon. That is the last piece, baby. Num nom. Her image quickly spread across social media. The news headline was, crying the moment she comes out of the dungeon. Park Yerim acted coy, showing regret. I promised to protect him. Why? I am worried he won't eat properly in the detention center. Such a pity. Han Eugene at that time had enjoyed a BBQ feast so much his belly was as big as a drum. He leisurely lay sprawled on a chair, a small toothpick still twirling in his mouth. Han Eugene said happily, ha ha ha, after getting out of here, I'll probably be fat from missing Mr. Myung Woo's cooking. Then, Han Eugene handed a skewer of grilled meat to the captain and asked, want some? Song Ta-wan coldly replied, no, thank you. He spoke seriously about the current situation. The guildmaster's name is well known these recent days. On the other hand, the association is complaining. Han Eugene leisurely chewed the food in his mouth and replied succinctly, good, that's great news. Faced with such a carefree attitude, Taiwan directly said, I do not agree with letting things go this far. Han Eugene calmly retorted, how can you say that now? He already agreed to participate to eliminate the ulcerous faction of the association. He thought to himself about the plan he had proposed to the department head. Accordingly, I will act as bait to lure out the kidnappers of the association. If I come out of absolute safe hiding as bait, the one who wants to sell me out will not miss this opportunity. This hunter holding center is part of the association, the best place for them to come and capture me. Song Ta-wan patiently stated his opinion. I agree with ambushing them when they try to kidnap you, but I do not agree with damaging the reputation of the association. Right then, Han Eugene, while holding his head back to drink fruit juice, spoke up, it's just karma. He added, I wouldn't need to go this far if the association hadn't started it first. Song Ta-wan insisted, but your answer is causing too much noise. I can terminate this plan and send you back. And Eugene cast a glance at the captain and then judged, gosh, you are so impatient. He added, they keep pressuring the awakening centers without any preparation, and then manipulate the media. Last time they even covered up Suck-One's case. You have seen all the dirty things they do. How can you still side with them? And Eugene thought to himself, is that why you died in my past life? He spoke sternly to the captain. You are a government employee. You should prioritize the people first. Song Ta-Wan, hearing this, slightly curled his lip and asked back, the people? He placed his hand on the table, continuing that if the association collapsed as he wished, S ranks would roam and cause disaster. Song Ta-Wan asked irritably if the citizens would then have to suffer the consequences from those monsters. He frowned, saying bluntly that he could do whatever he wanted with the world, but if he thought he was on the same level as the S ranks, he was wrong. Facing that aura, Han Eugene calmly enunciated each word, that it was he himself who misunderstood. He leisurely picked up a skewer of meat, adding that they had never intended to bring down the association, only to return it to normal. Suddenly a tomato fell. Han Eugene bent down to pick up the food, continuing that it wasn't bad from the start, only became corrupt when the wrong people took power. Eugene concluded, after eliminating them, they would let someone worthy lead. Looking at the skewer and tomato, he said contentedly, the chairman position of course. After that, Han Eugene turned his gaze to the team leader. He said sternly, a person like him would be just right. A crashing sound rang out. The chair Han Eugene was sitting on had fallen, food scattered everywhere. Being grabbed by the collar by the team leader, he still joked his actions were truly different. Wasn't it a waste of talent to kneel before others? He calmly stated, even an F rank like me can do it. A person like you should be the one leading. Song Ta-Wan looked extremely annoyed. Me, just because I am S rank? Lifting the other's collar, Song Ta-Wan sternly asked why he wanted him in that position. Han Eugene was unafraid, saying world peace. Seeing him spout nonsense, Ta-Wan irritably threatened him. If he kept talking nonsense before he could finish the sentence, Han Eugene immediately said he was being serious. If the association only focused on personal gain, they could never stop the dungeons or the apocalypse. They needed a suitable leader to change with the world, but he still refused to use his power. Han Eugene recalled when Song Ta-Wan once said he should not have too much authority, then even denied having it. At this moment, Han Eugene got to the point. What I want is, he said in a low voice, to let Han Eugene live a normal student life. Making friends, dating. Hearing that, Song Ta-Wan was slightly startled. Han Eugene thought, then continued, drinking until drunk after a night out with friends, and me scolding him for it. That's the life I want. He slightly lowered his gaze. I should have been the one to teach him how to drink since I am older, but he is an S rank so he can't be wrong. Han Eugene confessed frankly, I think what I want is the same as you. No dungeons, no hunters, just like before, but we cannot turn back time. Hearing this, Song Ta-Wan understood everything clearly. He tried to say a few words, but could not get them out. Then Song Ta-Wan released his grip on Han Eugene's collar. He produced a switch, saying this was an alarm. Ta-Wan turned and walked away, instructing him to press it when they appeared. The team leader left. Han Eugene straightened his clothes and thought to himself the world had changed. Several types of time reversal contracts did not exist, just as he was not without power. Like stuffing himself into a small car, then taking the subway. Accepting this rotten association, he already possessed immense power. Moonlight shone into the prison cell. Han Eugene's train of thought was still fragmented. The door opened. Someone softly called his name, Hunter Han Eugene. That person announced he would be taken to another center. Han Eugene left the switch on the table, replying curtly, okay. After that, he obediently walked out with two strangers. I told department head Song that when the kidnappers came, I would sound the alarm for an ambush. A moment later, Ta-Wan hurriedly searched for the prison cell, but inside there was only a switch on the table. Han Eugene thought to himself, sorry about this. I will let myself be kidnapped without giving the association a chance to profit. Willingly followed the two strangers with his own deep plan. The kidnappers quickly brought Han Eugene to a deserted parking spot. One closed the door and made a call to report. Alright, we are pulling out now. The car started moving. Han Eugene wondered why there were no police cars or escort buses. He directly asked the strangers, you are not taking me somewhere weird, right? Am I about to get my organs sold? I am blood type B. What about you guys? The kidnapper irritably told him to shut up. Han Eugene cheerfully asked back if something was wrong. The other shook his head inwardly, having never seen a captive so carelessly reveal all their information. At the same time, the system reported that the psychological trauma curse was activated due to contract violation. The curse was compensated by an antigen. Han Eugene smirked. He had written several cursed contracts as communication devices before arriving. I can inform the APS Society of my status by breaking a specific contract. Everything was under control. He wrote the contracts so the conditions would not arouse anyone's suspicion. The main clause of the contract forbade talking about blood type. When it was said all the kidnappers were here, receiving the signal, the Abyss Association side informed they were tracking him. They were heading to Genselgu. They changed cars midway. Had already found the license plate as B. Han Eugene received the message replying, okay, I will check the plate. He turned to the hacker typing on the keyboard, asking the team leader to help check. The man smirked, saying leave it to him. The Abyss Association hesitated. Would it be alright? Should I rescue him now? They saw 2 cars parked in a desolate area. Observing the Abyss Association was surprised. They had stopped again. At this moment, a woman walked towards Han Eugene. They proceeded with instantaneous teleportation. The Abyss Association was stunned. He had disappeared, an A-rank teleportation. The woman pressed Han Eugene's head to the ground, causing him to cry out in pain. She said he had fainted and to take the equipment. Han Eugene yelled out soberly, "What?" The man reminded her to be gentle. If he got hurt, they would lose money. Hanzo Eileen thought in a daze that she was on a teleportation plane. Who was behind this? At this moment, his shoes and belt were all stripped off. Han Eugene tried to hold onto his thin shirt, anxiously shouting not to strip his clothes. The woman coldly said kidnapping was already a crime. Hanzo Eileen tried to hold onto her earrings, claiming they were valuable defensive items. She said if they got damaged, she would lose money. Suddenly, Chirpy leaped up from the head, excitedly chirping once, startling everyone. Hanzo Eileen blinked and called out the pet's name. The woman flinched defensively. The man recognized it as an epic-grade monster. Hanzo Eileen was stunned to see Chirpy. Since it was supposed to be at home, she had no idea how it teleported here. At this moment, the system notified that F-rank stats could awaken. Chirpy suddenly went limp, making Han Eugene worried. He quickly said Chirpy was about to die and needed a high-grade mana stone to save it. The kidnappers hesitated because of the high price, but faced with Chirpy's cuteness, they still fed it. Han Eugene was delighted. After the little monster ate its fill, the woman said she would add it to the customer's bill. Han Eugene blankly asked what list. The woman smugly said did he think hitching a private plane was just to get to a detention center? She looked at Han Eugene with a sneer. The destination was a human auction site. She told him many powerful people in the world wanted his skill. Currently, people from all over the world were gathering to buy him. She added that in a few days he would be sold and disappear forever. His records would vanish from every system. Han Eugene was shocked and terrified. He thought to himself that a human auction was even worse than human trafficking. But his location was also being tracked. Originally, Han Eugene had some confidence because he had prepared contingency measures for this situation. At the same time, Captain Seok was trying to track the trail. Han Eugene impatiently demanded to find out his brother's current location. Park Yerim cheered cheerfully. Captain Seok was so pressured that sweat streamed down, replying yes, yes. At this moment, Han Eugene frankly asked where they planned to take him. Meanwhile, Captain Seo stammered that his location was... He pointed at a place on the map and said it was Hong Kong. A splendid city appeared before their eyes. In the night, the lights of high-rises created a sparkling, dreamlike scene. A car sped along the road. Inside the car, Han Eugene looked out the window, wondering if this international trip was because he had been kidnapped. He fixed his gaze on the side. The man cheerfully told him to relax. Han Eugene loathed that fake demeanor. He was in the same car as the kidnapper again. Han Eugene directly asked the other party if he was the one behind the kidnapping. The man replied no, he was just a middleman. Henry Grayson introduced himself as a manager, specializing in finding awakened people with useful skills. Han Eugene judged that as human trafficking. Hong Kong had suffered heavy damage from dungeon explosions due to its large population but small land area. High-rank hunters once existed, but were all captured by the mainland. Defense was difficult, the population decreased. People lived more easily. This place was a hub for trade. Henry smiled, saying this was a land of opportunity for people like them. Han Eugene skeptically said it was an opportunity for crime. Henry looked at Han Eugene with a deeply sarcastic expression, having high hopes for him. The auction would bring in a huge sum of money. Facing that gaze, Han Eugene flinched, thinking to himself, was that man out of his mind? He imagined a brutal scene. He imagined being colored, having to obey the human traffickers. Despite his fear, he still comforted himself because he still had teammates. Contrary to his thoughts, Han Eugene was taken to an extremely luxurious place. Han Eugene was bewildered to see a top-tier 5-star hotel. Henry generously told him to relax. Han Eugene timidly asked if doing everything would be alright. Henry happily replied that because he was F-rank, he needed the best conditions for the auction. Henry instructed him to use everything in the hotel, but there were guards outside the door, so he should not try to escape. After they left, Han Eugene looked around the room, not inferior to an A-rank. He muttered to himself, "Nice memory until the auction, huh?" After breaking an item, the system reported a contract violation. Looking at the luxury items in the room, Han Eugene thought that once he caught the tail of those association bastards, he would find a way to escape from here. He leisurely bathed in the tub with Chirpy, drinking top-tier wine. Before that, he would create some happy memories for this vacation first. Afterwards, Han Eugene was served lavish meals. Meanwhile, the news station quickly reported the story. The search for the missing hunter Han Eugene continued. People lamented about the association. He was glad this matter was reported. Han Eugene cheerfully opened the dish. He thought that once they finished tracking, Noah would probably come to save him, ruining the auction. Suddenly, Han Eugene saw a message about a change of plans. He exclaimed in surprise. He held the note, wondering a change of plans, huh? It was in Korean too. At the same time, the doorbell rang. Han Eugene was surprised to see Hyun-jae, who said he brought juice. Han Eugene panicked and slammed the door shut. Hyun-jae outside kept pressing the bell. Han Eugene shouted in shock, "Why are you here? Are you involved with them?" Hyunjae calmly replied he was just a regular guest. After letting him in, Han Eugene irritably said he always treated him like an object. Hyunjae gently said he had no interest in something so simple, and he said the young master and young lady must have heard the news. They might have infiltrated this place. Indeed, Park Yerim and Han Eugene had played a game of disguise to sneak in. Hyunjae spoke first. He said he came to ask for a few favors. He made an offer he would use one of the 3 favors he had promised when handing Noah over to him. Pushing the opponent into a difficult position, Hyunjae said frankly he wanted him to add something to the plan. Han Eugene was annoyed, thinking why did he suddenly show up and want him to do this. At the luxurious pool of the resort, Han Eugene lay comfortably on a lounge chair. He watched the scene before him with amusement. Even in a dangerous situation, Viak still sunbathed calmly. Seeing this, Han Eugene chuckled, thinking this was why people spent a lot of money on travel. Suddenly, a clear voice came from behind, saying here was his mango juice. Han Eugene thanked politely, but the staff did not leave. She took off her sunglasses and cheerfully exclaimed, "Surprise, I have arrived, uncle." Han Eugene was so shocked his eyes widened, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Ye Yerim." Both of them panickedly looked at the security guards, then whispered, "Just a disguise with glasses." Yerim confidently touched her face and replied, "They could not recognize my real face. This is an item created by Chairman ZC Ong, which allows borrowing someone else's appearance." He had knocked out hotel employee to switch places. She tried to act like a normal staff member, bowed to hand over the drink, then said the guild master had infiltrated under the guise of an auction guest. Everyone was rushing preparations, and Eugene helplessly drank from his straw, thinking to himself, why was this happening? He asked, "Why is Chairman ZC Ong here?" Remembering that dinner the other day, Hyunjae sat comfortably on the sofa and said he received an invitation. There would be a valuable item soon, so he came to check it out. Han Eugene, with his mouth full of food, asked, "Valuable item? Even the CC Ong Guild received an invitation to a human trafficking event." Hyunjae explained that it was under his other identity. Hyunjae said, at that event, many powerful figures who were not awakened would gather. They would send representatives, so he decided to send Kang. Han Eugene was surprised, meaning he would represent him. He thought that identity must be very noble to receive an invitation. He chewed his meat and said, "Well then, let me think." He would not go to the auction. Hyunjae calmly emphasized that he wanted him to participate in the auction. Before he could swallow the meat, Han Eugene quickly spit it out and jumped up, saying, "Hey, did he want him to be sold?" Hyunjae smiled. If so, he would take responsibility for buying him back. But more importantly, Hyunjae wanted Han Eugene to use this opportunity to publicly expose the corruption within the association and the officials involved in human trafficking. And Eugene would be the perfect bait for this, correct? Back to the present, Yerim spoke gently, "Well then, now that we are here, let us go clean up this human trafficking auction house." She looked outside and sighed inwardly to herself. "Uncle seems kinder than you look, Chairman ZC Ong." Han Eugene shook his head dejectedly. "Not really troublesome." He lifted the mango juice glass, took a sip, then said, "Putting oneself up as merchandise is not fun at all." Hearing this, the fire within Yerim ignited. She cracked her knuckles aggressively and coldly announced, "Is that so? Then it is time to clean up the underworld." He could help Uncle by killing all the participants, right? He panicked and spat out all the mango juice, hurriedly shouting loudly, "That crazy girl, what was she saying? We will call for backup." He had adjusted the plan a bit. Yerim turned her head in confusion. "Backup?" He nodded and replied yes, so his job was. Night fell, and Eugene said to himself he agreed to kick the human traffickers out. He was the victim. This place was perfect for turning the tables. The door opened. A man wearing glasses and a luxurious suit cheerfully exclaimed, "Get ready." Luckily, he had prepared a beautiful outfit for him, and Eugene, wearing a traditional Chinese shirt and handcuffs, looked at the person before him. Long felt a bit suffocated, his eyes wide open as he asked, "Is it necessary to dress like this?" The luxurious man replied calmly, "Not really, it was to match the event." Saying that, he then rambled that this was a place where billions, even trillions of dollars were invested. Tycoons of the world wanted to own plants from dungeons or magical beast pets. Businessmen wanted low-level hunters bound by slave contracts to exploit dungeons. The influential names and their assistants would secretly gather here tonight. Han Eugene, upon hearing this, felt only disgust, a garbage party. A luxurious stage with a crowd of upper-class people, all eager with anticipation. The main character was the hunter Han Eugene. Tonight's auction was for him. His fake voice rang out. His performance before the auction was truly the highlight. Han Eugene replied indifferently. He wanted to think of a way to protect himself. That way he could find a better master, correct? The luxurious man, upon hearing this, chuckled softly. Whoever it was, he would receive excellent treatment. Having said that, he solemnly guided Han Eugene this way. "Let us go up together." The two stepped onto the large circle before them, and the ground immediately trembled. False wall above slowly split apart, revealing another space. A voice rang out. Everyone was waiting to welcome the hunter Han Eugene. The light from that place shone directly down on him, slightly dazzling his eyes. The ground beneath his feet suddenly rose, the entire scene unfolded. Han Eugene stood alone on the stage, all eyes fixed on him. The man with glasses beside him happily spoke. Thank you for waiting. Finally, the last special auction item of today is here. He looked in surprise at the reactions of the guests below. When the MC introduced him as the world's only tamer, including the appraisal skill for non-awakened individuals that was just recently discovered, all eyes focused on him. Someone said even S ranks are heavily protected, but you still managed to bring him here. Two young men below shouted excitedly, is the bird on his head also a monster? Perform some tricks for us. The MC calmly continued, owning this person would change the balance of power. The crowd buzzed upon hearing the starting price of 1 billion. The host enthusiastically announced Han Eugene from South Korea. The moment he finished speaking, Han Eugene rushed forward and snatched the microphone, sternly saying, seeing is believing, you illegal auction participants and high-ranking officials. The entire auditorium held its breath, all curious eyes fixed on him. Han Eugene coldly looked at them and then continued, what, an auction item that can talk? Is it that surprising? He declared with a stern face, from now on, he is also a human being like you. At this moment, he did not want to be sold to anyone. Due to the nature of his skill, forcing him would not be effective. The MC behind him glanced at him and smiled slightly. Eugene continued speaking sternly, so regarding the auction, he would add a condition with the consent of the floor owner, Henry Grayson. A harsh laugh erupted from below the stands. Ridiculous. Who do you think you are to be so arrogant? That woman crossed her legs on the chair, spoke up shrilly, do not recognize your place, merchandise. And Eugene quietly rejoiced. It was working. The opposition was starting. He held the mic and continued, he was a unique item after all, so this much. Before he could finish his sentence, the coquettish woman below cut him off, pointing a finger at his face. Special item. You are not worth our attention. The crowd began to stir. I thought he could tame all kinds of monsters in the dungeon, but it would take resources to raise the beasts, care for them, too troublesome. Someone criticized him, his face is not as handsome as my little brother. Han Eugene slightly smiled, they were going nowhere. Then he replied sternly to that spoiled girl, Miss, even beast tamers don't catch wild tigers. She took advantage, arrogantly criticizing him, claiming his attitude was the problem. Finally, she said if he were thrown into a dungeon, he would be torn apart too, pointing at a cage right beside her. In her excitement, she immediately unlocked the cage, shouting challengingly, haha, what now? And Eugene darkened his face, letting out a soft sound. The guests around panicked and yelled, what? No, you cannot do that. Her shrill voice rose, tame this monster, prove your worth. Instantly, the monster lunged toward Eugene, making him cry out in panic. What? The entire hall screamed, crazy, have you lost your mind? Then everyone turned to flee. The male MC on stage soberly shouted for the guards to do something. Unable to react in time, Han Eugene stared wide-eyed as the monster came closer. He thought in terror that at least a shield or a fence from a hyena or earring was needed in this situation. Suddenly, a sinewy hand from behind grabbed his shoulder. Boom. A loud explosion sounded. The entire hall stared in shock at the pile of ash from the explosion. An old hand blocked the monster's snout. Han Eugene was stunned by the scene before him. The MC beside him called out in surprise. Wait, are you not Ian Hohen? Are you a non-awakened? The old man tremblingly struggled to hold the monster's head. He was the auction participant Ian Hohen. He labored to turn his head back toward Han Eugene and whispered, that is why I stopped you from volunteering. It would have been a waste. Han Eugene looked up in disbelief. He shouted in shock. Han Eugene, did you infiltrate the auction disguised as an old man? The auction participant Ian Hogan had been replaced by his younger brother. Seeing the one who had just stopped the monster, the crowd below buzzed. Is that Lord Ian Hohen? The same man who was hesitating sluggishly yesterday can now stop that beast with just one hand. The bespectacled man beside him turned in shock and asked, Lord Ian, what was that? Ian Hohen's hands shook violently as he replied, I used a defensive item. That bespectacled man said with a tone full of disappointment, what? Just an item. I thought you had awakened. Han Eugene looked over and immediately realized the opportunity had come. He quickly changed his expression, kneeling beside Ian Hohen. He grinned cheerfully, taking his hand, and said, thank you, sir. You said your name is Ian, right? In my view, if you awakened your power, you would definitely be S-rank. Hearing this, the old man could not help but stammer in astonishment. What? S-rank? The rich girl pointed at the two with contempt. All right, trying to attract attention with such obvious tricks. The chance of S-rank awakening is extremely low. Do you think we would believe that? Besides, unless someone throws an old man into the dungeon. Before she could finish, Han Eugene smiled slyly, his eyes full of confidence as he cut her off to express gratitude for saving us. Right now, I will help you awaken right here. The rich girl trembled in disbelief. What? Amid everyone's confusion, Han Eugene put on a mysterious air. Although just my beast taming skill is not strong enough, my emotion control skill goes beyond just sensing feelings. Han Eugene was just as confused confused as the others. He lowered his head and asked him, "What are you trying to do?" Han Eugene looked at them wickedly and replied, "Bluff a bit, just do as I say." Han Eugene thought internally, no need to worry about information leakage. This auction is top secret, all communication devices are banned, and soon the participants will. His smile grew bolder. He said enthusiastically in a loud voice, "Then let us begin. 1, 2. At the same time, Han Eugene created a fireball in his hand. The whoosh, the area above where they were standing suddenly exploded, shocking the others into panic. Then a bizarre scene appeared, causing them to point and clamor. "Look quickly, Lord Yan." As she spoke, she took off the thick glasses covering her face. Ian Hogan stood towering in the middle of the auction floor in a Super Saiyan-like transformation, visibly becoming much stronger. Not letting people continue guessing about his power, Ian Hogan reached out, grabbed the monster's neck as easily as handling a chicken. Using his tremendous arm strength, he slammed its head into the ground, creating an extremely loud thud. Tragically, that monster was knocked out right after being beaten by Han Eugene in the role of Ian Huyen. Those below, witnessing the act with their own eyes, panicked and murmured, "He attacked the monster with bare hands? He helped him awaken. Does that mean he can actually awaken others?" The hall immediately erupted after that. The bespectacled man looked at the scene before him and could not help but admire internally, truly astonishing. Most of the guests at this secret item auction came to buy desired items. They were people with power but not awakeners, finding it too difficult to enter the dungeon themselves. For them, the ability to awaken was even more important than taming monsters with their power and skills. They not only awakened strength, but also bought other young, non-awakened individuals, brainwashed them, and command an entire army of high-level old awakeners. The winner of the auction could hold enough power to destroy an entire country. The commission I would receive from this auction would skyrocket. Rich girl from earlier flipped her attitude faster than a fried pancake. She pointed triumphantly toward Han Eugene and said, "I admit I like it. No matter how much it costs, I will win this auction. So prepare yourselves." Han Eugene turned his head and smiled at her. He replied slowly, "Who said that?" Han Eugene loudly raised his hand toward that rich girl and said bluntly, "I wish to use one of my rejection rights on that person." She muttered in shock, "What rejection?" Han Eugene replied flatly, "You should have listened to the final rule properly." However, the bespectacled man beside him also stepped closer to support. Today's special item, the hunter Han Eugene, has been granted 3 rejection rights. To add some drama, everyone should consider cooperating a bit with the item. The kind bespectacled man carefully explained the rules to the crowd again. He can use the rejection right on bidders he dislikes or to ensure that the bidder he likes wins. In other words, if you want to own this item, money is not the issue, your sincerity is what matters. The bespectacled man cleared his throat loudly. He continued, "Ms. Sasha Ryu here caused trouble on the auction floor and has been rejected. Therefore, you cannot participate in this auction round anymore." She gaped and screamed, "What?" And Eugene produced a red card from somewhere. He asked her, "Is this the first time you have been rejected by an item? But tonight everyone must strive to catch the eye of this one-of-a-kind item." The crowd below, hearing this, eagerly tried to show off. Someone shouted upward with all their might, "Then what do you want us to do? We can put on a show for you or do anything." And Eugene closed his eyes, smiled and replied, "That sounds interesting, but substance is better than show." And Eugene's expression changed. He became serious and lowered his voice, saying, "Since this is our first meeting, we do not know much about each other's character, so let us judge who has the potential to own me through their items." And Eugene reached out excitedly and said, "Show me the items you possess that you consider the most special. If you are confident in any item, bring it out and show your mettle. Bring everything out, show me that you deserve to have my skills." And Eugene chuckled and lowered his voice to continue, "And of course, we will return it when the auction ends." The people below kept murmuring. A man turned and hesitated. "They are asking to see high-end items." Another immediately replied, "Is that not too dangerous? Recklessly showing them off like that and someone steals them, it would be a loss." At that time, another person tried to persuade everyone. "Hold on everyone, if no one brings out an item, this auction will just return to normal." Someone from the opposite side also retorted, "Even so, this is still an opportunity." And Eugene looked at the chaotic crowd below and revealed a dangerous expression. He thought to himself, "It seems everyone is still hesitating, wondering whether to seize this chance. In times like this, what needs to be done is..." Suddenly, a sharp sound of wind rushed straight toward him, and Eugene glanced in surprise at the golden chain. Quick as lightning, it coiled tightly around his body and lifted him up, surprising everyone present. He gritted his teeth, adjusted his position to avoid being choked, and thought to himself that he had to play dumb a little to fool them. Amid the chaos, a calm, deep male voice rang out, quite daring. Hyunjae appeared just in time, adding drama to his act. He, with a royal aura, gripped the chain tightly and said arrogantly, "A commodity should know its place." And Eugene saw himself assign the role table and was left speechless in shock. However, he still managed to smile back and say, "This treatment is a bit excessive. We are acquaintances after all." Hyun-jae immediately replied, "That is precisely why I must correct your attitude. You, Mr. Han Eugene, have been too arrogant since our first meeting." People began to recognize Hyun-jae and murmured, "Oh my, is the Jupiter Guildmaster here?" The murmuring grew louder, and a few even demanded Hyun-jae deal with him. Han Eugene broke into a sweat, cursing inwardly. What the hell are they saying? Where is democracy? Where is their conscience? Ian Hoen gripped the chain tightly, his voice low as he warned Hyun-jae to stop. "You dare do this to my face? I do not think you are permitted to treat an item so roughly." No one knew Ian Han was actually Han Yu Hyun, so everyone broke into a sweat feeling the pressure. Unbelievable that old man over 90 dares to match a young guild master. Indeed, the influence of awakening is terrifying. Hyun-jae lowered his eyes and let go of the chain he was holding. Pressure around Han Eugene's neck gradually disappeared. He shrugged and said casually, "I just made him wear the chain to secure my bid, right? Even if you took out everyone's items here, none could compare to this SS rank weapon." Putting it on the table, psychologically, he has already removed many obstacles. Han Eugene furiously pulled out a red card and yelled, "You caused me so much trouble and think that's it. I want to use the second refusal right." This right was used on the strongest competitor, attracting countless still hesitant gazes. Ian Han, in the form of Han Yu-hyun, handed him a bracelet. "This A-rank item is all I have." Han Eugene accepted it with a bright smile. "I rather like it." Other people began to compete with A-rank items. When Han Eugene asked the crowd nothing else, that group of people began to get louder. Suddenly, a beautiful blue silk cloth appeared, drawing everyone's attention. A wealthy woman cheerfully handed it to Han Eugene, an S-rank item, the witch's weighty scarf. "What do you think?" The man in glasses smiled and raised his hand to announce, "The third person, Lady Legrey, with the witch's white scarf." As soon as he finished, the hall erupted in excited shouts. They were like a pack of greedy beasts surrounding Han Eugene, one by one offering countless precious items. This made him unable to hide his astonishment. Parallel to the announcement, he questioned the pile of items. Clearly, these people had never even entered a dungeon, so where did they get them? Not to mention the hunters who had to face monsters, their eyes lit up with a craving for power far beyond their skills. Han Eugene's face darkened. He thought, "Let's begin." A greedy man looked around and asked the person next to him, "Hey, where did the Jupiter Guildmaster go?" The other annoyedly replied, "He got hit by his refusal right and went home." Contrary to their thoughts, on the rooftop, two figures were waiting. Hyun-jae smiled and said to Noah, "So, by Han Eugene's orders, we start cleaning up?" As he spoke, his eyes lit up, accompanied by hundreds of brilliant golden bolts striking down below. Suddenly, thunder roared in the sky, dark clouds gathered, and rain poured heavily onto the buildings. The people in the auction panicked. "Oh my, thunder? Is there rain nearby?" The forecast didn't say anything. Hyun-jae used his thunderbolt skill to summon a storm of lightning. It struck down loudly throughout the city. On this side, Noah was releasing the mana stones. After finishing, he said contentedly, "I have adjusted all the lightning rods of the nearby buildings and released the mana stones along the coast," as Han Eugene said. Noah looked at the city, seeing the buildings submerged in darkness. Only the hotel where the auction was held still had its lights on. Yerim gently pulled the curtain, excitedly saying, "I turned on all the electricity and opened the curtains as instructed. The purpose is to set the scene." Towering over the water, the auction building shone before the sea, making everything appear pure white and beautiful, even when viewed from the seabed. Standing before hundreds of greedy eyes, Han Eugene said in a sarcastic tone, "So many jewels, they look more valuable than my own body." He stood upright, his face cheerful, and said loudly, "Time to play for real. By the way, is anyone willing to release me after our victory?" The participants looked bewildered, not understanding what he meant. The MC beside him stammered back, "Release you from what?" Han Eugene smiled brightly, "I am being sold, but I consider these rabbits as family. Building friendly relations without human trafficking is fine, more humane, right?" As he finished, the rich folks below still understood nothing, asking each other, "What is he saying?" He laughed loudly. The MC mocked, "Seems the valuable thing on stage does not know its place. If they wanted to release him, why would they come here?" Han Eugene closed his eyes and calmly replied, "It must be so. Thanks to that, I know you are all accomplices. I will carefully put these jewels in my pocket." His next action shocked others even more. He announced he would give these things to the hunters in the dungeon if they needed them. Chaos erupted below, huh? "Wait, why are you pocketing them? It was a joke. You said you would return them." The lady's face turned pale. She shouted in fear, "Who are you people? This bastard took away all the slaves I bought." By the iron cage, Yerim had already smashed the lock, conveniently rescuing the other slaves. Yerim was unafraid, even smiling brightly. "Oh my, leave me alone. I am here to clean up." The woman pointed and scolded, "Clean up what, you monkey? The rich crowd panicked, continuously questioning the MC. What is this? Explain. The MC stammered. Surely, before it started, I sent all the staff outside. And Eugene smiled a satisfied, contemptuous smile and said, what else? Let's begin now. Outside, Noah, in his dragon form, was flying over, charging straight toward the building where Eugene stood. Noah rushed forward, violently smashing through every glass door, clearing all obstacles. The auction participants panicked, screaming uncontrollably. People inside had no idea what was happening. They only knew to scatter in all directions. Someone shouted, is the dungeon exploding? Noah opened his mouth wide, spewing a dreamy purple smoke to intimidate. Unexpectedly, this trick had a surprising effect. Someone yelled loudly, it's poison, get away! The rich crowd abandoned all shame, scrambling and pushing to run, ignoring those who fell. Eugene and his brother climbed onto Noah's back. Noah said, you came just in time. I was about to ram that door down. Hold on tight. As soon as he finished speaking, Noah charged straight at the window in front of him. The glass door was quickly shattered, creating a huge, sky-shaking explosion. All three people escaped safely outside, encountering no obstacles. Eugene turned around and called out loudly, Yerim! Yerim was struggling to carry a group of slaves, but for some reason someone was clinging tightly to her leg. She shouted loudly for help. Kick him off, help me. It turned out to be the auction MC. That man still clung to her, screaming to get his people back. You brat, my merchandise. Amidst the chaos below, the MC stubbornly threatened. You said you were coming alone, but this is a plan. You think I'll let you go? The upper class won't leave you alone. And Eugene was not afraid at all. He said with a bright smile, don't worry, it won't leak out. That thing that just fell from the sky will devour everything. The MC began to feel fear, looking up in the direction Eugene pointed. His whole body trembled as he asked, who is this? A powerful vortex of water was violently surrounding the auction building. The MC still clung on like a leech. Eugene spoke up. Yerim, let him cling on for a bit for now. The MC's eyes bulged out, shouting in panic, ouch, 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 what's going on? A water whirlwind? The water vortex grew stronger and stronger, as fierce as a level 10 storm. From within the vortex, a pair of frightening red eyes appeared, as if something both huge and dangerous was about to emerge. At that moment, giant tentacles began to reach out. An enormous, oversized octopus used its tentacles to tightly wrap around the entire building. Someone exclaimed, Kraken! It's wrapping around the whole hotel. And Eugene recalled, Hong Kong was originally densely populated with many dungeons. In the future, before regression, just one explosion caused this place to collapse. It was the underground dungeons beneath the coast, most of which went undetected, with monsters lurking deep at the bottom of the sea. He had told Hyun-jae back at the hotel that at the end of last year there was an S-rank boss and 2 A-rank water monsters named Kraken. Hyun-jae worried, underground water monsters. I'm pretty sure we can't defeat it if it stays only underwater. And Eugene confidently said, right, but I know its habits. He cheerfully continued, this is the perfect place to lure it out. That was the scene Eugene saw in the future, fully utilizing clues from the regression. About a year later, a dungeon explosion occurred at the Hong Kong beach. The explosion was unremarkable, but that night after evacuation the sea gate was pitch black. There was only a single building with its lights on, temporarily sheltering the hunters. The people there witnessed something terrifying. They took turns screaming their heads off. Giant tentacles appeared, attacking the building. It was the Kraken attracted by the light. When the Kraken crawled ashore, using its tentacles to destroy everything, this incident became a symbol of Hong Kong's collapse before regression. Returning to the present, the Kraken also appeared, now using its tentacles to destroy that building. Its power was unstoppable. Every structure was broken down. It used its massive body to coil tightly around the glowing building, and Eugene had prepared in advance. Sitting on Noah's back, he said, I arranged the environment to be exactly the same, and even scattered magic stones along the coast to enhance the effect. It will definitely work. The MC still clung to Yerim's leg without letting go. Seeing his establishment destroyed by the Kraken, he sobbed, my auction house, my clients, my livelihood. Suddenly, a red rope wrapped around his waist. Then it pulled hard. Park Yerim recognized it was someone from the Jupiter Guild. Hyun-jae looked at him with a contemptuous gaze. Are you the auction organizer? Throw him here, we'll deal with him later. Yerim excitedly said, Uncle, did you see? That octopus is as big as the hotel. The other reminded, Yerim, get ready. The Kraken's body was huge, but its mind was simple. It only busied itself wrapping around the glowing building, ignoring everything around it. Eugene confidently said, when it finishes destroying the hotel, we'll catch it before it goes back to the sea. He asked Yerim, kid, you remember what to do, right? We must collect equipment, eliminate the human traffickers, and save Hong Kong's future while we still can. Eugene emphasized, his face full of enthusiasm. All right, everyone, let's catch the whole thing and go home. Everyone was ready, watching for the moment to act. Han Eugene remembered what happened in the future before his regression. Hong Kong's biggest threat was the Kraken monster. The reason the hunt failed for half a year was because it was used to hiding deep in the ocean when at a disadvantage. The key to keeping it was using light, making it fully reveal itself. Han Eugene shouted loudly, "Everyone, time it precisely." Yerim worked very efficiently. She immediately rushed in, using her weapon to control the water vortex and wrap it around the Kraken. Hyunjae stood below waiting for his turn, his purpose to coordinate with the current to deliver an electric shock. The opportunity came. Hyunjae used his power to summon lightning, striking straight into the water vortex, but it didn't seem very effective. Yerim quickly used an activated ice energy, thinking, what if I freeze it with pure ice before it disperses? The water droplets quickly froze, encasing them in layers. Millions of crystal-like, sparkling ice spheres were formed. Yerim exclaimed in delight, "It looks so beautiful! It's like a Christmas party." Han Eugene was also captivated. "That's right, Christmas isn't far from my birthday." Yerim landed on the ground, speechless with these two brothers. She pouted, "Uncle again? This isn't the right time." Hyunjae also chimed in, "My birthday is August 30th, it's coming up soon." Han Eugene poured cold water on it. "No one asked about that. Why are you chatting nonsense right now? Does that look like acting virtuous? It's moving, it's completely on land now." The monster Kraken was also attracted by the glowing glass spheres, rushing towards that direction on all four legs. Elder Yerim charged forward, holding it back. "Uncle." Hyunjae replied. Following the young woman's wish, he swung his hand to activate the lightning power. A large explosion occurred on the roof of the building, looking up like a huge torch. The debris from the building fell and smashed into Kraken's colossal body. Yerim also managed to dash in front of it in time. The kid thought, if cold and electricity were ineffective due to its nature, then we will freeze the debris and hold it back. Park Yerim quickly swung her weapon, directing the incoming whirlpool, causing the water around this area to freeze instantly. Colossal Kraken was trapped in the frozen rubble. Han Eugene jumped up happily. "Well done. Our Yerim is so smart." The brother patted Han Eugene on the shoulder, "But it will be hard to hold it for long. Take it down in one strike." Hearing this, Han Eugene forced a smile. "One strike, I can do it. This kid will give me strength." His gaze fell on the contracted beast on Han Eugene's head. It was a fire spirit with the purest flames. The attack skill effects would be doubled. Han Eugene grabbed his younger brother's shoulder. "I will share my senses, close your eyes." Han Eugene's guiding voice sounded, "Feel the movement of Yerim's body." Just like when Yerim received the Mermaid Queen skill without having any water-type skills. Han Eugene continued, "Accept Yerim's power and make it your own." Han Yu-hu, smart and quick to understand what to do. "I understand, brother." His power burst forth. Han Jin was astonished. Han Eugene's eyes blazed, merging with the fire spirit's flame. He was ready. "So shall we go, Yerim?" Receiving the order, the fire spirit burst its power, creating a fierce blaze. The entire large flame flared up, violently scattering everywhere. The heat incinerated everything it passed, including the expensive cars. The monster Kraken was trapped, unable to move. It was surrounded by the flames, screaming miserably. Standing and watching, Han Eugene also marveled. Just one collision and the flames could reach that level. He realized the scope of the effect, calling out a reminder. "Everyone move away immediately when you can." The spirit orb in Han Eugene's hand transformed, startling him. Han Eugene's pet turned into a blazing treasured blade with terrifying power, the flames enveloping the weapon. Han Eugene coolly swung his hand to test the weapon, unleashing a super-powered slash. It shot straight towards Kraken, and in an instant, its giant tentacle was severed in two. Han Eugene was surprised by this breakthrough. The fire spear was very difficult to maintain a stable form. Usually it only enhanced the skill rank and reached a pre-regression state. He gripped the treasured blade tightly, smirking slightly. "Just controlling the flame with willpower. Now I have complete control over it." With that, he and the blazing treasured blade continued attacking Kraken. Han Eugene shot the treasured blade straight towards Kraken at extreme speed. Quickly, the treasured blade drew close to its giant eye. The collision created a horrifyingly loud explosion, illuminating the entire dark sky. Kraken's body was gradually burned away, emitting pitiful screams from within. In just a moment, the colossal Kraken had completely vanished from the earth. Noah's eyes went wide, defeating Kraken with just one blow. Yerim was also stunned. Not just Kraken, but the entire area had been erased. That power just now turned the bustling area of high-rise buildings into nothing but a hollow pit of snow. Han Eugene glanced at his younger brother, slightly shocked. Even without using the skill double, the spirit's power was already terrifying. Looking at the remnants, he couldn't believe it. The water had evaporated, the fire had vanished, leaving no trace. Because of this, the auction participants were all killed by the dungeon explosion. The monster was dealt with by Haijun, the chairman saving his brother. Two civilians and Hyunja would handle rescuing the other low-level awakeners. Everything proceeded as expected. Han Eugene took out the chain and returned it to Hyunja. "Oh, Hyunja, I'm returning this to you." He held it in his hand. This is the chain of the noble seeker, mythic grade. It was forged under the deepest moonlight of the crescent moon, looking as if made of metal, but its essence is light. The chain was dedicated under the crescent moon starlight. This made Han Eugene ponder, recalling the crescent moon the rookie mentioned, which helped break the contract with the lizard master. So Hyun Jae had a contract with the traitor. I heard he lost his memory due to regression. Han Yu-hoo asked suspiciously Sung Hee-on-ji, do you know about the crescent moon? Sung Hee-on-ji flinched, then calmly replied, I'm not sure about the crescent moon. If you're talking about the moon in the sky, that's a waning moon. Han Eugene denied, I know that's not what I meant. Suddenly, Han Jae's expression turned strange. Oh no? Han Eugene's voice rang out over the communicator. The battle isn't over yet. Han Yu-hoo was surprised, not understanding his younger brother's meaning. Ben asked again, What do you mean by that? Yu Hyung rushed in from somewhere, pulling Nexualine away from Hyun Jae. Then a huge explosion sounded, and Eugene had just escaped death, still utterly bewildered amidst his anger. Hyun Jae coldly used the chain to attack them. He said reluctantly, I appreciate you personally delivering yourself here. Han Yu-hoo glanced at him. This is the effect of the doubled attack skill power. I activated it immediately. Han Yu-hoo. He questioned Hyun Jae, thinking back to the time in Dungeon 33, when you tried to capture my brother, me, Bis, Park Yerim, Sung Han Kim, Hina Mun, and everyone else. Saying this, Han Eugene widened his eyes and stared straight at Hyun Jae, asking, You plan to kill everyone, didn't you? In response to this question, Eugene, still not understanding what was going on, asked back in shock. Huh, what are you talking about? Hyun Jae no longer hid it. He gave a sneering smile. Then, with a cold gaze, he replied, It seems you have realized, haven't you? A huge explosion occurred. The conflict between the two S-rank hunters officially began. The innocent civilians ran in panic, breaking the dungeon again. Evacuate, evacuate quickly. Someone wondered, it looks like lightning in a clear sky. What is happening? At this moment, lightning struck down from above continuously. Han Eugene and Han Jae clashed together like two wild beasts. Even though Han Eugene was carrying his older brother on his shoulder, he still refused to back down. Han Eugene still did not understand what was happening. His face pale as he screamed, continuously shouted to stop them. Wait, Han Eugene, let's negotiate. Both of you talk to each other. Han Eugene ignored his older brother, continuing to charge at Hyun Jae with relentless attacks like a storm. He advised loudly, I said talk first, why are you just charging in and fighting like this? Neither of them gave in. Han Eugene helplessly tried to calm down. He thought the first time sharing the dual effect on attack skills, trying to hold firm and eliminate everyone. All that happened when I was unconscious. But after that, even though the exact same skills were shared, there was no such sign. If he truly intended to harm people, the final grace effect would not have left Hyun Jae alone. After thinking for a moment, Han Eugene pressed down on Han Eugene's shoulder and loudly stopped him again. Han Eugene, stop, and let's negotiate a bit. Han Eugene replied coldly, Why should I, brother? The truth is he is a danger to you, that is undeniable. Han Eugene's gaze lost all control, his eyes bloodshot with hatred. He continued recounting everything, from entering the Sudiok dungeon to participating in this auction, all caused by that man. The younger brother spoke until he was choked up. Han Eugene stammered, Well, it is true. On the other side where the fight was happening, Noan Park Yerim also flew over. She asked in confusion, Why are you two suddenly fighting? The blazing sword slash swept out directly towards them. Fortunately, both of them managed to stop and dodge in time. If they had been a step slower, they would have surely met their ancestors. Yerim angrily shouted, Has the guild leader lost his mind? Even Han Eugene could not understand his younger brother. Why suddenly attack comrades? He said angrily, Hey, what are you doing? You are attacking even Noah and Yerim. As for Han Eugene at this moment, having lost all reason, he still said coldly, It is nothing to worry about if anyone interferes. They will not have any peace either. Hearing these words startled Han Eugene. Eugene explained, If that man is left alone, Big Brother will continue to be hurt and always be in danger. So everything that threatens Big Brother must be burned and eliminated. The more he spoke, the more fiercely his rage flared. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Eugene charged towards Hyun Jae, catching Han Eugene off guard. Wait, hey Han Eugene, what do you plan to do? Only then did Han Eugene notice the abnormality in his younger brother. What is wrong with this kid? It seems he has lost his mind. He looked into those lifeless, blazing eyes. Han Eugene made a guess. These eyes. They have been turning red for a while now. Even Aileen does not have red. Aileen is also different from usual. Is this a side effect of receiving power from Aileen? Thinking this, Han Eugene reached out and grabbed the fire spirit on Han Eugene's head. He said angrily, Come here, you lizard. Han Eugene thought, just like when talking to the Dragon Man now, digging deep into the mind might find something. He quickly used the Chick class teacher. It was activated, connecting his mind with the fire spirit. He was quickly brought back to its memories. But what he felt at this moment was the heat of fire, so hot his body in the real world lost consciousness, leading to him fainting. Han Eugene called worriedly Big Brother. Uncle Yerim was running over, asking anxiously, "What is it, little one? What did the guild leader do?" And Eugene regained his composure and casually swung his skill towards Hyun Jae. Park Yerim, risking her life, ran straight over. Fortunately, Hyun Jae's cloak blocked it, so she escaped death by a hair's breadth. Hyun Jae smirked and reminded, "Better be careful. The dual effect of the attack skill is still in effect." Girl called out in shock, "Uncle Hyun Jae." Noah, hovering in the sky, could no longer hold back. He asked, "Do you still intend to continue even though Han Eugene has fainted?" The Wild Hunt Han Eugene replied to him with only a short affirmation, "Yes." And he looked up at Noah with blood-red eyes. "Cleaning up, I must finish this before Big Brother wakes up. When he wakes up, he will surely be happy." Seeing this, Yerim was also extremely furious. She yelled, "This guy is crazy. Does he plan to burn the house while cleaning up? Does he think he can take down all three of them?" At this moment, Han Eugene awakened in another world. He opened his eyes in shock. Han Eugene was startled to see things that seemed somewhat familiar. He wondered, where is this place? The familiar row of houses. This is the old house we lived in. Everything inside is the same as before. Han Eugene was surprised. Before the dungeon appeared and monsters awakened, this house was where the two brothers once lived together. He widened his eyes in amazement and asked himself, "What is going on? Why am I here?" Suddenly a voice came from beside him. "Hello." Han Eugene's gaze turned back with suspicion. Staring intently at the fire spirit in front of him, "You are Eileen?" He asked. "Eileen." The spirit fruit actually spoke. "That is right, this is Eileen." Azujin asked it anxiously. "How? Can you also use mental skills?" The spirit leaped onto his body. It denied, "No, this is that person's skill." And Eugene still did not understand what was happening. "What? I do not have such a skill." Eileen made an adorable expression and continued, "You have that power. It might be that you have not used it correctly." So Eileen lent a hand. Han Eugene recalled, "No, this was originally Dioma's skill, the successor of Dioma." Thinking carefully, that girl also said that. "Since I infiltrated Dioma's memories, I also gained the ability to use other skills." "No, that is not important now." Han Eugene asked worriedly. "Alien, Han Eugene is acting very strangely. Did you do something?" It replied calmly, "A little." Eileen smiled an innocent smile and began to explain, "It is because Han Eugene accepted Eileen's power. Those are pure power spirits. This is like him becoming more honest after accepting my soul power. It is related to Han Eugene losing control," Eileen further stated. "He wants to spare you from trouble. Now that he has the power to do so, he will not hold back." Hearing this, Han Eugene was stunned. He asked back in confusion, "What do you mean? He has power and has lost control. He will not hold back and will burn everything. That is ridiculous." He continuously refuted Eileen's words, but it continued, "That is because of the fire of hatred. It cannot be helped." As it spoke, Eileen feigned innocence. "The first daughter has gone through all sorts of things. It is because of his explosive personality and his desire to protect you." Han Eugene was fuming, doing all this, and it is only a little. He tried to calmly propose a solution. He discussed with it. "Anyway, the issue of Han Jae, I will handle it. Do not worry, okay? So you should calm Han Eugene down." It replied helplessly, "Just that will not solve anything." Eileen lay down, breathing with difficulty. It seemed to sense the reason for its master's state. It honestly told Han Eugene, "Jiwoo Han, he is still worried and does not know what to do in this situation, and the only one who can handle this is you." As it spoke, it excitedly jumped out of Han Eugene's embrace, panicked, sweating profusely, and asked me, "What should I do?" Suddenly a crude idea came to him. Maybe I should just knock him out with a blow to the head. Outside was very tense. Park Yerim was at a disadvantage against Han Eugene. She tried to chase them, but both were too fast. Noah spoke up saying he would support, starting with blinding him. Yerim was furious. She slammed her hand hard on the ground to activate Shadowless Sun. Even though great power was surging towards him, Han Eugene was not worried at all. He stood still preparing to face the battle. When Yerim's power was about to strike, Han Eugene managed to create a flame to block it. Her power could not reach him. Yerim angrily cursed, unable to get close. What to do now? Hyun-jae from above asked if just touching the object was enough. Yerim turned back and said yes. Throwing it was fine too, but that fire barrier was difficult. Hyun-jae pulled out a griffin feather. It would part the wind and open the fire temporarily to distract the opponent. He said he would create something like the light from before, something not easily flammable. Yerim was astonished upon hearing it, not knowing what else he could do. Looking at Han Eugene with bloodshot eyes full of hatred, she lamented this like gambling. The defense was too strong, one mistake and all would be for naught. She recalled the previous battle with just a few simple moves. Han Eugene had burned an entire giant kraken. She trembled, that flame had incinerated the monster in an instant, and she had no fire resistance skills. Hyun-jae looked at Park Yerim, who was determined. Suddenly she regained her resolve and channeled her energy, exclaiming, "Therefore I have no intention of backing down." Hyun-jae smiled softly, holding the feather. He said, "All right. Since she had decided, then let us try once together." Before the swirling fire vortex, Park Yerim was not afraid. She charged straight in with the belief that she could push back the guild leader. Noah and Yerim approached the flame that was blazing fiercely as if wanting to devour overpower them both. Kirby lay weak and tired in Noah's hands. Yerim shouted for him to take it to a safe place. Wiping away the hot sweat, she asked in confusion why she could not get close with her bare hands, and why the guild leader acted that way. Han Eugene had now lost his reason. His whole body seemed to transform into someone else. The greater the rage, the more the fire blazed. Back in the protagonist's world, Han Eugene held Eileen and questioned him. Was the reason for the change because of worry? He agitatedly shook Eileen, who denied it. How could the youngest S-rank guild leader be like this? Eileen shouted that it was because of his brother. Eileen listed the worries Han Eugene had shouldered for a long time, that he had just made amends and grown close to his brother. Then your brother brought a stranger home and treated him like family, and another stranger as a friend. He got hurt in Onkangmasu and got injured in the dungeon. Until his brother was kidnapped for the auction, Han Eugene's face darkened. He admitted he was wrong. Eileen knew its master well. It said he knew he could not blindly oppose his brother, but he could not lose him or let anyone take him away. Han Eugene only had one brother, the person he cherished. Han Eugene was surprised, thinking there would be others by his side. Eileen interrupted, irritably revealing a secret. You do not understand. Han Eugene will never have friends in the future. Eileen stared straight, affirming Han Eugene did not date. No one could get close to him, but Han Eugene still did not believe. He thought it was a joke. Eileen said that was the reason he feared losing his only brother, especially since Hanja tried to kill you, so he kills anyone who posed a threat. At this moment, Han Eugene released immense power. Even Hanja's feather could not tear through the wind to enter. He silently admired the boy's jealousy. Han Eugene tightened his grip on the blazing treasure blade, mockingly asking why be jealous of a thief. The two S-ranks fought. Han Eugene had the advantage. The fire vortex he created terrified the onlookers. The two stood facing each other for a long while. Han Eugene, with bloodshot eyes, swung the treasure blade at Hyunjae, disgustedly saying thieves deserved only punishment. The powerful slash created a huge explosion, shattering the surrounding rocks and earth. Hyunjae calmly watched for the opportunity, holding the feather, his eyes determined. He murmured it was time. He shot the feather straight into the flame. It flew swiftly, creating a strong wind that tore the fire apart, opening a path to get close to Han Eugene. Hyunjae shouted loudly that the fire had been blown away. Now was the chance. Yerim was already waiting, enthusiastically answering. Two joined forces, one with lightning, one with ice, unleashing their techniques at Han Eugene. The storm treasure combined with Hyunjae's spell, delivering a powerful combined strike directly at Han Eugene. This combination seemed nearly perfect. Though it looked quite formidable, Han Eugene did not dodge. He stood still like a statue, having already found a way to counter-attack. He calmly slashed out a fire sword. With just a wave of his hand, he dispelled the combined technique of the uncle and niece. Han Eugene immediately countered, dashing like an arrow, tearing through the screen of lightning the two had created. His target was still Hyunjae. He exclaimed in surprise. It evaporated before even touching. Was the ice still not enough? While moving extremely fast, Han Eugene suddenly halted, the fire in his eyes dimming somewhat. He had been caught by Park Yerim's technique from behind. She confidently pulled out several magic stone fragments, smugly saying she knew that would happen, so she prepared more. When the ice melted, the stones inside would not burn and would scatter. He thought it was just ordinary man-infused rock. Han Eugene's feet were frozen, unable to move. When he was held tight, a stream of soul-holding lightning struck down from above. Yerim strongly declared his feet were locked now. She could defeat him easily. The collision created a deafening explosion. Light engulfed the entire wide area. The smoke and dust were thick. Even Noah, flying high, could not see anything. He judged that even an S-rank would find it hard to be safe. After a moment, Hyunjae landed. The smoke and dust gradually cleared, revealing Han Eugene's figure. His whole body was smoking and he knelt on the ground. Could it be that the attack succeeded? Hyunjae paused, startled as he realized. Han Eugene was unharmed. He used his sword as a lightning rod. All the lightning was absorbed and channeled into the ground. The technique was easily neutralized. Han Eugene was not only cool and strong but also smart. No one could beat him. Attacked relentlessly, Han Eugene became even more violent, his jealousy and hatred boiling over. He kicked hard at the lightning-charged sword. Hyunjae's face turned pale, panicked, because that weapon had absorbed electrical energy. Being struck would create a huge explosion. Hyunjae had barely finished his thought when the explosion struck, and he, standing nearby, was hit with extreme force. He was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, traveling a long distance. Even the main character, Han Eugene, in another world, felt the tremor, and he wondered in surprise what was happening. Eileen gently replied that it was nothing, just a fight outside, but Han Eugene angrily shouted that it was not a small matter, and that the battle needed to be stopped quickly. Eileen calmly asked how to calm him down, then confidently said it was simple. She seriously advised Han Eugene to tell him that he was a precious younger brother and that he loved him, which sounded reasonable. But Han Eugene was embarrassed and flustered. That was a bit. Seeing that reaction, Eileen started crying and asked what was wrong. Did he not love Han Eugene? And he quickly explained it was not that, but saying that at this age was not normal. Alien sincerely reminded him that it was not a lie and was a good thing. No one hated being loved, whether humans or any other creature. Back in the fight, Han Eugene looked at his opponent collapsed on the ground and sneered, "You are still alive, truly tenacious." Hyunjae was now severely injured and could no longer stand. His left arm was seriously damaged, and he knelt to the ground. Hyunjae cast a tired gaze at Han Eugene's madness. Han Eugene did not stop, raised his hand high, focused on summoning blades, and sneered. Magic array of many blades lined up neatly, waiting for his command. Han Eugene confidently thought he could crush him without a trace. He swung his hand and the weapons surrounded him. Han Eugene's face was cold, his bloodshot eyes stared at his opponent, ready to unleash a sword strike. Weapons shot towards Hyunjae as if blind, their power sweeping everything. Hyunjae still sat motionless without any reaction. However, Hyunjae lightly curled his lips into a smile. Well then, he happily said that the little girl had finished her preparations, and Han Eugene was startled upon hearing that. The ground shook violently. Han Eugene looked down, wondering that this tremor was not from his skill. Above, a powerful torrent of water gushed down. The whirlpool quickly engulfed Han Eugene. He could not react, he could only stand and watch. In Han Eugene's world, he asked Alien incessantly, "So, if I appease him, will Han Eugene be okay? But he will not be able to react when I use the skill, right?" Eileen nodded in confirmation. Eileen's face was bright. She said frankly, "When things get serious, pouring water on him will calm him down." The battle continued, and the water vortex, Yerim, appeared imposingly. She loudly called Han Eugene's name, then used her weapon to control the whirlpool and attack him. Yerim shot down from above, her momentum blazing as she yelled loudly, "Cool down your head, brother." Han Eugene could not react and was completely submerged by the water, as if a weapon had opened an entrance. Yerim's water could break through Han Eugene's wall of fire. He swung his sword in an arc to defend. While fighting, he suddenly noticed that Yerim had gotten inside. She was now very close, reaching out to grab Han Eugene. Seeing this, Du Hyun immediately moved, trying to escape. But it was too late. Yerim had grabbed Han Eugene by the collar. She pulled with all her might, dragging Han Eugene out of the fire ring. But Han Eugene also grabbed her leg tightly and was pulled out. Two sides, one ice and one fire, continued to clash to fight for the person. Loud explosions rumbled, flames blazed brightly along with shockwaves that churned the ground, sending dust and rocks flying everywhere. It was all just a dream. Han Eugene woke up with a start, his face still fearful. He glanced around, saw himself lying in a hotel room, and wondered where this was. Jin was not fully awake yet. He noticed his two hands were held by two mischievous children, who were sleeping soundly, and he thought to himself that he had returned to reality. Until he heard Hein next to him talking in his sleep. "Yeah, that bastard guild leader, go for it." He only then noticed Yerim. Then the younger brother lying to his right called him, and he replied, "Yeah, it is nothing. Just go back to sleep." Noah was also sleeping here, still in dragon form. They were not human. I almost lost the sea monster. Looking at everyone with bruised faces, Han Eugene guessed that these two must have fought while he was asleep. He vaguely understood the situation, but was relieved that no one was seriously injured. Stepping into the living room, he was still not fully awake, scratching his head in confusion. "Where am I? Is this still Hong Kong?" The place they stayed last night was already destroyed. The TV was now reporting on the sea monster. The hotel was completely destroyed. The ground was more than 10 meters deep. Han Eugene realized this was not caused by the sea monster. Hong Kong was suffering a huge shock. The TV showed a desolate urban area. Most of the missing guests had registered under aliases, making investigation difficult. His mouth fell open. These guys were more troublesome than the sea monster. He sighed in exasperation and walked to the kitchen. At least they caught the sea monster. There would be no more damage, but there was one problem. His face hardened. Hyunjae, I have to deal with him immediately. And Eugene recalled the question from then. He had asked Hyunjae if he intended to kill everyone in the Bava dungeon, and the answer made him afraid. No matter how useful his skill of predicting the world's destruction was, if he threatened me, he could not keep him by his side. There was a sizzling sound of fire from downstairs, as if someone was cooking, and Eugene was still lost in thought. He was the kind of person who would level a hotel if provoked. I need to check and eliminate him if he is dangerous. Stepping into the kitchen, Han Eugene froze when he saw Hyunjae wearing an apron. A large burn mark stretched from his face down his body. He smiled gently and said he was awake. Han Eugene went stiff, while Hyunjae calmly asked if he wanted breakfast. There was fruit, bacon, and eggs. Did he want his eggs well done or runny? Eileen pointed and stammered that she wanted runny eggs. No, wait. Han Eugene asked about the burn. Sung Hyungji calmly replied this. He said that bastard's flames were quite fierce. That guy was a spirit, right? The attack had a power that slowed recovery, so it would probably take a few days to heal completely. Han Eugene jumped up and asked about the fireproof coat and the Sukia wings. Sung Hyungji said he had lent them to a little girl so she wouldn't get hurt. Han Eugene immediately knew who that was. He lent them to Yerim. And Eugene asked curiously, the person who once wanted to kill everyone at Bava was now risking himself to protect others. Hyunjae heard that question, looked at Han Eugene, and then smiled. He teased, saying he didn't think he was a good person. Right, how disappointing. Han Eugene darkened his face and threatened with a fork. Don't talk nonsense. He knew this golden-haired bastard's heart was unfathomable. He was untrustworthy. Hyunjae could tell Han Eugene was always wary of him. He said to consider it a necessary task to gain trust. Sung Hyungji explained he knew she would get into trouble if she was hurt by that flame, and this would also greatly affect Han Eugene. His face darkened as he replied, that coat should not have been damaged so soon. He said he rarely used items like that, so he hoped it would be a little useful. That was why he lent it to the girl. The explanation was very good, no sign of lying. He really was that kind of person. Then Jongin said in a low voice, that wasn't his, so don't claim it like that. Anyway, thank you for protecting Yerim. After saying that, Han Eugene stabbed his fork hard into the plate, breaking the egg yolk. He warned, if he hurts my family and something happens, I will kill you with my skill. Sung Hyungji smiled faintly, looking at Han Eugene with an arrogant gaze, saying he was interesting. And Hyunjae teasingly asked which skill could kill him should he find out. Han Eugene held the fork in a battle-ready stance. A mental battle began, but it was all in his thoughts. Things shouldn't go that way. He thought if it were real, Sung Hyungji could call him in an instant. Hyunjae stumbled and asked about the future, and Eugene decided to maintain a relationship with him as a harmless F rank. He was probably arrogant because of his higher rank. Thinking that, he said softly that he would teach him how to keep his items safe. Don't touch my family, he said with a darkened face and a threatening voice. Then he looked towards Sung Hyungji. Have some restraint. I believe you understand that limit better than I do. Hyunjae didn't answer, just looked at Han Eugene and smiled lightly. Then he teased again about the limit with family. What about Han Eugene's limit? Han Eugene sighed and replied, adults will adapt when there's a problem. He was like a cormorant, taking the chance to eat to avoid answering nonsense questions. Seeing that expression, Hyunjae chuckled, saying that was an unexpected reaction, usually. Just as he was thinking idly, Han Yoo-hyun-ah's scream cut through. The three of them hurried down to find Han Eugene. Hey, when did you wake up, uncle? Han Eugene replied he had been awake for a while. Eat. He asked what trouble the kid caused yesterday that an S-rank got beaten black and blue. Yerim immediately tattled it was all to stop Han Eugene. Han Eugene probably didn't remember everything from yesterday. He stopped Jong-an. Even so, Han Eugene was still aware of what he had done. He quickly ran to his brother and apologized. I was wrong. Even though you stopped me, I still acted impulsively. He felt relieved when the fire spirit returned to normal. Aileen also returned to her original form, unable to speak. He patted his shoulder to comfort him. It wasn't his fault. He was divided, so his mind was in chaos, which made him violent. Then he would stabilize, don't worry. Han Eugene knew that at that moment his younger brother was truly very worried. He had been truly very worried. Han Eugene recalled the conversation with the fire spirit. It said that he and his brother had been divided in their feelings for many years, and living together again in this house would make his brother feel more at ease. When he heard that, Han Eugene was full of surprise. Even Aileen only then realized, so this place was arranged like this for that reason. The fire spirit replied, yes, Aileen chose it. This was Han Eugene's favorite place. Hearing that, the man opened his eyes wide. A warm current of emotion enveloped his entire body. Fire spirit continued, because this was the house he lived in with his brother, so Aileen also liked being here. The fire spirit also liked this warm place. The sharing made Han Eugene realize how much living separately had affected his brother. I understand. This time he decided to return to live with his brother in this house. Han Eugene hugged the fire spirit gently and said, I will live with him. Aileen remembered before. He had left the house first and entered. He stared blankly in one direction, having lived well in a new place very good. Remembering the image of the two brothers playing together, he thought to himself, so he was still attached to this place. Turning to reality, Han Eugene reached out and ruffled his brother's hair. Listen, Han Eugene, no matter what happens, you are still my younger brother and I love you very much, understand? Hearing that, Han Eugene was a little moved. Bro, he told himself he would try to make up for the time apart. Don't worry. He continued to comfort him. No one was hurt, so causing a little trouble was fine, as long as he wasn't dead. Hyunjae chimed in, but I was hurt. Yerim also jumped up and said your arm is too bent, it's gonna break. Our guild leader worked hard today, so make us some pancakes, skill ones. Han Eugene was about to go somewhere to answer. Capitalizing, Yerim immediately jumped up in frustration. Huh, aren't you going to fry the pancakes? There was a sound, and Sung Hyungji was happy. Here it is. Just then, there was a sound of the door opening. Peace ran over crying happily, followed by Sojang. Yerim was surprised that it was brought here too. Peace came to Hong Kong too. Seeing Sojang's haggard appearance, one could tell how much Peace had wrecked things. To commemorate the resolution of the incident, allow me to introduce Peace, a pet visiting Hong Kong for vacation. Peace struck a pose like a poster. Yerim turned and asked how she got here. Turning around, she said it was an order from the military commander. She couldn't bring Blue, but for a while without him, it got irritable, so keeping it was tiring. Yerim looked at Hanjae, who was laughing. So, are you giving this guy a bonus? As for Noah, he was currently hiding behind the wall, tears streaming down. Sojang turned and saw him and was startled. It was really tough, Noah. Then Sojang hugged Noah and said he missed that little devil. Noise erupted. Hey, Han Eugene, I said, well done, eggs. My house only eats runny eggs. Who's the one lying? In the end, everything in Hong Kong became peaceful. The kidnapping case was resolved. We gathered very happily and visited many places thanks to the tour guide. Of course, besides sightseeing, no, it was time to prepare to hunt down and deal with the association of those involved in this matter. In South Korea, news of the hotel's disappearance also reached the chairman. He was extremely furious that his plan had completely failed. From the kidnapping to the auction, many things had happened, but they were all aimed at overthrowing the association, triggering a wave of attacking articles. One article reported that Hunter Han Eugene had gone missing for 30 minutes in the detention facility. Another criticized the internal security breach causing turmoil in the association. The sudden massive economic damage attracted international attention. This foreign exchange loss was expected to drive investment back into dungeon management. Simeon continued to fan the flames with a video. He demanded clarification and punishment for those responsible for Hunter Han Eugene's disappearance. After speaking, he shed pitiful tears, sniffling and praying for Han Eugene. He blamed himself, but the act was at a masterful level. In the chairman's office, the old man remained calm before the wave of public opinion. He remarked that those people really only knew how to pour fuel on the fire. The bodyguard was worried about the public sentiment towards the association. The old chairman calmly patted his shoulder, asking why such rumors existed. He was confident because he already had a solution, ready to sacrifice anyone to save his reputation. The bodyguard still did not understand, asking what he meant. With a sly look, he asked who was responsible for supervision when Hunter Han Eugene was kidnapped. Only then did he realize with a start that it was Department Head Tigun. The old chairman laughed cunningly, pointing at the screen and saying the fault was clear. He had already agreed to take responsibility. On the screen were documents bearing the name of Department Head Taiwan. He was the head of the Awakened Management Department under the security unit. An article showed the association was investigating and punishing Director Taiwan for his absence during the disappearance. That was right, Song Taiwan had taken all responsibility. The articles reported it simultaneously and Han Eugene had confirmed this beforehand. Han Eugene expressed frustration because he had to live like that. He wished he could kick that filthy place away and leave. Hyunjae laughed it off, saying shouldering everything had become his nature. I had tested him countless times, but his nature never changed. Especially when it came to Han Eugene. He would not do anything to threaten his life. He would even protect him irrationally. Han Eugene understood that, so he knew he would not kill him while still under pressure. He poured a glass of wine for Han Eugene. Hyunjae asked about the current plan since the association was always behind everything. I poured the wine and continued, saying if he needed any help, just tell me. I am not good at handling young people, but I can help with the old ones. And Eugene politely declined the help and confidently said he was good at handling both. He borrowed Hyunjae's phone to call Taiwan. It turned out his number was saved under the name Dog Sefford. Taking the phone, Han Eugene was surprised by the strange name. He asked why his number was saved as something belonging to him. Han Eugene immediately corrected the name, then called Song Taigon. Sung Hyun regretted that the name was changed. Busy on the phone, Han Eugene did not notice Hyunjae looking at him strangely. He thought to himself that normally people would be sad to be treated as an object. He wondered if Han Eugene had a goal that required using himself as a tool. After a while, the other end finally picked up. He thought it was Hyunjae, so his tone was not very friendly. Han Eugene immediately teased Department Head Taiwan for kidnapping someone. The other end asked back in surprise. The next morning at Incheon Airport, the plane bringing Han Eugene back had landed. Many people came to wait for him, from civilians and awakened to reporters. Everyone hoped for Han Eugene's safety. When the plane landed, the hunters immediately asked if that was Han Eugene. One person said he was taken to be auctioned off with other awakened. That showed the association was involved. A male reporter reminded them not to speak loudly because they might be overheard. As he was stepping back, two reporters were blocked by a large figure. That was Taiwan, also there to pick up Han Eugene. People gossiped about whether he would apologize directly. The subordinates looked annoyed that their department head was being attacked. Taiwan remained calm. In his heart, he thought about what would happen if he did not show up at the airport. I cannot guarantee everything I said about the association. Come here and show an attitude of submission. Hunter Han Eugene. Voluntarily get caught, play the victim for the whole country to see, then use that to fight against the association. Han Eugene's plan had reduced public trust. An angry person threw a hot sweet potato at Song Tigun. An elderly man emotionally criticized Department Head Tigun, saying just looking at his face made him nauseous. He pointed directly at his face, scolding him for arresting a powerless person by force, but then let that person get kidnapped right under his nose. What he said was completely true. It was my fault. Taewon accepted all the criticism. Just then the airport doors opened. The people and reporters all questioned Han Eugene at once. They asked if he remembered the kidnapper's face. But Han Eugene did not answer, focusing on his poor victim role. He looked dazed as if abused for days. Brother loudly said Han Eugene needed to rest. Han Eugene quietly reminded his brother to get closer, to look more pitiful. The crowd suddenly gasped when Han Eugene took notice. Department head Taegan stood before him, bowing in apology. The reporters were surprised, buzzing about the scene. They said this was the first time they saw an S-rank bow his head. They continuously took pictures, believing this would be a money shot. Taewon bowed his head to apologize to Hunter Han Eugene. In his heart, he thought none of this mattered. Han Eugene witnessed this, and was also surprised. Taewon thought to himself that even if he was criticized or bowed his head, it would not stop anything. The malice aimed at the association would be stopped, no matter how much Han Eugene tried to destroy the association, as long as I stand firm. His train of thought was cut off when a small hand grabbed his. Han Eugene held his hand, showing admiration. He asked why he bowed. Because to me, Department Head Taewon is a very good person. Song Taewon was surprised by the top-tier acting. He stood frozen, stammering, not knowing what to say. Han Eugene stepped forward, speaking loudly for everyone to hear. He praised the man who accepted the blame to save him, saying he did not know what else to say. The perfect performance immediately took effect. Whispers began to rise everywhere. Talk of what is this? Gratitude, forced acceptance. As Han Eugene struggled to utter those words, his worried younger brother ran over to stop him. Brother, do not speak here. Han Eugene then sobbed, saying it was truly unfair. The acting was so top-notch that everyone believed it completely. The accuser turned out to be Department Head Song, who was without any fault. The crowd immediately ignored Han Eugene, focusing all their attention on Taewon. They kept questioning him, demanding he explain his meaning. Was the accusation related to the collapse within the association? Han Eugene's move was too masterful, catching Taewon off guard. Even his subordinates believed that Song Taewon had endured humiliation for the sake of the association. I knew there was something. He wanted to clarify but did not know what to say, only managing to blurt out, "Wait, there is a misunderstanding." Song Taewon was surrounded tightly by reporters. They repeatedly asked about the corruption, the factions within the association collaborating with the kidnapper, or the illegal fake awakening auction in Hong Kong. They urged Department Head Song, say something. Taewon was overwhelmed by the barrage of questions, surrounded with no escape. Meanwhile, Han Eugene's group was almost out the door. Tuzin turned his head to look, secretly laughing to himself. Seeing this, Song Taegun immediately flew into a rage. Instantly, the reporters and those present suddenly clutched their heads and collapsed, feeling dizzy. The extreme fury caused Taegun to emit a thick killing intent, suppressing everyone around. Song Taegun's face was full of murderous intent. He realized that this person had planned everything from the start. The car left the airport. Han Eugene saw his brother still with his head lowered, worriedly asking if he was okay, that he looked very pale. Han Eugene replied, "Wait a moment, I just turned off the fear mode." After returning to his normal state, he wiped his sweat and then looked at the screen. But thanks to it, this video looked extremely pitiful. On the screen was the scene of Han Eugene pretending to be sick at the airport. A wave of news and comments exploded on the forums. Everyone thought Song Taewon had helped Han Eugene, but after the accusation, the association fell into chaos and he had to take the blame. To this point, dissolving the association was the answer. The words from the victim's mouth in a kidnapping situation certainly could not be a lie. Everyone was discussing the hot news. The public's words all revolved around the accuser, the despicable person, the pawn. The direction of public opinion will shift from Song Taegon to the corruption within the association. "Hello." Sim Young turned around and asked, "Are you alright? I heard you do not like being the center of attention." He revealed a mysterious smile. "If you scheme against someone, you must be prepared to pay the price. Make sure to spread the most attacking articles about modern-day slave trading. The auction starts at $1 billion. Powerful people buying and selling awakened individuals like slaves." He fell silent, his face becoming serious as if calculating. "For at least a week, wherever he goes. I want them to talk about him and the association. I want to destroy that association at its roots more than I want to deal with you." Things turned worse when the arrow of attack shifted from Taegon Song to the association. The association was criticized and complained about every day. This matter drove the head executive mad during an urgent meeting. He screamed, making calls everywhere amidst the room cluttered with papers, demanding everyone think of a solution. They began publishing articles with content like, "Release part of the truth in the internal accusation case," or "Direct suspicion towards Song Taegon." Someone read the newspaper and concluded that the misunderstanding of Hunter Han Eugene could be a delirious shock after being kidnapped. The main character in the newspaper was Han Eugene, who was currently sitting at home leisurely reading online news, calmly looking at a screen full of tabloid reports about himself. He sighed, saying it seemed more arduous. Really, am I truly delirious? Let me check if my memory is intact. Shocking articles resurfaced, writing about the illegal purchase of items from dungeons, including S-rank equipment. The current executive board of the Hunters Association was arrested. He casually stretched his hand back, his expression bored, muttering. His hand held the phone as if preparing to call someone. He whispered, "These things should have been discovered 2 years later, but finding the culprit is quite easy if you know the target." A news report appeared again with the headline, "Current Executive Board of the Hunters Association involved in illegal dungeon trading." The crime of illegal auction colluding with the Domestic Fake Awakening Association, continuously exposing scandals about the collapse of the association. He clicked a few more times on the screen, revealing a terrifying smile. Hehe. Let us see who can suppress this matter when I stir up the muddy water at the right moment. Elsewhere, the old man in the association looked at the pile of documents and trembled, knowing he could not escape because he was cornered. He stammered, begging to salvage the situation. The old man crumpled the paper, stood up in anger, reminding Han Eugene that he was threatening with a pile of weaknesses. He calmly replied, "That is not my business. This is a matter caused by you all." Han Eugene said, "I intended to drop a public opinion bomb, but contacting you is easier." He mocked, "Why do you not retire and make way for someone else? That would be best." The old man slammed the table in fury, accusing him of wanting to install his people to control the association. "Do you think I will allow this? If I report that you threaten me, then you—" He waved his hand, telling the young men, full of killing intent behind him who wanted to impale the old man, to stay calm. Stay calm. Han Eugene rubbed his thumb on his cheek, replying that even exposed this matter, it would not affect him. He analyzed, "Even if the original executive board investigates, it has nothing to do with me, and I do not think the media will believe you. Even if it causes trouble, I would just be confined to the house raising monsters to pass the days, right?" He added a few threatening sentences, making the official as frightened as a cornered rabbit. He continued, "If I report your current behavior, what will happen?" He concluded, "Let us see if you are kicked out of your seat by everyone, or you voluntarily leave with a clean image and the chance for other work." Han Eugene made an open offer but with a terrifying expression, asking which one he would choose. Someone behind reminded him that crossing his legs was not good for his health. He did not pay much attention, adding that the successor would be even more competitive than him in handling work. No need to worry about other problems. The situation had clearly changed, even the evening news was reporting it. The current official, under pressure from Han Eugene, had to state publicly that he took full responsibility for the state of the association and invited the predecessors to return. Han Eugene calmly watched TV, muttering fast, "It is effective after all." He calculated how many are left now. Burn each other. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. He turned his head. Who would come at this hour? "Han Eugene, you are off work early," he exclaimed in surprise. Han Eugene was surprised by the person at his door. Department head Song, "How did you get in?" Seeing his hand still stained with blood and his terrifying appearance, his mind screamed, "You are not here to eliminate the association's obstacle, that is me, are you?" He cowered and stammered, "So much blood. You said you would not kill me." Dan handed him a card saying, "Here, take it." He explained it was a key made secretly by the association director. "I retrieved it before it fell into the hands of the person targeting you. Be careful during this time." And Eugene asked further, "What happened to the owner of this key now?" After meeting the conditions, he had to use some strength to get it. Panicking inside, he thought, so he had opposed the executive board to protect him. His safety mattered more than the association's prosperity. Han Eugene and Taiwan spoke up to confirm he indeed had reason to be confident controlling many tame beasts, but before a mature beast he was still too weak. A single bite could tear him apart. "Remember that," Eugene replied calmly. He frankly added he would not do that either. With a firearm in hand, he probably would not dare. Outwardly calm, but inside he thought not wiping away the bloodstains was a warning. He smiled, realizing Song Ta-wan was not entirely the association's hunting dog. He pulled down his collar to reveal an old scar. He continued, 4 people had submitted resignations. If this continued, the association's quality would improve. Han Eugene smiled, knowing exactly what Song Tae-won was thinking. He said he would not force him to stay, this was just the first step. Song Tae-won replied, "Then things would get even more troublesome. Subscribe to the channel for the latest news. Just be satisfied with the chaotic state of the association right now." Suddenly Han Eugene fell silent. Someone appeared from behind and patted his shoulder, his face terrifying. Han Eugene laughed loudly and asked him where he was going. He asked eagerly, certain he was curious, right? He stammered, not yet understanding what was happening, before being dragged away. He thought to himself, since he had the chance, he should build trust. He told himself to befriend this person. He hesitantly mentioned dinner in this situation. He insisted the conflict was only with the association, not with the department head. Han Eugene judged the man was somewhat conflicted, but not bad. He patted his shoulder and pulled him inside, cheerfully ordering chicken and beer. He said they would eat and talk about Hunji. Finally, he agreed to stay, but added that they had to leave early after eating. He breathed a sigh of relief that department head Song Taiwan did not refuse. Making friends was faster when you had a common enemy. Suddenly feeling ticklish, Song Taiwan thought to himself. The news bulletin was updating the latest news. At this moment, the consequences of the scandal were affecting not only the organization but also those involved. A wave of resignations from the Hunter Association's executive board forced former members to return. Suk-won could only sit in a dark room hiding, living a life worse than death. Those who once shielded him all refused to help. Ignored by his former boss, he tried to cling on but only received a cold hang-up. Cursing in despair, he was the chairman of MKC, he should be better than this. After failing to eliminate Heinjan Han Eugene, he had tried to flee. His chances were narrowing after the scandal, and those who covered for him were also disappearing one by one. He cursed, not understanding how things had come to this. Failing his boss's mission, losing the guild he had built over the years, a female villain appeared with an invisible pressure, angry at his failure. She threatened not to spare the life of a useless person. He begged like a dog, promising to start over. He said he had manpower and financial resources overseas to reorganize the guild. She smirked, agreeing to spare his life for now, but added a threat. If he failed again, he would pay with his life. She said giving a failure a chance to choose was already too merciful. Perform a new operation, with his life as collateral. The atmosphere in the association's meeting room was tense. That chairman muttered about the damaging articles and the commotion. Public opinion had made everything spiral out of control. Official whispered to his friend about the personnel inspection. The other joked it off. That chairman sat safely but felt anxious inside. He thought it was only a matter of time before the criticism came. Song Taiwan returned the spatial key to Han Eugene, no longer a faithful dog. Murmurs arose, they needed to steer public opinion. A romantic scandal was still not enough to turn the situation around. Suddenly, the door burst open. Suk-won walked in with a person being escorted. He loudly questioned the high-ranking officials sitting there waiting to be kicked out. Everyone showed surprise. We were surprised to see someone who should not have been there. Why was the dungeon management director here? He pushed the director onto the podium, presenting a solution. When real danger came from the dungeon, public attention would shift to it. He turned to ask the director, who had to stand up and provide information. There was an illegal A-rank dungeon managed by MCK. We had stopped touching it, but what if we triggered it? The director hesitated, the officials discussed in shock at this shocking plan. The impact on the people would be severe. The chairman clutched at this straw, unable to hide his smile. He thought about deliberately causing the dungeon to collapse. He reminded the chairman to hide that bright smile. He sneered, "People are trying to postpone the scandal, right? Instead of acting moral, be grateful to me for providing a practical measure." Be sure, he added, that they had to guarantee his safety during the mission. It was another day of farming and raising beasts for Han Eugene. He was carrying feed bags, saw the little white bird stealing the eagle's food, and reminded it. He thought to himself about that matter. Since returning, he has been taking care of his pet companions to make up for the time he did not play with them. Going outside was very difficult because every news report mentioned him. He set the food down on the grass, called the two beasts over, come here, eat up." While the association was busy, each person was dealing with their own affairs. Myungu had actually opened his own shop. He recalled that guy's enthusiasm when recruiting members for the equipment management team, building the workshop, and his determination to teach. Scan had also used a laboratory and devoted himself to researching the gates. Why was everyone in such a half-living, half-dead state? Hammond had been interrogated, and after the incident in Hong Kong, he moved to live in a care facility building. He had just finished making a cute, colorful signboard and cheered like a child. The sign is done. Seeing his friend's plan clearly, Yunji asked if that was an adoption center for abandoned hamsters. Hammond honestly replied yes, but because of that, it was built next to the detective office. He sighed. If you consider that a care facility, it was just that much. But unexpectedly, he found Hammond's work truly useful for research. The laboratory employee dropped her head because the work was yielding no results. It was too difficult. Seeing a hamster running from Hammond's hand toward her, she was surprised. The employees from then on switched to raising hamsters as well. They even built houses for them right inside the laboratory. "Do not struggle so much, little hamsters," they shouted. They created a slogan for motivation: "Let us work hard for the guild." He sighed helplessly. This place is about to become a hamster care facility. Yunji's close friend excitedly boasted, finally becoming an SS rank hunter. He recalled it had been too long. After the Hong Kong incident, Yerim was the main contributor in the S-rank dungeon raid. Guild leader Han Eugene decided she had matured enough. He was still not entirely sure, asking if it was really okay. She was confident, "I am now on par with the guild leader." I added, "I was on par with the guild leader back in Hong Kong." It was a 3-on-1 fight. The team leader distributed the buffs. She boasted that back then she carried the whole team so he could get an attack boost. The guild leader spoke the truth, shattering her image. She covered her ears. "Shut up." Finally, the two decided to leave. They said goodbye to Han Eugene. "Take care." And Eugene helplessly ordered, "Do not fight inside the dungeon." He rubbed the heads and petted the furry beasts. You two know I love you both, the leader reminded. Safety first. Yes, sir. He replied with a polite yes to get by, knowing full well that truth himself. He instructed, remember to stay inside the house, do not go anywhere because it won't take much time. He feared that he would become a target someday. Besides, he did not intend to go outside when all the news was about him. He acknowledged, I know. When the guest arrived, the car disappeared from sight. He prepared to entertain the honored guest who came to visit. Taiwan politely poked his head in the door, holding a bag of food. He asked, did I come too early? He replied, no, just right on time. He was courteous, always welcome to the director. Since the whole association was in an uproar, I left work early, he honestly recounted. From that point, he continuously kept in touch with the director. When talking normally with that guy, he finally saw that he was really quite compatible. That guy was the most sensible among the S ranks. Of course, as long as the conversation remained like this. The two were like court officials transformed, discussing serious matters over a drinking table. And Eugene started, gulping down beer. The future of the country is like a candle in a storm. Cries for personal gain echoed everywhere. He should rise to a position of greater responsibility. Song Taiwan calmly retorted, wielding great power rashly only leads to chaos. He seemed restless, seeing that guy had no idea what ambition was. To illustrate the situation, Taiwan was a bear hibernating in its cave, while Eugene was a little wolf frantically running outside. He cried, the forest is already on fire. How long do you plan to stay sitting still in your cave? But monsters shouldn't be roaming outside, right? That guy asked, then mumbled dejectedly, only when I remain in one place like this. Thinking about it sent chills down his spine, not letting that happen. And Eugene brushed it off. You are not the type to stand on the bad side, he sighed. He put forward a hypothesis. What if Director Song did not choose power and the world faced its end? He was blunt. Either way, the result would still be destruction. And Eugene cried out, why are you like that? He felt that Song Taiwan was perhaps too lazy to have ambition. He thought to himself, should he act to convince that guy to become the chairman? He really wanted to lend a hand. Another thought dispelled that intention. No almost died when he tried to convince. What would happen if he impulsively tried to convince someone who would strangle him? He thought it over and then stopped. He thought it was hard to hope for cooperation at this point, even if he spoke the truth. So he should just communicate normally and try to understand this person. Han Eugene smoothed things over and then cheerfully started a conversation. Director Song, let's take our time getting to know each other, okay? He seemed to be extending an offer to become close friends. Yeah, if you want, then I'll go along with it. Now, bottoms up, both agreed in unison. And so the days of maintaining peaceful contact continued. And Eugene laughed uproariously when he heard Song Taiwan's story. That guy admitted, an association executive thinks I am younger. Guild leader Sa Zhang lectured me about speaking with respect for my seniors, which caused me trouble. The uncle looks pretty young. He laughed loudly, choking on his beer. He joked, was that guy concerned about looking too young? Wasn't that conversation a bit much? They thought he was at least 40 or something. The way he speaks only changed recently, Taiwan said. Han Eugene asked in astonishment, didn't he speak that way from birth? Taiwan honestly replied, it suits him in his own way, but the way he speaks changed to this about 2 months before he awakened. He hazily understood. Ah, so that turned out to be something that came along with it. Wait, was it during my regression, he recalled. After regressing 5 years, did he speak in an older style? New recruits had certainly said so. Han Eugene worried whether someone sensitive might have noticed the distance. In his mind at that moment were conjectures. Could it be that he felt distant being 5 years younger after the regression, so he subconsciously tried to bridge the gap through his way of speaking? If Song Hein-jae really felt that way, if he recalled the memories and realized he had regressed. Suddenly, the phone screen zoomed in, displaying news no one wanted to see. The Seoul Metropolitan Government discovered an A-rank dungeon break near the Gansel area, implementing traffic control. Both were momentarily panicked over the high-rank dungeon break. Song Ta-won quickly stood up, must go check, but other S-rank hunters are still inside the dungeon. Han Eugene was surprised, the timing was a bit too perfect, wasn't it? He deduced, taking advantage of the absence of the S-rank hunters, and right as Zhuang and Yeo Hyan were there, that man, one capable of area of effect attacks, had just entered the dungeon when the incident occurred. He asked himself, could it be just a coincidence if Enjin and harbored hope himself, because the one who benefited the most from the dungeon breach? The image of that chairman appeared in his mind. He quickly threw on his coat and set off with Song. Let's go together, since traffic is controlled, driving with Noah is faster. If it was intentional, the greater the damage, the more they benefit. I will try to stop that. Han Eugene was present in the Gansel district of Seoul, where the dungeon had just erupted. The dungeon door blazed like a volcano. Smoke and fire were thick, the sky was dense with flying monster bees. The swarm scoured everywhere, attacking innocent people. They fled in panic, pitifully. Sirens blared, A-rank hunters were moving in for reinforcement. Citizens, please evacuate immediately, find a safe shelter. The monsters outside are attacking fiercely. fiercely. The sound of a swordsman's panting was heard. Nearby, a C-rank hunter was struggling against the burning bees to protect two civilians trapped under the rubble. Despite the disadvantage, he reassured himself. Alright, it'll be fine, I'm a C-rank hunter too. I'll hold out until the high-rank hunters arrive for backup. Before he finished his sentence, he was attacked by bees from behind. C-rank hunter screamed in pain, blood spurting from his mouth. Other swarms rushed in to tear him apart. The two trapped civilians witnessed the horrific scene. He wept, shouting in despair, "No, someone save us." A swinging punch reduced the hornet to pulp. Song Ta-wan finished off the monster and immediately went to help the C-rank hunter up. He asked, "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine." Behind him, the civilians held the C-rank hunter tightly, crying painfully. Song Ta-wan reassured them, "Move to safety quickly. Leave this place to us." Behind, another bee, smelling blood, was charging toward them. Noah suddenly shot out. A powerful wing beat swept away the entire swarm of hornets. And Eugene shouted excitedly, "Let's take down all these monsters." Two civilians stared in shock, still muttering in admiration as they carried the C-rank hunter away. "That's a dragon." "So that's the hunter, Han Eugene." "Thank you, sir. Dragon power is always the best," Han Eugene said sheepishly. "Alright, everyone hurry up and go. This place is very dangerous." Han Eugene kindly said to Song Ta-wan, "Director Song, you don't seem to know how to fly, right? Take this sharing skill of mine for now, and fly with Noah to fight." Song Ta-wan politely refused. "Alright, thank you, but there's no need. This is enough for me." He stomped his foot hard on the ground. Song Ta-wan narrowed his eyes, crouched, and launched himself downward. He leaped into the sky, surpassing even Noah. He propelled himself as if flying along the wall, astonishing Han Eugene and Noah. Director Song had already approached the hornet with murderous intent, soaring. Fatal punch to the monster's chest shattered its body into pieces. Han Eugene was amazed by the power of an S-rank hunter, not expecting him to be this strong. It was truly hard to imagine. Even without area of effect attack skills, he still fought and cleared monsters very quickly. Watching Song Ta-wan grabbing each bee by the head and spinning it, Han Eugene thought to himself, "Truly a monster hunter." Noah asked in surprise, "Why haven't we seen any recent dungeon eruptions with this kind of bee swarm?" Han Eugene thought it might be a dungeon managed by some organization, but hidden from the association, leading to the eruption. There are quite a few of these difficult to manage dungeons. Organizations want private gains, making it hard for the association to control. The swarm of monsters gradually flew out from the teleportation gate in large numbers. Han Eugene was busy talking to Noah, not noticing the bees attacking. These honeybee dungeons can sometimes have information found on the trading market. If we follow the honey trail, we can find them. Due to carelessness, Han Eugene was thrown onto Noah's back. Noah suddenly realized, "Wow, the whole swarm is attacking us." Han Eugene panicked. "Careful, I'm falling, catch me quick." Noah quickly reached out with both hands to catch him. "Alright, it's okay, I've got you." Noah held Han Eugene, trying to fly away from the swarm that looked like a broken hive. Turning his head to look, the bees merged into a dragon shape. Noah was both happy and worried. Damn, flying high makes us a target to attract the bees, but thanks to that, the civilians below have time to evacuate. The swarm rushed in, and Noah fiercely fought back using his entire body. Even with quality strength, it couldn't match the quantity. When one bee died, another rushed in. Noah was horrified. Why are they gathering in such numbers? This is bad. With so many, even we are in danger. Noah tried to weave and dodge away from the hornet tornadoes. After flying for a while, Noah remembered Han Eugene was in his hands and asked, "Are you okay? Feeling dizzy from too much flying?" Han Eugene, face pale green, tried to swallow the venom to make the bees less aggressive, stopping Noah's intent. Doing that will affect the civilians and other hunters. That's not good. We need to find another way. As he spoke, Han Eugene glanced back, his eyes full of horror. "There's a gate there." A large monster crawled out, with enormous wings. Its arms were covered in sharp spikes, its head equipped like an ancient Egyptian god. The system displayed information. Chain Bee Queen Air Rank. A rank Venom fights in 7S formation. Han Eugene panicked. That boss. The Bee Queen let out a resounding shriek. This was a hypnosis sound to control the bees. Presumably they would deal with the Bee Queen soon. Of course, Taiwan was attracted by something. He left Noah's back, shooting into the sky like a rocket. Beneath Song Taiwan's feet at this moment was the Bee Queen. Not bad either. It was the target for his finishing blow. The Bee Queen concentrated venom under its stinger, seeing the distance to Taiwan narrowing. It shot its stinger straight toward Song Taiwan. Han Eugene saw this and shouted in panic, "Warning, watch out for its venom." Song Taiwan threw out a punch, and the venomous stinger shattered into pieces. Noah and Han Eugene could only stare wide-eyed, unsure if the bees or Song Taiwan was the real monster. The queen bee was also stunned when she saw Taiwan break her poison needles with his bare hands. Song Taiwan slowly closed in with his fists at the ready, his gaze sharp, his hands surrounded by deathly energy. He lunged forward to grab the queen bee's head. He unleashed a powerful punch. The attack caved in the queen bee's head. The queen bee was sent crashing straight into the ground as fast as a falling boulder. When it hit the ground, the sound echoed across the entire area. As the dust cleared, the queen bee lay curled up and breathing weakly, its body shattered on the ground. Seeing this, the worker bees all let out piercing screams. Losing their master, they shriveled up as if dried out and fell like rain. Song Tai-won stood there silently, incredibly cool, his fists still brimming with power, and Eugene and Noah descended to report. Alright, probably one more hit and it's done. The danger had passed for now. Song Tai-won relaxed, stood up, and opened his phone to check messages. He said it was temporarily safe, we would have time to rest before new monsters appeared. The A-rank hunters and the association would arrive quickly to handle it. Noah set Han Eugene down and asked him caringly if he was hurt. Han Eugene replied he was fine, just a little dazed. Han Eugene looked at Song Tai-won with admiration, truly not expecting director Song to handle such a difficult situation so quickly. That power was truly immeasurable. Perhaps it was because he had many high-level single-target skills along with the ability to resist adverse effects that he was so strong. Noah wondered why those things kept following them even after they landed. Han Eugene smiled. Well, that's not strange. When we were flying high, we attracted them, and by the time we landed, they already saw us as enemies. Maybe they saw Noah could fly and thought he was a rival. Noah laughed and replied that was probably it. He didn't want to be followed while the two brothers were having fun either. An object flew towards them at extreme speed. It swept past and knocked Noah into a wall. Noah winced in pain and shouted, "What was that?" Noah fell to the ground and looked up to see a set of sharp fangs opening wide. A wolf with crazed eyes appeared right before Noah. Its claws pinned down Han Eugene, and Noah frantically called out his name. Song Tai-won ran over in fear. The monsters have shown up again. Han Eugene said, "No, it seems it's not from the gate." Noah asked worriedly if he was okay. Han Eugene tried to stay calm and replied he was fine for now because he had a damage reduction item. But he had no idea where this wolf came from. It looked terrifying. Could it be that he had attracted them by being here? This was an S-rank monster, a werewolf nicknamed the Gluttonous Wolf. In the previous life, after leaving an unmanaged dungeon, it was supposed to fall asleep and appear next year, and Eugene consoled himself. At least its rank was high, but it caused little damage and only cared about magic stones. But unlike before, Han Eugene felt his faint hope flicker out. Seeing the gluttonous wolf, his fangs bared before his face, Han Eugene's heart tightened. Swoosh, it used its claws to tear open the chest of Han Eugene's shirt. Han Eugene went numb because he knew what it liked was inside his body. Although it only liked gems, the combined magic stone from an SS-rank dragon, a transcendent being, was inside this F-rank body. That was the reason the bees and this monster were so attracted. Han Eugene smiled bitterly. After regressing, he ended up as monster food again. Tai-won looked over in shock. The situation had completely changed. Noah shouted, asking if he was okay. The petrified man replied he was still fine. The gluttonous wolf, his drool dripped onto his face, and Han Eugene watched its throat slowly draw closer. Han Eugene said he was fine for a reason. Thanks to Unee's damage nullification, he was still safe. But dragging it out was not good. Noah could not let himself be eaten. He roared furiously and activated Silent Roar. The skill made the opponent suffer double the pain from wounds. A wound identical to Noah's appeared on the wolf's chest, blood spurting everywhere. The wolf collapsed in agony, groaning continuously. Noah seized the moment and ran over. Song Tai-won transformed to a pioneer, protecting Han Eugene. "I will deal with it." He threw his fist at the gluttonous wolf's chest as he had done many times, expecting to cause internal injury. But no, his hand stalled in shock at the thickness of its hide. Tai-won blurted out, "It's evolved." His punch had no effect. Its chest was like an iron armor nullifying the blow. Wolf swung a thunderous slap at Song Tai-won. He agilely leaped far away and dodged in time. Luckily, his body was unharmed, only the chest of his shirt was torn. Tai-won, who was usually confident in his speed, looked at his torn shirt in surprise. Eugene spoke up from behind, "That's its skill." Tai-won exclaimed in surprise that he was still calmly holding on, and Eugene began to explain the SS-rank defensive skill called Blackstone. As long as it was active, most attacks were nullified. The system displayed the character information: a werewolf named rank 1 Stone King. Race humanoid, current rank S, potential awakening rank S, immature, possessed optimized starting skills, Blackstone SS achieved. Sharp Claws S achieved, Giantization A achieved, and Eugene knew it was a powerful monster, but reading the information panel he could not help being overwhelmed. SS rank. While they were stunned, a teleportation gate appeared right behind them. White bear-shaped monsters crawled out, and Noah panicked and yelled, "The next wave of monsters is here." And Eugene ordered Noah to handle the gate. Noah replied enthusiastically, "Leave it to me." And Eugene grabbed Song Tai-won's hand and told him to deal with the werewolf. "That black smoke you used when fighting the queen bee is a nullification skill, right?" Song Tai-won replied yes, but was not sure if it was effective against SS rank. And Eugene said urgently that he would share a skill to double the effect. Song Tai-won refused because he did not want to involve him. And Eugene grew more impatient. The situation had come to this. He could not refuse. The wolf took the chance while they were discussing to leap up. By the time they realized it, it was already close. And Eugene placed his hand on Song Tai-won's back and shouted, "Quickly accept the skill." Tai-won had no choice but to accept and activate his black fist. Behind him, Han Eugene tried to activate veteran pressure. pressure. +1, the attack skill Famos of the target in contact will have its effect doubled. Tae-1 crouched and leaped up, punching straight into the wolf's throat. It fell back and let out a painful howl. Mr. Wan looked at his fist in astonishment. This power was truly extraordinary. Hearing the sound of rubble echo, he looked up. The wolf had been sent crashing into the upper floors of a building. Han Eugene said joyfully, "Great, it works on SS ranks too. Hold on tight to me. This skill only works when we're touching, but with my strength." He hadn't finished speaking when a hand grabbed his collar and pulled him up. Song Ta-won carried Han Eugene on his back, his eyes full of fighting spirit. "Then let's go." Han Eugene sat dazed on his back, stuttering, "You're carrying me on your shoulder?" Song Ta-won didn't answer, dashing off like Sonic towards the gluttonous wolf. Han Eugene, like a lone blade of grass in the wind, swayed back and forth on his back. The wolf, its mouth full of blood, roared and lunged at the two. Song Ta-won threw 2 consecutive punches, and it immediately raised its hand to block. He immediately closed in, grabbing its wrist while activating the dark skill under his knee, which surprised even himself. Usually the range of this skill is very small. I couldn't use it like this before. He drove his knee into the wolf's stomach. Then, he grabbed its head as a pivot, flipped himself up high with his left hand, and threw it. Rising up high, Han Eugene gripped his hair tightly, holding on more and more firmly. Song Ta-won was even more amazed, fighting with just one hand now because he had to hold on to Han Eugene, yet he faced no disadvantage. "Really, I feel even stronger." Ta-won felt delighted inside. Grabbing the beast's head firmly, he spun it hard, then landed on the ground while simultaneously kicking its cervical spine. How disappointing. The wolf opened its mouth and cried out in pain. Song Ta-won activated the rusty iron scale, increasing body weight. The damage from his foot multiplied. The kick tore the wolf in two, and it was crushed under the ground by Ta-won. His attack from above looked like an explosion from a distance. Ta-won returned, his body covered in blood. He looked down at his feet in horror. The wolf he had kicked was shattered into pieces. Only a few scraps of skin and fur remained. Song Ta-won tried to regain his composure. That was definitely an S-rank monster, yet it was taken down so easily. Han Eugene shouted in panic from behind, "Oh no, blood splattered all over me." Thanks to the skill share, it was really fast. Han Eugene turned away in annoyance. Ta-won threw 2 consecutive punches. "I'll cancel the skill share. You can let me go now." As Han Eugene said this, Song Ta-won tightened his grip on his hand. Ta-won wondered, even when trapped under werewolf's claws, you stayed calm. Is that a skill that makes you fearless? Han Eugene was stunned. Song Ta-won continued in a low voice, "Song Ta-won, you really have many useful skills. Now I understand why President Jupiter wanted you so badly. Suddenly, I want to hunt other monsters in this state too." Hearing this, Han Eugene paused slightly. "Hunt monsters? I don't think he's really talking about monsters." Han Eugene remembered when Jae was on his back and shouted, "Are you planning to kill everyone there?" Han Eugene felt a chill down his spine. He isn't planning to go kill all the other S-ranks because he's tasted this skill, is he? Han Eugene pretended to speak in a joking tone. "Come on, put me down. You can't carry me forever." Ta-won took out a potion bottle and looked at the wound on his chest. He poured the whole potion over Han Eugene, but the wound on his chest did not heal at all. Song Ta-won was surprised. Even pouring potion on it has no effect. Han Eugene tried to force a smile. That is. Song Ta-won immediately cut him off. "You have an item that nullifies damage. So this wound isn't from today's fight. When we visited Noah you didn't have it. It must be a recent injury." Song Ta-won squinted at him threateningly. "I can sense a very faint energy radiating from that wound." He recalled all the monsters were targeting you, specifically your chest. "Does it have anything to do with your injury?" Song Ta-won asked seriously in a deep voice. He grabbed Han Eugene's hand and pressed, "Answer me, what did you do?" Suspicion rose in his heart. His skills are too useful for an ordinary F rank. Not just his skills, he must be hiding something. Song Ta-won looked straight into Han Eugene's eyes, his own eyes firm and unwavering. "Han Eugene, who are you really?" A bloody hand clenched tightly, but it was too big. "Just what kind of monster are you?" This man muttered to himself, "With his power he can make the strong even stronger. I can't let him run free." Han Eugene, with torn clothes and a dirty face, looked at Song Ta-won in confusion and asked, "What do you mean?" Before he could finish, Song Ta-won grabbed his hand and growled at him to answer. "How should I deal with you?" Song Ta-won's face darkened, his sharp gaze fixed on Han Eugene. Images of Han Eugene in various contexts flashed before his eyes, sometimes with a demon behind him, sometimes with allies fighting alongside him. Song Ta-won couldn't suppress his curiosity and shouted for Han Eugene to answer, "Are you an F rank I need to protect from the S ranks, or are you a threat to the association, someone who can control other S ranks, even as an F rank that I must eliminate?" Ta-won gripped Han Eugene's hand even tighter and yelled, "Choose now." The atmosphere was stiflingly tense. Han Eugene, panicked, pale-faced and trembling, replied, "What are you doing?" "My skill." "Wait a moment, let me lower the level of one of your skills." Ta-won looked at him with a confused expression, his hand still not letting go. Mr. Ta-won replied said calmly. Normally it reduces it by 3 levels. Han Eugene's eyes widened, and he blurted out in alarm, "What?" System notified, fear resistance skill level decreased. Fear resistance faint. Wait, I'm still sharing my skill with him. Notifications appeared rapidly. Fear resistance SSS confirmed. Fear resistance SS. Han Eugene cried out in fear. That's 2 instances of 3 levels. Department head Song, "Let me go." Another notification appeared. Fear resistance A, fear resistance B, fear resistance C. Han Eugene's face changed color, eyes wide, drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, "I can't breathe." He cast his eyes around. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, blood splattered. Everything was stained a vivid red. He thought anxiously, the smell of blood, the corpses around, and he stopped before the imposing figure of Song Tai-wan standing before him. Song Tai-wan reached his large hand out towards Han Eugene, the shadow of the palm falling over his face, his eyes unable to hide his terror. Footsteps slammed heavily onto the ground. Han Eugene suddenly knelt down. Fear overwhelmed him, causing Han Eugene's face to change color, and Jun lay on the ground, while Song Tai-wan, on the opposite side, shouted, "That's right, be afraid." Song Tai-wan coldly looked at Han Eugene and said cruelly, "Don't drag me into danger and don't act like an F rank ordering an S rank around before I destroy you." Tai-wan still gripped Han Eugene's hand tightly. His face turned pale green, drenched in sweat. He bowed his head in silence. Song Tai-wan added, "Don't get involved with ranks anymore. Live like an ordinary person." Han Eugene immediately resisted, bit his lip, and raised his head to shout loudly, "You're lying." Han Eugene threw a gaze sharp as a dagger at Tai-wan. "You only did that because you wanted my skill," he added slowly. "You used the excuse that I supposedly commanded an S rank to justify your greed for my skill. You're the one trembling in fear because of my skill." Han Eugene's hands shook, and he told himself he had lived well for 5 years without succumbing to fear. "You think I'll stay home just because you threaten me?" Han Eugene grabbed Tai-wan's collar, saying with all his strength, "Whether I'm scared or not, I still complete my missions." Regaining his composure, Han Eugene grabbed Tai-wan's collar and declared with sharp eyes, "If you're stubborn, I'll erase your influence and won't let you block my path anymore." He painted the image of Song Tai-wan's lone wolf. "I'll chain you to mundane work. No one will mention you. You'll live as a shadow for the rest of your life." Hanzo Eileen looked at Tai-wan with indignation, her voice heavy. "You'll do whatever the powerful person orders. It has nothing to do with me." Song Tai-wan said curtly, "You're difficult to deal with." He stared intently at Han Eugene. Saying this without hesitation, Tai-wan removed Han Eugene's bracelet. He reached out to take it, stuttering through clenched teeth, but he could do nothing against him. Tai-wan scrutinized the bracelet, holding it up and saying, "If you're gonna act like this." Tai-wan intended to crush the bracelet, pressing down with force. "I'll deal with this thing right here." He affected the bracelet, making it emit a sound beep. A dazzling red and gold light radiated around the bracelet. The two quickly covered their eyes with their hands. A familiar voice rang out. "You said you wouldn't go out." Han Eugene watched worriedly. This is... Flames manifested into the form of Han Eugene. He said, "What are you doing here now?" Han Eugene exclaimed in panic. Han Eugene stood shielding his older brother, probing to ask why he was here. He calmly explained, "I borrowed Aileen's power. I can go anywhere after the Hong Kong incident. I left Eileen sleeping beside you so I could wake up when needed." A small blue phoenix landed on Han Eugene's hand, escaping from inside the bracelet. Han Yu added, "I can't stay in this form long. Contact Guildmaster Jupiter immediately." Han Eugene worriedly said to Han Yu, "Hyun-jae is probably in the dungeon. The other ranks are on an expedition." He slowly explained, just for show. He sent Evelyn as a replacement. He'll land in Korea after handling work in Hong Kong. "You have a phone, right?" Han Yu stared intently at Tai-wan, deciding to call him over. "I don't know what's going on, but Director Song right now." Song Tai-wan on the opposite side dropped to his knees, his face turning bright red. Mr. Tai-wan leaped, charging straight at the two brothers. Han Yuhon said softly, "It seems he wants to end everything here." A huge explosive shockwave, the two sides collided, leaving a red and gold glow covering the entire area. Han Eugene and Song Tai-wan faced each other, their faces full of murderous intent. Tai-wan landed a blow on Han Eugene's shoulder, sending him reeling backward. With the unexpected attack, Han Eugene couldn't dodge but was not outdone, leaping up to land a fatal blow on Song Tai-wan. Tai-wan spun and flew back several meters. With the hand, he quickly stood up and regained his momentum. Han Eugene, making the audience watching the fight also suffer collateral damage, clenched his fist and thought to himself that his fear resistance had weakened. Tangerjin quickly took out his phone to call, telling himself he didn't want any more S ranks here. The other end picked up a cheerful voice saying, "It's an honor for you to call me first." Han Eugene said slowly, "Hyun-jae." Han Eugene paused for a beat before continuing, "Can you come to the exploding dungeon right now?" Hyun-jae replied, "Isn't Director Song enough? I thought he could handle it easily." Han Eugene said helplessly, "Director Song is the problem." He looked at the wreckage before him in extreme fear, and Zujin lost his composure, shouting loudly, "You should come here if you don't want to see your items destroyed." Han Eugene thought to himself that dragging Hyun-jae in would add more trouble, but a clawed hand grabbed grabbed the screaming chain rat. A monster appeared with a swarm of chain rats flapping their wings and flying about. It told itself it didn't know when this monster horde would end. It would be better if it could use poison. It silently watched the scene of Han Eugene and Song Tai-wan fighting, asking in panic, "What is that blazing fire over there?" Watching the brawl before it, it couldn't help but panic. Han Eugene and Guildmaster Abyss 2 held its head and spun on the ground, frantic with worry. What's going on? Did the director become an enemy? I need to intervene, but I'm too weak. It flapped its wings majestically once, telling itself, at times like this. Then it shouted loudly, I must create a distraction, draw attention. It howled to encourage its children to charge in and distract the fight. The children were numerous. They surged together, charging towards Han Eugene and Taiwan's spot. One brave one jumped directly in front of Han Eugene, letting out a cry. Han Eugene knocked them away without any trouble. This time Han Eugene and Song Tai-wan seemed to be on the same side, both turning in one direction to finish off the little demons. Han Yu noticed the battle shift, enemies becoming allies. He asked loudly, what are you doing? Protecting him after stealing the bracelet. Taiwan didn't turn his head, answering curtly, he's an E rank, weak, needs protection. Eugene gradually realized, thinking to himself, I understand now. Looking at Song Tai-wan bleeding for him, he couldn't help but feel a pang of pity, telling himself, he doesn't know how to treat me. Am I a weakling needing protection or a dangerous bomb needing disposal? Han Eugene pieced together the events, concluding, well then, as long as I make him believe I'm weak, I'm safe. Han Eugene noticed a problem. His body was gradually fading. He panicked, I think it's time to disappear. Be careful, Han Eugene, I'll be back soon. Han Eugene reassured him, yeah, it's fine. Just handle the dungeon, I can manage myself. Hanzo Eileen thought to herself, although annoying, the person I just called is the best one to nail down the image of a weakling needing protection. A magnificent scene unfolded before their eyes. Mr. Sang tied up the cars mixed with the little demons flying from the spring. Alone, Director Song swept through them all. A man slowly walked over, his voice arrogant. It seems my lucky charm was a bit too much for you. He put his hands in his pockets, looking at the scene before him. The haze faded. Hyun-jae's face gradually became clear. He arrogantly raised a hand to shield his eyes, asking in a low voice, isn't it? Is that so, department head Song? Hyun-jae calmly faced Song Tai-wan, trying to appear confident to the point of arrogance. He looked straight into Song Tai-wan's eyes. I have no choice, it seems my enchanting item had a bit too much effect on you. Is that not right, department head Song? And Eugene behind him covered his mouth, pretending to be nauseous, and quietly let out a dry heave to attract attention. He held his head and thought to himself, why is his power always so oppressive? I really do not want to meet him at all when my fear resistance skill is this weak. But Song Tai-wan is deciding whether protect me or deal with me. For him to protect me, I need Hyun-jae here. He is the best person to make me look like a weakling in need of shelter. After a moment of silence, Hyun-jae spoke. If you pick up a lost item, you should return it intact to its owner, especially to someone who always treats you like an item. Kyun's chuckled and continued, if you want to reward me for finding my item. Suddenly, Han Eugene groaned softly, his limbs trembling as he held his head to shield himself. Seeing this, Taiwan felt a pang of pity, quickly moved to stand in front of him, and called out softly. Sung Hyun-jae smirked in contempt. What are you doing? Department head Song replied calmly. This is a normal reaction when seeing an S rank, just calm down. Like a fish taking the bait, Han Eugene smiled contentedly. I do not need to pretend to be scared anymore. He lowered his voice. I am sorry, it is because I am just a weak E rank. He continued his deep performance, shrinking back, trembling and pleading. Please stay away from me, Guild Leader Jupiter. Han Eugene silently hoped Hyun-jae would recognize it. We have performed together before. Hyun-jae pondered as he watched the scene for a moment. The setting sun dyed his cold face golden, his sharp eyes fixed on the small figure before him. I had discussed it beforehand, so he would understand and follow my lead. Glancing briefly at his eyes, Han Eugene smirked. I knew he would understand right away. A golden chain was thrown, shooting straight toward Han Eugene. That is right, this will create some material for our story in Hangul first. Suddenly, a strong hand shot out and grabbed it. Song Tai-wan tightly gripped the chain and asked, what is the meaning of this, Hunter Hyun-jae? He leisurely looked at department head Song and replied, you see it, but do not understand, I am just taking what belongs to me. Hearing this, anger flared in Taiwan's heart. He shouted, can you not see that he told you to stay away? Hyun-jae continued to grin. What is it? What reason do you have to stand up for an item of mine? Unable to bear such cruelty, department head Song furiously yelled, Han Eugene is not your item. I will not let you do whatever you want with him. Han Eugene was astonished and rejoiced inwardly. It worked, he thought to himself. If I pretend to be bullied by those S-rank monsters, Song Tai-wan will have no choice but to protect me. I feel a bit sorry for deceiving him, but since he is so stubborn, I had to do it. Song Ta-won angrily crushed the chain ring, aggressively declaring a fight. If you do not back down, we will settle this here. Han Eugene exclaimed in surprise. Hey, why does it have to come to this? Sung Han-ja eagerly accepted. How heroic. It has been a while since I last fought. Let us see today where our skills stand. Hearing this, Han Eugene was stunned. Hey, this seems to be going off plan. Taewon aggressively raised his fist. Get back, Han Eugene, this place is dangerous. Eugene was shocked and quickly stopped him. Hey, wait, I do not want them to fight like this. Before he could finish his sentence, the two of them charged at each other like hungry tigers. Yoon-jae did not back down either, unleashing his ultimate technique straight at his opponent. The scene at that moment was extremely tense and fierce. He sneered, looking straight at his opponent and taunting him. Do you want to protect an E-rank item of mine that badly? How truly touching. As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Ta-won instantly appeared behind Hyun-jae, unleashing a lightning-fast kick. It landed perfectly. Hyun-jae took the hit and flew straight backward. Is that right? The strike created a considerable shockwave. Hyun-jae groaned in pain as he held his body. Ugh, he is stronger than me in speed and power. Even if I use clairvoyance tactics to predict his actions, I cannot do anything to him. Not stopping, Ta-won continued his assault, diving down from above, delivering a powerful attack toward Hyun-jae. Not giving his opponent a moment to breathe, he continuously unleashed techniques aimed straight at him. However, Song Ta-won's attack suddenly stopped mid-air. Hyun-jae grinned, looking at the fist in front of his face. The chains tightened around department head Song's arm one after another, catching him completely off guard. Not stopping there, at some point Hyun-jae had wrapped the chains around a large truck. He chuckled and swung his hand to control the chained ring. You should also be careful of my items when you fight. After all, my goal is to retrieve what belongs to me. Song Ta-won was astonished to see the pile of chains slowly creeping toward Han Eugene. Ta-won cursed in anger. Damn it. Then he reached out his other hand to tightly grip the chain that was stretching toward him. A smelly foot quietly stretched out from somewhere. Song Ta-won's eyes widened as he took a direct kick from Hyun-jae, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward. Hyun-jae smugly looked at his opponent's expression. It is very difficult to fight at full strength when you have something to protect. Too bad for you, but I will take back my item. As soon as he finished speaking, Hyun-jae was astonished by his opponent's action. Ta-won tightened his grip on the chain wrapped around his arm. The truck connected to him was gradually being lifted up. Under the force of Ta-won's strike, the truck tilted and flew straight toward the standing Hyun-jae. He looked up at the truck and chuckled softly. Aha! The truck came crashing straight down from above. Hyun-jae pulled hard on the chain, causing the truck to be torn in half. The two of them continued to charge straight at each other to fight. The battle created a massive shockwave, causing Han Eugene from a distance to let out a terrified dry heave. He worriedly thought that this matter probably could not be resolved peacefully anymore, but he never expected such a fierce battle would break out. My fear resistance is losing its effect quite a bit, but it is C rank so I can still endure it. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. Han Eugene, I am not going to deal with these monsters anymore, there are too many. He was surprised and looked up at the sky, only to see a large dragon descending. He cried out in panic. Ah, damn it. Noah was startled by the scream and quickly descended, tears in his eyes asking, Han Eugene, why are you crying? He awkwardly noticed Noah and hurriedly apologized for startling her. Noah froze, looking at Han Eugene, then panicked and shouted, are you okay? Are you hurt? Oh my god, you really are hurt! Let me see. A green light radiated and enveloped Eugene. Suddenly feeling something was wrong, Noah exclaimed in surprise, what is this? Why can't it heal? Sung Hyun-jae heard from a distance, turned his head and smiled, replying, haha, because that's a unique wound. Can you step back a bit? Taewon frowned and asked, unique? How is that possible? Yoon-jae didn't answer, just tilted his head to look at Eugene and said softly, it seems there's a problem with my item. Let's end it here for today. Song Taegu replied angrily, what? Countless chains shot up from the ground, stretching straight into the sky. Hyun-jae continued coldly, I think I need to interrogate this thing to see what secret he's hiding. Trung-fong just stared blankly at the scene before him. The chains unfurled and formed a huge iron cage. Yoon-jae stood in the middle of the yard and calmly declared, I will take Han Eugene away. A bolt of lightning flashed and then shot straight forward. Song Taegu was furious and shot straight towards Sung Hyun-jae like lightning. With an angry roar of don't even think about it, Song Taegu threw a violent punch as he charged at Hyun-jae. As the blow closed in on the opponent, Tu braced himself and rushed forward with all his might. It seemed like only a few seconds remained before the punch would land on Hyun-jae's face, but no, Song Tae-woo widened his eyes in shock. Blood from Taewon dripped onto the ground drop by drop. Iron bars pierced through his body from somewhere. Song Taegu coughed up blood in pain, looked in shock at the iron bar in front of his stomach, and groaned. Hyun-jae leisurely put both hands in his pockets and calmly explained, it's magnetic field. I told you, simply using the chains to attract the iron bars does the job. Song Taegu gritted his teeth in pain, silently listening to the opponent ramble. It seems I've achieved my goal in coming here. Hyun-jae smirked at his opponent and then spoke, I had a great time, Chief Song. Hyunjae arrogantly stood looking at the enemy kneeling at his feet and said gleefully, "This tremendous pressure." Trung Feng looked at Taewon in horror. How could it be like that? I've never seen that attack before. Han Eugene was stunned, unable to imagine he had such terrifying power. Purifying sunlight tried to soften the hard lines on Hyunjae's face, but couldn't hide the proud and defiant look in his eyes. The bone-deep pain made Taewon wince, but he still managed to speak in a hoarse voice. "I cannot let you take Han Eugene away." Sung Hyunjae frowned, glanced at the person behind him, and said softly, "I understand you now. Now that you've achieved your goal, what do you plan to do next?" Han Eugene frowned and thought to himself, "My goal was to appear weak so Song Taewon wouldn't take me away, making me an object of protection. But now he's injured, I can't just abandon him." Thinking this, Han Eugene stood up and asked Noah, do you still have magic power to heal Chief Song?" Noah widened her eyes in shock. "Are you sure? He just attacked you." And Eugene sighed and said, "Well, you wouldn't understand even if I explained. Indeed, there are many things a child like her cannot fully comprehend. For example, Taewon was now kneeling on the ground with many iron bars piercing his body. He struggled to say, "You have to stay. That guy is very dangerous. You can't let him take you away." Eugene paused at the scene before him. He said softly, "There's something I have to say. I deliberately called him here to deceive you, even knowing how dangerous he is." His voice rang out evenly. "The simple reason is that I was afraid you would label me as a danger and turn me into a target to be eliminated." Song Tae-woo was shocked, his eyes wide as he looked at the other. And Eugene said regretfully, "But seeing you protect me like this, I cannot abandon you here. I feel I went too far. I cannot leave you behind. Because of what happened before, if you still want to stop me, you will encounter many dangers. Today is just a small part of it. After today, I know you can't return to your old life, but everything must go on." Han Eugene continued firmly, "Don't pressure me anymore. To be honest, you are no different from those people, the ones who always threaten my life with violence." Taewon painfully thought about what he just heard. That past came flooding back, that image... The images of him being cursed at, pelted with stones, called a monster by those around him. It was all because of it. It killed both its sister and mother. Damn bastard. Do people know? Everyone around was crying except Taewon. They all had to die because of this damn bastard. Taewon lowered his head, remembering the painful past, telling himself, "With this power, I must be careful in every action. No matter how much I control it, a monster always exists inside me." He raised his blood-red hands to eye level, his gaze dazed as if he couldn't believe what he had just done. "I can't restrain it. I am nothing but a cold-blooded, cruel person." Taewon lifted his head to the sky, his gaze distant. "I understand. From now on, I will think before every action. You can rest assured." Hyunjae coldly looked at the other. "Even if you try to suppress your power to live as gently as a lamb, you cannot deny your true nature. You are still a cruel wolf." Song Tae-gu painfully realized, "I have immense power, but I cannot control it. I want to live peacefully, but I can't. Now I can never go back to how I was." Noah slowly walked closer to him and said, "Let me check your injuries, Chief Song." A green light radiated from Noah's hand, enveloping Taewon's wounded arm. His voice softened. "So is today the last time we meet?" The space around them seemed to freeze, stifling to an indescribable degree. Eugene thought helplessly, "You treated me like that, making me scared. My skills declined because of you. Now you ask if we can meet again later, have beer, eat fried chicken?" Noah spoke up to break the atmosphere. "All right, first I need to remove these iron bars stuck in you." Taewon quickly cut her off. "Let me do it myself." Then he decisively yanked the iron bar out of his thigh, blood splattering everywhere. Han Eugene shouted in fear, "You're too reckless. Don't you need painkillers?" Taewon calmly replied, "You don't need to worry. An injury like this is nothing to an S rank." Han Eugene worried inwardly, "I know that." Song Tae-gu said coldly, "We possess overwhelming power, so this level of injury is common when fighting enemies." Han Eugene nodded slowly, his gaze thoughtful. "I understand now." Wherever the light from Noah's hand reached, Team Leader Song's wounds healed, as if by a miracle. Han Eugene stood silently observing the recovery from a distance, thinking that he had endured even when the injuries were severe. Being an S rank, Team Leader Song's strength was truly immeasurable. I had thought the peaceful life he once experienced was exactly what he always wanted when he spoke to himself. A person who has carried too many burdens cannot live like the most ordinary person. He helplessly scratched his head, blaming himself, thinking he must have always wished for a peaceful, quiet life. That was why he wanted to bond with me, even though he felt a lot of pressure from the association in his heart. Through this, I have come to understand him better. Now I cannot abandon him like this. Eugene gently reached out his hand towards Taewon and said, "Get up. We will still keep in touch from now on." He lowered his voice, but do not force me to do things I do not want. Though our strength and circumstances differ, we both share a common desire for a peaceful life." He smiled happily. "I am just an ordinary weak E rank, so I hope you will help and protect me in the future. That is life. After all the misunderstandings, you and I will live like ordinary people again. Whatever happens later, we will deal with it later. For now, give me your hand so we continue together as before." Taiwan was moved and stared intently at the person across from him. The two grasped hands firmly, Taiwan's eyes full of sincerity. "Thank you. Through the recent hardships, I have seen that you are truly a good person." The sunset dyed the two figures gold. Taiwan, holding his hand tightly, slowly forced himself up. Now he understood me better. He would no longer attack me. However, it seemed Han Eugene had forgotten something. An ice-cold hand gently touched his shoulder, making him startle. Low, meaningful voice sounded from behind. "Han Eugene, we need to have a little talk." He only then realized there was still one troublesome person here. Yoon-jae smirked. "You put on quite a show." Every word stabbed deep into his heart like a knife. "Han Eugene, I am not convinced by you either." The words rang out like a threat, making him shudder. Instantly he quickly turned his head, bowed, and shouted, "All right, thank you for coming. The matter is over, everyone go home. We will talk later." Han Eugene thought he needed to stall for time to wait for his fear-resistant skill to recover. Hyunjae looked at Han Eugene for a moment, then chuckled, "All right, I drove here. I can give you a ride home." Han Eugene awkwardly pulled out his phone to politely decline. "No need, I would not dare trouble you. I will call a taxi." But as luck would have it, his phone was dead. He helplessly exclaimed, "Oh my god." And he hurriedly ran to a nearby store, turning back to shout, "Oh, wait for me to charge my phone and call a taxi. You go ahead. No need to wait." Han Eugene frantically yanked the door open, thinking he needed to escape immediately or he would be dead. Just talking to that man was terrifying enough. His fear-resistance skill had not recovered. He awkwardly looked around searching, "Where is my phone?" Finally finding what he was looking for, Han Eugene quickly picked up the phone and dialed. "Hello, miss. Please send a car to the dungeon explosion site in the city center." Damn fate struck again. The operator on the other end replied apologetically, "Sorry, sir. That area is quite dangerous, so we cannot dispatch a car." And Eugene urgently lowered his voice to plead with the operator. "It is fine. That place is safe now. I am nearby. It is all right." The door suddenly opened at that moment. A pair of expensive leather shoes stepped in along with a teasing voice. "All right, I find you quite strange today. Where is your usual bold and fearless demeanor?" Hyunjae's appearance rendered Han Eugene frozen for a few seconds. Sweat was streaming down. He awkwardly turned to look at the other person and replied, "Well, of course everyone has their moments. I am a bit tired today, so you see me differently." Sung Hyunjae smirked lightly. "I bet it is because team leader Song did something to you." Han Eugene guessed softly, "Your bold and fearless personality is the effect of a skill. Now you seem afraid talking to me. Surely your skill has been weakened by team leader Song." Han Eugene was shocked. What the hell, this guy could even guess that? His limbs went weak as he tried to lean against the counter, replying stiffly, "I do not understand what you are saying. Team leader Song and I just had a small chat. I have already called a car. You should go ahead." Pushing his advantage, Sung Hyun-jae continued to expose him. "Strange, so what about the flame earlier? Someone who could make Song Taegu end up like this?" Han Eugene panicked and quickly explained, "Yes, that is right. It was because the dungeon erupted at that moment that it happened." He thought that Hyun-jae only vaguely guessed he had a fear-resistance skill, but had not confirmed it. He would keep quiet about that matter. The problem now was how to get out of this urgent situation facing him. Seeing Han Eugene's terrified expression, Hyunjae amusedly teased, "For now, can I leave a few scars on your chest?" He panicked and resisted. "You crazy bastard, what are you planning to do?" Soon, an ice-cold hand touched Han Eugene's chest. Hyunjae smiled fakely and gripped Han Eugene's collar tightly. "Relax, I have the skill. You will not feel any pain or bleed. Call it doing it for fun. If you do not want to, you can answer a few of my questions instead, okay?" And Eugene trembled, helplessly staring at the other person. Hyunjae's cold, threatening voice slowly sounded, "Today, right here, I have a feeling that you will be able to answer every question I ask." He curled his lips, his eyes full of provocation, silently observing the other's every move. Hyunjae raised his hand, tightened his grip on Han Eugene's collar, and said sternly, "I hope you will answer all my questions honestly today. I want to ask about the wound on your chest first." He was deeply panicked and scared at this moment, but still tried to brace himself, bowing his head and thinking, he is taking this chance to dig out more information about me. He will know everything the moment I let my guard down. The skills, the magic stone I am carrying, my relationships, the existence of that super job, and even the fact that I regressed. He knows those things. How will others see me? I will no longer be a weak mercenary, but will be considered a threat that needs to be eliminated. I need to change the subject by any means necessary. After thinking this, Han Eugene quickly stepped back a few paces, and then made up a random excuse. Well, I was cutting an onion and slipped, so that is how. Hyun-jae calmly smirked and pressed. You hit it so well that even No's recovery skill had no effect. He glanced in another direction and stammered in reply. That onion was S rank. His face turned pale as he thought, at least he will not kill me like Song Taiwan if I keep dodging the questions. After thinking this, he tried to politely shoo him away. Ah, you seem very busy. You should go back to the guild right away. I have things to do, so I have to go now. Hyun-jae said coldly, you brought this upon yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Eugene suddenly felt a terrifying surge of power flash through his body. It caused his eyes to go completely blind. He let out a few pained groans. He cawed, writhed, and then collapsed to the ground. One of his hands touched his neck, his mouth agape. He felt as if something was stuck in his throat, making him unable to help but think, I cannot breathe. And then he groaned again, ugh. His entire body was now soaked in sweat. He quickly covered his mouth with his hand, and could not help but tremble, thinking impossible. He completely overwhelmed me. Hyun-jae suddenly bent down, then rubbed his head and called out Han Eugene. He slowly lifted Han Eugene's chin, then coldly threatened him. You had better be honest, or else. He thought fearfully in his heart, I cannot disobey his orders. Hyun-jae calmly asked once more, how did you get injured on your chest? He answered weakly, scraped by a magic stone. Seeing Han Eugene's frail state, he gave a faint, indifferent smile and said, how pathetic. If you had listened to me, wouldn't things have been much better? Even though Hyun-jae had him under control, he did not give up, quietly resolving in his heart and trying to move. The gap in strength between me and him is too great, but this pressure is nothing compared to what I have experienced before. Real fear was when I saw him no longer breathing. This made Hyun-jae suspicious, silently wondering if he had stopped breathing. In reality, inside his head at that moment was a constant ideological struggle. Cannot resist this pressure with just the power of an F rank. C rank fear resistance. The gap is too large. My will can hardly bridge it. But if he could not do it with F rank power, he suddenly swung his arm up after thinking that. He slapped the ground hard, and suddenly from both hands, a stream of power gradually spread out to the surroundings, causing Hyun-jae to be extremely surprised by the sudden change from him. He suddenly thought to himself, Yerim once said that I still have it. Diana's superior psychological skills. A protective circle suddenly appeared surrounding the area, making Hyun-jae exclaim in astonishment. Han Eugene quickly lifted his face, thinking to himself, to escape the pressure of an S rank, I must use a higher power. Though not yet proficient, I can probably still execute it. I will recreate the memory as he once did. The terrifying presence of the creatures I encountered before. Seeing them slowly approach, he cursed inwardly. Compared to them, I am nothing at all. Hyun-jae, you damn bastard. The images of Diana and the water mirror suddenly appeared before his eyes. This created an immense pressure on Hyun-jae. Seeing his flabbergasted expression, Han Eugene felt extremely disgusted. He then lowered the gun muzzle and spoke, letting out a few cries. Hyun-jae stopped and looked up at the ceiling, panicking as he thought, what just happened? I sensed a large surge of mana sweep by. What did he do this time? And Eugene, with tears and snot streaming down his face, suddenly let out a loud laugh. He looked up at Hyun-jae, smiling contemptuously. What are you looking at? Just an ordinary S rank. Hearing those words, Hyun-jae was frozen for a moment. Then he sneered, thinking to himself, that guy is really interesting. I will never get bored of him. Having thought that, he grabbed his collar and pulled him up, saying, sorry about that. He amusedly thought to himself, wanting to dissect him to look at that curiosity, but letting him live is more entertaining. While carrying Eugene, he said he would wipe out a debt. Let's both just pretend nothing happened. You were being too rude to an S rank. I will drive you home for free. I parked the car near the embankment, and before I could finish my sentence, I saw my beloved car had been smashed to pieces. He suddenly remembered the scuffle at that time, so he spoke up. Ah, that's right. Department head Song destroyed it, and he is currently being treated for his wounds by Noah Luia. Curiously asked if his skill could heal mental trauma. He replied, huh, no, why are you asking that? He closed his eyes and answered, nothing, just felt like I had shed a burden I had carried my whole life. Hyun-jae calmly said he would call for a new car. Hearing this, Han Eugene sobbed, thinking to himself, Department head Song has disappeared. He will definitely come back for revenge. Anyway, the dungeon incident has been handled. Thanking myself, the monsters, whether the reluctant poisonous bees or the rat monsters, were all eliminated, preventing harm to the residents. While sitting in the car, Han Eugene suddenly said, the matter cannot end yet, because the damage was insignificant. We need to report it to the association and find the organization behind it. It is hard to find those involved because it was an unregistered dungeon, but the monsters inside were bees, so we can track down clues through honey sale orders in the market. Having said that, he rubbed his chin for a while. Hyun-jae calmly continued, I will try to find and arrange everything for you. Get some rest and then contact me. Han Eugene happily thought to himself, and then I got home. As soon as he entered the house, he collapsed onto the floor, weakly saying, I am home. Hippo saw him and happily let out a few beep beep beeps. He weakly said, "Were you waiting for Dad? Sorry I am late. There was too much work." Glad that it did not know about the wound on his chest. Suddenly someone walked over and asked about the wound on his chest. It turned out the one who just spoke was Han Yu-yun. He wondered to himself, what did he do this time? When he saw a long wound slashing across Han Eugene's chest, outside rain was falling heavily. At the same time, the worry in Han Eugene's heart was also surging. Hyun Jae calmly said, "You don't need to worry, Department Head Song's problem has been solved." Han Eugene, not reassured, immediately asked back, "What about the wound on my brother's chest then? Even high-grade medicine cannot heal it." Eugene lay still on the bed, his shirt torn open. Hyun Jae leisurely replied, "Oh, I guess I haven't told you yet." Hearing his tone, Han Eugene fell silent, his heart extremely uncomfortable. Hyun Jae said softly, even Noah's healing skill couldn't restore it, and she didn't want to explain either. He gently continued, "I don't know anything more other than that the magic stone is related to it." Hyun Jae suggested, "If you focus and feel it, you will find it is filled with energy." Han Eugen placed his hand on his brother's chest as instructed, and a strange force emanated from the wound. Hyun Jae added, "Based on my feeling, it is at least S rank or higher." Hearing that, Han Eugene's face darkened, thinking that all the monsters were chasing him because they sensed the presence of the magic stone. He thought to himself, it was hard to believe that an F-grade body could contain such a high-grade magic stone. And Eugene was worried, not knowing what had happened. Hyun Jae then asked if he could send him an S-grade one. Not knowing the reason, perhaps he was injured while helping out. And Eugene cut him off, and Hyun Jae said nothing more and hung up. Instead of getting angry, Hyun Jae just looked up and wondered what Han Eugene was planning to do. It made life more interesting, even though he had been trying for a while now. Suddenly his hand holding the phone froze, as if he had realized something. Hyun Jae thought to himself, have I always been this good at controlling magnetic fields? He was a bit stunned, because he had only just learned it. But the thing he did that day was so powerful it was as if he had practiced for years. Hyun Jae's feet lightly touched the surface of the still water, standing in dark and lonely space. Hyun Jae pondered for at least 5 years. At this moment, Han Eugene's spirit was drifting freely. Snow fell, blanketing the branches everywhere in white. This place was the snowfall tree, the 5th tree. The white bird, the star-counting bird, was residing there when Han Eugene opened his eyes and looked down. The call from Chirpy had woken him up. Beep. Looking at the illusory space, Han Eugene worriedly wondered if this was a meteor shower. Chirpy was also white, but he thought perhaps he was seeing it because this was a dream. Chirpy landed lightly on the ground with a bright expression. It leisurely left countless footprints on the thick snow. Han Eugene was still lost in thought about his own death. Suddenly Chirpy turned towards a familiar body lying under the cold snowfall. Han Eugene couldn't help but be shocked. The person below was Han Eugene, his 25-year-old younger brother. The white bird had taken him away. Han Eugene had breathed his last, falling into an eternal sleep on the poor white snow. Han Eugene remembered his past life memories and was in great pain. He stood helplessly watching from above, knowing his brother would not wake up because the dead did not feel the cold. Han Eugene tried to discard the glimmer of hope, but this was a dream. Ignoring the cold blizzard, Han Eugene still forced himself forward. He reached his hand out towards Han Eugene, hoping to save his beloved younger brother. Han Eugene thought quietly, let me get a little closer to hold you one more time. He could only watch his brother from afar, helpless. But Han Eugene's figure gradually slipped from his reach, getting farther and farther away. Han Eugene didn't know what else to do because reality was already like this. He wished silently, I won't ask for anything more. Familiar voice rang out, pulling Han Eugene back to reality. Han Eugene sat by the bed, worriedly asking if he was awake yet. Han Eugene kept glancing up at the ceiling. He softly said his brother needed to eat something. Just waking from the nightmare, Han Eugene hurriedly hugged Han Eugene and then asked in shock how he got here. Though a bit surprised, Han Eugene calmly recounted the situation. He had used a dungeon gate to get out early, thinking it would be fine even without his brother. Looking at the young man before him, Han Eugene was utterly stunned. He reached out and gently touched Han Eugene's face, realizing this was not his dead younger brother. His brother was only 20 years old. Seeing his brother acting strange, Han Eugene stopped and called his name. Han Eugene lowered his head and mumbled, that's right, it's you. Han Eugene showed a worried expression and asked what was wrong, said his brother didn't look well. Han Eugene softly replied, no, I just had a nightmare. Eugene recounted the situation. His fear resistance had dropped to C. He had shared his skill with the department head, and the man used it to lower his fear resistance. It would take a few days to adapt. Hearing this, Han Eugene was so shocked even the red lizard fell out, and he asked loudly if his brother had used that skill again. Han Eugene softly replied, he didn't think things would turn out like this. Suddenly, whimpering sounds were heard. Bleep. I looked to the side. Han Eugene was now as flat as a carp fish. He panicked and called out, Chirpy. Han Eugene worriedly asked, are you hungry? Eat some magic stone. Why are you all wet? Did you go out when it was raining? Where did you go? Han Eugene just looked at his older brother without saying anything. After thinking for a moment, he asked, so that's why Chairman Jupiter said you were in a strange state. What about the wound on your chest? Is it related to the magic stone? Hearing Han Eugene guess correctly, Han Eugene stammered, you already heard about that. He looked at Han Eugene as if he could feel his disappointment, and Eugene turned his face away and said in a low voice, "You put yourself in danger again without telling me." Han Eugene thought to himself, "I've made him worry again. Before the regression, I was always making him worry, and it's still like this now." Han Eugene smiled brightly, rubbed Han Eugene's head and said, "I'm sorry, I was going to tell you." Now Han Eugene told his younger brother the full story, that it was a type of skill. A moment later, Han Eugene asked in shock, "You put a magic stone inside your body?" Chirpy beside him was already full to bursting. Han Eugene worriedly asked, "An SS grade and a troll. What did you put inside? How can you do that?" Han Eugene, while changing his torn shirt, calmly replied, "Of course they are rare items." Han Eugene continued, "If they are born safely, at least they will be S rank. He would have another powerful monster that would obey him." He looked at the wound on his chest and thought, "That is if it is born safely." Actually, Han Eugene was also a bit worried. Nothing had happened even though he had placed it for a while, but it was taking so long perhaps because of its high grade. Han Eugene again put on a nonchalant expression as if nothing was wrong. It was all for his safety. Han Eugene was speechless with his brother, but that monster would be attracted to him. He asked, "Isn't it best to stay home?" Han Eugene replied he had many things to do. "Let's check the news." Reaching out to turn on the TV, the announcer's monotone voice rang out. "Last night a high-grade dungeon exploded near the Gansel area. We will announce the situation in place of the scheduled program." Han Eugene said firmly, "See, they are talking about what happened yesterday. They are clearly doing this to cover up for Hong Kong. I will make them pay." Eugene continued, "They would be finished if they revealed the association intentionally caused the explosion. He would go meet Hyunjae to gather documents." Han Eugene was so worried he almost wanted to break his brother's legs. Why did he plan to go out again? He stood up abruptly and said loudly, "It's very dangerous. Your fear resistance is low." But Han Eugene stubbornly insisted that ordinary people don't fear resistance either. Han Eugene placed his hand on his brother's shoulder to stop him, but the person he was going to meet was no ordinary man. He lowered his voice to remind him, "Do you know what a high-rank hunter means to someone like you? Just a small loss of control from me." This expression made Han Eugene slightly surprised. But the next second he flicked Han Eugene's forehead firmly and said, "You're overthinking it, as if I'm that scared." Eugene smiled reassuringly at his younger brother. "I'll be fine. I'm not afraid of you. You're my brother." In his heart, Han Eugene thought, even before the regression, he had never felt fear, because he raised him and had already seen his most frantic side. Han Eugene was moved by this, his eyes glistening. "Oh," Han Eugene then spoke, "let me borrow your phone, mine is broken. Not sure if it still works." He thought to himself, after regression, his goal was to live a normal, happy life without worries. But now he realized there was much he needed to do. Even if dangerous, to prevent the apocalypse and Han Eugene's death at age 25, there were many things he had to do. After making a call, Han Eugene grew a bit impatient. "Hey, why won't he answer? Is he busy?" At the same time, a phone with a shattered screen lay on the ground, displaying a call from someone who had called before. A person's silhouette swayed in the chaotic room, a strange aura enveloping the entire space. At this moment, an orb carrying tens of thousands of lightning bolts was seething with energy inside. Hyunjae asked himself, "What memory is this? I have never experienced it. No, I have forgotten it." He looked at his reflection in the broken glass and thought, the future. Hyunjae suddenly had a very bizarre guess. A memory from 5 years later. Hyunjae stared in shock at the fragments before him and exclaimed, "These are memories from 5 years ago." He asked himself, "Have I experienced these things? Ah, no, or have I forgotten them?" A few fragments suddenly emerged and a thought flashed through Hyunjae's mind, the future. He floated in the air, slightly bowed his head and murmured, "This is when?" At that moment, a hand carrying blue energy grabbed Hyunjae. That person spoke first. "You finally noticed. That period of time has been interfered with." Now there were 1,000 questions of why in Hyunjae's mind. Facing Hyunjae was an image of himself. The other smirked and said, "It's time for us to switch roles." Over here, Han Eugene was also a bit anxious. "Huh? Brother Hyunjae isn't answering his phone?" So Jang on the other end said softly, "That's why I called you." She worriedly explained the situation. "He was at home this morning. I don't know how else to put it. He's acting very strange." Kang Seo Jiang offered to ask, "Can you come take a look, or is tomorrow fine?" Han Eugene had just woken up and encountered this, so he hesitated a bit. He thought this is a crucial time for the online political confrontation with the association. If he was absent and something went wrong, what then? Han Eugene from behind spoke up proactively. "Do you need me to come with you? You might be in danger." Han Eugene, as if finding gold but still uneasy, asked again, "Are you sure? You said you were in the dungeon." Han Eugene calmly replied, "I have a disguise item. I just need to pretend to be a regular member." Han Eugene thought it over. After a while, the Abyss Guild's B-rank support hunter Min Uyui asked in confusion, "You want to use my identity?" Han Eugene thought to himself he had met him in a few dungeons. At that time, Sung Han had introduced him. "This is Hunter Min Uyui. He's your age, Han Eugene." One thing, this place is full of people your age. Han Eugene recalled that Min Uyui was also the one who suggested Brother Sung Han come here. Turning to the present, Minuyui asked blankly. So what do I do here? Sleep. That's better than going into the dungeon. But the member beside him immediately spoke. You'll be provided with support items, so don't worry. Minuyui rubbed his chin, looking hesitant about lending his identity to someone else. Han Yujin immediately understood. Triple the pay plus extra expenses. Under the power of capital, Minuyui quickly changed his tune. Interesting, I agree. Han Yujin saw this and judged. Quick decision. After lying obediently on the bed, Minuyui spoke. One more thing. No, you won't do it, but then he smiled and instructed. Don't do anything bad. I don't want to wake up and be a criminal. Han Yujin immediately gave a thumbs up and affirmed, don't worry, we won't do anything illegal. More precisely, they would do everything except illegal things. And so Han Yujin successfully transformed into Minuyui. Finished, the two brothers got into the car and excitedly said, let's go. The EBS guild members kept watching, uneasy in their hearts. Will this be okay? Seeing this, Han Yujin said softly, they look too worried, because they see you as Minuyui, a B-rank hunter. Are you okay only having a B-rank protecting you? What if you get kidnapped again? Han Yujin then chuckled, haha, it'll be fine. This Minuyui is pretty reliable. Brother's car sped through the bustling streets. Han Yujin wondered, but why do we have to go all the way there? Can't we watch from somewhere? Han Yujin reasoned, we need to see the operational status of the market district, because the Abyss Guild was growing quite fast, but its fields outside of dungeon conquest were pretty poor. On the other hand, the Jupiter Guild had taken over most of the domestic and international markets. Han Yujin heard this and said, I will develop my guild even faster, so you won't need his help. Seeing his younger brother had grown up, Han Yujin patted his back once and happily instructed, oh, you've worked hard, but you're only 20 years old. Don't rush so much. At that moment, the radio broadcast news that the dungeon explosion incident had been handled by the association's hunters. The association said it would do its best to bring peace to everyone. Hearing this, Han Yujin snorted, haha, do you hear that? What is that? Only after finishing the department head. Before he could finish his sentence, a container truck crashed straight into their car, creating a horrific collision. In an instant, the car was pushed a long distance by the container. Under the terrifying pressure, Han Yujin quickly kicked on the car door and carried his brother away from the accident scene. Fortunately, just a second later, the car was crushed into pieces. Outside, Han Yujin worriedly called for his brother. Han Yujin! Han Yujin! He helped Han Yujin down to the roadside, raised his sword in defense, and loudly asked, are you okay? On one side, Han Yujin had lost his glasses and could only squint as he replied, I'm fine. At that moment, people began to gather because of the horrific accident. The small car was crushed to the point of burning. Han Yujin believed this was not an accident. It happened right after the news of him traveling with a B-rank hunter was leaked. Looking inside, people saw a man lying crookedly in the driver's seat. That truck driver was dead. And Yujin said worriedly, I didn't think they would act this recklessly. Call the guild to come handle this. Han Yujin bowed his head and said, try to protect the residents first. Hearing this, Han Yujin immediately turned around. Brother Han Yujin, not letting his younger brother say anything more, affirmed, this must be the work of that association. After that, Han Yujin suddenly spoke in a serious tone, Yuhan, Minui, you can go save the injured and dispose of the bodies. He looked at the scene and said this would be the last time the association did this. If they kept staging accidents, it would be easy to get caught. At this moment, Han Yujin could only watch her brother with wide eyes. At the same time, in the main hall of the Jupiter Guild, a shocked female voice screamed, he got hit by a truck. So Zhang examined Han Yujin's body and then asked in a panic, who dared to do this? Are you not hurt anywhere? Han Yujin scratched his head and answered with an embarrassed laugh, haha, I am fine. Minyu, the B-rank hunter, protected me. Hearing this, So Zhang exclaimed, B-rank, are you okay? After calming down, she said softly, haha, you need to be more careful. Follow me, I will take you to the guild leader. Suddenly, So Zhang looked at Han Yujin and said, sorry, hunters from the Abyss Guild are not allowed in here. However, Han Yujin, in the role of Minui, said worriedly, I cannot let him go in alone. Han Yujin patted his shoulder and gently reassured him, it is fine, I am okay. I will call you if something happens. At this moment, Han Yujin's red lizard had already crawled through his body. He thought to himself that he would bring Zirin and Ai as well. His fear resistance skill was still weak, but he did not think he would be so reckless here. Han Yujin boldly stepped into the Jupiter Guild's confidential area. Then, he looked around and spoke hello. Han Yujin tilted his head back to look at the luxurious estate and silently marveled. Wow, he lives in this place alone. Han Yujin stepped forward and asked, Hyunjae, are you here? Where are you? At least I should know which floor you are on. Suddenly, a golden chain grabbed Han Yujin's ankle and yanked him back, startling him as he flew straight 7 meters. Han Yujin was dragged away before he could even recover his senses. He shouted in shock, what the hell, slow down, wait. Han Yujin was dragged from one place to another. Banging his head against a vase and rolling roughly on the floor, he grunted in annoyance. Hey, what are you doing? Hey, the stairs. Damn it. Oh god. Han Yujin was even pulled down the stairs as if riding an express slide. His body slammed hard onto the floor. He groaned in pain. Almost threw up. And Eugene shouted helplessly, "Help, these stairs do not need to be cleaned this thoroughly. There is a carpet here." Right. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Hyun-jae holding the golden chain in his hand. Hyun-jae stood coldly still, not saying a word, and Eugene was hanging in midair, silently wondering. An aquarium. There is a glass, so I will not fall in. Hyun-jae spoke first. "And Eugene, the older brother of the Abyss Guild leader." Hyun-jae asked directly, "Did my item come here because of me?" And Eugene then answered, "I told you not to treat my item as yours." Suddenly he felt something was wrong, and Eugene looked at the other's stern expression, puzzled as to why he was not joking back. Something was very different, not normal. Suddenly Hyun-jae came over and twisted Han Eugene's ear, causing him to shout in pain, "Let me go." Hyun-jae asked in a deep voice, "Where did you get this pair of earrings? I have never given or sold them to anyone." Seeing the other's strange behavior, Han Eugene yelled loudly, "So did you lose your memory?" He shouted to snap Hyun-jae back to reality. "You gave them to me, do you not remember?" At the same time, the golden chain pulled Han Eugene up and then slammed him hard into the water. In the pool, Han Eugene thought in a panic, "What the hell, I cannot block this attack." He gritted his teeth and looked at Hyun-jae, wondering what the hell is wrong with him. It was as if he had lost all memory of me. Thinking this, Han Eugene's body slowly sank deep into the cold water before Hyun-jae's cold attitude. Sinking in the water tank, Han Eugene choked and began to mutter, "Hello. Hello, today we will learn about receiving guests at home. It would be awkward if you let a giraffe drink water from a long-necked vase. Right, or let a long-beaked bird drink water from a plate. Even if you do not know I drink from a 2-cup bottle, you should not shove me into a water tank." After some coaxing, he was finally pulled out, slumped onto a chair, and glared angrily at the other person. "That was a terrible welcome," he said in an annoyed tone. Hearing this, that man spoke, "Are you even lucid?" He sat with his legs crossed, hands resting on his thighs, and spoke coldly. "You nearly drowned without resisting. Do you truly believe I would not harm you? Are we close?" Facing that cold gaze, he used his hand to wipe his face and frowned at him. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Our relationship is like a guide and a client. The client has to slowly heal because your service is terribly bad." Hearing his analogy, he let out a laugh, threatening softly, "Do you want to drink water again?" Then a chain appeared from his hand, causing him to fearfully beg for mercy. "Hold on, calm down." His face turned pale as he quickly explained, but in his heart he thought, "It is not temporary amnesia. He has a problem with his memory." Hearing that he wanted to explain, he gave him a chance. "Make it a reasonable explanation, Han Eugene." Seeing that he was still cold, he thought to himself, "His tone is the same, but his behavior has changed, proving that he has lost some memories." Immediately, he opened his phone. Fortunately, it was still working normally. He silently marveled, lucky the phone is waterproof, not broken. Placing it on the table, he asked seriously, "Look at this, do you remember anything?" Looking at the information displayed, he answered coldly, "No, I do not remember anything." He did not hesitate to bring up the past. "We have an alliance agreement. We once joined forces to defeat 2 S-rank monsters." He doubted, "Are you not just F-rank?" He answered proudly, "Most of the credit was yours. I even helped you break the seal of the Lizard King. Just look and you will know." He stared at his own hand, unable to believe he had gone through that. Suddenly he fell silent, then said softly, "If everything is true and I treated you like this." He then thought cunningly, "That is right. Change your attitude and be grateful to me." He continued with a thoughtful expression, hand stroking his chin in contemplation, "Why do I not tie you up now and later force you to obey me?" Hearing this, he cursed softly, "You damn bastard." Speechless, he could only sit there, letting his thoughts wander. But that sentence at least made him realize that he no longer remembered anything about him. Amnesia, but why did he only forget him? He needed to check again. Scratched his head, hesitantly telling me that he himself did not know why, but he had a psychic ability. With that ability, he could penetrate deep into memories and awaken what was lost. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a cold chain tightening around his neck. He coldly looked at him, his voice full of contempt. "You really know how to make up stories." He was still sitting leisurely on the chair, his hand gripping the chain tightly, suddenly yanking it, causing him to fall to the floor, letting him savor his miserable state. He pursed his lips, his voice full of arrogance. "Are you trying to use this method to pry information from me? It seems I haven't been cruel enough to you yet." He choked, his eyes wide with shock. At this moment, only fragmented thoughts remained in his mind. At this moment, he knew he had somewhat stirred his memories, but he was too cautious, making it difficult for him to handle. Even so, he was already very familiar with this kind of situation. In that dungeon, he had threatened him, forcing him to break the seal for him. Meeting his cold gaze, he slowly lifted his head. "Less than a month ago, you did the same thing to me." No matter how much it hurt, he still tried to keep his voice firm, suppressing the pain to force out each word. "If you want it that way, then I will oblige you." He pulled the chain, dragging him close, facing him, then whispered softly, "But you will regret it. Because you are not the type to give up easily, are you?" Standing before him, he asked, "Do you want to know the truth behind all this? But he just smirked, then bluntly spoke, "Fine deal." As soon as he finished, he retracted the chain. The chain tightened, causing him to clutch his chest, his face pale from pain, only able to groan softly. "This bastard." He placed his hand on his shoulder, gently reminding him, "You will temporarily lose consciousness." Then, he began to channel his power to penetrate his mind, softly reassuring him. He added, "It will be quick, so do not resist." As soon as he finished speaking, he successfully entered his memories. Suddenly, a low voice sounded behind him, startling him into turning his head back. "Welcome here, Han Yao Jin." Standing against the light, Hyun-jae leisurely appeared, hands in his pockets, smiling and saying, "I guess you came here to find me." He was still stunned, not yet recovered from Sung-Hyo-Dee's appearance. Meanwhile, he squinted with a smile, enjoying his confusion, then gently explained, "I think the outer self has been acting a bit strained towards you." He exclaimed in astonishment. This is the original version of Hyun-jae. Pushing the thought aside, he jumped up in anger, unable to control himself, and shouted loudly, "A bit strange, my foot. I was thrown into the underwater palace, swallowed a ton of water. Where is the strangeness? Tell me what happened to you." Faced with his anger, he just bluntly covered his face, wearing an annoyingly innocent expression, then sighed and uttered a sentence. "Oh my god, I'm sorry. Actually, I don't know either." Staring at his hands, he slowly recounted, "2 months ago, every morning I felt uncomfortable. There were faint fragments of memories appearing in my head, and when I tried to recall, everything spun around, and then my body fell into a trap out of control." Hearing this, he was slightly stunned. Everything spun around. He was surprised. They say regression is not just time flowing backward but also changing the events of the past life. Discomfort he endured came from the chaos of memories during the change, thus giving birth to a different personality. That is why the outer self had no memory of him after the regression. Now he had to see how serious this matter was. He immediately asked, "So did you discover anything?" He pondered, "From what I saw, Eileen and there was around 30 years old. The messy memories were too chaotic. I couldn't see anything." Hearing this, he pondered briefly. That is 5 years after the regression. He tried to recall the events of the past life, but still could not explain it. Shaking off his thoughts, he said jokingly, "Maybe you have the ability to predict the future." He replied cheerfully, "I do not want to be a prophet." But right then, his gaze fell on one of his hands, where the tendons and bones were clearly visible. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. "What is up with that arm?" He looked down, realized the strangeness, then quickly explained, This is Noah's arm. Since we are in the mind realm, the senses are synchronized, and I can freely use any skills I have seen. I plan to use this skill to help you." Han rounded his eyes in shock, his gaze showing unease. He said hesitantly, "I see the way you are preparing to help me." He just looked at him, breaking into a radiant smile. Suddenly, he lunged at him with incredible speed. The sinewy arm in a flash swept across his chest like a sharp blade. Fresh blood immediately gushed out. He staggered back, his eyes wide as he stared at the wound. Unable to believe it, he exclaimed, "This is..." He snorted and spoke, "How do you feel? The memories are rushing back quickly, right?" He turned his face away, in his hand now floating a sphere stained with his blood. He said with a confident tone, "With this method, we extract the memories to make everything return to normal. I will take out all your memories and arrange them back in order." After saying this, he immediately raised his other arm high. Blue streams of light began to rise. One by one they converged on his hand, forming a brilliant ring of light. Seeing that sight, his eyes lit up with fascination. "That looks useful, but does it work on emotions too?" Brother 2 laughed, his tone full of excitement. "I don't know either, let's just try it and see." Suddenly, his expression changed, his face becoming eerie. He spoke, "This next part will be quite painful, but it won't leave scars. What are you so happy about? I hope you will be obedient and let me work." The battle between Han Eugene and Hyun-jae raged on within the mind realm. Countless ancient structures began to crack and separate. They rose far higher than the surging water flowing beneath them. Hanzo Eileen decided to take a step back to observe the situation. His face darkened, he yelled and cursed at Hyun-jae, "This is cheating. Clearly I was the one who had the upper hand at first." High above Hyun-jae was extremely arrogant, hands in his pockets, looking down at Han Eugene. He was now furious because not only could he not even touch a hair on his leg, but he was also beaten black and blue by him. Han Eugene suddenly recalled the plan he had clearly laid out from the start. The initial goal was to thoroughly extract these memories, separate the memories before the regression, and quietly return them to Hyun-jae. Han Eugene threw a few sharp stones, frustrated that the conversation had turned into a brawl. Unexpectedly, Hyun-jae was faster. He lunged in, grinned wickedly, and thanked Han Eugene for helping him recover his memory, thanks to which he remembered his combat skills. He immediately countered Han Eugene's move, sending him flying far away. He roared in anger, wondering how he could have forgotten that danger. Not stopping there, a sudden water explosion targeted him directly, and Eugene tried his best to resist, confused about where that explosion came from. Seeing him struggle, Hyun-jae calmly explained that he had created the hydro explosion through electrolysis, and that he also remembered this method thanks to Han Eugene. Hyun-jae spoke abruptly, and at that moment a deep black hole opened beneath Han Eugene's feet. His surprise turned into horror. That black hole turned out to be a volcanic crater with boiling lava, ready to swallow Han Eugene. He screamed in despair. Hyun-jae smiled brightly. adding that he also knew how to control space within this mental realm, but not done yet. Han Eugene quickly summoned a pair of wings, his hands turning into shark claws, reversing the situation and flying up from the sea of fire. Han Eugene landed at a higher point than Hyun-jae, maintaining a safe distance. He frowned and told him to be quiet so he could retrieve his memory first. Hyun-jae retorted, asking in return whether Han Eugene could silently endure being mocked by others. Han Eugene gathered tremendous power, preparing to attack directly downwards at the person leisurely standing below. He replied that he also did not like that. The next second, he drove his force downwards, adding that if Hyun-jae did not want to be quiet, he would have to make him quiet. Recognizing the technique, Hyun-jae sidestepped to dodge effortlessly. He looked regretful, sighing that it was Noah's paralyzing toxin, was it not? Behind Hyun-jae, a peaceful space with pristine nature opened up. Han Eugene charged forward, and unable to avoid being pulled into it, he felt uneasy as the location changed again. He judged this to be a space linked to Hyun's memory before regression. Within the mist, a Hyun-jae whose entire body was covered in poison appeared opposite him. He laughed, saying that detoxification was simple for him. The next second, he tightly embraced Han Eugene, leaving him unable to react. Even a battle-hardened veteran like him was stunned into shock. While Han Eugene was cursing loudly, Hyun-jae had already brought them both to an incredibly romantic hideaway. A yacht landed, and Hyun-jae sneered, saying he would borrow the poison resistance skill from his item, which was Han Eugene. Two landed on a banquet table covered with a white cloth and fine wine, causing an earthquake. As soon as he steadied himself, Han Eugene immediately swung his arms and clawed wildly, glaring and telling Hyun-jae to get lost. In contrast, Hyun-jae even gave a thumbs up, joking that the detoxification effect was very good. Amidst the lavish feast, the two kept clawing at each other as if no one was watching. Han Eugene roared in frustration, and Hyun-jae dodged while laughing, replying that doing them together was better. Hyun-jae dashed quickly to open another space. He exclaimed with relief that thanks to Han Eugene, the memory had become vivid. Since their combat perceptions cancelled each other out, the joy of fighting felt fresh. Han Eugene was at a loss for words, thinking to himself that Hyun-jae's happiness only made him more annoyed. They both landed in the new spatial dimension. Looking around at the familiar scenery, Han Eugene softened and asked if this was the place he used to live that Hyun-jae had passed through. Hyun-jae replied proudly that it was even more than that. He suggested Han Eugene try using the emotion-sharing skill here. He warily asked back if that was the warden skill. Hyun-jae maintained his sinister smile, saying that once outside, the memory of this place would be forgotten. He suddenly became serious and asked if Han Eugene could pass on his combat skills through feeling to him when they got out. Han Eugene replied dismissively that it would indeed be useful. Immediately, he used his claw to cut a line down his own arm. But then, from the wound, Han Eugene summoned a spear, laughing savagely that it did not work with just a few words. Faced with that change, Hyun-jae did not move, calmly saying he remembered now. That was Han Eugene's black fire. Han Eugene turned his hand into human form, quickly grabbing the spear. He charged straight at Hyun-jae with tremendous speed, smugly thinking that just 3 times, no, 10 times would be enough. The charge created a huge explosion, but the result was what surprised Han Eugene the most. Hyun-jae was completely unharmed. He used a mysterious vortex to effortlessly block Han Eugene's spear tip. Han Eugene recognized the technique, stammering to ask what skill this was. Hyun-jae calmly uttered that it was the division chief Songhwa Song Songhyeon Ji's skill. He replied with a sinister smile that it was correct. Han Eugene went berserk, focusing for a second strike, loudly asking how Hyun-jae had this skill. Hyun-jae only replied that he was not sure, but it seemed he received it as a gift. Han Eugene refuted that, telling him to come over here to check, but Hyun-jae refused because he did not like it. Elsewhere, Kang So-jang frowned in protest, saying it was impossible. She stood in front of the ward. Clearly the other hunters were forbidden from entering the guild leader's residence. Kim Minnie did not care, saying there was definitely something wrong with Han Eugene, suspecting the Jupiter leader had done something. Kang So-jang was indignant, insisting that their guild leader would not harm Han Eugene. That guy asked back contemptuously if she was sure. Not knowing the full situation, Kang So-jang broke out in a sweat, stammering to defend herself that his lordship was indeed the type to cause trouble. Kang So-jang rambled on and then suddenly proposed to recheck the situation. Kim Minnie muttered to himself in annoyance that he had a very strange feeling when his brother entered that place. He recalled the previous time he entered with a completely different demeanor, silently calculating that if he used a fire skill, his body outside would be defenseless. Not wanting to waste time, Kim Minnie turned and walked straight ahead, saying curtly that they needed to go in and check. Kang So-jang panicked and tried to stop him. The guard reached for him, urgently threatening that if he took another step then, before he finished his sentence, Kim Minnie had tightly grasped the guard's wrist. A single subduing blow, he pressed him down to the floor, twisting his arm behind his back as if restraining a criminal. Seeing that, Kang So-jang lunged forward with a kick, loudly asking what the hell he was doing. Kim Mini was one step faster. He used the guard's body to block Kang So-jang's descending kick. While she was still surprised, he planned to sit down and check on the other person. But Kim Mini had already slipped away like the wind. Kang So-jang asked why that was, and Kim Mini replied curtly to just say that he stole the space key and entered on his own. Flustered, Kang So-jang ordered the guard to contact the guild leader. Even though he was lying on the ground and could not get up yet, he immediately pulled out his phone and called. Seeing Kim Mini's demeanor, Kang So-jang silently pondered about the hunter Kim Mini. He was definitely hiding some power. The protector reported tearfully, and he did not respond, temporarily at a loss. So-jang groaned, "Good heavens, the chairperson." Hunter Kim Mini stepped into the teleportation space, thinking irritably, what in the world is he doing in there? Yoonjae's space revealed a scene of mountains veiled in clouds, warm sunlight bathing everything, and lush green nature stretching far and wide. The clear lake extended seemingly endlessly, perfect for forgetting all worries and troubles. Lying sprawled on the soft grass, Han Eugene relaxed and exclaimed, "I'm dying, my mana feels completely drained." Hyunjae sat beside him, gently consoling. "You've worked hard." Gazing into the distance, Hyunjae continued, "Thanks to you, my chaotic memories have been reorganized." Han Eugene replied, "Saying that makes me." But in his heart, he thought, that man is even more suspicious than when he first walked into his room. Looking at the person him basking in the warm sunlight, Han Eugene thought, before the regression, he was just a low-level hunter, so he didn't have much information. If he had delved deeper into Hyunjae's memories back then, he would understand more about the world and transcendent beings. Recalling the recent battle, he wondered, above all else, why does he have that stealing skill? Searching his memories before the regression, Han Eugene realized that Department Head Song had died and Hyunjae had disappeared. There was no reason for Department Head Song to give him a skill while he was alive, so whether Hyunjae killed Song Taiwan or was gifted the skill, he was definitely involved in that death. Hyunjae was still immersed in the nature. Han Eugene glared at him resentfully, wanting to delve deeper into his memories, but this guy wouldn't cooperate at all. He broached a topic. "Where are we anyway?" Hyunjae answered softly, "Switzerland, the last memory I know of." Looking at the clear blue sky, Hyunjae casually remarked that he seemed to have wandered overseas. Han Eugene said, "Quite the leisurely life. So you killed Department Head Song, stole the skill, and fled abroad." Hyunjae answered honestly, "I have no reason to kill Department Head Song. Is that the rumor going around in the country?" Han Eugene said briefly, "Yeah. After Department Head Song's death, you suddenly disappeared." Turning to his companion, Han Eugene asked, "You noticed something strange too, right?" Hyunjae stared intently at his own hand. It's not just gaining the ability to foresee." He recalled the match, asking Han Eugene, "You can use skills you've experienced before. But black fire doesn't exist at this point in time. That means you, Han Eugene, experience that in the future." Hearing that, Han Eugene remained silent in thought. Hyunjae turned and gently asked, "This time you're not planning to tell me?" "The reason why I have future memories and the truth you're hiding." Looking straight into his eyes, Hyunjae asked, "Speak up, Han Eugene, what are you hiding?" Han Eugene paused for a moment, weighing whether to speak or not. Before deciding, he warned, "Don't try to force me this time." Hyunjae stood up and replied, "Even if I force you, I'll just forget anyway." But then he circled behind Han Eugene, put him in a playful headlock and joked, "If I could keep memories, I would have already investigated this weak guy." Han Eugene snapped, "You're just too kind." Hyunjae released him, suggesting, "Let's change the scene to a forest. Holding on to everything isn't good." Eugene stared blankly at him, making a silent decision in his heart. Having thought it over, he pursed his lips. "It should be okay if I tell him here." Sighed Hyunjae, amidst the magnificent mountains in one's heart, he weighed it. Even if I'm allowed to speak, he won't remember anything. Recalling the pain he had endured, Han Eugene was sure, "I won't have to worry about being hurt or misunderstood. No need to hide the past and keep it locked inside anymore." Han Eugene looked at the other person firmly. "I come from the future, from 5 years from now." Without any shock, Hyunjae asked, "Did you time travel?" Han Eugene sighed, "No, I only regressed once." He explained further, "This isn't time travel. Everything before the regression has been replaced by the events of 5 years ago. So people still remember the old things." He said, "They didn't recognize me. I kept on living, but I don't know why you acted differently from me." Hyunjae nodded. "I see, so that's why there's the 5-year gap." He asked directly, "Department Head Song disappeared, and did I die?" Han Eugene replied, "Yeah, there were rumors you killed him to purge the Hunter Association." Hyunjae's widened innocently. "I don't think so. A talent like him couldn't die for a trivial reason." He instructed, "When you go back, be sure to ask Department Head Song why he passed his ability to me and then died." And Eugene laughed it off. "Asking that question would get my head ripped off." He stood up and asked sincerely, "Don't you find it troublesome getting involved in this regression business?" Hyunjae answered calmly, "Not at all." He rested his chin regretfully. "I just feel sorry for the past me having to hear all that nonsense about myself." Han Eugene was exasperated, "As if you and him aren't the same person. The past you is the present you." Then he smiled in relief. "I was worried before talking about it, but things weren't as bad as I thought." Han Eugene said comfortably. My life back then was very ordinary. I have nothing left to reveal. Let's get out of here now. Hyunjae cut in. So Han Eugene regressed to bring his younger brother back to life? That sentence struck Han Eugene directly. He looked at the other person in fear, unable to utter a word. Horrified, Han Eugene stammered. How do you remember? Hyunjae calmly. I don't remember anything, I just guessed. He continued. If I had the chance to go back to the past, the first thing would certainly be to correct my mistakes and regrets. Given the current situation, Han Eugene must have returned 2 months ago. The relationship between you and your younger brother suddenly changed back then. He turned to Han Eugene and deduced. That's the reason you protected your brother and accepted requests from the association. Maybe that was what you wished for the most. But the other person's reaction made Hyunjae unable to continue. He also froze, looking at him in shock. The two faced each other in silence, only a gentle breeze stirring their hair. Seeing that look in his eyes, Hyunjae understood. He smiled gently, expressing his empathy. A month later, Han Eugene finally spoke. That's right. Hyunjae replied. Congratulations on reconciling with your younger brother. Han Eugene said mechanically. Thank you. Looking at the hands now clearly showing the dimensions of space, Sung Hyunji regretted. I wish we could have talked longer. Hyunjae's figure gradually faded. He smiled. Next time I'll listen to you tell the details out there. Han Eugene said flatly. You think I'll tell it? The moment he finished speaking, he immediately regretted it. I shouldn't have said anything at all. This is so exhausting. Looking at the person who had been beside him moments ago, now slowly disappearing, he thought, when I think about the reason and what I need to do for the regression, I no longer have the confidence to talk about it. Hyunjae said, I hope you remember the time here. He stepped closer, and the two of them together supported the glowing sphere, staring intently at it. Filled with many thoughts, he told himself, the truth of everything here is now clear. As the moment of parting approached, he looked up at the sky, calmly thinking, because I have told a story I could tell no one else. Hyunjae nearly vanished. He ended his train of thought, gently feeling a rare moment of peace. Holding the orb in his hand, he helplessly realized that the memories of Hyunjae before the regression would surely be buried here. As for Hyunjae, who had been taken out safely, his memories before and after the regression would merge into one as usual. Yet, the flow of time once again filled his hand. Eugene was extremely astonished. He stammered, huh, what? In the illusion, Hyunjae suddenly appeared. He looked him straight in the eye and said softly, well then, goodbye Han Eugene. Startled, before he could think, Ben asked, what, you still remember? In a different dimension, Hyunjae slowly woke up. He sat on the chair, rubbing his head, muttering, what is this? In the dark room, there was another person standing opposite him. Hyunjae stared at that person, affirming, it's you. It's definitely you. The person who entered was Han Eugene's younger brother, Han Eugene. Hyunjae asked tiredly, what are you doing in my house? Han Eugene replied with killing intent. I came to ask what you did to my brother. Turning to the person beside him who lay motionless, bound by his own chains, Hyunjae suddenly realized, what did I do? In this dimension, Han Eugene was in a terrible state, soaking wet, pale-faced and chained. Hyunjae hesitated. He rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment. Then he scratched the back of his neck and answered cheerfully, I don't remember. Hearing that, a furious Han Eugene charged at Hyunjae. One blow from him blew up the entire room. In the dimension where Han Eugene was active, Hyunjae suddenly appeared. He fell back in surprise and immediately asked, what is this? But this Hyunjae seemed fake, with cracks on his face. Han Eugene said awkwardly, I thought you went outside. Why are you still here? Hyunjae replied, the reason is that we didn't merge. Hyunjae explained, the information from the two timelines was supposed to merge into one, but I found them different and mutually exclusive. He recalled the moment the two versions merged, but strangely they passed through each other. Hyunjae said, even though in theory we are one, in reality we are not the same. So is the conflict because of me or the entity outside? He vividly remembered the extreme confusion upon seeing himself walk by like a stranger. Hyunjae continued, in the end, we couldn't merge and became two separate existences. After hearing the explanation, Han Eugene was so shocked his jaw nearly dropped. He only managed to say, huh? Next second, Han Eugene pointed straight at the other's face and shouted, you can't merge with yourself. That's ridiculous. How the hell did that happen? Hyunjae calmly replied, even existing separately, we cannot form one complete entity. He continued, I am just a picture pieced together from fragments, with incomplete memories. I only have complete memories of the 5 years before the merger. Like this, I will be absorbed and disappear. And Eugene felt it was a bit much. He thought everything about the two of them complemented each other. Finally, he decided to bail. And Eugene laughed and waved his hand. I don't know. That's your problem. I'm off. Have a happy short life. Hyunjae grabbed his hand, pulling him back. Wait, do you want me to disappear like this? Han Eugene glared coldly. So what? If you don't like it, then merge, he said softly. There is a way, Han Eugene. Then moving closer, Hyunjae persuaded. There's a way for me not to disappear, you know it. Hyunjae added. Give me your body, I need to enter it. It sounded like a disguised boy love plot. Han Eugene flinched and yelled, "Huh? You bastard, you want to steal my body?" Seeing him raise his hand to shield himself, Hyunjae stated bluntly, "No, your body is too weak." Han Eugene snapped, "Hey, an F rank is still stronger than a normal person." At this point, Hyunjae calmly said, "I cannot steal someone else's body, but..." Hyunjae pointed towards Han Eugene, "The mana stone inside your body, if I enter that, it's different." Han Eugene was shocked, stammering, "What? How can that?" Sung Hyunji explained, "I still remember Dioma, that's how I know. Put the mana stone inside your body to create a new monster, right?" Hyunjae saw through Han Eugene's body, but the stone has a crack, mana is slowly leaking out. Finally, Hyunjae proposed frankly, "Let me stay inside it. I will use my mana to compensate for the amount that's escaping. That way, it will be born safely within a month." Han Eugene hesitated. Well then, he wondered, if you enter the stone, what will be born safely? You? Just imagining the scene of Hyunjae calling out "Father," cold sweat dripped down Han Eugene's face. Thinking that, he couldn't help but slam the ground. "Ah, no way! Get lost!" Hyunjae said softly, "Your reaction hurts me." He sighed, "Don't worry, the one born will not be me." Watching Han Eugene touch the mana stone, Hyunjae added, "If only that were possible. But it's not. Even if my mana is inside, what is born will be a human. No, a completely different monster." Han Eugene was confused. "Really? Then what's the point? Isn't it the same as you being absorbed?" Hyunjae replied, "I just don't like giving up." He calmly added, "What do you think? This offer benefits both of you. With the stone's current condition, that monster won't survive." Hearing that, Han Eugene glanced at the stone in his chest. He thought to himself it was true that it had never shown any reaction before. After a moment, Han Eugene asked, "Can you guarantee the monster will be born?" Hyunjae immediately affirmed, "Of course." In the end, Han Eugene agreed but warned, "Fine, do as you say. If you try anything, I will cut open my chest again and dig you out." Hyunjae smiled contentedly. "A wise decision. You just need to accept me entering and then go outside. I can move around inside the mana stone." At the same time, a powerful stream of purple energy emanated from Han Eugene's chest. Then it formed a strange vortex region. Han Eugene was surprised and raised his hand to his chest, thinking he wasn't 100% sure, but this was still better than wasting the stone. He figured that even if it was just a fragment, having Hyunjae's added power would increase the monster's stats. Anyway, more power was always best. In an instant, the two successfully merged. After a while, Han Eugene woke up with a start. Facing the unfamiliar ceiling, he thought in confusion, "Where is this?" Han Eugene subconsciously raised his hand to touch his chest. He silently asked himself if he had returned, but felt nothing from the mana stone. He struggled to take a step to stand up, groaning in pain. Han Eugene panicked as he realized he had used too much mana and was so exhausted he could not see clearly. He thought this time would be like when he faced Dialma, but in reality he had harmed himself, because he was the one who created the mind realm. Liang Jing stood up and asked, "Where's Hyunjae?" Suddenly Han Eugene fell into a hole in the floor. He cried out in fear, but fortunately Han Eugene below caught him. He worriedly said he had woken up. Han Eugene quickly checked on his brother's condition, asking if he was hurt. He breathed a sigh of relief. Panting in surprise, he asked why he was here and why there was a hole in the floor. Looking over suddenly, Han Eugene saw the fish tank had shattered at some point. He panicked and asked what had happened. Hyunjae sighed and replied that he had tried to put out the fire. Looking at the battlefield, Han Eugene guessed they had been fighting. He felt relieved to see the original Hyunjae had returned. He stood up and asked, "Hey Hyunjae, do you remember?" His younger brother quickly reminded him to be careful, because there were fish all around. The foolish Han Eugene then jumped up and said, "Sorry about that, fish." Han Eugene helplessly said stepping on fish would make him slip. Hyunjae just stood silently watching the two brothers. After that, Hyunjae approached and asked Han Eugene if he knew how many fingers he was holding up. He blankly answered 3 fingers. Hyunjae firmly asserted that he was wrong. Han Eugene pulled the other's hand closer to check and clearly saw 3 fingers. At this, Hyunjae understood the problem. He said if he had to pull the hand close to see, then his eyesight had a problem. Caught off guard, Han Eugene was startled. His younger brother ran over worriedly and asked what happened. Han Eugene quietly replied it was fine, but his younger brother shouted that this was a big deal. In an awkward situation, Han Eugene flashed a confident smile and then blamed Hyunjae. He said this often happens when low-level hunters have their mana drained, and he used a skill to save this guy. Han Eugene suspiciously asked again about saving him. He turned to ask Hyunjae if he remembered anything. He softly replied, "Unfortunately, no." Han Eugene was overjoyed inside. Outwardly, he pointed at Hyunjae and criticized him for being ungrateful, since he saved him but he did not remember. He said now he was his savior and needed respect. Han Eugene proudly added that he almost drowned because of him. His younger brother quickly drew his sword with a sharp gaze. Han Eugene gently told Yuyun to calm down, because no matter how difficult, he would still help. After that, Han Eugene pointed at Hyunjae and demanded he forgive Noah's debt and hand over the surveillance documents on the honey trade from the dungeon, along with the investigation into the truck crash and clothes for them to change into. Hyunjae naively agreed to everything. Suddenly, Han Eugene added that he also intended to give him this. Hyun-jae wondered what it was. Han Eugene stammered that it was the emotions and combat skills. With 5 years of experience from before the regression, he intended to pass it on to Hyun-jae. Han Eugene thought to himself he could not give it away for free. He cheerfully patted the other's shoulder and added some knitting materials to prevent memory loss, along with bright pink binding yarn. He harbored a scheme to squeeze money out of him later. Han Eugene thought Hyun-jae must be very confused since he had no memories, but he still followed his words. When they arrived at the scene, So Jang was shocked because the fish tank should not have been able to break. Hyun-jae only replied curtly that it broke. Han Eugene received the outfit and laughed, saying they used it to put out the fire. So Jang thought to himself in confusion whether he had caused all this. Who exactly was the Abyss Guild hunter Manhwa? On the way back, a person hurriedly ran over and bowed before Han Eugene, inviting him to take a business card. Han Eugene was startled, wondering if this was a recruitment offer. Looking at his younger brother who was in disguise, he wondered what he had been doing with Min Yui's face all this time. After Peace got into the car, Han Eugene softly asked if they were going home. Han Eugene replied no, they had to go see the department head. His younger brother worriedly asked in this condition. Han Eugene calmly opened his phone, saying there were many things to take care of, and he could still see normally. After that, he squinted at his phone and murmured, asking if this was the department head's number. Han Eugene cried out helplessly. Han Eugene helplessly turned around, then held his head and said they should stop by an eyeglass store. Han Eugene immediately agreed. While turning the steering wheel, Han Eugene thought to himself the reason he tried so hard without taking care of himself was probably because his face suddenly darkened. The sentence echoed in Han Eugene's mind, "You are not reliable at all." Facing Hyun-jae, he said, "I guess that is the reason he came here today. He wanted me to do something you could not do yourself." Eugene thought it was only temporary, soon he would not rely on Jupiter. Hyun-jae said the problem was not that. He spoke words that tore at Han Eugene's heart. No matter how strong he became, or how big his guild was, he would forever be the younger brother who needed protection. Han Eugene let go and asked what he meant. Hyun-jae calmly continued, he must also know the bad habits of his beloved older brother. He clearly pointed out Han Eugene's personality, the habit of protecting those around him no matter the cost. While adjusting his outfit, Hyun-jae said that for an S rank, that kind of emotion was very welcome. Gaze suddenly held a strange implication. Hyun-jae added that it also meant. Han Yu looked at his older brother Vochi and then pondered Hyun-jae's words. Even if Han Eugene had to face danger alone, he would never rely on him or share the burden. Han Eugene did not know what to do to protect this precious older brother. After getting new glasses, Han Eugene excitedly said there were now a few small accidents. It was time to serve the Com Association. His younger brother could only remain speechless. Song Ta-won saw the new look and was surprised, asking if Han Eugene was nearsighted. Han Eugene cynically laughed and gave an affirmative answer. He said it was nothing, just needed a few days of rest and he would be fine. Han Eugene poured cold water on him, saying he did not get to rest. Ta-won wondered why he was disguised like that. Hunter Han Eugene. The two brothers did not expect department head Song to recognize him immediately. After a moment, Song Ta-won said thoughtfully he understood. A dungeon explosion was staged as a truck crash. Han Eugene seriously explained the situation. He said the association was increasingly overstepping its limits, so this was an opportune time. If we get the evidence, we can remove all the corrupt individuals from the association. Han Eugene turned and said to the department head that although he knew this was not what he wanted, this matter would greatly affect everyone's trust. Han Eugene crossed his arms and said sternly, "That is why I wanted to ask you first, what will you do?" Upon hearing this, Taiwan was lost in thought for a moment. Han Eugene suddenly switched to a childish tone and asked if he would cooperate, get in the way, or ignore it. The mature Song Taiwan had not considered this scenario. The enemy held his head in deep thought. Han Eugene felt amused inside, thinking that man must be too absorbed. After a moment, Song Taiwan stood up and announced he had decided to protect him, because this matter directly affected everyone's danger. "I will cooperate with the two of you." Han Eugene happily exclaimed, "I knew it. That is great." Song Taiwan asked him how he planned to investigate the person behind this. Han Eugene opened his phone and replied confidently, "It will not be easy." He added that his people were handling it, and that he had also asked Hyun-jae for help. Suddenly the door opened, and a pair of slender legs stepped in lightly. An elegant woman greeted them cheerfully. Hyun-jae had already contacted her. She introduced herself as Min Jisoo, and said she would help investigate the truck case and the origin of the B dungeon explosion. She said she awakened after stepping on a monster corpse in a dungeon, thinking her skill could read monster information. She paused and then recounted how Hyun-jae once asked her to read the information on a person's corpse. Han Eugene asked if it was uncomfortable. Min Jisoo asserted it never was. She found Hyun-jae kind and handsome. Han Eugene helplessly replied he understood. Everyone went to the morgue. Min Jisoo explained her skill allowed her to read information through text, without needing to look at the corpse. After saying that, she channeled the energy within her body. She activated her skill and said she could see things others could not see. A series of strange characters reflected through her dark glasses. Han Eugene remarked that Park Yi-rim had a similar skill. He intended to ask her later, but Han Liu-Aileen said she was still young. Min Jisoo spoke up. I see it. The truck driver's client is named Kim Jun-bai. He is a hunter. Back at the office, a colleague recognized the name Kim Jun-bai and said the screw-true truck captain was still grinding. Colleague hastily flipped through the documents, confirming that name was on this list. He happily shouted, discovering he belonged to a guild managing nationwide delivery specializing in transporting honey. Song Taiwan cracked his knuckles and ordered them to take down everyone inside. Everyone immediately obeyed. Taiwan led the charge. Sounds of breaking and frantic screams echoed everywhere. In an instant, the situation was under control. A report came that they were all down. Song Tio-wan immediately announced he had obtained the client list and would send a photo. Song Taiwan reminded them about being too exposed. Han Eugene insisted it was fine. They needed to let them know. At the same time, a black car sped away. The man inside shouted into his phone. He angrily asked how they knew it had only been one day. Looking at the pile of documents and mana stones, he panicked and demanded all evidence be erased. He hurriedly ordered everything to be transferred, but before he could finish, claws tore through the car door. Caught completely off guard, the car immediately lost control. The man screamed in panic. Noah used his strength, lifting the entire car with one hand as if it were weightless. Noah calmly reported that he had captured that man and retrieved the contract and the magic stone. Noah quickly asked for the next location. Han Eugene licked his lips perversely, and his colleague screamed in fear. Han Eugene thought to himself that although things were noisy, they were still kept secret, and in just a moment, he had the whole group tied up. He clapped his hands in delight and asked if those association executives were the ones who caused the dungeon explosion and the car crash. That man cursed, and Han Eugene leisurely replied to worry about himself, as the news would spread everywhere. He eagerly said many people would treat them like terrorists, but even if thrown in prison, they shouldn't worry about the guild. Han Eugene cheerfully introduced the people who would replace them in running the guild. They were the old members who had maintained the guild from the start, but were driven away. He said he had brought them back now. Han Eugene enthusiastically told them they could do what hadn't been done before, and the group trembled in fear before his sharp gaze. A young man angrily pointed at the director and asked if he had fired him to pull this stunt. He lost his composure, grabbed the director by the collar, and swore they would never let them manipulate the association again. The purple-haired girl behind him sneered, saying who knew what would happen. She looked at Han Eugene and said they brought us here to replace those who were caught. She suspected they wanted to control us to make the guild work for them. Han Eugene bared his teeth in a sly grin and praised her for being smart. He asked her if she thought regaining the position was free, that the world's law was give and take. Han Eugene summoned a document binder and demanded they sign a contract bound by an S-rank oath. The contract would regulate behavior while in the association, and the young man gaped in shock. After reading it carefully, he was somewhat shaken. Contract stipulated postponing the Awakening Center's development, low-rank hunters working in teams, and item ownership rights to be negotiated beforehand. Everyone was surprised by the fairness and asked if this was a written oath. The young man paused his hostility and asked if Han Eugene would interfere with the association, and he angrily slammed the table. He complained he was already too busy and asked if they wanted him to die from overwork. From behind, someone instigated to make him lose his job, and Han Eugene quickly said, "Wait." He puffed out his cheeks to pose, demanded they keep today's matters secret, then said he was no longer involved. And Eugene thought to himself they would understand. If they didn't want an end like those bastards, they had to work hard for the future hunters. People were not allowed to embezzle, but it was unclear who had stepped in as Han Eugene gradually showed strange behavior that left everyone confused. This was a threat, was it not? Watching them diligently sign the contract, Han Eugene whispered a question. What about the association chairman? He was definitely involved. Noah nodded in reply. Ah, that matter is indeed strange. Spoke anxiously. We found the evidence but could not find him. Haman calculated many times but still did not know his location. At the same time, the association chairman lay sprawled, only breathing in ragged gasps. The man opposite him gritted his teeth and wondered, how could this be? Damn it. A female fiend spoke with amusement. Oh, I only touched him lightly and he died. I suppose there is no need for him anymore. After that, she looked around with interest and then said, what do you plan to do now? You must have forgotten. A sinister gaze accompanied the words, the more a person fails, the closer they get to death. In a desolate place full of lightning and fog, the old chairman ran without stopping. The more he ran, the less he saw an exit, so he shouted in fear, Hey Suk-won, get me out of here, let us talk this out clearly. Reply was a cold voice with a rebuke. You said we caused the dungeon explosion. He kept running but argued, you people did it. I never agreed, it is not my fault. The fog enveloped him, making it impossible to determine his direction, and he tripped. The old chairman struggled to find his glasses and put them on, his voice annoyed. This fog makes it so I cannot see a thing. He turned his head to look back and discovered his legs had been cut off and were melting, utterly terrified. What is going on? Not only his legs, but the old chairman's entire body also began to melt. He raised his hands helplessly, his voice trembling. My hands, my legs. He still could not believe it, even forcing a sly, crazed smile. I understand, this is an illusion. I knew it. I used an illusion item before. Ha, I know you people did this. Let me out of here. That old man truly was the minister of the optimism department, not realizing death was right there. His gaze empty, he begged incessantly, please let me out, I beg you. The answer was a dead silence, and he died in that desolate place. When he was completely dead, a hand appeared to collect the memories. Hai realized upon death, the memories of an unawakened one were not interesting. She mocked, at least there is a bit of information about this world. She smirked and asked Suck One, are you sure killing him like that is okay? The organization is a person's only lifeline, you know? Suck One was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. The association is already finished anyway. Even if I let him live, he would only blame me. I clicked her tongue in amusement, her face fierce as she extended her claws toward Suck One. So you have given up then? He fearfully raised his hands to cover his face, hastily shouting, not yet, I have contacts abroad. Suck One pointed at the iPad on the table. Han Lutuyan said the negotiation conditions are complete. As long as I hand him over, I get the money and S-rank hunter. The person Suck One referred to as the male lead, Han Eugene. He smiled confidently. If everything goes smoothly, MKC will grow back. I seemed to be manipulated by him. She stopped her action of wanting to kill him. The next morning, news of the association chairman's disappearance spread widely. The media could not investigate much, because as soon as the sun rose, the whole country was in chaos over other news. The dungeon explosion was intentional. The management board admitted to an illegal agreement, revealing the corruption of the Hunter Association. Everyone thought the association president had fled after being exposed. Hanzo Alien secretly wished the department head would take power, but he firmly refused. Vacant executive positions were taken by the original people. Filling the remaining spot was an urgent matter. The public held them in high regard, and the other employees welcomed their return. Red-haired man laughed and said to the purple-haired woman, I bet no one will believe this story. The victim who was kidnapped, the one the whole country pitied, did it all. The purple-haired woman went crazy, picked up a pillow and attacked him, shouting, this is a confidential contract. Do you want to ruin your life by violating the terms? The other two men asked each other, is there really no request? One replied, I thought he would ask for more privileges. Maybe he is genuinely sincere. After dealing with that guy, the purple-haired woman sneered, I don't know what he was thinking when he put us back in our old positions. Everyone gathered and talked, holding the contract. We should focus on doing our jobs well. He has already shown what happens to corrupt people. If they do wrong, they will face the same fate. The image of Han Eugene sipping tea with a smug face. You all must give it your all. He sat at home in front of the TV screen, pressing his face close, muttering, I will watch. His younger brother Han Eugene appeared, pulled him away and scolded, I told you not to watch TV so closely. What about your glasses? When will your eyesight return? The cat lay beside him taking the glasses. He stammered in reply, soon, I just need to rest. His brother sighed and instructed, rest at home, don't go out, I beg you. Han Eugene immediately agreed. Yeah, don't worry. Han Eugene casually took the glasses back from the cat. The cat angrily pounced on his head to act up, and Han Eugene said he wouldn't leave the house today. He hesitated and continued, yeah, but we will have a guest. Speaking of the devil, Riette, carrying a knapsack, called out with a beaming face, baby, are you okay? I came to visit the baby as promised. Behind her was a man with full hands. Seeing the two people, the younger brother Han Eugene was terrified. Han Eugene quickly explained, what is it? I didn't leave the house, you told me not to go out. Taiwan leaned close to Han Eugene and whispered, are you sure? Because of me, your fear-resisting glasses are still inferior. Han Eugene trembled slightly, then calmed down. It's fine, Riette is scary even if she is not S-rank. He remembered the monster from Riette he promised to raise to repay the favor. She had stopped the awakening center. Riette excitedly held an iron cage, saying, I don't need a moving monster, but little Belle is not for riding. The thing she brought was a second-tier mythical red ruby snake named Belle. Classification, possible S-rank awakening. Poison Fang from A rank already possessed. Poison resistance from B rank already possessed. Weaponized gemstone SS can be obtained after growth. Scale enhancement B can be obtained after growth. Upon knowing the information, Han Eugene was stunned, looked at the writhing snake and asked, Poison Fang, poison resistance, and weaponized gemstone. Riette said excitedly, it can turn into an SS rank weapon when it grows up. Riet held the snake, a greedy look on her face. The only SS rank weapon now is that Sunghyun guy's chain. When Belle grows up, I will try to fight with it. Han Yujin was speechless. If you want to fight, go to the dungeon, don't bully the little snake. Riet happily took out a crystal-like badge and put it in front of Han Yujin. You take care of it. Okay, this is the master's badge. Han Yujin was dazed and did not react. Riet actively pressed against his chest, speaking lasciviously. What is this? Baby is trembling. Your heartbeat is chilling. This is love, right? Finally you want to do it with me, right? Han Yujin was cornered, his face pale. No, please let me go. Even Han Yujin could not bear to watch this scene, so he rushed over to pull his brother out. Riet refused to back down and immediately challenged him. Song Ta-wan anxiously pulled her back, telling her to stop. While everyone was arguing, Belle noticed something. Belle moved closer to Chirpy, frightening it. Billet did not say a word, only opened his mouth wide to reveal his terrifying fangs. It bit straight into Chirpy's body, and its panic cries caught Han Yujin's attention. Han Yujin panicked and pulled Chirpy away, shouting that Billet was poisonous. Song Ta-wan quickly pulled Billet away and said to get the antidote. Eugene was stunned to realize that Pippa was unharmed, only its head was clamped tightly in Billet's mouth. He wondered if it was because of its overly fluffy fur. Before he could find an answer, Chirpy jumped high into the air, stunning everyone. It descended like a god, landing a powerful blow directly on Billet's head, dazing it and causing its tongue to hang out. It seemed to be an act of revenge. Watching the two beasts fight, Han Yujin helplessly yelled for Chirpy to behave. Riet was also surprised. Chirpy ferociously beat Billet to a pulp, screeching incessantly. Normally it was very cute, but today it was furious and became supersized. Billet was too scared to make a move. Belle was dazed, its tongue hanging out for a long time before it tiredly writhed its body. It was completely subdued by Chirpy, and Eugene was speechless watching that scene. Riet was delighted and praised Billet, telling it to grow up quickly. She asked if they had just been talking to each other, and then Belle became a member of the family. He thought today would end peacefully. Han Eugene kept his eyes glued to his brother. Han Eugene was tired from playing with the monsters. The whole house was in chaos. The younger brother standing behind him saw this and irritably asked when he would finally rest. Han Eugene flatly replied that he was resting, trying to suppress his anger. He stepped forward and grabbed the owl cat, angrily saying he was not resting at all. At the very least, he should lock these animals up in the center and then go to sleep. Han Eugene still stubbornly insisted he was fine and not sleepy. He still had a lot to do, especially needing to find Suk-won. Han Eugene thought this was a good time, because the association was no longer protecting him. He needed to find him and erase his memories of Hai Chiet. Hanzo Eileen still smiled, saying he was very well, felt no pain, and was fine as long as he wore his glasses. Han Eugene coldly crushed the glasses in his hand. Then Han Eugene shouted loudly that he was not fine at all. He needed to recover his strength first. Han Eugene still stubbornly insisted that doing this was enough. He excitedly showed off his solution, sharing his vision with Beale while using the warden's skill, which allowed him to see super clearly, even detecting heat sources. He declared that from tomorrow he would be able to do more, but before he could finish his sentence, blood gushed from his mouth and nose like a fountain. His strength was spent, yet he still tried to show off. Seeing his brother bleeding like a fountain, Han Eugene rushed over in panic. He worriedly asked if he was okay, and thought to himself that he must have pushed himself a bit too hard. Hanzo Eileen was quickly taken to the emergency room. After waking up, Hanzo Eileen still smiled and said it was just a little nosebleed, and the hospital also said nothing was abnormal. He continued to reassure his younger brother, saying he had been resting all day. Han Eugene said irritably that that was not resting. He always worked too hard and then said he was fine. The younger brother quickly listed evidence. While eating, he was busy preparing food for the monsters. At home, he had to play with them non-stop, not only during the day, but he also could not sleep at night. Faced with these accusations, Han Eugene broke into a sweat and stammered without being able to refute them. Han Eugene also mentioned the incident from the night before, yes, just last night. While sleeping, Han Eugene suddenly woke with a start from the sound of the door opening. It turned out to be Han Eugene. His face panicked as if he had just seen something terrifying. He did not explain, hugged his pillow, and ran straight to Yuyun's bed, saying he would sleep there. Yuyun was about to refuse. But faced with Han Eugene's frightening demeanor, he reluctantly agreed. He could still hear his brother's voice in his ears telling him to breathe evenly. Han Eugene was terrified and stayed awake all night, while Han Eugene slept soundly beside him, mumbling. He heard the words, feeling like his heart was beating too fast. Han Eugene irritably questioned him, saying that he kept doing that until morning. Wasn't that a problem? Hanzo Eileen gave an awkward laugh, saying he could not sleep because he could not see clearly. Han Eugene did not believe him, saying closing your eyes to sleep was not a problem. In his heart, Han Eugene found it hard to explain, because his fear resistance had decreased, and he kept dreaming of his brother dying. And Eugene grumpily recounted a few more recent strange incidents. He asked if he knew how strange he had been since the dungeon collapsed. Even before that, even though he could not see clearly, he still made everyone increase their workload. Even when hit by a truck, he did not take care of himself. Han Eugene got angrier as he spoke. He shouted that he did not even need to go to that dungeon in the first place. Han Eugene worriedly replied that if he hadn't, the residents' homes would have been destroyed. Han Eugene said irritably that was not his responsibility. As a famous hero, he should have evacuated, not charged in. Why did he still insist on getting involved? What if something had happened? Han Eugene lowered his head sadly. He was flustered, not knowing how to explain. Han Eugene continued, asking if it was because he could not rely on this younger brother. Li Wuhan shouted in disappointment, so that's why he did everything himself without telling me. These words shocked Han Eugene. Han Eugene was very worried, saying you are very strong, hard to hurt. But me. Han Eugene understood the meaning, rubbed his head, and smiled reassuringly, saying that you were a reliable person. He just did not want him to get involved in trouble, but in the end he just made him worry. Han Eugene patted his brother on the shoulder, winked as if to say it was okay, and then promised it would not happen again. He pledged that from now on he would try to handle everything well, and he did not need to worry. With just a few casual words like always, Han Eugene thought he had calmed down his hot-tempered younger brother. But life was not a dream. The younger brother did not say much and directly locked him in an iron cage. Ignoring Han Eugene's crying and yelling, he coldly said that if this continued, he would have to imprison him. Han Eugene helplessly begged to be let down. Han Eugene still firmly refused. Suddenly, the hospital room door opened and a familiar voice rang out in a teasing tone. It asked if this was a hospital for hunters or a veterinary hospital. The person who arrived was Hyunjae, but he was only met with the cold gaze of Han Eugene. Hyunjae had a bright, sunny smile, intending to offer a brilliant red rose to congratulate the association. But before he could hand it over, the younger brother directly burned it to ashes. Han Eugene coldly said that fresh flowers were harmful to health. Han Eugene, sitting in the iron cage, asked how he knew to come. Hyunjae said he received a call. Han Eugene wondered who it was from. He quickly took out a dazzling item and said, or rather, I brought this as a gift along with that bouquet. In the box was a watch worth tens of billions. Hyunjae said this was a hunter watch that could be stored in the inventory. Han Eugene was quite surprised because the hunter watch had every part made from dungeon items, so it could be used as storage. He thought silently in dungeons both watches and phones break easily during combat, so it would be really convenient to store it in the inventory anytime anywhere. And he heard owning one like that was as hard as plucking stars from the sky. And Eugene found it precious, so he said, no, what gift, I don't need it, then muttered, I already ordered it too. And Eugene quickly returned it to Hyunjae saying, no need, the thought counts. He thought to himself, my little brother is giving this too. Did you order it for me? And Eugene happily recalled when they were young, his brother once bought delicious food with his own savings for him. Today that kid has really grown up. He blissfully drowned in delusions, thinking his brother was the best, but suddenly felt his body floating in the air. It turned out Han Eugene doubted his older brother's health, pulled him up like a puppy, then asked Hyunjae to check his status. Hyunjae took it, sighed that he didn't look too good, lost weight again. Han Eugene said irritably, I don't think he will listen, he won't rest, and spends all day taking care of monsters. And Eugene felt helpless after hearing that. What do these two people take me for? Han Eugene continued to lock his older brother in an iron cage, his eyes firm as he said, staying home wouldn't be any better, asked him to keep an eye on him for a while, then shout his own name. The older brother went crazy and demanded, what do you mean keep an eye on me? I am not a pet. And Eugene turned his face away coldly. Just for a bit, this is the only way for you to rest. Ignoring his older brother's hoarse screams from inside the iron cage, Han Eugene did not soften his heart. He turned to Hyunjae, saying he would write a personal protection contract. If he endangered that person again like last time, he would have to bleed with me. Hyunjae smiled bitterly, replying not to worry. He had never broken his credibility in a deal. Meanwhile, Han Eugene kept shouting inside the iron cage, threatening that human rights laws still existed in this world. Han Eugene pleaded with his younger brother, saying it couldn't be. The younger brother sat down decisively, using all his heart to convince his older brother that he also did not want things to come to this point. But no matter what I say, you will do everything yourself, so I won't listen to you anymore. I will do things my own way. After saying that, Han Eugene walked to the door, twisting it firmly to leave. He told his brother to rest well. In the meantime, he would handle the work as Minhui and then return. Han Eugene called after him in confusion, asking what he planned to do, but his brother had already disappeared. Hyunjae turned back with a sneer, saying the rose had been burned, the watch had been thrown away. At least I will take care of you wholeheartedly. Han Eugene was furious, his face dark as he yelled at him to get lost. He asked if his brother knew what kind of person he had just entrusted him to. Back at the guild building, Sim Young also had to ask in surprise. But what did you say? Entrusting Han Eugene to Hyunjae. And Eugene coldly explained if he left him at the breeding facility or the beach, he would try to take care of the monsters by any means. Sim Young found it reasonable, then nodded, saying if he wanted to entrust him to an outsider, there really was no other choice. But it was hard to trust other crimes due to the sponsor's influence. Sim Young was the only place the guild could completely control, and Eugene tiredly typed on his computer. He asked Captain Sim Young how things were going on Suck One side lately. That man was startled, then replied that the result was as expected. When I spread the rumor as you ordered, he seemed eager to take the bait. Now we can immediately find Swan's location. Sim Young asked again worriedly, but was it really okay at this time? Although you had entrusted Han Eugene to Hyun Jae, Han Eugene slowly stood up. He gently closed the computer he was using. He smirked, replying that every action would be more convenient for you. At least he would not need to take care of Hyun Jae. This time Han Eugene was very determined. He labored over his thoughts. Others also were not acceptable, not Park Yerim, not Noah, and his brother's temperament. His gaze was extremely cold, then he opened his phone to look. Han Eugene stepped forward, opening the door of a room, a place where the monsters were leisurely resting. He coldly reached out and grabbed them all, startling them into fearful cries. Han Eugene stared intently at them. He murmured, I will try to take care of and protect them. Not just humans but also the beasts for a single purpose, not knowing how he would take care of them. But they were extremely afraid of his presence. The monsters were silent, their eyes looking towards him, all trembling in fear. And Eugene's gaze showed a sharp aura surrounding him, as if he wanted to destroy them for exhausting his brother. He continued in a low voice that he would eliminate them as quickly as possible, his eyes slightly tinged with gloomy sadness, thinking but if that happened, he would be very sad. He thought of the Tamer title, a common title for Tamers to awaken from C rank and above. Han Eugene wondered why there were so many things he wanted to take care of, even though they were not ordinary things. Could it be because I raised you so I am not human? The more Han Eugene thought, the more he suspected, maybe I'm just wearing a human shell with abnormal traits, like the existence of an extraterrestrial being, and I raised you from long before the awakening. Han Eugene doubted his own life. He bound himself in vague thoughts, wondering if he was not human. From the very beginning, he was born not adapting to anything. Even his parents treated him like a monster, only his older brother was the one who loved him. Han Eugene recalled the day he awakened 3 years ago. At that time, dungeons erupted everywhere, monsters flew freely in the sky, everything around smelled of death. Han Eugene was among the crowd on the street, running for his life with all his might. The innocent civilians crying for help caught his attention. He turned back to look, wondering what those monsters were, then heard the cries for help. When he turned back, he carelessly dropped his phone behind him, crying out, "My phone." When Han Eugene bent down to pick it up, suddenly a monster swooped down right in front of him. It charged straight at Han Eugene, causing him immense panic. Just as death was near, Han Eugene's body suddenly lunged forward to attack the monsters. And more surprisingly, he was able to defeat it, leaving everyone around extremely bewildered. They took turns asking each other if that was a student. How could he be so strong? And Eugene was also terrified by his own power. His mind at that moment was filled not with fear, but with excitement. It was a very special feeling, the feeling of absolute freedom. As if he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, and Eugene's hand squeezed hard into the monster's chest, from which a powerful red flame emerged. In an instant, the flame erupted violently, burning nearly the entire massive body of the monster. Its mouth gaped open as it roared in pain. Then it fell silent, its soul leaving its body. The civilians did not thank him for saving their lives. On the contrary, they screamed in fear and ran away, asking what just exploded. Run, more are coming. The flock of bird monsters suddenly gathered densely around Han Eugene, because he had just killed one of their comrades. He now felt no fear. His handful of flames charged forward, his gaze becoming vacant. On his way charging forward, Han Eugene casually kicked another flame at them, making it explode. His flames spread everywhere, engulfing even the tall buildings. People wondered where this fire came from, shouting for each other to retreat or they would die from the flames. And Eugene fell into a state of losing control, the flames blazing fiercely according to his mood. He frantically said he wanted to burn everything down, not returning anything. In the end, everything will return to its original form. Everything will disappear as if it never existed. At this moment, the innocent civilians were threatened not only by the monsters, but also by Han Eugene's arrogance. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks, his eyes still vacant and lifeless. He asked himself why he had become like this. He struggled internally, suppressing the cruelty in his mind. The people below were astonished, whispering among themselves, not understanding what was wrong with him. Eugene held the man tight in the middle of the arena. His only wish was to go home, but the flame still blazed fiercely. He just wanted to go home to his brother, wanted to have dinner with him. Han Eugene's gaze fixed on the shattered phone on the ground. The screen lit up with a previous message. He had said he would be home early today, and his brother was excited to arrange dinner together. Those loving messages urged him to stop. He had to return home immediately. This helped Han Eugene calm down, and the flames gradually shifted from red to a quieter black. He stared intently at his own fiercely burning hands and began to speculate. He understood this was an eruption after a long period of suppressed emotions. The system immediately showed a notification that he had achieved the Blackfire skill at level 5. The awakened being named Han Eugene officially revealed himself. Returning to reality, Han Eugene realized that if he acted on instinct, everything would be burned down. Everything in sight would catch fire and people would shun him. Only his brother was willing to spread his arms to protect him. Han Eugene put his glasses back on, his eyes full of determination. He had to take good care of his brother now that he had enough power, not letting him face danger or work too hard. Returning to the guild building, everyone asked about the hunter Manhwa. Whoever saw him also gossiped, saying that guy always hid his true strength and could go head-to-head with an S-rank hunter. Everyone affirmed that the guildmaster's escort must surely have extraordinary strength, then warmly greeted Han Eugene. Han Eugene's sharp gaze made the person opposite him break out in a cold sweat. The surrounding chatter continued, truly a strong person to be able to follow the guildmaster. If he was truly strong, he should get a high salary. If not, he could switch to another guild. Hearing this, Han Eugene sighed, realizing the rumors had spread too far. He realized he received many invitations after his excessive actions the other day, but everything was fine because now everyone knew Manhwa's real strength, thus his brother was safer. He continued to ponder. His combat skills far surpassed his support skills, so now he could freely reveal his strength under this identity. And Eugene also thought that if his guardian left, then that bastard Sukwon would definitely seize the chance to cling on. He checked his phone, seeing the plan was ready, feeling smug, because the enemy still thought he was in the dungeon. Everything was meticulously prepared, the trap would soon be set. He just had to wait for the prey to walk into it himself and it would be done. That way his brother would be safer after all this. Meanwhile, the main character Han Eugene was leisurely resting at Heinjae's house. The two were in a poetic setting with green trees and brilliant sunlight. Heinjae asked if the food was delicious. And Eugene, on the other hand, looked bored, saying it would be much more comfortable if he could rest at home. Hyunjae helplessly replied he needed to stay here until he recovered before he could go home. Han Eugene, while eating ravenously, mumbled in agreement. Hearing this, Hyunjae smiled and teased, "The way you eat like this makes me happy. Why aren't you this obedient instead of always resisting?" Han Eugene was annoyed and didn't reply, but inside he thought just looking at that man's face was irritating enough. There was no room for sincerity. He thought to himself that he must have owed that man in a past life to be stuck with him like this in this one. Here, Han Eugene was taken care of from A to Z, from hair to clothes, having his hair cut by a special hunter, visiting the Shaisung Guild with the guild master. He was also taken to the most luxurious places, including a top-tier fitness training center. There was also a professional medical team to take care of post-injury recovery. Thanks to that man, he received thorough care, but that also meant he couldn't escape anywhere because Hyunjae was completely focused on him, not giving any chance. Hyunjae excitedly took out his phone to take pictures and told him to sit still. Han Eugene curiously asked how the guildmaster could be so free. Didn't he need to go over there to support them? Hyunjae replied he only did important work. The guild could handle the dungeon. Eugene chewed a piece of meat and said while chewing, "I don't understand why my brother entrusted me to you like this. My brother trusts you way too much. As for me, I have no trust in you at all." Hyunjae calmly held his teacup and slowly replied, "To earn your brother's trust, I had to build a reputation from long ago. From the first day I established the guild until now, I have helped and built trust with everyone." Han Eugene asked in confusion if he was really like that. Han Eugene grew even angrier, slammed the table, and yelled that he only saw himself under house arrest. He didn't see any safety. Hyunjae still calmly said he was exaggerating a bit. Hyunjae said, "Whatever your brother trusts me to do, I will accomplish. You just need to recover here. I will handle everything, along with the things received from Hyun." Han Eugene still pressed, asking if there was anything he hadn't received yet. And Eugene continued angrily, "I'll pay her something. If you have anything, just tell me straight. Don't beat around the bush. Keeping me like this unintentionally puts pressure on my brother." Hyunjae still gently said, "Your brother has been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time. Rest assured about everything. You don't need to shoulder all the responsibility yourself. You are just an F-rank hunter. Let your brother work freely." Han Eugene heard this and fell silent. Realizing he couldn't sway Hyunjae, Han Eugene sadly recounted back when he first awakened, his strength was already impressive. He left home from the 10th grade, carrying the desire to build a strong guild to protect his weak older brother. He always tried to work and hid his tiredness whenever he overexerted himself. Eugene clenched his fist, slammed the table expressing his uselessness. "I am the older brother, but I can't help him with anything." Making him worry about everything. 3 years passed, then another long 5 years. And Eugene hung his head, helplessness etched on his face. Now that he has power, his only wish is to share the burden with him. Han Eugene's sincere and pitiful words moved Hyunjae. He took out 2 books from his purse. Hyunjae gave the books to Han Eugene, telling him to read these. Han Eugene was a bit surprised. He took them and asked what kind of list this was. He thought Hyunjae had understood, but but unexpectedly he gave out books on life philosophy and how to take care of children. Hyun-jae laughed smugly, telling him to read a few to relax his mind. Han Eugene jumped up in annoyance and shouted, "Huh, this kind of book?" But actually his words had touched Hyun-jae's heart. The guildmaster thought to himself, the two brothers are truly alike, each trying to be independent and wanting to protect the other. Helpless because he couldn't sway Hyun-jae, Han Eugene irritably flipped through the books to pass the time. Hyun-jae reminded him that if he wanted to lessen the burden on his brother, he first had to recover, so relax. If you're tired, just sleep, rest assured I won't do anything to you. Everything here was too leisurely for him, but then that evening, Han Eugene was both surprised and frightened when he saw something extremely dangerous beneath his feet. Turned out an uninvited guest had appeared in his room. It was the wicked Heichi, the inheritor of Dioma. At that moment, Chirpy and Belle had arrived. They eagerly looked toward Han Eugene, and Chirpy let out a delighted chip. Han Eugene thought that Yuhyun must have read his message. He happily opened the monster food box and said he missed the kids so much. Quickly eat the mana stones. Chirpy, you are the boss, so you came on your own, right? And Eugene poured a full jar of mana stones into Chirpy's mouth, then gently spoke with a scheming look in his eyes. Eat plenty and then teleport me away. That way Hyun-jae in the other room won't know. Chirpy was so full it lay sprawled out with a belly as taut as a drum. Han Eugene shouted in panic, "You finish eating and just fall asleep like that?" Thinking he was saved, but Han Eugene could only sigh helplessly. There was no other way. He had to stay up all night, and there was no phone or TV in the room. He worriedly thought, every time he slept he dreamed the same dream. The reason he lived normally was thanks to his low-grade fear resistance ability. Once that ability disappeared, he could no longer sleep well. His mind was now in chaos. Han Eugene silently wept. That ability should have been slowly recovering by now. Han Eugene, you just need to come back a few days late. It is embarrassing to say, but I cannot sleep without you. Suddenly, Chirpy rubbed its head against Han Eugene's hand and let out a few annoyed chip-chip sounds. He understood the meaning and asked, "Is it too bright?" Then cheerfully said he would switch to ambient light. "Where is the remote?" Suddenly someone handed him the remote. "Here." He subconsciously said, "Ah, thank you." Turning to look at the person who had just handed him the remote, Han Eugene was so startled he dropped the item. Before him now was Han Eugene Fake. He raised his tone and asked, surprised? Seeing the blood drain from Han Eugene's face, Han Eugene Fake placed a hand on his shoulder. "I tried to come earlier, but there were always people around you." Han Eugene could not believe his eyes. "A dream? No, this is..." Han Eugene Fake immediately reassured him. "It is fine, I will not harm you. I cannot interfere without going through the person who signed the contract." The aura around was eerie. Han Eugene realized this was an illusion created by Heichi, and Eugene's body trembled. He stuttered, asking why he wore his younger brother's appearance. Han Eugene Fake replied with a mocking demeanor, "Because this is the most convenient appearance. It is the face of the person the enemy cherishes." Having said that, he closed in with a sinister expression. Han Eugene Fake lifted his chin and continued, "I thought you would agree to the proposal in this form." The illusion transformed into a hideous shape, a Heichi body, a neck long like a deer, bearing Han Eugene's face. It hugged his face and said to sign the contract. "If you surrender your body to me, I will save the people you love from the world about to be destroyed." Han Eugene thought in astonishment, "You are very good at copying others' appearances." Han Eugene Fake added, "I have examined many and you pique my interest." Looking at this face, Han Eugene suddenly remembered the only time his younger brother smiled at him at that age. He let out a cry and forcefully pushed the fake little brother away. Han Eugene took a defensive stance and shouted, "Nonsense, do you think I would fall for this trap? I am only F rank. That kind of contract is only made with S rank." And Eugene Fake gently shook his head with a sinister tone. "That is correct, but you are a bit special. A nanny who loved and raised an S rank." Hearing that, Han Eugene was stunned. He answered bluntly, "So what? The title of nanny is common too." Han Eugene Fake hovered in the air. Curling his lips slightly, he continued, "That is true, but a nanny who raises an S-rank child from birth is extremely rare." Heichi lowered his head and added, "Most of the time when I find them, they are already dead, and they do not exist in other universes. The first source is Supreme Peak, meaning the highest mountain. The second source is Endless Wings, meaning infinite wings. The third source is Spring Deep. It means a prolonged spring." Pausing for a beat, Han Eugene Fake continued, "The fourth source is Gem All Colors, meaning colorful stones. And the fifth source is Summer Snow Tree, the only place where nannies who raise S ranks from birth appear, a tree covered in snow. If the title is related to the characteristics of the sources, I might find something by digging into you." Han Eugene warily stepped back a few paces and probed, "You want to learn about the origin? I thought your goal was to destroy this world." Heichi affirmed, "Destruction is not my purpose." Han Eugene Fake stated frankly, "I am merely curious to learn everything about the origin. I helped them because I wanted to see what would happen if the world was devoured." Heichi closed in with a sinister expression, "And you are what I want. Since you are only F rank, I cannot take you out of the world safely, but I will cherish and take care of you as best I can." Having said that, Han Eugene Fake raised raised a hand to adjust his skill. Fortunately, most of the people you care about are S-rank. Even if they are not, I can still save a few with this power. A second later, he brought the contract before Han Eugene, whispering in continuation. After all, there is no way to stop this world from declining. Why cling to a faint hope only to fall into despair? Facing the eerie aura, Han Eugene wavered for a moment. Han Eugene seized the chance to get straight to the point. Therefore, at this moment, Han Eugene raised his hand to accept the contract. Suddenly, Chirpy charged straight forward from behind. It knocked the document out of Heichi's hand, chirping loudly. It flew into a rage and kicked the contract straight on. This action helped Han Eugene sober up. He called out to Chirpy in surprise. The little monster kept kicking the document like a soccer player. Han Eugene worriedly told it to stop, or it would hurt itself. Chirpy's crazy action even startled Han Eugene fake. He asked what was wrong with this bird. Where did it come from? Hearing that, Han Eugene wondered silently. What is he saying? Chirpy was in my hands the whole time just now. Suddenly, Han Eugene fake spoke up on his own. Give it to me. I think I have seen it somewhere before. Han Eugene immediately shouted, "Do not touch Chirpy." At this moment, the door suddenly swung wide open. A familiar voice rang out, "Stay away from Chirpy." The two were still trying to involve the little monster. Instantly, a golden chain shot straight into Heichi's body, startling Han Eugene as well. The chain pierced through Han Eugene fake's body, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Han Eugene called out worriedly, "Yu-yun." But the golden chain had already firmly grabbed him and pulled him away. Restrained by 4 chains, Han Eugene fake stammered. "Who are you?" Hyun-jae answered bluntly, "The homeowner." He grabbed Han Eugene with one hand and issued a warning. "You should not take an interest in things that already have an owner." Han Eugene beside him shouted loudly, "Ugh, put me down!" At the same time, the golden chain forced Heikiat to return to his true body. "Ah," muttered, "this chain and the light of the crescent moon." After that, Heikiat suddenly burst into an extremely ferocious smile. Curled his lips with glee. Understood, so the crescent moon has chosen this body. At that moment, Heikiat's body turned fluid-like, automatically moving away from the chain. The next second, Heikiat charged madly toward Hyun-jae at a terrifying speed. He did not hesitate and launched a counterattack. The violent collision caused a terrifying wave of energy to engulf the entire room. Their attacks created a powerful explosion, causing the building to tremble violently. As the dust cleared, Heikiat's true body spoke. "How embarrassing, I still wish to talk." I shouted a reminder, "Next time we meet, think carefully. I will not let it slide so easily." Holding Han Eugene in his hand like a toy, Hyun-jae asked softly, "Are you planning to sign a contract with that thing?" Han Eugene said in a low voice, "What do you think of it?" He glared at Hyun-jae and then emphasized each word. "I asked you what you think it looks like?" Hyun-jae calmly said, "It seems in Han Eugene's eyes, it looks like him." Han Yu-alien said sulkily, "If you see it differently, then forget it, put me down now." Despite Han Eugene struggling, Hyun-jae did not let go. He asked patiently, "Are you going to sign a contract with it?" Hyun-jae warned sternly, "That contract cannot be broken like diomas. Are you going to sacrifice yourself again like you always do?" Han Eugene irritably thought it was only a matter of time. "I think I can renegotiate." Hearing that, Hyun-jae immediately let go. As soon as he hit the ground, Han Eugene snapped, "Please let me go. What's the big deal? She said she can't harm us." He retreated into a corner. Hyun-jae wondered silently from behind, "No big deal?" Han Eugene held Chirpy in his arms, but his body trembled involuntarily. Thinking about the moment the chain pierced through Han Eugene's body, Han Eugene remembered his past life, his younger brother who died from a similar attack, a haunting memory that had plagued him for so long. Han Eugene thought painfully, "Damn it, I know it's fake, but it's still exactly like that time." Han Eugene told himself, "I can't be deceived, I need to calmly assess the situation. At the second round, the tide will act again. What I need to do now is..." With that thought, he staggered to his feet. "I have to go find Suck One." Han Eugene recounted. "It said it cannot exercise its power without going through the contractor. So the top priority is to find him as quickly as possible and end the contract." Just as the sun rose, before he could finish his sentence, Hyun-jae stopped him. "No," Han Eugene asked back in surprise. "What?" Hyun-jae smiled and affirmed, "You are not going anywhere." Seeing this controlling attitude, Han Eugene couldn't help but feel annoyed. What the hell is he talking about? Han Eugene was extremely irritated. Brother Hyun-jae refused to let him go, even until sunrise. In the following days, he just tagged along with Hyun-jae, insisting on going to find Suk Won. Ignoring Han Eugene's constant mentions of Suk Won, Hyun-jae calmly brushed his teeth and ate dinner. So a long day passed with Han Eugene's muttered complaints, "Suck Won, suck." One day, Han Eugene couldn't take it anymore, slammed the table and yelled, "Damn it, it's been 2 days, why won't you let me go?" Faced with his attitude, Hyun-jae remained completely unconcerned. "The contract I signed with the young master states that I am not allowed to release you." Han Eugene shouted in frustration, "You saw Heikiat, we should do something." Even so, Hyun-jae replied calmly, "We also hear that she can't do much without her contractor. If things are really dangerous, that's even more reason to keep you locked up here." Unable to argue with Hyun-jae, Han Eugene roared in frustration, "Ugh." At that moment, Hyun-jae said softly, "But it seems you've gotten much better during your time here, even if you look a bit sleep-deprived." Han Eugene irritably fed Bell, some mana stones and replied, "That's because you destroyed my bedroom." Despite his outward expression, he thought to himself, "I guess I look better because my fear resistance has been restored. My eyesight has almost fully recovered too, though this is much better than going out and forcing myself." Han Eugene went crazy, snatched the phone from the table and said angrily, "It's about time you let me out. I feel like I've been locked up here for a week. Give me your phone. I'll talk to Han Eugene." However, no matter how many times he called, it was still the subscriber's number. "The person you are trying to reach is..." Han Eugene nervously bit his nails and wondered, what is he doing with his phone off? Hyun-jae behind him asked with interest, "Why don't you trust your own brother? You don't need to worry about Suk-won." Hearing this, Han Eugene immediately looked surprised. He asked back curiously, "Is he tracking Suk-won?" Hyun-jae said firmly, "I was told not to talk about work-related matters." Seeing the other being evasive, Han Eugene got even more irritated. "Yeah, you really are something." Eugene pointed directly at Hyun-jae and questioned loudly, "Why don't you go catch that person? Why do you stay at home all the time? Go to your work, guild master." Hyun-jae cheerfully explained, "I'm not just lazing around at home, I'm taking care of my item. Furthermore, the public thinks I am in a dungeon." At that moment, the phone on the table suddenly rang. Hyun-jae picked it up and muttered, "Oh, the dungeon raid is over already?" Meanwhile, Han Eugene on the side perked up with hope. "Here's my chance." Hyun-jae said softly, "It seems I have to go out and let everyone know I'm still alive. Can you sit here like a good boy?" Han Eugene replied inwardly gleefully, "Ha ha ha, where could an F rank like me possibly run off to? Go to your work." That's what he said on the surface, but someone like Han Eugene would never sit still obediently. And so, Hyun-jae designated an NA rank combat hunter as a replacement, a young man with brown skin and a few scars on his face. He introduced himself sternly, "I've been entrusted with protecting you today, pleased to meet you." Facing him were Han Eugene and Chirpy, who'd already started juggling for the cap person, playing the trumpet and drumming. Bell below responded with a cheap dance. Han Eugene panted and said, "Welcome, sorry, it's practice time now." He extended a sweaty hand for a handshake. "Oh my god, playing with these kids is so tiring." Having said that, Han Eugene quickly slipped away. "I'm gonna take a shower now. You're not planning to watch me in there, are you?" The A-rank hunter immediately instructed, "No, but please keep the door locked." Han Eugene looked at Chirpy and signaled, "I'm leaving this solo drumming performance to you now, Chirpy." The little monster immediately obeyed, now entrusted with a proper spy mission. It chirped happily, "Chip." And so the A-rank hunter was forced to sit and watch Chirpy's performance. Suddenly the doorbell rang, and a voice from the kitchen called out loudly, "Food delivery." The kitchen assistant laboriously pushed a cart of delicious food and asked, "Where is Hunter Han Eugene? He ordered some snacks, right?" The O-rank hunter replied softly, "He's in the shower now. That F-rank guy ordered snacks." The A-rank youth couldn't stomach seeing an F-rank being so valued and pampered. He silently cried. "The guild master is trying his best to take care of him, huh? Is his monster taming skill really that strong? Damn, I could raise a pet or something in the guild master's house too." The kitchen assistant laughed at that. "If you do that, you'll get barbecued. Here, I brought this too, take it." Seeing the delicious food, the A-rank hunter's eyes lit up. "Wow, thanks." Done with his work, the kitchen assistant said, "I have to go now, enjoy." Suddenly, he felt as if he was being watched. Why is the cart so heavy today? Little did he know, Han Eugene had already changed clothes and used an invisibility technique to escape with the food cart. He thought to himself, luckily the invisibility skill works on hunters below A rank. I have to assume brother Hyun-jae won't follow me. After all, he can't come back this early. He's probably just arriving at the scene now. Outside, the city square was airing the news that the Jupiter Guild's S-rank dungeon raid had been completed today. The guild master of Jupiter and the hunter Evelyn had just completed the conquest, yet their demeanor was eerily calm. Evelyn spoke softly, saying that pretending to have cleared a dungeon together was even more unpleasant than she had imagined. Hyun-jae beside her immediately replied that he respected her consideration. In front of the camera, Evelyn whispered asking if he was happy pushing her to take his place. Hyun-jae responded that thanks to her he saw many interesting things, and revealed that Han Eugene was at his house. Hearing that, Evelyn showed interest. "Oh, how so? I would like to meet him too." Hyun-jae said in a low voice he would be happy to introduce them, but he was not sure if Eugene would still be home when he returned because he knew that guy liked to run away. Evelyn wondered, why not lock him up? He is an S-rank hunter after all? Hyun-jae replied he had assigned a combat-type O-rank hunter to watch him, but somehow before he could finish, that A-rank hunter hurriedly reported, "Guildmaster, the hunter Han Eugene, he has escaped." Hyun-jae remained composed, while Evelyn beside him looked displeased. At the same time, Gilder Chirpy was still fiercely fighting a steep battle with Enzone, with Man Solo holding on for many consecutive hours. The A-rank hunter reported he used the sound of monsters beating drums and flowing water to cover it. He probably escaped when the food was brought in. Outside the parking lot, Han Eugene was extremely proud of his recent achievement. Thinking he learned this trick from a professional cornerer, he happily pressed the key fob and said if you want to corner someone, make them unconscious or cover their eyes. Otherwise, they will know you and the location of the car keys. Having said that, Han Eugene adjusted the rearview mirror and said excitedly, "Belle, let let us go. He boldly stepped on the accelerator, thinking he would not get his license for a few more years, so it was fine for now. Black car sped over the speed bump. Ignoring his pursuer, Han Eugene said gleefully, "Thanks for the ride." The O-rank hunter exclaimed, reporting that he even took your car, sir. Evelyn chuckled. Hyun-jae was speechless and guessed he must have an invisibility item or skill higher than our rank. He always knew how to surprise him. At this moment, Han Eugene's car was still speeding down the road. He recalled Hyun-jae's words and speculated, did he mean she would go find Suk-won while pretending to be Minu Ui? And Eugene thought, even if she did find Suk-won, breaking the pact with Ngu Heo without his skills was still too dangerous. If things went bad, it would repeat what happened to Kyung-soo. He worriedly wondered what she planned to do without him. At the same time, a strange wave of energy suddenly appeared in a certain district. The scene was chaotic, and Eugene stepped forward and thought to himself, so he had been hiding here. It seemed there were not many guild members here. He saw a figure lying limply in the corner and muttered, that is. He moved closer to get a better look, only to find it was a statue. No, it was a human who had been melted. Suddenly a voice rang out. Excellent, you came here yourself. The man behind him loudly asked if his name was Min Ui. Han Eugene recognized him as the guildmaster of Suk-won-sil. Han Eugene, disguised as Min Ui, greeted him softly, considering it an honor. Suk-won replied with interest. Normally one has to go through many steps to meme, but that was not necessary. Suk-won smirked cunningly, his eyes blazing with killing intent. It is not that I called you here to actually recruit you. Han Eugene pretended to be puzzled, asking what he meant. Did he not contact him to recruit him? Suk-won burst out laughing. Haha, why would I do that? He said loudly that he knew he was hiding his identity. Han Eugene was momentarily startled upon hearing that. Do not face a freak like that. He calmly asked, who are you? Suk-won arrogantly replied, I am an S-rank hunter and a major guild master. I can only say that much. He stepped forward, placed his hand on Han Eugene's shoulder, and said, you came all the way here without realizing I already knew. Suk-won's eyes suddenly flared with killing intent. You have dug your own grave. Looking at the hand on his shoulder, Han Eugene's heart was filled with worry. Han Eugene timidly asked, Guildmaster Suk-won, how did you know about that? Suk-won sneered, too easy, you fool. He gripped Han Eugene's shoulder tightly and said loudly, it was not hard to figure out your rumor of being S-rank was fake, thinking his identity was exposed, but it was only that. Han Eugene breathed a sigh of relief. Suk-won arrogantly said if the rumor were true, the Abyss Guild would have announced it to increase their reputation, not leave you adrift. He sat down on a chair, guessing he was B rank or A rank. His plan was to spread the rumor he was S rank to avoid being ambushed. Seeing his opponent was only good at talking, Han Eugene pretended to praise him. That is a really good deduction, truly the guild master. So why did you call me here today? Suk-won poured wine as he spoke. I need your cooperation. He got straight to the point. Help me catch Han Eugene. If you agree, I will pay you handsomely. Han Eugene asked back, Han Eugene. Suk-won replied, that is right, you probably came here to destroy the Abyss Guild. Han Eugene probed, what is your goal? MKC does not have a demon leader. Are you planning to hand him over to another group for money? Suk-won froze. Why do you need to know the reason? Han Eugene calmly replied, I need to check first. MKC is about to collapse. I have to make sure I get paid. You must be pretty desperate to tell this story. Seeing himself outmaneuvered, Suk-won angrily smashed his wine glass. He grabbed Han Eugene by the collar and threatened through gritted teeth, I am being nice here. What the hell is wrong with you? You do not have the right to refuse. Just name your price. Suddenly, Suk-won's body underwent a slight change. He screamed in pain a few times. A hand wreathed in blue energy gripped Suk-won's neck tightly, shocking him. Poison? Eugene forcefully overpowered his opponent. Suk-won was unwilling to give in. He growled, since when? Han Eugene arrogantly said, I thought it would take a long time, did not expect you to be so careless. Suk-won cried out in frustration, you... Tip of Han Eugene's sword pointed straight at his face. Suk-won roared in rage. Han Eugene. He called out loudly to his men, but no one answered. Suk-won did not expect all of them had been taken down by Han Eugene. Outside, only corpses and pools of blood remained. Han Eugene stated clearly, you are the last MKC member still alive. Hearing that, Suk-won went berserk and charged forward, screaming, you bastard, die. But Han Eugene merely swung his sword once and completely controlled the situation. Blood splattered from the side, he roared in pain. Seizing that opportunity, Han Eugene landed another blow, sending the opponent crashing headfirst into the wall. Suk-won trembled as he sat on the ground, hissing a few sounds from his mouth. Huff. At this moment, Han Eugene pressed the sword close to Suk-won's face. He leaned in, lowering his voice threateningly. I will find the one who harmed him. First break the contract with filial piety, then I will spare your life. Han Eugene continued, if the contract remains, I won't kill you right away. But Suk-won still did not know his place, cursing boldly, damn it, you think I believe you. Not letting him finish, Han Eugene glared sharply. You dare speak to me with a contemptuous look. He lowered his voice and said that was his intention, not mine. I promised not to commit crimes while using the identity Minhui. Suk-won sneered, haha, still that brother of yours, that madman. He shouted at Han Eugene's face, "You always act like a lone wolf. Even when your parents were killed before your eyes, you showed no emotion. Now you cling to your brother's ass. Damn it, if it weren't for that damn brother of yours." Seeing the opponent like a dog that didn't know good from bad, Han Eugene pointed his sword at Seok-won, startling him. He lowered his voice and asked, "So what about the contract? You want to die? The armored vehicle has already transformed now. Humpy. If I break the contract, I will die too." Then he flashed a sinister smile. Seok-won lifted his head, his expression filled with killing intent. "No matter what I do, I will die." He thought to himself, "Then let's make a new contract." At the same time, a hand gently caressed Seok-won's face and whispered, "I give you a choice. Even if you fail, it will be for my amusement. In the event that you die while still forming a contract with me, your body will belong to me. But if you break the contract and choose death, I will grant you a special privilege. I enjoy watching humanity burn." Thinking that, Seok-won gripped Han Eugene's sword tightly, letting blood flow profusely. He declared loudly, "Fine, I choose the special privilege, since I have to die anyway." Seok-won's action surprised No and Han Eugene. He's now transformed, eyes filled with tears but smiling in a sinister and bitter way. Seok-won almost shouted, "At least I will take you down with me." Then he roared, "I refuse the contract with Lugabeza." Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy emanated from Seok-won, startling Han Eugene. "What is that?" Behind him, a monstrous creature suddenly appeared. Han Eugene slightly turned his head. He calmly launched an attack, but the monster had already vanished. Han Eugene looked bewilderedly at the spirit monsters before him, wondering where they came from. He was busy launching attacks and thought to himself, Seok-won does not have this skill. He must have gotten it from that monster. Never expected this. Han Eugene told himself, "I must end this before my brother finds out. Or just kill him." But then the dungeon. At this moment, Han Eugene's mind was somewhat conflicted. Damn it, so leaving my brother with Hyunjae is also useless. Suddenly he paused for a beat to let Han Eugene raise his sword. His expression turned somewhat vicious. Who was it? At the same time, Han Eugene's luxury car attracted everyone's attention. People marveled, "Look at that car, it's a custom order, right?" Everyone took the chance to take photos for social media. Only one in the whole country. Must belong to the Jupiter Guild leader. Han Eugene stepped out with a bright halo. "Sorry, that car is mine." People exclaimed in surprise, "Ha, Hunter Han Eugene." Seeing the crowd surrounding him like a star, he said, "No photos." That young man quickly defended the image of an F-rank hunter, demanding they delete the photos. The passersby obediently replied, "Yes, deleting it now." Suddenly, one person looked surprised at the news on their phone. "Huh?" Han Eugene asked curiously, "An emergency notice, a dungeon breach." The young man replied, "Actually, it's an incident involving a high-rank hunter." Hearing that, Han Eugene pulled out a few 50,000 won bills, waved them, and suggested, "Can I borrow your phone? I will return it tomorrow." With the money, faced with the power of capital, the young man did not hesitate to hand over the phone. Oh my. After Han Eugene left, he happily jumped up. "Please add a photo when you return it." Inside the car, Han Eugene thought using this was better than a payphone. He then called Abyss Guild. "Right? Please connect me to team leader Sim Young." The voice on the other end coldly asked who he was, if he was selling something. Han Eugene introduced himself. "I am Han Eugene. I have something I want to ask about Manhwa." When the connection was made, Sim Young spoke, "I thought you were at Jupiter." Han Eugene got straight to the point. "Team leader, where is Hunter Manhwa? Is it related to the emergency news?" Sim Young asked back in a rough tone, "He is sleeping." "What do you mean?" Han Eugene calmly replied, "You know that is not what I meant. The situation could be dangerous." Han Eugene continued, "I am sure Yun told you not to say anything because he was worried about me. But shouldn't you prioritize the Abyss Guild over my safety?" Sim Young hesitated slightly. "That's true, but..." Not letting the team leader finish, Han Eugene bluntly stated, "I am driving a stolen car and I don't have a license." Sim Young was shocked. "What?" Han Eugene threatened loudly, "If you don't tell me where he is, I will cause an accident and become a criminal. The news will..." Before he could finish, Sim Young replied, "Fine, you are right. He went with Hunter Noah to meet MKC." Hearing that, Han Eugene thought to himself, "I knew it." He lowered his voice and said, "Give me the address and send my location to Department Head Song and Jupiter." Having said that, Han Eugene stepped on the gas, turning into a speed racer. He thought to himself, "Need to prepare just in case. This is not an easy enemy to deal with." After speeding off, Han Eugene suddenly encountered a construction site. He raised his wristband and called out loudly, "Unai." Instantly, the car successfully crossed the construction site. He thought to himself with a loving expression, "If Haytriot uses power through Seok-won, I wonder how it will be this time." Meanwhile, that warehouse was left with only the howling wind in the dark atmosphere. A shiny supercar appeared in the middle of the city. And Eugene, with the red snake coiled around his neck, muttered, "The further I go, the thicker the fog. What is happening? I haven't heard any news of a dungeon explosion." Han Eugene turned to look at the snake and smiled. "It's good you came along, Belle, because you can detect the temperature." Belle felt overjoyed at the praise and hissed in delight. Glancing at the dashboard, Han Eugene saw an obstacle. He proudly boasted, "I can still detect it through this screen." "Yeah, just like that person." Seeing the obstacle charging at him, Han Yu-jin cried out in panic. It was almost upon him. A strange young man in black pressed close to the car from outside, viciously slamming the hood. He crushed the car door frame with his bare hands. Then he violently pulled Han Yu-jin out through the broken glass. The car was lifted into the air, and he voiced a reproach right in front of the young man. Han Yu-jin hung upside down, his head dangling as he timidly replied, "Haha, thanks, you came sooner than I thought." Department head song. Ahead, a rugged stretch of road was revealed, tangled with vines. Taiwan spoke coldly. "I happened to be in the foggy area, so I came to evacuate the people first." Behind, Riet waved cheerfully. "I am here too, my darlings. I am doing volunteer work." After saying that, Taiwan flung the car to the ground with force, shouting, "The path is already blocked. Why did you come?" "I thought you were at the Jupiter Guild." Han Yu-jin clung weakly to Taiwan. "That was an illegal detention. I escaped." Taiwan shook his head. "I think such measures were necessary to protect you." Taiwan heavily lifted Han Yu-jin, toting him like a pig, and said softly, "I knew you would not come back just because I told you to. Does your coming here have anything to do with the Abyss Guild Master?" Han Yu-jin lowered his head and replied, "Yes, I heard the Abyss Guild Master went to capture Suk-wan and Noah." As he spoke, he cried inwardly, "That man must be lost in this fog right now, crying and looking for help." Hearing this, Taiwan and Riet hurriedly flew forward. As he ran, he said to Han Yu-jin, "I have also guessed their situation, and there is another threat." Clinging tightly to Taiwan's back, Han Yu-jin asked in shock, "What do you mean? Anyway, why are the roads so bloody? Is it a monster?" No sooner had he spoken than a dark shadow shot across the sky above. Han Yu-jin cried out in alarm. "Department head song above us." That dark shadow quickly crashed down onto the spot where the two of them stood, making them shout in terror. "Wow." Riet gleefully hugged Han Yu-jin tightly, exclaiming with joy, "Got you, you are mine now." Emboldened, she moved closer, lightly licking his cheek, causing him to shout in alarm. "What?" In front, Taiwan angrily yelled at the huge Noah. "Why are you attacking?" Out of control, Noah roared in a language no one could understand, erupting in a fit of rage. Han Yu-jin asked worriedly, "What is wrong, Noah?" "That language sounds like French." Riet guessed that the fog might have driven Noah mad. Riet continued, "It seems the curse made him lose his memory. Some of the people we evacuated had the same problem. Since he saw us, he has been attacking continuously." Han Yu-jin worriedly said that was the reason for the bloody roads. "Then let us calm him down so I can break the curse." Taiwan replied, "Okay, I will calm him down." At the same time, Noah rushed quickly toward Taiwan, as if regarding him as a formidable opponent. Department head Song nimbly dodged the attack with just a few simple moves. He had successfully subdued Noah. The beast let out a few angry roars in frustration. Before he could stay fierce for long, Noah was completely restrained by Taiwan. The system displayed a notification activating the grayscale reset. His body weight increased. Taiwan forcefully overwhelmed his opponent. Then, a man and a beast immediately engaged in close combat. Their blows created a powerful explosion. Standing up high, Han Yu-jin said in shock, "Calming him down that way is a bit rough," looking down at the battlefield. Yet calmly thought that he probably had no other choice because of Noah's S rank and his condition. At this moment, Noah was under control, constantly letting out a few hisses. Riet lost patience and flew down irritably. "God, he is so hard to deal with." And Eugene called out worriedly after her, Riet, wait." At this moment, Riet stomped hard on Noah's head, to the shock of Song Taiwan. Department head Song asked in astonishment, "Hunter Riet, what are you doing?" Noah writhed in pain. Riet said fiercely, "Do not be afraid, my little baby brother. So what if you lost your memory? Big sister can help you remember." She closed in on Noah, making him tremble in fear, his eyes brimming with tears. Riet threatened in a low voice, "I will teach you everything one by one." From above, Han Eugene shouted a reminder, "Doing that is not good, you will give him psychological trauma." He was endlessly worried. Riet tends to be very heavy-handed with others. "I need to separate the two of them. Department head Song alone will not be able to handle her." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Leave it to me." Han Eugene turned his head and saw a blonde female rogue riding an incredibly cool motorcycle. His mouth fell open in shock. "It's So Jang." So Jang immediately stepped into the role of beauty saving the hero. "Your future knight has arrived. Take your hands off the dragon that is about to be mine," she said as she charged straight down below. Seeing a formidable opponent rushing at her, Riet summoned her weapon and flipped the switch. "What is it?" So Jang's wheels rolled steadily, shooting out small sparks. With just a few simple moves, Riet sliced the motorcycle into many pieces. Noah unconsciously looked up, his face now streaming with tears. So Jang landed powerfully in front of Taiwan in an extremely cool pose. Riet spoke with delight. "What a dainty and adorable little lady." Taiwan worriedly asked Hunter Sojang, "Did the Jupiter Guild contact you?" Sojang replied, "Yes, the guildmaster is also on his way. I came ahead because I heard Noah was here." Sojang fixed her eyes on the fierce woman and said loudly, "You are Hunter Riet, right? Stay away from Noah." Riet raised her weapon and sneered. "Oh, who gave you the right to speak to me like that?" Hearing that, So Jang grabbed Noah's face and replied, Look, Noah is clearly..." Behind them, Han Eugene called for Anya to assist, but before he could land, he fell flat on his face. He raised his voice telling everyone to stop Riet, and So Jang should stay away from Noah because he was very dangerous. Noah had lost his memory. So Jang asked in surprise, "What?" And Eugene coldly said he would break the curse so they should step back. So Jang realized with a start, oh no, Noah was gone. Had Noah lost his memory? Suddenly her expression became as sincere as a child. So Jang hurried over and asked if Noah remembered her. Noah roared violently. Han Eugene immediately warned that if she came any closer. Ignoring the warning, So Jang took Noah's hand and said it was okay. They would just explain it to him again, that they were each other's partners. Her sincerity even caused the feral Noah to pause. So Jang delightedly spun a story to convince him. She said Noah probably did not remember, but he was in Korea now. He had traveled everywhere looking for his destined dragon knight and had found her. Destiny had brought them together. Han Eugene and Song Tai-won were also startled by this. So Jang continued that the two of them had eaten ice cream and promised their lives to each other. They had so many memories in Hong Kong. He had sworn to be her dragon and hers alone, so losing his memory was fine. At this point, Noah's mind was overloaded. He slumped down shouting no, it could not be true. So Jang was disappointed to realize his memory had returned. Han Eugene beside her could not believe she was the one who helped restore his memory. After calming down, Noah stammered an apology for doing such terrible things. Han Eugene gently comforted him, saying that was easy to happen when losing memory. Noah knelt in repentance and said if things went this wrong, he had planned to finish off Suk-won. He immediately asked sternly if that fog was related to the hunter Suk-won. Noah replied yes. The problem was that fog originated from Suk-won's place. The fog there was thicker than here, but the moment he touched it, he started seeing hallucinations. He worriedly added that the Abyss chairman started attacking him, so he fled the mansion, got lost in the fog, and finally returned to attack everyone. Han Eugene inwardly thought that memory loss and hallucinations were definitely the power of those two something. He guessed that Noah's poison resistance could not stop it, while the division head had his own resistance. Riet also had her own resistance. Perhaps the effect of the fog outside was weaker, because it had thinned out. After thinking for a while, Han Eugene said softly that to guard against the fog, everyone should stay close so he could cover them with his poison resistance. As for So Jang, before he could finish, Riet had already put her arm around So Jang's shoulder like a long-lost best friend, saying, "Sweetheart, just stay close to me, I like you." Seeing this, Han Eugene grew more uneasy, wondering if these two would be okay. Then he worriedly thought Han Eugene himself was the real problem. He did not have poison resistance and was probably near Suk-won, so he had likely lost his memory worse than Noah. He wondered if he would even let them get close. At the same time, Han Eugene was still fighting alone in his own battle. While everyone was going deeper inside to find Han Eugene, Hyun-jae had also arrived outside the mist. For a strong S rank like Hyun-jae, he could easily tell there was something wrong with this mist. It was not just an ordinary fog. Rather, it seemed to be blocking his senses. Hyun-jae did not rush inside. He observed the situation to assess it. He recalled their previous encounter and wondered, just like that mirage back then, does this mist carry two curses? Entering might not be a good idea. As he was thinking, suddenly a strong wind carried the mist toward him. Hyun-jae quickly raised his hand to shield from the dust, and when he lowered it, he was extremely surprised at the person standing before him. "Hello, Hyun-jae?" Was none other than Han Eugene. "Han Eugene." He greeted Hyun-jae friendly and asked if he remembered his childhood. Hyun-jae did not answer but retorted that he could contact the interview team to schedule an appointment. There were open slots around next year. Han Eugene then said he was really cold. Hyun-jae looked at Han Eugene with a sneer, saying of course why would he care about a fake Han Eugene. Hearing that, Han Eugene smiled. He flashed a cunning smile praising him as truly clever, even though he looked exactly like him. Hyun-jae found it interesting but said Han Eugene's reaction was very boring. He brought up Han Eugene's prickly attitude and smug demeanor whenever he put on airs with him. He asked what took him so long, even then the Jupiter chairman had to yield to traffic lights. Hyun-jae stopped playing. He took out his SS rank chain emitting bright sparks. He stared at the fake Han Eugene and said to hurry up. An S rank should not be late for an F rank. If he kept rambling, he should go find someone else with more free time. The fake Han Eugene looked at the weapon in surprise and asked about that chain. He flew up and continued saying they did not remember their first owner. How could they end up in his hands naturally? Hyun-jae asked back if he meant the crescent moon. Hyun-jae retorted how many times a year he stared at it. The man smirked, about to mock and ask what a few times meant. But Hyun-jae did not give him the time to do that. He controlled the lightning-infused chain to pierce through the fake Han Eugene's chest. A few more electric shocks made him convulse. He said it seemed the land of the living had no moon. This conversation was really boring. The smell of grilled meat was fairly fragrant. He, in Han Eugene's form, bent over and coughed up blood. Hyun-jae's attack dealt considerable damage. He called him cruel, showing no mercy. He smirked then whined that he had even specially picked the one he liked best. Flew toward Han Jae while taunting to distract him, asking why he did not answer. Had he remembered anything from his childhood yet? The provocations had no effect on Hyun Jae. He cast an icy gaze at the fake Han Eugene and continued his attack. Hyun Jae swung his hand to summon a massive bolt of lightning from above, carrying a terrifying lethal force. That bolt of lightning struck straight down on him without a shred of mercy. Scorched by the lightning, the fake Han Eugene lay sprawled on the ground, his whole body burnt. He realized he was not transferred but implanted. Before leaving, he muttered incomprehensibly that he really wanted to ask the crescent moon, but probably could not. He would have to investigate more. Hyun Jae knew he lacked the ability to stop it, so he just stood with his arms crossed watching. He looked down at the fake Han Eugene's body and said to himself he was starting to miss the original. As for Han Eugene's group, they were now moving very quickly searching for him. New Hugh had intervened as expected. Where was everyone? Old Man Swan was probably with them. The deeper they went inside, the thicker the fog became. The fog beside Sojang suddenly gathered and transformed into a monster reaching out to attack. The fog was getting thicker. She had never seen this type of skill before. Old Man Swan was startled and swung his staff to destroy the monster. Ah, since when did it appear? She felt she did not hit anything. She did not feel anything at all. At this moment, her eyes began to glaze over vacant. It showed she had been affected by the mist and lost a bit of memory. Wait, what did I just do? While Sojang was dazed, Riet's hand rested on her shoulder. Thanks to the shared poison resistance, Sojang regained consciousness, but still lost the most recent memories. She was startled and looked at Riet asking, "Hunter Riet, why are you suddenly so friendly?" Riet laughed, saying her memory would be erased if she stood there blankly baby. Old Man Swan jumped away from Riet and took a defensive stance. Riet explained it was the antidote, but they had to stay close together. Riet appeared very friendly, but baby, you are not an S rank, are you? You are not scared by me at all. He turned the A rank demon orb, and with his own skill, he could not be threatened by the dragon species. So you are also a dragon like Noah? Riet handled things smoothly, which relieved Han Eugene and Song Taiwan, who were glad they came together. Taiwan said even high-rank hunters struggled against the bone mist effect without an anti-poison skill. He was benefiting from his skill, but the range of influence was too small. Han Eugene laughed and said, haha. What worried Han Eugene the most right now was Jihu. He did not know how many memories he had already lost. He will not forget me since we have been together since birth, but if he does not recognize Noah, then he must have lost about a month of memories. While moving, Riet detected something and quickly threw Sojang toward the Kartsuis. After that, she immediately drew her weapon and threw herself into battle with the person before her. Riet laughed, highly amused. Found your little brother, quite the grand greeting. And Eugene held a sword that blazed with black flames, looking at the group with unfamiliar eyes. He spoke up and asked, who are you people? Noah stood in front in a battle-ready stance. Yu Yilin quickly jumped off Taowan's back and shouted a warning. Everyone step back, I will try to talk to him. Han Eugene was about to step closer, but his words made him freeze in shock. You dare to come see me after everything that happened? I told you never to appear before me again. Isn't it about time you accepted it? Yuji realized things had gone further than he imagined. This was bad, that cold gaze, that voice that was both deep and strange yet familiar. This was the Yu in from back then who had pushed him away. You are nothing but a thorn in my life. This was Han Eugene when he could not accept himself. Back then he had been so angry that they had fought. Back then, after hearing that, I had been so furious that I threw myself into a fight. We even blocked each other. Yuzan had hoped this would not happen. I had hoped I would not encounter this situation. He did not expect his little brother's memory loss to be this severe. While Han Eugene was still trying to figure out how to handle it, Han Eugene grabbed him by the collar and pressed him for answers. What kind of mana is this? Did you awaken? That earring looks fancy. Those people seem to be S rank. What are you planning? You even cooperate with Section Chief Song Yu. Nothing changes. Seeing Han Eugene so aggressive, Song Taiwan feared he might cause harm and spoke up. Calm down, you are suffering from memory loss. Hunter Han Eugene awakened to F rank and operates under the title of Special Skill Hunter. Noah and the others added, I also cooperate with him. Han Eugene was skeptical. It was then that Han Eugene said, they are right, Han Eugene. No, you are just suffering from amnesia. A lot has happened, all of it good. Do not worry. Han Eugene calmly advised, you have a mount now, you also have a fire spirit. Oh right, I destroyed the contract between you and Dioma, check it. Hearing this, Han Eugene suddenly became agitated. He shoved Han Eugene far away. Impossible, how could it be? Han Eugene held his head in discomfort. Han Eugene called out worriedly, Han Eugene. His eyes were dazed. Did you get involved with that stinking debt? Did I? Being unable to remember made Han Eugene agitated. I went through everything to set him free. And yet, you should have just, Han Eugene quickly said. Han Eugene, calm down so your brother can use his skill. But Han Eugene would not listen, he yelled, I do not need it. Then he swung his hand in an arc, sweeping a line of black fire toward Noah. Luckily Noah reacted in time and jumped aside, the sword's arc only grazing his clothes. Han Eugene was still cold as he raised his sword and said, even if you speak the truth, it only confirms that I made the wrong choice. Han Eugene pointed his sword straight ahead. I must correct my own mistakes. Han Eugene pointed his sword at his friends. I must eliminate everything, so you are no longer involved in these matters. Too much love led Yuzun to propose an extreme solution. He stared at the remaining people and said coldly, as for this lot, I will annihilate them so they cannot breathe a word about you. Han Eugene gasped in shock. Yuilin remembered that day, the day he and his little brother had said terrible things and cut off contact. Back then, he tried to hold on and asked loudly, Han Eugene, at least tell me the reason. I will not force you to come home anymore, so at least tell me why you want to cut off contact. Tell me what the problem is so I can fix it. But Han Eugene's efforts were only met with a cold stare and words like ice. Do you not already know? Your very existence is the problem. It holds me back. That is why I told you to stop coming to see me. Do you really want me to say it outright? Han Eugene back then could never have dreamed those words would come from his own beloved little brother. Frustrated, powerless, and desperate, Yuji lost his composure. He wildly threw his phone and yelled, yeah, it is my fault for being too much. I will disappear from your life since I'm not good enough. We'll block you too and will never visit again. From now until I die, we do not need to see each other. Han Eugene stared coldly at him, throwing a fit without saying a word. Back then he was just a high school kid. The Han Eugene now was the Han Eugene after that fight. Han Eugene now radiated killing intent. He truly wanted to eliminate everyone present. Han Eugene leaped high into the air, holding a sword blazing with purple fire, and struck down toward Noah's group. Damn it. When it came to fighting, Riette was always ready. She looked extremely excited as she drew her weapon to counter immediately. Stay back, this part is mine. I have always wanted to fight him. The two S-rank hunters lunged at each other, unleashing their full power. A battle between S-ranks was always terrifying. Every time their weapons clashed, shockwaves erupted that destroyed everything around. And Eugene was worried. I need to stop them. At this rate, the whole area will be leveled. I cannot let them waste their strength here. Then he rushed into the fray. Riette thought to herself, who knows what that brat will do? But he wondered if he would listen to him. He remembered the time he first met Han Eugene again. He had tried to jog Han Eugene's memory by talking about Daoma. Back then, they only hurt each other. He did not know if he would listen to him at all. Song Ta-wan shouted a warning. Han Eugene, get away from there. Your damage nullification skill cannot block the heat radiating from the flames. We will try to stop him somehow, so it was then that Han Eugene suddenly realized something. What? No, the temperature from the flames is... Han Eugene now looked toward the battle, and indeed Han Eugene's flames were burning fiercely. He turned to Noah and said with confusion, I understand, Noah. Help me. Noah immediately questioned him, letting out a confused sound. Inside the battle, even Riette was struggling greatly to dodge Han Eugene's flames. She exclaimed excitedly, thinking she had worried about the wrong thing. It was wonderful. She couldn't even get close to him. Riette laughed loudly. Haha, your fire resistance must be far inferior to mine. Aohyun slowly walked over coldly saying, if you understand, then stop resisting die. Riette laughed with delight. No, it's fun. I also have something I want to ask you. You give me your brother. You said you didn't want anything to hinder you. I will cherish him and make sure he doesn't come near you. Those cruel words were just to protect your brother, but in reality, you never wanted that. In Han Eugene's heart, Eileen was always the one he loved and protected with his life. Riette's question touched the hidden pain he always kept concealed. He instantly exploded. Han Eugene's black flames burned even more fiercely, as if wanting to incinerate Riette immediately. Facing that terrifying power, Riette was still amused. Whoa, great. Then let me. The two were about to clash when Han Eugene's loud shout rang out, making them stop. They looked up and saw No holding Han Eugene, floating high in the air. Han Eugene called out loudly to Han Eugene, I will close my eyes. If I fall from here, I will die. No, let go, dropping Han Eugene straight down to where Han Eugene was standing. He worriedly ran over while complaining. What are you doing, huh? He immediately jumped up to catch his older brother, then gently set him down, scolding, Are you crazy, looking for death on your own? While Han Eugene fussed like a mother, Han Eugene's eyes were already full of cunning as he looked at his younger brother. Without saying a word, Han Eugene rushed over and hugged Han Eugene tightly, catching him off guard and making him a bit embarrassed. Han Eugene, what are you doing? Get off! Eugene didn't listen. He turned into an octopus, not only refusing to let go but tightening his grip. Himp, no. If you like it, then try to pry me off of you yourself. The reason Han Eugene did this was because he had clearly understood his brother's feelings. He knew his brother couldn't do that. When he saw Yayan's flames while fighting Riette, Han Eugene realized they weren't hot towards him. As his younger brother, even his fire couldn't harm him. Moreover, Han Eugene Yu tightly, saying, I understand now. You still called me even after I was blocked. Those words made Han Eugene stunned. What? How did you? Han Eugene replied, I told you, I know everything. The memories you retrieved from the final moments are still surging in my mind like waves crashing on the shore. In those memories, Han Eugene saw his younger brother's sad face as he kept calling him, knowing the calls would never connect. There was only the beeping sound and the voice. The subscriber you are calling is currently unavailable. Han Eugene understood his younger brother's thoughts. He could press the call button anytime. knowing for sure the call wouldn't connect. Please call again later. That was the way Han Eugene chose to comfort himself, because calls from a blocked number could never reach the other end. He was always waiting for a call to his older brother, pressing the call button whenever he wanted to comfort himself. Han Eugene reached his hand towards Han Eugene, rubbed his head, then hugged him warmly. You are the younger one. Why do you always have to shoulder everything alone? I have thought about this hundreds, no, thousands of times. Old memories resurfaced, that even though his younger brother deliberately cut off contact, if I had tried to stop him, then perhaps everything would have been different. He blamed himself. He should not have gotten angry when she pushed him away. He should have gone to see her again because he was her older brother. Should he have realized the suffering she endured sooner? He had no choice but to blame himself because she had carried all of his burdens. Han Eugene hugged Yuyun tightly. I am sorry. I should have. If only he could have stood by her side more. No, if only he understood her better. Then he could have said this sooner. Han Eugene's eyes welled up with tears, his voice soft as he spoke. Han Eugene, I love you so much. Before 3 years passed, and even before 5 years passed, before it was too late, Han Eugene opened his arms and hugged his older brother in return. Right in front of you, I said that as well. Han Eugene asked joyfully, you remember? We did it. Han Eugene tried to recall a little. Yeah, that is right. Han Eugene tried hard to remember, the effort causing him a slight headache. Han Eugene grabbed his brother's shoulder. Calm down, wait. I will help you remember. Suddenly, Han Eugene's body underwent a change, the mist from before flowing out. Han Eugene panicked. What is that? Everyone rushed over worriedly. What is happening? Has he calmed down? Han Eugene quickly stopped them. Only then did they notice. The gray mist was not only seeping from Han Eugene but from their own bodies as well. No one knew what was happening. The mist that had stolen their memories was gradually disappearing. The mist had already devoured her memories. So what would happen to those memories? Han Eugene asked his brother, do you remember anything? Han Eugene could only shake his head. He quickly told everyone to chase after the mist, thinking to himself, damn it, her memories have been taken. And Eugene was startled to see the mist being sucked towards one direction. And that direction was... Noah flew up high to observe and then reported back, the direction of the villa. The mist flew towards the villa and was gathering. He panicked and reported, something is happening, where is the mist going? At the place where the mist gathered, the ground suddenly shook violently, and then cracked open, something rising up from beneath. A giant transparent hand emerged from the earth. Then, after that, a giant transparent monster gradually appeared. Worry was evident on everyone's faces. They did not know what kind of monster they were facing. What is that? A monster. Han Eugene used his observation skill to check no. His eyes were shocked, his mouth stammering, it is impossible. That is, the monster, or rather the entity before them right now, was Suck1C1. Level Han Eugene saw him at now was S. Everyone panicked. That is Suck1. The SS level monster with the form of a giant jellyfish was the embodiment of Suck1, after receiving the final blessing of the sea extract. The arduous battle was now truly beginning. Everyone wondered, how did it come to this? Dungeons, demonic beasts. Suck1 was once a talented athlete. Many awakened retired to become hunters. Their participation was still pending. Their physique was considered a violation of the rules. Fans always held a special affection for Suck1. In their hearts, Captain Suck1 was immortal. At the press conference, Suck1 would hold the microphone and speak. Even if you all forget me as a hunter, I will always do my best to be worthy of being a captain. I never expected things to go this far. Suck1 recalled his time as a player. When he stood in the middle of the stadium, he had a very strange feeling. Wondering what was happening, was it an illusion or real? Even though the opponent was closing in on the goal, Suck1 still hesitated, wondering if it was a dream. Until the ball flew towards him, he finally smiled and exclaimed, what does it matter? If only I could go back to that moment. A loud noise rang out, bricks and stones shattered and flew in all directions. And Eugene wondered who Suck1 was, then answered himself that it was not a monster. His mind was in turmoil, not understanding what was happening. What was wrong with this Sea Tribe guy? His stats were skyrocketing. Character information, Awakener Suck1 SS rank Sea Tribe. Estimated threat level from A to S. Suck1's giant monstrous body destroyed everything it moved towards, causing everyone to panic. Han Eugene shouted a warning for everyone to be careful because he had reached SS rank. Department head Song quickly said he would report to the organization to seal off the area. Han Eugene suggested calling in more S rank hunters. Taewon replied that aside from Jupiter, the rest were either in a dungeon or abroad. Han Eugene thought to himself that he had to fight that thing with only the few S rank hunters here. Would Hyunjae come? The double attack skill was still on cooldown. Suddenly, he felt a hand grab his collar and pull him back from behind. Han Eugene let out a cry. That person quickly hoisted him onto a shoulder and walked away. Han Eugene recognized his younger brother and snapped, asking what he was doing. Han Eugene replied that someone of his rank should find a place to hide. Han Eugene shouted that it was because his memories hadn't returned that he said that. He was the safest person with low-rank nullification items. Yeoyun asked back in surprise, low rank? Rayet rushed forward, weapon in hand, saying all they needed to do was cut off his legs, as long as there was an SS rank cutting skill. She shot up and closed in on Suck1 with incredible speed. Riet activated Eternal Severance, the scythe glowing and emitting powerful energy. Seok-won looked at her with a contemptuous gaze, not bothering to dodge. Riot put all her strength into the strike, but to her surprise, the scythe struck as if hitting a solid steel block and was immediately rebounded. She exclaimed in shock, wondering how it bounced back. Before she could regain her composure, Seok-won kicked her, sending her flying far away. Han Eugene screamed her name. Riet stumbled to her feet, bleeding all over. She muttered, realizing it was more than just armor. Before she finished speaking, the giant monster had already leaped in front of her. In the critical moment, suddenly countless chains shot forward from behind and bound Seok-won tightly. He was slammed to the ground with a loud thud. Department head Song seized the opportunity to run over and support Riet. Noah quickly came to heal her. Everyone was astonished, wondering who that person was. The chains binding Seok-won suddenly blazed with light and shook violently. A thunderous explosion and fire burst out fiercely. A pair of boots-clad feet leisurely stepped onto the monster's carcass. Such intense flames had not harmed them at all. Hyun-jae calmly said it seemed that armor was actually a part of his skill. And Eugene, seeing him from the other side, frowned and asked what took him so long. Did your car break down? Hyun-jae replied of course not, then asked why he had not finished him off. Hyun-jae asked about the double attack skill. Han Eugene said he could not use it yet because he was having trouble. Hyun-jae then asked him if he knew him. Hyun-jae lightly stroked his chin and asked back, if you cannot use the multiplier, then just add it on top. Sojang. Hearing him say that, Sojang grabbed Noah's hand and shouted happily, that is right, it is time, Noah. Noah was startled and asked back, huh, what is it? Sojang explained that she had an SS rank skill called Flying Dragon. When she rode someone, she could merge their skills with 100% efficiency. Han Eugene was astonished as he had heard of this skill, but never thought it was this powerful. If Sojang rode Noah, the power would be A+S, and she would become stronger than most S-rank hunters. So Jang looked at Noah and begged him to transform into a dragon so she could ride him. Riet, from behind, patted So Jang's shoulder and said spiritedly that skill suited her perfectly. Riet asked if she wanted to ride her, so Jang asked back in surprise, ride you? Riet clenched her fist and answered through gritted teeth that they had to make that man pay for what he had done. I will show you my true form, and then you can decide as you wish. Having said that, she transformed, leaving everyone below stunned with their mouths agape. An enormous dragon with a majestic appearance and gleaming eyes appeared. Riet asked So Jang what she thought. So Jang screamed with joy, I love you so much. Blood was streaming from her nose from excitement. So Jang praised the plump thighs, the sharp claws, and the scales running along the spine. She yelled that the proportions were perfect from head to toe, and shouted, marry me, while running over like lightning. Han Eugene looked at Noah and taunted him, saying he had just missed his chance. He asked if he was okay, was this good news? Noah smiled and said he was fine, he was used to it. Riet saw So Jang excited and gleefully told her to get on, sweetie. So Jang scrambled onto the dragon's back, shouting okay repeatedly. On the other side, Seok-won began to stand up. So Jang on the dragon's back gathered her energy and activated Flying Dragon. She called out loudly, let us go, Riet, dragon and human united. The giant dragon charged straight into Seok-won's massive form, causing him to stagger and fall backward. He was pushed back then. Han Eugene asked. So Jang asked, what is the fusion rate? She replied, about 60%. Han Eugene said he would raise it to 100% and use a skill. But before he finished speaking, Yu Hyun ran over and tugged his arm to ask. Yahello said it was dangerous here. Why had he not fled yet? Team leader Song explained that Han Eugene was a hunter of unknown origin. He knew it was hard to understand, but Han Eugene was used to this. He often participated in such incidents. Yu Hee-hun exclaimed, what? Really? What was I doing while he was doing that? Yahello stroked Han Eugene's hair and asked, what did he mean? She had protected him, always stood by his side since they met. He could not recall that memory, only muttered the name Han Eugene. He said confidently, even if she was the weakest level, she should trust him. He activated the apprentice nurturer, the energy in his hand glowing bright. Han Eugene said he would show her what he had done. Seok-won swung his arm hard as an iron pan, launching an attack at Rex. Han Eugene shouted, I am here. A secret tome appeared along with a magic array and a few strange chicks. Han Eugene chanted to activate the head chick. The magic took effect, so Jang yelled 100% rate. He was truly number one. Rate charged at the opponent with blinding speed. Seok-won intended to swing his arm for a strike, but binding ropes appeared and grabbed his arm tight. So Jang was excited, great support, Captain. Riet's tail swung hard at the opponent. The claws scraped against him, but the armor was too thick and still hard. Hyun-jae ordered to just keep it in one spot, because it was trying to take advantage of the captain. Around Han Eugene, sparkling crystals suddenly appeared. He examined them and exclaimed, using an Azure willow leaf as a flight skill? Seeing his expression, Han Eugene asked if he found it interesting. He had mentioned it before, and he was also interested. Han Eugene stammered that he did not. Yahello placed the orange lizard on Han Eugene's shoulder, cheerfully saying, let's attack. This was her spirit. He would know the feeling of using her power. power. Han Yu closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment. Han Eugene turned to his teammate and said, I am counting on you, Team Leader Song. He replied alright before his words ended. Noah had already carried Team Leader Song and dropped him onto Right's back. Precisely, Team Leader Song landed on the flat area on the dragon's back. So worry, if it were Spiky, he would be dead. Team Leader Song calculated if Sukwon's armor was a skill, then activating it at the substantive level. Using the skill steal to weaken it was very important. He channeled his energy, aiming directly at him, striking down with a powerful force field. Hyunja on the other side also cooperated, striking out a fire spear that pierced into Sukwon. A deafening explosion rang out. The strong pressure forced Team Leader Song to cover his eyes. If he had created just enough of an opening to attack, a series of high-damage blows finally took effect. The back of the monster's neck had been pierced with a large hole. Hyunja exclaimed, excellent, let us take advantage while his skill is weakened. Riyadh charged in for a direct attack, clawing continuously, causing the opponent to quickly become severely injured. The increased power combined with team support made So Jang shout in excitement, I did it if we just keep going like this. Hyunjae sighed. No, look closely. So Jang saw Sukwon's damaged body constantly regenerating and cried out in horror, that is, it was truly regrowing at an incredibly fast rate. In an instant, his crushed legs, arms, and body had all healed. A moment later, the armored monster stood up strongly as if nothing had happened. Han Eugene's group was terrified. Was he being reborn? That was too unfair. So Jang yelled, the regeneration time is faster than the time he is being burned. Team Leader Song was brought down by Noah and told Han Eugene they should leave this place. Han Eugene agreed, but when Team Leader Song spoke, he froze. He thought to himself, there is no current plan. He had to think of a way to neutralize the regeneration from the inside out. Eugene asked, could Team Leader Song use the skill Steal on the weapon? Team Leader Song hesitated, but that way, the weapon would break before piercing the armor. Steal affects durability, a weapon that pierces SST-grade armor. Han Eugene reached out his hand and said, I have this, Uni. He channeled his energy, and the small bracelet suddenly glowed brightly. In an instant, it transformed into a large, sharp halberd. Han Eugene picked it up, proud. Its hardness was no less than S-grade. It has no other skills, only nullifies damage to me. This thing will definitely be useful. Team Leader Song examined it and then exclaimed. Han Eugene said, I am lending it to you, but cooperate with Riet and Sojang. Yu Yun loudly stopped him. Then what about him? He need it too. Han Eugene pressed his hand to his chest and answered confidently, he had him. Han Eugene fell silent upon hearing that. He said gently, it was not just him, Riet, Sojang, and Team Leader Song would attack. And Noah has a healing skill. Hyunja will also lend a hand. He just needed to stay here and protect him when needed. Han Eugene laughed heartily. He said whenever needed, he would be by his side to protect him. And Eugene thought to himself, is that so? We do not have to be apart anymore, right? On the other side, Hyunjae had already thrown chains to bind Sukwon's arms. Riet was growling in front of him. Han Eugene and Yu Eileen unleashed the Azure Willow Leaf to assist the attack. Han Eugene exclaimed, Noah, you go first. Please use your endurance boost and skill support for Sojang. Noah replied, all right. Then he circulated his energy and activated the initiation, holding the spear that Department Head Song brought. Sojang was ecstatic. Oh my god, I can feel the dragon's power surging into my body. Riet asked loudly, ready, darling? Then let's go. The giant dragon looked at the horizon and charged straight towards Sukwon. Department Head Song, standing on the dragon's back, cast a temporary skill to increase destructive ability, activating something like Thunder Ascension. The spear tip tore through the wind as it shot forward. Taewon and Sojang held the spear firmly, thrusting it straight into Sukwon's colossal body with maximum force. The spear tip struck its target, exploding with a thunderous roar, the light blinding the entire space. Department Head Song gritted her teeth and shouted, deeper, even deeper. The armor of the giant beast slowly cracked and a hole was punched through. Finally, the large spear pierced through the armor, stabbing through Sukwon's body. The demonic power emanating from the spear was incredibly terrifying, feeling like a large corner of a nearby building was also destroyed. Riet stopped, her body heavily wounded, trails of blood flowing down. Sukwon's body was severely injured, nearly cut in two. It crashed down heavily, the ground trembling violently. Sojang saw the opponent fall and shouted, we succeeded. She didn't notice her hand touching the spear blade. Department Head Song warned, gritting her teeth, careful with your hand. Hyunja breathed a sigh of relief, glad this incident was handled without causing more damage. Noel immediately moved, saying, I will go heal her. Han Eugene nodded, good. He retracted the spear and praised continuously. Well done, Unyi. Great job. And Eugene was astonished. They really did it. S-rank hunters who always saw each other as enemies could cooperate so closely. Sojang happily waved her arms and exclaimed, that was amazing. I think even if I die 50 years from now, I won't regret it. No panicked. Both of your arms are broken. Stay still. Riet reminded, hey, my horn is also broken. Heal me too, dear. Department Head Song grumbled, don't you have any conscience? Han Eugene was still lost in thought about the one who made this possible. He looked at Han Eugene sitting slumped in a corner with a haggard, zombie-like expression and exclaimed, damn, I'm out of mana. Yu Eileen picked up a mana potion and asked with a smile, "See, you're not entirely useless, are you?" Han Eugene replied softly, "Come on, I'm sorry. You are always amazing," he thought to himself, but even so, this feeling of discomfort. Han Eugene reassured him, "Don't worry, once you regain your memory." Suddenly, Han Eugene sensed imminent danger. He grabbed Yu Eileen and pushed her aside. A deafening explosion echoed, shaking the entire city. Smoke, dust, and firepower rolled up fiercely, terrifying everyone. Han Eugene felt his whole body aching, the bracelet on his wrist faintly glowing. He opened his eyes slightly, wondering, an explosion, then looked down to see an arm draped across his chest. He panicked, looked to the side, and screamed in horror. A large area of Han Eugene's back was scorched, severely wounded. He had blocked part of the damage for him. Han Eugene called out loudly, "Riet Noah." So Jang and Department Head Song were all severely injured, lying on the floor. He immediately helped Han Eugene up, activating panic resistance. Yu Eileen thought, "No, everyone is still alive. I haven't received the final thank you yet, but how Suk-won is already." He looked up into the air. Suk-won, in human form, was being controlled by a golden light and suspended in mid-air. A cold voice rang out, "You are useless until the very end." Suk-won seemed unable to react anymore. Two figures appeared, supporting Suk-won's body. She said slowly, "It may be temporary, but I have made you a part of me. That should be enough to make you invincible, at least in this world." Atta looked at Han Eugene and asked, "Does a nurturer have such abilities?" He looked at her and snarled, "Hai Chiat, what have you done?" She laughed hideously and replied, "I haven't done anything. I can't interfere directly. I'm just using my partner's power. It should be okay now, even though he's almost dead." Hai Chiat's hand suddenly appeared in front of Han Eugene's chest, startling him. Etta slithered down with terrifying speed. She felt his chest and exclaimed, "The mana stone in your chest. I thought it was a defective product, but it has stabilized. I didn't see this last time. What did you do?" Two figures pressed close to Eugene's face and said, "I like you more than that idiot." Having said that, she flew into the air, looked at Suk-won for a moment, then clapped her hands, her voice hesitant. "That's right. What about this threat? How should I don't need him anymore, so I'll use him as material." Hai Chiat pointed at Suk-won and cast a spell. As soon as the incantation was cast, Suk-won felt as if his primordial spirit was being taken away. The life force within his body turned into red, dissipating energy and flew out. He screamed in agony. Hai Chiat still spoke with delight. "See, I'm doing exactly the same as last time. A dungeon created from the life force of an SS rank will surely be very powerful." A door formed from Suk-won's very life force gradually appeared. Atta said coldly, "Let the countdown begin. When the dungeon opens, you will all die. If you agree to sign a contract with me, I will stop the dungeon before the gate opens and kill him right away." Suk-won let out a sound. "My life force? What is this?" Hai Chiat slithered down beside him and replied, "This is your life stream. You will slowly die until the dungeon is complete." Suk-won shouted in terror, "No, stop it. Please stop. I can do better. I will kill him. So please." Looking at his suffering, Hai Chiat smiled. "That's cute, you're trying hard. Well, then I will give you a little of my power for the last time." Ah, she embraced Suk-won, continuously circulating energy to transmit more power to him. "This is the power of SSS rank. This much should be enough for you to handle them all in one go." Suk-won's body transformed again, his internal energy becoming incredibly terrifying. Hideous tentacle-like arms grew from his body. He circulated his energy, forming a sphere of terrifying power. Han Eugene sensed this kind of oppressive pressure. His heart was in complete chaos, utterly shaken. Impossible SSSS rank? If that hit lands, everyone will... Hai Chiat channeled energy using Suk-won's body and said, "Here, 1, 2. Suddenly, chains unexpectedly appeared, wrapping tightly around her arm and pulling it back, sending the attack off course. The tremendous force still leveled a long trail. It blew away countless houses and also swept away part of a nearby mountain range. Han Eugene turned and looked at the pile of chains. Indeed, it was Hyun-jae. He gathered his energy to prepare an attack, but Hei-chi just waved his hand and shattered the blow. "Ah," I growled, "I forgot about him. He is quite stubborn." Well, he must have been chosen by that failed one. Hei-chi turned to look at Suk-won and ordered, "What are you doing? Remove the obstacle." Suk-won groaned, and Hei-chi swung his hand, cutting off part of his mutated arm, causing him to roll over in pain and scream. Ah, seeing that, I exclaimed, "Oh, I guess this is too much for you. You are truly useless. No matter, I will handle the obstacle myself." Having said that, Hei-chi's body vanished into thin air. Yoon-jae, who was moving, saw this scene and was extremely surprised. "Ah, I did not forget to instruct. I will handle the obstacle myself. In the meantime, think about the nurturer contract." And Eugene thought to himself, did she disappear? She said she could not directly harm us. But at that moment, Suk-won lunged forward and threw an unexpected punch at Han Eugene. He channeled his energy to create a barrier to block it, and the bracelet lit up, forcing the opponent to stop. Han Eugene shouted, "Juxiakbun." He roared in despair, I need to kill everyone. For the two paths to form the dungeon. I cannot die yet." Han Eugene thought to himself, even if he is not whole, he is still SSS rank. We cannot beat him when everyone has fallen. Then there is only one possibility left. Han Eugene slowly stood up and said in a serious tone, "Take me away, I will negotiate with her. Hand me over to Heichi and get your vitality back." And Eugene tried to call out Yuilin Han Yuilin, a faint hope. He proposed to Suck One. "If you do not harm any of them, I will take you to the jellyfish right now. That is the only way to stop the dungeon and also Suck One." Suck One grabbed Han Eugene by the collar and yelled, "What the hell did you just say?" And Eugene calculated inwardly, even though he is about to collapse, Suck One still carries SSS rank power. We cannot fight him. To stop Suck One in the dungeon, Han Eugene behind him tried to call Yu Eileen. He wanted to stop his brother, but no longer had the strength. And Eugene said to him, "Take me to Heichi, and you will get to live. This is our final gamble." Han Eugene yelled, "Yu Eileen, what are you planning to do?" Yu Eileen, as if not hearing, still tried to persuade Suck One, "Heichi needs me more than you. If you take me to her, she will definitely be happy to spare your life." Tuxiok asked back, "You think that will happen?" He replied softly, "That is more feasible than what you are trying to do. Do you think after killing everyone, Heichi will spare your life? Her goal is to destroy the world. She would rather use the dungeon explosion than a broken piece like you. But things will be different if you take me to her to negotiate." Suck One was a little shaken by this and hesitated in thought. Section Chief Song tried to say, "Han Eugene, no, do not sacrifice yourself." Han Eugene firmly replied, "It is better than letting everyone die here." Suck One seemed to realize something strange. He threw Han Eugene to the ground and yelled, "Humph, nonsense. You want me to spare the others by sacrificing yourself? You think I don't know you are stalling for time to drain my vitality?" And Eugene sat up and said in a low voice, "If you do not believe me, I will let you meet her right now." Suck One let out a sound, confused about what to do. And Eugene walked toward the forming dungeon and thought to himself, "Sacrifice myself. I never planned that, I am just trying." He raised his fist and fell into deep thought. Behind him, Han Eugene, Section Chief Song, and Riette were all very worried. But Han Eugene had a different plan. He forcefully knocked his hand on the dungeon door. Instantly, a violent tremor erupted, frightening everyone. Suck One was slightly startled. Strange runes appeared on the gate. Han Eugene turned to him and said, "If I send a signal, it will connect to the transcendent entities." He thought to himself, more precisely, "It is where volleyball is not Hachi. Back when I was in dungeon with them, volleyball told me, knock on the gate 3 times and you will come here." They have enough power to pierce through Han Eugene's arm in one go, so they can certainly take down an SSS rank. Maybe even break the contract between Suck One and Hachi. I must bring him there. Han Eugene coaxed him. "Once inside, we will reach the snow region. If you don't believe me, try going in. It won't cost you anything, right?" Choksiuk thought to himself, "The feeling of my vitality being drained just disappeared. He is definitely not an ordinary human. How could someone change a gate like this? How could an F rank create an illusion?" So, he sneered, then grabbed Han Eugene by the collar and dragged him along. "It won't cost me anything, huh? If you trick me, then I will just kill you before we leave." Without anyone noticing, Han Eugene crawled over and grabbed Seowon's leg, pulling him back. Eugene cried out, "Yoo-hoo!" Han Eugene tried to persuade him. "Don't go, brother Han Eugene." He thought to himself, "Ah, right, he doesn't know the plan, his memories haven't returned. But I cannot reveal it either." Quickly replied Han Eugene, "I am fine." Choksiuk pulled out a short blade and yelled, "Shut up." Suddenly he slashed, hitting Han Eugene in the chest, sending him flying backward as blood gushed out. Yuilin's face changed color and he shouted in panic, "Han Eugene." He held Choksiuk tightly and yelled in fury, "What the hell are you doing? My brother has nothing to do with this." The man sneered, "Heh heh. So what? You are going to follow your little brother anyway. I have wanted to do this for a long time. That brat is always crying over his damn brother." Suck One raised his blade to strike again, but Han Eugene grabbed the blade with both hands. He said, "Just get in there. I cannot keep the gate open forever. If my brother dies, you won't survive either. You know the contract only works when both parties agree, right? If you don't want to cancel the negotiation, get inside now." Hearing that, Suck One kicked Han Eugene aside and replied, "Tesh. Fine, I was going to kill all of you. But whatever." Han Eugene spoke up. "Yeah, he tried to call you Eileen." Han Eugene, his eyes gradually darkening. Suck One Seo wanted to pull Han Eugene through the gate, and the surrounding space shifted. Snow fell in a white blanket, he exclaimed. "This truly is a snowy region." The two of them were inside it. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a strange vibration. He immediately broke free. An arrow tearing through the wind was blocked. Han Eugene sat down holding his head in both hands. Suck One was extremely astonished to see a tiny army appear. He wondered, monsters? Looking at the robot army before him, he knew he had been tricked and turned back to curse. "Damn bastard, you tricked me. Do you really think those toys can kill me?" Han Eugene had already erected a barrier, his fearful expression gone. He looked at him with cold eyes. Suck One was startled and shouted, "What the hell is this?" He swung his blade, slashing repeatedly at the barrier, cursing nonstop. But he could not damage the sturdy protective layer even a little. Suck One went berserk. "Ow. An F rank like you cannot create a dungeon like this." The tiny army began to close in, attacking Asiuk world. He screamed, "Answer me, where the hell is Hai?" Hyun-jae sat watching from outside, a strange voice sounding in his ear truly truly a troublesome brat. I could overlook an ordinary S rank, but your weapon conceals an extraordinary power. Can only temporarily imprison you without harming you. If you still dare to interfere, even if you are chosen by the Severed One. Hyunjae listened, then smiled and replied, I do not understand what you are saying. You must be mistaken, the one they chose is not me. At that moment inside the dungeon, the Clockwork Army crazily attacked Han Eugene. Just then Volleyball appeared, a brilliant halo flaring up, causing the Clockwork Army to freeze. Volleyball spoke in a voice, Hey darling, who is this? Han Eugene replied, he is the one with a contract with Haiji. He is borrowing SSS rank power. I want to sever the contract, but it probably is not working anymore. Based on what he has done, intervening for a few days probably is not considered cheating, right? Volleyball shouted, accepting the request, direct intervention to protect the fosterer. CO1 still did not understand what was happening. He muttered angrily, what the hell is this? Volleyball ordered, everyone assemble. A large number of robots appeared, quickly forming battle formations. Sword formations lined up, then simultaneously raised. A peasant girl doll with a straw hat appeared, carrying a basket and walking happily forward. Clockwork Army was surprised. Toys? The peasant girl doll stood before him, dumping her basket onto the ground. The Clockwork Army exclaimed, it does not look fun at all. What are you going to do with that? The peasant girl doll swung her hands lightning fast, landing several blows. He did not expect that harmless toy could give him such a beating, until the Clockwork Army managed to steady himself. Then a small plant had grown on his chest. Sukwon exclaimed, what is that? The sprout grew rapidly, terrifying him. What is it? Countless long vines sprouted at a dizzying speed. Sukwon could not dodge or counterattack. For Sukwon to freeze for a moment, this thing is... The peasant girl doll lightly raised her hand to control. The vine's wrapping speed became much faster. In an instant, they coiled Sukwon into a tightly packed thorny ball. Han Eugene asked, what just happened? Volleyball replied calmly, he is dead. He was surprised. What? They could easily kill him, while all the S-rank hunters out there had to struggle with all sorts of tricks to fight back. A warrior robot pointed its sword tip at the coiled vines. A muffled explosion sounded, and Sukwon dissipated into smoke. From within the smoke, countless small orbs of memories appeared. Han Eugene recognized that some of his own memories were there. Those memories had been stolen by him. The Hai tribal race has the ability to turn devoured memories into power. Hai must have lent him that ability. Volleyball watched the cluster of memories fly toward Han Eugene, explaining that if you bring the memories to their owner, they will automatically return. The peasant girl doll also gave him a mana stone. Eliminating someone above SS rank will grant 1 mana stone. This man was an SSS rank. Its quality is quite low for an SS rank though. You take it, it might be useful. Han Eugene looked at the tiny army and thought to himself, most of them were above S rank. Volleyball praised the soldiers and told them they did well, that they could now return. The toy soldiers immediately swarmed into the box as ordered. Han Eugene watched that scene and recalled. He thought he had seen it once during the Dioma incident, but he didn't expect it to be on such a large scale. He should have felt lucky to have such a strong ally, but his trust had no solid foundation. Volleyball sighed softly and declared that they had just eliminated another contractor of the Dead Sea. That man would lay low for a while, but he would definitely find a way to devour more people. Keep an eye on your S-rank hunters. Volleyball rolled in front of Han Eugene, and he replied softly, I don't know. Instead, she came to me with an offer. Volleyball exclaimed in surprise, what? Han Eugene said that at the time she promised to save the people he loved if he signed the contract. Volleyball panicked and told him not to be fooled. How could he believe that? Han Eugene knelt in the snow, thinking to himself that thanks to them, they managed to take down Sugwon, but even so. He clenched his fist and frankly questioned, how can I trust you people, when you yourselves once lied to me, saying you couldn't use the wish stone to save the people I loved? Volleyball was startled and stammered, that matter. And Eugene said loudly, you people can't reverse time either. The merging process didn't even go smoothly. Volleyball asked back, what do you mean? He replied, Hyunjae still retained his memories before the regression. His memories nearly overwrote me and almost killed me. Volleyball couldn't believe it. Still, that should have been impossible. At that moment a voice rang out, interesting, is it because he is related to Yen Yu? Volleyball exclaimed, is it one? Han Eugene looked at the blue Lego blocks behind him and was extremely surprised. Mu calmly explained that Yen Yu and Haizi have similar abilities. I heard they once worked together but have now become enemies. Han Eugene asked if Yen Yu Haizi's weakness when they worked together. Mu replied, we don't know because Yen Yu is still asleep. He then asked about the spirit number. Volleyball explained, we don't know either. We are searching but have found nothing. And Eugene held his head and groaned. No matter what he asked, he only got answers of not knowing. Volleyball quickly said, Jingbai sees the future. If she is hiding, we can't find her either. Han Eugene thought to himself, was it really okay to form an alliance with these people? Looking at the memories from Dilma, they clearly lied about preventing the apocalypse with 50th rank hunters. But even so, he couldn't do anything else. The only thing he could do was squeeze Volleyball, making it flustered. It asked, sweetie, what are you doing? Han Eugene coldly replied, then give me something in return. He was determined to pressure them as much as possible. He stretched Volleyball out and said, give me a useful skill or item to prove you are useful. It yelled, even if you say that. Han Eugene threw it away, turned his face away in anger, and said, if not, then I'll have to sign a contract with the Dead Sea. Volleyball panicked and stopped him. Sweetie, don't. Seeing that the other party had fallen for the trap, Han Eugene put on a displeased face and questioned, you people are unreliable, you can't answer any questions or give me anything. I feel like the world is about to explode, at least I have to save my friends. He said, I'm off to the Dead Sea now, you stay and play with Mu, bye-bye. Saying this, he pretended to walk away dejectedly. Volleyball yelled, sweetie, give me 1 month. I will prepare a perfect gift for you by then. Han Eugene stopped in his tracks. Volleyball continued to plead, I don't think Haiji will wait long. He bargained, then 3 weeks just for myself. My little S-rank hunters are the ones protecting the world. Volleyball had tears in its eyes. Then I will also prepare something for your friends. It added, it's almost time, you have to go or you will make newbie lose face. Volleyball pleaded with Han Eugene, you absolutely have to wait. Okay, sweetie. Mu reminded him again, think carefully, don't be too calculating, you will make newbie cry. Who cares, Han Eugene thought to himself. My life depends on this. If tears could solve the problem, I would cry a flood. Volleyball began to circulate its energy, the space trembling. It instructed, when you return, it will be a normal dungeon. I will try to lower the level as much as possible. But are you okay with that? Han Eugene replied, I have the item that nullifies attacks that Myungsu gave me, but without Uni I wouldn't have made it here. He circulated his energy, and Uni appeared. As soon as he saw the blue bird, Volleyball exclaimed in surprise, Asakloth, is this the form of that item? Then, sweetie, could this be? A flash of light flared up, and Eugene covered his eyes and said, I can't hear you. His figure suddenly vanished. Volleyball muttered, he's gone. Is that the item the new blacksmith crafted? He must have used the mana stone from the phantom shell. Or is it like the phantom shell when it was young? The phantom shell was once very close to Bai Tiao. Perhaps all the clues to finding Jing Bai's whereabouts are. That moment, outside the dungeon, Han Eugene had returned to the first battlefield. He stumbled to his feet, realizing he had returned. Han Eugene looked at the memory gems and knew they were all in his inventory, along with Sukwon's mana stone. He picked up the stone and examined it, thinking to himself, I hate the way these fragmenters think. They tell me to use a stone taken from a dead person without any hesitation. Well, they have their reasons. To them, we are no different from monsters. Suddenly, Han Eugene felt the ground shake abnormally. In front of him, a large foot with sharp claws appeared. A large horde of beasts was slowly approaching. He was still thinking, even if they see us as tools, they still need me. And I also need them, so I'll just use this relationship as a stepping stone, so that I can reclaim what I cherish, no matter what lies ahead. Han Eugene looked at the beasts baring their fangs, waiting to devour him, and slowly stood up, ready to fight. The bracelet on his wrist flashed with a faint blue light. At this moment, the protagonist Han Eugene was surrounded by a pack of monster wolves in the dungeon. They were ferocious with sharp teeth, belonging to the A-rank saber-tooth wolf species. Han Eugene worried A-rank, is this the best she could do to lower the dungeon level? He looked towards the dungeon gate, which was still blurry. He stepped lightly, calculating only a few more steps until he reached the gate. A crazy plan came to his mind. If he could get there before the monsters did anything, Han Eugene immediately turned and ran. He ran towards the gate with all his might. The wolf pack behind him did not give up, chasing after him on all fours. That was right, four-legged beasts were still faster than two-legged humans. Han Eugene was nothing compared to them. Soon, a wolf grabbed him from behind. It bit his collar tightly and then tossed him high up in a swift motion. Then, without mercy, it slammed him to the ground. He landed on his back, looking very painful. In an instant, Han Eugene was lying at the feet of the wolves. They used their claws to tear his clothes. He tensely thought they chased him immediately. Was it because of the mana stone on his chest? He weakly raised his hand, his eyes fixed on the dungeon gate. Damn it, the gate. The gate was so close, just a short distance away from escape. But now his whole body was helplessly left to their clawing. But Han Eugene still did not give up. He began to resist to break free. Somehow, right, he had the mana stone, he would hold onto it. When they gave up, he would use it to... Han Eugene's thoughts were cut off as the wolves suddenly opened their mouths wide and let out agonizing screams. Mysterious black magical power was appearing around them. He was not mistaken, the wolves were being burned by a black flame. The entire pack was annihilated in just a few short minutes. Han Eugene lifted his head to look. It was none other than his beloved younger brother, Han Yaiwu Hyun. He was severely wounded, his whole body tattered, but he still dragged his battered body into the dungeon to save his brother. Han Yaiwu Hyun was too tired to speak. After killing the wolf pack, Han Eugene also collapsed forward from exhaustion. Han Eugene ran over worriedly. You came to save me? Where are you hurt? Before Han Eugene fell completely, Han Wuhan managed to run over and catch him in his arms. Seeing the deep wounds on his brother's back, Han Eugene questioned him frantically. What happened? Does it hurt a lot? Haven't you been treated yet? Let me see, I will. He stopped short upon hearing Han Wuhyun's sobbing. Tears kept falling heavily to the ground. Eugene was shocked. Was he crying? He asked worriedly. What's wrong? Look at me, ah. He remembered when they were young, he had never really cried. When he was very small, he only occasionally had tears in his eyes. But the one who cried loudly back then was Han Eugene. He cried while advising his younger brother not to cry. If you cry like this, what am I supposed to do? He said he would not cry anymore and suddenly stopped, because he also started crying from not knowing how to comfort him. After growing up, he stopped crying, but now he was sobbing like this. Han Eugene's face was now full of tears, as if he was terribly afraid of losing his only remaining family. Han Eugene patted his shoulder in confusion to comfort him. Don't cry, I am fine. Seokwan is dead too. Everything is okay, so... Han Eugene shouted. It is not okay at all. He sobbed uncontrollably like a child. I feel like I am dying because it hurts so much. As he spoke, Han Wuhan's hands tightened around Han Eugene's body in his arms. I thought you were gonna die. If anything happened to you in the dungeon, there would be no body left, let alone any trace. Han Eugene's voice broke. He kept crying and could not continue. Seeing his younger brother's whole body shake, Han Eugene let it be, letting him cry to his heart's content. He mused, was that why he came in despite being injured? Han Eugene was silent for a long time, then hugged Han Wuhan tightly, gently patting his injured back to comfort him. I am not dead, Han Wuhan. I will never die. I cannot die while you are still here. It is because of you that I am alive. I did not enter the dungeon with the intention of sacrificing myself. I only did things I was confident I could overcome, Han Eugene said as he retrieved his brother's memories. You will know when your memories return. Can you remember? What I did was not that dangerous, right? Han Wuhan's mood calmed down, his eyes still watery as he stammered. But still, Ruzin teased his younger brother mockingly. Oh my god. Han Eugene wiped away his remaining tears, still worried. It was still a gamble, and I will keep acting that way. Han Wuhyun was at a loss for words, awkwardly replying, well, that is true. He took a cloth to wipe his brother's tears and comforted him. But that is because I trusted you. You said you would come to save me if anything happened. I believed you. With bright eyes, Han Eugene continued, I do not just act on instinct. I am confident I can survive anywhere. You know how useful I am. So, no matter what happens, I will wait for you. You just need to trust me and come to save me. Do not rush like this. Next time, prepare thoroughly. Okay. Han Wuhan closed his eyes tightly and nodded in agreement. Then the two brothers supported each other to stand up and walk step by step towards the dungeon door. Han Wuhan said irritably, make sure I do not need to save you in the first place. Han Eugene cheerfully replied, I want that too, but you left me in Jupiter's place. How could I escape? Han Wuhan snapped. I have endured long enough there. When they left the gate, familiar faces welcomed them. He just made up a story about how he had dealt with SCOGUN. Everyone was skeptical, but they were very happy to see them safe. The most important thing about the dungeon was that he survived getting out. He also returned all the memories to the people involved. Oh no, they were collecting recyclables today. It seemed most had only lost trivial memories. Those left behind like Sojang were still unconscious. Han Eugene also went to return her memories to her. Riet stared at him and reminded him, darling, be good to your younger brother. Han Eugene was startled to hear this. He snapped back, what? Hey, I do not want to hear that from you. Hyunjae stepped forward in agreement, but I agree with her. Joojin annoyed, you are taking her side. Riet lowered her head sadly and continued, I am not here to witness this. Suddenly a voice cut in, Hunter Riet, do not say anything more. At that moment, Han Eugene's eyes were swollen like piggy eyes. Hyunjae was also shocked when he saw it. Riet pouted sulkily and replied, I said it for your own good. This side was too noisy. Everyone was worried about Han Eugene's eyes. Put this medicine on your eyes, but he hated it and snapped. It is none of your business. Taiwan stepped over and said privately to Han Eugene, do not worry about the cleanup, go home with your brother. Han Eugene scratched his head helplessly. You are taking his side too. Because of what Han Wuhan had done, he would hand it over to him today. While everyone was playing around, suddenly a deep voice rang out calling Han Eugene, make him startle and turn around. Han Wuhan stood behind, holding out his hand, let us go home. Han Eugene's eyes welled up with emotion and he asked in a daze, home? And Eugene happily affirmed that although their house was not the place where they once lived together, it was still home. Han Eugene was surprised. He stood still in place, as if contemplating every word his brother had said. He began to take the first steps, our home. Han Eugene boldly walked slowly toward his brother. He recalled that since awakening, he always had to fight alone. Everything was so heavy bearing the title of S-rank hunter, and having to fight in such a harsh environment. There were times when it seemed like death was near. Deep down, his only longing was to return home. I want to go home, Han Eugene. he could finally return to. Seeing him slow, Han Eugene emphasized again, "What are you waiting for? Come on, let us go home." Han Eugene looked at his brother with adoring and happy eyes. He reached out and grabbed Han Eugene's arm. "Okay." And so the two brothers supported each other as they returned home, sleeping together like when they were kids. Home are home. Returning home on a beautiful day, the sunlight shone down, dispelling the darkness of the world. In the room today, it was strangely peaceful. Han Eugene, after many hard days, finally lay beside each other, sleeping soundly. "I have finally returned." The next day at the Hunter Association, someone placed a stack of papers on the table and spoke. "This is the last document related to MKC. The brown-haired man worriedly said, "I heard you stayed up all night after returning. You should rest a bit." Song Ta-won replied in a low voice, "No, I still have work to do." Song Ta-won's face was covered in scratches. He rubbed his forehead tiredly. "Taking care of the equipment from MKC is my duty. I also have a press conference to attend." "I am fine." Song Ta-won reached out to take the coffee cup. The purple-haired girl rushed in loudly. "I cannot stand seeing you like this." This was the former director, now vice chairman Suk-won Yoonyang. She asked worriedly, "My God, why do you insist on doing everything alone?" Suk-won Yoonyang placed a hand on Ta-won's shoulder and said, "Leave the rest to us. Just go rest. Someone has come to pick you up." Song Ta-won asked in surprise, "Huh? Who is it?" At the door, a blonde man, likely an electric-type Pikachu, along with the chirping sound of Beeple. Hyun-jae spoke up, "I will ensure he gets home safely." Song Ta-won asked, "Is the elite guild leader okay?" He replied with a smile, "I missed the information, so I wanted to get an update." Hyun-jae sighed helplessly. That girl So Jang left the report and went on a date. Ta-won understood upon hearing this. "Okay, I understand." Hyun-jae pulled a chair to the side. He said slowly, "So you are the only one. Can you give me an objective account of what happened?" Taewon's face tensed as he asked, "Why are you sitting there?" Hyun-jae teased in reply, "I plan to help you since you do not want to go home." Song Ta-won stood up and bowed slightly. "Sorry, let me go home." Hearing that, the new chairman raised her hand in applause. Wow, it worked immediately. The two quickly moved outside. Taewon tiredly sat down on a bench. In the quiet, they began to exchange work details. Hyun-jae asked, "How will they write the final report?" Taewon replied, "That is right." Suk-won became SS rank through illegal items, but went insane. The high-rank hunter stopped him, but he escaped. Song Ta-won said reluctantly, "Really? That is all I can say. I cannot say that F-rank hunter Han Eugene killed him." Hyun-jae speculated, "He must have received help in the dungeon." Ta-won added, "That is what he said. I did not hear the details." Power strong enough to defeat SS rank. The two fell into thought, the atmosphere tense. Hyun-jae cheerfully asked, "Have you started feeling threatened by my item?" Song Ta-won sighed, "Han Eugene is not an item." He stated his thoughts, "My view of him does not change because he received help. Moreover, he prevented a disaster, so I should be grateful." His gaze was distant with a hint of unease. "What worries me most is the power that Han Eugene holds. Do you remember when the high-rank awakened detention center burned down?" Hyun-jae recalled 3 years ago the detention center caught fire. Ta-won mentioned, "That is right. It was the day Hunter Han Eugene awakened. It was recorded as an accident. He could not control his power, but clearly someone in the association had forced him." The image of a man trying to threaten Han Eun-haen, Ta-won said his plan was to force him into the association, saying his family would not be safe if everyone knew he was rank. Han Eugene's eyes at that time were very blank. Immediately after, the awakened detention center burst into flames. The fire blazed fiercely. Ta-won rushed in alone. He looked up in astonishment. At the top of the prison building at that time was Han Eugene. In his hand blazed flames as if wanting to burn everything down. Taewon clearly remembered Han Eugene's lifeless, bloodshot eyes. At that time it was the gaze of a monster, looking down at everyone as if no one could get past him. That was the first impression of Hunter Han Eugene. Song Ta-won slowly recounted. "As you know, after that he formed his own guild and caused a lot of trouble." His voice was tense. "Until recently he was a ticking time bomb, but last night." He recalled the image of Han Eugene crying in front of the dungeon gate. "Han Eugene, do not go." Han Eugene's body was covered in blood, trembling as he collapsed to the ground. He remembered that pitiful face, crying like a child, a completely powerless and fearless human being. When Song Ta-won hurried over, the closer he got the more he saw. It was just the face of a child who had just grown up. After witnessing that touching scene, Song Ta-won was very surprised. "I have never seen him like that before. I once thought Han Eugene was too weak to be a manager, that the beasts were just pretending to be restrained by him, as if he could turn superior creatures into ordinary humans." Over here, after a long sleep, Han Eugene slowly woke up. He sat up, lamenting that he had slept too long. His vision had fully recovered. What time was it now? He looked tearfully at Han Yu-hyu sleeping soundly beside him. Her expression was so peaceful. He gently got out of bed, carefully tucking the blanket around Eugene. She must have been very tired and injured too. Was she affected by the anti-recovery effect? Tens of thousands of questions kept flashing through his mind. Han Eugene looked at his sleeping younger sibling a bit longer, then let out a sigh of relief. He felt truly happy. He thought that what happened last night had filled the void of 3 years. When he returned, he apologized and made amends immediately, but hadn't had time to talk about both their feelings. Han Eugene recalled the moment she buried her head in his shoulder, crying her heart out like a child. He finally understood her thoughts. What could be more important if she had already cried? Better to keep it all inside. The sound of Belle cut through his thoughts. Ah, Belle. And Eugene picked it up in his arms, feeling refreshed, and asked how it was doing. Chirpy's voice made him start. He was planning to go pick her up. Before he could finish the sentence, Hyunjae appeared in the kitchen from somewhere, still wearing an apron. He excitedly said it was good that he was here. He seemed to have come prepared, holding a large bag in his hand. He complained that his refrigerator was empty, so he bought some more stuff. Hazujin was startled, trying to whisper an exclamation, and Eugene angrily demanded why he was here. Hyunjae slowly explained that a contract was a contract, and he still had to ensure he was well fed. Saying that, he naturally opened the refrigerator to look, asking where the S-rank green onions were. And Eugene darkened his face and replied helplessly, "You're still concerned about that?" He took a bag of green onions from somewhere and threw it to Hyunjae, saying he bought some. "Cut it and try it. If an S-rank cuts the onion, it becomes S-rank onion." The male lead said something so creative. Hyunjae stroked the green onion stalk, asking about a scratch on his item that medicine couldn't heal either. Those words made Han Eugene startle. He continued. Haichik also reacted to it. She said it had stabilized. Han Eugene looked dumbfounded. Hyunjae stepped forward with a dangerous look, tearing the thin t-shirt off Han Eugene's body. In an instant, he was completely naked, revealing his gaunt, sickly body. Han Eugene darkened his face, not understanding what kind of perverted trick this guy was pulling. Hyunjae's expression changed as he slowly said, "Because the energy I sense from it is similar to yours." Ignoring Han Eugene's feelings and the things scattered on the floor, Hyunjae continued, "Can you explain?" And Eugene reluctantly revealed the secret he had obtained from killing Dai-Oma. It was the method to create a new exclusive dragon by combining magic stones. He touched the scar on his chest, saying that was the difficult part here. It would be a waste not to use the magic stone of an SS rank super dragon. Hyunjae seemed to partially understand, but still asked why. Out of curiosity, Hyunjae used magic on the scar location. A golden source of light enveloped the area, but unfortunately it was completely absorbed by the scar. And Eugene's eyes widened in surprise at this phenomenon. He was sweating all over. Then he felt a bit dizzy and fell forward. Hyunjae caught him in time. He thought to himself, "It just used my magic power to absorb his magical energy." Hyunjae looked anxious and asked, "It didn't reject my magic power, and it even felt like my own magic power." After that shock, Han Eugene was extremely tired, hanging his head low. After a moment, he looked up and teased Hyunjae, saying he used his fragment but couldn't say it directly. Hanzo Eileen pretended to be angry, pointing at Hyunjae, and asked, "Like yours. That thing is at least SSS rank, right? You read too many novels." Hyunjae politely apologized. Han Eugene grabbed an energy drink and chugged it down to recover. He drank while reminding him to know his limits. Hyunjae stared blankly, thinking about the monster born from an SS rank magic stone. That was an entirely different capability from ordinary monster raising. If you could create high-rank monsters from materials and magic stones of high ranks, then it could be very helpful in fighting against high ranks. Thinking that, Hyunjae hoisted Han Eugene up like a chicken, causing him to puke out all the energy drink he just had. Hyunjae asked curiously, "You're not just doing whatever with random stones, are you? Would the success rate be higher if it's near the heart?" Han Eugene struggled helplessly, saying an F-rank body couldn't handle 2 stones. Hyunjae lost all reason, staring at the male lead's bare back, then suggested trying it on his back. Han Eugene angrily refused, saying there was no space left. But Hyunjae, who was like an electric-type Pokemon, bluntly offered the solution of gaining weight for more surface area. Han Eugene shouted in despair, "Do you think I'm livestock?" Han Eugene hopped around like a duck, making a demand. "If you want to try, bring me 2 SS rank magic stones from an exclusive dragon." Hyunjae agreed without hesitation. Hanzo Eileen put on another t-shirt to avoid his younger brother waking up and seeing this scene. He replied wearily, fine, but there's a deposit fee." Hyunjae asked Han if he was okay. The male lead was dazed, not knowing what he meant. Hyunjae was silent, a hint of worry in his eyes, and he just placed his hand on Han Eugene's shoulder for a long time. He lowered his head, lost in thought. "I thought I raised him well, but can he handle the ability to raise battle monsters to fight high ranks with an F-rank body? On top of that, there's the danger from the 2 females. Since she's been so close to Han Eugene, she definitely won't let go. He will be tempted to sign a contract." The more he thought, the more Hyunjae worried for the future. He knelt on one knee, wanting him to promise not to sign a contract with Haichik. Han Eugene asked what it had to do with him. Hyunjae said he didn't like his property being taken away. Han Eugene pretended to be reluctant, pouting and complaining back, "You're not used to it. You must be doing pretty well for yourself." Hyunjae maintained his composure and replied calmly, "Well said. I'm worried about you." Seeing that he had no ill intentions, Han Eugene thought about it for a long time. He finally decided to tell Han Jae the words Hai-Chet once spoke on that night. Hai-Chet offered to protect my loved ones if I agreed to sign a contract with her. A truly tempting offer. However, before he could finish his sentence, his younger brother Han Eugene went berserk, burst through the door, and shouted his name. Seeing that Pokemon of the electric type standing leisurely in his house, Han Eugene questioned him with disgust. Han Eugene cheerfully replied that he had come to cook for them. Han Eugene worriedly tried to rush in and hit him, but Han Eugene helplessly stepped over to stop him. You were the one who told him to take care of me. Now go wash your face and apply medicine. You also need breakfast. After Han Eugene obediently left, Han Eugene spoke seriously, I will not sign a contract with her. My younger brother is still too young. I cannot abandon him. He turned back and flashed a bright smile to reassure the other person. So do not worry, go cook, cause you have helped us. I will invite you to eat with us. Hyun-jae was very pleased with this answer. He quickly began to work in the kitchen. What an honor. What would you like to eat? Han Eugene suggested. A traditional Korean menu for an average S-rank person. In just a moment, a lavish table with many nutritious dishes was laid out. The two brothers Han Eugene were both very happy. They all said thank you for the meal. But looking at poor Han-jae, because he could only eat a few measly slices of bread, Han Eugene still did not forget to tease, you can eat that, it suits you, right? Hyun-jae painfully peeled open the slices of bread. He kept his composure and said, I am almost moved by this special treatment. During the meal we talked about the dungeons and the people under MKC. Seeing Han-jae peel off the crust of the bread, Han Eugene was astonished. Ah, what is this? You are removing the crust? Hyun-jae calmly replied, I do not want to eat it. Two began to tease each other about eating again. Hyun-jae continued talking about work. Basically, Warus and Jupiter will divide MKC's resources. Only those two guilds are strong enough to handle it. Luckily, Hyun-jae had transferred the useful assets to Ghost Edge. Han Eugene worriedly took out his phone to check, exclaiming in shock, You gave us this much. Did you give him anything in return? Eugene poured wine while offering a very reasonable explanation. He said it was a way to show remorse for sneaking into our house. Hyun-jae helplessly went along with it, continuing, if you want it to be that way, then so be it. But this is a good thing. This will make our guild members stronger. Many things will be different from before I turned back time. The association lost a lot of influence after the MKC incident, but they will rebuild everything with their own hands. Besides the association and the large guilds, there are also individuals like Song Tugan. Hai Sojang was present at that event, including Noah the Dragon Boy, and those who were not present will also change for the better. After that night, everyone had a rather peaceful life after all those changes. Elsewhere at this time, Hai-Chet was leisurely sitting and drinking tea after the contract signer was killed by Han Eugene. She cheerfully said, this time there is a difference. An F-rank nurturer has been chosen by the creator. I am certain that the key is that man with the mark of the crescent moon. My entire family was annihilated when I tried to hold that man back. Hai-Chet spoke while lounging boredly on the chair. Sitting across from her was a mystical person in sharp black clothes. The mystical person spoke up, I do not expect that. The mystical person slowly took out a black chess piece the same color as the outfit, moving it forward. He continued speaking, now they choose a distant nurturer. Are they not the ones who killed their own nurturer every time before? They are the ones who eliminate the first nurturer in every world they interfere with, because S-ranks act unpredictably due to the nurturer's influence. The mystical person wondered, I wonder why they changed their minds. Hai-Chet happily took out a purple stone, stared at it, and said, by the way, there is something I want you to look into, communicator. The mysterious person was astonished. What? An image of Han Eugene from the past appeared. The person that Nurturer loved the most, the body that White Hawk captured. The image of Han Eugene truly emerged from within that purple stone. Even though Hai-Chet was holding it, she did not understand either. I am not sure why that White Hawk captured that person, but I feel everything is connected somehow. Back at Han Eugene's house, everyone was extremely happy eating together. The person usually cold and rarely smiling like him also comfortably let loose and laughed more today. Hyun-jae blended in with the two brothers as well. Han Eugene was probably the one who laughed the most, because he was the link that brought everyone together. It had been a very long time since they had had such relaxing moments being beside each other. Especially when being beside loved ones, it was truly a happy thing, and the truth we would have to face after all these changes. At this time in Minwoo Yoon's room, he stretched refreshingly as he woke up from a long sleep. Puppy pajamas, he looked at Seon Sim Young and asked, can I get up now? Is it over? Seon Sim Young cheerfully replied, yes, it is over, your life. After many days of hibernation, Minwoo Yoon quickly took out his phone to check messages. A flood of messages appeared. He was extremely shocked as to why so many people had contacted him. Seon Sim Young stood beside him in silence, adjusting his mosquito net to prepare to explain a shocking piece of news to him. Minwoo Yoon was even more surprised when he received the news. Auntie congratulates you on becoming S-rank. But I was only A-rank? Manager Seon Sim Young said no more, instead clapping his hands to signal, let me explain. The room door opened and a blinding source of light shone in. Following behind was a group of odd people with props in their hands who began to chime in. Min Yoon was dumbfounded. Huh? What? Thumping bass music rose, its lively melodies beginning to heat up the atmosphere. Seon Sim Young stepped into the middle of the room, swaying to that rhythm and began to sing, Min Yoon, the hunter who has hidden his power. He stopped a truck to prevent civilians from being injured. He immediately took down an A-rank hunter from the Jupiter team. He cooperated with other S-ranks to stop the explosion of an S-rank hunter. His name is Min Yoon. After hearing this, his face turned white, drained of blood. Who am I? Where am I? What did I do?